It is rumored that there exists a realm in this world where one can pursue the threads of causality, possessing a divine power to erase all traces within another's timeline. This realm allows one to command life and death, causing the myriad worlds to rise and fall with but a single thought, leading all beings to extinction. It is a domain that stands equal to the heavenly laws, harnessing the order of heaven and earth for its own purposes, thus dictating the course of eternity. This realm is known as stepping into the sky. Chapter 1. Return to the Su family. In the Tianyin Empire, within the 36 provinces, lies Yun Province. In Yangon County, the Su Manor. The young master has returned. This announcement reverberated throughout the estate, where a throng had gathered both inside and outside the manor. Among them were numerous maids and servants, as well as several core descendants of the Su family, all gazing upon a black-clad youth who was escorted into the manor by guards. It truly is Su Xin. How dare he return? In recent years, the Su family has declined, and he is the one to blame. This sinner of the Su family. The glances cast by the maids, servants, and core descendants of the Su family towards the black-clad youth were predominantly filled with ire and resentment. The Su family was once a prestigious clan within the Tianyin Empire, not only boasting an ancestral elder in the Nirvana realm, but also possessing numerous powerful retainers. However, several years prior, the ancestral elder of the Su family suffered a grave accident, leaving him on the brink of death. Before his demise, the elder had meticulously arranged for a marriage alliance with the imperial family of the Tianyin Empire. If Su Xin, the young master and the family's most gifted prodigy at the time, could triumph in a duel against a genius from the prestigious Sidu family, he would win the hand of the 9th princess and become the imperial consort. This union would ensure the Su family's protection by the imperial court, solidifying their existing power and status, and potentially elevating them to even greater heights. However, on the fateful day of the decisive battle, Su Xin astonishingly did not make an appearance at all. He fled without a fight. Had Su Xin exerted his utmost against the genius of the Sidu family and emerged defeated, the Su family would have had no choice but to accept their fate and would not have laid blame on him. However, to abandon the fight, resulting in the Su family losing the opportunity to ally with the imperial family and thus falling into decline, the weight of such failure would inevitably rest upon his shoulders. Even the Emperor Tianyin, in the aftermath, was incensed, issuing a decree to confine Su Xin in the demon ceiling prison for 3 years as punishment. Now, with the 3-year term expired, Su Xin was released from the prison and returned to the Su family. Su Xin, from the crowd, a core member of the Su family suddenly stepped forward, positioning himself defiantly before Su Xin, exclaiming, "You traitor, coward! How dare you return?" Su Ming? The black-clad youth felt a pang of distress upon seeing the figure blocking his path. Su Ming was his cousin, 2 years his junior, who had once idolized him, always trailing in his wake. Yet now, Master Su Ming, the head of the family, has commanded that no one may obstruct the young master's return. A guard escorting Su Xin interjected coldly. Su Ming clenched his teeth, casting a resentful glance at Su Xin before huffing and departing. Under the guard's guidance, Su Xin arrived at a secluded courtyard within the Su residence. "Young master, this is the new courtyard arranged for you by the head of the family. He also instructed that if you have no pressing matters, it is best not to leave this courtyard," the guard stated. "Father does not wish to see me?" Su Xin inquired. The guardian shook his head and then turned to leave. Su Xin remained in place, his hands clenched tightly, his fingertips digging painfully into his flesh. "Can even my father not forgive me?" A bitter sadness engulfed Su Xin's heart. Yet, he could comprehend that retreating without a fight was indeed a disgrace. Not to mention, it had led the Su family to a path of utter decline. However, no one knew that his retreat was not born of cowardice or fear of confrontation, but rather a circumstance beyond his control. "There is no other choice," he lamented. "I never imagined that, by sheer coincidence, my bloodline would awaken on the eve of the decisive battle." Su Xin's gaze became electrifying, his hands instinctively tightening their grip. In the martial world, strength reigns supreme. Beyond ordinary warriors, there exist individuals who wield extraordinary powers, known as awakened ones. The essence of their power lies within their bloodline. Each awakened one possesses exceptional talent, yet prior to their awakening, they bear no distinction from ordinary people. The awakening itself often arrives unexpectedly. Su Xin had been caught unprepared, his bloodline suddenly awakening just a day before his fateful duel with the genius of the Sidu family. The excruciating pain that accompanied the awakening forced him to seek refuge in a desolate wilderness, burying himself beneath the earth, struggling for 3 grueling days and nights before it finally subsided. By the time the Sioux family located him, the pivotal battle had already slipped through his fingers. In the aftermath, he found himself unable to defend his actions. After all, the bloodline he awakened was of great significance, and the awakening itself could be categorized into various ranks and degrees: 3-tier and 2-tier bloodlines. They are often referred to as the dragons and phoenixes among men, appearing only occasionally among the millions. 1-tier bloodline, the endowment of a Chilan. Such bloodlines are so rare that, not only within a single dynasty, but throughout the vast eastern wilderness, there are likely no more than 20 individuals possessing such a lineage in any given era. Divine-tier bloodline, a once-in-a millennia occurrence. On average, an awakener of a divine-tier bloodline emerges once every few centuries, or even close to a millennium. Each birth of a divine-tier bloodline in the eastern wilderness sends ripples of immense shockwaves, leading countless factions to fervently vie for it. However, what Sioux Exine awakened was a bloodline that transcends the divine tier. The Supreme Bloodline. Supreme Bloodline. The supreme being of the mortal realm, unparalleled throughout the ages. This bloodline exists solely in legend, and throughout the annals of history in the eastern wilderness, it has never been witnessed. Sioux Exine awakened this very bloodline, which left him in a state of trepidation, reluctant to disclose his lineage to anyone. He could scarcely fathom the calamity that would befall him and the Sioux family if the secret of his supreme bloodline were to be revealed. Thus, he chose silence, bearing the weight of his family's misconceptions as he entered the confines of the forbidden demon prison. Though the Sioux family had fallen into decline, his existence imbued them with boundless possibilities. At dusk, Sioux Exine stood in the courtyard, sword in hand, eyes closed in contemplation, accompanied by a woman clad in red. This woman, known as Hong Shan, was originally Su Zin's maid, having grown up alongside him. Her loyalty to him was unwavering, and upon learning of his return to the Sioux family, she promptly returned to his side to serve him. "It has been a long time since I have seen the young master practice his sword," remarked Hong Shan, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of excitement and anticipation as she gazed at Sioux Exine was, without a doubt, the foremost prodigy of the younger generation of the Sioux family, and his mastery of swordsmanship was unparalleled. Remarkably, 3 years ago, at the tender age of 15, his swordsmanship was said to have surpassed that of many formidable sword masters within the family who had reached the Transformation Sea realm. To witness Sioux Exine practice his swordplay was a privilege for Hong Shan. Suddenly, Sioux Exine sprang into action. The glint of his sword flickered, as if delicate snowflakes danced through the air. His speed was astonishingly swift. Snowfall sword technique. Hong Shan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The snowfall sword technique was one of the more advanced sword techniques contained within the Sioux family's arsenal. This technique was renowned for its speed and unpredictability. Notably, the most powerful move within the snowfall sword technique, known as the snow slash, allowed the practitioner to continuously build momentum with each strike, resulting in an acceleration of speed. If mastered to perfection, the snow slash could unleash 9 consecutive thrusts, a feat both awe-inspiring and terrifying. "The snow slash is coming," Hong Shan observed intently. Su Zin's figure appeared ethereal, his sword light like a flash of lightning, executing a rapid series of thrusts. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed 7 strikes, followed by the 8th and 9th. The execution was seamless, flowing like water with no sign of hesitation. The 9th strike of the snow slash indeed. He has reached the pinnacle of this technique, Hong Shan expressed joyfully, only to have her expression shift dramatically as she exclaimed, "What?" After the flurry of 9 strikes, Su Zin's movements showed no signs of slowing down. Rather, he fluidly launched into the 10th thrust. Then came the 11th, 12th, until finally, the 13th strike erupted forth with even greater speed. The sword seemed to pierce the air, creating a piercing sonic boom, and only then did Su Zin's figure finally come to a halt. The man in the red robe appeared somewhat dazed. The most formidable technique of the snowfall swordsmanship, the snow slash, under normal circumstances, even when perfected, would only yield the 9th sword. Yet, the young master has unleashed the 13th sword? The 13th sword, Sioux Exine, remained remarkably composed. He was, after all, an undeniable prodigy in swordsmanship. Since awakening his supreme bloodline, his innate talent and perception had undergone a profound enhancement, even granting him certain unique abilities. During his 3 years in the magic restraining prison, although he had refrained from practicing swordplay, his mind had continually engaged in theoretical exploration. Over these 3 years, he had transcended the limitations of the techniques recorded in the manuals, enabling him to derive even more potent moves through his own deductions. Take the snow slash. For instance, the manual documented only 9 swords. Yet after 3 years of contemplation, he had elevated it to the 13th sword. Young master, do you wish to change into a different attire? The man in red approached, offering Su Xin a new robe. No need. Su Xin waved his hand dismissively. I haven't returned in 3 years. Let us stroll about. However, young master, the family head has instructed that unless necessary, you are not to leave this courtyard, the man in red replied. Such words must be spoken directly to me by him to hold any weight. Su Xin chuckled lightly and stepped out of the courtyard. The Su residence was enveloped in an eerie silence. As Su Xin walked through the estate, he could distinctly sense the atmosphere within the Su household was exceedingly oppressive. The changes in the family over these 3 years are indeed substantial. Su Xin's gaze turned cold and piercing. Since the demise of the Su family's venerable ancestor 3 years ago, the last vestige of a marital alliance with the imperial family has been irrevocably lost, plunging the Su family into a state of decline. The Sidu family, which harbored long-standing grievances against the Sus, seized the opportunity to further exacerbate their plight, ruthlessly suppressing them. Consequently, within a mere 3 years, the Su family has fallen from the pinnacle of the Tianyan dynasty's elite to the status of a second-rate clan, barely managing to maintain a foothold in a single prefecture. Despite this, the Sidu family has not relented. Instead, they have covertly supported another family within Yongning Prefecture, the Pang family, which has consistently opposed the Sus and even harbored ambitions to eradicate them entirely. Moreover, the Su family is not united within its ranks. With the absence of the ancestors' imposing presence, a significant number of the Su family's former retainers, more than 90%, have departed. Those who remain, led by an individual named Zhao Tianlei, a formidable expert in the Void Realm, have formed a faction within the Su family. They defy the family's authority and employ various overt and covert methods to seize the meager resources and influence that the Su family has left, subtly attempting to render them entirely powerless. It can be said that the current state of the Su family is beset by external threats and internal strife. At this moment, Su Xin has arrived at a martial arts arena, where he observes a gathering of individuals in the center, among whom 2 are engaged in fierce combat. Ha! Su Ming, no wonder you dare to face me. It seems you've made a breakthrough in your cultivation. But do you truly believe that this makes you my equal? What a ridiculous notion. A voice laced with arrogance echoed throughout the arena. Su Ming? Su Xin's expression shifted as he turned his gaze toward the 2 combatants. One of them was Su Ming, who had previously intercepted and reprimanded him at the gate. As for the other individual, Zhao Qing, Su Xin's gaze turned frigid. The Zhao surname was not one of the core descendants of the Su family, but rather a lineage of the family's retainers. This Zhao Qing was the leader of an independent faction that had formed within the Su family, the son of Zhao Tianlei. Zhao Tianlei had 2 sons, the eldest, Zhao Ling, and the younger, Zhao Qing. Currently, the faction led by Zhao Tianlei has become a malignant tumor within the Su family. If I am to restore the Su family's former glory, the first obstacle I must eliminate is this father and son duo. Su Xin's eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. The Su family had fallen into decline because of him, and now he was determined to lead them to resurgence, aspiring to become the most prestigious family in the Tianyan Empire and the entire Eastern Wilderness. The trio of Zhao Tianlei and his sons would serve as the first stepping stones on his path to ascendancy. Chapter 2. He must be slain with a resounding thud. Su Ming was violently hurled through the air, landing heavily on the ground. It took him a moment to gather himself, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. "Aha, I told you. A wretch like you could never be my match," Zhao Qing mocked, his laughter brimming with arrogance. Among the younger generation of the Su family, only Su Qinghong possesses any real skill. The rest of you are nothing but worthless trash. Even Su Qinghong pales in comparison to my elder brother. Scoundrel! Su Ming and several other Su family descendants seethed with indignation, yet their retorts faltered. The martial path is divided into 5 realms: bone fusion, true martial, sea transformation, void breaking, and rebirth. Among them, bone fusion involves the forging of one's foundational essence, a fundamental aspect of martial arts that can typically be achieved within 2 to 3 years. Thereafter, one truly enters the martial realm, known as true martial. The true martial realm comprises 10 distinct levels. Indeed, the current generation of the Su family youth is not particularly exceptional. The only notable figure, Su Qinghong, has barely reached the 10th level of true martial, while Zhao Qing's elder brother, at the tender age of 19, has already ascended to the pinnacle of the true martial realm, mere steps away from sea transformation. Such age and cultivation level are unparalleled among the current youth of the Su family. The one individual stands apart. At this moment, that very individual made his entrance onto the training ground. The members of the Su family, including Su Ming, were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the newcomer. Xiao Ming, are you all right? Su Xian inquired, concern etching his features. You needn't concern yourself, Su Ming replied curtly. Su Ming pressed his lips together and turned his head away. Su Xian, unfazed, shifted his gaze towards Zhao Qing, his eyes growing increasingly icy. Upon seeing Su Xian, Zhao Qing's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly scoffed. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's the young master of the Su family who fled without a fight on the day of the duel with the Situ clan. He deliberately emphasized the phrase fled without a fight, the sarcasm evident to all. Had it been 3 years prior, he would not have dared to speak to Su Xian in such a manner, nor would he have possessed the courage to even meet his gaze. Yet, times had changed. Su Xian, you disgrace of the Su family, a coward too timid to engage in battle, how can you face the world again? If I were you, I would have found a secluded wall and ended it all. Zhao Qing laughed, and those behind him joined in with derisive laughter. Su Xian, however, regarded Zhao Qing with a cold stare. Zhao Qing, son of Zhao Tianlei, a guest of the Su family. Over the years, you and your father have received ample benefits from my family. To speak of your father's beginnings, when he first entered the Su family, he was merely at the mid-stage of the transformation sea realm. It was through the resources of the Su family that he gradually ascended to the void-breaking realm. And you, since your training commenced, have regularly received training resources and pills from my family, have you not? Zhao Qing's expression shifted. You three, relying solely on the resources of the Su family, have acquired your current strength and status. In other words, you are merely dogs raised on the Su family's provisions. When did dogs gain the audacity to bark at their master? Su Xian stated coldly. Su Xian, do you dare insult me? Do you think this is still 3 years ago? Zhao Qing was filled with fury. 3 years ago, you were indeed the foremost among the younger generation of the Su family, having ascended to the pinnacle of the true martial 10th realm at the tender age of 15. Yet, you have languished in the magic restriction prison for a full 3 years. As far as I am aware, anyone confined within the confines of that prison is utterly devoid of any connection to the essence of heaven and earth. Their cultivation does not merely stagnate, it plummets drastically. Now, how much strength do you retain? With that, Zhao Qing let out a chilling laugh and took a decisive step forward, his hand, imbued with a remarkable spiritual force, clenched into a fist that surged towards Su Xian with explosive intent. Su Xian's expression remained impassive as he retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! The two fists collided with tremendous force. Zhao Qing staggered back a step, while Su Xian was forced to retreat 3 steps in quick succession. This spectacle sent Zhao Qing into a fit of wild laughter. Haha, Su Xian, I knew it. No matter who is imprisoned in the magic restriction prison for 3 years, their cultivation inevitably regresses. 3 years ago, you stood at the zenith of the true martial 10th realm, yet now you barely scraped the threshold of the 7th realm, and you are significantly weaker than I am. With such diminished power, do you dare to be audacious before me? You are courting death. Zhao Qing sneered, and once more charged forward, his right hand emanating a faint, flame-like blood glow, clearly indicating that he was not only exerting his full strength but also employing martial techniques. Young master! Hongshan could not contain her exclamation. Meanwhile, the expressions of Su Ming and the others were equally tense. They were concerned for Su Xian. From the recent confrontation, they discerned that Su Xian's cultivation level had only just entered the true martial 7th realm, while Zhao Qing had already reached the pinnacle of the 7th realm. In terms of cultivation, Zhao Qing was evidently superior. Foolish. As Zhao Qing unleashed his punch, Su Xian merely sneered. Just as the punch, shimmering with a faint bloodlust and carrying formidable might, was less than half a foot away from him, Su Xian pivoted with a swift movement, allowing the punch to graze past him and strike the air instead. Simultaneously, Su Xian raised his hand and delivered a slap. The sound rang out with a crisp clarity. This slap landed squarely on Zhao Qing's face, sending him hurtling backward, with a bloody tooth flying through the air. Truly foolish. Su Xian gazed down at Zhao Qing, who was struggling to rise from the ground, a hint of disdain flickering at the corner of his mouth. Did he truly believe that a slight edge in cultivation could guarantee his victory over me? What a farce. In this world, while cultivation is indeed the foundation of strength, it is by no means the entirety. Two individuals with the same cultivation level may possess vastly different capabilities. In Zhao Qing's case, although his cultivation was marginally higher than Su Xian's, his talent was rather mediocre. Before a super genius like Su Xian, who had awakened the supreme bloodline, there was no need for him to draw his sword. A casual display of power was sufficient to utterly dominate. Zhao Qing, today serves as a lesson for you. Remember, you are merely a dog raised by the Su family, feasting on our sustenance, and you must not dare to bare your fangs at us. Should there be a next time, it will not merely result in this single slap. Su Xian spoke coldly. Su Xian, Zhao Qing was utterly astonished and enraged, his finger trembling as he pointed at Su Xian, unable to articulate his words. Su Xian had already turned away, saying, "Hongshan, let us return." "Yes." Hongshan replied obediently, a hint of undeniable delight gracing her features. The onlookers, including Su Ming and others, were equally stirred yet restrained in their excitement. However, just as Su Xian was about to depart the training ground, Zhao Qing finally rose to his feet, his face flushed with indignation. He growled, "Su Xian, wait for it. Soon my elder brother will return, and the shame of today will be repaid to you twofold." "Your elder brother? Zhao Ling?" Su Xian chuckled lightly. He had some recollection of Zhao Ling, who indeed was considered a remarkable talent among the younger generation, yet he paled in comparison to Su Xian. At the age of 19, Zhao Ling had only reached the pinnacle of the true martial 10th realm, while Su Xian had achieved that at the mere age of 15. Even before the awakening of his supreme bloodline, even if his cultivation had since declined, catching up to Zhao Ling would not prove to be an insurmountable challenge. Su Xian, do not feign indifference. I must inform you that next month the competition for the Su family sword order will commence. My elder brother will participate. And with his formidable prowess, the sword order will undoubtedly fall into his hands. Consequently, he shall emerge as the leader of the younger generation of the Su family. And from henceforth, all must regard him with the utmost reverence, including you. Zhao Qing exclaimed vehemently. The competition for the sword order? Su Xian's expression finally shifted. The Su family sword order has always been limited to two pieces, one in the hands of the family head, symbolizing unparalleled authority, and the other held by the foremost youth, granting them the rights akin to that of a junior clan leader. Historically, the sword order has been fiercely contested solely among the Su clan, with outsiders lacking even the qualification to compete. Yet now, I cannot believe that Zhao Tianlei's faction has pressured the family to such an extent that outsiders are afforded the opportunity to contend for it. Su Xian's demeanor darkened. If the sword order were to fall into the hands of an outsider, it would render the Su family a complete farce. Zhao Qing. Su Xian turned, his frigid gaze piercing through Zhao Qing like that of the Grim Reaper. Listen carefully, return and inform Zhao Ling that only those bearing the surname Su are worthy of wielding the sword order. Should he dare to intervene during the competition, I shall eliminate him. With that, Su Xian departed without further ado. Chapter 3. Techniques and Secrets. Before long, Su Xian returned to his residence. Young master, there are less than 20 days remaining until the sword command competition. According to past conventions, all young participants must complete a family assessment at least half a month in advance. The minimum requirement for this assessment is to reach the 8th level of the true martial realm, and 3 days from now marks the final deadline for the family evaluation. Red Shirt remarked. Understood. You may leave for now, Su Xian replied. Red Shirt obediently departed. In the room, Su Xian sat cross-legged, his mind swirling with myriad memories. These were the inherited memories that surfaced when his supreme bloodline awakened, encompassing a technique and a forbidden skill. The technique, a legacy of bloodline awakeners, bore no name. Although Su Xian's bloodline had been awakened for 3 full years, he had previously languished in the forbidden magic prison without the opportunity to cultivate. However, he had long since mastered the method of this technique, and only now did he truly begin his practice. As he cultivated, Su Xian immediately felt the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth converge upon him at an alarming rate, causing the entire space to tremble. In mere moments, he sensed a significant enhancement in his cultivation. The speed at which he absorbed the spiritual energy was astonishing, perhaps dozens of times faster than before his bloodline awakening. Su Xian himself was taken aback. Furthermore, he could distinctly perceive that this technique greatly enhanced the quality of his own spiritual power, enabling him to unleash a force far superior to his previous capabilities. If previously he found himself at a disadvantage when clashing head-on with Zhao Qing, who stood at the pinnacle of the 7th layer of true martial arts, now, despite still being new to this realm, he could undoubtedly hold his own against Zhao Qing. No wonder those with awakened bloodlines are said to possess extraordinary talents, merely considering this technique. The cultivation speed of bloodline awakeners is several dozens of times that of ordinary individuals. How could one possibly compare? Su Xian sighed lightly. As for the forbidden technique, it is called divine annihilation, a method that forcibly ignites the power of the bloodline within, resulting in a tremendous surge in strength for a brief period. However, as a forbidden technique, its application comes with significant side effects, suitable only for life-and-death situations. My cultivation had once reached the zenith of the 10th layer of true martial arts, but due to a prolonged absence from absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, my prowess diminished. Now, as I embark on my cultivation anew, it should be considerably easier, especially since my current cultivation speed is likely dozens of times faster than that of a typical person. 3 days should suffice for me to reach the 8th layer of true martial arts. Su Xian gently clenched his hands and began to immerse himself in his training. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. A vast martial arts arena was teeming with people. Today marked the final day of the Su family sword order competition. Members of the Su family, both direct descendants and young disciples from various external factions, had gathered here, eager to try their luck, especially those who met the minimum standards for the assessment. After all, the competition for the Su family's sword order occurs only once every few years. Although most participants are aware that they are unlikely to truly seize the sword order and ascend as the leader of the younger generation of the Su family, merely being part of this contest is already a significant achievement for them. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted. In the center of the training ground, a towering figure over 2 meters tall wielded a massive staff, sending Zhao Qing, a contender from the guest faction, flying across the arena. Zhao Qing landed at the edge of the training ground, looking quite disheveled. Haha, Zhao Qing, your strength still falls short. Generally, those at the 8th realm of true martial arts can withstand at least 20 breaths against this war puppet, yet you barely managed 18. You've embarrassed us. Upon witnessing Zhao Qing's defeat, several bystanders immediately began to jest. There's no helping it. I only just broke through to the 8th realm yesterday, and my foundation is still unstable. Naturally, I cannot compare to you all, especially you, Hong Fong, who has reached the pinnacle of the 8th realm. Zhao Qing stood up, casting a somewhat disgruntled glance at the jesters. They chose to remain silent thereafter. Zhao Qing retreated to the side, joining Hong Fong and the others, feeling a sense of reluctance within. What a pity. If I had broken through a few days earlier and solidified my foundation, and refined that palm technique to the entry level as my elder brother advised, perhaps I could have passed today's assessment. While Zhao Qing was lost in thought, Hong Fong suddenly leaned in closer. Zhao Qing, at this hour, do you think Su Xian will show up? Su Xian. At the mere mention of Su Xian, Zhao Qing's expression turned to one of gritted teeth. 3 days ago, he suffered defeat at the hands of Su Xian, losing a tooth with a mere slap. This incident had spread far and wide, and Hong Fong and his companions were well aware of it. They also learned that not only had Su Xian triumphed over Zhao Qing, but he had audaciously declared his intention to participate in the sword order competition, even boasting that he would slay Zhao Qing's elder brother. Zhao Ling was, without a doubt, the strongest among the younger generation of the 2 factions within the Su family. As for Su Xian, although he had once been hailed as the foremost genius 3 years prior, eclipsing Zhao Ling, the 3 years he spent imprisoned in the Demon Ceiling prison had rendered this prodigy a mere shadow of his former self. It was common knowledge that during his confrontation with Zhao Qing, he had displayed only the cultivation of the 7th level of true martial realm. Naturally, no one took Su Xian's words seriously. Many regarded him as a subject of ridicule. Hong Fong and his companions had come today merely to witness Su Xian's folly. He is nothing but a presumptuous fool, Zhao Qing scoffed. 3 days ago, when he faced me, his cultivation barely reached the 7th level of true martial realm. Yet, the minimum requirement for the Su family's sword spirit assessment is the 8th level of true martial realm. He cannot even meet the basic threshold, yet he dares to claim he will confront my brother and slay him. It is truly laughable. I eagerly anticipate his presence today. If he dares to show up, I will make a spectacle of him and avenge the humiliation he brought upon me. Zhao Qing thought maliciously. Having recently broken through to the 8th level of true martial realm, he felt his strength had significantly increased, and he was confident that he could easily defeat Su Xian if they were to meet again. After all, in just a mere span of 3 days, he did not believe that Su Xian's cultivation could truly improve significantly. At that moment, Zhao Qing glanced to the side, where a figure was slowly making its way toward the center of the training arena. Su Xian, he actually dares to come. Zhao Qing's expression instantly twisted into one of malevolence. At this moment, all those present in the training arena also turned their gazes toward the Su family's prodigy, who had been imprisoned in the Demon Band prison for a full 3 years. Chapter 4. 38 Breaths Uncle Su. Su Xian arrived at the center of the training arena and offered a slight bow to a middle-aged man clad in gray standing there. This gray-clad man was named Su Bohang, possessing the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea realm, and was responsible for overseeing the assessment of this sword decree competition. In terms of lineage, he was also Su Xian's paternal uncle. Su Xian, have you come to participate in the assessment? Su Bohang's expression towards Su Xian was rather complex. Yes, Su Xian nodded. You should be aware of the rules. The minimum requirement to participate in the assessment is to possess the cultivation of the 8th realm of true martial arts, Su Bohang stated. I possess the 8th realm of true martial arts, Su Xian replied calmly, and then, with a sudden surge, a formidable aura of spiritual power erupted forth. This aura was unmistakably at the 8th realm of true martial arts. He actually achieved it? How is that possible? Zhao Qing, who had been watching from the side, now widened his eyes in disbelief. This is impossible. Just 3 days ago, when he sparred with me, he was clearly still at the threshold of the 7th realm of true martial arts. How could he have crossed into the 8th realm in such a short time? He found it utterly inconceivable. After all, for an ordinary individual to ascend from the 7th realm of Zhenwu to the 8th, it would typically require months, if not half a year, of arduous cultivation. Yet, Su Xian accomplished this feat in merely 3 days? What a farce. Yao Qing. Did you not mention that he had only just entered the 7th realm of Zhenwu 3 days ago? Beside him, Hong Fong also furrowed his brow. How would I know? Zhao Qing's face darkened, but he soon sneered. Humph. Even if he has indeed broken through to the 8th realm, what does it matter? Clearly, he has merely just made the breakthrough. Passing the assessment will not be so simple. The examination for the competition requires at least the 8th realm of Zhenwu. But whether one can pass is another matter entirely. Take me, for instance. I too possess the 8th realm of Zhenwu, yet I just failed to pass. If he could not succeed, how could Su Xian, having just made his breakthrough, possibly pass? In the center of the training arena, Su Xian held his sword in one hand, gazing at his opponent for this assessment, a humanoid war puppet towering over 2 meters, wielding a long staff. Although it was merely a puppet, its power was not to be underestimated. Just moments ago, Zhao Qing had been sent flying by this very war puppet strike. Su Xian, your task is to employ all your skills and endure the onslaught of this war puppet. If you can withstand its attacks for 25 breaths, you will pass the assessment. Instructed Su Bohang. Understood, Su Xian nodded. Let us begin. With a wave of his hand, Su Bohang signaled, and the humanoid war puppet immediately raised its arm, swinging the nearly 2-meter-long black staff directly towards Su Xian. Simple and brutal. Su Xian, however, casually drew his sword, clashing it head-on with the staff, achieving a balance of power, even gaining a slight advantage. Su Xian was not surprised. This battle puppet was inherently designed this way. Initially, it was considerably weak, even more so than those who had just entered the true martial 8th realm. However, the puppet's strength was steadily increasing, growing ever more formidable. Although it lacked the understanding to perform intricate staff techniques or martial skills, its simple swings with the staff became increasingly powerful, and its speed accelerated. Faced with such a puppet that relied solely on brute force and executed clumsy attacks, Su Xian found little interest. After a brief encounter, he chose to evade the battle altogether using his agility. To the spectators surrounding the duel, Su Xian appeared remarkably nimble. The puppet's strength and speed were continually augmenting. Yet it had not managed to graze the hem of Su Xian's garment. This young man. Zhao Qing's expression darkened considerably. He had initially believed that Su Xian would falter against the puppet, just as he had, but now Su Xian had already withstood its assault for over 20 breaths, all the while exuding an air of effortless grace. It was his agility. At that moment, Hong Fong's gaze narrowed slightly. Su Xian was employing the Qian Yuanshan technique, one of the 6 premier agility techniques of the Su family, and it appeared he had mastered it to a remarkable degree. With such agility, he could endure the puppet's onslaught for at least 30 breaths or more. This assessment posed no challenge for him. The assessment's rule is straightforward. One need only endure for 25 breaths without defeat in the hands of that battle puppet. It does not specify the means to achieve this. While Su Xian has consistently relied on his agility to evade combat, as long as he remains undefeated and persists for 25 breaths, he will naturally pass the evaluation. Hong Fong, could you do me a favor? Zhao Qing whispered, his voice laced with resentment. Once this brat's assessment concludes, please go and teach him a lesson. Hong Fong glanced at Zhao Qing and discerned the latter's expression of deep animosity. Originally, Zhao Qing intended to confront Su Xian personally, hoping to exact revenge and redeem his honor. However, he never anticipated that within just 3 days, Su Xian's cultivation would ascend to the 8th level of true martial realm. Observing Su Xian's formidable agility, he realized he was still no match for him. Personal vengeance was no longer feasible, thus he sought Hong Fong's assistance. After all, Hong Fong stood at the pinnacle of the 8th level of true martial realm and practiced several formidable martial techniques, making him exceedingly powerful. Even against relatively weaker practitioners at the 9th level of true martial realm, he could hold his own. In the context of the Sword Decree competition assessment, among all participants from the Su family at the 8th level, Hong Fong had managed to endure the longest in the battle puppet's grasp, lasting a full 41 breaths. It would be a mere trifle for him to discipline Su Xian. Very well, Hong Fong consented, having considered the matter thoroughly. Their camaraderie was solid. Both belonging to the same faction, and with Zhao Qing's father being closely associated with his elder brother, Zhao Ling, it would be a simple task to deal with an insignificant figure like Su Xian. There was no reason for him to decline. Very well, then I will leave it to you. Just don't be too ruthless. Break a few of his teeth and dislocate an arm, and that will suffice. Zhao Qing said coldly. Not a problem, Hong Fong replied with a smile. In the past, he would have never dared to lay a hand on the young master Su Xian, but now the situation was different. Despite holding the title of young master, Su Xian was deeply despised even by his own family. As long as he did not take Su Xian's life, merely breaking a few teeth and dislocating an arm would hardly be a significant matter. At that moment, Su Xian had finally fallen in his encounter with the battle puppet. However, his defeat was a conscious choice to disengage from combat, having lasted 38 breaths against the puppet. 38 breaths was indeed quite close to my 41 breaths. Yet he had merely relied on his agility to evade combat for such a duration. In a direct confrontation, he would likely not endure even 30 breaths. Moreover, I am not merely a brute force puppet. His agility would hold little advantage over me. Hong Fong remained absolutely confident. After Su Xian completed his assessment, he stepped forward. Su Xian, your agility is commendable. Do you have the courage to face me in battle? Face you in battle? Su Xian frowned. He did not recognize the person before him. What is the matter, Su Xian? Are you afraid? Zhao Qing mocked from behind. If you are, you can always hide away like you did 3 years ago. Ha ha ha. The surrounding disciples of various factions also erupted in derisive laughter. Su Xian's previous retreat without a fight 3 years prior had indeed become a source of amusement for many. Su Xian's countenance was icy. Upon seeing Zhao Qing, he immediately understood that this Hong Fong was specifically invited by Zhao Qing, presumably to reclaim the venue from 3 days prior. Su Xian, do you dare to give a straightforward answer? Hong Fong seemed somewhat impatient, and as he spoke, he unleashed his own aura of spiritual power. The peak of the true martial eightfold realm? Su Xian silently shook his head. It was not that he considered Hong Fong strong. Rather, he found him to be somewhat lacking. Although Hong Fong's cultivation was marginally superior, Su Xian had awakened the supreme bloodline and possessed extraordinary innate abilities, making his combat prowess incomparable to that of an ordinary individual. Hong Fong's strength was wholly insufficient to be regarded as his opponent. However, he could serve as a means to test the bloodline power that he could now wield. Very well. If you seek battle, then let us engage. Su Xian accepted the challenge. Chapter 5. A clash of strength. He truly dared to accept the challenge? Such audacity was beyond belief. Did he think this was still 3 years ago? The training grounds erupted in a cacophony, with the majority deeming Su Xian presumptuous, particularly the faction of gatekeepers who openly mocked him. It is important to note that Hong Fong had long attained the peak of the true martial eightfold realm, capable of putting up a fight even against a typical practitioner of the 9th realm. From Su Xian's recent encounter with the battle puppet, it was evident that he had only just entered the true martial eightfold realm, merely relying on his agility to endure 38 breaths against the puppet's onslaught. Only through agility could one barely sustain. Yet Hong Fong was able to confront the battle puppet head-on, enduring a full 41 breaths. The disparity in their strengths was evidently pronounced. Su Bohong furrowed his brow upon witnessing Su Xian's eagerness to engage. Although the entire Su clan harbored grievances against Su Xian, the current scenario of a guest challenging the master united the clan members against a common foe. He sensed Su Xian's impulsiveness, but felt it inappropriate to intervene, as competitions among the younger generation within the Su family were commonplace. Very well. Hong Fong coldly smirked. After all, he was a young master of the Su family, once hailed as the family's foremost prodigy. It was said that his talents were unparalleled throughout the entire Tianyin Empire. If he could decisively dominate Su Xian in front of so many witnesses, it would indeed be a remarkable achievement. With such thoughts, Hong Fong unsheathed the battle knife from his waist. Su Xian, I shall allow you to make the first move. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xian tightened his grip on the long sword and launched himself forward. Whoosh! With no embellishments, he struck fiercely with a single, powerful blow, brazen and unadorned. Instead of employing agility, he charged directly, intent on a collision of strength. Hong Fong chuckled. How reckless. Su Bohong shook his head. Was it not akin to courting death for one who had just entered the 8th realm of true martial to clash head-on with someone who had already attained the pinnacle of that same realm? Before long, Hong Fong's cold laughter echoed as he swung his battle knife horizontally, unleashing a surge of formidable spiritual energy. Clang! The blade of the knife met the longsword in a fierce clash, and for a brief moment, neither side emerged victorious. Followed by clang, clang, bang. After a series of collisions, the results were evenly matched. How could this be? Hong Fong felt a surge of astonishment within. He had exerted nearly 80% of his strength, and by all accounts, he should have easily overwhelmed an ordinary practitioner at the 8th realm of true martial arts. Yet, in their direct confrontation, he found himself unable to gain even the slightest advantage. After the initial shock, a wave of fury welled up within Hong Fong. He unleashed the full force of his power, a tempestuous surge of spiritual energy erupting from his blade as he swung his weapon. The might inherent in his swordsmanship soared instantly. Despite this, he still failed to secure a clear advantage. What was happening? Hong Fong's cultivation was evidently superior to Su Xin's by a significant margin. In a direct clash, he should have completely dominated. Yet now, he found himself without any edge. Was Su Xin's power truly this formidable? The onlookers were taken aback, including Su Bohong, a master of the Sea Transformation realm, whose expression turned peculiar. They all recognized that Su Xin was employing the mountain-breaking sword technique, a rather ordinary form of swordsmanship, lacking in sophistication, and at best emphasizing a bit of potency. In stark contrast, Hong Fong's blade technique was evidently of a higher caliber, and logically, the power unleashed should have been greater, just as I sensed. Meanwhile, Su Xin was quietly amused, after cultivating the bloodline inheritance technique. The quality of his spiritual energy had markedly improved, allowing for a more powerful instantaneous burst of strength, though he had merely entered the 8th realm of true martial arts. The force he could unleash in an instant was, in fact, slightly stronger than that of the peak practitioner before him. As the scene unfolded, Su Xin's gaze sharpened with intensity. You shall meet your demise. The fury and desperation radiating from Hong Fong were akin to a frenzied beast, unrestrained and reckless. Bolts of lightning danced across his body as he wielded his blade, delivering a ferocious strike that resembled a thunderclap. This was the culmination of Hong Fong's might, the 7th Thunderblade, the crumbling mountain technique. Su Xin, on the other hand, was executing merely the most formidable move of the breaking mountain sword technique. In terms of sheer skill, it was incomparable to Hong Fong's 7th Thunderblade. Yet, at the moment Su Xin unleashed his sword, a surge of bloodline power harmonized seamlessly with his own spiritual energy. A thunderous explosion echoed as waves of force cascaded outward. Hong Fong, confident in his ultimate technique, anticipated overwhelming victory. However, as the blades clashed, a terrifying force akin to that of a primordial behemoth surged towards him. With a violent gasp, he spewed forth a torrent of blood, his weapon flying from his grasp, and his body was propelled backward, crashing into the ground like a cannonball. Ninefold Realm. The realization struck Hong Fong's mind. Such power could only belong to someone of the Ninefold Realm. With that thought, consciousness slipped away, plunging him into darkness. Silence enveloped the training arena, as onlookers stared in disbelief at Su Xin and the fallen, gravely injured Hong Fong. It was evident that Hong Fong had exerted every ounce of his strength, even resorting to his most potent technique, yet he had succumbed to Su Xin's might. The confrontation had been a direct clash, resulting in Hong Fong's injury and unconsciousness from a singular strike. How could this have occurred? They were all baffled. How could Su Xin, newly ascended to the 8th layer of the Zhenwu realm, confront and decisively overpower Hong Fong, who had already reached the pinnacle of the 8th layer? Moreover, Su Xin's swordsmanship was evidently inferior to that of Hong Fong. This young man, even Su Bohong, was enveloped in confusion at this moment. Only Su Xin comprehended the reasons behind it all. Presently, his heart surged with unexpected delight. The power of bloodlines. This was indeed the power of bloodlines. Su Xin clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with intense brilliance. He had merely exerted a slight guidance, estimating that he had utilized only 2 or 3/10 of his bloodline power, yet the might of his sword had surged nearly tenfold, severely wounding Hong Fong with just one strike. Such was the result of mere subtle guidance. What would transpire if he unleashed his full power? Furthermore, his bloodline awakening had not occurred long ago, and his own strength was still insufficient, allowing him to harness only a minuscule portion of his bloodline power. It was only with greater strength that he could tap into more of this power, which would become increasingly formidable. Taking a deep breath, Su Xin noticed that everyone around him was gazing at him. He chose not to elaborate further, tempering his expression before departing. from start to finish. He could hardly be bothered to cast another glance at Hong Fong. After all, he had never considered Hong Fong a true opponent. Their encounter was merely a means to test the potency of his bloodline power. Meanwhile, Zhao Qing, who had summoned Hong Fong to contend with Su Xian, wore a grim expression. This Su Xian had managed to defeat Hong Fong head-on. It seemed that I must await my elder brother's return to teach him a lesson. Zhao Qing clenched his fists tightly, casting a fierce glare at Su Xian's retreating figure. Just wait, Su Xian. Though you possess some degree of strength, it amounts to nothing before my elder brother. When the Sword Order competition arrives, my brother will ensure that all members of the Su family comprehend the essence of true despair. Chapter 6. The Red Dragon Tower under the luminous moonlight of the night. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Young master, the news of your victory over Hong Fong has already spread throughout the family. Many members of the Su clan, including some elders, hold you in high regard. Some even say that despite your 3-year delay in the forbidden magic prison, your innate talent remains largely intact. Hong Shan exclaimed excitedly. A smile involuntarily graced Su Xian's lips. Defeating a mere Hong Fong was of little concern to him. What truly mattered was the family's perception of him. 3 years prior, an incident had left the entire clan harboring considerable resentment towards him. Although today's battle could not entirely dispel that animosity, it would at least enhance his standing in the eyes of his family. After all, in this world, strength commands respect. The fact that he, with the cultivation of an initial true martial 8th layer, had directly defeated Hong Fong, who stood at the pinnacle of the 8th layer, was already enough to earn him admiration from numerous Su family members. A mere Hong Fong, whose name I did not even know until now, was of little consequence. However, Zhao Ling. Su Xian's gaze narrowed. Zhao Ling, a peak true martial 10th layer cultivator, was undeniably a genius with formidable combat prowess, reportedly rivaling even those in the Transformation Sea realm. Yet he had only just entered the 8th level of the true martial realm, and the disparity in their cultivation was insurmountable. Unless he disregarded the consequences to unleash the divine annihilation secret technique, he truly had no confidence in achieving victory. To surpass, or even eliminate Zhao Ling in the Sword Order contest, his cultivation would need to ascend to at least the 9th level of the true martial realm, or even the pinnacle of that level, to have any hope. However, with merely half a month remaining until the contest, even with his bloodline inheritance technique that allowed him to cultivate at an astonishingly rapid pace, it would be exceedingly challenging to reach such heights. Perhaps, with the aid of elixirs, there might still be a glimmer of possibility. Su Xian pondered. On the following morning, Su Xian made his way to the treasure pavilion of the Su family, overseen by one of the family elders. Young master, I deeply regret to inform you that while I could provide you with a few ordinary spirit-gathering pills, the superior ones are in exceedingly short supply within the family. Furthermore, with the impending Sword Order contest, the family head has already instructed me to distribute the few exceptional spirit-gathering pills we possess to those of the clan who are most capable and have the greatest potential to rival Zhao Ling. In order to enhance their cultivation as much as possible, the elder explained. Distributed, you say? Su Xian furrowed his brow, though he was not particularly surprised. Ever since the decline of the Su family, their resources had dwindled drastically compared to 3 years prior. During the family's prosperous days, they could procure numerous superior spirit-gathering pills annually, yet now they could scarcely manage a mere dozen in a year. Moreover, with the approach of the Sword Order contest, the upper echelons of the Su family, including his father, were placing immense emphasis on it, having already allocated the few exceptional spirit-gathering pills to the most formidable and promising descendants of the family to bolster their cultivation. As for Su Xian, no one would believe that a person recently released from the confines of the demon suppression prison could contend with Zhao Ling on behalf of the Su family. Even though he triumphed over Hong Fong yesterday, the latter was merely at the pinnacle of the true martial realm's 8th layer. The family members regarded Su Xian as quite formidable, possessing commendable talent, yet none considered him a threat to Zhao Ling. Without the exceptional gathering spirit pills, there remained no choice but to venture to that place. Su Xian pondered, and soon he departed the estate alone. In the heart of Yongning County's capital, 2 towering black spires stood majestically, resembling colossal giants surveying the entire city. These black towers housed the renowned Red Dragon Tower of the Tianyin dynasty. The Red Dragon Tower was established by the founding monarch of the Tianyin dynasty several centuries ago, with branches throughout the nation. In each of the 36 states and counties of the Tianyin dynasty, there exists a Red Dragon Tower, created for 2 primary purposes. Firstly, to monitor the realm. The realm refers to the territory of the Tianyin dynasty. Any disturbance in any corner of the states and counties would be immediately reported to the monarch by the Red Dragon Tower. Secondly, to gather the talents of the world. Within the Red Dragon Tower are the illustrious True Martial Pavilion and the Dragon Seeking Tower. The True Martial Pavilion primarily assesses the skills of martial artists in the True Martial Realm, consisting of 15 levels. Those who can conquer the 10th level of the True Martial Realm are deemed geniuses throughout the entire Tianyan dynasty. In the Seeking Dragon Tower, the challenge is directed towards practitioners of the Sea Transformation Realm, testing their overall strength. Although it comprises merely 3 levels, any individual capable of overcoming the first level is deemed a first-rate genius. Should one succeed in breaching the second level, they would be classified as an extraordinary talent. Such prodigies are exceedingly rare within an entire dynasty, numbering perhaps only 30 to 40 in a single era, with one emerging on average from each province. As for the third level, those who conquer it are referred to as unparalleled anomalies. Such extraordinary individuals appear within the Tianyan dynasty only once every few years or even decades, their rarity surpassing that of the legendary Bloodline Awakeners. Before the two towering structures, the daunting difficulty of the Seeking Dragon Tower deters many, while the Jinwu Pavilion attracts a larger crowd. At this moment, the area before the Jinwu Pavilion is filled with hundreds of people. Aside from a few spectators, most are practitioners of the Jinwu realm who possess a certain level of confidence in their abilities. Currently, a practitioner at the 9th level of Jinwu is attempting the challenge, having successfully passed through 7 levels. However, upon reaching the 8th level, he was swiftly defeated and expelled. Achieving the 7th level at the 9th level of Jinwu is commendable. Many at the 10th level struggle to surpass it. The onlookers engage in discussion, noting that the trials within the Jinwu Pavilion focus solely on skill rather than cultivation level. For an ordinary practitioner of the Jinwu realm, clearing the 5th level is considered standard, while passing the 6th and 7th levels indicates a commendable level of skill. Surpassing the 8th and 9th levels, however, marks one as a truly formidable contender. Suddenly, a graceful figure appears beneath the Jinwu Pavilion's tower. With a live figure clad in formidable attire and a longsword in hand, she exuded an air of remarkable valor, captivating the attention of all present with her exquisite and ethereal countenance. It was she, Su Yuning, the proud young lady of the Su family, who had once again come to conquer the Jinwu Pavilion. This marked her 6th attempt at the Jinwu Pavilion this year. In her previous endeavors, she had successfully ascended to the 8th level, only to struggle in vain on the 9th. Was she here once more to conquer the 9th level? Many practitioners of the Jinwu realm gathered below the tower recognized her and could not help but jest. To challenge the Jinwu Pavilion, one merely needed to possess the cultivation of the Jinwu realm. No other requirements existed. Thus, numerous practitioners within Yongning County frequented this challenge, some seeking to hone their skills or test their mettle, returning multiple times each year. Su Yuning was among them. In a corner of the crowd, Su Xin, donning a conical hat that obscured his features, lifted his gaze to behold the graceful silhouette ahead. Su Yuning, his cousin, was 2 years his senior. In their youth, they shared a close bond, but in recent years, under the pressure of factional influences, she had been honing her abilities in the outside world. Evidently, her cultivation had now advanced to the 10th level of the Jinwu realm. Among the direct descendants of the Su family, the only ones qualified to contend with Zhao Ling in the sword command competition, aside from the renowned Su Qinghong, were Su Yuning. Gazing at the towering edifice of the Jinwu Pavilion, Su Yuning resolved that after a month of rigorous training in the outside world, she had made significant progress in her swordsmanship. This time, she must conquer the 9th level, otherwise, how could she hope to defeat Zhao Ling in the sword command competition if she could not even surpass the 9th level of the Jinwu Pavilion? Zhao Ling had not only reached the pinnacle of the True Martial 10th realm, but had also successfully traversed the 10th level of the True Martial Pavilion a year ago, earning the esteemed yellow grade token from the Crimson Dragon Tower. In contrast, although she too was at the True Martial 10th realm, she was still considerably distant from the summit of her potential, her cultivation falling short. If she could not even conquer the 9th level of the True Martial Pavilion, the disparity between her and Zhao Ling would be insurmountable. Su Yuning soon entered the True Martial Pavilion. As had been the case in her previous 5 attempts, she effortlessly passed through the first 7 levels. Upon reaching the 8th level, she invested some time but ultimately succeeded in overcoming it, only to find herself facing the 9th level. There, she exerted all her skills and engaged in a protracted battle, yet ultimately met with failure. As she emerged from the True Martial Pavilion, her figure trembled slightly, her lips pursed in frustration, and her face a mask of discontent. I gave it my all, yet still failed. I couldn't even surpass the 9th level. How on earth did that monster Zhao Ling manage to conquer the 10th level? A multitude of practitioners gathered outside the True Martial Pavilion watched in awe as Su Yuning faltered at the 9th level. Just as she was about to depart, a figure brushed past her. Su Yuning instinctively glanced over, her heart stirred. Though this individual wore a wide-brimmed hat that obscured their features, Their mere presence instilled in her a sense of familiarity and even closeness, a feeling that left her perplexed. Who could this person be? They appeared to possess only the cultivation of the true martial eighth realm. Were they also here to challenge the true martial pavilion? Su Yuning had initially intended to depart. Yet he found himself lingering. The familiar silhouette he recognized had just entered the Jinwu Pavilion. On the first floor of the Jinwu Pavilion, Su Xian stood, gazing at the 10 formidable battle puppets stationed in the open space before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. 5 years ago, when I first ventured into the Jinwu Pavilion at the tender age of 13, despite my utmost efforts, I was vanquished at the 10th level. However, after 2 years of significantly enhancing my swordsmanship, I believed that surpassing the 10th level would be a relatively effortless feat yet. These past 3 years, my bloodline has awakened, and my comprehension has markedly improved, allowing me to independently evolve more profound sword techniques from a single style. The current me possesses a swordsmanship that far surpasses my former self. If I were to exert my full strength, how many levels could I conquer? An undercurrent of anticipation coursed through Su Xian. The trials of the Jinwu Pavilion do not assess one's cultivation, but rather one's skill. And this skill, to put it plainly, is Su Xian's swordsmanship. Chapter 7. Tremor atop a towering black spire within the Red Dragon Tower. An elderly man with flowing white hair and a long beard leisurely sat before a tea table, sipping tea while perusing a recently acquired piece of intelligence. The martial arena's champion had, astonishingly, been assassinated by enemies? The old man shook his head in disbelief. It was rather careless. With his prowess, he should have been able to overcome the first level of the Seek Dragon Tower after several more years of seclusion. Alas, what a pity. The Red Dragon Tower gathers the world's talents, but does not interfere with their growth. In other words, regardless of the challenges faced by these prodigies, even if it were known that one of them was about to be covertly assassinated, the Crimson Dragon Tower would remain indifferent. As the long-bearded elder mentioned, the individual from the martial arena could also be considered a genius, having once ascended to the 10th level of the True Martial Tower during his cultivation in the True Martial Realm. The Crimson Dragon Tower had consistently monitored his development. Yet regrettably, this talent had not fully matured in strength before meeting his untimely demise. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed as a black-clad steward appeared before the long-bearded elder. Supervisor. The individual currently traversing the True Martial Tower has already surpassed the 8th level, the steward reported. The elder furrowed his brow. It was unnecessary to inform him of merely reaching the 8th level. The steward, having served him for many years, should have known his temperament. Supervisor. The esteemed inspector stationed at the True Martial Pavilion has stated that this individual has a significant likelihood of surpassing the 12th level. The steward continued. What did you say? The elder was taken aback. Surpassing the 10th level of the True Martial Pavilion already categorized one as a first-rate genius, worthy of receiving the yellow level token from the Crimson Dragon Tower. Surpassing the 12th level? Such a talent would undoubtedly be among the most exceptional in the Tianyan dynasty. It was rare to find even a few in an entire state, and within their own Yongning County. There were none capable of achieving the 12th level in the present day. Moreover, these words came from the inspector who presided over the True Martial Pavilion. Although this inspector held a slightly inferior status and strength compared to the elder, his insight was indisputable. If he claimed that the individual traversing the True Martial Pavilion had a considerable chance of reaching the 12th level, it was highly likely that he would indeed succeed. The venerable elder with a long beard immediately set forth. Beneath the tower of the True Martial Pavilion, numerous practitioners from the True Martial realm continued to gather. The individual who had just ascended had, astonishingly, reached the 8th level. Su Yuning, amidst the throng, gazed upward at the 8 lanterns now illuminated atop the tower. Each level of the True Martial Pavilion bore a lantern, and the illumination signified the successful passage of that tier. However, the time he took to conquer the 8th level was evidently longer than mine. It was clear that breaching the 8th level was his utmost limit. And concerning the 9th level, he likely held little hope. Su Yuning mused inwardly. At that moment, whoosh, a figure suddenly soared from the pinnacle of another tower. And then, remarkably, it hovered in midair, casting a commanding gaze over the entire True Martial Pavilion. A master of the void-breaking realm. It was Lord Yuanqing, the overseer of the Red Dragon Tower. What occurrence within the True Martial Pavilion could have stirred Lord Yuanqing? A wave of commotion rippled through the assembly below. What is happening? Su Yuning furrowed his brow. In the Tianyan dynasty, the overseer of the Red Dragon Tower held a status comparable to that of a district governor. Within Yongning County, he was undoubtedly one of the most eminent figures. Such a high-ranking individual rarely made public appearances. Even if someone were to conquer the 10th level of the True Martial Pavilion, it would not necessarily warrant a personal audience with Lord Yuanqing. Yet now, it was evident that Lord Yuanqing had come specifically for the True Martial Pavilion. Could it be due to the individual currently attempting to breach its levels? Unlikely, for that person had yet to surpass the 9th level, hadn't they? Su Yuning's expression turned peculiar. In midair, the silver-haired Yuan Qing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the tower below, where every detail within the Jinwu Tower lay beneath his watchful eye. Within the 9th level of the Jinwu Tower, a young man clad in black and donning a conical hat engaged in fierce combat against 10 formidable war puppets wielding silver-long spears. These war puppets were the very challenges posed by the Jinwu Pavilion, with 10 adversaries on each level. However, as one ascended, the puppet spear techniques became increasingly sophisticated, and their coordination improved remarkably. From the 1st level onward, the strength of these war puppets matched that of the challengers. By the 9th level, their spear techniques had reached an extraordinary level, and under the combined assault of 10 war puppets, many formidable practitioners in the sea transformation realm found it exceedingly difficult to advance solely through skill. Yet, at this moment, confronted by the relentless onslaught of 10 war puppets, Su Xian moved with an ethereal grace, appearing at various corners of the battlefield. His seemingly casual strikes were astoundingly intricate and precise, effortlessly neutralizing the lethal spear techniques unleashed by the 10 war puppets. It was astonishingly effortless. Yuan Qing's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart filled with awe. He now comprehended why the inspector from the Jinwu Pavilion had such confidence in Su Xian's potential to conquer the 12th level. His agility and swordsmanship melded together in flawless harmony, leaving scarcely any openings. Those 10 war puppets, capable of executing commendable spear techniques, were akin to infants wielding firewood in his hands, simply incomparable. This young man was, without a doubt, toying with the war puppets, Yuan Qing mused. Indeed, it was a mere jest. From the 6th level onward, Su Xian had already begun to play with these battle puppets. He had not employed any sophisticated swordsmanship. Rather, he wielded his sword with casual indifference, effortlessly vanquishing these adversaries. Before long, he had surmounted the 9th level, followed closely by the 10th and 11th. Although the prowess of the puppets had been significantly enhanced in these 2 levels, especially the 11th, where each puppet's marksmanship was nearly on par with those at the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm, the combined might of 10 puppets was formidable. Yet, Su Xian navigated this challenge with remarkable ease. How could his understanding of swordsmanship reach such heights? Yuan Qing marveled in astonishment. In the 12th level of the Jinwu Pavilion, the strength of the battle puppet surged once more. Su Xian finally found himself no longer as nonchalant as before. He commenced utilizing his swordsmanship. Upon its manifestation, he swept through the 10 puppets with the ferocity of a tempest, conquering the 12th level. As he approached the 13th level, each puppet's marksmanship surpassed that of over 99% of sea transformation experts, achieving the zenith of that realm. 10 puppets advanced simultaneously, their speed astonishing, effectively sealing off Su Xian's escape routes. At this juncture, Su Xian unleashed his full potential. With his long sword in hand, he became one with it, unleashing a flurry of sword shadows that resembled imposing mountains, standing resolutely against the onslaught of the advancing spears. The Hunyuan sword technique. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Qing raised an eyebrow in astonishment. The revered Hunyuan sword art, renowned for its unparalleled defense among the Su family's martial techniques. Could it be that he is a descendant of the Su clan? Just as this thought flickered through Yuan Qing's mind, it was swiftly dismissed. No, that cannot be. Yuan Qing's gaze was fixed intently on Su Xian, who was engaged in combat with the battle puppets. The swordplay he had just executed bore an uncanny resemblance to the Su family's Hunyuan sword art, emanating an aura akin to an immense and formidable mountain, impervious to the tempestuous assaults that rained down around him. This was indeed a technique focused solely on defense. Yet, as Su Xian wielded his sword, it was no longer the weighty mountain. It transformed into a colossal grinding stone, ruthlessly crushing through the battle puppets with sheer ferocity. Ascending to the 13th level, he triumphed. Upon reaching the 14th level of the Jinwu Pavilion, Su Xian unleashed his full potential. His swordsmanship transcended the confines of mere forms and techniques, becoming an enigma. It was either a strike as swift as a thunderbolt or a lethal thrust, executed with the stealth of an assassin, or a terrifying blow so rapid that its shadow eluded capture. The 10 battle puppets, employing their spear techniques, launched a frenzied assault. Yet they could not withstand the sheer ferocity of Su Xian's swordplay. After an arduous struggle, he prevailed at the 14th level. Could it be that he has crossed that threshold? The astonishment within Yuan Qing was beyond the capacity of words to convey, and his gaze upon Su Xian was akin to that of a creature gazing at a monster. In the 14th level of the Jinwu Tower, each battle puppet has achieved a level of skill comparable to that of an average Broken Void realm expert. When 10 of these battle puppets join forces, Many Broken Void Realm practitioners find it insurmountable. Yet this young man, merely at the 8th level of Jinwu, managed to surpass the 14th level. An 8th level Jinwu practitioner surpassing ordinary Broken Void experts in skill? Who is this extraordinary individual, mentored by an ancient master, producing such a terrifying prodigy in martial arts? He aspires to challenge the 15th level, the final tier of the Jinwu Pavilion. Yuan Qing watches with anticipation. However, regrettably, upon reaching the 15th level, Su Xian merely engaged in a brief skirmish with the 10 battle puppets before withdrawing from the battlefield. The 15th level of the Jinwu Pavilion presents a significantly greater challenge than the 14th. If I were to unleash my most formidable sword strike without reservation, perhaps I could pass through, but that strike is far too conspicuous. Once employed, my identity would likely be compromised. Moreover, for someone at the Jinwu realm to rely solely on skill to conquer the 15th level of the Jinwu Pavilion would be utterly astonishing. At that point, not only would Yongning County be shaken, but the entire Tianyin dynasty would likely tremble. My current strength remains insufficient. It is prudent to avoid drawing too much attention. Su Xian possesses self-awareness. Soon, he exited the Jinwu Pavilion, having successfully conquered the 14th level, but halted at the 15th. Chapter 8. Guidance outside the Jinwu Pavilion. Hundreds had gathered, including Su Yuning, all intently gazing at the flickering lights atop the Black Tower. Upon witnessing that even Lord Yuan Qing, the esteemed supervisor of the Red Dragon Tower, was stirred, they all recognized that the individual breaching the true martial pavilion must possess extraordinary prowess. Indeed, one by one, the lanterns in the tower illuminated, first the 9th, then the 10th, the 11th, until finally, even the lantern on the 14th level shone brightly. All present were utterly astonished. The vast square fell into a profound silence, enveloped in an eerie stillness. They were immersed in an unprecedented sense of awe and disbelief. The 14th level. Su Yuning parted her lips in astonishment. Initially, upon observing Su Xian's prolonged struggle at the 8th level, she instinctively doubted his ability to even breach the 9th. Little did she know that before reaching the 12th level, Su Xian had barely exerted himself, casually wielding his sword to toy with the combat puppets, which accounted for the seemingly extended duration. To conquer the 14th level of the true martial pavilion signifies that his skills rival, if not surpass, those of an ordinary void-breaking realm expert. Such a prodigious talent in martial arts is unlikely to be found again in the current era of the Tianyin dynasty. Others nearby echoed their astonishment. At that moment, the 14 lanterns of the true martial pavilion extinguished simultaneously, and the tower doors swung open. Look, he is coming out. All eyes instinctively turned towards the direction of the tower doors. With a whoosh, a figure descended from the void, landing directly before the entrance. As Su Xian stepped out of the true martial pavilion, he immediately sensed countless fervent gazes upon him. These stares were indeed fiery, brimming with unabashed shock, reverence, and a hint of envy. The feat of traversing the 14th level of the Jinwu Pavilion is nothing short of extraordinary. Greetings, young friend. A white-haired man named Yuan Qing stood before Su Xian, his demeanor radiating warmth. I am Yuan Qing, the supervisor of the Red Dragon Tower in Yongning County. Yuan Qing inquired, and Su Xian nodded in acknowledgement. May I know your esteemed name? Jian, Su Xian replied. A name he had resolved upon prior to his venture into the Jinwu Pavilion. Jian? Yuan Qing's heart stirred as he quickly discerned that this was merely an alias. Recognizing that Su Xian had no intention of revealing his true identity, and thus refrained from further inquiries. Having conquered the 14th level of the Jinwu Pavilion, you have rightfully earned the privilege to receive a Earth-level token from our Red Dragon Tower. Yuan Qing presented a gilded token to Su Xian, upon which the words Red Dragon were elegantly inscribed in a flamboyant script. Earth level, you say? Su Xian raised an eyebrow. The Red Dragon Tower possesses 4 distinct tiers of tokens: Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow, each signifying varying degrees of authority within the tower. The Yellow token grants the lowest privileges but allows for minor assistance from the Red Dragon Tower. In contrast, the Heaven token bestows considerable authority. Typically, its holder can directly request entry into the Genius Concentration Camp, the highest echelon of the Tianyin dynasty, for cultivation, thereby receiving abundant resources for development without charge. However, acquiring a Heaven token is exceedingly challenging. It requires one to conquer the 15th level of the Jinwu Pavilion or to navigate the 3rd level of the Xuanlong Tower during the Transforming Sea Realm. Such prodigies are rare, emerging only once every few years or even decades within the entire Tianyin dynasty. Su Xian successfully navigated through the 14th level of the Jinwu Pavilion, an accomplishment that, while astonishing, still fell short of the requirements for a heavenly token. The Earth token, however, was more than sufficient. Upon receiving the token, Su Xian felt a surge of joy within. My young friend, Yuan Qing remarked with a smile, according to our regulations. Having obtained the Earth Token grants you considerable privileges within the Qilong Tower. Should you require our assistance or seek certain resources and treasures, feel free to express your needs. As long as they fall within your realm of authority, the Qilong Tower will be more than willing to accommodate you. However, Yuan Qing continued, the Qilong Tower will not intervene in your growth process. This means that if you encounter dangers or adversaries along your journey, we shall not intercede. I understand, Su Xian nodded. Indeed, the Qilong Tower refrains from meddling in the development of prodigies. In fact, for the Qilong Tower, appropriate dangers and potential foes serve as valuable trials for these talents, which is why they remain indifferent. I currently find myself in need of some superior gathering spirit pills. Su Xian stated. Superior gathering spirit pills? Yuan Qing chuckled. Due to their high grade, the probability of successfully crafting them is exceedingly low, rendering them quite rare and precious. However, in truth, these pills are only beneficial for warriors at the Jinwu realm. Their efficacy diminishes significantly for those at the Huahai realm or above. Therefore, in the eyes of the senior powers within the Tianyin dynasty, the superior gathering spirit pills are hardly regarded as valuable resources. Given your current Earth level authority, it poses no issue for you to request some superior gathering spirit pills. How many would you like? Yuan Qing inquired. 20, please, Su Xian replied. He did not desire much, merely 20 exquisite gathering spirit pills, which would suffice for him to indulge freely within the realm of true martial. Once he ascended to the sea transformation realm, these exceptional pills would lose their significance. Yuan Qing promptly summoned the steward of the Red Dragon Tower. Please wait a moment. My young friend, I have already instructed someone to prepare them, and they shall be delivered shortly, Yuan Qing assured. Thank you for your trouble. Su Xian replied with a slight smile. Just then, a graceful figure approached. Is that you, Ningjia? Su Xian inquired, his expression peculiar, for it was Su Yuning. I am Su Yuning of the Su family, humbly requesting your guidance, esteemed sir. With her sword cradled in her arms, she bowed deeply, adopting a stance of utmost humility. The surrounding crowd stirred with excitement, expressing admiration for Su Yuning's bravery. It was well known that this enigmatic swordsman, known as Sword One, had recently conquered the 14th level of the True Martial Pavilion, with swordsmanship unparalleled throughout the Tianyin Empire's true martial realm. In stark contrast, Su Yuning had yet to surpass the 9th level, highlighting the vast gulf between them. Such a disparity would typically warrant only reverence. Yet Su Yuning dared to step forward and solicit guidance. She remained bowed, her exquisite features marred only by the subtle biting of her silver teeth. Aware that her approach might seem somewhat abrupt, she nonetheless summoned her courage. After all, she wielded a sword herself, and the mastery exhibited by this individual was unprecedented in her experience. Within the Su family, no one could rival such a level of swordsmanship. She simply could not bear to miss this opportunity for direct instruction. Su Xian regarded Su Yuning with a peculiar gaze, pondering for a moment before nodding in agreement. Lowering his voice, very well, I shall oblige you. Su Yuning's heart soared with joy at once. The onlookers, including Yuan Qing, were taken aback. They had not anticipated that this man, who clearly held a transcendent status as Mr. Sword One, would indeed agree to offer guidance. With a soft exhale, Su Yuning retreated a respectful distance and drew his longsword. Sir, your cultivation is at the 8th realm of true martial, thus I shall restrain my power to this level. Please, feel free to strike. Su Xian appeared relaxed and at ease. Suddenly, Su Yuning unleashed his sword, creating a brilliant flash of light as the air around them seemed to dance with falling snowflakes. The snowfall sword technique? Su Xian chuckled softly. Su Yuning was employing the Su family's renowned sword technique, one with which Su Xian was exceedingly familiar. Waves of sword shadows cascaded like drifting snowflakes. Yet Su Xian merely stood there, effortlessly countering with simple, unadorned strikes without invoking any complex sword techniques. Each swing was perfectly timed to exploit the vulnerabilities of the snowflakes, causing them to dissipate. Impressive, Su Yuning marveled, then immediately invoked the most formidable strike of the snowfall sword technique, the Snow Slash. The Snow Slash consisted of 9 strokes, each faster than the last. Having practiced this technique for years, Su Yuning was capable of executing 8 consecutive strikes. Fully aware of the terrifying prowess of Mr. Sword One, he committed himself entirely, launching all 8 strikes in unison. However, Su Xian remained steadfast in his position, not taking a single step forward. With a simple yet decisive movement, he parried several strikes, effortlessly deflecting all 8 swift beams of sword light. Could it be so simple as to thwart my snow-cutting 8 swords? Su Yuning was left in disbelief. Unleash your strongest sword technique, Su Xian urged. Sir, please be cautious. Su Yuning replied, her cheeks flushed. She then leapt into the air, her form resplendent and graceful, reminiscent of a phoenix descending upon the world. with a flourish. She swung her longsword, and a brilliant radiance erupted forth. So beautiful! Those observing were enraptured by the spectacle. The phoenix descends sword? Su Xian narrowed his eyes, but lamented. Alas, merely the first move. Clang. The sound of clashing steel echoed as Su Yuning's sword slipped from her grasp, a sharp edge now poised against her delicate neck. This is how I am defeated? The icy sensation against her throat left her in shock. Yet Su Xian remained indifferent, stating, crude, far too crude. The swordsmanship itself is formidable, yet when executed by you, it is a disarray. You prioritize form over essence, focusing solely on the superficial elegance of the technique while neglecting the fundamental nature of swordplay. It may appear beautiful and captivating, but it serves no purpose whatsoever. Reflect upon this. With that, Su Xian sheathed his sword and turned to depart. Prioritize form over essence? Focus solely on the superficial, neglecting the essence of swordplay? Su Yuning's mind rang with these words, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. After a moment of contemplation, she regained her composure and reverently bowed to Su Xian, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, sir." Upon hearing those words, Su Xian, with his back, turned to Su Yuning. Couldn't help but touch his nose, a playful smile emerging on his face. He recalled how, during his childhood, Su Yuning would often pat his head, promising to adhere to his wishes in the future. Yet now, if Sister Ning were to discover that the gentleman she referred to was none other than the little boy she had frequently patted on the head, one could only imagine her expression. Such thoughts lingered in Su Xian's mind. Chapter 9. The battle for supremacy begins, young friend. Here's the exquisite spirit-gathering pill you requested. Yuan Qing presented a delicate jade box to Su Xian. After a brief glance inside, Su Xian carefully stored the box away. Thank you, he expressed his gratitude before taking his leave. A multitude of martial artists gathered in front of the Jinwu Pavilion, their faces filled with awe and reverence as they watched Su Xian depart. Supervisor, should we send someone to follow him and ascertain his identity? Inquired a black-clad steward. No need, Yuan Qing replied, shaking his head. Since he is using an alias, he clearly wishes to keep his identity concealed. Our mission at the Qilong Tower is to befriend exceptional talents like him, fostering a sense of gratitude that may lead them to serve the dynasty in the future. If we were to pry too deeply or covertly trail him, it could backfire if he were to catch wind of it. Furthermore, it is remarkable for someone at the 8th level of Jinwu to conquer the 14th level of the Jinwu Pavilion. Such a prodigy cannot remain unnoticed. It is only a matter of time before he gains renown in Tianyan. We need only to observe. With utmost caution, Su Xian took his time to ensure he was not being followed before finally returning to the Su family home. In the room, Su Xian gazed at the jade box containing 20 fragrant, milky white elixirs, a wave of joy washing over him. These exceptional spirit-gathering pills boasted effects several times more potent than ordinary ones. With merely 15 days remaining until the sword order contention, he could consume one each day. Coupled with the cultivation speed granted by his inherited techniques, it was undoubtedly feasible for him to break through to the 9th layer of true martial realm in half a month, or even to the 10th layer. A possibility not to be dismissed. Su Xian smiled, and from that day forth, he dedicated most of his time to cultivation. With the aid of the extraordinary spirit-gathering pills and the rapid advancement of his inherited methods, his cultivation progressed at a terrifying pace. Days slipped by. During Su Xian's seclusion, the Su family experienced a tumultuous period. Notably, several prominent young talents, including Su Qinghong and Su Yuning, returned to the family after their time spent in external training to enhance their strength, all in preparation for the impending battle against Zhao Ling. Each had made significant progress during their journeys, especially Su Qinghong. Rumors within the Su family suggested that Su Qinghong had reached the pinnacle of the 10th layer of true martial realm, rivaling Zhao Ling's prowess. This ignited a wave of hope among the Su family, with many believing he could genuinely defeat Zhao Ling in the sword order contention. However, mere days later, Zhao Ling also returned. On the very day of his return, he went directly to the Red Dragon Tower and successfully passed the 11th level of the true martial pavilion. The news sent shockwaves throughout the entire Su family. It is known that successfully traversing the 10th level of the Jinwu Pavilion signifies one as a first-rate genius, and such prodigies are exceedingly rare within the entirety of Yongning County. To surpass the 11th level is an even more remarkable feat recently. There were whispers of an individual named Jian Yi, an 8th-tier cultivator, astonishingly breaching the 14th level of the Jinwu Pavilion. However, since Jian Yi is not affiliated with the Su family, the commotion it caused within the family was relatively modest. In contrast, Zhao Ling emerges from the Su lineage, thus generating a far greater uproar within the clan. The members of the Su family were left in awe. The retainers were ecstatic, reveling in jubilation, while the core members of the Su family were notably subdued, particularly those who had previously favored Su Qinghong, believing him capable of besting Zhao Ling. Upon hearing this news, they fell silent. Despite their comparable cultivation levels, Su Qinghong had only managed to conquer the 9th level of the Jinwu Pavilion, still a slight distance from the 10th. Zhao Ling, however, had surpassed the 11th level, creating a significant gap in their respective skills. This led to a profound sense of despondency among the younger generation of the Su family, with many already succumbing to despair. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, what is meant to unfold shall inevitably do so. The day for contesting the Su family sword decree has arrived. Creak. Su Xian opened the door and stepped out. Young master, Hong Shan had been waiting outside. The contest for the sword decree is set for today. Su Xian gazed into the distance, noting the expression on his young master's face, which suggested a degree of advancement in his cultivation. Have you made progress? Hong Shan inquired. Progress? I suppose so. While it may not have fully met my expectations, it is nonetheless satisfactory. With a faint smile, Su Xian reflected on the rapid advancement of his cultivation over the past fortnight. Initially, he had aspired to elevate his prowess to the 10th stage of true martial realm within this period. However, he found himself at the pinnacle of the 9th stage, merely a half-step away from the coveted 10th stage. Given another 2 or 3 days, he was confident he could breach that threshold, yet the sword order competition was imminent. Nevertheless, despite the imperfection of his situation, reaching the peak of the 9th stage was more than sufficient for Su Xian. Though he stood at the peak of the 9th stage, the profound techniques he practiced amplified his strength, rendering him nearly equal to an average 10th stage practitioner. Furthermore, with the power of his bloodline, when fully unleashed, he would undoubtedly surpass even the pinnacle of the 10th stage. Clenching his fists, his eyes radiated unwavering confidence. Zhao Ling, an outsider daring to covet the sword order of the Su family. Such insolence must be punished. After 3 years of delay, the Su family has lost the respect due to me, the young master. Today, I shall use him to re-establish my authority. In the Su family's martial arts garden, a vast expanse of greenery, the central area transformed into a training ground, bustling with activity. Once ignored, today it was teeming with people. Each year, the Su family hosted a grand competition for its youth, but this particular contest held immense significance as it determined the ownership of the sword order. The core lineage of the Su family, alongside numerous powerful disciples from various factions, had gathered, accompanied by a multitude of maids and servants, amassing a crowd of over 1,000 individuals. Above the training grounds, 3 seats were arranged in the stands. The 2 outer seats were occupied by the elders of the Su family. Beneath the family head, the Su clan was guided by 3 prominent elders. The eldest, Su Boyong, was the only formidable cultivator beyond the Void Realm, currently stationed elsewhere to oversee matters. Presently seated were the 2nd elder, Su Taidong, and the 3rd elder, Su Baihu, both of whom had attained the pinnacle of the Sea Transformation realm. Among them, Su Baihu was the younger brother of the Su family head, thus making him the uncle of Su Xian. Before the 2 elders stood 4 of the most formidable disciples of the Su family, each having reached the 10th level of true martial cultivation, including Su Qinghong and Su Yuning. To allow outsiders to partake in our Su family's sword order competition is a disgrace. Should any outsider emerge victorious and seize the sword order, our Su family would become a laughingstock. The 2nd elder, Su Taidong, a towering figure with eyes glaring like brass bells, bellowed fiercely. You 4 are the last hope of our clan. Whether you can defeat Zhao Ling and restore our family's honor rests solely upon your shoulders. Remember, at any cost, bring that Zhao Ling down. Even if it requires sacrificing yourselves, you must accomplish this. Understood, replied Su Qinghong and the others with solemn nods. Fully aware of the significance of the battle ahead, the Su family, once a prestigious clan of the Tianyan dynasty, held an inherent pride and dignity that could not be trampled upon by anyone. Should an outsider seize the sword command, the pride and dignity of the Su family would be utterly obliterated, a fate far more agonizing for many members of the Su clan than death itself. Meanwhile, in another corner of the training grounds, a multitude of powerful progeny from various factions congregated, among them a defiant young man wielding a battle blade. Standing prominently at the forefront, like a crane among chickens, he is Zhao Ling, whose cultivation has already reached the pinnacle of the true martial 10th realm and has skillfully advanced through the 11th level of the true martial pavilion, singularly imposing immense pressure on the younger generation of the Su family, marking him as an extraordinary talent. Brother, look, everyone around is watching you. Especially those young Su clan members. Their gazes are as if they wish to devour you whole, Zhao Qing remarked, standing by Zhao Ling's side. Noticing the fervent stares directed towards them, he couldn't help but scoff. These fools, what does their resentment matter? After today's battle, You will be the one to wield the sword command of the Su family. From this day forth, the younger generation of the Su clan will regard you as their superior, and it is very likely that the position of the family head will eventually belong to you as well. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ling smiled. Alas, his father, Zhao Tianlei, the leader of the guest faction, was embroiled in a crucial conflict in Tianshui City with the elder Su Boyong and could not return in person. If only his father could witness the moment when he would overpower the younger generation of the Su family, he would surely be delighted. By the way, brother, about that Su Xin I mentioned earlier, Zhao Qing suddenly interjected. Little Qing. Zhao Ling furrowed his brow, expressing his dissatisfaction. I have previously advised you to broaden your perspective. That Su Xin was indeed a notable figure 3 years ago, but now he has long since faded into obscurity. Such a person is hardly worthy of your attention. Zhao Qing lowered his head in acknowledgement. Zhao Ling cast a glance at him before continuing. Nonetheless, Su Xin has audaciously struck you and uttered such brazen words. I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. During the upcoming contest, should the opportunity arise, I will intervene. Thank you, elder brother, Zhao Qing replied, his heart swelling with joy. He was well aware of his brother's indulgent affection towards him. Just then, whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures suddenly descended from the void onto the viewing platform of the training grounds. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to these 2 figures. It is the family head. The family head has arrived. The members of the Su family were all aflame with excitement. Father, Su Xin, standing in a corner of the crowd, also lifted his gaze towards the platform. Chapter 10. Raindrops. We pay our respects to the family head. On the training grounds, everyone bowed in reverence to the figure who had appeared on the platform, including the powerful members of the guest factions. Clad in a loose, white robe, a handsome and refined middle-aged man stood there, a gentle smile gracing his lips, exuding warmth and approachability. He is none other than Su Xin's father, the current head of the Su family, Su Baichen. After the demise of the family's patriarch, Su Baichen became the pillar of the Su family, their greatest reliance. In his youth, Su Baichen was a renowned prodigy, celebrated throughout Tian'an. However, as time passed, he gradually faded into obscurity, adopting a much more discreet manner of conduct. Yet, those who were aware of his existence dared not underestimate him. His father once remarked that among the formidable warriors of the Su family, even the esteemed elder Su Boyong, who had reached the realm of breakthrough, did not command his regard. Yet, he held a profound respect for Su Baichen. Zhao Ling pondered deeply. Within the Su family, the faction led by Zhao Tianlei had grown increasingly powerful, surpassing the core lineage of the Su family in many aspects. Nevertheless, to this day, Zhao Tianlei refrained from completely severing ties with the Su family, largely due to his apprehension towards the family head. Please rise, Su Baichen said, raising his hand slightly, prompting everyone to stand. This gentleman beside me is Mr. Yuan Qing, the overseer of the Red Dragon Tower in Jiangnan County. Let us pay our respects. Greetings, Lord Yuan Qing. The crowd bowed once more. Haha, I am merely here for a casual visit, Yuan Qing chuckled. Brother Yuan, we had an agreement, Su Baichen replied. Rest assured, Yuan Qing waved his hand dismissively. Come, prepare a seat for Mr. Yuan Qing, Su Baichen commanded. Immediately, a chair was brought forth and placed next to Su Baichen's, as these 2 formidable figures of breakthrough settled down. Meanwhile, whispers began to circulate in the training grounds. It was unexpected that the family head had invited the overseer of the Red Dragon Tower, Lord Yuan Qing, to this competition. After all, this was no ordinary family competition, but one concerning the coveted sword order. Thus the family placed considerable importance on it. Among the crowd stood Su Xin, contemplating the significance of the overseer of the Red Dragon Tower, Yuan Qing. Su Xin furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a sense of trouble brewing. Previously, he had assumed the alias Jian Yi to infiltrate the Red Dragon Tower, enduring his ascent through the 14 levels. The supervisor Yuan Qing had observed the entire process with keen eyes. In the upcoming contest for the sword order, should he choose to intervene, he would undoubtedly exhibit formidable swordsmanship, which would likely lead Yuan Qing to recognize him instantly. Clearly, it was nearly impossible for him to conceal his identity any longer. Time is of the essence. Brother, let us commence, Su Bai solemnly declared. Indeed, Su Bai, who, seated at a nearby bench, nodded subtly. In the next moment, he vanished from sight, reappearing at the center of the training ground. A resounding voice emanated from Su Bai, who, calling forth all those who had passed the family assessment. Immediately, numerous young disciples from both factions, qualified to participate in this contest, stepped forward. Upon a cursory glance, one could see around 60 or 70 individuals, though the majority were merely at the 8th level of true martial realm. In this family competition, only one would emerge victorious. That individual would take command of the Su family sword order and ascend as the leader of the younger generation, wielding the authority akin to that of a clan leader in the outside world. Su Baihu's voice resonated with gravity as his gaze swept across the young disciples before him. It was evident that many of these youthful aspirants bore expressions of excitement and anticipation. To wield the Su family's sword order was an unparalleled honor for the disciples. Yet this honor could ultimately belong to only one. This competition will consist of 2 rounds. Prepare yourselves, for the first round shall commence shortly, Su Baihu announced. Instantly, the participating disciples felt a surge of tension envelop them. After all, this competition pertains to the contest for the sword token, distinct from the usual family tournaments. Thus they were unaware of the specific rules governing this event. Meanwhile, in the stands, Su Bai smiled and said, "Brother Yuan, the stage is yours." Yuan Qing shrugged and rose to his feet. With no prior indication, Yuan Qing suddenly materialized in the arena, hovering above the young participants of the competition. "Younglings, your opponent for the first round is none other than myself," Yuan Qing announced with a calm smile, his voice resonating throughout the arena. "What? Is this some kind of joke?" The faces of the young competitors turned pale. Yuan Qing was a genuine expert of the void-breaking realm, a formidable master of the void-breaking realm, facing off against these fledgling warriors of the true martial realm. "Rest assured, it shall not be as arduous as you imagine, though it will not be a walk in the park either," Yuan Qing continued. "I possess a technique capable of unleashing a broad and densely concentrated attack that will simultaneously encompass all of you. Your task is merely to withstand my strike. If you succeed, you shall advance to the next round. If you fail, you will be eliminated." Yuan Qing spoke with an air of nonchalance. Yet the tension among the crowd was palpable. Even Zhao Ling and Su Qinghong wore exceedingly grave expressions. After all, this was an expert of the void-breaking realm. Although it was merely one strike aimed at all, it was certainly not an easy feat to endure. Without further ado, Yuan Qing made his move. Gazing down upon the multitude of younglings below before extending a finger, a vast surge of spiritual energy rapidly converged in the void, and in an instant, it formed a layer of spiritual power several zhang long, resembling a colossal mirror. From this mirror, countless beams of light surged forth, cascading downwards with astonishing speed. To the young disciples below, it appeared as if a torrential rain had suddenly descended from the sky, with these beams resembling an uncountable multitude of raindrops falling upon them. However, each of these raindrops posed a significant threat. In response to this onslaught, the young disciples erupted with formidable energy, each exerting their utmost to confront the incoming raindrops. Yet, the sheer speed and density of the raindrops, coupled with the tremendous power they harbored, rendered most of the young disciples capable of barely deflecting a few, only to be overwhelmed thereafter. With a cacophony, the torrential downpour swept through, and in the blink of an eye, it ceased. Above, Yuan Qing withdrew his hand, and among the nearly 70 young disciples who had participated in this grand competition, only 10 remained standing. Su Xian was one of them. "To withstand my attack, you few have shown commendable resilience," Yuan Qing remarked with a faint smile before returning to the viewing platform. At this moment, Su Baihu stepped forward. Those who fell injured were all assisted to rest, while a few among the standing 10 were still gasping for breath. Su Baihu remarked, "You have half a stick of incense to recover your strength. After that, the second round of the grand competition will commence." The participants promptly obeyed, descending to recuperate. Meanwhile, the arena was already abuzz with astonishment. Was this truly the conclusion? No one had anticipated the first round to conclude so swiftly. Yet, despite the rapidity, the number of eliminations was substantial. In the stands, Yuan Qing cast a glance at Su Baichen. "Brother Su, you must have observed what transpired just now." Su Baichen nodded slightly. "Indeed, when I executed that particular move earlier, I had, as you suggested, afforded Zhao Ling special consideration. The rain droplets he faced, though similar in speed and density to those encountered by others, bore threefold the force." Yuan Qing's countenance grew grave. Under such circumstances, a typical peak true martial 10th realm practitioner would invariably sustain some impact, which could hinder their subsequent performance. Yet Zhao Ling effortlessly repelled all the raindrops, demonstrating no need to employ any formidable techniques. It was evident that his prowess far exceeded our expectations. "Brother Su, your Su family may find itself in considerable trouble this time," Yuan Qing cautioned. Su Baichen remained silent. Zhao Ling's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, and among the younger generation of the Su family, there was no one capable of standing against him. In a desperate bid to prevent the Su family's sword order from falling into the hands of an outsider, they might be compelled to resort to unsavory methods. For instance, in this instance, Su Baichen's invitation to Yuan Qing was orchestrated with the intention of having Yuan Qing discreetly intervene. Naturally, such intervention could not be overt. It would be foolish to allow Zhao Ling to be eliminated in the first round or gravely injured, as that would be too apparent. Furthermore, Zhao Ling is a prodigy who has successfully traversed the 11th level of the Jinwu Pavilion, possessing yellow tier privileges within the Red Dragon Tower. Yuan Qing could not genuinely antagonize Zhao Ling. His assistance would merely be a favor to Su Baichen, subtly complicating Zhao Ling's path, perhaps causing him to encounter a hidden setback that might slightly hinder his performance in the second round. However, it was evident that despite Yuan Qing's underhanded tactics, the results were far from satisfactory. Zhao Ling's combat prowess remained unscathed. After all, having conquered the 11th level of the Jinwu Pavilion, his strength was widely acknowledged. It was hardly surprising that he could effortlessly fend off the raindrops unleashed by the old man. Yet, that young fellow, Yuan Qing's gaze suddenly shifted to a sword-wielding youth with closed eyes on the training ground. This young man was familiar to him, Su Xian, the young master of the Su family, once a paragon of excellence. Among the 10 individuals who withstood the old man's raindrops, all but this lad possessed cultivation levels above the 10th realm of Jinwu, while he himself stood at the pinnacle of the 9th realm. Notably, compared to the others at the 10th realm, he seemed to withstand the raindrops with remarkable ease. It is worth noting that several of those at the 10th realm were left gasping for breath after enduring the raindrops, evidently struggling throughout the ordeal. Yet, Su Xian, his complexion remained unflushed, and he showed no signs of fatigue. During the process of withstanding the onslaught, Yuan Qing discerned that Su Xian appeared rather nonchalant. Apart from Zhao Ling, Su Xian seemed to be the most relaxed among the others in resisting the raindrops, despite merely possessing the cultivation of the 9th layer of true martial realm. This was intriguing. Yuan Qing's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Chapter 11. 1 against 4. Before long, half a stick of incense had passed, and the 10 individuals who had persevered against the raindrops stepped forward once more. The second round would consist of elimination battles, one-on-one. You 10 will draw lots to determine the order of combat, Su Baihu announced loudly, outlining the rules for the second round. However, before he could finish his sentence, a somewhat defiant voice interrupted. There's no need for such complexity. Zhao Ling stepped forward. What could Zhao Ling be planning? All present in the training grounds, including the 9 who had advanced to the second round, turned their attention towards Zhao Ling. The purpose of this family competition is merely to identify the strongest among the younger generation of the Su family to wield the sword order. The rankings of the others are insignificant. Therefore, there is no need for such convoluted arrangements for the second round, Zhao Ling asserted. What exactly do you mean, Zhao Ling? Su Baihu inquired coldly. Quite simply, I am determined to obtain the Su family sword order. None among this generation of young disciples possesses the qualification to be my opponent. One-on-one combat is far too mundane. It would be far more straightforward to allow anyone vying for the sword order to attack collectively, and I shall face them all alone. Zhao Ling's voice, crisp and clear, echoed throughout the training grounds. Upon hearing his words, an initial silence enveloped the training ground, soon followed by an uproar. Zhao Ling actually dared to challenge everyone single-handedly. Such arrogance, it was beyond measure. Who did he think he was? Did he regard the talented descendants of the Su family as mere trifles? The core lineage of the Su family was incensed. Even the high-ranking experts at the Sea Transformation realm wore grim expressions. To demand that everyone join forces against him was nothing short of blatant contempt. Completely disregarding the prowess of these talented youths from the Su family, Su Baihu furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Su Baichen, who nodded in agreement. He then announced, since this is your request, let it be as you say. The second round of combat shall transform into a tournament battle. You will be the champion, and the other 9 participants seeking the sword token may unite to challenge you. Should you triumph against their combined efforts, the sword token of the Su family shall be yours. A smirk crept onto Zhao Ling's lips, accompanied by a hint of coldness. We have no great aspirations for that sword token, so we shall not contend with young Master Zhao. As soon as the rules were declared, 4 individuals immediately chose to withdraw. These 4 hailed from the faction of guests and naturally could not vie with Zhao Ling, excluding Zhao Ling and those who had withdrawn. 4 figures emerged from the remaining 5 eligible contenders, Su Qinghong, Su Yuning, and 2 other descendants of the Su family who had reached the true martial 10th realm. They had previously been summoned to the front of the stands by 2 elders and were regarded with high expectations. Zhao Ling, you are far too presumptuous. Amidst the roar, Su Qinghong stood at the center of the 4, his eyes seemingly poised to unleash an inferno, fixated intently on Zhao Ling before him. An overwhelming and ferocious aura of spiritual energy emanated from him, signaling that he had indeed reached the pinnacle of the true martial 10th realm. Similarly, a powerful spiritual energy surged forth from Su Yuning and the other 2. A fleeting glance from Zhao Ling fell upon Su Qinghong, followed by a disdainful smirk. It was evident that his cultivation had also ascended to the peak of the 10th realm. However, he lamented that it was a solitary achievement. Had other members of the Su family possessed similar prowess, perhaps he might have deemed them worthy of greater respect. Arrogant, Su Qinghong bellowed. Yet his gaze shifted towards Su Yuning and the others. Our family's honor rests upon our shoulders. According to the second elder's previous instructions, we must defeat him in this battle, even at the cost of our lives. One-on-one, perhaps none of us could stand against him. However, 4 against 1, all at the true martial 10th realm and of similar age. If we cannot prevail in such a scenario, we might as well take our own lives. Su Yuning stated somberly. This Zhao Ling is utterly conceited. Today, we shall make him pay for his arrogance. The other 2 disciples of the Su family nodded emphatically. Onward. In an instant, the 4 sprang into action, and the battle erupted. Su Qinghong and Su Yuning each wielded a long sword. As the strongest among them, Su Qinghong charged forward first, unleashing a ferocious strike powered by his spiritual energy, intent on engaging Zhao Ling in a direct confrontation. On the side of Zhao Ling stood Su Yuning, her long sword gleaming coldly as she executed the most formidable technique of the snowfall sword art, the snow slash. Akin to falling snowflakes, the remaining 2 disciples of the Su family charged toward Zhao Ling from different directions. Yet, in the face of this simultaneous assault from 4 adversaries, Zhao Ling merely smiled with icy composure. He stepped forward, his right hand clenched, gathering immense power, and struck toward the shadow of Su Qinghong's sword. Remarkably, he did not draw his weapon. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Not only was he facing 4 opponents, but he also chose not to unsheath his weapon during the confrontation. What utter disdain! Nevertheless, the ensuing clash resounded with a deep thud. Su Qinghong felt an overwhelming force crash against his long sword, causing his hand to tremble and nearly lose grip of his weapon, forcing him to retreat immediately. How could this be? Though both at the pinnacle of the true martial 10th realm, his strength surpassed mine by a significant margin, at least double. Su Qinghong's face was a mask of horror. After brutally pushing him back with a single punch, Zhao Ling turned and, with a sweeping motion of his hand, effortlessly dismantled the simultaneous attacks from Su Yuning and her 2 companions, sending them reeling. No more reservations. Unleash our strongest techniques. Su Qinghong bellowed, charging forward once more. His long sword swung with astonishing might, resembling an immovable mountain standing before Zhao Ling. The Hunyuan sword art, a technique primarily based on defense, was now unleashed. At this moment, however, Su Qinghong was not focused on defense, but rather on enduring Zhao Ling's assault and entangling him to create opportunities for the other 3. As anticipated, while Su Qinghong engaged in fierce combat with Zhao Ling, the other 3 unleashed their most formidable techniques. Su Yuning leaped high into the air, descending with her ultimate move, Phoenix Sword. It was as if a phoenix had descended upon the world. Though it may not have appeared as magnificent as before, its power had magnified. Over the past fortnight at the Jinwu Pavilion, under the guidance of Sword 1, Su Yuning had begun to reflect on and address the deficiencies in her swordsmanship. This period of introspection had led to remarkable progress, allowing her to conquer the 9th level of the Jinwu Pavilion. The other 2 masters of the 10th realm also unleashed their most powerful techniques. Yet the outcome was absurd. Zhao Ling's form trembled, and with overwhelming spiritual power surging forth, he struck with lightning speed. Boom, 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 boom. With 4 resounding impacts, Su Yuning and her companions were sent flying, their figures appearing quite disheveled. Even Su Qinghong, who was locked in direct combat, was forcefully repelled by a single blow from Zhao Ling. How could he be this strong? Su Qinghong and Su Yuning were left in a state of disbelief. They had exerted every ounce of their strength. Su Qinghong had fought fiercely to create openings while the other 3 executed their techniques in perfect harmony. Yet, they were effortlessly repelled by Zhao Ling, who had not even drawn his sword. Is this truly the pinnacle of your collective strength? Zhao Ling, with arms crossed and a disdainful expression, fixed his gaze upon Su Qinghong and his companions. He had initially expected that their combined efforts would pose some challenge. However, it was evident that they remained utterly feeble. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to squander any more time with them. With that, Zhao Ling raised his hand and slowly drew the formidable blade that had been resting against his back. The hearts of Su Qinghong and his companions trembled at the sight. They had already been repelled effortlessly without the use of the sword, and now Zhao Ling had unsheathed it. In an instant, despite the distance between them, he swung the blade, unleashing a dazzling arc of light that bore an overwhelming and suffocating force, manifesting directly before Su Qinghong and his companions. A flicker of terror crossed their faces. Quick, strike together to block this blow, Su Qinghong shouted, simultaneously executing the most powerful defensive strike from the mixed Yuan sword technique. The 3 beside him, Su Yuning and the others, joined forces with him, exerting their utmost strength to withstand the assault. Yet, the radiant blade's trajectory seemed insurmountable, ruthlessly obliterating their combined efforts. With a series of sickening sounds, Su Qinghong and his companions expelled blood from their mouths. Their bodies sent flying several meters before crashing to the ground. As they struggled to rise, their faces were ashen. They understood all too well. This battle had ended in utter defeat, a catastrophic loss with no room for resistance. The onlookers from the core lineage of the Su family, observing from the periphery of the training grounds, fell into a profound silence. They noted with grim realization that even a single blow was beyond their capacity to withstand. Indeed, they were nothing but a band of inept fools. Zhao Ling's voice, laced with disdain, reverberated across the training grounds as he resheathed his battle blade. The members of the Su family, both strong and young, felt a surge of indignation, humiliation, and resentment at his words. Yet, more than anything, despair loomed large in their hearts. Su Qinghong and his companions were the last flicker of hope among the younger generation of the Su clan, but even together, they proved no match for Zhao Ling's single strike. This time, the Su family had undeniably suffered a complete defeat. Standing at the center of the training grounds, Zhao Ling cast a haughty gaze upon the assembled crowd. From this day forth, the sword order of the Su family shall be under my command. The younger generation of the Su clan shall recognize me as their superior. Who dares to defy this? His words pierced the hearts of the gathered Su members like needles, causing them to writhe in anguish. Just then, a chilling voice unexpectedly emerged. To command the sword order? You are not worthy. The sudden proclamation silenced the entire training ground, and all eyes turned towards the young swordsman near the center of the arena. Su Xian, the young master? Most of the onlookers wore expressions of disbelief. Su Xian had also survived the first round of the Raindrop Challenge, being one of the 10 to advance to the second round, and his presence had not gone unnoticed by the crowd. However, Su Xian merely possesses the cultivation of the 9th level of true martial arts. Although his advancement to the second round astonished many, the members of the Su family held no aspirations for him. When Zhao Ling proclaimed his intention to challenge the entire arena single-handedly, Su Qinghong and the others merely banded together as four, clearly indicating that they had no intention of including Su Xian. Given his limited cultivation, he would typically be of little assistance. Yet now, even with the combined efforts of Su Qinghong and his companions easily defeated by Zhao Ling, Su Xian alone dared to step forward. Did he seek his own demise? Standing at the edge of the arena, Zhao Qing's eyes gleamed with a crimson light at this spectacle. He secretly hoped that Su Xian would overestimate his abilities and provoke a confrontation, allowing his elder brother to take rightful vengeance. Su Xian, you are no match for him. Step back, urged Su Yuning, her complexion pale as she retreated to the periphery. As Su Xian's cousin, they had once shared a close bond. Yet the estrangement that had developed over the past 3 years dulled her concern. Nevertheless, she did not wish for Su Xian to engage in futile bravado. Zhao Ling regarded Su Xian with disdain, shaking his head. If it were 3 years ago, you might have qualified as a contender. But now Su Xian disregarded the gazes of those around him, advancing step by step without casting a glance at Zhao Ling. Instead, his piercing gaze fixed upon the 4 individuals gathered behind Zhao Ling. These 4 were the members of the guest faction who had chosen to withdraw after entering the second round, all of whom had reached the 10th level of true martial arts. What did Su Xian intend to do? The expressions of the 4 were somewhat peculiar. Was he really planning to take on 4 opponents alone? Su Xian pondered for a moment. Then, in the next instant clang, the long sword was unsheathed. Su Xian's figure resembled a fleeting light, instantly traversing dozens of zhang to appear before the 4 individuals. With a flourish of his sword, a breathtaking and resplendent beam of light emanated from the blade, illuminating the air. Is he coming for us 4? Are they out of their minds? The 4, all at the pinnacle of the true martial realm, were momentarily taken aback, their expressions a blend of astonishment and disbelief. They had already withdrawn from the fray. Yet Su Xian dared to strike at them? In that moment, one of the stronger true martial experts among them suddenly changed countenance, urgency flooding his voice. Be careful, he shouted, and the other 3, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the sword strike, acted swiftly to defend themselves. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of blades piercing flesh reverberated almost simultaneously as Su Xian's figure had already materialized behind the 4. Terror flickered in their eyes, some even gaped in shock, feeling a piercing pain erupt in their chests, while simultaneously witnessing blood cascading from their wounds. With a whoosh, the 4 were propelled backward, their vitality instantly sapped. 1 strike, and 4 true martial experts were grievously wounded in an instant. At this moment, Su Xian had turned, his icy gaze resembling that of the Grim Reaper, fixating on Zhao Ling. His cold words emerged, chillingly pronounced. Zhao Ling, draw your blade. Execute your sword techniques. Unleash your full strength. Employ every tactic at your disposal to confront me, for after this battle, you shall meet your demise. Silence. The once uproarious martial arts arena, which had gathered over 1,000 spectators, was now enveloped in a profound stillness. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the youthful figure standing in the center of the arena. With a single stroke, he had instantaneously incapacitated 4 practitioners at the true martial 10th realm. What level of power is this? It is noteworthy that just moments prior, Zhao Ling had faced 4 opponents simultaneously, ultimately triumphing with a solitary strike against Su Qinghong and his companions. Zhao Ling had utilized a single blade. Now, Su Xian had achieved the same with merely one sword, and it was evident that Su Xian's strike was executed with far greater precision and finesse. Coupled with Su Xian's commanding words, draw your sword, unleash your techniques, summon forth your utmost strength, employ every skill at your disposal, for in this battle, you shall meet your demise. The hearts of all the Su family members were set ablaze with renewed fervor. In that instant, the despair that had enveloped them due to Zhao Ling's prowess was rekindled. Su Xian, all present redirected their attention towards him. On the sidelines, Su Baichun, the second elder Su Taitong, and even Yuan Qing from the Red Dragon Tower cast their gaze upon Su Xian. He had undeniably become the focal point of this grand competition. Zhao Ling furrowed his brow. He was acutely aware of the strength possessed by the 4 practitioners of the true martial 10th realm from the guest faction. Although none of them were at the pinnacle like Su Qinghong, their combined might was formidable. To simultaneously incapacitate all 4 with a single strike was no easy feat. Even for him, it seems I have underestimated you. At last, Zhao Ling regarded Su Xian with a serious demeanor, his expression reflecting a newfound respect. Su Xian's recent display of skill had unequivocally validated his power. This is somewhat intriguing. Zhao Ling chuckled softly as he slowly drew the battle blade from behind him. He has unsheathed his sword. Is he drawing his weapon upon arrival? Of course. Given that Su Xian had just demonstrated a swordsmanship that was certainly not inferior to his own, he had no choice but to brandish his blade. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, but soon fell into a hushed silence. Every gaze was fixated on the scene unfolding. In the center of the training ground, Su Xian and Zhao Ling stood, one wielding a sword and the other a knife, separated by several dozen meters, their eyes clashing with fierce intensity. A sudden gust of wind swept through, and in the next instant, whoosh, 2 figures moved simultaneously. The shadows seemed to vanish in an instant, only to collide like 2 meteors. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated, causing those nearby to tremble within. In the heart of the training ground, Su Xian and Zhao Ling, one bending low while the other arched like a bow, met in a violent clash of sword and knife. The terrifying force erupted from their bodies, sending shockwaves through the air, creating a series of piercing sonic booms. The ground beneath them began to crack, fissures spreading outward, as the immense force caused debris to tremble and rise. In a fleeting moment, both fighters were thrust back from the impact. Yet, as soon as they regained their footing, boom! Another ferocious explosion erupted, their weapons clashing once more. Bang! 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 A succession of dreadful collision roars echoed through the air. There was no embellishment, no artistry. Merely the raw, unrestrained chaos of brute strength colliding head-on. Each clash of that terrifying force caused the ground beneath to fracture, unleashing fierce winds that swept in all directions. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens of intense collisions. What astounding speed! What terrifying strength! This power seemed far beyond what could be unleashed by a mere martial realm practitioner. The battlefield was already in a state of complete fervor. My lord! My lord! Su Xian's maid, clad in red, couldn't help but shout in delight upon witnessing her master's formidable prowess. Su Xian! Su Xian! The younger generation of the Su family roared in unison. They had long forgotten the events of 3 years prior, the circumstances that had led to their family's decline. Now, in their eyes, Su Xian embodied the pride and glory inherent in the Su lineage, battling fiercely against Zhao Ling, showcasing a strength that left them utterly awestruck. In this world, the strong reign supreme. It was so overwhelming that one need not personally experience it. Merely listening to the commotion was enough to perceive the extraordinary might that coalesced above the pinnacle of the 10th layer. Su Qinghong, Su Yuning, and the others, who had previously been defeated by Zhao Ling, stood together, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at the 2 figures locked in a fierce struggle. Only now did they truly grasp the magnitude of Zhao Ling's terrifying power. When Zhao Ling had faced them, he had not revealed his full strength. Yet, they could at least comprehend Zhao Ling's formidable might. But what of Su Xian? In a pure clash of strength, a true martial 9th realm cultivator proved to be no less formidable than Zhao Ling. Su Qinghong felt somewhat dazed. Unbeknownst to him, Su Xian indeed occupied the true martial 9th realm, yet he was at the pinnacle of that realm. After mastering the inherited techniques, his spiritual power surged to a level comparable to that of a typical true martial 10th realm cultivator. However, the most significant factor lay in the power of his bloodline. When the Supreme Bloodline's potential was unleashed, Su Xian's strength erupted with terrifying augmentation, transcending the peak of the 10th realm entirely. With a resounding crash, another formidable collision occurred, and the two figures finally came to a halt. Standing several dozen meters apart, they faced each other, still enveloped in an aura of dreadful spiritual energy. A true martial 9th realm cultivator can withstand dozens of direct clashes with me without yielding an inch. Su Xian, you truly possess remarkable abilities. Zhao Ling's voice, cold and clear, echoed across the training ground. Initially, Zhao Ling had dismissed Su Xian, the genius imprisoned in the demon ceiling prison, for 3 long years. However, after witnessing Su Xian severely wound 4 disciples of the guest faction with a single strike, Zhao Ling was taken aback and began to regard him with newfound respect. Now, Zhao Ling had entirely come to see Su Xian as a genuine rival. Not to mention, the mere fact that Su Xian could engage him in direct confrontation with his true martial 9th realm cultivation without falling behind even under Zhao Ling's full force was already sufficient to earn him the status of an opponent. Su Xian, next, I shall commence my sword techniques. A true martial artist at the 9th heaven, capable of compelling me to unleash my sword techniques. For this alone, you should take great pride. Zhao Ling's voice resonated, sending a tremor through the hearts of the surrounding onlookers, many of whom were members of the Su family, astonished and expectant at Su Xian's prowess. They were suddenly reminded that Zhao Ling had previously traversed the 11th layer of the true martial pavilion, his skills having reached an exceptionally elevated level. How formidable must his sword techniques be? Could Su Xian truly stand against him? Sword techniques, you say? I am quite eager to witness them. Su Xian replied coldly, gesturing towards Zhao Ling with his longsword. In an instant, Zhao Ling drew his blade. Chapter 13, Su Xian. In a swift stride, Zhao Ling materialized before him, and upon closer inspection, an ethereal aura of thunder seemed to envelop his form. He resembled a bolt of lightning, his battle blade slicing through the air with tremendous force. Boom! The blade's radiance descended, accompanied by flickering thunder. The 36 styles of thunder. This technique is widely acknowledged as the most potent within the Su family's swordsmanship canon. With his very being emanating thunder, Zhao Ling had undoubtedly mastered this technique to its pinnacle. The onlookers, some of whom were formidable figures within the ocean transformation realm, displayed expressions of astonishment. To command the 36 styles of thunder with such mastery places one among the elite in technique within the ocean transformation realm. No wonder Zhao Ling could conquer the 11th layer of the true martial pavilion. As Zhao Ling continued to wield his blade, streaks of light, akin to the wrath of annihilation, descended upon Su Xian. Su Xian's gaze was sharp as lightning, and although the blade strikes that came his way were incredibly swift, in his mind, time seemed to slow down. This was a unique ability he acquired after awakening his supreme bloodline. He could identify the deficiencies or flaws within the swordsmanship techniques he had mastered and enhance them, even deducing more powerful moves on his own. Similarly, when engaged in combat, as long as his opponent's strength did not surpass his by a significant margin, he could discern the weaknesses in their techniques. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal colliding echoed continuously. Su Xian wielded his sword with an air of nonchalance. The power of his swordsmanship appeared unremarkable. Yet, the terrifying blade strikes, swift as thunder, were repeatedly shattered by him. In the blink of an eye, he had countered 36 strikes, having only stepped back a few paces. How was this possible? Zhao Ling's breath was somewhat erratic, his face a mask of disbelief. The onlookers were equally astonished, particularly the formidable figures of the sea transformation realm present. They understood the terror of the thunderous 36 strikes. Under normal circumstances, one could only withstand such a technique by employing equally formidable moves or by evading with speed. However, witnessing Su Xian casually deflect all 36 strikes was a sight they had never seen before. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Among the crowd, Su Yuningth, who had returned, wore an expression that was decidedly peculiar. She distinctly remembers the moment before the Jinwu Pavilion, when he sought guidance from the esteemed Master Jianni, who had successfully traversed the 14th level. The master, with an air of nonchalance, effortlessly countered all her sword techniques with a mere flick of his blade. Is this truly your swordsmanship? Su Xian remarked with a hint of derision, his gaze fixed upon Zhao Ling's scoundrel. Zhao Ling, clearly agitated, felt his aura intensify, growing increasingly tempestuous. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed another ferocious charge, his form crackling with strands of lightning that seemed on the verge of solidifying. Day thunder, he bellowed, gripping his sword with both hands. delivering a savage strike akin to cleaving mountains. This was indeed Zhao Ling's ultimate technique. Su Xian remained composed, observing patiently until the devastating blow approached. In a flash, he unsheathed his sword, thrusting it directly at the epicenter of the blade's luminous arc. Zhao Ling felt an unusual force impinge upon his weapon, dissipating the terrifying might he had gathered in an instant. With a deft twist of his wrist, Su Xian's blade glided unnaturally along Zhao Ling's arm. Swish! The blade grazed Zhao Ling's shoulder, leaving a distinct scar that, while not deep enough to impair his combat prowess, inflicted an unprecedented humiliation upon him. Just moments ago, Zhao Ling had boasted that merely forcing Su Xian to employ his sword techniques was a source of pride. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Su Xian had effortlessly countered his attacks, even dismantling his most potent move, leaving him wounded and disgraced. How could he possibly accept such a result? Su Xian, you have provoked my wrath, Zhao Ling roared, his eyes smoldering with barely contained fury. In the next moment, he surged forward once again, his formidable swordsmanship relentlessly directed at Su Xian. Yet the outcome was the same. Clang! The sound of their clash echoed as Su Xian effortlessly neutralized his attack, the blade gliding smoothly across Zhao Ling's waist. Clang! After yet another exchange, Su Xian left a delicate scar on Zhao Ling's wrist. Time and again, he precisely identified the weaknesses in Zhao Ling's technique, responding with impeccable timing to inflict further marks upon him. In mere moments, Zhao Ling bore a total of 13 minor yet distinct sword scars. These marks, though small and not critical, did not significantly impair Zhao Ling's formidable prowess. The spectators surrounding the training ground were utterly astonished. Just moments ago, when Zhao Ling announced his intention to employ his sword techniques, many from the Su family were anxiously sweating for Su Xian, given that Zhao Ling had conquered the 11th level of the true martial pavilion. Yet who could have anticipated that when Zhao Ling unleashed his swordplay against Su Xian, the battle would be so overwhelmingly one-sided? The disparity was immense, clearly indicating that they were not of the same caliber. This was Zhao Ling, who had surpassed the 11th level of the true martial pavilion. His swordsmanship was nothing short of terrifying, yet before Su Xian, it appeared utterly futile. It was mockery. Su Xian was completely toying with him. The members of the Su family present, both the strong and the young, were all filled with exhilaration and excitement. In the past 3 years, as the Su family has fallen into decline, a faction led by Zhao Tianlei has taken advantage of the situation, exercising power within the Su family to a degree that they now audaciously defy their rightful masters. They even vie for the control of the Sword Order, a symbol of authority held by the younger generation of the Su family, clearly aiming to render the Su family powerless and usurp their position. Unfortunately, the Su family faces formidable external threats, and the current generation of young heirs proves to be lackluster, with none able to rival Zhao Ling. They were resigned to watching Zhao Ling claim first place in the grand competition and seize control of the Sword Order, just as despair threatened to engulf them. Su Xian emerged like a comet. Not only did he display terrifying prowess by confronting Zhao Ling head-on, but he also seemed to toy with him, employing his swordsmanship to dominate the duel. This spectacle invigorated all the strong heirs of the Su family present, allowing them to exhale a breath of pent-up frustration. Well done, Su Xian, young master. The surrounding Su family members roared with excitement. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals seated in the stands displayed varying expressions, particularly Yuan Qing of the Red Dragon Tower. This fellow, Yuan Qing mused, the moment I laid eyes on him, he seemed familiar. Indeed, he is Jian Yi. Although Jian Yi had concealed his features beneath a wide-brimmed hat when he infiltrated the true martial pavilion half a month ago, his physique remained unchanged. Thus, when Yuan Qing first saw Su Xian, a sense of recognition washed over him, but he thought little of it. However, as Su Xian revealed his strength, particularly through his seemingly effortless domination of Zhao Ling, the familiarity became undeniable. This revelation immediately confirmed Yuan Qing's suspicions regarding Su Xian's identity. After all, Zhao Ling had managed to breach the 11th level of the Jinwu Pavilion. His skills in swordsmanship were undoubtedly formidable. The fact that Su Xian could so casually trample upon him suggested that his proficiency was at least sufficient to conquer the 13th level of the Jinwu Pavilion. Within the entire Yongning Prefecture, the only recorded individual capable of surpassing the 13th level in the Jinwu realm was Jian Yi, and since Su Xian also wielded a sword, Yuan Qing could not shake the feeling that Su Xian's form was familiar, leaving no doubt that he was indeed Jian Yi. Given that he was Jian Yi, it was no surprise that he could easily overpower Zhao Ling with his swordsmanship. However, what was this young man truly aiming to achieve? With such skill, he could have effortlessly seized any opportunity during their numerous encounters to severely wound Zhao Ling, yet he chose instead to leave only trivial sword marks upon him. Could it be that he was merely seeking to avenge the Su family? Yuan Qing pondered. On the battlefield, Zhao Ling's eyes were now bloodshot. His body marred by 13 distinct sword marks, each still oozing blood, rendering him a pitiful sight. Su Xian! Su Xian! You scoundrel! Zhao Ling roared. At that moment, the already frenzied aura surrounding him surged with astonishing speed, escalating to an entirely new level in the blink of an eye. This was the ocean transformation realm. No, the onlooking members of the Su family, who had previously been filled with excitement, now displayed expressions of shock and anger. Some could not help but emit furious cries. Ocean transformation realm? Su Qihong and Su Yuning, the talented members of the Su family, wore expressions of utter despair. Su Xian had seemingly secured victory, yet at this critical juncture, Zhao Ling had unexpectedly achieved a breakthrough. Ascending from the 10th layer of true martial realm directly to the ocean transformation realm. This represented a significant leap in cultivation, marking a qualitative transformation in strength. Su Xian, do you understand? I could have transcended to the ocean transformation realm long ago, but I have been deliberately suppressing my cultivation. Zhao Ling's cold voice reverberated across the training ground. This is because not long ago, I obtained an immensely powerful technique from my father. I wish to transition to this technique, using it as a foundation to break through to the ocean transformation realm. Once I achieve this breakthrough, my power will be even greater. However, because of you, merely due to your existence, I am now compelled to advance prematurely. Su Xian, you truly deserve to perish. Zhao Ling roared. His words instantly enlightened those around him, revealing that Zhao Ling had long been capable of breaking through to the ocean transformation realm, but had chosen to restrain his own cultivation. No wonder his strength was so formidable. It turned out he was already at the threshold of the ocean transformation realm. Su Qinghong mused. Brother, do you see this? This is my brother's true power. In a nearby gathering of disciples, Zhao Qing beamed with pride, shouting exuberantly. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, Yuan Qing furrowed his brow in concern. That little fellow had a clear opportunity to defeat Zhao Ling decisively. Yet he chose to hold back, allowing Zhao Ling to advance his cultivation. Moreover, upon witnessing Zhao Ling's breakthrough, the young fellow's expression remained remarkably unchanged, as if it had long been anticipated. Could it be that he harbors confidence in confronting Zhao Ling, who has ascended to the realm of Transformation C? Chapter 14, Explode. 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 At the heart of the battlefield, Zhao Ling, having transcended into the Transformation C realm, emanated an aura of overwhelming might. His gaze towards Su Xian was filled with icy disdain and resentment. Perish. Fueled by animosity, Zhao Ling swung his battle blade with ferocity. A terrifying arc of light coalesced instantaneously, surging forth with an unstoppable force aimed directly at Su Xian. Aware that he could not match Su Xian in skill, he resolved to abandon any semblance of technique or artistry, relying solely on raw power to crush his adversary. Having reached the Transformation C, the potency of this strike was magnitudes greater than before. The surrounding disciples of the Su family sensed the dreadful might encapsulated within this blow and trembled inwardly. Young master. The crimson-clad attendant felt an acute sense of dread. The closest to the battlefield, Elder Su Baihu, wore a grave expression and braced himself, prepared to intervene at the first sign of Su Xian's peril, determined to prevent any harm befalling him at Zhao Ling's hands. Yet, in the face of this terrifying strike, there was no trace of panic on Su Xian's countenance. As the blade's light drew near, Su Xian suddenly lunged forward, his long sword slashing out in defiance. Choosing once more to engage head-on, seeking death, Zhao Ling could not help but sneer. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, in a similarly intense frontal clash. This collision proved to be several magnitudes more ferocious than the previous ones, reducing the debris beneath them to mere powder under the sheer force of their exertion. This violent encounter lasted only a brief moment, yet the spectators witnessed Su Xian retreating 3 steps, each footfall resounding heavily upon the ground, causing it to fracture beneath him. What? Zhao Ling looked up, disbelief etched across his face. Having broken through to the oceanic transformation realm, his swordsmanship had escalated dramatically in potency. Yet despite unleashing such a formidable strike, Su Xian merely staggered back 3 steps? The onlookers were equally bewildered. To retreat just 3 steps in a direct confrontation indicated that the disparity in their strengths was not as vast as anticipated. Yet, Zhao Ling had already ascended to the oceanic transformation realm. Was there still a gap in their power? Su Xian, however, maintained an expression of tranquility, seemingly unperturbed by the outcome. Zhao Ling had indeed surged in strength upon breaking through to the oceanic transformation realm. But who could have fathomed that Su Xian had preserved his own power throughout? His greatest advantage over ordinary individuals lay in his innate bloodline strength. During the foundational assessments of the grand competition, he had merely entered the true martial 8th layer. Yet he had engaged in a fierce contest with Hong Fong, who had reached the pinnacle of the 8th layer, managing to hold his own in a direct clash. Once he unleashed his bloodline power, even just a slight activation, he was able to overwhelmingly crush Hong Fong in an instant. Today, facing Zhao Ling, Su Xian had activated his bloodline power from the outset, yet he had only summoned it to 50% of its capacity. With merely 50% of his bloodline power, he had already managed to hold his ground against Zhao Ling in their direct confrontation. Now, as Zhao Ling's cultivation had advanced, he had instantaneously activated 70% of his bloodline power during their recent clash, causing his strength to surge dramatically. Hence, it was no surprise that he had only been forced back 3 steps in this encounter. Should he truly unleash his full potential and activate all of his bloodline power, he would possess the confidence to completely overwhelm Zhao Ling, who had already transcended into the Sea transformation realm. It was indeed astonishing that a mere 9th layer of true martial realm, could contend with someone who had ascended to the Sea transformation realm to this extent. If I were to utterly dominate him through sheer force, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. It would likely lead the majority to suspect that I had awakened a bloodline, and a remarkably potent one at that. Su Xian murmured to himself. He had no intention of fully unleashing his bloodline power. There was, of course, a more significant reason for this. 70% of his bloodline was already more than sufficient. Zhao Ling, you have showcased your sword techniques and methods quite thoroughly, haven't you? Su Xian's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Zhao Ling. Now, allow me to demonstrate my swordsmanship. Zhao Ling's expression darkened. It was only then that the spectators around them recalled that since the onset of the battle between Su Xian and Zhao Ling, aside from the initial direct confrontation, Su Xian had seemingly not yet truly employed his sword techniques. Indeed, he had not. Even when countering Zhao Ling's blade techniques, he had merely wielded his sword casually. Yet, it was evident to all that his swordsmanship was far more formidable than Zhao Ling's blade techniques. The artistry of Sword One. On the platform, even Yuan Qing, who had already attained the realm of breaking through the void, was now utterly engrossed. Su Xian tightened his grip on the long sword in his right hand, and in an instant, his figure moved. A resplendent cascade of sword light surged forth, as if countless snowflakes danced through the air. In reality, these snowflakes were chilling and formidable beams of sword light. The snowfall sword technique. The onlookers immediately recognized this martial art. Not long ago, when Su Qihong and his companions had besieged Zhao Ling, Su Yuning had employed this very technique. Yet, the execution of the technique by Su Yuning and that of Su Xian represented 2 entirely different realms. It was astonishingly swift. The frantically flickering snowflakes were far too numerous and dense. An ordinary warrior at the true martial 10th realm caught in this flurry would likely be pierced through in an instant, riddling them like a honeycomb. However, Zhao Ling had already broken through to the Sea transformation realm. Not only had his strength and speed experienced a tremendous surge, but also his awareness and perceptive abilities had significantly improved. Now, enveloped in this layer of snowflakes, he swiftly swung his blade, dispersing the incoming snowflakes. Su Xian, you dare to insult me? Zhao Ling bellowed. As you wish. Su Xian promptly altered his sword technique. Whoosh! A chilling sword shadow immediately illuminated the air. The 9th strike of Snowfall, the most powerful move within the Snowfall sword technique, executed in a series of 9 strikes that compounded in speed with each subsequent blow. Yet, as Su Xian initiated the first strike of the Snowfall technique, its velocity surpassed even that of Su Yuning's 9th strike by a considerable margin. Clang, 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 clang. Zhao Ling was wholly absorbed in wielding his battle knife. Despite the relentless acceleration of the sword shadows, he was able to fend them off with all his might. In the blink of an eye, he successfully blocked the 9th sword. Ha, Su Xian, your swordsmanship is rather underwhelming. Zhao Ling's laughter abruptly shifted as his expression changed. What? After he parried the 9th sword, a faster and more ferocious 10th sword suddenly emerged. The 10th sword. Onlookers widened their eyes, some gasping in astonishment. The technique. Snow Slash had only recorded 9 strikes in the manual, yet Su Xian had unleashed a 10th sword? Although startled and somewhat flustered, Zhao Ling reacted swiftly, straining to block the 10th sword. However, just as he managed to deflect it, the 11th sword ignited. This strike left Zhao Ling in a state of utter disarray. With the 12th sword, the tension escalated to its peak, and he barely managed to withstand it. By the 13th sword, he could merely raise his battle knife in a desperate defense, only to be violently propelled backward, nearly losing his grip on the weapon. Then came the 14th sword, the most formidable strike Su Xian had devised at this stage. Zhao Ling had no time to mount a defense. The icy edge of the blade swept past his face, severing flesh and blood. He stood there in a daze, feeling the chilling sensation on his visage. Instinctively, he touched it and immediately felt the sticky warmth of blood. Clearly, a deep scar etched itself upon his face, one far more profound than the 13 other scars adorning his body. Without a doubt, this mark would remain a permanent fixture on his visage. Zhao Ling could no longer maintain his composure. Su Xian, I shall end your life. I will kill you. A cacophony of hysterical screams and roars reverberated throughout the martial arts arena. Zhao Ling's eyes turned an ominous crimson, veins bulged grotesquely on his neck and forehead, and a mist of blood surged forth from his body. He had succumbed to madness. This is the Mad Demon Blade. The onlookers, powerful beings of the ocean transformation realm, were struck with alarm upon witnessing this scene. The Mad Demon Blade was a peculiar technique practiced by Zhao Ling's father, Zhao Tianlai. This martial art could plunge an individual into a frenzied state for a brief period, significantly augmenting their strength. However, the technique bore grave side effects. Zhao Tianlai, being a formidable figure of the void-breaking realm, could wield it while retaining a semblance of sanity, but Zhao Ling had just recently ascended to the ocean transformation realm. His willpower still fragile. Once unleashed, he would not maintain any rationality, instead fighting to the death. Zhao Tianlai had previously imparted this technique to Zhao Ling as a trump card, intended for desperate moments of survival. Yet now, in his rage, Zhao Ling had unleashed it without hesitation. The activation of this technique signified a fight to the bitter end. Master, as the referee, Su Baihu quickly turned his gaze toward the stands, eager to inquire if Su Baichen wished to intervene. Su Bai furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. Elder brother, Zhao Qing exclaimed, witnessing Zhao Ling's descent into madness. Lord Long Yuan, you must intervene and stop my brother. Long Yuan, a formidable figure within the guest faction, had reached the pinnacle of transformation. Since Zhao Tianlai's departure to Tianshui City, the faction had fallen under his command. Do not rush. Long Yuan waved his hand and spoke in a low tone. The Mad Demon Blade, though it comes with significant side effects, will only require your brother to recuperate in bed for a fortnight. Yet, it will not severely impact his life or future. In the current situation, the only way for your brother to contend with Su Xian and seize the sword order is through the Mad Demon Blade. If I intervene now, he will surely be defeated. Zhao Qing, upon hearing this, fell silent. Death, death, they all must die. Zhao Ling, wielding the Mad Demon Blade, had completely lost his sanity, devolving into a frenzied state, yet his aura surged with terrifying intensity. Boom, boom, boom. With each step, Zhao Ling resembled a wild beast, emanating an overwhelming pressure as he lunged towards Su Xian. However, upon witnessing this, a faint smile crept upon Su Xian's lips. Have you finally been driven to this point? Then it must come to an end. On the battlefield, Su Xian gripped his sword tightly, and at that moment, he suddenly closed his eyes. In an instant, he reopened them, and a wave of terrifying killing intent surged forth. Swish. Su Xian unleashed his sword, which appeared to be an ordinary strike. At the moment the sword light emerged. Boom. The entire world seemed to plunge into darkness, with only this solitary beam of sword light radiating a singular brilliance. It stood as the sole illumination amidst the night. This sword, on the viewing platform, Su Bai, who had remained as steady as a mountain, suddenly revealed an unprecedented gleam in his eyes. It was Yuan Qing, the esteemed overseer of the Red Dragon Tower, renowned for his profound insights, rose to his feet in astonishment upon witnessing the illuminated sword light, his gaze filled with profound shock. Both of these formidable void-breaking realm experts recognized the sword's essence. Those who were unaware could still perceive the immense terror encapsulated within Su Xian's strike. This is bad. Long Yuan from the guest faction had just been contemplating how Zhao Ling could contend with Su Xian using the frenzied demon blade. But now his expression changed drastically as he instantly surged into the battlefield. Su Xian halt. Su Bai was also alarmed. He sensed the terrifying killing intent emanating from Su Xian and immediately took action to intercept him. However, it was too late. Swish. The icy sword edge glided mercilessly across Zhao Ling's neck, and his head was sent flying in an instant. Zhao Ling's eyes remained bloodshot, filled with an unprecedented insanity. His body continued to grip the battle blade as he charged forward for a brief moment. Yet soon after, his head fell, and his body collapsed onto the ground. A treacherous guest, even daring to covet his master's authority. Such a person deserves death. Su Xian's chilling voice echoed slowly across the training ground. Zhao Tianlai's eldest son, the most gifted talent of the younger generation within the Menki faction, has reached the realm of transformation, foolishly attempting to seize the sword decree of the Su family. Zhao Ling is dead. Chapter 15. I come to kill. The vast martial arts arena now lies enveloped in a profound silence. Not a whisper can be heard. All eyes are fixed in disbelief upon the rolling head and the fallen body on the ground. The shock reflected in their gazes is beyond the capacity of words to convey. This was Zhao Ling. who had broken through to the realm of transformation and had even unleashed the frenzied blade, his power having surged to new heights. Yet he was still slain by Su Xin with a single strike. Zhao Ling is dead? Following a brief moment of stunned silence, a torrent of fervor erupted. Su Xin! Su Xin! Young master! The elite offspring of the Su family were engulfed in madness, reveling in the moment, particularly the younger generation. For the past 3 years, Zhao Ling had loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, leaving them utterly powerless. But now, that mountain has crumbled, vanquished by Su Xion's sword. Moreover, the words Su Xion uttered before the deed were striking. A treacherous guest who dares to encroach upon the Master's authority deserves to meet their demise. Indeed, over these 3 years, the Menki faction had grown powerful, aggressively seizing resources and influence within the Su family. The younger members of the Menki faction, bolstered by Zhao Ling's presence, had long ridden roughshod over the Su family's descendants, with none among their ranks capable of rivaling Zhao Ling. They could only endure in silence, a most vexing predicament. But now, at long last, Zhao Ling has been vanquished. A well-deserved death. Zhao Ling deserves death. The young members of the Su family glared at Zhao Ling's lifeless body, each of them gritting their teeth in rage. At that moment, boldly, a furious shout erupted as Long Yuan appeared on the battlefield, radiating an overwhelming intent to kill, charging directly towards Su Xian. Halt! The third elder, Su Baihu, swiftly confronted him, blocking Long Yuan's path. Long Yuan, what are you planning to do? Su Baihu's gaze was sharp as he scrutinized Long Yuan. Are you attempting to impede me, Su Baihu? Long Yuan's murderous aura was palpable, his presence exuding an incredibly ferocious energy. When Zhao Ling unleashed the frenzied demon blade, he had refrained from intervening immediately, hoping Zhao Ling could vanquish Su Xian with it. However, to his dismay, Su Xian had effortlessly dispatched Zhao Ling with a single strike. Upon sensing the sudden surge of lethal intent from Su Xian, he acted, but it was too late to save Zhao Ling. This was the grand competition of the Su family, where the two were engaged in a life-or-death struggle, with the inherent risk of casualties. Moreover, Zhao Ling had resorted to the frenzied demon blade, signifying a fight to the bitter end. Under such circumstances, Su Xian was certainly not inclined to hold back. A fact you should comprehend, Su Baihu admonished. Hearing this, although Long Yuan was infuriated, he found no grounds for rebuttal. The frenzied demon blade, indeed. It was a desperate measure. Once unleashed, it signified a fight to the bitter end. Zhao Ling had employed such a tactic to contend with Su Xian, leaving no room for mercy from Su Xian. Su Baihu, you must understand, this is Zhao Ling, the son of Zhao Tianlei. Long Yuan gritted his teeth in frustration. Su Xian, the youngest scion of the Su family and the sole heir of my elder brother, Su Baihu stated directly. Long Yuan gritted his teeth in anger. At that moment, Su Baichun, who had been seated in the stands, finally rose to his feet, exuding an aura of a formidable expert, instantly silencing the entire arena. Let this be the end, Su Baichun declared, his gaze indifferent as it swept across the crowd. In this grand competition, Su Xian emerges victorious. Henceforth, the sword decree of the younger generation of the Su family shall be entrusted to Su Xian. Su Xian's actions were excessively forceful, resulting in Zhao Ling's demise. Though there were reasons behind it, he must still face punishment. He shall be confined for 10 days as recompense. Having spoken, Su Baichun disregarded the reactions of those present, exchanged a courteous nod with Yuan Qing, and departed with a flourish. Long Yuan and the powerful members of the faction were filled with resentment upon hearing this outcome. Yet they dared not confront Su Baichun directly. Su Xian accepted the sword decree from Su Baihu and was about to leave when Zhao Qing, cradling Zhao Ling's lifeless body, broke into a fit of desperate sobs, simultaneously howling. Su Xian, you have killed my elder brother. My father will not let you off. He will certainly kill you. I will be waiting. Casting a cold glance at Zhao Qing, Su Xian turned away and made his way through the crowd. As he passed, numerous members of the Su family regarded him with fervent admiration. In their eyes, there was nothing but respect. 3 years prior, the Su family had faced decline because of him, yet in this battle, he had preserved their dignity and pride. His identity as the young master of the Su family had regained its respect within the clan. In the stands, Yuan Qing, the supervisor of the Red Dragon Tower, was fixated on Su Xian, his eyes betraying a hint of uncontainable astonishment. That last sword strike, there could be no mistake. It was undoubtedly the illusory shadow technique from the Northern Song swordsmanship. Yuan Qing was still reminiscing about Su Xian's breathtaking move. It appeared that my earlier conjecture was indeed correct. He had truly taken that crucial step and grasped a fragment of the profound realm. Yuan Qing pondered deeply. In martial arts, form is important, but the essence is paramount. Regardless of the weapon wielded or the techniques practiced, an individual initially confines themselves to mere forms and techniques. It is the essence that serves as the true soul of the weapon. For instance, when one wields a sword and executes sword techniques, possessing an understanding of the essence equates to infusing thought into the swordsmanship, liberating it from rigid forms. Upon reaching this stage, one experiences a qualitative leap, entering an entirely new echelon of swordsmanship. Previously, when Yuan Qing witnessed Su Xian conquer the 14th level of the Jinwu Pavilion, he harbored doubts about whether Su Xian had indeed transcended that threshold and grasped a fragment of the profound realm. Now, observing Su Xian's execution of the Northern Song swordsmanship, Yuan Qing was acutely aware that the Northern Song swordsmanship was widely recognized as the premier sword technique of the Tianyin dynasty. Its origins were illustrious. Yet the technique itself was not rare. Many esteemed families and factions within the Tianyin dynasty possessed copies of this swordsmanship, including the Su family. However, despite having access to the technique, the threshold for mastery was exceedingly high. Grasping a fragment of the profound realm was the minimum requirement for practicing this swordsmanship. Su Xian's ability to perform the illusory shadow technique of the Northern Song swordsmanship clearly indicated his comprehension of that elusive essence. In the Celestial Flame Empire, even among those who have reached the ocean transformation realm, including the pinnacle of such strength, the ability to grasp a hint of profound insight is considered a mark of extraordinary genius. Should one dare to challenge the dragon-seeking tower, they could effortlessly conquer the first level. With a slightly elevated comprehension or additional formidable techniques, one could even surpass the second level. Yet here stands Su Xian, a mere true martial realm cultivator who not only perceives a fragment of this insight, but can also execute the phantom technique. Truly astonishing. Yuan Qing marveled. Not only is his innate talent formidable, but his temperament is equally remarkable. As the overseer of the Red Dragon Tower, Yuan Qing immediately discerned that Su Xian's primary objective during the recent confrontation was to eliminate Zhao Ling rather than striking immediately. Su Xian meticulously revealed his abilities step by step, inciting Zhao Ling's fury and forcing him into a corner, ultimately provoking Zhao Ling to unleash the frenzied demon blade. Once the blade was drawn, it was only natural for Su Xian to slay Zhao Ling. To meticulously plan a murder while leaving no room for his opponent to retaliate is indeed the hallmark of a terrifying individual. Yuan Qing smiled softly, lamenting that Su Xian remains merely a true martial cultivator. Had he broken through to the ocean transformation realm, he could have participated in this year's imperial hunt. Alas, having missed this opportunity, he would have to wait another 5 years to partake again. Upon returning to his courtyard, Su Xian was approached by a guard bearing a message from Su Baichen, requesting an audience. The dimly lit study, despite it being daytime, was illuminated only by a few faint rays of light. Father. Su Xian stood there respectfully, a flicker of excitement gleaming in his eyes. He had returned from the forbidden magic prison to the Su family for half a month, yet it was only today that his father was willing to see him. Su Baichen sat with his back to him, diligently painting on a scroll, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Su Xian quietly observed, refraining from interruption. From a young age, Su Xian was aware of his father's passion for painting and had often watched him create. In his memory, each of his father's artworks exuded an unrestrained, carefree, and rebellious spirit. However, today's painting depicted a hawk soaring through the sky, simultaneously surveying the prey below. This artwork, while bearing a hint of defiance, also conveyed a sense of solitude and fierce determination toward its quarry. After a long while, Su Baichen finally set down his brush and turned to look at Su Xian. Having endured 3 years of hardship, he appeared considerably more mature. Su Baichen scrutinized Su Xian's face, and after a moment, a faint smile emerged. This smile, imbued with affection, eased Su Xian's heart, and he too smiled in return. Please, take a seat, Su Baichen gestured. Su Xian complied and sat down. You have chosen not to speak of the events from 3 years ago, nor have I pressed you for details. However, today, I wish to understand why you felt compelled to kill Zhao Ling, Su Baichen observed calmly. Su Xian was not taken aback. It was well known within the Su family that Zhao Ling practiced the frenzied blade, and it was evident that in the recent confrontation, he had systematically pushed Zhao Ling into a corner, forcing him to unleash the frenzied blade before ultimately slaying him. Upon reflection, it was clear that he had intended from the outset to eliminate Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling, a mere retainer, dared to covet the authority of the Su family. He deserved to die, Su Xian replied. And then, Su Baichen remarked, 3 years ago, my family held significant prejudice and resentment against me. As a young master, I have lost the respect of others. Slaying Zhao Ling would not only preserve the dignity of the Su family but also serve as my battle for renown, allowing me to reclaim respect and status within the clan. Su Xian inquired, "Is there anything else?" Su Baichun remained composed. "I have heard that Zhao Tianlei has gone to Tianshui City to contend with the Grand Elder for our family's interests there, and we have reached a critical juncture. That enterprise is vital to the Su family at present. If Zhao Ling's demise could incite Zhao Tianlei's wrath, prompting him to return to seek vengeance, then we could safeguard that enterprise." Su Xian remarked. Upon hearing this, Su Baichun finally smiled. "It is commendable that you have contemplated a third point. Yet you underestimate Zhao Tianlei. From my understanding, while Zhao Ling's death may infuriate him, it would also drive him to fiercely compete for our family's possessions. Thus, should this news reach his ears, he is likely to choose patience, waiting until he secures that enterprise before returning to the family to exact his revenge." Su Xian furrowed his brow, then solemnly stated, "Father, permit me to speak frankly. The faction led by Zhao Tianlei is no longer an ally of the Su family. Rather, it has become a malignant growth. If we allow this corrosion to continue unchecked, it will penetrate deeply into our very essence. And by the time we seek to rescue the Su family, it may be too late." "You speak the truth. I am aware of these matters," replied Su Baichun. Su Bai nodded slightly and sighed. "My Su family has long since fallen into decline. The faction led by Zhao Tianlei is exceedingly powerful, and eradicating this malignant tumor is no simple task. The first step must be to eliminate Zhao Tianlei. However, a year ago, he had already achieved the mid-stage of void breaking. Within the entire Su family, only my father possesses the capability to kill him. Unfortunately, my father is currently not in a position to take action." "Not in a position to act?" Su Xian's heart stirred. He had long speculated why his father had refrained from eliminating Zhao Tianlei's faction. Perhaps it was due to concerns about external forces or the fear of weakening the overall strength of the Su family. Yet, it now appeared that this was not the case. His father did wish to kill Zhao Tianlei, but simply could not do so himself. Understanding this, Su Xian immediately rose. "Father, I shall take on the task of killing Zhao Tianlei." Chapter 16, Divine Annihilation. You wish to kill him? Su Bai lightly tapped his fingers on the table and nodded slightly. "Your ability to comprehend a fragment of the realm at the true martial level and to slay Zhao Ling while stepping beyond your own level indeed demonstrates some talent. Given a few more years, you might well be capable of eliminating Zhao Tianlei. The only uncertainty lies in whether our Su family has that much time left." Su Xian's expression grew grave. The current crisis facing the Su family extends beyond the malignant presence of Zhao Tianlei. It is further exacerbated by external threats. Notably, the Pang family, who resides within the same county, poses a significant challenge, as does the C2 family, which has been covertly supporting the Pang family and has relentlessly sought to undermine the Su family through various means over the past 3 years. The C2 family stands as one of the foremost aristocratic families of the Tianyan dynasty, boasting a foundation of strength that may even surpass the Su family during its former glory, were it not for the apprehension surrounding the possibility that the Su family's ancestors might possess hidden cards. The C2 family would have likely acted long ago to eradicate the Su family entirely. Nevertheless, there is no need for excessive contemplation. One must simply focus on diligent cultivation. Su Baichun said gently at today's grand competition. "You managed to slay Zhao Ling precisely when he was about to retaliate after unleashing his mad demon blade. No matter how much Zhao Tianlei may harbor resentment towards you, he will not dare to confront you openly. You must remain vigilant against covert tactics. I shall also keep a watchful eye, ensuring that, at the very least, within our family he will not find an opportunity to strike." "Thank you, father," Su Xian replied. "Very well, return and secure the residence," Su Baichun gestured dismissively. After Su Xian departed, a knowing smile crept upon Su Baichun's face. This young man is quite adept at concealing his true abilities, despite having awakened his bloodline. He has chosen to remain silent about it. Su Baichun chuckled softly. The reason Su Xian was able to vanquish Zhao Ling in today's battle, aside from his exceptional swordsmanship, was primarily due to the power of his bloodline. However, the power of bloodlines is ignited within the body. This force is quite subtle. At that moment, amidst the throngs in the training grounds, even Yuan Qing, the overseer of the Red Dragon Tower, could not discern its nature, merely attributing Su Xian's remarkable explosive strength to some extraordinary technique. After all, in the realm of martial arts, myriad opportunities exist, some rare cultivation methods, extraordinary treasures, or even peculiar external artifacts can significantly amplify a warrior's explosive potential, allowing them to surpass their peers. Only Su Baichun, with a discerning eye, recognized that Su Xian relied upon the strength of his bloodline. The power unleashed by a peak 9th level martial artist could instantaneously rival that of a peak 10th level, even approaching the threshold of the Transformation C realm. Such a bloodline must be at least of the 2nd rank pinnacle. It remains uncertain whether his bloodline has entered the 1st rank echelon. Su Baichun smiled faintly, yet suddenly, his brow furrowed, and traces of blood appeared in his eyes. With veins in his forehead visibly pulsating, his expression reflecting profound distress, he hastily retrieved a jade vial from his sleeve, from which rolled out a crimson pill, exuding a foul stench. After consuming the pill, Su Baichun's countenance eased somewhat. Upon exiting the study, Su Xian sighed heavily in relief. Since returning to the family, he had not seen his father, which had left him anxious, fearing that his father harbored resentment towards him due to the events of 3 years prior. He worried whether their relationship had become estranged. However, their meeting today clarified for Su Xian that his father remained the same caring figure he had always been, unchanged by time. It was merely the unspoken affection of a father, not inscribed upon his visage. Indeed, what father in this world does not love his own child? Regardless of the enormity of their transgressions, a father's reproach rarely escalates to resentment. Upon returning to his courtyard, Hongshan, the father instructed me to remain confined within my chamber for 10 days, during which I was to receive sustenance delivered to my door at the appointed times. Su Xian commanded. Understood, young master, Hongshan replied obediently. Inside the room, Su Xian sat cross-legged upon the bed, lost in contemplation. Zhao Tianlei had already advanced to the mid-stage of void breaking. His father believed that to vanquish him would require years of preparation. Yet, unbeknownst to his father, even in his current state, Su Xian was not devoid of the power to eliminate him. A fierce intent to kill gleamed in Su Xian's eyes. Zhao Tianlei, he must perish. This declaration was not uttered lightly. Even now, after the awakening of my bloodline, I have acquired a bloodline inheritance technique alongside a forbidden art. The bloodline inheritance technique has not only transformed my meridians, enhancing the quality of my spiritual energy, allowing me to unleash a greater force, but it has also enabled a superior fusion between my spiritual energy and the power of my bloodline. As for the forbidden art, throughout history, many bloodline awakeners have emerged from the eastern wilderness, and while numerous have been bestowed with bloodline inheritance techniques during their awakenings, I have yet to hear of anyone granted a forbidden art. It must be a privilege exclusive to those with supreme bloodlines. I wonder, what might its effects truly be? A surge of anticipation welled within Su Xian. In the next moment, forbidden art, divine annihilation. As the forbidden technique was unleashed, the power of the bloodline within Su Xian ignited with terrifying speed, whether it was within his control or beyond it. In that moment, his complexion flushed crimson, and he experienced a searing agony, as if his entire internal organs were being scorched by fierce flames. His body trembled uncontrollably, and with the combustion of the bloodline power, his cultivation soared dramatically. From the pinnacle of the true martial 9th layer, he ascended to the apex of the true martial 10th layer in an instant, then directly broke through the barrier of the sea transformation realm. Yet, upon reaching the sea transformation stage, this elevation did not wane. From the minor success in sea transformation to the major success, until his cultivation reached the pinnacle of sea transformation, only then did it come to a halt. At this moment, Su Xian still felt as if fierce flames were ablaze within him, yet the pain had dissipated and his consciousness was remarkably clear. Pinnacle of sea transformation. As he sensed his current cultivation, Su Xian could not help but feel overwhelming joy. He had ascended from the true martial 9th layer to the pinnacle of sea transformation, a leap of several realms. This was the essence of the God Destruction forbidden technique. Moreover, Su Xian could perceive that although his cultivation was enhanced by burning the power of his bloodline, it did not diminish the bloodline's augmentation of his inherent strength. Now at the pinnacle of sea transformation, supported by the lineage's martial arts, his power was already comparable to that of a peak sea transformation expert. Furthermore, once he activated the bloodline power, his strength would reach the level of the void-shattering realm. With the application of this forbidden technique, his battle prowess was entirely at the level of the void-shattering realm. Su Xian smiled. However, he was acutely aware that this forbidden technique could not be sustained for long. He sat there, familiarizing himself with the power of the transcendent sea realm, quietly awaiting the natural cessation of the technique. Before long, the divine obliteration technique ceased its operation of its own accord, while Su Xian meticulously calculated the passage of time. From the moment I initiated the forbidden technique to now, approximately 50 breaths had elapsed, at which point the technique would naturally come to a halt. Su Xian furrowed his brow. This was under the condition of not engaging in combat, relying solely on the normal passage of time. Were I in a life and death battle, employing swordsmanship and various other methods, the consumption would undoubtedly be greater, and this divine obliteration technique would likely last no more than 30 breaths. 30 breaths, though somewhat brief, was still a considerable enhancement in power. The only drawback was that once the forbidden technique ceased, Su Xian realized that his internal spiritual energy, including his bloodline power, had been entirely depleted, leaving him in an unprecedented state of weakness. Side effects? Su Exine sighed inwardly, having been mentally prepared for this. It was only after an hour that Su Exine's condition improved somewhat. Now, after employing the divine obliteration technique, I should be able to contend with Zhao Tianlei using my swordsmanship, but to slay him. Su Exine shook his head. After all, Zhao Tianlei had already reached the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm, and those who had attained such strength possessed extraordinary means. Even with the invocation of the divine annihilation technique, he harbored no certainty of vanquishing Zhao Tianlei in a one-on-one confrontation. Moreover, he was constrained by a mere 30 breaths of time, after which he would succumb to weakness. This meant that if he failed to eliminate Zhao Tianlei within those 30 breaths, it would be his own demise. Fortunately, Zhao Tianlei would not be returning to his clan for some time, granting him the opportunity to exert every effort in enhancing his strength and cultivation. For the next 10 days, Su Exine remained secluded in his chamber, diligently engaging in profound meditation. Remarkably, by the third day of his seclusion, his cultivation progressed as anticipated, transcending from the pinnacle of the true martial 9th realm to the true martial 10th realm. This elevation in realm naturally bolstered his prowess significantly. Soon, 10 days elapsed. Creak. Su Exine emerged from his chamber, squinting against the blinding sunlight, and could not help but stretch. Young master, Hong Shan stood respectfully beside him. During your 10 days of seclusion, Miss Yu Ning and young master Su Ming both visited, hoping to see you. Upon learning of your seclusion, they departed. Additionally, Zhao Qing from the retainer faction left the clan on the very first day of your retreat, reportedly bearing Zhao Ling's corpse to Tianshui City to seek out his father, Zhao Tianlei. Zhao Qing took Zhao Ling's body to Tianshui City? Su Exine's lips curled into a cold smile. Has Zhao Tianlei returned? No. Hong Shan shook his head. Just as my father indicated, Su Exine sighed. Zhao Tianlei still endures. Hong Shan, accompany me for a stroll, Su Exine instructed. Of course, Hong Shan nodded. Within the Su residence, Su Exine and Hong Shan ambled casually. Greetings, young master. Cousin Su Exine. Su Exine, has your confinement ended? As they meandered, they encountered numerous maids, servants, and even some of the younger and elder members of the Su family, all greeting Su Exine with warm smiles. Compared to over half a month ago, when he had just returned to the Su family, their attitudes had transformed entirely. This shift filled Su Exine with immense gratification, as he had not felt the warmth of family for quite some time. Soon, he arrived at a training ground, where many young members of the Su family were gathered, honing their skills. Among them, he instantly spotted a strikingly graceful figure. Hong Shan, let us hasten. Su Exine spoke. Just as he was about to depart, Su Exine, halt. A sharp voice resonated unexpectedly. Su Exine stiffened, turning awkwardly to face the speaker. Ning, sister Ning. The corners of Su Exine's mouth twitched slightly. In the current Su family, the individual he feared encountering the most was undoubtedly his cousin. Chapter 17, Will you return? On the training ground, Su Exine lowered his head, standing there obediently. My dear cousin, no, I should address you as Sword Mastery. You are quite impressive. You've hidden your capabilities well. How did I not notice before? Su Yuning circled around Su Exine, her expression fierce. Su Exine could only manage a wry smile. He understood that with the display of his prowess in the family competition, especially his swordsmanship, his identity as Sword Master, he could no longer be concealed. Su Yuning had indeed sought guidance from Sword One in person, and the swordsmanship demonstrated by Su Exine during the competition was undeniably of a caliber exceeding that of the 13th level of the Jinwu Pavilion. There was no doubt that Su Exine was Sword One. Sister Ning, I had intended to conceal my identity. Su Exine couldn't help but remark. Silence. Who permitted you to speak? Su Yuning chastised sharply, causing Su Exine to immediately close his mouth. Subsequently, Su Yuning proceeded to scold him thoroughly. Su Exine merely listened obediently, refraining from retorting, while several members of the Su family nearby stifled their laughter. After a considerable time, Su Yuning finished her reprimand and approached Su Exine, gently patting his forehead. Although you pretended in front of me, which was rather unkind, your act of avenging Zhao Ling during the competition truly relieved the frustration of many of our family members. And I commend you for that. Su Exine grinned. Enough of your pride. While you dealt with Zhao Ling decisively, the aftermath will not be trivial. His father, Zhao Tianlei, will certainly not let this matter rest, Su Yuning added. I understand. My father has already briefed me. I will exercise caution, Su Exine replied. That is reassuring. With the clan leader's presence, Zhao Tianlei will not be able to stir up much trouble. Su Yuning nodded slightly. Yet, she quickly leaned in again. Cousin, I have absorbed everything you taught me before at the Jinwu Pavilion. During this time, my swordsmanship has improved significantly. Shall we engage in a sparring session? When faced with the esteemed Sword One, Su Yuning felt immense respect and trepidation, and it required considerable courage for her to approach him for guidance. Yet now, before her stood her cousin Su Xin, with whom she shared an unbreakable bond since childhood. Su Yuning, feeling quite relaxed, responded nonchalantly. All right. Su Xin nodded, casually picking up a nearby branch and cheerfully remarked, Sister Ning, feel free to strike. This young lad, indeed, possessed an audacious spirit. Observing Su Xin wielding merely a branch, Su Yuning gritted her teeth, yet she was acutely aware of her cousin's formidable prowess. In no time, the two engaged in combat. Clang! In a mere exchange, Su Yuning's sword was sent sailing from her grasp by the force of the branch. Was this how it would end? A look of bewilderment crossed Su Yuning's face. However, at Su Xion's gesture, she retrieved her sword and pressed on. Clang! 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 Time and again, with each encounter, her sword was effortlessly dislodged from her hand. In this bout, Su Xian was evidently not as patient as he had been at the Jinwu Pavilion, where he had allowed Su Yuning to display her full repertoire before decisively overcoming her. Previously, he had waited to discern her true capabilities in order to offer guidance. But now, with an intimate understanding of her strengths and weaknesses, there was no need for such formality. After a series of exchanges, they paused. Sister Ning, your swordsmanship has indeed improved since our last encounter. Your technique has become less flamboyant and more composed. However, the foundation of your skills remains insufficiently solid. As you struggle to maintain a firm grip on your sword, Su Xian pointed out the flaws in Su Yuning's technique. She nodded in silent acknowledgement. It was evident to her that although Su Xian wielded a mere branch and exerted a comparable amount of force each time they clashed, her sword was effortlessly sent flying from her grasp by his branch. During the process in which Su Xian instructed Su Yuning, the onlooking members of the Su family, gathered in the training arena, were utterly astonished. With merely a branch, he effortlessly disarmed Sister Ning's sword time and again. It was truly remarkable. Sister Ning's swordsmanship was already exceptional, yet before Su Xian, it seemed as if she were but an infant. Su Xian, the elder cousin, was extraordinarily powerful. Su Yuning had successfully traversed the 9th level of the Jinwu Pavilion, making her swordsmanship among the finest of the younger generation in the Su family. Nevertheless, before Su Xian, she appeared as though she had just begun to walk. The disparity was immense. A somewhat apprehensive female member of the Su family stepped forward and inquired, Younger sister also wields a sword. Might it be possible for you to offer some guidance, elder cousin? Certainly, Su Xian replied with a smile, casting his gaze around. If any of you wish to spar with me, feel free to step forward. Delighted, the Su family members were instantly exhilarated. Cousin, a voice filled with remorse echoed. Xiaoming? Su Xian turned to the newcomer. Cousin, I apologize for my previous actions, Su Ming said earnestly. When Su Xian had first returned to the Su family, it was Su Ming who had stood before him, reprimanding him with a pointed finger. In their subsequent encounters, he had shown Su Xian little kindness. Haha, we are brothers. There is no need for such formality, Su Xian laughed, patting Su Ming on the shoulder. Besides, what happened 3 years ago was indeed my fault towards the family. All right, enough of that. Xiaoming, would you care to join in as well? Su Xian inquired. Of course, Su Ming replied, nodding vigorously. Subsequently, Su Xian engaged in a spirited exchange with the young scions of the Su family in the training grounds. While it was termed as an exchange, it was, in essence, a form of guidance. Nevertheless, Su Xian derived immense joy from this mentorship, for he could distinctly perceive the respect, admiration, and even reverence these young members held for him. Their elder cousin. Over 3 years ago, as the foremost prodigy of the Su family, he too had been the recipient of frequent requests for sparring from many of these young kin, and he had been equally eager to provide his insights. It was a heartwarming experience, embodying the essence of familial bonds. After an hour of guidance, Su Xian, feeling fatigued, was finally allowed to depart by the eager young disciples. Approaching his uncle, Su Baihu, Su Xian bowed respectfully. Uncle, he addressed. Su Baihu, upon seeing his nephew, broke into a smile. What brings you here? Uncle, as you are well aware, you are the first to receive news from Tianshui City. I would like to request your assistance in keeping an eye on Zhao Tianlei. Please notify me the moment he departs from Tianshui City, Su Xian requested earnestly. Very well. Su Baihu replied, though unaware of Su Xian's intentions, he nonetheless nodded in agreement. Su Xian bowed once more before turning to leave. In the ensuing days, although Su Xian dedicated the majority of his time to personal cultivation, he still carved out moments to return to the training grounds to spar with the Su family's youth. His status among them had nearly returned to that of 3 years prior, bolstered by the undeniable strength he exhibited. Thus, upon learning of Su Xian's frequent presence at the training grounds, multitudes of young disciples gathered there daily, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Even some of the formidable figures from the Su family who have reached the sea transformation realm were drawn to the spectacle. Whoosh! A fleeting shadow of a sword, seemingly nebulous, struck with a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye, directly colliding with a long spear. Following that, it deftly swept along the shaft, striking the wrist of the spear wielder. Whoosh! The middle-aged man in gray felt a sharp, searing pain in his wrist, causing the long spear to slip from his grasp as he staggered back several paces. Magnificent! Truly remarkable! The numerous Su family disciples observing the duel were captivated, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Uncle Hang, I concede. Su Xian smiled at the gray-clad elder, Su Bohang, while still wielding nothing but a slender branch. Your swordsmanship is indeed commendable, Su Bohang chuckled lightly. Meanwhile, a young swordsman beside them, Su Qinghong, who had previously been regarded as the only one capable of challenging Zhao Ling, now gazed on with fervent astonishment. Su Bohang, a pinnacle expert who had long attained the consummation of the sea transformation realm, was not merely competing in cultivation but rather in skill. Yet, despite his remarkable spear techniques, Su Xian had effortlessly defeated him using nothing but a branch, in a mere exchange. Su Qinghong's mind was already in tumult. He was aware of Su Xian's extraordinary swordsmanship, which was astonishingly high, but he never anticipated it would reach such heights. To defeat a fully realized expert of the sea transformation realm with just a branch in a single exchange, what does that signify? Suppressing the shock within, Su Qinghong seized the opportunity to approach Su Xian for a friendly spar. In recent days, Su Xian has been engaging in combat with the disciples of the Su family at the training grounds every day. After each sparring session, he offers his insights and guidance, which are exceedingly rare and invaluable. Over the course of just a few days, numerous disciples have experienced significant improvements in their skills under Su Xian's tutelage. Among them, Su Qinghong has already received instruction from Su Xian 3 times. After each session, he diligently reflects on the lessons learned and discovers advancements in his swordsmanship. Such opportunities are not to be missed. After more than half an hour, a considerable number of Su family disciples still gathered at the training grounds. At that moment, Su Baihu appeared at the periphery of the arena. Upon seeing Su Baihu's arrival, Su Xian felt a stir within and ceased his sparring, approaching Su Baihu directly. He had just received news from Tianshui City that the elder had failed in his conflict with Zhao Tianlei. Now, Zhao Tianlei has completely taken control of the Su family's interests in Tianshui City. After making all necessary arrangements, he has set off. When leaving Tianshui City, he even prepared a coffin for Zhao Ling's remains, which is being transported by cart, and he and his companions are dressed in mourning attire. According to the journey, they will return to the family in 3 days. 3 days, indeed? Su Xian's gaze narrowed, expressing gratitude to his second uncle. You need not worry excessively, after all. The Su family is still governed by those of the Su surname, and with my elder brother present, Zhao Tianlei cannot harm you, Su Baihu reassured him. Su Xian nodded slightly, yet at the moment he turned to leave, an unprecedented glimmer of murderous intent ignited in his eyes. Draped in mourning attire, with a coffin prepared, Zhao Tianlei, do you truly wish to return to the Su family and pay homage to Zhao Ling before all the members of the Su clan? But can you truly return? Chapter 18. He must die in the courtyard. A thunderous roar erupted, the air crackling with immense energy as sword shadows surged forth, embodying boundless fury. It was as if a long-dormant volcano had finally erupted. Each strike of the sword was imbued with unparalleled ferocity, wielding astonishing might. After a considerable time, the tempestuous sword shadows gradually subsided. With a sigh of relief, Su Xian stood at the center of the courtyard, sword in hand. Truly, the North Song sword technique, hailed as the foremost swordsmanship of the Tianyan dynasty, was formidable. This Thunderfire scroll, though I have contemplated its essence for several days, I have merely scratched the surface. Su Xian murmured. The North Song sword technique comprises 3 scrolls: the Shadow Scroll, the Thunderfire Scroll, and the Mountain Sea Scroll. The Shadow Scroll emphasizes speed. The Thunderfire Scroll emphasizes power, and the Mountain Sea Scroll emphasizes defense. The amalgamation of these 3 forms the premier swordsmanship of the Tianyan dynasty. Among these scrolls, the Shadow Scroll has the lowest threshold. Having grasped a fragment of sword intent, Su Xian swiftly mastered the first technique of the Shadow Scroll. In recent days, he began to delve into the Thunderfire Scroll, and after several days, he had barely gained entry into its mysteries. Although Su Xian felt it inadequate, for an ordinary person, it would be nothing short of miraculous. In terms of entry barriers, the Mountain Sea Scroll is indeed easier than the Thunderfire Scroll. Su Xian found it simpler to comprehend. However, the Mountain Sea Scroll is a defensive technique, and since he aimed to employ forbidden arts to eliminate Zhao Tianlei, he could not afford to take more than 30 breaths in the confrontation. Thus, he must unleash a relentless assault, pouring forth every ounce of his strength to annihilate him. The Thunderfire Scroll, even at its mere inception, possesses a terrifying power of destruction. On a tranquil night, Su Xian remained in his chamber, cradling 2 exquisite spirit-gathering pills. Previously, during his visit to the Red Dragon Tower, he had procured 20 such pills, and having consumed 18, these were the final 2. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xian swallowed both pills in one swift motion, simultaneously activating his bloodline inheritance technique to fervently absorb the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As time elapsed, the eve of Zhao Tianlei's return swiftly approached. With the operation of his bloodline inheritance technique, a torrent of spiritual force surged within Su Xian, ultimately reaching a state of utmost saturation. He had attained the pinnacle of the true martial 10th layer. Upon opening his eyes, an unmistakable glimmer of ecstatic joy sparkled within them. Over the past few days, he had exerted every effort to elevate his cultivation and enhance his prowess, consuming every exquisite spirit-gathering pill, and at last, on this final night, he had achieved such a remarkable advancement. At the peak of the true martial 10th layer, once he unleashed the divine annihilation forbidden technique, his cultivation could instantaneously soar to the realm of the sea transformation. Relying on both the bloodline inheritance technique and the might of his bloodline, in pure strength, I am assuredly not inferior to Zhao Tianlei, and perhaps even surpass him. In terms of skills, Zhao Tianlei's talent is rather mediocre. His initial breakthrough to the void-breaking realm was significantly influenced by fortune, and his abilities merely reflect a mid-level proficiency within that realm. It is likely he could only traverse the 14th level of the true martial pavilion, whereas I have already grasped a sliver of intent. If I were to unleash my full potential, I could undoubtedly conquer the 15th level. I have also mastered the Northern Song sword technique. The Phantom Scroll and the Thunderfire Scroll are now within my grasp. With these 2 formidable skills at my disposal, I am confident I possess a 90% chance of eliminating him. Su Xian rose to his feet, his hands clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze with determination. The members of the Su family, including his father Su Baichen, his uncle Su Baihu, as well as Su Yuning and Su Qihong, were all apprehensive about the possible repercussions from Zhao Tianlei upon his return from Tianshui City. Yet, who could have known? He had never intended to allow Zhao Tianlei to return alive to the Su family. Tomorrow, Zhao Tianlei must perish. Under the cover of night, Su Xian departed from the Su residence, alone. The following day, at noon, the sky was overcast. On the official road leading back to the county city from Tianshui City, a convoy was slowly making its way forward. This convoy consisted of merely 2 carriages, one of which bore a pitch-black coffin, surrounded by a dozen riders clad in mourning attire. It was none other than Zhao Tianlei and his entourage returning to the Su family from Tianshui City. Seated in the other carriage were Zhao Tianlei and his still-living son, Zhao Qing. Father, in just 2 more hours we will return to the Su family. Upon our return, you must ensure that Su Xian is reduced to ashes and his head severed and displayed at my elder brother's memorial for 49 days as an offering. Zhao Qing declared fiercely. Silence. Zhao Tianlei, also dressed in mourning garb, had a gaunt face and striking hawk-like eyes, sharp and frigid. Despite the anguish of losing a son, Zhao Tianlei remained far more composed than Zhao Qing. I have previously informed you that upon returning to the Su family, you may weep and lament as you please. The more public your sorrow, the better. However, you must never show any disrespect towards Su Xian, nor utter a single word suggesting vengeance for your elder brother's death. It is imperative that the entire Yongning County is made aware that it was the young master of the Su family who took my son's life, and that the Su family was the instigator of this injustice. Zhao Tianlei, like a venomous serpent, fixed his gaze upon Zhao Qing, and as for Su Xian, he who dared to slay my son shall undoubtedly meet his end. However, we must await the perfect opportunity to strike. Do you comprehend? Yes. Zhao Qing gritted his teeth and nodded. Just then, my lord, someone requests an audience, came the voice of a subordinate from outside the carriage. Zhao Tianlei pulled back the curtain and glanced outside, instructing them to come aboard. Soon, a figure cloaked in black ascended into the carriage. Once the curtain was drawn closed, he removed his hood, revealing the visage of an elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s, with graying temples. Brother Tianlei, it has been months since we last met. I trust all is well. The old man offered a slight bow to Zhao Tianlei, then sighed. I have also heard of your son's passing. I extend my condolences. Dear brother Tianlei, condolences? What nonsense! My son may be dead, but the Su family shall not escape unscathed. I intend for every man, woman, and child of the Su family to pay for my son's demise. Zhao Tianlei's voice was icy. Pang Shan, let us dispense with pleasantries. You must have surmised the purpose of my invitation today. I shall not beat around the bush. The Pang family had previously been in secret communication with me, urging an alliance to annihilate the Su family. However, I initially deemed their terms lacking in sincerity, hence my refusal. Yet now, I acquiesce to your proposal, as you suggested. I shall claim merely 30% of the Su family's resources post-destruction. Nonetheless, I have one condition. What condition? Inquired the silver-haired elder Pang Shan. After the demise of the Su family, I wish to obtain a copy of their most esteemed secret manuals, replied Zhao Tianlei. Manuals? Pang Shan chuckled, readily agreeing. No problem at all. The two reached an immediate accord. Meanwhile, Zhao Qing, who sat within the carriage, wore an expression of astonishment. From their dialogue, he had gleaned the truth. Pang Shan was an elder of the Pang family. Long ago, the Pang family had clandestinely contacted his father, seeking a collaborative effort against the Su family. However, his father had deemed their terms insufficient and had not responded promptly. Now, evidently due to the death of his elder brother Zhaoling, his father had relented. Brother Tianlei, with your alliance alongside my Pang family, the annihilation of the Su family is imminent. However, we must remember that the Su family was once a premier aristocracy of the Tianyan dynasty, as the saying goes. A starving camel is still larger than a horse. Before Pang Shan could finish, Zhao Tianlei interjected, I am aware of your concerns. Your Pang family is merely apprehensive about the Su family's ancestor at the Nirvana stage, who may possess some formidable trump card. Yet I can assure you now, there is none. The esteemed ancestor of the Su family has left no hidden cards for them. Oh, Brother Tianlei, what leads you to such a firm conclusion? Pang Shan inquired. Firstly, had that Nirvana realm ancestor truly bequeathed any secret trump cards to the Su family, they could not have fallen to such a dire state in merely 3 years. Secondly, when the Su family initially encountered their crisis, I was aware that many of the family's formidable members, including several guests who had not yet departed, discreetly inquired of Su Baichen, only to receive a negative response. It was precisely for this reason that those guests, including several formidable Void Realm experts, foresaw the inevitable decline of the Su family and chose to leave. Thirdly, and most crucially, during the Su family's calamity, a powerful individual stormed into their domain, seizing a significant portion of their resources with overwhelming might, and claiming the lives of numerous strong members of the family. Even the head of the Su family, Su Baichen, nearly perished at the hands of this formidable assailant. At this juncture, no hidden cards were revealed by the Su family, Zhao Tianlei elaborated. A powerful individual breached the Su family and seized a large portion of their resources. And even Su Baichen nearly lost his life? Pang Shan's heart stirred. The first and second points presented by Zhao Tianlei were known to the Pang family. It was the third revelation that struck Pang Shan as unprecedented. Humph, that incident transpired during the night, and the strength of the assailant was such that it was utterly devastating, resulting in minimal commotion. Most who were aware of the event have since fallen victim to that powerful individual, leaving only a handful alive, and I am among them, Zhao Tianlei confessed. Is that so? As Pang Shan's eyes brightened, he noted that many formidable warriors had perished and that a significant portion of resources had been seized. Even the head of the family had nearly met his demise without revealing any trump cards, which suggested a genuine lack of hidden strength. Brother Tianlei, under these circumstances, we can now discuss and set a time to strike at the Su family, Pang Shan proposed. Must we really set a time? Zhao Tianlei furrowed his brow. You ought to be aware that my Pang family is covertly supported by the Sidu family. Now that we intend to take action against the Su family, it is only prudent to consult with the Sidu family. They may even dispatch powerful allies to join us, which would enhance our chances of success, Pang Shan explained. Very well, Zhao Tianlei replied with a slight nod. In the carriage, Zhao Tianlei and Pang Shan were deliberating the particulars of their impending assault on the Su family. Meanwhile, not far ahead on the official road, atop an unnamed hillside, stood Su Xian, clad in a form-fitting black outfit, wielding a long sword, and wearing a wide-brimmed hat that obscured his features. At last, they have arrived, he thought. His icy gaze fixated on the convoy that had just entered his line of sight. This marked his first attempt at an ambush, and Su Xian could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension, prompting him to slightly relax his grip on the sword. Suddenly, he raised his head. The already dim sky had grown utterly dark. With a thunderous roar, a deafening clap of thunder erupted, and arcs of lightning seemed to materialize before him. Almost immediately, torrential rain began to pour down. The raindrops pounded against the ground, saturating the earth instantly. It is raining, Su Xian murmured, extending his palm to feel the relentless rain pelting against the back of his hand. As the heavens have favored me, I shall indulge in a grand slaughter amidst this torrential downpour. With that, Su Xian leaped down from the hill. Chapter 19, The Onslaught of Rain on the Official Road. The convoy continued its journey. The weather had been fair moments ago, yet suddenly, a deluge had descended. Some of the trusted companions expressed their grievances, urging caution to protect another carriage from the rain, ensuring that the coffin remained untouched. Indeed, Zhao Tianlei commanded, then resumed his conversation with Pang Shan. Dear Brother Pang, if the Sidu family truly sends formidable individuals our way, would your esteemed family be able to provide an introduction? Pang Shan glanced at Zhao Tianlei and nodded, very well. If the opportunity arises, I shall assist you. Although the Situ family holds lofty standards, you, Brother Tianlei, are a formidable presence in the mid-stage of void breaking. Should you enter their ranks, you would undoubtedly attain a respectable status. My heartfelt thanks, Zhao Tianlei replied, elated. Just then, the carriage abruptly halted in the rain. What is the matter? Zhao Tianlei furrowed his brow. My lord, there is someone blocking our path ahead, came the voice of a trusted companion from outside the carriage. Zhao Tianlei slightly lifted the curtain and, despite the rain, he could see a figure standing in the center of the road, a man clad in black, wielding a sword and wearing a conical hat. Who dares to obstruct our passage? One of the trusted companions, mounted on a warhorse, advanced to confront the figure. May I inquire if the carriage contains the esteemed Zhao Tianlei? Came the hoarse voice of the sword-wielding man from beneath his hat. Do you recognize my lord? The companion inquired. At the behest of young Master Zhao Ling, I am tasked with conveying a message to Lord Zhao. The swordsman declared. Zhao Ling? The confidants were taken aback. Could it be that Linger left behind a message before his demise? Inside the carriage, Zhao Tianlei furrowed his brow. However, the swordsman merely smiled and said, Young Master Zhao Ling appeared to me in a dream. In the desolate depths of the Yellow Springs, in solitude and despair. He wishes for Lord Zhao and young Master Zhao Qing to join him, so that the family may reunite. Preposterous. The confidants immediately erupted in fury. Zhao Tianlei's gaze darkened, contemplating the madness of this intruder, and commanded, kill him. With that, he drew the curtain of the carriage. On the official road, the confidants prepared to act. But Su Xian was evidently quicker. With a sharp sound, his long sword was drawn, and his spiritual power surged forth. The true martial realm? 10th stage? Upon Su Xian's initial move, the confidants quickly discerned that his cultivation was merely at the true martial realm and burst into laughter. Is there truly someone so reckless? A mere true martial practitioner dares to come and ambush us? Such ignorance of one's own mortality. Most of the confidants remained mounted, showing no intention of intervening. Except for the one who had just inquired, who dismounted and approached. It is noteworthy that Zhao Tianlei, as the leader of the Su family's guest faction, possessed mid-stage strength in the void-breaking realm, and those confidants surrounding him were remarkably formidable, the weakest among them having achieved the great perfection of the sea transformation realm. The confidant now preparing to face the cloaked swordsman was at the great perfection of the sea transformation realm. Such cultivation made the task of eliminating a true martial practitioner as effortless as crushing an ant. Yet, just as this confidant was about to engage the black-clad swordsman, forbidden technique, annihilation of the divine. With no prior warning, the man in black wielding a sword, whose aura previously reflected the pinnacle of the true martial 10th realm, surged explosively in intensity at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, he ascended from the zenith of the 10th realm to the peak of the sea transformation realm, nearly reaching its utmost limits. In an instant, a brilliant flash of sword light emerged, swiftly cleaving the body of an approaching confidant in half. What? This is the confidants, who had just been sneering derisively, were now struck with shock and dismay. A true martial practitioner at the 10th realm experienced such a sudden elevation to the peak of the sea transformation realm? What sorcery is this? It's perilous. He has concealed his true prowess. Let us strike together. In a heartbeat, over 10 figures leapt from their steeds. 13 figures in total, the weakest among them possessing the cultivation of the sea transformation great accomplishment, alongside 4 who had achieved complete mastery of the sea transformation realm, and 1 formidable individual who had reached the pinnacle of that realm. Each of the 13 drew forth their respective weapons, launching their assault from various directions. Beneath his hat, Su Xian's eyes gleamed with a cold, piercing intensity. Once the divine obliteration forbidden technique was invoked, I had merely 30 breaths of time, with not a moment to squander. Kill. A low growl erupted, and the murderous intent soared skyward. The 13 confidants, having long served alongside Zhao Tianlei, were intimately familiar with one another, their cooperation seamless. They quickly converged to seal off every possible escape route for Su Xian. Had they faced an ordinary practitioner at the peak of the sea transformation realm, he would surely have been obliterated in a mere exchange. Yet, they confronted Su Xian. Buzz. A hazy sword shadow suddenly illuminated the scene. The shadow of the sword flickered. Imbued with an extraordinarily peculiar and enigmatic force, this force embodied a fleeting essence that Su Xian had comprehended. In that instant, Su Xian's blade was infused with a soul, undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Within a heartbeat, the indistinct sword shadow mercilessly swept across the throats of the 13 confidants, almost simultaneously. The velocity was astonishing. Terror flickered in the eyes of these 13 loyalists, some of them gaping in disbelief. Despite their collective efforts to ambush their opponent, they were unable to unleash their techniques before meeting their demise. In an instant, 13 figures collapsed. After dispatching his 13 confidants, Su Exine brazenly swung his sword towards the carriage ahead. With a resounding whoosh, the piercing sword shadow, infused with determination, cleaved the carriage and its horses in twain. From the wreckage of the shattered carriage, 3 figures emerged, landing on the adjacent official road. Zhao Tianlei stood protectively in front of Zhao Qing. His gaze fixated on the lifeless bodies of the confidants sprawled on the ground, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. He was acutely aware of the combat prowess of these confidants, under their combined strength. Even a typical void-breaking realm master would find it arduous to annihilate them all in such a brief span. Yet, in a mere moment, he had been rendered incapable of intervening to save them, and all his confidants lay dead before him. The strength of the intruder, a void-breaking realm master. Perhaps even more than one? At this moment, Su Exine's attention shifted to the elderly figure in the black robe, who had also fallen onto the official road. It was evident that this elder was another formidable master of the void-breaking realm, an existence that Su Exine had not anticipated, though unaware of his identity. The mere association with Zhao Tianlei warranted his demise. A glint of ferocity flashed in Su Exine's eyes as he retrieved a talisman from his waist. After infusing it with a trace of spiritual energy, he cast it into the void before him. The talisman dissipated into nothingness, yet a peculiar force began to spread, enveloping the surrounding space at an astonishing speed. This is a confinement? Alarmed, both Zhao Tianlei and Pang Shan's expressions shifted, instantly sensing the presence of that intangible power. It was an aerial restriction. Zhao Tianlei comprehended the situation immediately. A practitioner of the Void Realm possesses a unique advantage over those in the true martial and sea transformation realms. Aside from the disparity in strength, the ability to traverse the skies. To eliminate Zhao Tianlei, Su Exine naturally sought to curtail this capability. Thus, prior to executing his ambush, he had clandestinely acquired a confinement talisman from Yuan Qing at the Red Dragon Tower. This talisman could temporarily render a space inaccessible to Void Realm experts, preventing them from flying. In terms of value, one such talisman surpassed the worth of the 20 premium spirit gathering pills Su Exine had previously obtained. Yet it remained within the bounds of his Earth-level authority. Brother Tianlei, exercise caution. This individual has prepared aerial restrictions, indicating a well-thought-out strategy. We must not succumb to treachery. Pang Shan's demeanor grew grave. Indeed, we shall strike together, Zhao Tianlei concurred solemnly. Zhao Tianlei, today shall mark your end, Su Exine bellowed, his aura surging violently as he lunged forward, sword in hand. Humph! Zhao Tianlei's gaze was frigid, and in his hand appeared a broad, hefty blade, weighing perhaps over 100 pounds. He gripped it firmly with both hands, his steps resonating like thunder. The formidable blade swung violently towards Su Exine, leaving a trail of shimmering illusions in its wake, its terrifying power compressing the air and producing a series of piercing sonic booms, as swift as lightning. In response, Su Exine unsheathed his sword, unleashing it with a touch of profound intent. As he wielded the long sword, the power of his bloodline surged within him. Since the awakening of his bloodline, even during his fierce battle with Zhao Ling, he had only managed to unleash it to 70% of its potential. Yet now, he summoned the full extent of his bloodline power in an instant. In the eastern wilderness, never before had a supreme bloodline manifested its might so fully. He executed the most potent Thunderfire Whirlwind of the Northern Songsword technique. With a resounding impact, Su Exine's sword collided with the hefty blade, akin to a colossal meteor striking its target, unleashing a cataclysmic force that made both the blade and Zhao Tianlei's hand tremble violently. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhao Tianlei's eyes, followed by a muffled grunt as he was propelled backward, each step shaking the ground beneath him, causing rainwater and mud to splatter dramatically. It took him more than 10 steps before he could regain his balance. As Su Exine prepared to capitalize on this advantage, a figure cloaked in black materialized at his side like a specter, a swift claw striking towards his throat with lethal intent. This was Pang Shan, seizing the opportunity with ruthless ferocity and astonishing speed. Seeking death, Su Exine instinctively unleashed a strike with his sword, and in that instant, a flurry of sword shadows erupted into the air. Amidst the incessant downpour of rain, it appeared as though snowflakes had emerged. The snowfall sword technique, Snow Slash, guided by an ethereal essence, these snowflakes moved with astonishing speed, not only repelling the lethal claws that surged forth but also enveloping the entire figure of Pang Shan within the shadows of the sword. This swordsmanship. Pang Shan was engulfed in terror, feeling as though the oncoming sword shadows were incomprehensibly swift. He desperately attempted to defend against these strikes. Yet each shadow came forth with even greater velocity. In the blink of an eye, 10 sword shadows had sliced through the air, and when the 11th shadow approached, he found himself utterly defenseless. With a chilling sound, the frigid sword shadow pierced directly through his throat. The formidable existence of the void-breaking realm, Elder Pang Shan of the Pang family, was slain. Chapter 20. The decimation, how could this be? Zhao Tianlei, who had just regained his footing, looked up to witness the horrifying spectacle of Su Xin executing a terrifying sword technique that instantaneously annihilated Pang Shan. His mind was left in a daze. The opponent was merely at the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm, yet in a single encounter, he was overwhelmingly repelled and injured. While Pang Shan met his demise on the spot, though Pang Shan was only at the initial stage of the void-breaking realm, beneath him in strength, he was nonetheless a genuine powerhouse. To perish in a mere moment? Such a terrifying sword technique, such formidable power. Zhao Tianlei trembled within, and without hesitation, unleashed his ultimate trump card, the frenzied demon blade. With a thunderous roar, a chaotic and violent aura surged forth, enveloping Zhao Tianlei in a shroud of blood mist, his eyes turning crimson with madness. Unlike Zhao Ling, Zhao Tianlei experienced a more significant enhancement in power after unleashing the frenzied blade. Yet he managed to retain a glimmer of rationality, avoiding complete descent into madness. With a fierce resolve, Zhao Tianlei charged forth, wielding his blade. Su Xin, seizing the moment, unleashed a powerful strike infused with the force of thunder and fire, fully channeling his bloodline power in conjunction with his spiritual energy, culminating in a spectacular eruption along the length of his sword. With a resounding boom, the very air seemed on the verge of shattering, causing Zhao Tianlei to stagger backward, taking 3 arduous steps. How could it be that even with the frenzied blade unleashed, I find myself at such a distinct disadvantage? Zhao Tianlei's face was a portrait of disbelief. Yet, Su Xin's sword showed no signs of faltering. Waves of sword shadows erupted forth, akin to a sudden volcanic eruption or a thunderclap on a clear day. Swift, frenzied, each strike carried a terrifying might, relentless and devastating, relentlessly assailing Zhao Tianlei. Despite Zhao Tianlei exerting every ounce of his strength, he found it increasingly arduous to withstand the onslaught of these dreadful sword shadows. How overpowering! His strength surpasses mine, and his swordsmanship is leagues beyond my own. Moreover, within his technique lay a trace of profound intent. Zhao Tianlei's heart was engulfed in astonishment, shock, and fear, reaching a peak of despair. This profound intent, a concept he, a mid-stage breakthrough void expert, had failed to grasp even after many years in the realm, was now manifested before him in this individual, who could express it flawlessly through swordsmanship. At this moment, he had no choice but to exert every possible means to fend off the oncoming, terrifying sword shadows. Fortunately, I had previously mastered a formidable defensive sword technique, achieving a high level of proficiency. Otherwise, the situation would have been dire. Zhao Tianlei felt a sense of relief deep within. The frenzied blade, though termed a sword technique, primarily serves as a unique conduit for power, allowing one to enter a fleeting state of frenzy, thereby significantly enhancing their strength. In this frenzied state, Zhao Tianlei could simultaneously execute his most adept defensive swordplay. It was precisely this defensive technique that enabled him to withstand the torrential onslaught of Su Xin's terrifying sword shadows thus far. Yet, Su Xin continued to unleash his sword with relentless vigor. This was no mere practice session. The life-and-death struggle bore no resemblance to his solitary training. Each stroke he delivered was executed with unparalleled fluidity and exhilaration. Every slash was a manifestation of utmost power and peak eruption. The might of his swordsmanship grew increasingly astonishing, and he became fully immersed in this exhilarating frenzy of assault. Suddenly, another strike was unleashed, naturally invoking the tempestuous force of thunder and fire. Mastery of the thunder-fire roll could only be attained at a certain level, allowing one to harness the forces of heaven and earth. If previously Su Xin had managed to wield a mere fragment of sword intent to barely execute the thunder-fire roll, now, having reached the level of force, the difference was akin to that between heaven and earth. Boom! The sword light, imbued with boundless might, once again crashed violently against Zhao Tianlei's battle blade. But this time, no. Zhao Tianlei let out a desperate howl, the terrifying force immediately causing the great sword in his hand to be violently thrown away. The sword light continued to strike with overwhelming might upon his body. With a resounding thud, Zhao Tianlei's chest exploded, his internal organs instantly shattered. Am I to die? A hint of bewilderment lingered on Zhao Tianlei's face. Just moments ago, he had been conferring with Pang Shan, plotting how to take revenge on the Su family for his son's demise. He had even sought the Pang family's introduction to join the Sidhu family. Yet, in the blink of an eye, death loomed over him. Zhao Tianlei, do you know who I am? Su Xian regained his original voice, lifting his hat to reveal an extraordinarily youthful and stern visage. Though more than 3 years had passed, Zhao Tianlei recognized him instantly. Su Xian. Impossible. Zhao Tianlei's inner self screamed in madness, yet his body succumbed, collapsing helplessly. In his final moments, he could hardly believe that his killer was none other than Su Xian, who had just slain his son in the Su family's grand tournament. A mere true martial realm cultivator. He, Zhao Tianlei, a formidable mid-stage void-breaking expert, could never have fathomed that he would meet his end at the hands of someone of such lowly cultivation. Father. Zhao Qing stood beside the battlefield, witnessing the gruesome murder of his father by the man in the black robe and hat, especially as the figure lifted his hat to reveal his face. Su Xian. In that instant, Zhao Qing felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. He was utterly bewildered, rendered completely senseless. In a flash, a chilling ray of sword light swept across his neck, and as his head was severed and sent flying, he remained unresponsive until his last breath. Even in death, he was in a daze. With Zhao Qing's demise, the entire convoy, including the father-son duo of Zhao Tianlei and the unexpectedly present old man in black, Pang Shan, totaling 17 individuals, was annihilated by Su Xian. Not a single soul was spared. Having accomplished this, Su Xian swiftly appropriated the valuable belongings from Zhao Tianlei and Pang Shan. Before vanishing into the night along the official road, the torrential rain continued to pour, transforming the once orderly thoroughfare into a veritable sea of blood. Half an hour later, Su Xian silently returned to the Su residence. In his chamber, he stripped himself of his garments and immersed in a vast bathing tub. The repercussions of employing the divine annihilation forbidden technique were more profound than he had anticipated. He felt exceptionally fatigued and weakened. Only by soaking in the tub did he find a modicum of comfort. I had previously underestimated Zhao Tianlei. A broken void realm expert was far more formidable than I had imagined. Su Xian sighed inwardly as he reflected on the experiences gained from this assassination. He had initially believed that after invoking the divine annihilation forbidden technique, it would be a straightforward task to eliminate Zhao Tianlei. However, he was taken aback to discover that Zhao Tianlei possessed an exceptionally powerful defensive sword technique, which allowed him to narrowly withstand Su Xian's Thunderfire Scroll for a brief period. Fortunately, during their confrontation, Su Xian had gained insight into the momentum aspect of the Thunderfire Scroll. Otherwise, he might not have succeeded in slaying him within 30 breaths. Upon the demise of Zhao Tianlei, the faction of his followers became a disarrayed assembly, and any hopes of the Su family stirring significant waves henceforth were extinguished. The internal strife had been resolved. Now, the external threat loomed. The Pang family, and the formidable force behind them, the Sidhu family. Su Xian's gaze was sharp. Yet, he recognized that while Zhao Tianlei was relatively easy to dispose of, the Pang family and the even more potent Sidhu family were not adversaries to be trifled with. He would still require time. The family must have received the news of Zhao Tianlei's death by now. Surely, they were taken aback. Su Xian chuckled softly, but alas, no one would ever suspect him. After all, he was merely a practitioner of the true martial realm. Shortly after Su Xian returned to the Su family, the bodies of Zhao Tianlei and his entourage were discovered on the official road outside the city. The news swiftly reached the county town and arrived at the Su family. The entire household was thrown into turmoil. Zhao Tianlei was dead. Su Bai, who was engrossed in his painting, halted at the sound of this news. Who could have struck? The Pang family? It seemed unlikely, as Pang Shan of the Pang family had also perished at the scene. And it was evident that both had been slain by a singularly formidable swordsman. Su Bai's expression darkened as he stated, "It can be concluded that the assailant was an exceptionally fearsome swordsman, likely of a level surpassing the void-breaking realm." A swordsman proficient in the void-breaking realm? Su Bai furrowed his brow, names flitting through his mind, yet each was dismissed in turn. Regardless of who was behind this act, it had effectively eliminated a significant threat to the Su family, and they would forever remember this act of kindness. Su Bai chuckled softly. Atop the towering structure of the Red Dragon Tower, within Yongning County, the number of formidable beings capable of vanquishing Zhao Tianlei was exceedingly rare, particularly those adept in swordsmanship. Who could possibly have executed such a deed? Yuan Qing furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a realization struck him. This morning, a young member of the Su family had requested a Void Band talisman, specifically designed to confront those in the broken Void realm. Could it be impossible? That young lad was merely at the true martial realm. It was inconceivable that he could slay a broken Void expert. Instead, it must be the powerful individual guiding him. Yuan Qing had long harbored suspicions regarding Su Xian's extraordinary swordsmanship. How could someone of such a low realm grasp even a hint of profound intent without the tutelage of an exceptional master? Today's occurrence, the death of Zhao Tianlei, only served to bolster his doubts. In his view, Su Xian was undoubtedly backed by an extraordinarily skilled swordsman who, foreseeing Zhao Tianlei's intent to avenge his son, sought to eliminate the threat posed to Su Xian. Hence, the young lad had procured a void band talisman from the Red Dragon Tower, and the master intervened personally to slay Zhao Tianlei. Yes, it must be so. Yuan Qing smiled. The demise of Zhao Tianlei had ushered in a wave of jubilation within the Su family. Meanwhile, Yuan Qing of the Red Dragon Tower found himself questioning the figure behind Su Xian. In stark contrast, the Pang family, another prominent clan in Jiangning County, was engulfed in fury upon hearing the news. Absurd. Initially, they had hoped to ally with Zhao Tianlei to obliterate the Su family, but instead, they found themselves in a disastrous predicament, having lost Elder Pang Shan in the process. In a fit of rage, Pang Xiaoqing, the head of the Pang family, shattered the tea table before him. The Su family, what an astonishing entity. Who would have anticipated that, despite their current predicament, they still harbored formidable forces? Flames erupted from Pang Xiaoqing's eyes. The death of an elder was of little consequence. What truly concerned him was the hidden might of the Su family. If they could conceal a master swordsman, could they not also hide a second? He immediately dispatched a message to the Sidu family, advising them to temporarily set aside their plans regarding the Su family and to reconsider their strategy. The entire Yongning County was engulfed in turmoil following Zhao Tianlei's demise. Yet, as Su Xian had predicted, no one suspected him of any involvement. Even Yuan Qing merely speculated about his potential backers, never once dreaming that it was he himself who had orchestrated the deed. Chapter 21. The Black Yin Gang. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. During this time, the faction of guests had been entirely dismantled. Zhao Tianlei's subordinates and confidants had been systematically eradicated. The Su family had now shed its malignant presence. Su Xian continued his regular training, relying on the bloodline inheritance technique, and over this period, his internal spiritual energy had accumulated to the pinnacle of the true martial realm. With only a step remaining before reaching the sea transformation realm, poised for an imminent breakthrough, he frequently graced the training grounds, engaging in sparring with the younger members of the Su family, as well as some of the stronger individuals. His subtly displayed prowess increasingly garnered the respect of the Su family's youth, elevating his stature as the esteemed young master within the clan. On this day, he found himself once again on the training grounds. Su Xian. Upon the arrival of Su Baihu, he was accompanied by a man clad in purple. Second uncle. Su Xian greeted with a slight bow. This gentleman beside me is Yi Luo, a guest of the Su family, Su Baihu introduced. Young master, the purple-clad man, Yi Luo, acknowledged. Although the Su family had fallen from grace, they still managed to gather a considerable number of guests, many of whom were not the so-called white-eyed wolves supporting Zhao Tianlei. Yi Luo, in particular, had remained steadfastly loyal to the Su family. Su Xian, a little over a month ago, you had just reached the pinnacle of the true martial ninth realm and were able to face and defeat Zhao Ling, who had broken through to the sea transformation realm and possessed remarkable skills. Now, having attained the peak of the 10th realm, do you believe your combat prowess can rival that of a fully realized sea transformation expert? Su Baihu inquired. Su Xian was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a question from Su Baihu. However, he nodded. It should be possible. Yi Luo, why don't you give it a try? Su Baihu commanded. Of course, Yi Luo replied, stepping forward to face Su Xian. Young master, I humbly request your guidance. Feel free to unleash your full strength. Su Xian replied with a light-hearted smile, exuding immense confidence. Soon, the two engaged in combat. In but an instant, specifically, after 3 strikes from Su Xian, the outcome became evident. The first strike forced Yi Luo to retreat in disarray. The second caused Yi Luo's weapon to be sent flying from his grasp. The third saw Su Xian's sword resting against Yi Luo's shoulder, rendering the contest overwhelmingly one-sided. The disparity in their abilities was stark. At present, Su Xian exhibits a normal surge of spiritual power, equivalent to a minor mastery of the transformation of the sea, with a slight activation of his bloodline strength. The instantaneous force he unleashes is sufficient to rival that of a major mastery in the same realm. Therefore, employing his swordsmanship to defeat an ordinary practitioner at the major mastery level of the transformation of the sea is indeed a trivial task. The prowess of the young master is truly admirable, and Yi Luo is thoroughly convinced. Previously, he had only heard of the Su family's young master possessing extraordinary talent, capable of overcoming foes of higher ranks, but today he has fully experienced it firsthand. Su Xian, in just over a month, your swordsmanship has progressed remarkably. Su Baihu approached with a smile, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. In terms of swordsmanship, the entire Su family would struggle to find anyone stronger than you. The most formidable member of the Su family is the head, Su Baiqin, yet his expertise does not lie in swordsmanship. Uncle, your purpose for visiting today is not merely to assess my abilities, is it? Su Xian inquired, gazing at Su Baihu. Of course not, replied Su Baihu with a smile. As he produced an envelope. Inside, there is a letter for you to peruse. Su Xian opened the envelope and swiftly scanned the contents of the letter. Gang conflicts? He remarked with a hint of peculiarity in his expression. The author of this letter, Wan Chong, is the leader of the Haiyan gang. Over the years, the Haiyan gang has shown a degree of respect towards our Su family, consistently delivering offerings on time. This time, facing adversity, Wan Chong has specifically sent a generous gift, seeking our family's assistance in dispatching a formidable warrior. I have already given my consent, Su Baihu explained. Upon hearing this, Su Xian comprehended the situation. Yongning County. The Myriad County is still home to numerous cities and a population numbering in the millions. In such a populous realm, various factions inevitably emerge, each vying for their own territory, which necessitates the protection of a powerful ally. The Su family, as one of the two mightiest clans in Yongning County, serves as a formidable pillar of support. Consequently, each year, numerous factions within Yongning County present tributes to the Su family. By accepting these tributes, the Su family tacitly acknowledges the existence of these factions, thus ensuring their continued survival. The Haiyan gang, in particular, has been generous with its offerings, and this time they have sent an especially lavish gift. Wan Chong initially sought the assistance of two formidable warriors from the Su family. Yet I ultimately decided to send you alongside Yi Luo, Su Baihu declared. With the demise of Zhao Tianlei, the threat posed by the faction of courtiers has dissipated. And given your sufficient strength, it is indeed time for you to broaden your horizons. Broaden my horizons? Su Xian's heart stirred. Well aware of what Su Baihu meant by that. Su Xian, do you wish to go? Su Baihu inquired. Of course, I am willing, Su Xian replied, though he fretted that Wan Chong might not receive him with enthusiasm. While Wan Chong requested two formidable warriors, Su Xian's own cultivation was merely at the true martial 10th realm. Although the young master's cultivation was modest, his prowess exceeded that of an average formidable warrior. And for Wan Chong to secure the young master's presence would indeed be a significant gain. Would he dare to express discontent? Yi Luo remarked coldly. Very well. After lunch, you two shall set off on swift steeds, and you should reach Dongong City, the stronghold of the Haiyan gang, before nightfall, Su Baihu instructed. Soon after, Su Xian and Yi Luo embarked on their journey. In the city of Dongong, located in the western part of Yongning County and not far from the county seat, lies the stronghold of the Haiyan gang. As nightfall approaches, Wan Chong, the leader of the Haiyan gang, reclines on a chair, restlessly shifting his position, unable to find comfort. His face is etched with worry. Once a mere bandit, he has clawed his way up from humble beginnings through cunning and perseverance to become the formidable leader of the Haiyan gang, commanding thousands of followers and establishing himself as a significant power in Dongong. Despite the substantial sums he must annually allocate to appease influential figures and factions within Yongning County, the remaining profits afford him a rather lavish lifestyle. However, not long ago, another major gang, the Lushui gang, unexpectedly surged to prominence. The leader of the Lushui gang, formerly a bandit chief, entered the city with his followers to establish a new faction, which rapidly gained strength, achieving a level of power capable of rivaling the Haiyan gang in less than 2 months. Notably, the upper echelons of the Lushui gang boast even more formidable warriors than those of the Haiyan gang. Following several skirmishes, the Haiyan gang finds itself at a distinct disadvantage, with Wan Chong's original 4 hall masters reduced to merely 2. In a matter of days, the conflict between the Haiyan gang and the Lushui gang will reach its climax, culminating in a decisive battle. Wan Chong harbors no confidence in the Haiyan gang's strength alone, prompting him to spare no expense in seeking out the powerful warriors of the Su family. Leader! Leader! A gang member suddenly rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "The warriors from the Su family have arrived. They have finally come." Wan Chong immediately rose, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. Quickly, summon the strategist. Come with me to greet them. In a swift motion, a large crowd surged towards the entrance of the residence. Aside from Wan Chong and the 2 hall masters, there was also an elderly man with a goat-like beard, serving as the strategist for the Black Yin gang. From a distance, they could discern 2 figures standing at the doorway. Wan Chong, I have met the esteemed one, Wan Chong declared as he approached Yi Luo, immediately paying his respects. I am Yi Luo, a guest of the Su family. Master Wan, you are on your own territory, and as a formidable practitioner of the Transformation Sea realm, you need not bow so low. Rise, Yi Luo replied. Only then did Wan Chong lift his gaze, his eyes swiftly scanning Yi Luo, and a surge of joy filled his heart. Though Yu Luo had not made a move, Wan Chong could still sense the subtly overwhelming aura emanating from him, an essence that was undeniably on par with his own. Next, Wan Chong turned his attention to the other figure beside Yu Luo. Wan Chong's brows furrowed in surprise. The reason for his discontent was simple. The individual appeared exceedingly youthful. He looked scarcely past the age of 20. How strong could one this young possibly be? Lord Yu Luo, may I inquire as to who this is? Wan Chong asked cautiously. This is my young master from the Su family, the current wielder of our family's sword order, Su Xin. Yu Luo responded. Youthful master? Wan Chong gasped in astonishment. The mere title indicated an extraordinarily high status within the Su family. I have heard that only the strongest among the younger generation of the Su family have the right to wield the sword order. If the young master possesses such authority, then surely his cultivation must be. Before Wan Chong could finish his sentence, Su Xin interjected, Master Wan, I know what you wish to ask, but I regret to disappoint you. My cultivation has yet to reach the Transformation Sea realm. Yet to reach the Transformation Sea? Wan Chong's expression shifted, a wave of dissatisfaction rising within him. What, is the young master of the Su family not to be welcomed here? Yu Luo immediately inquired. In his view, the esteemed identity and prowess of the young master of the Su family warranted respect. The mere fact that Su Xin had agreed to come here to assist the Black Yin gang was already a stroke of good fortune. How could Wan Chong dare to underestimate Su Xin's capabilities? I would never. Wan Chong hastily replied with a forced smile. I have arranged a banquet to welcome the young master and Lord Yu Luo. There is no need for a banquet. Simply send some food to our room. Su Xin responded. Of course, of course. Wan Chong nodded repeatedly. Su Lao-san, quickly escort the two lords to their quarters. The man known as Su Lao-san respectfully led Su Xin and Yu Luo to their residence. However, once the two had departed, Wan Chong's demeanor darkened considerably. Shortly thereafter, in a completely sealed chamber, Wan Chong's fury erupted. Damn it! Curse the Su family. I had shown them such reverence before, even preparing lavish gifts to invite them to send two great transformation masters. But who would have thought they would only send one great transformation master and this so-called young master? What does this insipid young master take me for? Does he regard the survival of the Black Yin gang as a trivial matter? Wan Chong seethed with rage. He could not fathom that the young master of the Su family, who had yet to attain the great transformation, possessed any real strength. Believing that the Su family had merely sent him for experience. Yet, to use the life and death of the Black Yin gang as a mere training exercise was utterly intolerable to him. Only in private did he dare to voice his grievances, unleashing his frustrations behind closed doors. Master, please calm your anger, the strategist with a goatee soothed from the side. Though the Su family was unable to send forth two formidable masters of the Sea Transformation realm, they have at least dispatched one. Moreover, the identity of this young master of the Su family carries weight. In crucial moments, it may prove advantageous. Furthermore, it is paramount to note that while the rise of the Lu Shui gang has been rapid, they lack foundation. Unlike us, who have long established a connection with the Su family, enabling us to summon their formidable warriors, the Lu Shui gang has no such avenues to call upon. Thus, when the decisive battle arrives, having this Su family's master of the Sea Transformation realm assisting us will undoubtedly enhance our chances of victory. With a sigh, Wan Chong replied, Let us hope your words ring true. Meanwhile, just a few miles away from the Black Yin gang stronghold lay that of the Lu Shui gang. Has the Su family's expert arrived? The leader of the Lu Shui gang, a remarkably handsome man clad in silver robes, felt no surprise nor anxiety upon learning of the Su family's arrival. According to intelligence received, two individuals from the Su family had come. One was indeed a master of the Sea Transformation realm, while the other was reportedly a young master of the Su family, whose cultivation appeared to fall short of the Sea Transformation stage, as relayed by a core member of the gang. They have only sent one master of the Sea Transformation? The handsome man in the silver robe turned his head and shook it, realizing that the Su family was not genuinely intent on aiding Wan Chong. How foolish of me to have prepared such a grandiose display. It seems it will now be of no use. Since this battle holds little suspense, let us commence without delay. Inform the brethren to be ready. 3 days hence, we shall engage in a decisive confrontation with the He Yin gang. Chapter 22. The street battle 3 days later, on a broad street in the southern part of Danyang City, the shops had already shuttered. At both ends of the street, a throng of shadows had gathered densely. With the sound of a signal arrow, the cry rang out, Kill! Annihilate them! A multitude surged from the street corners, colliding violently in the center of the road. The grand confrontation between the two dominant factions of Danyang City, the He Yin gang and the Lu Shui gang, had begun. On the second floor of a tavern along the street, Su Xin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the large-scale carnage unfolding below. His uncle had sent him to witness the world, This was surely the spectacle he meant for him to behold, Su Xian mused. He had taken lives before, indeed. He had covertly ambushed Zhao Tianlei's convoy, thus accumulating some experience. However, he had never witnessed the frenzied slaughter of over 1,000 men from 2 rival gangs. Moreover, many of these henchmen were common ruffians, employing a myriad of tactics, hidden arrows, lime, toxic mists. The array was astounding. Su Xian's eyes were truly opened to the brutality of the world. In the realm of formidable warriors, confrontations predominantly revolve around a contest of genuine strength, with disdain for the use of insidious and contemptible tactics. Yet, despite their ignobility, such methods, once employed, possess the potential to vanquish even those of the highest caliber, such as the formidable practitioners of the ocean transformation stage at the hands of lesser street thugs. Su Xian sighed inwardly. My esteemed strategist, is it true that your Black Yin gang boasts thousands of members? Yet, as we approach the climax of this battle, fewer than 1,000 have taken action? He cast a glance at the strategist of the Black Yin gang behind him. Indeed, my lord, the strategist replied. Though our gang is numerous, the majority are ineffectual. The true core of our strength lies with the 890 individuals presently engaged in combat. Is that so? Su Xian nodded in understanding. In terms of sheer numbers, the Black Yin gang indeed surpassed the Lu Shui gang, yet the latter possessed a more formidable upper echelon. As the skirmish raged on, both factions had suffered considerable losses. The streets flowed with blood, and the elite warriors from both gangs had finally entered the fray. The leader of the Black Yin gang, Wan Chong, was a master of the ocean transformation stage, accompanied by 2 hall masters who were minor practitioners of the same level, summoning a total of 3 ocean transformation experts. Conversely, the leader of the Lu Shui gang, while also an accomplished master, commanded 4 minor practitioners, outnumbering the Black Yin gang by 2. Thus, in this contest of high-ranking forces, the Black Yin gang found itself at a disadvantage from the outset. Yi Luo, it is your turn, Su Xian commanded. Understood, Yi Luo replied with a nod, then leaped from the 2nd floor and charged into the battlefield. The arrival of a master of the ocean transformation stage instantly altered the dynamics of the conflict. As for Su Xian, he preferred to refrain from action unless absolutely necessary. Suddenly, Su Xian's expression shifted. Standing on the upper floor, he surveyed the entire street, his gaze landing on an inconspicuous corner where a figure leaned against the wall in a half-reclined position. This individual was clad in tattered robes, with disheveled hair, presenting the unmistakable appearance of a beggar. Yet, in his grasp was a long knife, clearly not an ordinary weapon. Amidst the frenzied clash of 2 rival factions, this beggar remained undisturbed, eyes closed in a deep slumber, while chaos ensued around him, and bodies of fallen comrades lay at his feet. He did not even stir to glance at the turmoil surrounding him. There was something intriguing about this man, though Su Xian chose not to dwell on it. At that moment, a hearty laugh resounded throughout the street, accompanied by a declaration of impending doom. Haha, Wan Chong, today your Black Yin gang shall face annihilation. Simultaneously, 3 powerful presences erupted from a nearby street corner. 3 figures surged forward with reckless abandon, mercilessly slaughtering numerous members of the Black Yin gang in their wake. Within moments, they stood at the heart of the battlefield. 3 who have achieved the transformation of the sea. The expressions of the Black Yin gang members shifted dramatically. They are from the Pang family. You managed to summon the might of the Pang family? Wan Chong stared in disbelief at the 3 formidable figures before him. What? Just because you could invite the Su family, does it mean that my Lu Shui gang cannot summon the Pang family? The leader of the Lu Shui gang scoffed derisively. For an extended period, the Black Extinction gang has been operating in Danyang City, having established a connection with the Su family quite early on. He is well aware of this, yet he still dares to challenge the status of the Black Extinction gang, which naturally implies he possesses a certain degree of confidence. Originating from a notoriously formidable bandit faction known as the Black Mountain Stronghold in Jiangning County, he was one of its chieftains. The Black Mountain Stronghold relied heavily on the Pang family for its survival, offering far greater tributes to the Pang family than the Black Extinction gang ever provided to the Su family. However, not long ago, internal conflicts erupted within the Black Mountain Stronghold, leading to its dissolution. Consequently, he brought a group of brothers to Danyang City and established the Willow Water Gang. Although the Black Mountain Stronghold has vanished, his ties with the Pang family remain intact as one of its chieftains. For this decisive battle, he exhausted all his savings to secure the Pang family's promise to send formidable warriors to assist him. To his dismay, the Pang family dispatched 3 accomplished masters of the Transformation Sea, leaving Wan Chong in utter despair. The 3 masters from the Pang family stood at the heart of the battlefield, and among them, 2 bore an uncanny resemblance in both stature and appearance. Unmistakably a pair of twin brothers. As for the Su family, at that moment, The gaze of these twin brothers was fixed upon Yi Luo. Although possessing the prowess of the transformation sea, he left no impression, indicating that he was likely not a significant figure within the Su family, merely a guest. Regretfully, the elder of the twin brothers sighed softly and then commanded, "You assist the leader of the Willow Gang in dealing with the members of the Black Extinction Gang, while the master of the transformation sea from the Su family shall be entrusted to us brothers." The individual accompanying the Pang family, a master of the transformation sea, was merely a retainer of the Pang clan and naturally obeyed the commands of the twin brothers, immediately charging towards Wan Chong and his companions. Do not squander time. Strike together and eliminate him. The twins, sharing a profound connection that required no verbal communication, acted in unison. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures darted out. One to the left and one to the right. Clang. In their first clash, Yi Luo's weapon trembled, and he was sent reeling, barely managing to regain his footing. He sensed that each of these adversaries was slightly stronger than himself, and together they left him with no chance of resistance. Aware of his disadvantage, Yi Luo understood he was outmatched. The twin brothers pressed their attack once more. However, at that moment, whoosh, a sword shadow suddenly emerged from thin air. Though they were still at a considerable distance, the instant they perceived the sword shadow, the twins' expressions changed dramatically. Retreat. Without hesitation, they withdrew. The sword shadow swept through the void and struck the wall of a nearby shop, carving a fearsome gash half a foot wide into the surface. What tremendous power! Gazing at the crack that marred the wall, the twins were inwardly astonished. They then turned their attention forward, eager to discern the identity of the one who had unleashed this sword shadow. Upon realizing, could it be a true martial realm? The sword just now had been struck by someone at the true martial realm? The brothers were momentarily stunned, judging solely by its might. That last strike was certainly not inferior to any master of the transformation sea, yet the youth before them, with his palpable fluctuations of spiritual energy, was undeniably still within the true martial realm. Young Master Yi Luo respectfully bowed to the approaching individual. Is everything well? Su Xian glanced at Yi Luo. He had previously remained atop the tavern, reluctant to intervene, but upon witnessing the emergence of three formidable experts from the Pang family, he realized that action was imperative. You should assist Wan Chong, Su Xian instructed. Understood. Yi Luo, aware of Su Xian's remarkable prowess, did not hesitate and swiftly made his way toward the battlefield, leaving Su Xian to confront the twin brothers of the Pang family alone. Younger master? The twin brothers, upon hearing Yi Luo's address to Su Xian, exchanged glances. The elder brother spoke up. We have recently heard that the young master of the Su family made a stunning debut in the family competition, decisively slaying an expert of the sea transformation realm and claiming the top position. The young master in question must be you, correct? Indeed, Su Xian affirmed without reservation. How delightful. The twin brothers smiled in unison, having initially deemed their outing a mere endeavor to eliminate a sea transformation expert from the Su family. Now realizing that the presence of a young master added a thrilling twist. If we could eliminate you, the Su family would surely feel a significant loss. To take my life, you must first ascertain whether you possess the requisite strength, Su Xian replied calmly. The twin brothers exchanged a knowing glance, and in the next instant, they surged forward simultaneously. Like phantoms, they approached Su Xian from either side, their slender swords glinting with lethal intent. The blades, delicate yet swift, sliced through the air as two shadowy strikes aimed directly at Su Xian's throat and heart. Unmoved as a mountain, Su Xian merely took a step forward, wielding his longsword, and an intangible aura surged forth. In an instant, it was as if he transformed into a towering mountain. Clang, 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 clang. The pair of twin brothers, attacking from either side with frenzied swordplay, found Su Xian casually countering their strikes, sometimes with a swift thrust, at other times with a sweeping slash, or even a deft parry. Each stroke was imbued with an exceedingly enigmatic and subtle force, akin to crashing waves that effortlessly dismantled the onslaught of the twin brothers. What is happening? What kind of strange power is this? As they relentlessly attacked, both brothers were consumed by astonishment. They realized that their sword techniques, when clashing with Su Xian's long sword, felt as though they were striking against a mass of cotton. The power contained within Su Xian's sword was not particularly strong, clearly weaker than their own, yet upon contact, a substantial portion of their might was inexplicably dissipated, subsequently rendered ineffective by Su Xian. The Mountain and Sea Scroll, a defensive sword technique within the Northern Song swordplay. After defeating Zhao Tianlei, Su Xian's mastery of the Thunderfire Scroll had reached a level of momentum. Throughout the past month, he had devoted his time and energy to the Mountain and Sea Scroll. This technique, embodying the solidity of mountains and the fluidity of the sea, carried an unending essence that allowed him to significantly neutralize the potency of his opponent's attacks. Remarkably, He did not even need to unleash substantial power. At this moment, he had not called upon his bloodline's strength, merely relying on a pure surge of spiritual energy, which was comparable to an ordinary mastery of the sea transformation. Yet, throughout his engagement with the twin brothers, he had not moved a single step. As for the swordsmanship, in a corner of the street, the beggar who had been half reclining against the wall, lost in slumber, suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of clear orbs filled with awe as they beheld Su Xian, who was now demonstrating the formidable mountain and sea scroll technique. Such an impressive defensive swordplay. As steadfast as mountains and as boundless as the seas, seemingly unyielding. I wonder if my own blade technique could penetrate his sword defense. The beggar instinctively tightened his grip on the long knife in his hand. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the twin brothers had exerted every ounce of their strength, deploying all their skills, yet they could not compel Su Xian to budge an inch. I shall no longer entertain you. Su Xian, no longer willing to waste time, unleashed a chilling aura of lethality from his eyes. Illusory shadow. In an instant, the very essence of the surroundings transformed. At the moment Su Xian drew his sword, the power of his bloodline surged forth. Boom. The entire realm seemed to darken, with only the radiance of Su Xian's sword illuminating the gloom. It stood as the solitary beacon in the night. Chapter 23. The Beggar Boy Alarm. At the instant Su Xian executed the illusory shadow, a figure swiftly surged onto the battlefield from afar. The hazy sword light moved with astonishing speed. Fear flickered in the eyes of the twin brothers as they realized they were utterly unprepared to intercept this strike. Swoosh. The sword light first swept past the brother of the twins, severing his head from his shoulders in an instant. As the gleaming blade continued its trajectory toward the younger brother, a tremendous force surged forth, colliding with the sword light and causing it to slightly alter its course. The sound of clashing swords rent the air as the younger brother had his entire arm severed. Had it not been for the sudden surge of energy, his head might have met the same fate. Another formidable opponent? Su Xian furrowed his brow, observing the figure that had materialized beside the maimed younger brother, clad in a long robe. The bald, middle-aged man exuded an aura that indicated his mastery had reached the pinnacle of the transformation sea realm. This time, the Lu Shui gang had incurred significant costs to enlist the aid of the Pang family, and knowing that the Su family would also dispatch someone, the Pang family had prepared to eliminate any representatives from the Su family. Thus, they had sent not only 3 formidable warriors at the Transformation Sea major completion level, but also one who had attained the pinnacle. The bald man who lurked in the shadows. Damn it, I should have acted sooner. Pang Taiyun, the bald middle-aged man, gazed at the pair of twin brothers. One dead and the other injured, his expression ashen. He was acutely aware of the twins' prowess. Together, they could withstand even the most powerful Transformation Sea experts for a considerable time. Yet, before him stood Su Xian, who was clearly just a true martial realm practitioner. Although his strength was commendable and his swordsmanship quite exquisite, it was purely defensive in nature, which had allowed Pang Taiyun to dismiss any threat he posed. Little did he expect that Su Xian, upon making his move, would drive the twin brothers into a desperate situation. He had acted swiftly to save one of them, but it was only enough to prevent complete disaster, leaving that individual with a severed arm. The young master of the Su family. Pang Taiyun's eyes blazed with an inexhaustible murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon Su Xian. Despite his youth, he boldly faced a formidable opponent of the Transformation Sea realm. Such a prodigy. Although my Pang family has suffered the loss of a powerful Transformation Sea expert, if we could exchange your life for such a talent, it would be worth it. You wish to kill me? Is that so? Su Xian scoffed. Humph. Without further ado, Pang Taiyun unsheathed his weapons, 2 colossal golden hammers. Each hammer weighed several hundred pounds, yet he wielded one in each hand with remarkable ease. In the next instant, bang! With a single stride, the ground shattered beneath him as Pang Taiyun appeared before Su Xian like a bolt of lightning, his hammers resembling 2 blazing wheels of fire. Mountain and C-18 strikes. Pang Taiyun's face flushed crimson as he unleashed his full strength. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 golden hammers descended with furious might, each strike compressing the air and generating a deafening sound of rupture. As the hammers approached, Su Xian stood undaunted. With a force akin to thunder and fire, boom! Su Xian's swordsmanship erupted forth. Like a volcano in full eruption, it shook the very heavens and earth. Like thunder descending from the heavens, it annihilated all within a vast expanse, stirring the very fabric of the universe. When he reached the true essence of momentum in the mountain and sea technique, each swing of his sword contained an overwhelming tempest of thunder and fire. The power of his bloodline surged within him, having only been slightly triggered when he had unleashed the phantom strike against his twin brother. Now, however, it surged forth to an astonishing 70%. Su Xian had long devised a strategy regarding his bloodline power. In ordinary combat, He would only need to invoke 50% of it. Should one encounter a formidable adversary, one would unleash 70% of their potential. As for the full extent of one's bloodline power, it would only be employed in a battle of paramount importance. Otherwise, Su-Xin would never fully activate it. Boom, 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 boom. The thunderous sword light clashed violently with the two colossal hammers descending upon him. Each collision reverberated with a deafening roar, causing the surrounding space to ripple under the force of their encounter. The residual shockwaves radiated outward, striking nearby onlookers who were unprepared, resulting in instant injuries that left them bleeding from all 7 orifices. Boom, boom. After 18 consecutive clashes, the massive hammer wielded by Pang Taiyun came to a halt, and in the next moment, he was sent reeling backward, cleaved by Su-Xin's sword. How could it be that as a true martial realm practitioner, engaging in a direct confrontation with my 18 hammer strike, I was defeated? The incredulity on Pang Taiyun's face was palpable. Just moments ago, he had vowed to exchange Su-Xin's life for the recovery of the Pang family's lost expert. Yet now, indeed, at this moment, Su-Xin wore a peculiar smile. Although I merely stand at the pinnacle of the true martial 10th realm, by harnessing the power of my bloodline legacy and unleashing 70% of it, my strength was akin to that of a perfected transformation into the sea, nearing a state of completeness. Coupled with my mastery of swordsmanship, even an ordinary perfected transformation into the sea would be no match for me. In terms of sheer power, he was somewhat inferior to Pang Taiyun. However, when it came to swordsmanship and skill, he surpassed Pang Taiyun by leagues. Even in a head-on confrontation, bolstered by the formidable might of the thunderous flames, he remained utterly unperturbed. Just moments ago, you sought to take my life? Su-Xin's gaze gradually turned frigid. Now, I am eager to witness who will slay whom. Su-Xin was about to advance. With his formidable prowess, the combination of Thunderfire Roll and Phantom Technique could undoubtedly ensnare the colossal Pang Taiyun entirely. However, at that moment, you all had disturbed me. Suddenly, an extraordinarily resplendent flash of blade light erupted from a corner of the street. The luminous arc swept through the vicinity, enveloping an expansive area within mere moments. In this space, where numerous members of 2 rival factions had been engaged in a fierce struggle, the radiant blade light surged forth, cleaving through adversaries with swift precision. In an instant, apart from the wielder of the blade, no one remained standing within that radius. Heavens, what is this? The once chaotic battlefield, filled with frenzied combat, came to an abrupt halt. The combatants from both factions, without receiving any commands, instinctively ceased their actions, their faces etched with terror and astonishment as they turned towards the source of the blade's brilliance. Even Su-Xin and the towering Pang Taiyun could not help but glance in that direction. There, the beggar who had been reclining against the wall had risen, lifting his head to reveal an exceptionally youthful visage. Judging solely by appearance, he seemed scarcely older than Su-Xin himself. This disheveled youth hoisted a long blade upon his shoulder, grinning widely to reveal a row of gleaming white teeth. Yet, his smile sent shivers down the spines of those surrounding him. A master, a true master, superior to the bald middle-aged man by 10-fold or even 100-fold. The beggar youth caught Su-Xin's attention early on, his peculiar presence intriguing. The dazzling flash of the blade that erupted moments ago left Su-Xin profoundly shaken. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the beggar youth disregarded the ordinary henchmen nearby and approached step by step, standing before Su-Xin and the balding Pang Taiyun. "Hey, Baldy," the beggar youth remarked, casting a glance at Pang Taiyun. "You possess the cultivation of the perfected transformation realm, and so do I. Come, showcase your strongest technique and strike me." At this moment, the beggar youth revealed his own cultivation level, indeed matching Pang Taiyun's. Yet the aura of his spiritual power surpassed that of Pang Taiyun significantly. It was evident that the beggar youth practiced a rather unique technique, allowing his spiritual energy to manifest a potency far exceeding that of his peers. "My good sir, you are neither a member of the Su family nor a henchman of the Black Yin gang. We are not foes, and there is no need." Pang Taiyun hesitated, unwilling to engage. In truth, the beggar youth's earlier strike had already instilled fear within him, robbing him of the courage to act. However, before he could finish his sentence, the beggar youth furrowed his brow and interjected, "I told you to attack, so do it already. Stop your prattling." Realizing that there was no way to resolve the situation amicably, Pang Taiyun's expression darkened as he summoned his courage and prepared to strike. Boom. He swung his 2 crimson golden hammers, unleashing a formidable force as he charged recklessly toward the beggar youth. The beggar youth observed the scene with a furrowed brow. Clumsy, substantial yet lacking essence, it amounted to mere brute strength. With a disdainful expression, the beggar youth unsheathed his blade. In a flash, it was an exquisitely radiant strike. The blades gleamed dazzling as if a delicate boat traversed the void. With a swift cut, the golden hammer wielded by Pang Taiyan was cleaved in two, and the man himself was bisected from top to bottom, unable to utter even a cry before meeting his demise. Useless. Even a casual strike could not be parried. It was utter incompetence. The beggar youth continued to grumble in dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, the onlookers from the two rival factions, as well as the high-ranking cultivators who had attained the sea transformation realm, stood in stunned silence at this spectacle. One strike, a mere casual blow, had claimed the life of a fellow cultivator of the same realm, an astounding feat. At that moment, the beggar youth's gaze drifted languidly towards Su Xian. Su Xian's expression turned grave, his heart brimming with vigilance. The beggar youth before him possessed terrifying strength, and more crucially, his style of action was utterly reckless. Clearly not affiliated with either faction, he had inadvertently become embroiled in the street skirmish. Yet, upon striking, he had already slain dozens of gang members, including Pang Taiyan of the Pang clan, with whom he bore no connection or enmity. And yet, the beggar youth had still dispatched him with a single stroke. Reckless. Without a shred of hesitation. He was nothing short of a madman. Su Xian had no doubt that the beggar youth might well turn his attention to him next. Don't panic. As if sensing Su Xian's wariness, the beggar youth broke into a grin. The bald man he had just dispatched was far too weak and disappointing, which prompted his decisive action. However, you are different. Although your cultivation is somewhat lacking, your swordsmanship is remarkably high. If I am not mistaken, what you just executed must be the Northern Song Sword technique. Am I correct? Indeed, Su Xian nodded. While he remained cautious, he was not intimidated. The beggar youth was indeed formidable, yet should he truly attempt to take his life, Su Xian would not hesitate to unleash the divine annihilation forbidden technique, which would elevate his combat prowess to the void-breaking realm in an instant. At that point, the beggar youth would need to consider whether he could survive the encounter. Sure enough, the most acclaimed swordsmanship in the Tianyan Empire. A flicker of surprise danced in the beggar youth's eyes. Over the past 2 years of traversing the world, through the 86 prefectures of the 9 provinces, he had battled countless strong opponents, among whom were many skilled swordsmen. Yet, you are the first to wield the Northern Song Sword technique. Come, demonstrate your swordsmanship and contest with me. Let me see whether your Northern Song Sword technique or my blade technique reigns supreme. Chapter 24, Breakthrough. Fear not, I will restrain my own power to match your level. We shall compete purely in skill. A glimmer of anticipation shone in the beggar youth's eyes. Indeed, a madman, Su Xian thought to himself. Wandering the world and challenging countless strong foes, he continuously pushed his limits and enhanced his strength through these encounters. Such individuals possess an absolute obsession with power, making them both fervent and terrifying. Thus, you may strike whenever you wish. Su Xian's expression was one of indifference. If it were truly a contest of strength, unless he resorted to the god-extinguishing forbidden technique, he could never hope to match the beggar youth before him. However, if they were to maintain an equivalent level of power and purely compete in skill, Su Xian felt no trepidation. Do take care. The beggar youth laughed heartily. And with a simple step, he traversed the distance of several dozen meters in an instant, brandishing the long knife he held with a swift flourish. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A series of piercing flashes of the blade erupted forth, quickening to an astonishing degree. The surrounding spectators, including the few who had reached the sea transformation realm, could hardly perceive the trajectory of the blade light. Su Xian transformed into an immovable mountain, his long sword embodying an unending essence, akin to the relentless waves of the sea, as he met the onslaught with equal speed, no matter how intricate or peculiar the angles of the approaching blade light. Su Xian's sword was able to meet them with impeccable precision. Clang, clang, clang. The bystanders could only hear the incessant metallic clashes resonating around them, which rang out over 100 times in the blink of an eye. Delightful, truly delightful. A flicker of fervor ignited in the beggar youth's eyes. Among the countless strong adversaries I have encountered over the past 2 years, you are the first whose cultivation is lower than mine, yet can keep pace with my speed and effortlessly counter my blade techniques. Now, I shall get serious. To be cautious. With that, the beggar youth lunged forward fiercely. The long knife in his hand sliced through the air with lightning speed, delivering 3 swift strikes that resembled 3 brilliant streaks of light cutting through the void, with the same swift brilliance of the blade. Su Xian continued to employ the mountain and sea sword technique to counter the onslaught. However, the instant the sword met the first flash of the blade, Su Xian discerned the latent power within. It was at least twice as formidable as the strikes previously unleashed by the beggar youth. The force he unleashed saw no enhancement. It relied solely on swordsmanship and skill, elevating its might twofold. Su Xian was inwardly astonished. Yet, despite the augmented ferocity of the blade's radiance, he effortlessly parried the strike. Then came the second and third slashes, each more potent than the last. Clang, clang, clang. In 3 fierce exchanges, Su Xian remained steadfast, not retreating an inch. Was he truly able to withstand this? The beggar youth furrowed his brow. The 3 strikes he had just executed were exponentially more powerful. The first strike was twice as strong, the second thrice, and the third fourfold. Such a series of assaults would be insurmountable for an ordinary person, yet Su Xian not only withstood them, but did so with remarkable ease. Truly, he lived up to the reputation of the foremost swordsmanship of the Tianyin dynasty, and his comprehension of the essence seemed to surpass even my own. The beggar youth murmured, and then spoke. The North Song sword technique should not merely be defensive. Let me witness your offensive prowess. As you wish. Su Xian's gaze sharpened. Boom. In an instant, his sword style transformed, becoming ferocious and fiery. In that moment, the sword light blazed like thunder and fire, casting a terrifying shadow towards the beggar youth. The ninefold waves. The beggar youth promptly unleashed his blade technique. The two clashed fiercely, and moments later, the beggar youth withdrew, re-establishing distance. Thus, it shall end here. The beggar boy spoke with a smile, saying, in terms of offensive tactics, we are quite comparable. However, your defensive swordsmanship is exceptionally formidable. Unless I unleash my strongest technique, I would find it nearly impossible to penetrate your swordplay. Your strongest technique? Su Xian's eyes narrowed. Did this beggar boy possess a hidden skill? My technique is rather unique. Once it is unleashed, I can no longer control my own power. It could very well result in an explosive release of energy. No matter how remarkable your defensive swordsmanship may be, in the face of such a vast disparity in strength, you would likely be cleaved in two with a single strike. Perhaps it is best to refrain from that. Upon hearing this, Su Xian could only shrug in resignation. He indeed wished to witness the beggar boy's ultimate technique. But if the latter would lose control of his power after its execution, it would be unwise to proceed. What is your name? The beggar boy inquired. Su Xian. He replied, I am Duan Yunfeng. You should remember this name, for few are worthy of knowing it. The beggar boy smiled, and he spoke the truth. Over the past 2 years, he had traveled the world, engaging with countless individuals at the Transformation Sea realm, most of whom were at the pinnacle of that level. Yet, among them, fewer than 5 had earned the privilege of him revealing his name. By disclosing his name to Su Xian, he was offering a form of recognition, despite Su Xian's cultivation being merely at the true martial realm. Regrettably, your cultivation is indeed too low, preventing you from meeting the minimum requirements for the hunt. Otherwise, I would have truly wished to unleash my full strength against you in this year's Imperial City Hunt, Duan Yufeng remarked. The Imperial City Hunt? A stirring notion crossed Su Xian's mind. The Tianyin dynasty held this grand event once every 5 years, a spectacle he had heard much about. It gathered the most exceptional talents and formidable warriors from the 36 states and countless prefectures of the Tianyin dynasty. It was a stage that all young cultivators yearned for with unbridled ambition. To navigate through the rigorous preliminary selections and reach the hunting grounds was already a testament to being among the elite of the Tianyin dynasty. Moreover, any remarkable performance during the hunt would undoubtedly echo throughout the realm. Most crucially, those who persevered to the end would be welcomed into the sacred abode of the Tianyin dynasty, the Tianyin Palace. This palace, founded by the esteemed emperor of the Tianyin dynasty, housed over 70% of the dynasty's cultivation resources and was home to numerous exceptional beings. Only the most outstanding prodigies of the Tianyin dynasty could gain admission to the Tianyin Palace, a veritable sanctuary that represented the pinnacle of aspiration for all youth. However, participation in the Imperial City Hunt was not granted to just anyone. The minimum requirement was to possess cultivation at the Sea Transformation realm or above. As for Su Xian, he remained at the true martial realm, and with less than 3 months remaining until the initial selections for the hunt, it was clear that Yunfeng did not believe Su Xian could achieve a breakthrough in such a short span, even if he were to miraculously succeed. The likelihood of passing the preliminary selection seemed grim. If the opportunity arises, I shall attend the Imperial City Hunt and engage you in a fair contest. Su Xian declared earnestly. Ha, I shall await your arrival, Yunfeng replied with a smile. Although he did not believe that Su Xian could catch up to the royal hunt, he was acutely aware that a prodigious talent like Su Xian would inevitably make a name for himself in Tianyin in due time. They would undoubtedly meet again, perhaps even within the hallowed halls of the Tianyin Palace. With a wave of his hand, Duan Yufeng turned and departed. On the streets, the members of the two rival factions parted to create a wide path for him, no one daring to obstruct his way. The royal hunt was a coveted event among all the youth of the Tianyin dynasty, a stage where they could truly showcase their utmost prowess. I shall certainly attend. Su Xian clenched his fists, his gaze piercing. The decisive battle between the He Yin gang and the Lu Shui gang, although delayed somewhat by the appearance of the beggar youth Duan Yufeng, ultimately concluded with a clear victor. In this clash, the Lu Shui gang suffered a devastating defeat. A significant number of their members were slain, with most of the higher-ups also meeting their end. The leader of the Lu Shui gang barely escaped, gravely injured. As for the four formidable figures from the Pang family, the mightiest among them, Pang Taiyun, was slain by Duan Yunfeng with a single strike. Of the remaining three, two were killed by Su Xian, leaving only the younger brother of the twin brothers, who, having lost an arm to Su Xian, miraculously survived. His escape was due to his cleverness. Upon witnessing Pang Taiyun's demise at Duan Yunfeng's hands, he fled without hesitation, while Su Xian was preoccupied with his own battle against Duan Yunfeng. In front of the He Yin gang's headquarters, the young master, Lord Yiluo, I have already prepared a celebratory feast for you. Must he rush off without even taking a moment to sit down and enjoy a drink? Wanchong smiled obsequiously, his countenance and gaze replete with sycophancy. Utterly unbefitting of a leader of a gang, resembling more a servile subordinate. He had indeed lowered himself to the utmost degree. Compelled by the sheer terror instilled in him by Su Xian's formidable prowess displayed in today's confrontation, it is worth noting that merely 3 days prior, upon Su Xian's arrival, he harbored profound dissatisfaction towards the Su family, even secretly denigrating both them and Su Xian. Yet, unexpectedly, it was this young master, whom he had previously deemed inconsequential and merely a true martial realm practitioner, who had saved his very life. Had it not been for Su Xian's intervention, his Black Yin gang would have been utterly incapable of countering the 4 members of the Pang family, and the inevitable outcome would have been the annihilation of his gang. With him, the leader, facing certain death. Now, he found himself fortunate, grateful that the Su family had not sent 2 formidable sea transformation experts as he had requested, but rather this young master, for otherwise, 2 ordinary sea transformation experts would have stood no chance against the Pang family's quartet. Leader 1, we have matters to attend to, Su Xian announced as he mounted his swift steed. Understood, then I shall not impose further, Wanchong replied with a smile, signaling to his strategist beside him. The strategist promptly stepped forward, presenting a substantial stack of banknotes. Young master, a token of our appreciation, a humble gesture, Wanchong stated. Oh, Su Xian raised an eyebrow. Internally acknowledging Wanchong's adeptness in navigating social dynamics, having risen from a mere common bandit to the head of a gang, he did not decline the offering. Accepting the banknotes without hesitation, before departing Dongyong City alongside Yiluo on their journey back to the Su family estate. The night was deep, and 2 swift steeds traversed the path at a leisurely pace. Su Xian's gaze remained fixed ahead, lost in thought. Young master, ever since we departed from Dongyong City, you have seemed preoccupied. What weighs on your mind? Yiluo inquired. Yiluo, did you see that man today? Su Xian replied. He was, of course, referring to Duan Yunfeng. His prowess is formidable, though he has only reached the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea realm. I am certain that the vast majority of peak Transformation Sea experts would find themselves outmatched by him. Yi Luo's expression grew solemn. Indeed, it is fortunate that it is you, young master. Had it been me, even in a mere contest of skill, I would undoubtedly be unable to withstand a single strike. With a smile, Su Xian continued, I do not speak of his strength, but rather his experiences. According to his account, over the past 2 years, he has roamed the world, traversing 86 counties across the 9 provinces, challenging countless formidable opponents. This may seem reckless, yet it is evident that he possesses the heart of a true warrior. His desire for strength drives him to seek out challenges from all corners. I have been pondering, he mused, if one day the crisis facing the Su family is entirely resolved, and I am free from worry, might I too embark on a journey through the world? Much like him, Su Xian could not help but lift his gaze to the starry sky above. This world is vast, and the Tianyin dynasty is merely one among many in the eastern wasteland. There are countless strong individuals. Today's encounter with Duan Yunfeng stirred within Su Xian an extraordinary sensation, a blend of anticipation for the unknown and a yearning for the myriad powerful beings that inhabit this expansive realm. He too longs to grow stronger. Having grown stronger, I now stand at the pinnacle of the world, ready to engage with countless formidable opponents. Alas, such heights remain distant for me. My immediate priority is to resolve my family's crisis. A faint smile graces Su Xian's lips. Just then, Su Xian's eyes widened, revealing an unmistakable glimmer of surprise. He promptly dismounted, seeking a vacant space by the roadside to sit in meditation. Yiluo, keep watch for me. Ensure no one disturbs my focus, Su Xian instructed. Understood, Yiluo nodded, dismounting to silently guard his side. Su Xian closed his eyes, and within him, a torrent of spiritual energy began to converge. As time flowed by, the early morning sun finally cast its first rays upon Su Xian's face. prompting him to open his eyes. The transformation into the sea transformation realm has been achieved. Chapter 25. Astonishment: The Sea Transformation Realm. Over 3 years ago, Su Xian had been on the cusp of this level, but misfortune struck, leading to his imprisonment in the Demon Band prison for 3 years, causing a setback in his cultivation. It is only now that he has truly stepped into this realm. In the Tianyan Empire, true martial realm practitioners are as numerous as the stars. Only those who have entered the sea transformation realm can be deemed true masters. I have reached the minimum threshold for the royal city hunting selection. Excitement swelled within Su Xian's gaze, for he had long yearned for the royal city hunt. Congratulations, young master. Yi Luo, who had been quietly guarding him, extended his heartfelt congratulations, simultaneously marveling at Su Xian's progress. The young master of the family, even at the true martial realm, was capable of engaging in fierce combat with those at the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm, often finding himself in a position of advantage. Now that he has genuinely broken through to the sea transformation realm, how formidable must his strength have become? Yellow, let us return, Su Xian remarked with a smile as he rose. Soon after, the two remounted their swift steeds and headed toward the Su family estate. Simultaneously, in the county city, within the halls of the Pang family estate, two middle-aged figures walked side by side toward the discussion chamber. Brother Meng, do you know why the family had summoned us today? One inquired. I do not know, but it is likely not a trivial matter. Both men were esteemed guests of the Pang family, having achieved the void-breaking realm. Typically, their involvement was seldom required. But the simultaneous summons of both indicated that a significant event had transpired. Upon entering the discussion hall, they observed that several individuals were already seated. Alongside the current family head and a few elders, there was also a one-armed descendant of the Pang family present. Mr. Meng, Mr. Chong, please take a seat, said Pang Xiaoqing, the family head, with a slight gesture. The two guests offered a polite bow before settling down beside one another. With everyone gathered, Pang Xiaoqing surveyed the room and spoke in a grave tone. All present are the core strength of the Pang family, the true pillars of our lineage. The purpose of convening you here today is singular. He then turned to the one-armed youth. Qingyu, please share your insights. The one-armed youth's complexion was exceedingly pale. Upon hearing Pang Xiaoqing's command, he gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. Esteemed lords and venerable elders, not long ago, the leader of the Lushui gang from Dongong City approached my family. The one-armed youth, Pang Qingyu, began recounting the events that had transpired in Dongong City. Yet, he had scarcely conveyed half of his tale when an uproar erupted. What did you say? The young master of the Su family, merely at the true martial stage, engaged both of you in combat, defeating you two, and even slaying your elder brother? The elders of the Pang family leapt to their feet, their disbelief palpable. Even the two guests at the breaking void stage stared incredulously at Pang Qingyu, a true martial cultivator facing a perfected transformation sea expert, managing to prevail against two opponents, and resulting in the death of one of their own? Moreover, Pang Qingyu continued in a somber tone, Su Xian's sword was terrifying beyond measure. My elder brother and I had no time to react. He was slain on the spot. Had it not been for Uncle Tianyun's timely intervention, I would have suffered far worse than merely losing an arm. He added, Uncle Tian himself later engaged in battle. Yet he was merely able to hold his ground against Su Xian, and even found himself slightly at a disadvantage. How could this be? The elders of the Pang family, along with the two guests at the breaking void stage, were utterly astonished. A mere true martial cultivator confronting a perfected transformation sea expert and gaining the upper hand? Such a monster could not possibly exist. Were it not for the undeniable fact that Pang Qingyu had indeed lost an arm, they might have suspected him of fabricating the tale to evade responsibility. If this were true, Patriarch, this Su Xian cannot be allowed to live. Master of the house, we must act swiftly and eliminate this youth. The mere presence of a true martial realm cultivator is alarming. Should he break through to the sea transformation stage, the consequences would be dire. The urgency in the voices of the elders from the Pang family was palpable. Please, take your seats. Pang Xiaoqing raised a hand, signaling the elders to remain calm. Qingyu, continue with your account. Pang Qingyu resumed, recounting the sudden appearance of the beggar youth who had effortlessly slain Pang Tian with a single strike. As for what transpired thereafter, he had fled at the first sign of danger and thus did not witness the ensuing confrontation between Su Xian and the beggar youth. The one who has slain a member of the Pang family must pay, an elder declared through gritted teeth. Pang Taiyun, at the pinnacle of the sea transformation stage, was regarded as a core powerhouse within the family, and his death naturally incited the wrath of the Pang clan. I shall send someone to investigate the identity of Tianyun's killer. If we ascertain who it is, we shall certainly seek vengeance for Tianyun's demise. However, our immediate priority remains Su Xian, the young master of the Su family. Pang Xiaoqing's deep-set eyes shifted slightly as his solemn voice continued. I have previously received news indicating that this young master has demonstrated remarkable prowess and talent in the Su family's grand tournament this year. Moreover, the enigmatic figure known as Sword One, who recently ascended to the 14th level of the true martial pavilion, is likely none other than this young master of the Su family. However, Su Xin had indeed spent 3 years languishing in the magical prison, and given that his previously exhibited prowess was not excessively remarkable, I did not pay it much heed. Yet, it has become increasingly apparent that Su Xin's talent and potential are far more formidable than I initially surmised. To withstand a formidable opponent at the pinnacle of the transformation sea at the true martial realm is nothing short of astonishing. If he were to break through to the transformation sea, or, with a bit more time, ascend to the apex of that realm, he could effortlessly eradicate those at the void-shattering realm. Should he ever attain the void-shattering realm, it is likely that even our combined efforts would be insufficient to thwart him and his sword. Furthermore, such an extraordinary talent cannot possibly escape the attention of the Crimson Dragon Tower. Given the Crimson Dragon Tower's historical tendencies, it is probable they will inform the Tianyin Palace of his existence, leading to his special invitation into their ranks. The mention of Tianyin Palace sent a tremor through the hearts of the elders present from the Pang family. The Tianyin Palace, the highest echelon of the Tianyin dynasty, serves as a sanctuary for the most gifted talents, a coveted place of cultivation sought after by all young aspirants. Gaining entry to the Tianyin Palace is not solely reliant on the Imperial City's hunt, as long as one exhibits remarkable excellence and immense potential. The Tianyin Palace will seek you out and extend a special invitation. The talents and potential displayed by Su Xin leave them with no doubt that he qualifies for such a special invitation from the Tianyin Palace. Once Su Xin is granted entry into the Tianyin Palace, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is destined to become a top-tier existence within the void-shattering realm. If Su Xin is willing to serve the Heavenly Flame dynasty, he could easily command immense power within it, at the very least attaining the rank of a provincial governor. Dealing with the Pang family would then be a trivial matter. Our contention with the Su family can be temporarily set aside. The plan to annihilate the Su family is not an urgent matter. However, this young master of the Su family, Su Xin, must be eliminated immediately, without delay. Pang Shaoqing growled, his eyes tinged with crimson. I have summoned you all here today to collectively deliberate on how we can ensure the complete eradication of Su Xin in a single attempt. Otherwise, if we fail even once and allow him to suspect, it will become exceedingly difficult to find another opportunity thereafter. How can we ensure Su Xin's demise in one fell swoop? The attendees exchanged glances, beginning their discussions. First and foremost, since Su Xin is capable of contending directly with a fully realized master of the transformation sea, it is imperative that the one tasked with his assassination be at least a pinnacle master of the transformation sea. As for the void-breaking realm, although the Su and Pang families have had their fierce skirmishes over the years, both sides have exercised restraint. Typically, they refrain from deploying void-breaking masters in their conflicts. After all, sending a void-breaking master to covertly eliminate a scion of the opposing family would undoubtedly invite scorn and derision, undermining their status. Furthermore, such actions would undoubtedly provoke the Su family into a frenzy, compelling them to retaliate with their own void-breaking masters against the Pang family as juniors. The ensuing losses would be too great for both sides, hence the tacit understanding to avoid such catastrophic confrontations unless absolutely compelled or prepared for a final showdown. Although Su Xin has instilled a profound sense of crisis within the Pang family, he has yet to force them into a state of desperation. Patriarch. Since we seek a decisive strike, relying solely on our Pang family might prove futile unless a formidable expert from the Void Realm intervenes. It would be more prudent to enlist the services of professional assassins, such as those from the Assassin's Guild. A senior elder of the Pang family expressed. The Assassin's Guild? Pang Shaoqing felt a stirring within. That organization is widely recognized as the foremost assassin group in the Tianyin Empire, with operations spanning the entire dynasty. It is said that the assassins within the guild are numerous, capable of undertaking a myriad of assassination tasks, and almost never fail to accomplish what they accept. Even superlative experts of the Nirvana realm have reportedly been targets of their clandestine operations. That won't do. Pang Shaoqing shook his head. The Assassin's Guild is, in fact, also covertly controlled by the Empire, akin to the Crimson Dragon Guild, albeit with different operations. The Tianyin Empire places immense value on talent. Should we commission the guild to eliminate Su Xin, they would undoubtedly conduct an exceedingly thorough investigation into him. Upon discovering his innate gifts and potential, it is likely the guild would refuse the task altogether. Even if they were to accept, the price they would demand would be exorbitant. The elders of the Pang family nodded in agreement. It is indeed no secret that the Assassin's Guild is under the covert influence of the Tianyin Empire. Patriarch. If we are to send an assassin to eliminate Su Xin, I am reminded of a certain individual. One of the two retainers, Mr. Ming, rose at this moment. He resides in our Yongning County on Baishan Island. The one on Baishan Island? The elders of the Pang family were taken aback, for they had already discerned the identity of the individual Mr. Ming was referring to. Indeed, when it comes to assassination techniques, the figure from Baishan Island could rightfully be deemed the foremost in Yongning County, and even among the entirety of Yun Prefecture. He had once been an assassin for the Three Kills Tower, and it was said that the number of peak experts he had eliminated was in the dozens. Even those at the void-breaking realm had fallen victim to him. Although he did not kill them, he severely wounded them. Should he choose to act, there would be at least a 90% chance of successfully eliminating Su Xin in one strike. Pang Xiaoqing nodded, though he acknowledged that the temperament of the individual from Baishan Island was exceedingly peculiar, making it quite challenging to enlist his aid. Leave this matter to me, Mr. Ming smiled. I share a reasonable rapport with the individual from Baishan Island, and if we are to speak candidly, he is somewhat indebted to me. I will approach him, and as long as the remuneration is satisfactory, he should not decline. Given that, I will leave it in your capable hands, Mr. Ming. Pang Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. As for the compensation, let him state his terms. As long as he can eliminate Su Xin in one fell swoop and thereby relieve the Pang family of this threat, we shall agree to any price. Not an issue, Mr. Ming chuckled, soon making his departure. 2 days later, in the depths of night, shrouded by darkness, a figure stealthily scaled the walls and infiltrated the Su family estate. Gliding past one house after another, not a whisper escaped his lips. Despite the Su residence being brilliantly illuminated and heavily guarded by numerous sentinels patrolling the night, with several formidable experts of the Transformation Sea realm covertly monitoring, none perceived the presence of the shadow. Following a meticulously prepared map of the Su family's layout, he made his way towards the courtyard where Su Xin was located. Although the hour was late and the maid in red had long since retired, Su Xin remained bare-chested, diligently practicing his swordsmanship within the courtyard. With a hum, the long sword sliced through the air, akin to the surging waves of a vast ocean, seemingly capable of encompassing all that surrounded it. It was evident that, in the span of merely a few days, Su Xion's swordsmanship had progressed significantly. Indeed, after his breakthrough to the Transformation Sea realm, both his martial skills and comprehension of the sword's essence had become markedly easier to enhance. A light chuckle escaped Su Xion's lips. The breakthrough had unearthed a substantial portion of the latent power within his bloodline. Most importantly, this advancement had greatly heightened his perceptive abilities and self-awareness, rendering his exploration and understanding of swordsmanship and its essence far more lucid and accessible. With a gentle exhale, Su Xion ceased his movements, allowing his form to relax naturally. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he prepared to return to his chambers for rest. Yet, at the very moment he relaxed and turned, an unprecedented sense of trepidation surged through his entire being. Every pore in his body stood on end in that instant. Chapter 26. Bloodshed in the dead of night. This profound dread came without any warning. A visceral instinct stemming from the very essence of life and death coursing through his veins. An ethereal figure had stealthily manifested behind him. Beneath the cloak of night, a dark flash, imbued with an inexorable intent to kill, hurtled towards Su Xion's heart. An assassin. A flicker of terror ignited in Su Xion's gaze. It was alarmingly swift, unbelievably so. There was no hint of forewarning. This individual remained utterly silent until materializing at his back, not even a whisper of breath escaping their lips. Having just completed his sword training, Su Xion had relaxed his body, rendering the timing of the attack impeccable. The assassin's prowess was equally terrifying. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Su Xion to evade that dark flash entirely. Fortunately, having attained the transformative state of the Sea of Change, combined with his unique bloodline, granted him an extraordinary sensitivity to impending peril, affording him a sliver of instinctive foresight. At the precipice of life and death, Su Xion exerted every ounce of his being to twist away, managing to shift his body just enough to evade the impending strike as the dark flash grazed his skin. With a chilling thrust, the dark flash pierced through Su Xion's body, causing one side of his chest to erupt in a spray of blood and flesh. A metallic taste flooded his throat. In a desperate bid to escape the searing pain, he retreated hastily. Remarkably, he had not succumbed to death. Under the moonlight, a face veiled in mystery was revealed, the cold eyes reflecting a momentary flicker of astonishment. Given her formidable prowess and the perfect timing of the assassination, even those at the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm could scarcely survive, unless they were among the most exceptional beings capable of breaching the dragon-seeking tower. Yet, the young scion of the Su family, possessing only rudimentary skills in the sea transformation, astonishingly remained alive. But he must perish. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from the enchanting figure, and in an instant, she unleashed a terrifying velocity, closing the distance before Su Xian could regain his footing. Swish, swish, swish. The chilling black light flared once more, striking towards Su Xian's throat with lethal speed. In that moment of confrontation, Su Xian finally discerned the black light to be a frigid, obsidian dagger. Mountain and sea roll. Su Xian bellowed, brandishing his sword, instantly conjuring profound and layered meanings, akin to the surging tides of the ocean. Clang, clang, clang. A series of resonant clashes echoed as the black light was deftly parried by Su Xian. He managed to fend it off. It was time to flee. Without hesitation, the captivating figure pivoted. As an assassin of remarkable strength and terrifying skill, she understood that once her lethal strike had been revealed without achieving immediate success, the optimal moment for her to eliminate him had slipped away. Her earlier pursuit had been predicated on the assumption that Su Xian, being merely at the nascent stage of sea transformation and already grievously wounded, would be an easy target. However, she had not anticipated that Su Xian would effortlessly counter her with his swordsmanship. With no further attachment, she resolved to retreat at once. Yet, can you truly escape? A fierce shout erupted from Su Xian's lips. A faint glimmer of sword light suddenly illuminated the surroundings, ethereal and dreamlike. It felt like an illusion, yet incredibly vivid, drifting lightly through the void. The second technique of the Northern Song sword art, shadow manipulation. Alarm surged through the demon-like figure as it prepared to flee. Its expression shifting dramatically. It brandished a dagger, attempting to intercept the strike. However, the nebulous sword shadow eluded its grasp entirely. With a swift motion, the blade passed through, leaving a delicate wound upon the figure's neck, which then fell to the ground in a reluctant surrender. The third scroll of the Northern Song sword art encompasses the Thunder Fire for direct confrontation and the Mountain Sea for defense. The Shadow Scroll, however, emphasizes speed and serves as an ultimate killing technique. Comprising 5 techniques, the first, Dark Light, manifests a singular brilliance amidst the vastness. The second, Shadow Manipulation, conjures an elusive sword shadow that cannot be seized. This technique was newly mastered by Su Xian after his breakthrough into the sea transformation realm. Upon its execution, it sealed the foe's throat. Thud. After slaying the assassin, Su Xian could no longer maintain his stance and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Blood continuously seeping from his mouth. An alarmingly conspicuous, horrific wound marred his chest, where flesh and blood had been gruesomely torn apart. Fortunately, in that critical moment, he managed to shift his body just enough to deflect the dagger slightly, preventing it from striking his heart. Otherwise, he would have faced certain death from that previous blow. How perilous! I was nearly slain. At this moment, a wave of trepidation washed over Su Xian. Suddenly, a figure swooped down from the night sky. Landing swiftly within the courtyard, it was none other than his father, Su Baichen. Su Baichen, the foremost warrior of the Su family, may not have detected the intruder's infiltration beforehand, yet the moment the assassin engaged with Su Xian, he sensed the disturbance and rushed over with remarkable swiftness. Before him lay the lifeless body and the tragic figure of Su Xian, and he quickly comprehended the situation at hand. Quickly, take this pill, Su Baichen urged as he knelt down, hastily retrieving a white pill from his sleeve and offering it to Su Xian. Upon swallowing the elixir, a peculiar force surged within Su Xian's body, and his pallid complexion improved slightly. Meanwhile, Su Baichen began to examine Su Xian's wounds. Fortunately, the blade had merely pierced his flesh, avoiding vital organs, and, most importantly, it was untainted by poison. A sigh of relief escaped Su Baichen. Poison? Su Xian gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the dagger had directly penetrated his body. Had it been laced with deadly venom, his fate would have been grim. You are not gravely injured. After taking the pill, rest for a few days, and you will be fine, Su Baichen reassured him as he rose to his feet, his gaze shifting to the corpse nearby. Removing the veil, he unveiled the assassin's visage. To his surprise, it was a woman, a strikingly enchanting figure of considerable beauty. It is her, the foremost assassin of Yongning County, the Phantom. Su Baichen has already identified the woman in question. It is said that this phantom possesses an eccentric disposition. Ever since her departure from the Three Kills Tower, she has resided on Baishan Island, rarely engaging with the outside world. Over the years, she has seldom acted. Yet this time she has audaciously attempted to assassinate you. Su Baichen was profoundly shaken. Firstly, because the phantom would dare to attempt the assassination of Su Xian. However, what truly stirred his heart was the fact that not only did Su Xian survive the phantom's attack, but he also managed to slay her on the spot. The phantom, indeed, was a genuine peak practitioner of the transformation of the sea, having previously assassinated numerous peak practitioners of the same realm. and it is rumored that she has even targeted formidable Void Realm experts. How could Su Xin, a novice in the transformation of the sea, have the capacity to vanquish the Phantom? What sort of strength must he possess? This young man, with his recently awakened bloodline, could it truly be of the first rank? Or perhaps even of a higher caliber, a divine bloodline? Su Baichen gazed at the recuperating Su Xin, his eyes narrowing slightly. He dared only to speculate about a divine bloodline. As for the even more exalted supreme bloodline that has never existed in the entire eastern wilderness, it belongs solely to the realm of legend, a notion far beyond his contemplation. At that moment, noticing the commotion, the Grand Elder Su Boyong, who had returned to the Su family from Tianshui City, along with several other powerful practitioners of the transformation of the sea from the Su family, hastened towards the scene. What is this? Su Boyong inquired, observing the corpse of the Phantom. From a glance at the wound, he discerned that she had indeed been slain by a sword. He immediately comprehended that Su Xin was the one who had dispatched the Phantom. The Grand Elder promptly instructed that the body be dealt with discreetly, ensuring that her wounds remained concealed from prying eyes. Su Baichen commanded, "Yes." Su Boyong nodded. Soon, arrangements were made for the handling of the corpse. "Shiner, you shall move to Bihue Courtyard tomorrow morning," Su Baichen declared. Bihue Courtyard? Su Xion's heart stirred. Bihue Courtyard, adjacent to Su Baichen's residence, clearly indicated that his father was concerned about the possibility of further assassination attempts. Half an hour later, in the grand hall of the Su family, all the senior members had gathered, already informed of Su Xion's assassination. "Patriarch, we cannot treat this matter as if nothing has occurred. We must retaliate in kind." The irascible second elder, Su Taidong, was the first to speak. "Indeed, we must seek vengeance. We must strike back fiercely, despite the lack of evidence." It was clear who had dispatched the assassin within Yongning County. The elders and senior members of the Su family were united in their resolve to retaliate against the Pang family. After all, this incident had taken place within the Su family estate, where the esteemed young master of the Su family, the current wielder of the Sword Order, had been attacked. If the Su family were to endure this without response, they would become the subject of ridicule across the realm, and in the future, anyone would dare to send assassins to the Su family. Moreover, it would dishearten their own kin. The Su family acted swiftly. By dawn the following day, their retribution against the Pang family had commenced. This retaliation encompassed various aspects, including economic impacts and struggles for interests, but most importantly, it involved fierce confrontations between their formidable warriors. The Su and Pang families were the two most powerful clans in Yongning County. In terms of elite combat capabilities, the Pang family held a slight edge, yet in terms of heritage and depth, they could not rival the Su family. The fierce rivalry between these two formidable families has stirred a tempest throughout the entirety of Yongning County. In the blink of an eye, 7 days have passed. Within the residence of the Su family, the second elder has arrived. "Greetings, second elder." The second elder, Su Taidong, sauntered through with his hands clasped behind his back. The young members of the Su family bowed in respect, their eyes gleaming with fervor. "Have you heard? Just yesterday, during a skirmish with the Pang family to the south of the city, our Su family found itself at a disadvantage. However, upon the arrival of the second elder, the tide was swiftly turned. With a display of formidable prowess, he vanquished a Pang elder who had reached the pinnacle of the ocean transformation realm. That is indeed a remarkable achievement, as it is only a step below the void-breaking realm. Despite being at the same pinnacle level, the second elder single-handedly dispatched the Pang elder. In these past few days, it is estimated that nearly 10 formidable adversaries from the Pang family have fallen at the hands of the second elder. Just 2 days prior, he personally struck down 2 of the Pang family's ocean transformation masters in a single encounter. The younger members of the Su family, including several maidservants and attendants, have been quietly discussing the ongoing conflict with the Pang family. In the absence of any void-breaking realm experts from either side, the pinnacle of the ocean transformation realm represents the ultimate combat strength for both families. The Su family possesses only a few such masters, with Su Taitong being the most formidable among them. Thus, in the recent confrontations with the Pang family, he has taken the lead, repeatedly engaging in battle and eliminating their powerful opponents. Over these days, a significant number of Pang family warriors have met their demise at his hands. To speak solely of the outcomes of battle, the losses endured by the Pang family over these past 7 days have undoubtedly far surpassed those of the Su family. With even one pinnacle of the transformation sea having perished, the second elder stood before him, and another figure emerged. "Su Xian?" Su Taitong finally halted, casting a scrutinizing glance at the newcomer. "Is your injury healed?" "I have nearly recovered," Su Xian replied with a faint smile. Previously, he had been pierced directly through the body by the dagger of a female assassin. Such a grievous wound would typically confine an ordinary person to bed for at least half a month. However, perhaps due to the nature of his bloodline, his recovery capabilities far exceeded those of the average individual, and within merely 3 days, he was able to rise and walk. After 7 days, his condition had returned to its zenith. Second elder, I have heard that our family has been engaged in fierce combat with the Pang family's formidable warriors these past few days. If possible, I too wish to join the fray, Su Xian asserted. You? How foolish. Su Taitong furrowed his brow and began to reprimand him directly. Su Xian, you must understand that this conflict with the Pang family was instigated by you. The Pang family, willing to expend tremendous resources to employ assassins to eliminate you, did so because they recognized your talent and potential. Unfortunately for them, they failed. At this juncture, your priority should be to exert every effort to elevate your cultivation and strengthen your abilities. As for the external conflict, the Pang family would relish the opportunity for you to venture out and engage them in battle. It would provide them with the chance to extinguish your life. If you desire to fight on behalf of our family and confront the Pang family's warriors, you may, when your abilities have ascended, and you have reached the late stage of the transformation sea, becoming capable of facing the pinnacle experts of the Pang family without fear, and even possessing a degree of self-preservation against the void-breaking realm warriors. Then, come find me. Su Taitong's admonition elicited a wry smile from Su Xian. He recognized the wisdom in Su Taitong's words, yet he could not reveal that he already possessed such strength. Even if he did, it was likely that Su Taitong would not believe him. After all, the death of that female assassin, the Phantom, was witnessed only by Su Baichen and the elder Su Boyong, who knew he was the one who had struck the fatal blow, while others assumed it was Su Baichen. At that moment, Su Taitong approached, placing a hand on Su Xian's shoulder, and solemnly stated, Su Xian, remember that you are the hope of the Su family. It is only when all of us old fellows have departed that it will be your generation's turn to fight for the clan. With that, Su Taitong departed, leaving Su Xian standing in contemplation. The second elder was indeed correct. He bore the weight of the Su family's resurgence upon his shoulders. His vision must extend farther. Engaging in combat with the Pang family's warriors now, even if he showcased his prowess by slaying several of their strong members, would hardly shake the foundation of the Pang family. Su Xian pondered deeply. The true core of the Pang family resided in their void-breaking realm experts. As long as he could not eliminate those, merely dispatching a few Transformation Sea realm warriors would not destabilize their roots. Thus, he resolved to proceed. With determination, Su Xian clenched his palm tightly. The Red Dragon Tower awaits. 2 imposing black towers rise majestically, one of which is the Jinwu Pavilion, bustling with a throng of Jinwu realm warriors who gather there, occasionally entering the tower to seek challenges. In contrast, the other towering edifice, the Dragon-Seeking Tower, sees little interest. A young figure clad in black attire, adorned with a conical hat and wielding a sharp sword, arrives at the Dragon-Seeking Tower. I shall challenge the Dragon-Seeking Tower. Chapter 27. The first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower, unlike the Jinwu Pavilion, which solely tests martial skills, the Dragon-Seeking Tower assesses overall combat prowess. The tower comprises 3 levels, and only those who are true masters at the pinnacle of the Sea Transformation realm can hope to conquer the first level. This is precisely why few dare to attempt it. After all, in Jiangning County, individuals who have reached the pinnacle of the Sea Transformation realm are scarce, and those eligible to challenge the Dragon-Seeking Tower are even rarer. Most at this level who venture into the tower find themselves overwhelmed. Today, however, a mere novice in the Sea Transformation realm, Su Xian, steps into the Dragon-Seeking Tower. The first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower is an expansive arena, and at the forefront stands a man clad in gray, who approaches with deliberation. A novice in the Sea Transformation realm dares to challenge the Dragon-Seeking Tower. Is this confidence or folly? The gray-clad man scrutinizes Su Xian, discerning his cultivation level at a glance. Is it ignorance? Perhaps the elder might find out for himself. Su Xian has already drawn his sword. Though he has never previously challenged the Dragon-Seeking Tower, he is aware that each level is guarded by a single sentinel. Defeating this guardian is the key to passage. The gray-clad man, without further ado, produces a pitch-black spear, and suddenly, thud, thud, thud. With a swift stride of 3 steps, the man in gray materialized before Su Xian, his obsidian spear resembling a venomous serpent emerging from its lair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spear danced through the air, unleashing a flurry of thrusts at peculiar and cunning angles aimed directly at Su Xian. In an instant, he was engulfed by a multitude of spear shadows. Faced with this onslaught, Su Xian immediately summoned more than 50% of his bloodline power. His sword transformed into a vast ocean, conjuring profound layers of meaning, as if he were immersed within the turbulent seas. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of continuous collisions echoed, and in mere moments, the two had clashed dozens of times. How formidable! In true combat, Su Xian could not help but marvel. Whether in strength, speed, or spear technique, this man had reached the pinnacle of the ocean transformation realm, embodying the very essence of its might. It was no wonder that so many peak ocean transformation experts had failed to breach the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. Su Xian pondered. To defeat this man in gray, one must transcend the confines of the ocean transformation realm in at least one aspect. For instance, in terms of strength, those rare individuals with awakened bloodlines could unleash powers far superior to the peak of the ocean transformation realm after reaching that level, allowing them to easily prevail. Furthermore, there were those who had encountered extraordinary circumstances or had mastered formidable techniques, like the beggar boy Duan Yunfeng, whom Su Xian had met in Danyang City. Although he was merely at the consummate stage of the ocean transformation realm, his casual strike could fell the equally adept Pang Taiyun, showcasing his remarkably unique cultivation technique. Speed and skill are paramount. If one excels in any aspect far beyond the pinnacle of the sea of transformation, one can undoubtedly prevail. For Su Xian, his greatest advantage lies in his expertise. With a resonating hum, Su Xian unleashed his sword time and again, each strike executed with precision. He stood like a towering mountain, impervious to any frenzied assault. The gray-clad man had already unleashed the full extent of his spear technique, yet it failed to disturb Su Xian in the slightest. No wonder he dared to challenge the dragon-seeking tower. He indeed possessed considerable strength. The gray-clad man could not help but admire him. Yet he knew that mere defense would not suffice to conquer this level. Humph! With a cold snort, Su Xian's sword style shifted abruptly, transforming from the defensive sea and mountain sword technique into the tempestuous thunderfire roll. His strikes became wildly aggressive, exuding a terrifying ferocity. Waves of sword shadows slashed forth, brutally and recklessly. Those sword shadows were infused with a profound intent. The intent had seamlessly merged with the blade, culminating in a unique sword intent. A flicker of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the gray-clad man. The comprehension of intent is typically a mere grasp, utilized only in the heat of battle. This is merely the threshold. However, when intent harmonizes flawlessly with a weapon, manifesting as a distinctive sword or blade intent, it signifies a far more advanced level of understanding. Su Xian's grasp of intent was evidently profound, further enhanced by the renowned Northern Song sword technique of the Tianyan dynasty, acknowledged as the premier sword art. The terrifying sword shadows, reminiscent of thunder and fire, descended relentlessly, one after another, leaving no respite. In an instant, the gray-clad man found himself forced to retreat under the overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, the momentum of Su Xian's sword shifted once more. The first form of the phantom shadow, dark light. With a sudden flash, the brilliance of the sword illuminated the surroundings, as if it were the sole remnant of light in the universe. The speed was astonishingly swift. The middle-aged man in gray, upon perceiving this blade of light, recognized it but was entirely unable to defend against it in time. Swoosh! The sword light swept past the gray-clad man, leaving behind an exceptionally clear sword mark, yet no blood was shed. This scar healed at a remarkable pace. The gray-clad man halted his actions and retreated to a distance, while the stone door leading to the second level of the tower had already swung open. He had succeeded. A surge of joy filled Su Xian's heart. It was as he had anticipated. It was rumored that a mere ordinary peak of the sea transformation could pass through the first level of the dragon-seeking tower with ease, as long as they grasped a hint of intent. Although he had only unleashed 50% of his bloodline power, his strength could only rival that of a perfected sea transformation, yet his comprehension of intent was exceptionally profound, allowing him to seamlessly merge with the sword to form sword intent. His skills were remarkably high, utilizing the Northern Song sword technique. When all these factors were considered, his combat strength was likely slightly superior to that of a peak sea transformation who merely grasped a hint of intent. Naturally, he could also traverse this first level with relative ease. With a soft exhale, Su Xian swiftly ascended the staircase, stepping into the second level of the dragon-seeking tower. The guardian of the second level remained the same gray-clad man, with the cultivation of minor achievement in sea transformation. One can pass through the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. Your future is boundless. The gray-clad middle-aged man looked at Su Xian with admiration. I humbly seek your guidance, senior, Su Xian replied with evident humility. Whoosh! The gray-clad man struck once more, wielding the ebony spear with the same ferocity. However, this time, the man in gray, with his instantaneous eruption of power, speed, and marksmanship, evidently transcended the realm of the sea transformation stage, approaching the threshold of the void-breaking stage. Even the moment he thrust his spear, it seemed to carry a subtle essence. His might was at least tenfold stronger than that of the first level. Su Xian dared not unleash the Thunderfire Scroll to contend with this formidable opponent. He could only exhaust his efforts to employ the Mountain Sea Scroll, striving to withstand the relentless onslaught of that terrifying spear. The Mountain Sea Scroll possessed exceptional defensive capabilities, able to dissipate force through layers of sword and tint. Even though his adversary's explosive power far surpassed Su Xian's, he managed to hold his ground for a considerable duration. Yet, ultimately, he was still vanquished by the man in gray. He was overwhelmingly powerful, the same adversary. Yet this man in the second layer was at least 10 times stronger than in the first. I had breezed through the first layer with relative ease. But in this second layer, even if I fully unleashed the power of my bloodline, it would merely extend my endurance against him slightly. Truly defeating him would require a significant breakthrough in my swordsmanship or comprehension of the essence, or perhaps an advancement in my cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the sea transformation stage. Once I attained that level, even with merely 50% of my bloodline power unleashed, my strength and speed would rival that of the peak of sea transformation. At that point, relying on my own sword techniques, traversing this second layer would naturally pose no difficulty. Upon exiting the dragon-seeking tower, a figure awaited me, Yuan Qing, the overseer of the Red Dragon Tower. Under the guidance of Yuan Qing, Su Xian entered a tea room, removing his conical hat. Indeed, Yuan Qing smiled. Having just received a message from a certain esteemed individual within the dragon-seeking tower, stating that a minor master of the sea, skilled in swordsmanship, had successfully traversed the first level of the tower. I immediately surmised it was you. Esteemed individual? Su Xian's expression shifted. Yuan Qing, as the overseer of the Red Dragon Tower in Yangning County, was a formidable presence in the realm of the void-breaking stage, his status and strength firmly established. Who, one might wonder, would warrant such a designation from him? What? You are still unaware of the identity of this esteemed individual? Yuan Qing inquired. Indeed, I do not know. Su Xian replied, shaking his head. Haha, Yuan Qing chuckled, then proceeded to elucidate. Su Xian, you should be aware that my Red Dragon Tower oversees the world, spanning across 36 states and various counties. The existence of the dragon-seeking tower in the Jinwu Pavilion is fundamentally to gather the talents of the realm. The trials within these two towers have long been acknowledged, with no one daring to question their integrity. Why is this so? It is simply because, whether in the Jinwu Pavilion or the dragon-seeking tower, the standards are exceedingly stringent. The Jinwu Pavilion employs battle puppets as adversaries, while the dragon-seeking tower is manned by the elite experts from the headquarters of my Red Dragon Tower, who personally serve as guardians. The elite experts from the headquarters? Su Xian was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Yuan Qing continued. The one you just faced within the dragon-seeking tower was a top-tier expert from the headquarters of my Red Dragon Tower. Of course, it was not the true form of the individual, but rather a fragment of consciousness left within the battle puppet, which was skillfully maneuvered to engage you in combat. Not merely the dragon-seeking tower within my Yangning County, but throughout the entirety of Yunzhou, in several surrounding provincial capitals and countless county towns. The guardians of these dragon-seeking towers are all under the singular control of this esteemed individual. As for the prowess of this individual, Yuan Qing smiled slightly before speaking. Above the void-breaking realm. Su Xian was taken aback. Above the void-breaking realm, does that not equate to the Nirvana realm? The Nirvana realm represents the pinnacle of power within the entire Tianyin dynasty, the highest echelon of existence. In the Tianyin dynasty, should any faction or family give rise to a Nirvana realm powerhouse, that family or faction would inevitably ascend, becoming a formidable force within the dynasty. For instance, the former Su family thrived due to the presence of a Nirvana realm ancestor, elevating them to the status of a premier family within the Tianyin dynasty. However, upon the passing of that Nirvana realm ancestor, the Su family fell into decline. To think that I was sparring with a Nirvana realm powerhouse within the dragon-seeking tower. Su Xian silently marveled. No wonder no one dared to question it. Who would have the audacity to challenge a trial presided over by a dignified Nirvana realm powerhouse? When that esteemed individual communicated with me, he expressed considerable admiration for you, and he mentioned that he would personally visit the Tianyin Palace to provide you with a recommendation. The recruitment standards of the Tianyin Palace are exceedingly high, yet you have already demonstrated the ability to surpass the first level of the dragon-seeking tower at the nascent stage of the transformation sea, fully meeting the criteria. With that esteemed individual's personal endorsement, it is likely that no unforeseen circumstances will arise, and before long, you shall undoubtedly become a member of the Tianyin Palace. Yuan Qing smiled, his demeanor exceedingly amicable. He was well aware of the immense value of the identity of a disciple of the Tianyin Palace. As long as one enters the Heavenly Flame Palace and does not encounter an unforeseen demise along the way, they are destined to become a personage of great significance within the Heavenly Flame dynasty. Even if they do not attain the Nirvana realm, they will surely emerge as a paramount figure among the void-breaking realm. Hearing this, Su Xian's heart swelled with elation. Having merely reached the initial stage of the ocean transformation, why had he ventured into the dragon-seeking tower? Not for fame or fortune, but solely for a coveted special admission quota to the Heavenly Flame Palace. If he were to obtain this special admission and become a disciple of the Heavenly Flame Palace, the assassination attempts he previously endured would almost certainly cease, and his Su family would be free from worry. Clenching his fists tightly, Su Xian acknowledged that every disciple of the Heavenly Flame Palace was regarded as a treasure by the dynasty. The notion of sending assassins to eliminate a disciple of the Heavenly Flame Palace was utterly preposterous, if discovered. No matter the perpetrator or the formidable forces backing them, even if a Nirvana realm ancestor stood behind, they would face annihilation. Take the Sidhu family, for instance. They remain a top-tier aristocracy within the Heavenly Flame dynasty, supported by a Nirvana realm ancestor. Yet even they would not dare to lay a hand on a disciple of the Heavenly Flame Palace. Likewise, the family of any disciple of the Heavenly Flame Palace would enjoy the dynasty's protection, ensuring that the Sidhu family, whether overtly or covertly, would not dare to confront the Su family. If the Sidhu family refrains from such actions, then the Mir Pang family would certainly pose no threat. Director Yuan Qing, may I inquire about the name of that esteemed individual? Su Xian asked. A name? Yuan Qing replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. As a mere county director within the Red Dragon Tower, I possess no privilege to know the name of that esteemed personage. The previous message I received was merely a matter of duty. Otherwise, I would not even be qualified to converse with that individual. As for you, there is no need to be anxious. Once you arrive at the Tianyan Palace in the future and strengthen your abilities, you will naturally have the opportunity to meet that esteemed individual. Su Xian nodded. The person he had encountered within the Seeking Dragon Tower had no direct connection to him. It was merely due to a glimpse of his considerable talent that they took the initiative to recommend him to the Tianyan Palace. This was indeed a favor, one that Su Xian would certainly remember. Su Xian, you may now return and await further news. As soon as the powerful individual dispatched by the Tianyan Palace arrives to escort you, I will inform you without delay, Yuan Qing stated. Understood, Su Xian replied. But then added, by the way, Director Yuan Qing, I currently require some medicinal pills to aid in my cultivation and enhance my prowess. That is quite simple. Yuan Qing smiled. Soon, Su Xian departed from the Red Dragon Tower, carrying a full 100 first-grade C transformation pills. On his way back to the Su family, Su Xian felt a sense of elation. The Su family now faced numerous threats. The Pang family had long been scheming against them, even sending assassins to eliminate him. The recent clashes with the Su family had been exceptionally fierce, and animosities had already formed, leading inevitably to a decisive battle. Furthermore, the Sidhu family, lurking behind the Pang family, had refrained from striking too hard, likely due to their concerns regarding some of the Su family's hidden cards. However, such hesitations could not be relied upon indefinitely. One could never tell when the Sidhu family might launch a severe attack. Nevertheless, as long as I can successfully enter the Tianyan Palace this time and become one of its disciples, all these crises will cease to exist. Su Xian was lost in thought when suddenly, drive, make way, do not block the way. The warhorse galloped down the street, and passers-by hurriedly dodged to avoid it. Riding a horse in the bustling streets of the county town? Su Xian furrowed his brow. This was within the city limits. In a lively thoroughfare, unless there was a matter of utmost urgency, who would dare to ride so recklessly? As the warhorse drew closer, Su Xian caught sight of a figure atop it, drenched in blood, utterly disheveled yet filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency. Yi Luo? Su Xian gasped in surprise. Young master. Yi Luo also spotted Su Xian and immediately halted the warhorse. What is happening? Su Xian inquired. It's the second elder. He.S. in the East City. In the dark water alley, besieged by 3 peak experts from the Pang family. He can barely hold on. Yi Luo exclaimed anxiously. What did you say? Su Xian's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 28. Dragon Destruction. With a swift motion, Su Xian charged forward, racing towards the dark water alley in East City with unparalleled speed. His heart burned with urgency. The second elder, that impulsive figure who regarded the family's honor above all else. That fiery elder who insisted that they would not allow the younger generation of the Su family to fight until all the old ones had perished. This retaliation against the Pang family had been spearheaded by the second elder himself. If anything were to happen to him, it would be a tremendous blow to the entire Su family. I must reach him in time. Su Xian's heart screamed in desperation. In East City, the dark water alley, a fierce battle had been ongoing for a considerable duration. Some of the buildings in the alley had already collapsed from the bombardment, while walls lay shattered and in ruins. At this moment, atop the eaves of a dwelling, the second elder Su Taitong clutched a cerulean stone staff in his hands. valiantly contending against the relentless assault of three formidable peak cultivators of the sea transformation realm. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his robe was tattered, and two wounds marred his body. One was a shallow but bleeding gash on his left waist, while the other was a puncture on his right calf, inflicted by a gunshot. In terms of raw power, Su Tai Tong was undoubtedly among the most formidable within the peak of the sea transformation realm. In a one-on-one confrontation, he could decisively vanquish a typical opponent and even withstand the combined efforts of two peak cultivators. However, he now faced the onslaught of three assailants. Having been ambushed from the outset, this very wound on his calf was a remnant of that treacherous surprise attack. This injury not only severely diminished his combat effectiveness but also extinguished any hope of escape. He could only strive to fend off the trio's assault for as long as possible, hoping to delay until reinforcements from the Su family could arrive. Su Tai Tong, cease your futile struggles. Do you truly believe you can survive under our combined might? The three assailants, 2 men and 1 woman, were relentless. Among them, a man in purple robes was an elder of the Pang family, while the brown-haired elder wielding a spear and the middle-aged woman brandishing twin swords were both esteemed guests of the Pang family. As they unleashed their full power, they sensed that Su Tai Tong was on the verge of collapse, yet they still regarded him as a formidable opponent. Indeed, the second elder of the Su family has proven his formidable prowess, likely having reached the pinnacle of the transformation sea realm. It is anticipated that he is not far from breaching the first layer of the dragon-seeking tower. Despite our initial ambush that inflicted injury upon him, the three of us have found it challenging to subdue him in a brief span of time. His staff techniques are remarkably adept. While we find him to be a formidable opponent, there is no cause for alarm among us. After all, the Pang family has meticulously prepared for today's assassination attempt on Su Tai Tong. From the moment they lured him into this dark water alley, the Pang family had already orchestrated their plans. Even if someone were to rush out to send word, the time required for them to reach the nearest stronghold of the Su family and summon reinforcements would be significant, providing ample opportunity for us to eliminate Su Tai Tong. After the Pang family has suffered the loss of over 10 formidable practitioners in the transformation sea realm, including the demise of a peak expert, Su Tai Tong, you are doomed. The elder of the Pang family snorted coldly. Initially, in the face of retaliation from the Su family, the Pang family had intended to endure. The two families have long harbored animosity, marked by ongoing conflicts and bloodshed. And this time it was they who instigated the matter by sending assassins after a young master of the Su family, which ultimately ended in failure. It was entirely reasonable for the Su family to respond with fury and seek retribution, and the Pang family had prepared some contingency measures to counteract this. However, they did not anticipate the ferocity of the Su family's retaliation, particularly from the second elder, Su Tai Tong, who personally intervened to slay numerous experts from the Pang family, including a peak practitioner just days prior. This left the Pang family no choice but to take decisive action. He immediately resolved to eliminate the reckless second elder of the Su family, who had been charging ahead. Thus, the current scene unfolded. With a swift motion during the skirmish, the brown-haired elder deftly manipulated his long spear, and before Su Tai Tong could defend himself, a fresh wound was pierced into his shoulder. This injury instantly compromised the strength of Su Tai Tong's arm, rendering him even more vulnerable against the onslaught of the three attackers. Clang! Clang! The middle-aged woman relentlessly swung her dual swords, sending Su Tai Tong's stone staff flying from his grasp. His weapon was cast aside. It was over. A flicker of despair crossed Su Tai Tong's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by an unprecedented surge of madness. If he were to die, he would take someone down with him. With a fierce determination, he fixed his gaze upon the spear aimed at his throat, showing no instinctive desire to evade. Instead, he charged towards it. At the same time, he concentrated his energy in his fingertips, intending to unleash a powerful thrust to pierce through his assailant's skull at the very moment the spear breached his throat. However, just as the spear was about to penetrate, a sword suddenly surged forth. It sliced through the air like a nimble serpent, not only deftly deflecting the long spear, but also countering the attacks from the other two assailants. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three attackers immediately withdrew, taken aback. Reinforcements? Had the Su family's aid arrived so swiftly? The expressions of the trio soured. According to the Pang family's expectations, it was impossible for the Su family's reinforcements to arrive in such a short time. Yet now, salvation? Su Tai Tong was taken aback, hastily turning to the figure that had appeared before him. To his astonishment, it was Su Xian. Su Tai Tong's expression shifted dramatically. What are you doing here? Who summoned you? I happened to be nearby, Su Xian replied. When Luo called for help, I ran into him and rushed over. At that moment, Su Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he had arrived just in time. If he had been even a moment later, the second elder might not have survived. Foolishness. Su Taitong's face was etched with urgency. Have you forgotten what I told you before? Who told you to come here and throw your life away? Quickly, I will find a way to stop them. You must escape at once. Su Taitong was truly frantic. Even if he were to perish, even if it meant the loss of 2 or 3 of himself, the Su family could endure it. But someone like Su Xian, a prodigious talent bearing the weight of the Su family's future, was irreplaceable and simply could not be lost. Second elder, do not worry. These 3 before us could never kill me, Su Xian replied with a confident smile. His eyes, however, were icy as he gazed at the trio ahead. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent beginning to coalesce. You 3, have you decided how you wish to meet your end? A fierce shout suddenly echoed. At the moment Su Xian arrived, the 3 peak experts from the Pang family were equally astonished, but they quickly discerned the spiritual energy radiating from Su Xian. A minor achievement in the transformation of the sea? Just a mere minor achievement? Yet he has just managed to fend off our combined assault and rescue Su Taitong from the brink of despair. The 3 were momentarily stunned, then elated. It is Su Xian. He is indeed Su Xian, the young master of the Su family. Their joy knew no bounds. It felt as though fortune had unexpectedly smiled upon them. It was akin to sitting down for a simple meal and discovering a sumptuous, golden zongzi instead. In comparison to Su Xian, what was Su Taitong? Merely a somewhat formidable peak of the transformation sea realm, whose potential had already been exhausted. Unlikely to ever break through to the void-shattering realm in his lifetime. But Su Xian, a true martial genius, capable of contending with the consummate transformation sea. A being that made their family, the Pang clan, restless with unease. They had previously gone to great lengths to summon the elusive phantom from by Mountain Island, solely to preemptively eliminate this prodigy. In truth, the recent strife between the Su family and the Pang clan had been instigated by Su Xian. They had been troubled. For if Phantom could not extinguish Su Xian's flame, how could they hope to stifle such talent? Yet now, this unparalleled genius of the Su clan had seemingly delivered himself to them on a silver platter, all to save a Su Taitong. He must be eliminated. Regardless of the cost, he must be slain. The murderous intent surged within the trio. At that moment, have you 3 considered how you shall meet your end? Su Xian's fierce voice rang out suddenly. This audacious youth dares to threaten us? Seeking death, are we? The 3 exchanged glances, and in the next instant, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They moved in unison. Just as they had surrounded Su Taitong, the 3 individuals unleashed their utmost strength, intent on swiftly eliminating Su Xian. Su Taitong's countenance reflected anxiety as he hastily retrieved his weapon, eager to strike. However, Su Xian's speed far surpassed his own. In an instant, he confronted the 3, his sword already in motion. Su Xian immediately activated 50% of his bloodline power, emanating a force comparable to that of a perfected realm. Yet, the true terror lay in his swordsmanship, ruthless and reminiscent of searing flames, akin to the ferocious and thunderous roars of tempestuous lightning. The amalgamation of these elements forged an unfathomable might. The whirlwind of thunder and fire, imbued with profound sword intent, descended with overwhelming force. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike was a tempest of fury, echoing the wrath of the heavens. The trio, initially contemplating the opportunity to ambush Su Xian, found themselves utterly bewildered the moment they engaged him in combat. Upon their first clash, they sensed the terrifying and insurmountable power encapsulated within Su Xian's sword, alongside the boundless and majestic force he wielded. This pressure was relentless, rendering them incapable of executing their plan to slay Su Xian. They could only desperately defend themselves, requiring their combined efforts to barely withstand the onslaught. Yet, as Su Xian's strikes continued to rain down, they found themselves inexorably pushed back. We have exerted all our strength, and yet we are being comprehensively suppressed by a mere minor figure in the sea transformation realm. The 3 peak practitioners from the Pang family felt utterly dazed. They were acutely aware of Su Xian's exceptional talent, which was precisely why the Pang family had been so fervently intent on his demise. They were also aware that Su Xian could contend with the pinnacle of the transformation sea during his time in the true martial realm. Yet now, the 3 of them were at the apex of the transformation sea, and they were united as one. In terms of realms, they surpassed Su Xian by 2 or 3 levels. 3 against 1, and yet the latter was being overwhelmingly suppressed. Su Taitong, who had initially intended to assist Su Xian, was momentarily bewildered. However, Su Xian paid no heed to such thoughts. At that moment, he resembled a blazing inferno. The Pang family, the sworn enemies of the Su clan. Over the years, countless powerful figures in the transformation sea from the Su family, including some young prodigies, have fallen victim to the machinations of the Pang family. Even I, having just begun to reveal some talent, was targeted by the Pang family, who hastily summoned peak transformation sea assassins to eliminate me. And now, The Pang family was once again attempting to besiege the second elder. The Pang family must be eradicated. They must perish. Kill. Kill. With each furious swing of his sword, his murderous intent and rage reached a boiling point. An overwhelming tempest of fury and bloodlust engulfed him, and he immersed himself entirely in the art of the sword, a moment of clarity emerging in his mind. Suddenly, as the three faced his relentless swordplay and began to falter, Su Xian lifted his gaze. The secret technique of the Thunderfire's essence. Starfire burning heaven, dragon-slaying swordsmanship. Chapter 29. The Su family's astonishment. As a primary offensive technique within the Northern Song sword arts, the Thunderfire roll was not merely a display of overwhelming force. Much like the Snowfall sword technique that Su Xian had practiced previously, within the art of the Snowfall swordsmanship lies the exquisite technique known as the Snow Slash, while the Thunderfire scroll encompasses the profound secrets of its fourfold mysteries. Yet, even the first of these arcane techniques necessitates a mastery of the Thunderfire scroll to a minor level to be truly comprehended. Although Su Xian possessed extraordinary talent, his study of the Thunderfire scroll had spanned merely over a month. He had grasped the form, but still fell short of achieving minor mastery. Unexpectedly, during the fierce battle against the three peak experts of the Pang family today, amidst a tempest of unrestrained fury and murderous intent, his swordsmanship surged to unprecedented heights. He directly comprehended the first arcane technique of the Thunderfire scroll and unleashed it with a natural fluidity. Boom! The sword intent erupted forth, manifesting as a terrifying shadow of the blade, capable of cleaving heaven and earth asunder. The three adversaries, already struggling under Su Xian's swordplay, turned pale as they beheld this dreadful sword shadow in an instant. No, it's over. A cry of despair echoed within their hearts. The might of this fearsome blade far exceeded their capacity to endure. Regardless of their desperate attempts to withstand it, the sword shadow ruthlessly swept over them, engulfing their forms entirely. Under the force of its impact, their bones shattered inch by inch. With a single stroke, three peak experts of the Transformation Sea met their demise on the spot. Elder Su Taitong had been standing under the eaves, observing Su Xian single-handedly suppressing the trio with his sword technique. He was astounded as he witnessed Su Xian unleash an arcane technique that ultimately claimed the lives of the three. Su Taitong was utterly stunned. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared atop the eaves, none other than the esteemed Elder Su Buong, who had rushed to the scene upon receiving a distress call. Upon his arrival, he beheld several wounds adorning Su Taitong's body, though none were life-threatening, while Su Xian stood resolutely beside him. As for the three peak experts from the Pang family, who were meant to encircle and eliminate Su Taitong, they were inexplicably deceased. What transpired? How did these three peak experts from the Pang family meet their demise? Elder 2, did you slay them? Given that Su Taitong was the sole peak expert present, Su Buong instinctively assumed that Su Taitong had vanquished the three. It was not I, Su Taitong replied, shaking his head. It was Su Xian. What? Su Buong was taken aback. Elders, let us discuss this further upon our return, suggested Su Xian. Nodding, Su Buong tended to Su Taitong's injuries with haste, and the three promptly made their way back to the Su residence. However, although this skirmish had erupted in a dim alley, it had generated considerable commotion, attracting a number of martial artists who had gathered nearby to witness the unfolding events. They had all witnessed Su Xian's decisive slaying of the three from the Pang family. Consequently, after Su Xian and the others departed, the alley erupted into a frenzy of speculation. Did you see that? The three who attacked from the Pang family were formidable peak experts. Yet they were effortlessly swept aside by a single young disciple from the Su family wielding just one sword. This disciple from the Su family is clearly only at the minor completion stage of the Transformation Sea. A minor completion stage expert overpowering and even annihilating three peak experts? It is utterly inconceivable. That Su family disciple I recognize. He is Su Xian, the young master of the Su family. A wave of astonishment. A surge of shock. It is not hard to envision that the news of this battle, along with the name of Su Xian, will soon reverberate throughout the entirety of Yongning County. In the main hall of the Su family, the patriarch Su Baichun, three elders, and several senior members of the Su family, those of higher rank, formidable strength, and, most importantly, unwavering loyalty to the Su family, gathered together. Su Taitong, having managed to stabilize several of his wounds and consumed some healing elixirs, now appeared significantly improved in complexion. This time, I have truly snatched back a life. Had it not been for Su Xian's timely arrival, I would have undoubtedly perished at the hands of the three peak Transformation Sea experts from the Pang family. I had not anticipated that the Pang family, having bided their time for so long, would strike directly at you, the second elder. It seems they understand that, in the absence of the void-breaking realm, you are the foremost general of our Su family. your demise would deal a considerable blow to us. Su Taitong laughed and conversed with several strong members of the Su family nearby. Enough, suddenly interjected Su Boyong. Let us momentarily set aside the matter concerning the second elder. There is another issue we must address. The entire hall fell into an immediate silence, as all eyes instinctively turned towards the young figure seated in the corner. This young figure was none other than Su Xin. Just moments ago, the high-ranking members of the Su family had learned from the second elder that it was Su Xin who had bravely intervened to rescue him from the grasp of the three peak experts of the Pang family. Most importantly, Su Xin had single-handedly vanquished those three formidable foes. A mere junior cultivator has managed to slay three peak experts of the sea transformation realm? All present were struck with disbelief. Were it not for Su Taitong's repeated confirmations, along with corroborating reports from the depths of Darkwater Alley, they would have found this claim utterly implausible. It was simply beyond comprehension. Su Boyong sighed softly and spoke. Although I have long recognized your exceptional talent, Su Xin, and your remarkable swordsmanship, even having grasped the essence of the art, one must remember that these opponents are peak figures in the sea transformation realm, a full 3 tiers above you. To bridge that chasm, especially in terms of raw power, presents an insurmountable gap. Yet, you have managed to vanquish these 3 formidable foes. This feat cannot be attributed solely to skill, unless... Su Boyong's gaze narrowed slightly, and he regarded Su Xin with a serious demeanor. Su Xin, tell me honestly, have you awakened your bloodline? The numerous high-ranking members of the Su family present turned their attention towards Su Xin. Yes, Su Xin nodded, acknowledging the truth. He understood that as he gradually unveiled his strength, the truth of his identity as a bloodline awakener could no longer be concealed. In the true martial realm, the gap in cultivation could be bridged with powerful techniques or methods, but once one reached the sea transformation level, the disparities between tiers were colossal. The differences in power between 3 tiers could not be remedied by ordinary techniques. Only those who had encountered extraordinary fortunes or the legendary bloodline awakeners possessed the capability to defeat opponents across 3 tiers in the sea transformation realm. Indeed, upon hearing Su Xion's response, Su Boyong's expression brightened. The members of the Su family, gathered nearby, were all taken aback with expressions of astonishment. The bloodline awakeners, a rare breed that could emerge from millions, are extraordinary beings endowed with boundless potential. Over the past 3 years of decline, the Su family had longed for their younger generation to rise and produce true prodigies, and now, miraculously, one had indeed manifested, a bloodline awakener. Su Xian, what is the rank of your awakened bloodline? Inquired Su Boyong. Second rank, Su Xian replied, a response he had meticulously contemplated. A second-rank bloodline is neither too high nor too low, perfectly justifiable for explaining his ability to challenge those of higher ranks without causing too much of a stir. After all, in the Tianyan Empire, while bloodline awakeners are exceedingly rare, a few do surface every few decades, and second-rank bloodlines are not uncommon. A second-rank bloodline. The various high-ranking members of the Su family were overwhelmed with joy. To them, a second-rank bloodline was considered quite prestigious. Only Su Baichen, who sat solemnly in the main seat, cast a peculiar glance at Su Xian. Second rank? Is it truly just a second-rank bloodline? Su Baichen mused silently, but chose not to expose the matter. There is one more thing I must share with you all, Su Xian said, surveying the faces around him. Today, I visited the Qilong Tower and successfully conquered the first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower. What? The attendees were momentarily stunned, followed by a chorus of exclamations. The first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower? That legendary tower, which only the most elite among the peak of the sea transformation realm could possibly conquer. By heavens! Everyone was taken aback. The second elder, Su Taitong, also widened his eyes, fixated on Su Xian. He, too, was at the pinnacle of the transformation sea. And among his peers, he was considered quite formidable. Years ago, he had attempted to conquer the Dragon-Seeking Tower, but after only a brief struggle, he was effortlessly defeated by the Guardian. He knew all too well how arduous it was to surmount the first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower. Yet, before him stood a mere youth of 18 or 19, a junior member of the Su family, who had actually succeeded. No wonder he was able to slay the 3 members of the Pang family. Su Taitong sighed. A warrior capable of overcoming the first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower could likely vanquish not only 3 but even 4 or 5 opponents at the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea in direct confrontation. Moreover, after I had successfully navigated the first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower, Yuan Qing, the overseer of the Red Dragon Tower, informed me that the guardian of the Dragon-Seeking Tower held my talents in high regard and expressed a willingness to visit the Tianyan Palace on my behalf, greatly enhancing my chances of obtaining a special admission quota from the palace. Su Xian then dropped another bombshell. Tianyan Palace? Special admission quota? The high-ranking members of the Su family present could not help but gasp in astonishment. Even Su Baichen, who had been seated in the principal position, could not restrain himself from glancing at Su Xin. Xin, are you truly speaking the truth? Su Baichen inquired. Indeed, Su Xin affirmed with a firm nod. Haha. Su Baichen laughed, a glimmer of surprise illuminating his face. I have also heard of the guardian of the dragon-seeking tower. He is a formidable figure from the highest echelons of the Red Dragon Tower, having already attained the Nirvana realm, making him one of the most elite existences in the entire Tianyin dynasty. He personally introduced you, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Heavenly Flame Palace would not dare to offend him. This implies that the special recruitment quota is highly likely to be bestowed upon you. Su Xian smiled, while the members of the Su clan present were already beside themselves with joy. Haha, well done. Splendid. Su Xian, my dear boy, I am utterly enamored with you. Alas, ever since the demise of the Su clan's venerable ancestor from the Nirvana realm, the clan has been shrouded in a pall of gloom. Internally, a faction of followers led by Zhao Tianlei had formed a malignant tumor, eager to usurp control. Externally, the Pang family lay in wait, poised to devour the Su clan whole. Moreover, the formidable threat posed by the prestigious Situ family loomed large. In the face of such internal strife and external peril, the senior powers of the Su clan felt an immense burden weighing upon them, akin to a great mountain pressing down, leaving them breathless. Fortunately, the leader of the follower faction, Zhao Tianlei, was unexpectedly slain by an unknown assailant, resulting in the disintegration of that faction and alleviating some of their internal woes, allowing them to breathe a little easier. However, the crisis facing the Su clan remained ever present, preventing them from relaxing even the slightest bit. Now, upon learning that Su Xian had a significant chance of entering the Heavenly Flame Palace, if Su Xian could indeed become a disciple of that esteemed institution, not only would the Pang family be rendered impotent, but even the Situ family would think twice before taking any overt actions against the Su clan. While the crisis may not be entirely resolved, it would at least be substantially alleviated, allowing them to shed a considerable portion of their burdens. How could they not feel a surge of excitement? How could they not be filled with joy? Enough, Su Baichen gestured, and the expressions of the numerous strong members of the Su family grew solemn. The opportunity for Xin to become a disciple of the Tianyin Palace was indeed a significant joy for the Su family. However, until the envoy from the Tianyin Palace arrived, anything could transpire, and the Su family could not afford to let their guard down, Su Baichen declared. The crowd nodded in agreement. From this day forth, let us cease our retaliation against the Pang family, Su Baichen instructed. Cease the retaliation? Su Taiyong frowned. Patriarch, it may be easy for us to halt our actions, but the Pang family has just lost 3 peak experts in the Transformation Sea realm. They are undoubtedly aware that it was Su Xian who struck them down, and they will surely become even more frenzied. At that point, the Pang family's madness is of no concern, Su Baichen replied indifferently. To prevent unnecessary losses, from today onward, the experts and disciples of the Su family shall remain within the estate. Unless there is an exceptional reason, they are not to venture outside. Understood, the assembly responded. If the members of the Su family remain indoors, then regardless of how furious or reckless the Pang family becomes, it will be futile. Unless the Pang family disregards all consequences and storms into the Su estate for a direct confrontation. Once the envoy from the Tianyin Palace arrives, and Su Xian's status as a disciple is confirmed, the Su family will no longer need to concern themselves with the Pang family. Let us hope that everything proceeds smoothly, Su Baichen mused. What should have been a moment of great celebration now filled him with an inexplicable sense of unease as he observed the excitement of the Su family's warriors. Chapter 30. Action initiated. The orders were swiftly issued. The strong members and disciples of the Su family stationed at various strongholds in the county town were summoned back. Even certain industries have been entirely abandoned. Although most members of the Su family are perplexed by this directive, they remain obediently within the confines of their household. Meanwhile, the most formidable leaders of the Su clan are anticipating news from the Tianyin Palace. Soon, 5 days have elapsed. What, precisely, is the Su family up to? The elders of the Pang family, along with several of their most powerful retainers, have convened, their expressions rife with confusion. They had previously engaged in fierce conflict, resulting in the demise of numerous formidable cultivators from the Pang family within mere days. Yet now, they have abruptly ceased all hostilities. Numerous strongholds, including those industries they had long coveted, have been relinquished by the Su family, who have not ventured beyond their estate in several days. Has the Su family succumbed to fear? Are they seeking to evade battle? One elder from the Pang family speculated. Fear? Pang Xiaoqing, the head of the Pang family, scoffed. The Su family was once a prestigious lineage, anchored by an ancestor of Nirvana realm. Although they have since fallen from grace, The pride of the Su family runs deep. In their previous conflicts with my Pang family, they never once retreated, fully aware that their upper echelon was no match for ours. How could they possibly be afraid? Moreover, in the course of this period of strife, the Su family has reaped substantial benefits. My Pang family has suffered the loss of over 10 cultivators at the C transformation stage, including 4 at the pinnacle of that realm, while the Su family has only lost a few ordinary cultivators, with none at the pinnacle level perishing. In terms of combat strength at the C transformation stage, the Su family, with the Void Realm cultivators still in play, does not significantly lag behind us. What reason do we have to fear? As Pang Shaoqing articulated this point, his expression grew increasingly grim. In truth, the demise of several formidable experts from the Transformation C realm is not particularly alarming. Even the loss of 4 peak Transformation C masters would be tolerable for the Pang family. However, what is utterly unacceptable, and indeed instills a sense of dread, is the individual responsible for the slaying of 3 of those peak masters, Su Xin, the young master of the Su family. At that moment in the Dark Water Alley, numerous witnesses beheld Su Xin single-handedly overpowering and annihilating 3 of the Pang family's peak Transformation C warriors. Remarkably, Su Xin had only just achieved the minor success of the Transformation C realm. The sheer ferocity of his combat prowess was terrifying, enough to instill fear throughout the entire Pang family. This only intensified their urgency to eliminate Su Xin. They had even contemplated enlisting the aid of a formidable void-breaking expert. Yet, who could have anticipated that not only Su Xin but the entirety of the Su family would remain sequestered within their estate? Under such circumstances, any attempt to eliminate Su Xin would necessitate an incursion into the Su family estate, leading to a genuine confrontation. The enigmatic swordsman who had previously dispatched Zhao Tianlei and Pang Shan remains unidentified, and it is uncertain how many such void-breaking experts are hidden within the Su family. To embark upon a reckless confrontation now carries immense risk. Pang Shaoqing pondered deeply. After a significant pause, he finally raised his head once more. He issued a command to swiftly annex all of the Su family's assets within the county, as well as throughout the entirety of Yongning Prefecture. I refuse to believe that the Su family can survive without sustenance. If we consume all their resources, will they not be compelled to act? Furthermore, we must devise every possible means to establish contact with our informants within the Su family to ascertain the true nature of the events unfolding within their ranks. As for that Su Xin, wait. A talent like him indeed possesses extraordinary potential, yet which pinnacle powerhouse has not emerged from relentless trials. Allowing him to remain within the Su family, untested, will surely lead him to become an ordinary talent over time. Just as Pang Shaoqing's words fell, a cold snort abruptly echoed. Who dares? Pang Shaoqing's gaze turned icy. The powerful members of the Pang family present rose, their expressions laden with vigilance. A formidable figure materialized within the hall. It was a robust elder clad in black robes, whose chilling gaze swept across the room, emanating an aura of profound coldness. Lord Insong. Pang Shaoqing immediately bowed in respect. Several elder members of the Pang family, who recognized the newcomer, hastily followed suit. Insong, a top-tier powerhouse from the Sidu family. For the past 3 years, the Pang family has been acting under the directives of the Sidu family, continuously suppressing the Su family. And this Lord Insong has been the intermediary between the Situ and Pang families. Pang family head, my master is quite disappointed in you. Insong's voice was icy. Pang Shaoqing's expression shifted as he hurriedly replied, Lord Insong, my Pang family has diligently followed your instructions over the years. The Su family, under our pressure, is already in decline. I am confident that soon, we will completely eradicate them. Completely eradicate them? Insong scoffed, Pang family head. You truly remain oblivious even when death is upon you. Death is upon me. Pang Shaoqing's complexion paled significantly. The formidable figures surrounding the Pang family were taken aback. The phrase death is imminent carried a weighty significance. My lord, Dark Song, from where do you derive such assertions? Pang Shaoqing inquired. Are you aware that the Su family, who once battled fiercely against you, has suddenly chosen to retreat in recent days? Dark Song's gaze, cold and unyielding, fixed upon Pang Shaoqing. This is because Su Xin of the Su family has successfully passed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower and is on the verge of becoming a disciple of the Heavenly Flame Palace. What? Pang Shaoqing's eyes widened in shock. A disciple of the Heavenly Flame Palace? The Heavenly Flame Palace is exceedingly unique. Even my family, the Situ clan, would hesitate to provoke a disciple from there. If Su Xin truly ascends to such a status, dealing with your mere Pang family would be effortless. The Su family is acutely aware of this. Hence, there is no need for them to continue their conflict with you. They have chosen to bide their time. Once a conclusion is reached at the Heavenly Flame Palace and Su Xion's status as a disciple becomes a reality, Your Pang family will be but a fish on the chopping block for the Su family, Dark Song articulated. A tremor coursed through Pang Xiaoqing's heart as he comprehended that a disciple of the Heavenly Flame Palace, barring unforeseen circumstances, would inevitably ascend to become a figure of paramount influence within the Heavenly Flame dynasty. Throughout this ascent, numerous powerful factions would undoubtedly seek to align with him. At that juncture, Su Xian would require no elaborate schemes. Merely a few casual remarks would suffice to incite many formidable powers within the Heavenly Flame dynasty to obliterate the Pang family. After all, the Pang family was merely a clan within a single prefecture, insignificant as an ant when placed before the true giants of the Heavenly Flame dynasty. To annihilate a family like the Pangs and cultivate a prodigious talent like Su Xian was a prospect that many powerful factions would eagerly pursue. Lord and Song, my family. The Pang clan has always been unwaveringly loyal to the Situ clan. The reason we have exerted ourselves tirelessly against the Su family in recent years was at the behest of the Situ clan. Now that my family finds itself in peril, I earnestly beseech you, in light of our loyalty, to save us. Pang Xiaoqing implored urgently. The senior members of the Pang clan, standing nearby, were equally anxious. They had not anticipated that a single individual, Su Xian, could have cornered them so perilously close to the brink. Had it not been for Lord and Song's personal visit today, they might have remained oblivious to their dire situation. As Lord and Song had just articulated, the Pang clan was indeed facing imminent demise without even realizing it. Rest assured, everything your clan has accomplished over the years has not gone unnoticed by our master. Had our master been indifferent to your plight, I would not have been dispatched here tonight, and Song reassured them. This declaration brought a glimmer of hope to the hearts of the Pang clan members. At least, in this critical moment, the Situ clan had not abandoned them. The existence of Su Xian has already come to the attention of Tianyin Palace, and discussions among its higher-ups are underway regarding the possibility of granting him a special recruitment quota. This reality is immutable. Once Su Xian becomes a disciple of Tianyin Palace, even the Situ clan would hesitate to act against him without leaving a trace. However, before the special quota is officially bestowed, we still have a chance. And Song's voice was grave. Lord and Song, are you suggesting we take action within the next few days? Pang Xiaoqing inquired, his brow furrowed. Yet, Su Xian would remain within the Su family for the next few days, making any attempt to confront him directly a daunting challenge. Unless they were prepared to engage in open battle with the Su family. A decisive battle indeed. Does the Pang family harbor fear? And Song fixed his gaze upon Pang Xiaoqing. It is not fear that lingers, but rather a recent incident where an elder of my Pang family, a master of the Broken Void realm, met his demise at the hands of a mysterious swordsman. I suspect that the Su family conceals other formidable powers within. Pang Xiaoqing's words trailed off. Does the C2 family remain ignorant of the Su family's hidden strengths? And Song retorted with a scoff. I can assure you with utmost certainty that, apart from the substantial departure of their Broken Void masters following the death of the Su family's ancestor, the remainder perished in a massacre. Now only 2 remain. Pang Xiaoqing was taken aback. A massacre, you say? All of Su family's remaining Broken Void masters have perished? When did this occur? And Song offered no further clarification. You need not concern yourself with the hidden strengths of the Su family. As for whether their ancestor left behind any trump cards, given the magnitude of that massacre and the dire straits the Su family faced, it is unlikely they would have revealed any such cards. Thus, our only genuine concern lies with one individual, Su Baichen. Su Baichen? Pang Xiaoqing was astonished. Lord and Song, Su Baichen is merely at the pinnacle of the Broken Void realm, on par with myself. I have previously crossed swords with him. He is only marginally stronger than I am. With your esteemed prowess, it should be a trivial matter to deal with him. Trivial? And Song regarded Pang Xiaoqing with a peculiar expression, chuckling softly. Pang family master, Su Baichen is far more complex than you perceive. In those years, when the venerable ancestor of the Su family was still alive, Su Baichen, akin to my family's master, stood as one of the most exceptional talents of the imperial dynasty's younger generation. He even possessed the qualifications to become a disciple of the Tianyin Palace. However, due to his carefree disposition, after reaching a certain level of cultivation, he chose not to enter the Tianyin Palace, opting instead to venture out into the world alone. This journey spanned over a decade. Upon his return, he was accompanied by a child of merely 2 or 3 years, and shortly thereafter, he ascended to the position of head of the Su family. It can be said that since his return, he has seldom engaged in combat, leaving the true extent of his strength a mystery to all. Yet, as a peerless genius capable of rivaling my family's master, and possessing the same pinnacle of void-breaking cultivation, my master can effortlessly slay me with one hand. While Su Baichen may be slightly inferior to my master, he is certainly not far behind. To confront him this time, My master expended considerable effort and resources to enlist that individual, who dispatched a contingent of Yinglong guards to assist us. Yinglong guards? Peng Shaoqing was taken aback. It was rumored that only the Tianyin royal family had the privilege to appoint such an elite guard. Indeed. Hence this endeavor must not falter. Should we fail to eradicate the Su family this time, it would become increasingly difficult to act once Su Xin becomes a disciple of the Tianyin palace. An ominous aura pervaded the conversation. Peng Shaoqing, upon hearing this, felt a mix of astonishment and elation. The astonishment stemmed from the realization of Su Baiqin's formidable prowess, capable enough to compel the Situ family to summon the Yinglong guards. The joy lies in the fact that since the Yinglong guards are taking action, Su Baiqin must possess the strength of the Nirvana realm, otherwise he is undoubtedly doomed. And the Su family will certainly be annihilated. As for Su Xin, with the Su family eradicated, this prodigy will inevitably meet his demise as well. Peng, the family head. The Yinglong guards will arrive in 2 days. They cannot linger, hence we must strike against the Su family that very night. Be prepared on your end, Dark Song instructed. Understood, Peng Shaoqing nodded. Soon, Peng Shaoqing began to confer with the elders of the Peng family, preparing in secrecy. They were apprehensive about any leaks that might alert the Su family and allow them to take precautions. Thus, only those with absolute loyalty to the Peng family were privy to this matter. As anticipated, the Yinglong guards arrived 2 days later. Under the dim moonlight of night, numerous figures lay concealed in the streets and alleys not far from the Su family estate. On the rooftop of a pavilion, over a dozen silhouettes stood in a line. Remember, our objective is to completely obliterate the Su family. If that cannot be achieved, we must ensure the deaths of Su Baiqin and Su Xin. Dark Song's voice resonated with solemnity. Dragon 9, your Yinglong guards will join forces with me and the head of the Peng family to encircle and annihilate Su Baiqin. As for the remaining few from the Peng family who possess the Broken Void realm, they will charge into the Su estate alongside the others, seeking the right moment to eliminate Su Xin first. Understood, Dragon 9, the leader of the Yinglong guards, nodded slightly. Mr. Chong, apart from myself, you are the only one from the Peng family possessing the late-stage prowess of breaking the void, and you are quite adept in assassination techniques. Once we enter the Su residence, conceal yourself first and observe if there are any other formidable individuals present. If not, you may directly eliminate Su Xin. Should there be others, as long as they reveal themselves first, you will undoubtedly find the opportunity to slay Su Xin. Peng Shaoqing softly instructed the attendant beside him. Very well. Mr. Chang nodded. Commence the assault. Swiftly, the offensive began. More than a dozen figures soared into the air from the loft, hastening towards the Su family estate. Who goes there? Inside the Su residence, the defenses remained as vigilant as ever. The moment these figures approached, the guards of the Su family immediately took notice. Haha. Tonight marks the annihilation of the Su family, you wretched offspring. A long howl resonated throughout the night sky. In an instant, the Su family was shaken to its core. Chapter 31. The peril of the Su family. The night air carried a faint chill. Su Xin was alone in his quarters, diligently practicing his swordsmanship. Upon completing a technique, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Having mastered the first profound secret of the Thunderfire roll to a small degree, my comprehension of the realm has significantly improved. Now, should I venture into the second level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower again, while the likelihood of defeat remains high, at least I could engage the Guardian for a considerable duration, he mused with a faint smile. But suddenly, aha! Tonight marks the annihilation of the Su family, you wretched offspring. As the piercing howl reverberated throughout the Su residence, Su Xion's countenance dramatically shifted. This is bad. He swiftly ascended to the rooftop, only to behold, beneath the cloak of night, over a dozen figures hurtling towards him at an astonishing pace. Each of these figures exuded a terrifying aura. They charged recklessly, leaving the Su family's guards utterly powerless and too intimidated to intervene. They were all formidable warriors at the Breaking Void stage. A wave of trepidation washed over Su Xian. The Su family boasted merely 2 such warriors, yet now, an entire throng of over 10 Breaking Void practitioners approached. Moreover, judging by their presence, most were significantly stronger than Zhao Tianlei, whom he had previously vanquished. Boom, boom. Within the Su residence, 2 figures ascended into the sky: Su Baiqin, the head of the Su family, and the esteemed elder Su Boyong. However, confronted with the oncoming assault of over a dozen Breaking Void warriors, Su Boyong did not dare to attempt a blockade. A few of these warriors engaged in fierce combat with Su Boyong, while 2 others commenced a thorough search within the premises. The remainder, an entire squad of the Yinglong guards, consisted of 9 late-stage Breaking Void fighters, a captain at the pinnacle of Breaking Void. alongside the equally formidable Song and the late-stage breaking void practitioner Pang Xiaoqing. In total, 12 assailants surged towards Su Baichun. Su Baichun, today, you shall perish. The ominous cry of Song echoed across the heavens. Father, Su Xian was engulfed in a whirlwind of rage and despair, yet before he could react, a signal arrow soared into the sky. Those formidable members of the Pang family, who had long concealed themselves outside the Su residence, surged forth from every direction upon receiving the signal, infiltrating the estate with relentless fervor. The periphery of the Su residence was teeming with figures from the Pang family, scaling walls or deftly gliding over rooftops. Moreover, within the very heart of the Su residence, several undercover agents of the Pang family, having been strategically positioned, unleashed their fury at the moment the signal was fired, launching a frenzied onslaught against the Su family members in close proximity. In an instant, chaos erupted, with a cacophony of rage, violence, and screams intertwining, plunging the entire Su household into utter disarray. This was a battle for extermination. Su Xian's gaze was cold and terrifyingly grim. He had believed that he would soon ascend to become a disciple of the Tianyan Palace, sheltered by its protection, ensuring the Su family's peace and security for the foreseeable future. Yet, before the coveted invitation from the Tianyan Palace had even materialized, the ever-watchful Pang family, alongside the looming presence of the Situ family behind them, had struck with unrelenting ferocity. Li Hu! A furious roar erupted from a nearby courtyard, causing Su Xian, perched on the eaves, to focus intently. Within that courtyard, several formidable members of the Su family had been hastily rushing toward the front yard when, suddenly, one of the guests who had attained the pinnacle of the Sea transformation stage launched a surprise attack. Caught completely off guard, the Su family members were grievously injured, with two of them succumbing immediately. The one who had bellowed in rage was none other than Su Bohong, severely wounded and on the brink of death from the treacherous ambush. Uncle Hang. Su Xian's eyes instantly reddened with fury. You scoundrel! Boom! Su Xian leaped into the courtyard, just as the man named Li Hu was about to deliver a fatal blow to the gravely injured Su Bohong. He caught sight of Su Xian launching a surprise attack from the side. The young scion of the Su family? Li Hu's expression changed. Although merely a retainer, he was aware that just days prior, Su Xian single-handedly slaughtered 3 peak oceanic transformation warriors in the East City. If he could vanquish peak warriors, how could Li Hu, who had only attained the full oceanic transformation level, stand a chance? You shall die. Su Xian had already drawn his sword. The brilliance of the blade was so swift that it was beyond the capabilities of a mere full oceanic transformation warrior to counter. In an instant, Li Hu was slain. Su Xian. Su Bohong managed to lift his head to glance at Su Xian, but soon his head drooped, and his life force extinguished. Uncle Hang. Su Xian cried out in anguish, about to step forward. Found him. 2 figures descended simultaneously onto the eaves of the courtyard, their frigid gazes locking onto Su Xian. 2 void-breaking realm experts? Su Xian was inwardly astonished. Earlier, he had observed that among the dozen or so void-breaking realm warriors approaching, several had separated. One standing with the Grand Elder, while 2 others had been searching within the Su residence, seemingly in pursuit of something. Now, it appeared these 2 were indeed searching for him. To send 2 void-breaking realm experts after a mere oceanic transformation novice, they certainly hold me in high regard. Su Xian's gaze turned icy. In truth, compared to him, the Situ family placed even greater value on his father, Su Baichun. After all, that small team of Yinglong guards, including Song and Pang Xiaoqing, was en route to eliminate Su Baichun. Kill. The 2 individuals, both hailing from the Pang family, who sought to eliminate Su Xian, were acutely aware of the immense threat he posed to their clan. Without the need for words, they unleashed their most formidable powers simultaneously, intent on dispatching Su Xian at the earliest opportunity. One wielded a long spear, while the other brandished a blood-red blade, as delicate as a cicada's wing. With a swift motion, the spear shot forth like a venomous dragon, piercing the void in an instant. Meanwhile, the blood-red blade, exhibiting an eerie grace, surged towards Su Xian's throat with astonishing velocity. Under normal circumstances, even a genius capable of breaching the first level of the dragon-seeking tower would find themselves easily dispatched by such an assault. The duo was brimming with confidence. Yet, the outcome was unexpected. Clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding echoed as the 2 figures were forced to retreat. Remarkably, he had survived. The full force of their assault had been thwarted. Both of these practitioners of the broken void realm were taken aback. Undeterred, they launched another attack. This time, they coordinated with precision, striking from 2 directions, unleashing a flurry of lethal techniques aimed at Su Xian. Yet, he stood resolute, akin to an unyielding boulder amidst the vast ocean. his sword conjuring towering waves imbued with an extraordinary power that repeatedly deflected their onslaughts. Remarkably, Su Xian had only utilized 50% of his bloodline power. Though these two were indeed practitioners of the Broken Void realm, they were merely at its initial stage. Their skills and techniques rather mundane. In terms of strength, they paled in comparison to the Guardian of the second level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower. Su Xian scoffed. The Guardian of the second level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower unleashed a speed and strength that barely grazed the threshold of the Void-Breaking realm. Yet, within the Guardian's marksmanship lay a hint of profound intention, which rendered that skill particularly formidable. In terms of overall prowess, the Guardian of the second level surpassed either of these two individuals by a slight margin. Previously, Su Xian had managed to endure under the Guardian's onslaught for an extended period, relying on the Mountain and Sea Scroll. Now, with his mastery of the Thunder Fire Scroll reaching a minor accomplishment, his comprehension of the profound intention had significantly elevated, enabling him to wield the Mountain and Sea Scroll with enhanced defensive capabilities. Even when facing two opponents, he could now respond with relative ease. These two individuals posed no threat to him whatsoever, yet the fate of the Su family weighed heavily on his mind. While engaging in battle with these two formidable void-breaking realm adversaries, he had leaped to the rooftop, granting him a view of the Su family, where chaos reigned. Although the initial onslaught from the Pang family, coupled with the sudden emergence of their hidden operatives, had caught the Su family off guard, they swiftly regrouped and began to mount an effective resistance under the guidance of the Su family's elders and upper echelons. When it came to the combat strength within the Sea Transformation realm, the Su family was not significantly inferior to the Pang family. Thus, the outcome of this night's battle ultimately hinged on the strength of the void-breaking realm experts. At that moment, within the Su family, there existed three battlefronts involving these void-breaking realm powerhouses. The first was a clash between the elder Su Boyong and a void-breaking realm elder from the Pang family. Their strengths were evenly matched, making it impossible to discern a victor in the short term. In the second location, Su Xian found himself under siege by two formidable experts at the void-breaking realm. As for the third location, it was the most perilous of all, with a staggering 12 void-breaking experts intent on eliminating Su by Qin alone. With so many void-breaking masters targeting his father, it was uncertain how long his father could endure such an onslaught. Anxious and restless, Su Xian longed to rush to his father's aid. Yet he understood that he must first deal with the two void-breaking adversaries before him. In normal circumstances, overcoming these two foes would be impossible. The only recourse lay in deploying the God Destruction Forbidden technique. However, once this technique was unleashed, it could only be sustained for mere dozens of breaths. I cannot afford a moment's delay. I must seize the opportunity and strike decisively. Su Xian's gaze turned cold. Although he could effortlessly fend off the attacks of these two void-breaking experts using the Mountain Sea Scroll Sword technique, he gradually found it increasingly arduous to maintain his defense. This lad is nearing his limit. To withstand the assault of the two of us for this long, given his mere minor success in the Transformation Sea, is indeed commendable. The eyes of the two void-breaking experts gleamed with intensity, and their attacks grew more vigorous. Meanwhile, in the void surrounding the courtyard, a figure lurked, that of Mr. Chang, a late-stage void-breaking cultivator, who had received instructions from Peng Shaoqing to wait on the sidelines and observe whether the Su family harbored any additional powerful beings. Yet, after such a prolonged conflict, and with Su Xian on the verge of being slain, no new strong contenders had emerged from the Su family. It appeared that the Su family truly lacked formidable warriors. Mr. Chang felt a wave of relief wash over him as he quietly drifted toward the battlefield ahead. As Su Xian found himself increasingly beleaguered by the relentless assault of the two formidable opponents in the void-breaking realm, it appeared that his imminent defeat and demise were unavoidable. At that critical juncture, an unexpected figure materialized beside him, brandishing a soft sword aimed directly at his neck. Another scoundrel. A surge of fury and indignation coursed through Su Xian, yet a fierce murderous intent surged forth in his gaze. If they had come to challenge him, then they would all meet their end together. Forbidden Art, Divine Annihilation. Chapter 32, Eruption Boom. Without warning, the aura surrounding Su Xian began to ascend at a terrifying velocity. When he had initially reached the pinnacle of the true martial 10th realm, he could invoke the Divine Annihilation technique to instantaneously elevate his prowess to the apex of the Sea Transformation stage. Now, having broken through to the minor success of the Sea Transformation realm, the invocation of the Divine Annihilation technique unleashed an overwhelming force that shattered barriers, propelling him to the threshold of the void-breaking realm. What? The two assailants, who were executing their deadly maneuvers against Su Xian, along with Mr. Chang, who had launched a sudden ambush, were rendered utterly astonished by this spectacle. In an instant, He had transitioned from minor success in the sea transformation to the threshold of the void-breaking realm. Death. Su Xian's gaze blazed like lightning as he swung his long sword, the power of his bloodline surging forth in a cataclysmic explosion. With the full force of his bloodline unleashed, he reached an unparalleled zenith. Buzz. A hazy sword light erupted, illuminating the space with an ethereal glow. Dreamlike and surreal, it glided effortlessly through the void. The Northern Song sword technique manifested its illusory form. Executing the second stance, Shadow Play, it was breathtakingly swift. Upon ascending to the threshold of the void-breaking realm and harnessing the explosive power of his bloodline heritage, Su Xian's strength and speed now reached a level akin to the late stages of void breaking, even nearing its pinnacle. With a swift execution of his sword technique, a chilling sound echoed as 3 heads were severed cleanly. Among them was Mr. Chang, who had launched a sudden ambush and had attained a late void-breaking cultivation. The expression of terror and disbelief lingered on his face as he perished, unable to fathom that he, a formidable late-stage void-breaking expert, could be vanquished in an instant by this young scion of the Su family, who had previously seemed merely a fledgling in the sea transformation stage. Without a moment's hesitation after eliminating the 3, Su Xian soared into the air, propelling himself at an incredible speed towards the largest battlefield not far away. The air was rent with earth-shattering roars and clashes, as ferocious energies clashed violently, generating waves of shock that cascaded in all directions. Surrounding structures crumbled under the relentless onslaught, reduced to mere dust as if they were but fragile paper. The sheer magnitude of the unfolding power was astounding. Even from a distance, Su Xian could sense the terrifying energy radiating from the battlefield. Had he not employed the divine obliteration technique, he would have found himself unworthy to step onto that ground. The residual shockwaves alone could have inflicted grievous harm upon him. Yet, upon invoking the forbidden technique, his combat prowess surged dramatically, granting him the confidence to confront even the pinnacle of void breaking. With a fierce resolve, Su Xian, wielding a single sword, charged directly into the fray where all adversaries boasted at least late-stage void-breaking cultivation. On that battlefield, a formidable 12 experts of the void-breaking realm were relentlessly besieging Su Baichen alone. With a singular hand gripping his firearm, he exuded an aura of terrifying potency, surrounded by a uniquely profound ambience. It was evident that Su Baichen had grasped the essence of this ambience, achieving a level of comprehension far superior, at least, to that of Su Xian. His marksmanship was astonishingly fierce, although he was merely at the late stage of the void-breaking realm. The explosive force he unleashed was consistent with that level. Yet, leveraging his marksmanship and the profound essence, he found himself against these 12 formidable adversaries, including 2 peak void-breaking experts, only slightly disadvantaged for the time being. The 12 assailants had already exerted their utmost efforts. Particularly noteworthy was the 10-member Yinglong Guard squad, the most elite force dispatched solely by the imperial family of the Tianyin dynasty. This squad exhibited remarkable synergy and adeptly utilized battle formations. Typically, even a coalition of 2 or 3 peak void-breaking experts would fall prey to their coordinated assault. However, their endeavor to eliminate Su Baichen alone felt substantially more arduous than vanquishing 2 or 3 peak experts. Truly, he was a prodigious talent, once comparable to his master in his youth. Fortunately, he was still at the late stage of the void-breaking realm. Had he attained the peak, it would have been uncertain whether these 12 could indeed bring him down. Dark Song marveled inwardly. Although he had reached the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm, the siege on Su Baichen primarily relied on the Yinglong Guard, as he merely contributed by providing support and occasionally launching surprise attacks. How could Su Baichen be so formidable? Beside the formidable Pang Xiaoqing, who was cooperating with the Yinglong Guards, a tempest of emotions churned within him. He had always believed that Su Baichen's strength was comparable to his own. Even if he were slightly superior, it would not be by much. However, today's battle revealed a stark reality. It was not merely comparable. With the same late-stage void-breaking cultivation, Su Baichen could effortlessly vanquish 10 of him simultaneously. Yet, if his prowess was indeed so formidable, why had he previously exhibited such restraint, even allowing Zhao Tianlei to grow unchecked without intervening directly? Confusion flooded Pang Xiaoqing's mind until a sudden realization struck him. Something was amiss. Su Baichen's condition appeared peculiar. Not only he, but Long Jiao, the captain of the Yinglong Guards, and In Tsang, who had been relentlessly pursuing Su Baichen, also discerned this anomaly. In the midst of battle, Su Baichen exhibited no substantial injuries, yet his expression bore a hint of anguish, with the veins on his forehead pulsating as if he were enduring immense suffering. Had Su Baichen sustained grave wounds? In Tsang gasped in disbelief. Grave wounds? Pang Xiaoqing echoed in astonishment, pondering how someone so injured could engage them for such an extended period. If he were at his peak, How powerful would he be? At that moment, a figure exuding the aura of the void-breaking realm surged onto the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. With a chilling flash of sword light, a colossal sword shadow, imbued with formidable might, sliced directly towards several members of the Yinglong guards, who were encircling Su Baichen. This is bad. The Su family possesses another void-breaking expert? The 12 formidable beings of the void-breaking realm, encircling Su Baichen, all shifted their expressions drastically. The few members of the Yinglong guard, shrouded in the shadows of the sword, swiftly changed positions to evade the lethal arc. This individual Pang Xiaoqing fixed his gaze intently on the youthful figure that had surged onto the battlefield. As the greatest threat to the Pang family, the very presence that had previously robbed him of peace, he instantly recognized this figure. Su Xian. Pang Xiaoqing's eyes widened in disbelief. What? And Song was equally astonished. Su Xian, was he not merely at the minor success of the sea transformation stage? Yet here he was, boldly stepping into the fray, transcending into the void-breaking realm? Could it be that he had employed some extraordinary secret technique to elevate his cultivation? And Song narrowed his eyes. He is still alive? The fury and astonishment within Pang Xiaoqing reached an apex. Several of his family's void-breaking experts had been dispatched to eliminate him, and he had even sent Mr. Chang to ambush him. Now, Su Xian had reappeared, while his own void-breaking experts were conspicuously absent. Had they all perished at his hands? Pang Xiaoqing found it hard to believe. Yet, with a sudden movement, he surged forward to confront Su Xian. Boom. Clad in dark red gauntlets that flickered with faint flames, Pang Xiaoqing charged towards Su Xian, delivering a fierce blow with his fist. As his spiritual energy erupted, it resembled a colossal meteor descending upon Su Xian's head. In response, Su Xian swiftly drew his sword. The brilliance of the blade roared to life, akin to raging flames, fierce and tempestuous. The fist and sword clashed head-on. Bang! In that singular collision, the terrifying power contained within Su Xian's sword erupted, decisively shattering Pang Xiaoqing's fist. With a resounding sound, Pang Xiaoqing opened his mouth and spewed forth a torrent of fresh blood, crashing to the ground like a cannonball, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Struggling to rise, he found himself unable to stand, his eyes filled with terror as they fixated on Su Xian. You are worthless. Pang Xiaoqing, your entire Pang family, including yourself, are nothing but a collection of failures. Dark Song, witnessing this, was incensed. Observing Su Xian charging into the fray, Dark Song immediately intervened to block him. After all, Dark Song was a genuine pinnacle of the void-breaking realm. Having also comprehended the essence of martial arts, his skill level was formidable. Su Xian, employing forbidden techniques and unleashing the full potential of his bloodline, approached the threshold of the void-breaking pinnacle in terms of power and speed. Yet he still fell somewhat short compared to Dark Song. However, in terms of skill and comprehension of the essence, Su Xian evidently surpassed Dark Song. As Su Xian unleashed the Thunderfire Slash, his ferocious swordplay surged forth with overwhelming pressure. Dark Song wielded his battle blade to parry, yet after just a few collisions, he felt a sense of dread creeping into his heart. This young man, although seemingly weaker in raw power, was able to unleash a might greater than his own through the enhancement of his sword intent and the execution of his techniques. Dark Song thought to himself, his swordsmanship is truly terrifying. Faced with the relentless and frenzied strikes from Su Xian, Dark Song felt a chill run down his spine. He instantly realized that in a one-on-one confrontation, he was indeed no match for Su Xian. Brother Longjio, Dark Song called out urgently. Meanwhile, Longjio, leading the Yinglong guard squad as they relentlessly pursued Su Baichen, furrowed his brow upon hearing Dark Song's call. He naturally observed the scene unfolding over there, realizing that Song was nearing his limit. Despite the absurdity of a formidable peak void-breaking expert being so pitifully suppressed by a mere novice at the threshold of the void-breaking realm, he had no time to dwell on the irony. 95, 96, 97, you three, go and eliminate that boy, Longjio commanded. The Yinglong guards were exceptionally unique. Apart from the team leader, the members bore no names, only numbers. Upon receiving Longjio's orders, 3 members of the Yinglong guards immediately detached themselves and advanced towards Su Xian. With 3 members absent, the remaining 7 swiftly altered their formation. Although they lacked the strength to ensure Su Baichen's complete demise, they could still confine him. Awaiting the moment when the 3 Yinglong guards joined forces with Song to slay Su Xian before turning their attention to encircling Su Baichen. As the 3 Yinglong guards approached Su Xian, despite being merely late-stage void-breaking practitioners, they could still form a cohesive trio, presenting a greater threat than a peak void-breaking expert. Coupled with Song's collaboration, Su Xian found himself under immense pressure. With each successive clash, Su Xian's expression grew increasingly grave. My remaining time is limited. Su Xian was meticulously calculating the duration. The divine annihilation forbidden technique had a brief window of efficacy, lasting only a few dozen breaths. This was its most significant drawback. From the moment he unleashed the annihilation of the three members of the Pang family, to his entry into the battlefield and the ensuing struggle, the duration of the divine annihilation had already surpassed half its limit. There was no option but to fight with all his might. A wild fervor surged within Su Xian's eyes, unprecedented and fervent. Confronted by the ominous darkness and the simultaneous assault of three dragon guards, he ceased any semblance of defense or resistance. Instead, he launched into a frenzied offense. With his sword in hand, he advanced without retreat. His swordsmanship grew increasingly ferocious and unrestrained. Had he lost his sanity? Was he truly reckless enough to abandon all caution? Dark Song was enraged, realizing that Su Xian was now wholly committed to a life-and-death struggle. Yet, suddenly, a fierce light surged in Su Xian's eyes. Thunderfire entwined with arcane techniques. Starfire scorched the heavens, a sword that obliterates dragons. Boom. The sword intent erupted, cleaving the sky and shattering the earth. This is bad. Dark Song and the three dragon guards instantly paled, sensing the terrifying power contained within that strike. They hastily attempted to defend themselves, but the outcome was under the overwhelming might, all four spat blood and were sent reeling backward. Yet, Su Xian surged forward once more. With a flicker, he unleashed the second form, shadow manipulation. Buzz. The ethereal sword shadows illuminated, racing with unparalleled speed to catch up with the two nearest dragon guards. Those guards, still in the midst of their retreat and unable to stabilize themselves, had no time to defend. They could only watch helplessly as the blade of light swept past them. PSHHH. PSHHH. In the night, two lifeless bodies descended. Having achieved this feat, Su Xian's form suddenly shuddered, an unprecedented wave of fatigue and weakness overwhelming him, rendering his sword hand powerless. He began to plummet from the air. Father, I have done my utmost. A bittersweet smile graced Su Xian's lips. Chapter 33. Purple Eyes. Purple Eyes. Su Xian truly had given his all. From the moment he unleashed the divine annihilation forbidden technique until now, nearly a few dozen breaths have elapsed. He first obliterated the three void-breaking experts of the Pang family with astonishing ferocity, then immediately plunged into the battlefield, inflicting severe injury upon Pang Shaoqing at the very first opportunity. Subsequently, he compelled the Peak Voidbreaker and Song and three members of the Yinglong Guard to confront him. Despite his injuries, he managed to inflict further damage upon its Song and dispatch two of the three Yinglong Guards. It can be said that within this brief span of mere breaths, he had achieved the pinnacle of his capabilities. Thud. Both Su Xian and the lifeless bodies of the two Yinglong Guards collapsed to the ground. Su Xian had been drained of all strength. The repercussions of employing the forbidden technique rendered him incapable of even rising to his feet. The demise of two Yinglong Guards? Long Jiao, the captain of the Yinglong Guard squad, felt his expression darken upon seeing the corpses on the ground. The Yinglong Guard, the most formidable battalion under the control of the Tianyan royal family, sees the birth of each member as an arduous endeavor. The loss of two Yinglong Guards in one fell swoop signifies an immense loss to the royal family. What are you still hesitating for? Hurry and eliminate that brat. Long Jiao exclaimed sharply, and Song noticed Long Jiao's growing ire. It was his master who had expended considerable resources and persuasion to summon a squad of Yinglong Guards, and now two had perished. It would be difficult to explain this to the one who had sent them. It's this brat. And Song's eyes glimmered with murderous intent as he gazed down at the immobile Su Xian, preparing to strike him down. But suddenly, boom, a terrifying aura erupted violently from the heart of the battlefield. This aura was frigid, chilling, and suffocating. The surroundings within 100 zhang radius seemed to have become utterly frozen in time. What? The Yinglong Guards, who had relied on their battle formation to besiege Su Baichen, were left in shock as they raised their heads. They beheld Su Baichen, who had previously struggled to hold on amidst their onslaught, now standing resolute with his hair and robes billowing as if caught in a tempest. His eyes, icy and piercing, bore down upon them like the gaze of death itself, plunging the area into an eerie silence. In that instant, they felt a tremor within their hearts, every pore on their bodies standing on end. You have forced me to unseal my first layer of restraints. You shall pay dearly for this. Su Baichen's voice was as frigid as ice. With a swift step forward, a streak of light flashed. The Yinglong Guards, including the most formidable among them, Captain Long Jiao, had no time to comprehend Su Baichen's movement before an overwhelming aura of death surged forth, akin to a primordial behemoth opening its cavernous maw to devour them whole. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted as four figures were violently propelled outward, blood spewing from their mouths, including that of Long Jiao. The other three, however, had already succumbed to the cold embrace of death, their lifeless bodies drifting downwards. How could this be? Long Jiao was engulfed in horror. Even after dispatching 3 to confront Su Xini, they still possessed 7 capable Yinglong guards to enact their formation. And even against some of the more formidable foes at the peak of the void-breaking realm, they believed they could still contain them. But now, with a single strike, 3 had been annihilated and 4 grievously wounded. Was it the invincibility of the void-breaking realm or the might of the Nirvana realm? Long Jiao gazed at Su Baiqian in disbelief. The next moment, he commanded without hesitation, retreat. There was no other choice, confronted by the current demeanor of Su Baiqian. If they did not flee, it seemed all of them would meet their demise here. Can you escape? Su Baiqian's voice remained cold and piercing, imbued with a terrifying murderous intent, akin to a hellish demon. He stood motionless in that void, yet his spear gradually thrust forward. This thrust, ostensibly aimed at the air, was accompanied by a swift whoosh that echoed as Dragon 9 and Song, the 4 remaining members of the Yinglong Guard, and even Pang Xiaoqing, who had been severely injured by Su Xian and was now seated on the ground, found themselves confronted by an apparition. It was none other than Su Baiqian himself, his spear simultaneously striking forth. Despite his immobility, Su Baiqian materialized before each of them. With a series of sickening punctures, the spear pierced through their bodies. Dragon 9 and Song, Pang Xiaoqing, and the 4 Yinglong guards were engulfed in terror and disbelief as their forms collapsed helplessly to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Su Xian was left in shock. In an instant, every one of the void-breaking practitioners present had been annihilated. What sort of power was this? After slaying all the void-breaking practitioners, Su Baiqian seemed poised to check on Su Xian's condition, yet as he took a step forward, he abruptly halted. With a splutter, a mouthful of black blood erupted from Su Baiqian's lips, twisting his face into a grotesque mask of agony. Dense and intricate black, enigmatic patterns spread from his heart like a web, instantly enveloping his entire being, even marking his visage with these bizarre symbols, rendering him grotesque and terrifying. His form hunched over, his gaze turned crimson, and he emitted a series of heart-wrenching cries, yet not a sound escaped his lips. The most horrifying sight was that Su Baiqian was desperately clawing at the flesh on his own body and face. What unspeakable agony must he endure to believe that tearing at his own flesh might offer some semblance of relief? Father, though Su Xian lay there, he could still perceive the madness and helplessness reflected in his father's expression, igniting a fury within him, yet he felt utterly powerless to intervene. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness overtook Su Xian, an overwhelming fatigue finally plunging his consciousness into darkness. When Su Xian awoke, it was already the following day. Father. He opened his eyes to find himself in a room, attended by the maid Hong Shan, who was caring for him. Young master, you are awake, exclaimed Hong Shan, her face alight with joy as she helped him sit up. However, as he rose, Su Xian realized that his body felt hollow, devoid of any spiritual energy. He could scarcely sense any strength within him. He felt utterly feeble. The side effects of employing the forbidden technique were far more severe than I had anticipated. Su Xian mused. He had previously invoked the God-extinguishing forbidden technique once before, to vanquish Zhao Tianlei. Yet that occasion, during which he swiftly vanquished Zhao Tianlei, unfolded with relative ease, consuming little time. Upon slaying Zhao Tianlei, he promptly ceased employing the arcane technique, thereby preserving a modicum of his stamina, allowing him to move about without difficulty. In stark contrast, this instance saw him truly exert the forbidden arts to their utmost limits, pushing his body to the brink of collapse and total exhaustion. The repercussions of these two experiences, naturally, differ significantly. Su Xian surmised that his current physical state would not mend itself in a matter of days. Hong Shan, how is the family faring now? Su Xian inquired. Rest assured, young master. Although the intruders from the Pang family arrived rather unexpectedly last night, the Su family responded promptly, under the guidance of several elders. We gradually repelled the onslaught of the Pang clan and even initiated a counterattack, forcing the assailants to retreat before dawn, Hong Shan reported. And my father? Su Xian pressed further. It seems the family had sustained injuries. After repelling the intruders from the Pang family, he returned to his quarters and has not emerged since. Hong Shan replied. Hong Shan, assist me in rising, Su Xian commanded. Without hesitation, Hong Shan helped Su Xian to his feet, guiding him toward the door. As they stepped outside, they were met by several guards who immediately bowed in respect. These guards possessed formidable strength, with even Yi Luo among their ranks. Clearly, following the tumultuous events of the previous night, the Su family harbored concerns regarding any potential hidden maneuvers from the Pang family. Given Su Xian's unconscious state, it was prudent to assign powerful protectors for his safety. Hong Shan, take me to my father, Su Xian instructed. Hong Shan supported Su Xian as they made their way to the courtyard where Su Baiqian resided. Before the study, a few guards stood vigil. I wish to see my father, Su Xian declared directly. Young master, the master has instructed that no one is to disturb him, the leading guard responded. Blocking Su Xian's path. Allow him to enter. A voice suddenly echoed from within the study. The guards ceased their obstruction, and Su Xian, with a steady hand, pushed open the door and entered the dimly lit room. Once the door closed behind him, the study remained shrouded in darkness. A figure sat despondently at the desk, the flickering candlelight casting shadows that obscured his features. Father, Su Xian spoke softly. Su Baichen raised his head slightly, allowing Su Xian to discern the visage of his father. What he beheld was a stark transformation. His father's once handsome and refined countenance now appeared sallow and emaciated. The hollows of his cheeks deepened, and his hair was disheveled, streaked with gray. It was as though decades had been hastily added to his age. Father, what has happened to you? Su Xian exclaimed in astonishment, preparing to move closer. Halt. Su Baichen's voice rang out sharply. Do not approach. Remain where you are. Su Xian froze in place, his heart ablaze with concern. He recalled the torment his father endured the previous night before he himself fell into unconsciousness. And now he beheld this alarming change. What transpired during his absence? Shiner, I must ask you. How did your cultivation soar from the minor success of the transformation sea to the threshold of the void-breaking realm last night? Did you employ some arcane technique? Su Baichen's gaze, now clouded and weary, bore into Su Xian. Indeed, Su Xian affirmed with a nod. You have been cultivating within the confines of your family, seldom engaging with the outside world. Logically, you should not have had the opportunity to acquire such a secret technique, unless it pertains to the bloodline within you. Su Baichen remarked. Indeed, Su Xian nodded once more. It appears that your bloodline is indeed extraordinary. Su Baichen cast a profound glance at Su Xian. In this world, bloodlines of the third and second ranks are considered rather ordinary, while those of the first rank, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, hold the potential to awaken innate divine abilities, making them formidable. Yet you have just awakened your bloodline and can already access a secret technique that significantly enhances your cultivation in a short span of time. This bloodline must surely surpass that of the first rank, belonging to the divine tier. Su Xian fell silent, offering no response. The study remained quiet for a moment. Su Baichun spoke again. Listen closely. From this day forth, unless you find yourself in an absolute crisis where you must fight with all your might, you must never display that secret technique before anyone. Understood, Su Xian acknowledged. He was acutely aware that his father, witnessing him wield that technique, could easily deduce the connection between it and his bloodline based on his past experiences, thereby inferring that his bloodline was at least of the divine tier. Others would similarly be capable of making that deduction. Thus, Su Xian had always regarded this divine obliteration technique as his ultimate trump card. Moreover, this card bears significant side effects. He had no intention of resorting to this last resort unless faced with a genuine life-or-death situation. Father, about last night. Su Xian began to inquire, but Su Baichen interrupted him with a wave of his hand. I know what you wish to ask. Do not inquire. Even if you do, I shall not reveal anything to you. Your current strength is still insufficient. Relying solely on that secret technique has granted you the ability to contend in the void realm. Without it, you would not even be considered among the strongest in the oceanic transformation realm. At this moment, you are not worthy of knowing such matters. However, your extraordinary talent and astonishing bloodline surpass even that of your father, and soon you will enter the heavenly flame palace for cultivation. Your progress will be swift, and when your strength reaches a certain level, I shall reveal everything to you. Father, may I inquire what level of strength you deem sufficient? Su Xian could not help but ask. When the day comes that you can single-handedly bring the entire Situ family to their knees, then you will have earned the right to know all of this, Su Baichen replied solemnly. Single-handedly bring the entire Situ family to their knees? Su Xian was taken aback. But the Situ family has ancestors in the Nirvana realm. I understand now. Su Xian's gaze hardened once more. Go ahead. Su Baichen gestured with a wave of his hand. Su Xian promptly exited the study. A divine bloodline? Is it truly capable of bestowing such extraordinary secret techniques? Su Baichen pondered silently, yet suddenly, his gaunt features contorted in agony once more. He hastily retrieved several pills from his sleeve and swallowed them all at once. The torment etched on his face, easing slightly. Purple eyes. Purple eyes. Su Baichen screamed, his gaze filled with an unprecedented fervor and resentment. Chapter 34. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Emerging from the study, Su Xian felt a profound weight in his heart. He remained oblivious to the events that had transpired concerning his father, yet the visible changes in his demeanor were indicative of a troubling state. Recalling the immense power his father had unleashed the previous night, vanquishing numerous formidable adversaries with startling swiftness, He recognized that such terrifying prowess transcended the realm of ordinary strength. If his father were indeed capable of manifesting such formidable might at will, how could he have endured the provocations from the Pang family for so long? Moreover, the same could be said for Zhao Tianlei, whom his father could have effortlessly dispatched yet chose to spare. These reflections led Su Xian to comprehend that his father harbored a significant secret when he was not yet inclined to share. Was he to wait until he could singularly subjugate the entirety of the Situ family before receiving his father's revelations? Su Xian's gaze sharpened. The Situ family was a premier aristocratic clan within the Tianyan Empire, overseen by an elder of the Nirvana realm. For an ordinary individual to aspire to subdue such a family single-handedly was a mere fantasy. However, for Su Xian, who had awakened the supreme bloodline, boundless possibilities lay before him. Given sufficient time, the Situ family would prove inconsequential. Father, I shall soon meet your expectations. Su Xian clenched his fists, resolutely fortifying his resolve. Within the Su family estate, a heavy atmosphere prevailed. Though the assault from the previous night had ultimately been repelled, the losses incurred by the Su family were staggering. With countless lives extinguished, Young Master! Young Master! Su Xian arrived at the largest martial arts training ground of the Su family, where a multitude of clan members had gathered. On the ground lay numerous cold corpses, covered by white cloths. A cursory glance revealed there were over 100 bodies. Su Xian, you have arrived, called out Su Baihu, who stood nearby. Second uncle, Su Xian approached to pay his respects, but his expression suddenly changed. He noticed that Su Baihu's complexion was ashen, and at such close proximity, he sensed not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. Ordinarily, only a top-tier expert capable of completely concealing their spiritual aura would exhibit such a lack of energy at this range. Yet clearly, his second uncle, Su Baihu, was far from that level. Second uncle, what has happened to you? Su Xian began to inquire. However, Su Baihu waved his hand dismissively and replied, in last night's battle, my Dantian was destroyed. My Dantian was destroyed? Su Xian gasped in shock. The destruction of one's Dantian equated to the loss of all cultivation. From this moment forth, one would be rendered a waste. Although lacking cultivation meant limited power, mobility was still feasible. Yet, the second elder had both legs severed, and the mere act of walking would become an insurmountable challenge. The second elder's legs have been severed? Su Xian felt a tremor within. The rough-and-tumble figure who held family honor above all else, charging bravely at the forefront of the clan, was now legless? In truth, we are still comparatively fortunate. At least we are alive. But those clan members lying before us will never awaken again, Su Baihu lamented with profound sorrow. Su Xian tightly clasped his hands. And at that moment, his gaze shifted, falling upon a figure kneeling before a corpse, weeping inconsolably. Sister Ning. He approached and gently patted Su Ning's shoulder, then knelt down to unveil the white cloth covering the body before him. Su Qinghong? A tremor coursed through his hand, followed by a slow shake of his head. Su Qinghong, among the younger generation of the Su family, was the most exceptional talent, second only to Su Xian himself. During the competition for the Sword Order, before Su Xian had fully revealed his prowess, Su Qinghong was regarded as the beacon of hope for the entire Su family. After Su Xian vanquished Xiaoling and reclaimed the Sword Order, restoring the family's prestige, Su Qinghong often visited the training grounds to seek Su Xian's guidance and swordsmanship. Their relationship had been quite amicable. Yet now, Su Qinghong was deceased? According to the nearby clansmen, Su Qinghong had sacrificed his life to save Su Yuning and several other young clan members, bravely confronting two formidable practitioners from the Pang family. It is worth noting that Su Qinghong had yet to break through to the Transformation Sea realm. How could he possibly hold back two seasoned opponents alone? By the time reinforcements from the Su family arrived, Su Qinghong had already been slain. However, his final strike had gravely wounded one of the attackers, and ultimately, both assailants were eradicated by the arriving Su family warriors. Su Xian wandered among the bodies of his kin, unveiling the white cloths one by one, revealing many familiar faces, elders of the Su family, loyal retainers, and younger members who frequently sought his counsel at the training grounds. A profound sorrow enveloped his heart. Yet, beyond the sorrow, there is a greater surge of anger. The Pang family. No, it should be the Situ family. Su Xian clenched his fists tightly, fully aware that the Pang family was merely a pawn, while the true orchestrators behind the scenes were indeed the Situ family. They had previously ruthlessly pressured and suppressed the Su family, leaving a trail of devastation. Just last night, a multitude of formidable opponents stormed their doors, intent on obliterating the Su family, resulting in the loss of countless lives. This is a blood debt. A blood debt must be repaid in blood. Young master. A servant hurriedly approached. The elder requests your immediate presence in the main hall. Lord Yuan Qing from the Red Dragon Tower has arrived. Yuan Qing has arrived? Su Xian's heart stirred. It pertains to that matter. Su Baihu, standing nearby, also turned his attention. Without delay, Su Xian swiftly made his way to the main hall. Upon entering, Su Xian was greeted by Yuan Qing, who rose to welcome him. I heard about last night's events. Thankfully, you are unharmed. Lord Yuan Qing. Your visit today must signify news from the Tianyan Palace, correct? Su Xian inquired directly. Indeed, Yuan Qing nodded, though his expression bore an unsettling gravity. I regret to inform you that it is bad news. Bad news? Su Xian's brow furrowed immediately. The esteemed individual guarding the dragon-seeking tower indeed made a personal visit to recommend you to the Tianyan Palace. Initially, everything progressed smoothly. As your accomplishment of the first level of the dragon-seeking tower with a minor mastery of the sea transformation has certainly met the requirements for special recruitment by the Tianyan Palace. However, just as the final decision was to be made, unforeseen resistance emerged, seemingly due to external interference. External interference? Is it the Situ family? Su Xian's gaze was icy. In his eyes, the entire Tianyan dynasty was merely an adversary of the Situ clan. It is not the Situ clan. Yuan Qing shook his head. You are unaware, Su Xian, that the Tianyan Palace holds an unparalleled status within the Tianyan dynasty. Though the Situ clan is one of the foremost aristocratic families, they lack the standing to interfere in the affairs of the Tianyan Palace. Only members of the royal family possess such authority, and they wield considerable power. The royal family? Su Xian was taken aback. Last night, among the numerous assailants from the void-breaking realm, there was a formidable team of 10, exceptionally coordinated in their combat prowess. If Su Xian was not mistaken, they were the legendary Yinglong Guards. Moreover, only members of the royal family had the privilege to command the Yinglong Guards. When did my Su family provoke someone from the royal family? Su Xian's eyes narrowed. Yuan Qing continued, with external forces intervening. Coupled with the fact that over 3 years ago, you angered His Majesty, this matter has indeed influenced the decisions of the upper echelons of the Tianyan Palace. Consequently, your special recruitment quota has been temporarily suspended. The higher-ups of the Tianyan Palace wish to observe you for a while longer. If you can maintain such remarkable performance, they may reconsider your special recruitment. Is that so? Su Xian comprehended that he had indeed incited the wrath of the Tianyan Emperor 3 years prior, leading to an order for his imprisonment in the Forbidden Magic Dungeon. It was only natural for the Tianyan Palace to deliberate on this matter. After all, the Tianyan Palace is fundamentally designed to cultivate exceptional talents for the Tianyan dynasty. Those nurtured there are expected to exhibit unwavering loyalty to the dynasty, even if not absolute. They must at the very least refrain from harboring animosity or hostility towards the Tianyan dynasty and its sovereign. Su Xian, the esteemed figure guarding the Xuanlong Tower, has conveyed his intention to visit the Tianyan Palace again in due course to advocate on your behalf, as stated by Yuan Qing. There's no need for that. Su Xian interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Yuan Qing, please extend my heartfelt gratitude to that esteemed individual. Rest assured, I, Su Xian, will remember this favor and will repay it in the future. Yet, regarding the Tianyan Palace, Yuan Qing furrowed his brow. The Tianyan Palace is indeed remarkable and has greatly aided my cultivation. However, if entry proves elusive, I shall not force the matter, nor will I beg repeatedly. Su Xian smiled, adding, moreover, gaining access to the Tianyan Palace for cultivation is not solely reliant on special invitations. The Royal City Hunt is imminent, is it not? The Royal City Hunt? Yuan Qing was taken aback and replied, indeed, participation in the Royal City Hunt can lead to entry into the Tianyan Palace. But do you realize how many prodigies converge from various states and counties for this event? Ultimately, only the 10 strongest who persevere to the end are deemed worthy of admission into the Tianyan Palace. Although you have successfully navigated the first level of the Xuanlong Tower, you are still quite young, and your cultivation is merely at the minor completion stage of the transformation sea. If you were to participate in the Royal City Hunt, to reach the final stage, it would be exceedingly difficult. Yuan Qing emphasized the word difficult thrice. Su Xian was not taken aback by this assertion. Indeed, at present, he cannot even conquer the second level of the dragon-seeking tower. With such capabilities, he would not be ranked among the top 10 in the entire Tianyan dynasty, let alone in the region of Yunzhou. However, he remains unperturbed, for there are still a full 2 months until the royal city hunting selection. For others, 2 months may seem fleeting, but for him, it is ample time to experience a monumental enhancement in his strength. To speak solely of his cultivation, within 2 months, given his bloodline heritage and the accelerated training pace, coupled with the assistance of the first-grade Huahai pill, he could certainly progress from the minor success of Huahai to the major success of Huahai. This elevation in cultivation would result in a qualitative transformation of his power. Su Xian, Are you truly resolved to participate in this year's Royal City Hunt? Yuan Qing turned to look at Su Xian once more. Indeed, Su Xian nodded emphatically. Then suddenly inquired, by the way, that Situ you should also be participating in this Royal City Hunt, right? Situ you? Yuan Qing raised an eyebrow, fully aware of the intricate history between Su Xian and Situ Yu. Indeed, Situ Yu is the foremost prodigy of the Situ family. Though gifted, he has not been granted a special recruitment quota by the Tian'an Palace, thus the Royal City Hunt is his only avenue to enter. Excellent. Su Xian's lips curled into a smirk, a fierce glint flickering in his eyes. Situ Yu, the long-awaited showdown that has been delayed for over 3 years. This time, I shall not flee without a fight. 3 years ago, the ancestor of the Su family sought a marriage alliance with the Tian'an Emperor, aiming to wed the 9th princess. As the foremost prodigy of the Su family, he was destined to confront none other than Situ Yu from the Situ clan. Chapter 35. One man, one sword. In a single, cataclysmic battle, over 100 clansmen perished, plunging the entire Su family into profound sorrow. Soon, 7 days elapsed. The Pang family was annihilated. Reports indicated that the Grand Elder took matters into his own hands, ruthlessly eradicating the remaining high-ranking members of the Pang clan, with only a scant few of the younger members managing to escape by sheer luck. What a relief it was. That wretched Pang family has finally been dealt with. Upon receiving this news, the Su family members felt a wave of satisfaction wash over them. Although the Su clan suffered grievous losses in the battle a week prior, the Pang family endured even greater devastation. Particularly, the formidable void-breaking experts among the Pang clan were entirely wiped out that fateful night. With no void-breaking experts to anchor them, the Pang family could no longer contend with the Su clan. Just yesterday, Grand Elder Su Boyong personally intervened to eliminate the remaining high-ranking members of the Pang clan, leading to their total obliteration. Such is the nature of fate. Had my Su family failed to withstand the Pang family's assault that night, it would have been us facing annihilation. As Su Xian wandered through the halls of the Su family, he overheard many clan members rejoicing over this event, which caused him to reflect inwardly with a sigh. The Pang family had been vanquished, and the Situ clan would likely refrain from making any aggressive moves against the Su family in the near future. It was time for him to prepare for the upcoming Royal City Hunt. That night, the Situ clan had mobilized considerable forces, even dispatching a squad of Yinglong guards to assist, yet ultimately, all of them were left stranded within the Su residence. Upon the emergence of this matter, the Situ family would undoubtedly rekindle their wariness towards the Su family, refraining from taking any hasty actions. Furthermore, the loss of an entire squad of the formidable Yinglong guards would impose a considerable burden upon the Situ family, likely leaving them in disarray for some time. Su Xian could momentarily ease his mind and prepare for the impending Royal City Hunt. On this day, Su Xian ventured forth alone, departing from the Su family to embark on a journey of self-discovery. This marked his first true excursion into the world since his birth. In less than 2 months, he yearned to navigate the expanse of Yongning Prefecture on his own. Beihanqing, among the many cities in Yongning Prefecture, stands out for its prominence. The city's renown is largely attributed to its venerable lord, who has surpassed his centenary and has held the title for a remarkable 60 years. Esteemed and respected, this old lord possesses unparalleled strength, being one of the few who can contend with him within the realm of Yongning Prefecture, below the Void Realm. In the courtyard of the lord's mansion, amidst an open space, a robust elder with a formidable physique diligently practiced a sword technique, wielding his blade with unwavering focus. His style was profound and expansive, exuding a commanding presence. After a considerable duration, the practice concluded. Perched upon a stone bench at the edge of the courtyard sat a graceful young woman, the beloved granddaughter of the old lord. As he approached, she beamed and remarked, "Grandfather, at over 100 years of age, you still exhibit such vitality." Haha. The old lord chuckled heartily. What of being over 100? With my vigor and spirit, living another 30 or 40 years poses no challenge at all. This is no mere exaggeration. In this world, individuals cultivate martial arts to strengthen their bodies. The higher their cultivation, the longer they naturally live. For those at the ordinary sea transformation stage, it is quite normal to live over 100 years, provided they encounter no unforeseen mishaps along the way. The old city lord has long since attained the pinnacle of sea transformation, and with such robust health, he could indeed live to be 130 or even 140. As for those at the void-breaking stage, living to 160 or 70 is also quite common. Many formidable warriors above the nirvana stage can survive beyond 200 years. Alas, it seems that this old man shall never advance further in his lifetime. The old city lord sighed softly. He had already reached the zenith of sea transformation. The next step, the void-breaking stage, was akin to an insurmountable chasm. He had been trapped at this threshold for the better part of his life. unable to cross over. "Master, there is someone outside requesting an audience," an elderly servant approached. "Who is it?" the old city lord inquired. "He claims to be Jianyi." "A rather young fellow," the servant replied. "Jianyi?" The old city lord expressed his puzzlement, but smiled nonetheless. "Let him in." The servant nodded and departed. "Very young? It is highly likely that he is yet another aspiring disciple." The graceful woman furrowed her brow and said, "Grandfather, during your 60 years as city lord, countless young aspirants have sought your mentorship. Among those you accepted as disciples, there are perhaps only 2 or 3 who truly achieved greatness, while most faded into obscurity. Some even brought shame to your esteemed name. Henceforth, should you choose to take on disciples again, do ensure to keep a discerning eye. Do you think I need your concern regarding my affairs, young lady?" The old city lord chuckled, though he remained unconcerned inwardly. He was a man of great generosity, willing to accept disciples as long as they were not malevolent in nature, possessed a modicum of talent, or could endure his temperament. Once he took a disciple under his wing, he would devote himself to their instruction without reservation. However, the world is rife with complexities. Some disciples, initially virtuous, could become corrupted during their journeys. Over the decades, he had taken in numerous disciples, a few of whom had indeed strayed into mischief. Yet, this did not deter his desire to continue accepting new students. Soon, guided by the elderly servant, a young man clad in black robes, wielding a sword, entered. "So young? Is he not yet 20? The elegant woman's expression shifted to one of intrigue upon seeing the black-robed youth. "Junior Jian pays his respects to the old city lord," Su Exine said, offering a slight bow. He had heard much about this venerable figure, a master of formidable strength and high virtue, who generously imparted knowledge to the younger generation, and he held him in great esteem. "Young lad, what brings you to seek me?" the old city lord inquired. "I have heard tales of your exceptional swordsmanship, and I wish to experience it firsthand," Su Exine replied. "If you seek to be my disciple, then simply say so. There is no need for pretense," the elegant woman remarked with discontent. Su Exine was momentarily taken aback. To be a disciple? Is that what he meant? Yet the old city lord laughed heartily. "Very well. I have just finished my practice, young lad. Go ahead and make your move." "To be cautious, esteemed elder," Su Exine warned as he unsheathed his sword. "Come forth," the old city lord replied, gripping his blade with one hand, a smile gracing his lips, while the other hand rested behind his back. He had long since discerned that the individual before him, Su Exine, was merely at the minor attainment of the Transformation C stage, akin to his granddaughter, and thus presumed Su Exine had come to seek his mentorship. Consequently, at first, he did not regard Su Exine's prowess with any seriousness, treating him as he would any other junior disciple. However, as soon as Su Exine drew his sword, the sword's radiance was ethereal, yet its speed was unparalleled. Most importantly, as the blade's light darted forth, it carried with it an inexplicable aura. Was this the essence of the sword? The old city lord was taken aback. To comprehend such an aura requires reaching a certain level of mastery, allowing for a flawless amalgamation with the weapon, thus manifesting sword intent. This young lad, merely at the minor attainment of the Transformation C realm, startled him with his initial strike. The old city lord immediately brandished his own blade. The clash of metal rang out with tremendous intensity. The old city lord, who had initially approached the encounter with a casual demeanor, became increasingly earnest, gradually unleashing his full strength. Yet, after a single exchange, he found himself compelled to retreat step by step. "I'm being completely overpowered?" The old city lord could scarcely believe his own eyes. What a remarkable young man. "Come again." The two engaged in fierce combat once more, the old city lord now exerting his utmost prowess, while Su Exine also summoned 50% of his bloodline power and began to employ the Thunderfire sword technique. After the passage of half a tea's worth of time, both figures came to a halt. "Senior, I concede," Su Exine said with a humble smile. The old city lord, still in shock, soon regained his composure and laughed heartily. "Ah, my dear boy, I reached the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm long ago, having traversed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower decades past. I dare say, in the entirety of Yongning County, there are but 2 or 3 who could surpass me. Yet today, I find myself defeated by your hand. Truly, the new waves of the Yangtze River push the old ones aside, ushering in a new generation." The old city lord marveled. Beside him, his elegant granddaughter stood, utterly astonished. Initially, she believed this remarkably youthful Sword One had come to seek apprenticeship. "But now, my young friend Sword One, our recent battle has stirred profound insights within me regarding swordsmanship. If you have no pressing matters, might you consider spending a night at my city lord's mansion, so we may engage in further exchanges of technique?" the old city lord proposed. "Certainly," Su Exine replied with a smile. The venerable city lord possessed formidable strength, It was only by unleashing 50% of my bloodline power that I barely managed to triumph over him. This encounter yielded significant insights for the old lord. Yet I too gleaned much from it. Naturally, I would be delighted to engage in several more bouts with him to share our experiences. That day, Su Xin and the old city lord clashed numerous times. As night fell, they conversed by candlelight, delving into their thoughts until the break of dawn. When Su Xin took his leave, to possess such extraordinary strength at such a tender age, to traverse the world with naught but a sword, challenging formidable adversaries. It is truly enviable, the old city lord mused, watching Su Xin's retreating figure. Grandfather, although Sword One is formidable, you are not far behind him, remarked the elegant young woman beside him. Ah, that is not the case, he replied. The old city lord shook his head and sighed, in comparison to him. I am akin to the setting sun, while he is the rising sun, brimming with boundless vitality. How splendid it is to be young. In a village nestled at the foot of a great mountain, Su Xin had just arrived. Annihilate them all. No. Spare us. We are willing to offer riches. A band of marauders galloped through the village, mercilessly slaughtering and plundering. In this world, martial arts flourished yet chaos reigned, giving rise to bandits. The cities fared somewhat better, protected by the imperial army, but those who resided in villages beyond the towns, reliant on the mountains for sustenance, were perpetually vulnerable to the incursions of bandits. In this regard, even the empire was powerless. Witnessing this scene, Su Xin's eyes reddened, and he sprang into action. These were merely ordinary bandits. Their leader a mere minor cultivator at the early stages of the transformation realm, offering no resistance against Su Xin. In the blink of an eye, he dispatched the dozens of marauders who had invaded the village, ensuring that it escaped the fate of slaughter. Within a magnificent estate, Tang Laoi. Upon hearing that the steward of the Tang household had single-handedly slain several peak cultivators in the transformation realm in his youth, sought to inquire about his formidable skills. Another martial enthusiast, Tang Laoi mused, waving his hand. Elder Qi, since this young brother has come with sincerity to seek guidance, please feel free to offer him some advice. Of course, the old steward promptly made his move. Mr. Song, I humbly request your guidance. How can a mere minor cultivator in the transformation realm presume to engage in combat with me? Mr. Song waved his sleeve and departed, showing no interest in the matter. Thus, it was settled. Su Xin was not vexed. He turned and left, with only his sword in hand. Su Xin traversed the cities and mountains of Yongning County. Whenever he passed through a place rumored to be home to formidable or skilled individuals, he would seek them out for a duel, much like his encounter with the beggar boy Duan Yufeng in Dong'an City. He roamed the world, challenging various strong opponents. However, unlike Duan Yunfeng's reckless abandon, Su Xin approached these confrontations merely as opportunities for sparring. He would never truly resort to lethal force. Should his challengers decline, he would not press the issue, nor would he be excessively domineering in his insistence. If he encountered injustices during his travels, he would not hesitate to intervene. Thus, time flowed steadily as he journeyed. Before long, the day of the initial selection for the Royal City Hunt arrived. Chapter 36. Seeking guidance. Although the Royal City Hunt took place within the city itself, the preliminary assessments were conducted across various states and counties. Moreover, the preliminary evaluations also imposed certain criteria. First, one must possess the strength of the ocean transformation realm. Second, one must be under 40 years of age. Given that individuals in the ocean transformation realm typically live to be around 120 to 130 years, being 40 can indeed be considered relatively youthful. In the military governor's residence of Yongning County, on a vast training ground, dozens of qualified experts of the ocean transformation realm gathered. Some familiar faces engaged in casual conversation. Brother Kongjing, it has been long since our last meeting. Is this young man beside you your brother, Kongxian? It is said that your brother is indeed a remarkable individual, having reached the pinnacle of the ocean transformation realm, showcasing formidable strength. If both of you manage to pass the preliminary selection, it would be a splendid tale for the two brothers to partake in the Royal City Hunt together. However, there are numerous powerful cultivators within Yongning County at the ocean transformation stage, yet only about 10 will ultimately succeed in the preliminary assessment. Even I lack absolute confidence in my ability to pass, and as for my younger brother, he still has a long way to go. He merely came today to join in the excitement. A pair of brothers stood at the center, surrounded by a gathering of onlookers. They were of similar height, though the elder brother appeared notably more robust, while the younger one was somewhat slender. This duo had garnered considerable fame within Yongning County, particularly the elder brother, Kongjing, who was rumored to possess the strength to traverse the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. It is noteworthy that among the ocean transformation practitioners in Yongning County, fewer than 10 have succeeded in this feat, most of whom are over 40 years old, such as the old city lord of Beihan City. Those under 40 who have cleared the first level of the dragon-seeking tower are exceedingly rare. If Kong Jing truly possesses the ability to conquer the first level, he would undoubtedly be among the 10 who passed the preliminary assessment. Brother, you are far too modest. Your cultivation has already reached the zenith of the ocean transformation realm, and recently you have grasped a fragment of profound insight. If you were to challenge the dragon-seeking tower, you would surely succeed in overcoming the first level. Among those who passed the preliminary assessment, you are certain to be one of them, perhaps even the strongest. The younger brother, Kong Xian, whispered. It is best to maintain a low profile. Kong Jing smiled, then spoke earnestly. Xian, do not be careless in the forthcoming preliminaries. With your capabilities, if you give your all and fortune does not turn particularly adverse, you should secure a hunting quota. Understood, Kong Xian nodded gravely. He aimed to qualify for the preliminaries and join his elder brother in the royal city's hunt. After all, his brother was already 37. Participating in this year's hunt meant that the next opportunity would not arise for another 5 years, and by then, his brother would be 40, rendering him ineligible. At that moment, a figure entered the governor's mansion. Long Dao? It is he. The dozens of individuals gathered in the training ground turned their attention to the newcomer. Long Dao. Kong Jing's gaze sharpened. Among the sea transformation realm practitioners under 40 in Jiangning County, there were few who could evoke his apprehension. And Long Dao was undoubtedly the most formidable among them. He had already conquered the first level of the dragon-seeking tower 7 years prior, in terms of strength. He was indeed the strongest among those under 40 in Yangning County. Kong Jing mused inwardly, as Long Dao stepped onto the training ground. Someone promptly approached him to escort him to the inner courtyard. He did not stand with us? Kong Xian queried, puzzled. That is to be expected, Kong Jing replied. Historically, only 56 individuals from Yangning County have participated in the Royal City's hunting preliminaries, and among them, only a handful have successfully traversed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. Given Long Dao's prowess, he is certain to pass the preliminaries and secure a hunting quota. His presence here is merely a formality. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will not even need to partake in the upcoming preliminaries, as he will be granted a quota directly. Is it possible to be this way? Kong Xian was astonished, yet he swiftly grasped the situation. The credibility of the dragon-seeking tower was unquestionable. Since Long Dao had successfully passed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower, his strength was undoubtedly convincing, and it was only natural for him to be granted a place. The crowd awaited patiently, and soon 2 more individuals arrived and were invited inside. Long Dao, Jiuzhe, and the lady head of the Ling family, Ling Yu, were the 3 who had traversed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower, their prowess beyond dispute. Aside from these 3, there should be no one else qualified to be invited in, Kong Jing mused. Suddenly, a young figure appeared in the martial arts arena. His presence immediately captivated the attention of all those present. So young? He appears to be barely 20. Is this youthful lad also here to participate in the Imperial City Hunt? Many people's expressions turned peculiar. Typically, those daring enough to partake in the Imperial City Hunt possess a certain level of confidence in their abilities, often having reached the pinnacle of the sea transformation stage. Transitioning from the initial stages of martial arts to the pinnacle of sea transformation requires a prolonged period of accumulation and elevation of one's cultivation. Most individuals who attain this pinnacle are already in their 30s, as evidenced by the majority of attendees being over 30 years old. Those under 30 participating in the Imperial City Hunt are relatively rare. As for those under 20, they exist, but are exceedingly few. This time, in the entire Tianyin dynasty's Imperial City Hunt, there are likely hardly any participants under 20. Furthermore, as this youthful figure drew nearer, the crowd discerned his cultivation level, which was merely that of the great completion of sea transformation. A young figure, having achieved the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm, dares to partake in the Imperial City Hunt? Such audacity is rather presumptuous, isn't it? Kong Xian scoffed, speculating that this individual must be momentarily infatuated or perhaps lacking a proper understanding of the Imperial City Hunt, mistaking it for merely an opportunity to showcase one's talents. Thus hastily arriving. Such individuals have appeared in the past. There is no need for concern, as the preliminary assessments will surely eliminate him. Kong Jing merely smiled faintly. The pinnacles of sea transformation gathered in the arena all wore expressions of amusement. However, as soon as this youthful figure stepped into the center of the arena, a servant from the governor's office approached him. Young Master Su Xian, please follow me. The governor is awaiting you in the main hall. Very well. Su Xian replied with a nod, following the servant toward the inner courtyard. The onlookers in the arena were taken aback by this development. What is happening? How does this sea transformation expert possess the qualifications to be summoned? Su Xian. Which Su Xian? I know him. He is the young master of the Su family. Not long ago, the Su family clashed with the Pang family, and it is said that Su Xian personally dispatched a pinnacle of sea transformation from the Pang family. As the crowd's confusion dissipated, Su Xian's identity was unveiled. Yet, with this revelation, discontent began to swell among the spectators. Clearly, Su Xian, like them, had come to participate in the imperial city hunt. The three individuals who had been invited into the inner court were all those who had successfully navigated the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. Their hunting quotas had already been predetermined, and it was undoubtedly appropriate for them to be summoned in advance. Yet, what of Su Xian, a mere youth, seemingly not yet 20, who had merely leveraged his identity as a young master of the Su family? What justified this? What was the lord of the county thinking? Here we were, left to wait idly, while Su Xian was ushered in ahead of us. The title of the young master of the Su family carries significant weight. Indeed, the Su family wields tremendous influence. Kang Xian expressed his dissatisfaction openly, stating, "They claim he has slain the peak of the Pang family's realm. How can a mere novice in the Sea of Transformation possibly defeat one at the pinnacle? It is nothing short of a farce." Su Xian had indeed traversed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower, albeit under an alias and not long ago. Furthermore, he had kept this achievement under wraps. Even within the Su family, only a select few at the highest echelons were privy to this information, while the majority of the family's younger generation remained oblivious. Naturally, those outside the family were even less informed. As for the alleged slaying of a peak practitioner, without eyewitness accounts, who would believe it? "Lower your voice. Don't let anyone overhear," Kang Jing admonished. The Su family, after all, was the foremost family in Jiangning County, possessing deep-rooted heritage. It was not surprising for the lord of the county to treat Su Xian with such distinction. Though he chided them, Kang Jing's frown betrayed his own discontent. Ultimately, their grievances stemmed solely from the disparate treatment based on status, while they may have felt dissatisfaction. None would dare voice their concerns. At that moment, an official from the county magistrate's office, overseeing the preliminary selections, approached. As the gathering of individuals reached its peak, the preliminary selection was poised to commence. The rules of this assessment were straightforward. With the announcement made by the formidable figure from the county magistrate's office, the curtain was drawn on the preliminary selection for the Royal City Hunt in Jiangning County. However, this evaluation was exclusively for the few dozen participants assembled in the martial arts arena, including the Kang brothers, Kang Jing and Kang Xian. The four individuals, including Su Xian, who had already been invited into the inner courtyard, were exempt from participation, as their hunting quotas had been firmly established. In the inner courtyard of the county magistrate's office, within the eastern hall, Su Xian arrived under the guidance of a servant, where several individuals had already gathered in anticipation. "Young Master Su Xian. This gentleman is the county magistrate," the servant indicated towards a middle-aged man seated prominently at the front. "Su Xian pays his respects to the county magistrate," Su Xian said, bowing respectfully. Although he had not previously met the magistrate, he was aware that his surname was Wang. There is no need for such formality. Magistrate Wang waved his hand dismissively. "Su Xian, I am quite familiar with your father. It is remarkable to see a talent like you emerge from the Su family, especially after its decline." Su Xian merely offered a faint smile. "The three individuals beside you, like yourself, have successfully navigated the first level of the dragon-seeking tower and are thus exempt from the preliminary assessment, directly securing their hunting quotas. You should take the opportunity to get acquainted," the magistrate continued. Su Xian pays his respects to the three. Su Xian acknowledged with a slight nod towards the three seated nearby. Among them, the good-natured Qiu Zhe and Ling Yu, the matriarch of the Ling family, exchanged peculiar glances with Su Xian. They had discerned from Magistrate Wang's words that Su Xian had also triumphed in the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. Yet, the current Su Xian appears to be no more than 20 years of age. Moreover, his cultivation seems to have merely reached the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm. A practitioner at this level has managed to traverse the first layer of the dragon-seeking tower? It is you. Upon recognizing Su Xian's visage, Mr. Long Dao immediately rose, his expression one of astonishment. "Mr. Long Dao, what brings you here?" Su Xian smiled. "Brother Long, do you know this young man, Su Xian?" inquired Ling Yu, who was nearby. "Indeed," Long Dao nodded. "Half a month ago, I encountered Brother Su Xian, and we even engaged in combat. That battle proved immensely enlightening for me." "Enlightening?" Both Qiu Zhe and Ling Yu were taken aback. Although they had both passed through the first layer of the dragon-seeking tower, Long Dao had accomplished this feat 7 years prior, making him undoubtedly the most formidable among the three. To hear that he found benefit from a duel with Su Xian implied that Long Dao had perhaps suffered defeat. "I merely had a slight edge," Su Xian remarked with a smile, clearly displaying his humility. Over the past 2 months, he had roamed within Yongning County, challenging various formidable opponents. However, not everyone was worthy of his invitation to battle. Those who prompted him to seek them out were typically individuals of extraordinary prowess, possessing the strength to conquer the first layer of the dragon-seeking tower. Such was the case with the old city lord of Beihan City and the venerable steward of the Tang family estate, Long Dao, who had breached the first layer of the dragon-seeking tower 7 years ago, had indeed faced Su Xian in combat just half a month prior. By that time, Su Xian's cultivation had already advanced to the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm, and with a slight invocation of his bloodline power, his strength could rival that of the peak of the sea transformation. Thus, the encounter had been a straightforward victory for Su Xian. Brother Su Xian, after our battle, I have reflected for quite some time. Over the past half-month, I have made notable advancements in my abilities. Since we meet again today, I wish to seek your guidance once more, if you would allow me. Long Dao inquired. Of course, Su Xian replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Qiu Zhe and Ling Yu stood by in astonishment. Seek guidance, not merely to inquire. Ling Yu was acutely aware of the distinction between these two phrases. To seek guidance implies that both parties are on an equal footing, and it is out of humility that one would use such a term. In contrast, to seek advice places oneself at a subordinate level. Su Xian is stronger than Long Dao. Indeed, significantly so. Realizing this, Ling Yu could no longer remain seated. Brother Su Xian, since even Brother Long wishes to consult you directly, might I also be so bold as to request your insights? Ling Yu asked. The seemingly simple-minded Qiu Zhe also rose to his feet. Certainly, if that is the case, then let us engage in a spirited exchange shortly. Su Xian replied with a grin. Over the past 2 months, he had faced various formidable opponents, resulting in substantial growth in his capabilities. Both Qiu Zhe and Ling Yu had successfully navigated the first level of the Seek Dragon Tower, and Su Xian was more than willing to engage with them. Chapter 37. 1 against 3. A shocking display at the training grounds of the county governor's residence. The preliminary assessments were nearing their conclusion. The dozens of participants, all at the pinnacle of the sea transformation stage, had already showcased their utmost prowess. The brothers Kong Jing and Kong Xian stood side by side. Xian, you did well, Kong Jing remarked. Kong Xian smiled, reflecting on the fact that among those who participated in the preliminary assessment, only 6 individuals, including his elder brother, performed better than him. Adding the 3 who had already secured their spots by surpassing the first level of the Red Dragon Tower, a total of 9 individuals emerged. He, however, was precisely the 10th. Although he ranked last, he would be content as long as he could pass the preliminary assessment and join his brother in the Imperial City Hunt. At that moment, the steward of the county governor's office began to announce the results. Kong Jing, Tang Feng, Guan Yu. The steward sequentially proclaimed the names of the 6 who had excelled in the preliminary assessment. Next, it was his turn. Kong Xian awaited with anticipation. However, after announcing the 6 names, the steward paused and continued, "Congratulations to the 6 of you for securing spots in the Imperial City Hunt. As for the rest present, please return in 5 years." What? Kong Xian's expression instantly changed. The others in the crowd seemed indifferent, as their performances had not ranked them among the top 10. Yet Kong Xian had anticipated his position as the 10th, which would guarantee him a spot. What was happening? Why were there only 6 individuals? Including the 3 from Long Dao, that accounted for only 9. Who received the remaining spot? Could it be Su Xian? Kong Xian's thoughts immediately turned to Su Xian, who had been invited into the inner courtyard in front of them all, just like Long Dao. Moreover, Su Xian had not participated in the recent preliminary assessment. It must be him. A flicker of indignation crossed Kong Xian's eyes. My lord, this is unjust. Kong Xian stepped forward, his voice low and commanding. What did you say? The one presiding over this preliminary assessment was the chief steward of the county governor's office, a man held in the highest regard and trust by the governor himself. In terms of strength, he was indeed a formidable expert of the void-breaking realm. Upon hearing Kong Xian's words, the steward's expression darkened immediately. My lord, if I am not mistaken, the individual previously summoned to the inner courtyard, Su Xian, has also received a spot in the preliminary selection, correct? Kong Xian inquired. Indeed. The steward affirmed with a nod. With the steward's confirmation, Kong Xian's anger ignited fiercely. It was absurd. Su Xian was merely a cultivator at the peak of the sea transformation stage. What merit did he possess to be granted a hunting quota? His remarks garnered immediate agreement from the majority present. Previously, witnessing Su Xian being ushered into the inner courtyard had already sown discontent among them. Who would have thought that not only did Su Xian receive treatment entirely different from theirs, but he also obtained a hunting quota ahead of time, alongside Long Dao. Qiu Zhe and Ling Yu? How could they possibly accept this? Are you questioning the fairness of my county governor's office? The steward's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Kong Xian. Under the steward's scrutinizing stare, Kong Xian felt a sense of trepidation creeping in. Humph. A cold snort suddenly echoed as a figure descended beside the steward. Lord Yuanqing. The steward immediately greeted the newcomer with respect. Greetings, Lord Yuanqing. The crowd in the training grounds responded in unison, bowing in deference. Yuanqing cast a cold glance at Kang Xian and remarked, during each royal city hunt, the preliminary assessments that determine the hunting quotas among various provinces and counties have always been under the supervision of my Red Dragon Tower. If you find it unfair, you are free to leave. In the future, do not attempt to participate in the hunts again. I. Kang Xian trembled slightly, unable to articulate his thoughts. Silence, commanded Kang Jing, who stood beside him. With the oversight of the Red Dragon Tower, no one dares to act recklessly. If Su Xian has secured a hunting quota in advance, there must be a valid reason for it. Refrain from speaking further. Kang Xian dared not utter another word. At that moment, Su Xian and his companions, having learned that the preliminary assessments had concluded, emerged from the inner courtyard. Young friend Su Xian. Yuanqing greeted him with a broad smile. Yuanqing, the supervisor, Su Xian replied with a smile in return. The trio standing beside Su Xian, Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, and Ling Yu quickly paid their respects to Yuanqing, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. Although Long Dao and his companions had proven themselves as talents by conquering the first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower before the age of 40, in Yuanqing's eyes, their combined significance paled in comparison to even a single finger of Su Xian. Brother Su Xian, let us spar here in the training ground, suggested Long Dao. Very well. Su Xian agreed with a nod. Soon, the four of them found themselves on the training ground, while the peak experts who had gathered there instinctively made way for them. What is happening? Is it Long Dao and his companions preparing for a spar? It seems Su Xian is among them as well. It is incorrect. Observe their positions. It appears that Long Dao and his companions intend to engage in battle with Su Xian. The peak practitioners of the Transformation Sea who have come to participate in the preliminary assessments have suddenly become intrigued. They are filled with curiosity regarding the capabilities of Su Xian, who, despite possessing only the cultivation of the great completion of the Transformation Sea, has managed to secure a hunting quota in advance. Initially, they assumed that Su Xian would face off against one of the trio, Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, or Ling Yu. However, as the three of them brandished their weapons, the onlookers were left astounded. It was not a one-on-one duel, but rather a 1-against-3. Su Xian was to contend with Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, and Ling Yu simultaneously. What a jest! Even the brothers Kang Jing and Kang Xian stared wide-eyed. Kang Xian even wondered if Su Xian had lost his senses. A mere practitioner at the great completion of the Transformation Sea, taking on 3 top-tier experts who had conquered the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower? In truth, this 1-against-3 scenario was not born of Su Xian's arrogance, but rather a demand from Long Dao himself. Half a month prior, the disparity during Su Xian and Long Dao's previous confrontation was too pronounced. Although Long Dao had made some advancements in this short span, he was acutely aware that he remained far from being Su Xian's equal. Hence, upon learning that Qiu Zhe and Ling Yu also wished to engage with Su Xian, he quickly conferred with them, and they decided to join forces. Su Xian did not refuse, resulting in the current spectacle. Su Xian, my brother, you must exercise caution. After all, it is a united front of 3. And Long Dao's confidence has evidently surged. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the 3 launched their assault simultaneously. 3 powerful auras of spiritual energy erupted simultaneously, each one significantly surpassing the typical peak of the sea transformation realm in strength. What was even more formidable were the techniques they executed. Among these 3, Long Dao wielded a combat knife in each hand, his form leaping forth like an arrow released from a bowstring. The knife sliced through the air with an ethereal grace, leaving no sound in their wake. As one blade struck forth, the other swiftly followed suit. Qiu Zhe, robust and imposing like a small mountain, swung a massive axe weighing several hundred pounds. The axe cleaved through the air with a grandiosity that seemed capable of splitting mountains and severing seas, its motion imbued with an elegant intent. As for Ling Yu, she moved with a ghostly agility, brandishing a soft sword as delicate as a cicada's wing. Dancing in the wind, with the enhancement of her intent, she darted towards Su Xian's waist with the swiftness of lightning. How extraordinary! Each of these 3 individuals surpassed me in strength. At that moment, Kang Jing was filled with astonishment. Although he had performed exceptionally well in the recently concluded preliminary assessment and possessed the capability to conquer the first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower, the trio Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, and Ling Yu had all traversed that level long before. He had been unaware of their prowess until they unleashed their abilities, and now, with their actions, Kang Jing immediately comprehended that each of them was indeed superior to him. Particularly, he felt that if he were to engage Long Dao in combat with those 2 blades, he would likely be able to endure only a brief moment before facing defeat. Facing the combined onslaught of Long Dao, Chiaozhe, and Lingyu, Su Xian emanated an air of serene composure. With a single hand grasping his sword, he nonchalantly waved it, conjuring blossoms of sword light, effortlessly dismantling the trio's offensive. Regardless of their frenzied assaults or the deployment of their ultimate techniques, Su Xian effortlessly countered every strike. How could one be this formidable? At this moment, both Chiaozhe and Lingyu, having exerted themselves to the utmost, were profoundly shaken. They had previously harbored skepticism upon hearing Long Dao claim that even their combined efforts might fall short against Su Xian. Yet now, suddenly, Su Xian leapt forward, his sword sweeping gracefully. The phantasm took form, the first move, dark light. In that moment, it seemed as though only Su Xian's sword remained in the vast expanse. A singular glimmer. Guided by the essence of his sword intent, this flicker of light moved with astonishing swiftness. Long Dao and his companions found themselves utterly unprepared to defend. Clang, clang, clang. The weapons in their hands clattered to the ground under the force of the shockwave. You have my respect, Su Xian remarked with a faint smile. Defeated. The three of us, united, have been vanquished? Long Dao and his companions felt bewildered. Meanwhile, Yuan Qing, who had been observing from the sidelines, was struck with awe at the sight. At the second level, Su Xian had evidently demonstrated the prowess to surpass the second level of the dragon-seeking tower, positioning himself among the elite of the elite. Not only had his cultivation advanced, but his swordsmanship and comprehension of sword intent had also seen remarkable enhancement. In just 2 short months, the progress was astonishing, leaving Yuan Qing utterly astounded. He even felt that Tianyan Palace must be blind to have set aside Su Xian's special recruitment quota. As the battle concluded, the trio of Long Dao gradually regained their composure. Yuan Qing proclaimed, "Those who have secured the hunting quota, please step forward. I shall relay some details regarding this hunt." Immediately, those who had received the quota advanced. "Xian, wait for me here for a moment," Kang Jing instructed before moving forward. Meanwhile, Kang Xian stood there, his eyes vacant, his mind a complete blank. He was utterly overwhelmed. To take on 3 opponents and emerge victorious so effortlessly, Su Xian was, astonishingly, that powerful. Just earlier, he had doubted Su Xian's qualifications for the hunting quota. Now, he found himself at a loss for words. He could only feel relieved that Su Xian had not overheard his previous remarks. Otherwise, based on the strength Su Xian had just demonstrated, even if 10 of him were tied together, they would likely not suffice to withstand a single blow from Su Xian. After Yuan Qing had finished his instructions, everyone dispersed, while Su Xian returned to the Su family. As the foremost family in Yongning County, the Su family was well informed and had already learned of Su Xian's acquisition of a hunting quota in the imperial city. In an instant, the entire Su household was filled with excitement. The young master was truly remarkable. He was only 19 this year. At the tender age of 19, one can partake in the imperial city hunt, with the tantalizing opportunity to enter the legendary Tianyan Palace. It is said that the young master shone brilliantly during today's preliminary assessment, triumphing over several formidable opponents who had previously navigated the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. The Su family buzzed with excitement, and the younger members were particularly fervent in their admiration for Su Xian. Upon returning to his family, Su Xian sought out his father without delay. In the study, a stark contrast to 2 months prior, Su Baichen appeared largely unchanged, still as frail, haggard, and aged as ever. "Do you wish to enter the Tianyan Palace through the imperial city hunt?" Su Baichen fixed his gaze upon Su Xian. "Yes." Su Xian affirmed with a nod. "Do you possess the confidence to succeed?" Su Baichen inquired. "I do," Su Xian replied once more with assurance. In the past 2 months, he had not only broken through in cultivation but had also significantly enhanced his swordsmanship and comprehension of the essence of combat. Now, he could effortlessly traverse the second level of the dragon-seeking tower, and if he truly exerted himself, securing a place among the top 10 in this imperial city hunt would not be a distant dream. If you can indeed enter the Tianyan Palace, you shall spend a considerable time studying there. As for the family, you need not worry. With the identity of a Tianyan Palace disciple, none would dare to act against us. As long as I draw breath, no harm shall befall our family." Su Baichen's voice was somewhat hoarse. "Go forth with peace of mind. How far you can go, and the steps you can take depend entirely on you. Remember what I previously told you. My son, when you possess the strength to trample the entire Sidu family beneath your feet, you shall earn the right to uncover the true secrets of the Su family. Furthermore, when your cultivation reaches the level of breaking void, do not forget to return to the family." After Su Baichen finished speaking, he waved his hand and turned back to continue his painting. The child took his leave. Su Xian performed a respectful bow and promptly turned to depart. Chapter 38. A gathering of talents. The following morning, The 10 gifted individuals who had secured hunting quotas had already assembled at the governor's residence. Before them stood a dozen or so purple wind beasts. While classified as relatively low-tier demon beasts, their speed and flight was unparalleled, and their gentle disposition made them easily trainable. Hence, many within the Qian dynasty utilized them as mounts for travel. "Let us depart," commanded Yuan Qing, the head of the Red Dragon Tower, as he personally led the expedition. Within just 2 hours, the group arrived at the Yuzhou governor's office. At that moment, a multitude of talented individuals selected from various counties across Yuzhou had gathered within the governor's estate. Yuan Qing. As soon as Su Xian and his companions landed, a figure approached them. "Iron Eagle, you rascal." Upon seeing the newcomer, Yuan Qing's face broke into a smile, indicating their familiarity and friendship. "Iron Eagle, the individuals behind you are the talents selected from Sisui County, correct? I heard that this time. There's even a genius who has conquered the second level of the Red Dragon Tower. Who is it?" Yuan Qing inquired, pulling Iron Eagle closer. "Ah, he is over there." Iron Eagle pointed to a cold, stern man dressed in black robes, standing in the rear. The man in the black robe stood with an icy demeanor, resembling a cold blade, sharp and formidable. It seemed he was a master of his craft, Yuan Qing acknowledged. "What about Yongning County? It appears devoid of any particularly formidable figures. Yet, there is someone of the Great Sea Transformation among them." Tai Ying was also observing the 10 prodigies selected from Yongning County. Upon noticing Su Xian, a peculiar expression crossed his face. "Do not underestimate this young man. Although he has merely attained the Great Sea Transformation, in terms of strength, he is indeed the most formidable among the talents of Yongning County this year. Rivaling even the strongest in your Sui Shui County," Yuan Qing remarked. "Oh?" Tai Ying's interest was piqued. "A Great Sea Transformation is the strongest from your Yongning County? Pray, elaborate." Yuan Qing and Tai Ying, both overseers of the Red Dragon Tower in their respective counties and close friends, engaged in casual conversation. Meanwhile, Su Xian and the other 9 prodigies gazed in astonishment at the scene before them. Before them gathered a dense throng of talented individuals from various counties. "There must be at least 2,000 here," Long Dao exclaimed. Within Yuzhou, there were a total of 206 counties, each selecting 10 prodigies, resulting in 2,060 exceptional talents. Su Xian's expression turned serious. "The Tianyin dynasty comprises 36 states. If we consider an average of 200 counties per state, with 2,000 talents, that amounts to 72,000 prodigies. This figure does not account for the prominent families, major factions, or the numerous independent sects within the dynasty, which do not require preliminary assessments but instead receive direct quotas for each hunting expedition. If all factors are taken into account, the Royal City Hunt is expected to attract nearly 100,000 prodigies. Su Xian, having once been a scion of a prominent family, possesses a greater understanding of the Royal City Hunt. It is indeed a fact that prestigious families, powerful factions, and even independent sects are allocated fixed hunting quotas. In the past, when the ancestor of the Su family was alive, they were a formidable force within the Tianyin dynasty, possessing abundant resources to cultivate their disciples. During those times, whenever the Royal City Hunt was held, the Su family would receive a considerable number of hunting slots. However, after the decline of the Su family, such quotas naturally vanished. Nearly 100,000 prodigies. Long Dao and the others felt somewhat bewildered. In Jiangning County, they were undoubtedly the elite talents. Yet within the realm of Yunzhou, they could only be regarded as relatively exceptional. Among the assembly of nearly 100,000 talents, they appeared rather ordinary. With such a multitude of gifted individuals gathered in one place, Su Xian clenched his hands tightly, a surge of ambition welling up within him. Among these nearly 100,000 prodigies, the most average were those like Kong Jing, who barely managed to pass the first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower, or those nearing that standard. Those who were slightly stronger included Long Dao, Xiu Zhe, and Ling Yu. The truly formidable ones were the top-tier experts who had conquered the second level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower. And it is likely that there are over 1,000 such elite talents participating in this Royal City Hunt. This is where true genius converges. In comparison to the entire Tianyin dynasty, a mere Yongning County is indeed exceedingly small. Dozens of figures surged forth from the governor's residence, led by a venerable elder, the governor of Yunzhou. Yunzhou is one of the 36 provinces of the Tianyin dynasty. As a prominent official, the governor wields considerable power, having attained the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm. With all the talented individuals from various counties gathered, it was time to set forth. At the governor's command, the 206 counties of Yunzhou, comprising 2,060 gifted individuals, mounted their purple wind beasts and proceeded grandly toward the imperial city. The purple wind beasts, known for their swiftness, reduced a journey that typically required over half a month to merely 2 days. Upon arriving at a vast plain several dozen miles from the imperial city, the majestic structure loomed in the distance. However, instead of entering the city, they chose to establish themselves in a spacious camp on the plain. This camp, adjacent to the royal hunting grounds, had been prepared for the numerous talents participating in the imperial hunt. Under the direct leadership of the governor, the talented individuals from Yunzhou orderly entered the camp, where they registered their identities and received a personal identification token, along with their assigned accommodations. Once all arrangements were made, the talents were free to engage in various activities. As night fell, the camp buzzed with excitement. With less than 2 days remaining until the hunt commenced, nearly 100,000 talented individuals selected from across the Tianyin dynasty had already arrived at the camp, creating an atmosphere of lively camaraderie. The camp featured over 100 arenas dedicated to sparring and skillful exchanges among the participants. The multitude of arenas has now been nearly entirely occupied. Delightful. Let it continue. Humph. With your capabilities, you are hardly my match. Witness my strike. Su Xian meandered through the encampment, passing by various arenas where prodigies were engaged in combat. These gifted individuals, usually scattered across different states and regions, found it challenging to locate suitable opponents. However, at this imperial city hunt, the plethora of challengers was overwhelming. They fought without hesitation, and those with a more combative spirit traversed from one arena to another, continuously clashing with fellow talents. Even Su Xian felt an urge to partake in the fray. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he restrained himself. After all, he was merely at the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea realm. To consecutively defeat prodigies who had conquered the first or even the second level of the dragon-seeking tower would undoubtedly draw too much attention. And he was currently surrounded by adversaries. It was wiser to remain inconspicuous. He could reveal his exceptional abilities after the first round of the hunt. Once he entered the imperial city and all the top-tier experts and factions gathered. Just then, you foolish giant, your methods are utterly clumsy. Come, let us clash blades once more. A familiar voice suddenly reached Su Xian's ears. He turned to see, among the combatants on the arena, a disheveled youth wielding a long knife, grinning mischievously. It was him. Su Xian's heart leaped with joy as he promptly made his way towards the arena. Upon the arena stood a formidable figure, referred to by the youth as the clumsy giant. This towering man, nearly 2 meters in height, wielded a hefty battle blade with a force that echoed both power and profound intent, exuding a terrifying might. In terms of strength, this brawny warrior could undoubtedly conquer the second level of the dragon-seeking tower. Yet, before the disheveled youth, he appeared remarkably foolish. Despite the ferocity of his blade technique, he failed to graze even a thread of the youth's garment. Conversely, the youth's casual movements rendered the robust man utterly helpless. In mere moments, I concede, the brawny man admitted defeat. From beginning to end, he was subjected to a relentless onslaught, devoid of any opportunity to resist. Below the stage, a multitude of prodigies gathered. And upon witnessing the brawny man's surrender, they could not help but sigh. Another one has fallen. This marks the 11th, does it not? Indeed, it is the 11th. And among these 11, only 4 had successfully traversed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower, while the remaining 7 had conquered the second level. Yet all were effortlessly vanquished before this disheveled youth. Who exactly is this youth, and how can he possess such formidable strength? I recognize this young man. His name is Duan Yufeng, a genius with a rather peculiar temperament, said to have roamed the imperial realm for years, challenging various formidable opponents. In terms of prowess, he undoubtedly qualifies to contend for a position in the top 10 among nearly 100,000 talented individuals participating in this hunt. Qualified to vie for the top 10? No wonder he is so astonishing. The crowd erupted in a chorus of discussion and admiration. After vanquishing the formidable opponent, the disheveled youth lingered on the arena for a while, yet no one dared to challenge him further. Bored, he curled his lip and descended from the stage. Duan Yinfeng. Just as he stepped down, he heard someone call his name and turned in the direction of the voice. Su Xian? The youth's eyes instantly brightened. During his ventures in the Tianyin Empire, he had encountered countless talented warriors, but among them, only a select few truly warranted remembrance. Su Xian, without a doubt, left the most profound impression on him. Back in Donglin City, he had already attained the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm, while Su Xian was merely at the true martial realm. Despite the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, in a purely technical contest, he found himself utterly at a loss against Su Xian. Even when employing his strongest techniques, he could not guarantee victory over him. Such a prodigy certainly deserved to be etched in his memory. Within the encampment, there existed not only arenas for combat, but also taverns for leisure and relaxation. At that moment, in one such tavern, Su Xian and Duan Yufeng sat face to face. Su Xian, back in Donglin City. You mentioned you would come to the Imperial City for a hunt and duel with me. I never expected you would actually arrive, Duan Yufeng remarked, somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that within just a few months, Su Xian's cultivation would ascend from the true martial realm to the great perfection of sea transformation. I promised I would come, Su Xian replied with a smile. Duan Yunfeng, it has been a few months since we last met. And it seems your cultivation has also progressed. It appears you will surely secure a place among the top 10 in this hunt. Haha. I can't make promises about anything else, but I am confident about the top 10. With a confident smile, Duan Yufeng caught Su Xian's attention. Su Xian had already noted Duan Yunfeng's remarkable progress. He had advanced from the perfection of the sea transformation stage to the pinnacle of that realm. Previously, Duan Yunfeng's formidable power, stemming from his martial techniques, was already comparable to that of a peak sea transformation expert. Coupled with his exceptional swordsmanship and profound comprehension of the essence of martial arts, his strength now, having reached the pinnacle of sea transformation, was truly astonishing. Even a genius who had breached the second level of the Dragon Tower would likely find it challenging to match him, even if 2 or 3 of them collaborated. What about you? What level do you aspire to reach in this hunt? Duan Yufeng inquired. Since you are confident of breaking into the top 10, I surely will not fall far behind, Su Xian replied with a smile. You aim for the top 10 as well? Do you feel assured about it? Duan Yufeng scrutinized Su Xian intently. Absolutely, Su Xian affirmed with a nod. Haha, that is splendid. Back in Dongyong City, your cultivation was somewhat lacking, and I could not truly unleash my full prowess against you. However, in this hunt, let us dismiss the competition in the initial phase of the hunting grounds. When we reach the final stage of combat, should our paths cross, I shall engage you in a real battle without reservation, Duan Yunfeng declared. Agreed, Su Xian responded, equally eager for a confrontation with Duan Yunfeng. At that moment, a voice interrupted, Senior sister, look, it's Duan Yunfeng. A few figures passed by, one of whom pointed in Duan Yunfeng's direction. The leading woman among them glanced over, pondered for a moment, and then cupped her hands in a gesture of respect before departing. Duan Yunfeng, do you know those people? Su Xian asked. I do not know them personally, but I am aware of them, Duan Yunfeng replied. Duan Yunfeng smiled faintly, remarking that Luo Xianzi, the foremost prodigy of the Ziyun sect, was indeed qualified to contend for a position among the top 20 in this hunting expedition. Chapter 39. The hunt begins. Ziyun sect, Luo Xianzi? Su Xian felt a stir within him. He had heard of the Ziyun sect, a deeply rooted sect within the Tianyan dynasty. Su Xian, you're the genius from Yuzhou. Having just arrived at the camp today? Duan Yufeng inquired. Indeed, Su Xian nodded. No wonder you are unfamiliar with Luo Xianzi, Duan Yufeng chuckled. Within this camp, aside from the talented participants in the hunt, there were also merchants peddling information about these prodigies. They sold intelligence detailing the top talents participating in the current hunt. You may linger in this tavern for a while. You should soon encounter those merchants. Information, you say? Su Xian pondered. Before long, he spotted a merchant and purchased a piece of information. A thick notebook was laid before him, and Su Xian began to peruse its contents. The first page revealed a name, Xiaomeng. Xiaomeng. Su Xian examined the detailed introduction concerning Xiaomeng, the current foremost genius of the Tianyan royal family. 34 years of age, had reached the pinnacle of the transformation sea realm and had cultivated the exclusive imperial element technique of the Tianyan royal family. His spiritual power surpassed that of an average early-stage void-breaking realm expert, and his comprehension of the profound realm had already attained the first level. He had mastered the point dragon spear technique to great perfection, wielding it with overwhelming ferocity. Among the nearly 100,000 prodigies in this hunting expedition, he was undoubtedly ranked among the top 3 super geniuses. That Xiaomeng is remarkably formidable, Su Xian exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Indeed, he is quite powerful, acknowledged Duan Yufeng beside him. Although both possessed peak cultivation at the sea transformation stage, Duan Yufeng practiced the Imperial Yuanju, a unique and prestigious technique of the Tianyan royal family, renowned for its astonishing explosive power, surpassing even Su Xian's own method. In terms of sheer force, Duan Yufeng held a considerable advantage, and in the realms of comprehension and martial skill, he was equally matched. Facing him, Su Xian felt compelled to exert every ounce of his strength, unleashing his most potent techniques in hopes of holding his ground. Despite Duan Yunfeng's unwavering confidence in his abilities, he harbored a deep-seated wariness towards Xiaomeng. It was rumored that Xiaomeng had long secured a coveted spot in the Tianyan palace, but as a royal scion, he wished to avoid the stigma of being perceived as relying solely on his lineage to gain entry. Thus, he participated in this hunt. Duan Yufeng continued. Among the nearly 100,000 prodigies participating in this hunt, The most formidable and fierce among those who have displayed their prowess is undoubtedly Xia Meng, who is widely considered a surefire candidate for the top 3 positions in this endeavor. As for the rest of us, even I am merely seen as someone with the potential to break into the top 10. Su Xian continued to peruse the intelligence reports on various prodigies and soon came across Duan Yunfeng's profile. The report described him as the beggar youth Duan Yunfeng, eccentric in temperament and shrouded in mystery. For years, he had roamed the various states of the Tianyan Empire, challenging formidable opponents. His swordsmanship was exceptionally powerful, and his comprehension of martial concepts was remarkably high. Thus far, no one had compelled him to unleash his full strength. Yet he was deemed qualified to vie for a spot within the top 10 of the hunt. Upon reading this report, a peculiar expression crossed Su Xian's face. He recalled 2 points. First, Duan Yunfeng's origins were shrouded in mystery. Second, he had yet to reveal his utmost strength. The fact that he had not showcased his full prowess yet was sufficient for him to be deemed qualified to contend for a spot in the top 10. Coupled with his own confidence, Su Xian sighed quietly and continued to read further. Tu San. Su Xian's attention was drawn to another name. Tu San was likewise recognized as a contender for the top 10, a prodigious talent on par with Duan Yufeng. However, Su Xian's interest in him did not stem from his abilities, but rather his background. According to the intelligence, Tu San hailed from the Qi royal estate, having emerged from a group of orphans adopted by the Qi king. The Qi king? Su Xian's gaze narrowed. As far as he knew, this Qi king was the younger brother of the current emperor who had once vied for the throne against him. Although he had ultimately failed, he still wielded considerable power within the Tianyan dynasty, maintaining intricate connections with many influential families and factions within the realm. Notably, the Sidu family had a particularly close relationship with this Qi king. Previously, during the nocturnal assault on Su's family, a contingent of the Yinglong Guard had been involved. The Yinglong Guard could only be dispatched by members of the royal family, specifically those of significant authority. Thus, the Qi king was indeed one of the few authorized to command such a unit. Su Xian pondered silently, harboring suspicions but lacking confirmation. Ah, is this the intelligence regarding that Lady Luo Xian from earlier? Su Xian noticed information about the individual he had just encountered, the enchanting Luo Xian from the Ziyun sect. Although this lady from the Luo family may not rival the likes of Duan Yufeng or Tu San, her prowess is certainly commendable, qualifying her to contend for a position among the top 20. Furthermore, this Luo lady is revealed to be a bloodline awakener, having awakened a third-grade bloodline. Su Xian swiftly reviewed the profiles of various prodigies, and at last, his gaze fell upon the name he sought, the Situ family, Situ Yu. While Situ Yu may not shine with extraordinary brilliance, the information on him indicates that he is indeed one of the foremost talents within the Tianyan Empire, possessing the capability to breach the top 20. However, it is evident that his strength and accomplishments pale in comparison to those of Duan Yunfeng and Tu San. Given my current capabilities, defeating him should pose little challenge. Su Xian clenched his fists. Yet, this notion remains superficial as it has already been laid bare. Who is to say whether Situ Yu harbors hidden strengths? This hunting event has convened nearly 100,000 prodigies, although most have already demonstrated their abilities. Some truly formidable talents may still be operating under the radar, undiscovered yet possessing immense power. Take Su Xian himself, for instance. His ascension in strength has been remarkably swift, and his engagements have been few and far between. Currently, those aware of his abilities are merely the few who have crossed paths with him, such as Long Dao. However, during those encounters, he did not exert his full force, and thus, his name is conspicuously absent from this intelligence report. The publicly available records within the Genius Intelligence reveal that there are indeed dozens of prodigies qualified to vie for a position among the top 20, including several bloodline awakeners. Not to mention those whose abilities remain undisclosed. It is simply overwhelming. Su Xian clenched his fists, feeling a tinge of pressure within. Nevertheless, the slot for the Tianyan Palace disciple is mine for the taking. At that moment, I shall see how far I can advance. Su Xian and Duan Yufeng were conversing over drinks in a tavern, discussing various prodigies mentioned in the intelligence reports. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as someone challenged Xiao Mo. The Xiao family as Xiao Mo? The one qualified to contend for the top 20? Quick, let us go take a look. A flurry of excitement swept through the tavern as many prodigies hurried towards the arena. Xiao Mo? Su Xian's mind raced as he recalled information about this individual. Shall we also go and have a look? Duan Yunfeng suggested. Certainly, Su Xian nodded, and the two promptly made their way to the arena. Upon arriving, they witnessed two figures rapidly engaging in combat on the stage. A genius from Yuzhou, Su Xian raised an eyebrow. As one of the 36 states, Yunzhou's participants in this hunting event were not particularly outstanding. although there were a few who had progressed through the second level of the Xianlong Tower. Only 2 had truly qualified for the top 100 and were recorded in that intelligence report. The one currently facing Xiao Mo was among them. He is destined to lose, Duan Yunfeng remarked. As expected, when Xiao Mo made his move, it seemed as though dozens of cold glimmers simultaneously appeared on the arena. And the genius from Yunzhou, caught in the midst of these icy rays, was swiftly defeated. I concede. After vanquishing his opponent, Xiao Mo beamed with delight. Only to turn away, but at that moment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Duan Yufeng and the crowd. Duan Yufeng. Xiao Mo's expression instantly contorted, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. However, he refrained from any further action, merely scoffing before departing. Duan Yufeng. It appears that Xiao Mo harbors a grudge against you, Su Xian remarked with keen interest. Ah, it's nothing significant. I merely snatched away his bride on the day of his wedding and taught him a lesson, Duan Yunfeng replied nonchalantly. Xiao Mo's heart is rather narrow-minded. Snatched his bride on his wedding day? Su Xian exclaimed in astonishment. His wife was forcibly taken from him. I simply could not tolerate his behavior. Which is why I intervened, Duan Yunfeng explained. You're quite ruthless, Su Xian said, giving Duan Yunfeng a thumbs up. Understanding now the venomous look Xiao Mo had cast in his direction moments ago. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, Su Xian and Duan Yufeng soon returned to their respective lodgings for rest. The following 2 days remained bustling with activity at the camp. Unable to contain his restlessness, Duan Yufeng frequently took to the arena to engage in combat, while Su Xian maintained a notably low profile. Before long, the anticipated day of the hunt finally arrived. On that bright morning, as the sun rose in the east, nearly 100,000 prodigies stood together on the vast, boundless plains. Su Xian stood among the 10 geniuses from Yongning County, including Long Dao. Brother Long Dao, what is going on? Why do you all look so distressed? Su Xian inquired. Having noticed that not only Long Dao but also Choza and Ling Yu appeared to wear expressions of deep concern. In the past few days at the camp, we have all engaged in battles at the arena, but the results. Long Dao began, and Su Xian quickly grasped the situation. He realized that Long Dao and his companions had only managed to clear the first level of the dragon-seeking tower, which rendered them rather ordinary amidst the plethora of talents gathered for the hunt. Their attempts to challenge others in the arena had led to disheartening outcomes. The competitors in the arena were predominantly those who had surpassed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower, with many having even conquered the second level. After several encounters, Long Dao and his friends had suffered far more defeats than victories, and at times, their losses were quite devastating. There are simply too many prodigies here. Our presence feels like a mere formality. This initial phase of the hunt is beyond our capabilities, Long Dao lamented. Of the 10 talents selected from Yongning County, it seems you are the only one capable of making any progress in the first phase of the hunt. Do not lose heart. There are numerous geniuses participating in this phase of the hunt. With a bit of luck, perhaps you will also find success, Su Xian offered words of encouragement. Yet, Long Dao and the others could only manage a bittersweet smile in response. Suddenly, a series of explosions echoed as the void around them began to collapse. In mere moments, dozens of spatial passages leading to the royal hunting grounds materialized before the astonished talents. Amidst their awe, an aged elder presiding over the hunt waved his hand dramatically. Enter. Immediately, nearly 100,000 prodigies surged into the various spatial passages like a swarm of wasps. In but a moment, they all entered the hunting grounds. The royal hunt was officially underway. Chapter 40. The initial battle. The royal hunting grounds constituted a vast and expansive independent space. Within this realm, there were mountains and waters, indistinguishable from the outside world. At this moment, the nearly 100,000 participants in the hunt all found themselves within the hunting grounds simultaneously. As Su Xian appeared, his gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings. Although he could discern the presence of several individuals nearby, the companions who had stood beside him, Long Dao and Xiu Zhe, had vanished without a trace. Had everyone dispersed? Su Xian murmured. Young ones. A resounding voice echoed from above the hunting grounds, reverberating through every corner of the arena. All the talented individuals within the hunting grounds listened intently. The rules for the first stage of the hunt are quite straightforward. Upon arrival at the camp to register their identities, each of you received a token representing your identity. Your task is to devise every possible means to eliminate those you encounter and seize their tokens. In 5 days, the 1,000 individuals holding the most tokens shall be deemed successful. Additionally, the identity tokens possess a unique safeguard that can protect your lives in critical moments. Therefore, feel free to act without restraint. Even if you kill your opponent, they will not truly perish but merely be eliminated. Young ones, let the madness begin. The grand voice gradually faded away. In the arena of the hunt, the multitude of prodigies swiftly grasped the rules of engagement. This was a chaotic melee, a bloodbath that drew nearly 100,000 gifted individuals. Out of these, only a mere 1,000 could hope to survive. Su Xian narrowed his eyes, realizing the moment he entered the hunting ground that he could sense the precise locations of nearby talents through the talisman in his hand. This meant that as long as someone was in his vicinity, no matter how adept their concealment techniques, he would immediately perceive their presence. Consequently, despite some having amassed ample talismans over the course of 5 days of slaughter, they could not remain hidden. The intention was to force them into a frenzied battle. Su Xian furrowed his brow in contemplation. At the instant he comprehended the rules, a flurry of movement ensued. Through the talisman, Su Xian immediately detected several prodigies approaching him at an astonishing speed. Among them, for were the swiftest, all converging towards him. Did they underestimate me simply because I had achieved the pinnacle of the sea transformation stage, viewing me as an easy target? A chill gripped Su Xian's gaze as he swiftly drew his longsword. The first 4 to reach his vicinity were 3 men and 1 woman, with a sinisterly charming youth clad in purple standing directly before him. He wielded a battle spear, his energy surging, and a glint of excitement flickered in his eyes. How dare a mere sea transformation expert enter the Imperial City's hunt? If not you, then who shall be slain? With nearly 100,000 contenders, only 1,000 would remain. Thus, to eliminate one was to diminish the competition, even when faced with death. The presence of the talisman ensures that one does not truly perish. These prodigies, devoid of any semblance of mercy, would certainly not hesitate. Die. The sinister youth clad in purple was the first to bear the brunt of this sentiment. As he wielded his battle spear, it cut through the air like a tempest, howling towards Su Xian. In response, Su Xian held his sword in one hand, thrusting it forward with what appeared to be nonchalance. Yet, this seemingly casual movement unleashed a profound sword intent that deflected the spear aside. Subsequently, his longsword sliced through the void, aiming for the throat of the purple-clad youth. What? A flicker of shock danced in the eyes of the sinister youth. However, the restriction within the talisman on his person had already activated, enveloping him in a surge of white light that whisked him away from the hunting ground, leaving the talisman to drift aimlessly in the void. With a deft motion, Su Xian retrieved the talisman. No sooner had he completed this action than the assaults from the other 3 arrived in full force. Begone! Su Xian bellowed, his sword transforming into a streak of lightning. The first move of the phantom shadow technique, dark light. It shone like the sole beacon of hope in an expanse of unending darkness, the profundity of the swordsmanship far surpassing the imagination of the 3 geniuses. Clang, clang, clang. As the sounds of metallic clashes echoed, the offensives of the 3 prodigies were not only swiftly dismantled, but the weakest among them, a young woman, was promptly slain by Su Xian. How is this possible? Such strength? The 2 remaining geniuses, fortunate enough to escape, were left aghast, and without hesitation, they turned to flee. Su Xian made no attempt to pursue them. Instead, he stepped forward to collect the talisman left behind by the slain woman. These 4 individuals must have barely possessed the strength to breach the first layer of the dragon-seeking tower, Su Xian murmured to himself. To have successfully navigated the first level of the dragon-seeking tower is indeed a testament to one's genius. Under normal circumstances, an individual could effortlessly vanquish several peak practitioners of the sea transformation stage simultaneously, establishing themselves as unrivaled champions within a county. Yet, merely 2 months prior, Su Xian, having only attained the minor completion of the sea transformation stage, managed to traverse the first level of the dragon-seeking tower with relative ease. Over the ensuing 2 months of rigorous training, not only did he advance to the major completion of the sea transformation stage, but his mastery and comprehension of swordsmanship also saw remarkable enhancement. Presently, he possesses an unwavering confidence in his ability to secure a position within the top 10 of the upcoming hunting rankings. Confronting such a talent, who only barely surpassed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower, would be exceedingly effortless. He merely needed to exert a fraction of his bloodline power. Even his swordsmanship remained largely unutilized. As Su Xian pondered the relative weakness of these 4 prodigies, others rapidly advanced toward him, initially distanced from Su Xian. These talents had not arrived immediately. However, en route, they witnessed a shocking scene. 4 peak practitioners of the sea transformation stage had converged to eliminate the major completion practitioner, only to see 2 of their number fall in an instant, with the remaining 2 fleeing in panic. The approaching talents promptly halted in their tracks, astonished at the strength of this major completion practitioner. The rapid annihilation of 2 amidst their collective assault indicated a prowess that undoubtedly surpassed the standards of the second level of the Red Dragon Tower. Without hesitation, these witnesses of Su Xian's formidable strength instinctively turned to flee, fearful of becoming his next targets. Within the royal hunting grounds, the first phase of hunting erupted into chaos, with battles raging across the expanse. Nearly 100,000 prodigies participated in the hunt, engaging in fierce battles to seize the coveted tokens from one another. As the conflicts raged on, a significant number of these talents were eliminated, expelled from the hunting grounds. Outside the arena, on the vast and expansive plain, one after another, prodigies emerged from the spatial portals. "Kongjing, you have been eliminated so soon?" questioned a group of prodigies from Yongning County who had also been cast out. "I may possess slightly greater strength than you, but I barely reached the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. Among the multitude of talents in this hunt, I still ranked at the bottom." Just as I grasped the rules, a formidable genius approached and, in merely 2 moves, dispatched me. That individual is undoubtedly a top-tier genius who has surpassed the second level of the dragon-seeking tower. I had no means to defend myself against him, Kongjing lamented, his face etched with disappointment. He had initially hoped to showcase his abilities during this hunt, yet he was swiftly slain and eliminated as soon as he comprehended the rules. In one corner of the plain, another recently eliminated prodigy addressed the alluring figure clad in purple. "Brother Chu, how did you find yourself eliminated at the start? With your strength, you could have lasted longer in the hunting grounds, vanquishing several geniuses and claiming a few tokens." After a moment's pause, the enigmatic youth in purple regained his composure and replied, "Brother Ling, it may amuse you to hear this, but I encountered a formidable opponent at the pinnacle of the sea transformation stage. I had hoped to easily claim a token from what I presumed to be a soft target, yet to my surprise, this individual dispatched me with a mere glance. A transformation from the mundane to the extraordinary, a single encounter leading to one's demise." The words of the enigmatic youth clad in purple astonished the surrounding prodigies from the same region. I too was taken aback by such a turn of events. The purple-clad youth could only manage a wry smile. As time slipped away, the number of eliminated talents grew increasingly daunting. Within merely half a day, over half of the nearly 100,000 aspirants who had entered the hunting grounds had been ousted. Soon, the day of carnage came to a close. As night fell, the remaining talents within the hunting grounds unanimously opted for a respite, for they too required time to recuperate their spiritual energy and partake in sustenance. It was not until the break of dawn that the slaughter resumed. Within the hunting grounds, a flash of sword light danced as if a serpent glided effortlessly along the adversary's weapon, aimed towards the opponent's throat. The brilliance of white enveloped the young talent, whose eyes still reflected shock. The 14th one. Su Xian observed with calm detachment as this prodigy was escorted out of the hunting grounds. In terms of prowess, this individual was nearing the standards of the second level of the dragon-seeking tower. However, in the face of Su Xian, there was little room for resistance. This marked the 14th talent he had dispatched in the hunt. While the count of those he had personally eliminated stood at 14, he had amassed over 30 tokens. After all, many of these talents had previously vanquished others, claiming their tokens, which remained intact after their demise at Su Xian's hands. Following a day of slaughter, the number of talents I encountered dwindled. After slaying the 13th talent, it took over an hour before I encountered this 14th one, Su Xian murmured. He was also aware that at the outset, nearly 100,000 prodigies had simultaneously appeared in the hunting ground, creating an extraordinarily dense and chaotic environment. Thus, the initial clashes were the most intense and frenzied. However, as time passed and more geniuses were eliminated, the number of remaining talents dwindled, consequently reducing the probability of encounters. Nevertheless, those who managed to survive an entire day of bloodshed were undoubtedly formidable, each possessing a significant number of tokens. Slaying one of them was tantamount to vanquishing several lesser talents. Su Xian mused, recalling the 14th genius he had just dispatched, who had left behind a substantial 8 tokens. As noon approached, the scorching sun blazed down upon the earth. Su Xian, sword in hand, walked slowly through a forested area. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Through the tokens, he sensed the presence of 3 geniuses nearby. Moreover, the 3 had evidently detected him as well, swiftly converging towards his location. Were they collaborating? Su Xian felt no surprise. After all, only 1,000 individuals would remain by the end of this first phase of the hunt. Due to the nature of the rules, luck played little role in this endeavor. To succeed in the initial hunting phase, one had to rely on formidable strength to eliminate other talents and seize their tokens. Those at the pinnacle of power, such as Xia Meng, Duan Yufeng, and Tu San, could easily dispatch their peers to acquire ample tokens. However, those of slightly lesser strength, who lacked the confidence to navigate the initial phase of the hunt alone, must resort to collaboration. In but a fleeting moment, the 3 prodigies manifested before Su Xian. Was he merely a pinnacle of the ocean transformation stage? Through the talisman, he must have sensed our arrival, yet he remains unperturbed? The 3 figures stood in tandem before Su Xian, their gazes fixed upon him as though he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. Chapter 41. Song Yin among them. The foremost was a defiant man, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, piercing into Su Xian. a practitioner at the ocean transformation stage, who had survived until now in this hunting ground, could not be deemed weak. Listen well, boy. You have two choices before you. The first is to relinquish all the talismans you have acquired thus far and join our ranks. Should you do so, we shall share the spoils from slaying other prodigies, and you will still have a chance to pass this initial phase of the hunt. The second option is that we will strike you down right here and now, and your talisman shall become ours. Kill me? You three think you can? Su Xian scoffed. You seek your own demise. Enraged, the defiant man barked. Then let us strike together and eliminate him. In unison, the three figures lunged forward. They held no contempt for Su Xian merely because he was at the ocean transformation stage. With a swift motion, two brandished blades while the third wielded a formidable hammer. Each attack imbued with formidable intent, their assault overwhelmingly fierce and terrifying. The two individuals on the first level of the dragon-seeking tower were of exceptional caliber, while another was of the second-level standard. Su Xian raised his brow, and with a single move, he assessed the strength of the three. His longsword emerged, transforming into a manifestation of mountains and seas. The trio immediately exerted their utmost effort, executing their techniques with remarkable speed and formidable power. Yet, upon clashing with Su Xian's sword, they felt as though they were striking against a mass of cotton. From top to bottom, they could find no discernible flaw in his defense. Such an extraordinary level of defense. This sword play exhibited an astonishing technique for dissipating force. Even if our own power were to double, it would likely be effortlessly neutralized by his swordsmanship. The three were internally astounded. Faced with such a terrifying defensive swordplay, it was evident that they stood no chance of defeating him, and thus they hastily retreated. The leader, a defiant man, commanded them decisively, and without a moment's hesitation. The trio withdrew at their utmost speed. They were indeed prudent. Su Xian calmly observed their departure. He had just employed the Mountain Sea Scroll to counter their initial onslaught and had gained a clear understanding of their strength, preparing to counterattack, only to find that they had already retreated. Had he reacted just a moment slower, he would have altered his sword's momentum, and at least two of them would have been left behind. Shaking his head, Su Xian continued onward. Half an hour later, he sensed a change in his expression. Through the talisman, he could detect four prodigies gathering ahead, seemingly engaged in a fierce battle. Su Xian promptly made his way toward them. Could it be them? As Su Xian approached the periphery of the battlefield, he immediately recognized that among those engaged in combat were three individuals he had recently encountered, including the audacious man with whom he had clashed. Now, these three defiant figures were contending with a towering, muscular man with golden hair. This golden-haired giant donned a pair of golden gauntlets, and as he channeled his ferocious spiritual power, his fists became akin to two golden meteors, striking with relentless ferocity. Their might utterly astonishing. The trio of audacious men exerted their utmost effort, barely managing to withstand the onslaught of the golden-haired behemoth, yet the struggle grew increasingly arduous. Song Yin. Su Xian recognized the golden-haired giant, and his expression reflected a peculiar astonishment. How had these three, who had previously exhibited such caution, dared to confront Song Yin? Should they not have fled at the mere sight of him? Song Yin was noted in intelligence reports as a top-tier genius, deemed qualified to contend for a position among the top 20 in this hunt. Such a prodigy, even if solitary, should dominate the hunting grounds. Although the trio of audacious men presented a formidable alliance, to actively confront Song Yin was tantamount to courting death. In truth, the three audacious men were grappling with their own dismay. Their tokens could only sense the presence of a genius nearby, but could not discern the identity of the opponent. Upon detecting a genius in the vicinity, they had hastily sought him out, only to discover that they had encountered Song Yin. Upon recognizing Song Yin, they dared not engage in combat and prepared to flee at once. However, Song Yin would not allow their escape. Instead, he unleashed his formidable speed and charged at them. Among the three, one was swiftly caught by Song Yin, forcing the others to join forces in a desperate attempt to survive, leading to the current scene. Song Yin. We have already made concessions and are willing to offer you 10 tokens. Do not push your luck, shouted the defiant man amidst the fray. Push my luck? What of it? Song Yin sneered, his fist swelling with overwhelming power in that moment. In mere moments, one of the trio, already on the brink of exhaustion, failed to evade him and was struck down by a single punch. Scatter and flee. The remaining two hastily bolted in different directions, but Song Yin pursued one and dispatched him swiftly. In the end, only the defiant man managed to escape, while the other two were eliminated, leaving their tokens in Song Yin's possession. Humph, one got away, Song Yin scoffed, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction yet recognizing the futility of the situation. Those who survived this hunting ground were all genuine prodigies of immense strength. That he could eliminate two of them in a head-on confrontation was already remarkable. At that moment, Song Yan's icy gaze, akin to that of a ferocious beast, fell upon Su Xian at the edge of the battlefield. You did not flee at the first opportunity upon encountering me, and instead dared to remain and observe as I eliminated other talents. You are either a foolish egotist or a true powerhouse. Which do you belong to? Song Yan's voice, chilling and resonant, echoed throughout the forest. Are you a fool or a formidable warrior? Only by trying will you know. Su Exine merely smiled faintly. Song Yan chose not to respond further. Instead, he fixated his cold gaze upon Su Exine. After 3 breaths, whoosh. Like a ferocious beast, Song Yan surged towards Su Exine. His tightly clenched fist resembling 2 colossal golden suns, radiating an overwhelming and suffocating power that surged directly towards Su Exine. Both speed and strength reached their zenith. According to the intelligence gathered, Song Yan was astonishingly remarkable in both velocity and might, his offensive techniques exceptionally fierce. Undoubtedly belonging to the category of genius warriors who overpower others with sheer strength. Thus, I am eager to witness whose prowess reigns supreme. A spark of excitement flickered in Su Exine's eyes. Boom. The swordsmanship erupted like fire and thunder, infused with a remarkable sword intent. The power of his bloodline surged to 50%, merging with the transformative spiritual energy of his inherited techniques, culminating in a force that reached the pinnacle of the sea. Bang, 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 bang. Song Yan's golden fists collided violently with Su Exine's raging sword time and again. Each clash produced a series of thunderous booms and terrifying shockwaves that rippled through the forest, causing numerous trees to shatter and collapse under the onslaught. The ground beneath them trembled violently with each strike. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in over 100 direct confrontations, leaving the surrounding forest in a state of utter devastation. Such formidable swordsmanship. In this direct confrontation, his power is at least on par with mine, if not slightly stronger. Song Yan gazed intently at Su Exine, his expression marked by an unprecedented seriousness. He did not underestimate Su Exine due to his cultivation level from the outset. He exerted all his strength. However, after nearly 100 exchanges, it was evident that he was slightly at a disadvantage. Your strength is formidable, certainly not beneath mine. Our battle has reached a stalemate. Let us cease this conflict, Song Yan proposed. Stalemate? I beg to differ, Su Exine replied with a light laugh, his sword slicing through the air once more with unrestrained ferocity. Are you intent on wasting time? Song Yan retorted, a hint of anger in his voice. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, his expression shifted dramatically. He realized that while Su Exine's swordsmanship had not visibly altered, the sword intent imbued within it had significantly intensified compared to their previous encounters. The might of the technique surged accordingly. If Su Exine's earlier strikes resembled an intensely burning flame, now, under the amplified sword intent, they transformed into a volcanic eruption, violently spewing forth with unparalleled force. Song Yan hastily swung his fists, unleashing his ultimate techniques in response. However, the results were staggering. With each collision, he felt a tingling numbness in his hands, and his form was relentlessly pushed back. Stronger than me. This sword technique possesses a might that far surpasses my own. A flicker of astonishment crossed Song Yan's eyes. As a prodigy hailing from a prominent region, he had encountered countless formidable opponents on his journey. Yet, until now, he had never faced a figure at the sea transformation realm capable of overwhelming him in a direct clash of pure strength. Until this hunting expedition, I had not encountered the swordsman of such remarkable talent before me. He was undeniably overwhelmed in a direct confrontation. Yet this swordsman possessed only the cultivation of a great sea. Release me with 30 talismans, Song Yan exclaimed, retreating swiftly. Su Exine, taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Very well. Song Yan, not one for unnecessary words, swiftly unfastened the pouch at his waist, retrieving 30 talismans and casting them towards Su Exine. Upon receiving them, Su Exine immediately ceased his actions. May I inquire your esteemed name? Song Yan gazed intently at Su Exine. In Yoning Prefecture, I am Su Exine. He replied. Su Exine, your strength surpasses mine. I am certain that you will prevail until the end of this hunt. Should our paths cross again in the final stages, let us engage once more. Song Yan stated. Agreed, Su Exine nodded. Song Yan clasped his hands in salutation and turned to depart. In the Imperial City's hunting ground, there exists an abundance of prodigies. Aside from those already documented in intelligence reports, many others remain undisclosed in their prowess, and today, I have encountered one such individual. Song Yan mused as he quickly vanished from Su Exine's sight. This Song Yan is indeed decisive, a true man of resolve. Su Exine contemplated the 30 talismans now in his possession. Had he chosen to persist in his assault, it was entirely plausible that he could have detained Song Yan entirely, thus acquiring even more talismans. However, such an action was unnecessary. Given that Song Yan had already conceded and offered the 30 talismans, any further aggression would irreparably offend him. In the hunting grounds, one cannot truly eliminate an opponent to avert future troubles. In pursuit of a mere token, one has inadvertently provoked a prodigious talent capable of penetrating the top 20 of the hunt. Should the other party possess a modicum of vindictiveness, retaliation is a distinct possibility. Though he himself harbors no fear, it could potentially jeopardize his family. According to intelligence reports, Song Yin is also a contender for this elite group, comparable to Sityu. It is worth noting that Sityu hails from a prominent family, thus benefiting from superior resources, which may render him slightly stronger than Song Yin, though not by a significant margin. Yet, I vanquished Song Yin with remarkable ease. Su Xian pondered. Indeed, it was effortless. He had only unleashed 50% of his bloodline power, and his swordsmanship had merely grazed the surface. He had not even resorted to his ultimate techniques. Yet Song Yin could not withstand it. Sityu, do not let our paths cross in this hunting ground, for if they do, I shall ensure you do not even surpass the first phase of the hunt. Su Xian mused quietly. Chapter 42. The birth of the strongest alliance. The battle raged on. Within the forest, a portly monk with bare feet and a round face stood resolutely, a string of black prayer beads cascading down to his ample belly. Before him stood a trembling man clad in red, who had previously navigated the second level of the dragon-seeking tower, his visage contorted in fear. Moments ago, this group of four had encountered the monk, and without hesitation, they attempted to seize the talisman from his grasp. However, in but a single exchange, the monk had unleashed a technique, resulting in the immediate elimination of 3 members of the quartet, leaving only one to survive momentarily. Esteemed practitioner, have you encountered Sityu in this hunting ground? The great monk suddenly inquired. Is it Sityu? The one qualified to rank among the top 20? The man in the red robe was taken aback and instinctively shook his head. Despite 3 groups of individuals, none had encountered Sityu. Was he absent from this region? The monk, lost in his thoughts, muttered to himself and then disregarded the man in red, turning to leave. After a considerable time, the barefoot monk arrived at another area of the hunting grounds. This monk was extraordinary. A man and a woman, both talented individuals, gazed at the great monk who stood before them. These 2 were listed in the talent dossier, both deemed worthy contenders for the top 50 in the hunting arena. Yet, standing in front of the monk, they felt an unspoken pressure. Clearly, the monk's prowess was remarkable. Esteemed patrons, have you encountered Sityu in this area? The monk inquired. Both shook their heads in response. Is he truly not present here? The monk appeared somewhat disappointed, but suddenly his gaze sharpened as he focused on the lady in green among them. If I am not mistaken, you must be the esteemed young lady of the Song family. The Song family has always maintained a close relationship with the Sityu family, so surely your bond with Sityu is significant. And what of it? The lady in green replied coldly. Indeed, her connection with Sityu is profound. In that case, I beg your pardon for my impertinence. Just as the monk finished speaking, a swift motion ensued. His figure seemed to shift instantaneously, appearing directly before the woman clad in blue. In his hand, a stone staff was already descending upon her. Such astonishing speed. The blue-clad woman was taken aback. Yet being one of the top 50 talents in this hunt, she quickly regained her composure and swung her sword to defend herself. However, with a resounding crack, the terrifying force struck her sword, shattering it to splinters, and the stone staff continued its relentless assault upon her. A blinding white light enveloped her, and she was promptly eliminated. How could this be? The talent accompanying the blue-clad woman had just begun to comprehend the situation when he witnessed her elimination. Following this, the large monk, after dispatching the blue-clad woman, directed his stone staff towards him. Once again, with a single blow, this equally formidable talent, poised to break into the top 50, met the same fate. As for the tokens left behind by the 2, the monk merely cast a casual glance before tossing them into his satchel. This area was devoid of further prospects. He would need to seek out another location. With only 3 days remaining until the conclusion of this first phase of the hunt, he hoped to locate Sityu. Otherwise, he would have to wait for the next phase, wasting a considerable amount of time. Alas, what a burdensome task. The monk shook his ample head and muttered a few grievances before taking a couple of strides, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Outside the hunting grounds, on the vast expanse of the plain, the 2 individuals in blue were expelled one after the other. A multitude of already eliminated talents gathered around, instantly recognizing the pair. It is the young lady from the Song family, along with the foremost genius of the cloud-turning sect. According to the intelligence reports, both individuals are qualified to contend for a position among the top 50 in the hunt. How could they have been eliminated? And curiously, they were ousted one after the other. What transpired? Who was responsible for their elimination? Numerous prodigies were left bewildered. Logically, those noted in the intelligence reports should have been able to navigate through the initial phase of the hunt with relative ease. provided they did not suffer from particularly ill fortune and exercised a modicum of caution. The fact that two geniuses, both capable of vying for the top 50, were consecutively eliminated is indeed astonishing. At this moment, the two recently ousted women in green stood side by side, their minds still in a state of confusion. Was it truly possible for a single strike to shatter my weapon? Who could this formidable monk be? They could hardly believe they had been so effortlessly eliminated. The display of strength exhibited by that monk left them utterly astounded. He was astonishingly powerful, far beyond any practitioner of the sea transformation realm they had previously encountered. Even that individual, who was deemed capable of securing a place among the top 3 in the hunt, Xiameng, would likely pale in comparison to him. With a single blow, they had no room for struggle or resistance. This level of power sent shivers through their hearts. Most importantly, they had no knowledge of who that monk was. There was no mention of him in the talent reports. They had never heard of him before, yet here he was. Was that monk searching for Sitiyu? The eyes of the woman in green narrowed slightly. Su Xian wandered alone in the hunting ground, when suddenly a change flickered across his countenance. Through his talisman, he sensed the presence of a prodigy nearby, who, upon discovering him, swiftly approached in his direction. Such remarkable speed. Su Xian felt the individual drawing near with astonishing rapidity. Alone, they must indeed be a true powerhouse, Su Xian mused. After these days of fierce combat, he had come to realize that those who formed teams often lacked exceptional strength. Even when several banded together, he remained unconcerned. In contrast, lone wanderers frequently proved to be the genuine elites. Take for instance the formidable Song Yan, who had previously clashed with him. Possessing the prowess to rank within the top 20 of the hunting competition, yet daring to roam the grounds unaccompanied. Like Su Xian himself, who also ventured alone. Any small team that dared to seize his talisman would be courting death. Before long, the individual drew near. Su Xian had prepared himself for battle. But upon seeing the person's visage clearly, he could not help but smile. Duan Yunfeng. Su Xian called out cheerfully. Su Xian. Duan Yunfeng initially appeared taken aback. But soon a grin spread across his face. The two sheathed their weapons, having no intention of engaging in combat. Both were extraordinary talents of comparable strength, sharing a mutual admiration and a deep bond. Even if they were to engage in a fierce contest to determine the victor, it would be reserved for the final phase of the hunt. Haha, Su Xian, it seems we are quite fated. The hunting ground is so vast. Yet we encounter each other early on, Duan Yunfeng remarked with a laugh. Well, if you were a woman, I might find such words acceptable, Su Xian quipped in jest. The relationship between the two was inherently good, and Duan Yunfeng was straightforward, so joking around was inconsequential. How many tokens do you have? Have you gathered enough? Duan Yunfeng inquired. Nearly 100,000 prodigies participated in the hunt, yet only the top 1,000, possessing the most tokens, could advance beyond the first phase. Statistically speaking, as long as one held over 100 tokens, passing was assured. I'm still a little short. What about you? Su Xian asked. I still have quite a way to go, Duan Yunfeng shrugged. Unfortunately, during my previous adventures, my actions were rather reckless, leading to my name being recorded in the intelligence reports early on. Every genius participating in the hunt recognizes me, and upon sighting me, they immediately flee or evade. Initially, it wasn't too bad since the prodigies were densely packed, allowing me to easily pursue and seize tokens from some of them. However, as more and more geniuses were eliminated, acquiring tokens became increasingly challenging. Nevertheless, with 3 days remaining until the first phase concludes, I should be able to gather the necessary tokens without much difficulty. Su Xian nodded in understanding. Unlike him, who remained inconspicuous and unknown, allowing him to surprise others with his strength, Duan Yunfeng was a figure of dread upon seeing him. Others would instinctively keep their distance, naturally diminishing his opportunities to acquire tokens compared to Su Xian. Indeed, Su Xian, as we progress through this initial phase of the hunt, many prodigies have chosen to ally with one another, including several noted in the intelligence reports. Why don't we join forces as well? Duan Yunfeng suddenly proposed. Join forces? You say? Su Xian raised an eyebrow, questioning whether that would be too much of an imposition. It would indeed be an imposition. Duan Yunfeng needn't elaborate. The intelligence report had already established that he was capable of breaking into the top 10, and notably, he had never revealed his most formidable strength. As for Su Xian, his prowess was undoubtedly on par with Duan Yunfeng's. Previously, he had hardly exerted himself to the fullest, yet he had managed to suppress Song Yan, who was qualified to contest for the top 20, to the extent that Song Yan had no choice but to surrender 30 tokens to leave. The strength of either of these two was sufficient to easily vanquish the other talents within the hunting grounds. Should they unite? What does it matter if it feels like an imposition? Duan Yunfeng chuckled. Besides, Your cultivation is merely at the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm. Few truly comprehend your strength. Even if we were to join forces, who would genuinely perceive the might of our alliance? Moreover, with our combined efforts, we could navigate the hunting grounds with impunity, even when encountering those equally qualified to vie for the top 10, including the formidable Xiaomeng. We could devise means to eliminate them, thereby clearing obstacles for our subsequent hunts. Su Xian found himself somewhat tempted by this proposition. Duan Yufeng was not mistaken. This hunting expedition was teeming with formidable geniuses. Should they encounter one in the hunting grounds, even if he were capable of defeating them, it would be nearly impossible to eliminate them, as they could easily retreat if the odds were against them. However, if he were to join forces with Duan Yufeng, the number of those who could escape their grasp would dwindle significantly. They could systematically eliminate the top talents they encountered, thereby ensuring a smoother hunting experience ahead. Moreover, if they were to confront the most powerful of them all, Xiaomeng, despite Xiaomeng's strength, their alliance would undoubtedly inflict considerable damage upon him. With a stroke of good fortune, they might even manage to eliminate Xiaomeng before the competition intensified. Thus, they agreed to join forces. Su Xian acquiesced eagerly. Haha, splendid. Duan Yufeng laughed heartily. With their collaboration, the most formidable duo in the hunting grounds was born. Chapter 43. Tang Xian. Within the hunting grounds, they discovered a singular figure. The individual has also perceived our presence and, realizing the odds are unfavorable, has begun to flee. Haha, let us pursue. A team of 4 prodigies. Alerted by their tokens, sensed the fleeing individual ahead and promptly gave chase. They quickly caught up to their quarry. Is this merely a consummate transformation of the sea? The 4 geniuses were taken aback, yet the individual they pursued had ceased fleeing and turned to face them, a playful smile gracing his lips. Something felt amiss. The 4 individuals immediately sensed that something was amiss. Simultaneously, they noticed another figure rapidly approaching from nearby, and in the blink of an eye, he entered their line of sight. It was Duan Yufeng, the Duan Yufeng, who undoubtedly deserved a place among the top 10 in this hunt. A trap. This was indeed a trap. The expressions of the 4 prodigies changed dramatically. They were not foolish. They recognized that the seemingly unthreatening figure of a peak sea transformation practitioner was merely bait designed to lure them in, although their group was formidable. With 2 members having ascended to the 2nd level of the dragon-seeking tower, they felt utterly devoid of confidence when faced with Duan Yufeng. We must flee. The 4 immediately began to retreat. However, to their astonishment, the supposed bait, the sea transformation practitioner, charged directly at them, seeking death. As for Duan Yufeng, they could tolerate him, but how dare a mere sea transformation practitioner obstruct their path? Eliminate him. The 4 acted decisively, unleashing their lethal techniques in unison. Yet, in the face of their assault, Su Xian appeared remarkably at ease, his sword slicing through the air. His stance was as steadfast as a rock, and the sword intent surged forth like a tidal wave. Clang, 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 clang. The sounds of 4 consecutive clashes echoed as Su Xian effortlessly deflected their attacks. Not retreating a single step, but rather advancing, the overwhelming tide of his sword intent pressing upon them, forcing the 4 to desperately defend themselves. How could this be? The 4 were left in a state of bewilderment. In theory, when the 4 of them unleashed their full power and executed their ultimate techniques, even the intelligence suggesting they could challenge the top 50 hunting prodigies would not render the task of completely thwarting them an easy feat. However, the individual before them, having attained the pinnacle of the transformation sea stage, not only effortlessly countered their assaults but also wielded his swordsmanship with such finesse that it compelled them to defend themselves in a state of panic. With Su Xian acting as an impediment, the 4 were unable to escape in the first instance, allowing Duan Yufeng to swiftly approach. In mere moments, the duo eliminated the 4 assailants together. How exhilarating! Duan Yufeng, while tallying the tokens left behind by their foes, laughed heartily, remarking, "Had I been alone, the moment these 4 laid eyes on me, they would have fled without hesitation. Even if I exerted every ounce of my strength to pursue, they could have dispersed and escaped, leaving me with the mere possibility of slaying one of them. But now, with you serving as bait and swiftly intercepting them, not a single one shall escape." Su Xian nodded in agreement, chuckling. Were it not for Duan Yufeng, had he been alone, even if the 4 had actively charged at him, he could have managed to eliminate at most 1 or 2, but capturing all 4 would have been a daunting task. Soon, the tokens were counted, and the 2 shared the spoils equally. Subsequently, they employed the same strategy. Su Xian continued to act as bait, drawing in those talented squads to launch attacks, while Duan Yufeng stepped in, and together they struck. It was a trap. Duan Yufeng, with his prowess at the transformation sea stage, had deliberately set a snare. One Duan Yufeng was already formidable enough, but this transformation sea expert was equally strong, and they were collaborating? This was utterly unfair. The talented individuals who were drawn in and ultimately eliminated by Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng were filled with resentment. Yet they found themselves powerless. Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng paid them little heed. After several encounters, the process unfolded smoothly, with few managing to escape their grasp. Both of them had already accumulated over 100 talismans, which meant that as long as they were not killed or eliminated midway, they were certain to progress through the first phase of the hunt. However, the two were not particularly concerned with the quantity of talismans. In fact, they regarded the first phase of the hunt with indifference. Their sole anticipation lay in the hope of encountering formidable top-tier opponents during this initial hunting phase, with the intent to eliminate these strong adversaries first. Su Xian, why have you consistently employed your defensive swordsmanship in your recent actions? Duan Yunfeng inquired suddenly. He had observed that Su Xian utilized the mountain and sea scroll to thwart the escape of those talented teams. Yet, having previously battled Su Xian, Duan Yunfeng was aware that Su Xian had a superior command of the Thunder and Fire Scroll, which could have easily dispatched those talents from the outset. I shall not conceal it from you. My comprehension of this defensive swordsmanship, the mountain and sea scroll, has reached a bottleneck, and I am on the verge of a breakthrough. I have a feeling that if I engage in combat with some truly top-tier experts, I may very well transcend this sword technique, Su Xian responded. Is that so? Duan Yunfeng understood. When swordsmanship encounters a bottleneck, breaking through naturally requires rigorous training. The duo of Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng continued to roam unabashedly within the hunting grounds. On the afternoon of the third day of the initial phase of the hunt, they finally encountered a true prodigy, Tang Xian. This hunting expedition presented an opportunity to challenge the top 10 talents, and in terms of strength, Tang Xian was indeed very close to Duan Yunfeng. Su Xian's gaze was grave as he fixed his eyes on a tall, stern man wielding a long spear before him. According to the intelligence report, Tang Xian was certainly qualified to contend for a position in the top 10. However, the report also indicated that nearly 20 talents were deemed capable of this feat. Ultimately, it was uncertain who would secure a spot in the top 10, as the report merely provided a general assessment of strength. Among those qualified to vie for the top 10, Duan Yunfeng and Tu San from the Qi Wangfu stood out as the most formidable and credible, both in terms of achievements and capabilities. Thus, when all factors were considered, Duan Yunfeng was slightly stronger than Tang Xian. Unexpectedly, I encounter you, Tang Xian, during this initial phase of the hunt. Your luck seems rather unfortunate. Duan Yunfeng remarked with a grin. The cold and composed Tang Xian, still gripping his spear, fixed his intense gaze on Duan Yunfeng. As for Su Xian, a fully realized master of the sea transformation stage, he was overlooked, as he had not been mentioned in the intelligence report. Duan Yunfeng, do you wish to duel with me? Tang Xian scoffed. Perhaps in terms of strength, Duan Yunfeng held a slight edge, but the gap between them was minimal, and he had no fear of engaging in combat. Duel? No. I desire not merely to battle you. I intend to eliminate you and ensure your disqualification. Duan Yunfeng declared. Eliminate me? Just based on your capabilities? Tang Xian retorted with disdain. Relying solely on my abilities is insufficient. However, before Duan Yunfeng could finish his sentence, his figure had already darted forward. The brilliance of his blade was unparalleled, striking with ferocity. Do you think I fear you? Tang Xian displayed no trepidation, immediately countering the assault. Grasping a long spear, he unleashed a series of thunderous strikes, each blow resembling that of an enormous hammer. Relentless and astonishingly powerful, Duan Yunfeng's spiritual energy surged, his strength reaching the threshold of the void-breaking realm as he wielded his long knife with unmatched ferocity and exquisite artistry. In their fierce battle, Tang Xian found himself at a slight disadvantage. Yet, at that moment, a flash of sword light appeared, silent and sudden. What? Tang Xian was taken aback. The emergence of this sword light was utterly unexpected, and its speed was astonishing. The profound essence it embodied was unfathomable. Even in a direct confrontation, he would have to exert all his strength to deflect this sword light, yet now he was entirely focused on his clash with Duan Yunfeng. The unexpected arrival of this sword. Whoosh! Tang Xian erupted with terrifying might, executing his ultimate technique to parry Duan Yunfeng's knife light while awkwardly twisting his body to evade the silent sword strike. Although he managed to escape, he remained unsettled. It was he. That sword just now, was it executed by him? Only then did Tang Xian realize that the one who had unleashed that sudden sword strike was none other than the Hua Haidaching, whom he had previously dismissed and overlooked entirely. You were fortunate to evade. Su Xian chuckled coldly. Tang Xian certainly underestimated you. Duan Yunfeng chuckled. Su Xian, Let us join forces to eliminate this talented individual who is qualified to break into the top 10 of the hunt. Agreed, Su Xian nodded. In an instant, the two launched their attack simultaneously. Tang Xian could no longer maintain his composure. He fought desperately against both Su Xian and Duan Yufeng. However, the more he battled, the more anxious he became. Duan Yufeng was to be expected. He was well aware of Duan Yunfeng's prowess, and in a one-on-one confrontation, he harbored no fear. Yet, with Su Xian, who had merely achieved the pinnacle of the sea transformation stage, what terrifying swordsmanship! The essence. His comprehension of the essence undoubtedly reached the first tier, far surpassing my own. Despite being merely at the peak of the sea transformation stage, his explosive power was not inferior to that of any peak sea transformation master. He must still be a bloodline awakener. Against either of these two, I stand no chance. And facing them both in tandem, escape is simply not an option. Tang Xian panicked. He never anticipated that, with his own strength, during this Imperial City hunt, nearly in the first phase of the competition, he would be pushed to such a desperate situation. Soon, he was on the brink of elimination. Duan Yufeng, along with that sword-wielding lad, both possessed the capability to contend for the top 10 in this hunt. Alone, they could dominate the battlefield, and yet they conspired together. Shameless, you are utterly shameless. Tang Xian could only scream in fury. Beyond his enraged shouts, he found himself utterly powerless. Shameless? Duan Yufeng scoffed. And what if we are? His temperament was eccentric, and he acted on whims, utterly indifferent to the thoughts of others. Yet, at that moment, Su Xian abruptly halted his actions. Tang Xian, I can offer you an opportunity, Su Xian declared. I possess a defensive sword technique. If you can break through it head-on, I shall allow you to leave. Tang Xian turned his gaze towards Su Xian, questioning, are you speaking the truth? Indeed, Su Xian affirmed with a nod. Tang Xian then glanced at Duan Yufeng. Don't look at me. Since he has proposed it, I certainly won't oppose, Duan Yufeng replied nonchalantly. He was already aware that Su Xian's defensive sword technique had encountered a bottleneck, and it was evident that he intended to use Tang Xian as a means to hone that skill. Naturally, he supported Su Xian. Moreover, to be honest, he held Tang Xian in little regard. Even if he allowed him to depart now, Tang Xian would pose no threat in the subsequent stages of the hunt. Make your move, Su Xian commanded, pointing his longsword forward. I wish to see just how formidable your defensive sword technique truly is. Tang Xian's gaze turned cold as he stepped forward, his spear transforming in an instant into a dragon-like force. Boom! A flash of cold light erupted, unleashing a terrifying might. Tang Xian excelled in offensive prowess and was exceedingly confident in his attacking methods. Despite the fact that this individual before him had achieved mastery in the transformation of the sea and possessed profound understanding of swordsmanship and concepts, he did not believe that his defensive sword technique could withstand his spear techniques entirely. However, the reality was, no matter how frenzied or formidable Tang Xian's spear techniques were, they could not break through Su Xian's sword defense. Su Xian's sword technique stood like a towering mountain. Even with the exertion of his most formidable moves, it could not be shaken in the slightest. Half a stick of incense later. Thus it ends. Su Xian gazed coldly at Tang Xian, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. The prowess of Tang Xian was considerably weaker than he had anticipated. Although his marksmanship was formidable and imposing, his comprehension of the essence was rather lacking, failing to impose any significant pressure on him. With minimal pressure, the intended honing effect was absent, and his swordsmanship remained unbroken. Meanwhile, Tang Xian appeared somewhat dazed. Soon, both Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng made their move simultaneously, eliminating the genius who was reputed to be qualified to breach the top 10 in the hunt. Chapter 44. Encounter outside the hunting grounds, as a figure was expelled. The multitude of already eliminated talents turned their gazes towards the newcomer. It was Tang Xian, the one who was said to possess the qualifications to challenge the top 10 in the hunt. How could he possibly be eliminated? Could it be that he encountered Xiaomeng? Many of these talents were expressions of disbelief. A top-tier genius like Tang Xian, who was deemed capable of contending for the top 10, should theoretically stride through the hunting grounds with ease, even when alone. To eliminate him? In the eyes of these elites, only the universally acknowledged contender for the top 3, Xiaomeng, could achieve such a feat after his elimination. Tang Xian did not linger on the plains but directly returned to the Imperial City. The Tang family, equally a prominent force within the Tianyin dynasty, was not in the slightest inferior to the Situ family in terms of heritage and strength. Master! Upon his return to the Tang estate, those passing by respectfully bowed in greeting. What was amiss? Wasn't the young master supposed to be in the hunt? It is said that there are still 2 days until the conclusion of the first phase of the hunt. How could the young master emerge so soon? Could it be that the young master has been eliminated? Impossible. With his prowess, who could possibly have the capability to disqualify him in the initial phase of the hunt? Within the Tang family, whispers abound. Begone. All of you leave. Tang Xian scolded the servants who had come to attend to him, subsequently isolating himself within his chamber. He sat in silence, eyes closed for an extended period, before finally reopening them. Exhaling softly, Tang Xian felt a slight easing of his tumultuous emotions. I had anticipated that within the Tianyin dynasty, across the 36 states and among billions of citizens, countless prodigies would emerge. With my abilities, truly penetrating the top 10 of the hunt would be exceedingly challenging. Yet, I did not foresee that at this nascent stage, merely the first phase of the hunt, I would face elimination. Duan Yufeng, and that swordsman of the Huahai realm. Tang Xian clenched his fists, a sense of unwillingness swelling within him, yet he found himself powerless. Both Duan Yufeng and Su Xian possessed significantly greater strength than he. Moreover, they had joined forces. Thus, this hunt has reached its conclusion for me. I now face two choices. The first is to directly break through to the void-breaking realm, leveraging the resources of the Tang family to enhance my strength, and then venture into the world for further training. The second option is to wait another 5 years until the next hunt, by which time my strength will have increased, significantly improving my chances of breaking into the top 10. Tang Xian pondered this. At merely 34 years of age this year, he would still be only 39 in 5 years, maintaining his eligibility to participate in the Imperial City Hunt. As for the realm of breaking the void, a genius like him has long possessed the conditions necessary for a breakthrough. With just a modicum of time, he could effortlessly transcend. Yet, to achieve such a breakthrough in this manner leaves him feeling unsatisfied. After all, although the Tang family is a prestigious clan with certain resources, it pales in comparison to the Tianyin Palace. That is the true sanctum of cultivation within the entire Tianyin dynasty. Disciples who enter the Tianyin Palace for training, provided they do not fall midway, are destined to become peak powerhouses within the realm of breaking the void. Each one possesses formidable strength, with a significant probability of even challenging the Nirvana realm. Relying solely on the resources of the Tang family and his own efforts, his chances of reaching the Nirvana realm are exceedingly slim. Thus, he resolves to wait another 5 years. Tang Xian is determined. Duan Yunfeng, along with that master of swordsmanship who has reached the pinnacle of the transformation sea, will undoubtedly secure a place among the top 10 in this hunt. Subsequently entering the Tianyin Palace for training, they may have an earlier start than him, but the path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties and dangers. Anything can happen. Though they are currently stronger than him, their future achievements may not necessarily surpass his own. In the hunting grounds, Su Xian and Duan Yufeng are in high spirits. Brother Su Xian, our partnership in this hunting ground is simply invincible. Although Tang Xian is inferior to us in strength, encountering him in the later stages of the hunt would pose considerable trouble. However, we have managed to eliminate him in advance. Duan Yufeng beams with a smile. His address to Su Xian now transformed into that of brotherhood. Su Xian is equally pleased. Although Duan Yunfeng possesses a somewhat eccentric temperament and acts on whims, he is straightforward and devoid of ulterior motives, making him an ideal friend and brother. I find myself eagerly anticipating an encounter with that Xiameng within this hunting ground. At that moment, you and I, as brothers, shall undoubtedly work together to eliminate him as well, Duan Yufeng remarked. Given the prowess of the two of them, there are few who pose a genuine threat during this hunt, yet Xiameng undoubtedly stands as the mightiest among them. This hunting ground is vast, and with only 2 days remaining, our chances of crossing paths with him seem slim, Su Xian responded. Let us test our luck, Duan Yufeng chuckled. The two continued their search for prey in the surrounding area. Meanwhile, as they eliminated Tang Xian, a stout monk with bare feet and a prominent belly, adorned with large Buddhist beads around his neck, had already arrived in this vicinity. Nearly 3 days had passed, and he had traversed a significant portion of this hunting ground without encountering that Sityu. Such misfortune was indeed lamentable. Alas, this task has proven to be quite arduous, the monk complained while meandering through the area. Shortly thereafter, he sensed the presence of 2 individuals through his talisman. 2 more patrons have arrived. I hope they can provide information regarding Situyu's whereabouts. The monk promptly approached them. Su Xian, someone is coming, he announced. One person? Both Su Xian and Duan Yufeng sensed the other's presence and immediately advanced. Soon, the 2 parties met. Oh, a stout monk? Duan Yufeng chuckled. This monk, upon seeing you, did not flee at the first opportunity? Su Xian's brow furrowed in concern. Previously, there was merely a mutual resonance, an unfulfilled encounter between them. It was entirely reasonable for one to boldly approach the other. However, now that both parties have met face to face, the great monk undoubtedly recognized Duan Yunfeng, yet showed no inclination to flee. In fact, Su Xian could discern not a trace of anxiety upon the monk's countenance. As they drew nearer, Su Xian instinctively sensed an impressive pressure emanating from the great monk. Duan Yunfeng, be cautious. This monk's strength is likely formidable, Su Xian cautioned. Regardless of his strength, it matters not. We shall eliminate him, Duan Yunfeng retorted nonchalantly. With his prowess, the number of geniuses capable of instilling fear within him during this hunt, including Xiao Meng, could be counted on one hand. Moreover, with Su Xian as his ally, he felt invincible. In a swift motion, Duan Yunfeng leapt forward, his long blade carving a resplendent arc through the air. The brilliance of the blade, infused with tremendous might and intent, surged directly towards the great monk's head. The monk, wearing an exceedingly warm and gentle smile, remained unfazed as the blade approached. With lightning speed, he swung the stone staff in his grasp. There was no flourish, no extravagance. Merely a casual strike, akin to swatting a fly. Yet, in the next instant, boom. The terrifying force erupted, shattering the blade's radiance in an instant. And Duan Yunfeng himself was sent hurtling backward like a meteor, crashing into the forest behind him. Bang, 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 bang. A series of resounding impacts echoed, each collision accompanied by the explosive splintering of trees, sending up vast clouds of dust, and Duan Yunfeng was completely engulfed by the ensuing haze. How could this be possible? Su Xian was utterly astonished. That was Duan Yunfeng, a formidable presence in the top 10 fighters of this hunt, a living embodiment of menace. Yet now, he had been effortlessly swatted away, as if shooing away a fly. In a blink, as if teleporting, the imposing figure of the monk appeared before Su Xian without a sound. With the same unadorned stone club, he casually swung it towards Su Xian. Without hesitation, Su Xian retaliated. With the ferocity of thunder and fire, his sword struck forth, infused with profound sword intent, clashing head-on with the descending stone club. The moment they met, Su Xian felt a surge of numbness in his arm, as an overwhelming force coursed through his sword and into his body, sending him hurtling backward. With a thud, he crashed against a large tree. Though the trunk splintered upon impact, it did not collapse. As Su Xian experienced the pain radiating from his back, a tempest of emotion surged within him. This power was astonishing. It transcended the boundaries of the sea transformation realm. And even many early-stage void-breaking realm fighters paled in comparison to his strength. Mid-void breaking realm, indeed, judged solely by strength. He could rival those in the mid-void breaking realm. Su Xian's gaze remained fixed on the monk, who still wore a warm smile. He had once sparred with Zhao Tianlei, a mid-void breaking realm fighter, and was acutely aware of the power such beings possessed. Regardless of whether it is he or Duan Yunfeng, when fully unleashed, their strength barely grazes the threshold of the void-breaking realm, falling woefully short in comparison to the towering monk. Duan Yunfeng, are you all right? Su Xian inquired, glancing towards him. At that moment, Duan Yunfeng struggled to rise once more. Upon hearing Su Xian's words, he turned his gaze towards him, yet his expression was one of profound bewilderment. Clearly, the recent blow had left him somewhat dazed. Brother, who have we encountered? Is it Xiao Meng? Duan Yunfeng questioned. It is not Xiao Meng, but perhaps even stronger. Su Xian's focus remained fixed on the imposing monk ahead, his demeanor betraying an unprecedented gravity. You two possess commendable strength, the monk remarked with a smile. This was not a taunt. Over the course of 3 days, he had encountered countless prodigies in this hunting ground. Yet none had managed to withstand his strike without facing elimination. But both Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng had endured. In this battle, we must exert our utmost effort, Su Xian declared solemnly. Indeed, Duan Yunfeng nodded firmly, clearly having regained his composure. I will engage him directly, while you provide support from the side. Seeking an opportunity to strike at his vital points, Su Xian instructed. You intend to confront him head-on? Are you certain? Duan Yunfeng replied, casting a peculiar glance at Su Xian. Given the monk's earlier display of power, Duan Yunfeng would never dare to engage him directly. It should pose no issue. Su Xian assured him. Very well, Duan Yunfeng acquiesced with a nod. Boom. Su Xian made his move. In that instant, the bloodline power within him, which had only reached 50% since the beginning of the hunt, surged to a remarkable 70%. With his exceptional cultivation and the extraordinary nature of his bloodline inheritance technique, even a mere 50% of his bloodline power enabled him to unleash strength comparable to the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea realm. Should he summon 70% of this bloodline power, the instantaneous explosion of energy would effortlessly reach the threshold of the void-breaking realm. In terms of swordsmanship, Su Xian had also pushed his power and artistic conception to their zenith. His sword technique, akin to a tempest of thunder and fire, surged violently toward the great monk in a direct assault. Duan Yunfeng, resembling a phantom, was enveloped in a mysterious crimson glow, evidently having employed certain tactics that significantly augmented his strength. Though neither had fully realized the potential of their bloodline power, Both Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng had exerted themselves to the utmost. Meanwhile, the great monk remained unfazed, his expression still brimming with amusement as he wielded his stone staff with unadorned precision. With a resounding clash, the monk's staff met Su Xian's sword once more. This time, Su Xian merely experienced a slight tremor before launching another attack. The first level of sword intent? A flicker of astonishment passed through the monk's eyes. The comprehension of artistic conception is categorized into 3 levels, and even at the void-breaking realm, only the most elite could attain the first level. Among nearly 100,000 prodigies participating in this hunt, only Xiamang had achieved the first level of artistic conception. Yet, at this moment, it was evident that Su Xian's swordsmanship had reached that very first level. Aha! The monk laughed heartily, his stone staff moving with increasing speed as he engaged in a frenzied exchange with Su Xian. The latter exhibited no fear whatsoever. However, it was at this juncture that Duan Yunfeng erupted with ferocity. He wielded the long blade, its gleam both mysterious and cunning, exuding overwhelming power. Initially, the monk was able to withstand the onslaught. However, Duan Yunfeng's swordplay grew increasingly rapid and enigmatic. Gradually, the monk found himself unable to resist any longer. At last, Duan Yunfeng seized the opportunity. "Monk, I shall escort you on your journey," he said with a chilling smile, as a dazzling arc of light from his blade descended directly towards the monk's head. Yet, in his attempt to counter Su Xian's sword techniques, the monk was unable to wield his stone staff to deflect the lethal strike. At that moment, however, a layer of hazy golden light unexpectedly enveloped the monk's body. Clang! Duan Yunfeng's long blade struck against this golden barrier, producing a sound akin to metal colliding. The monk merely turned his head, playfully winking at Duan Yunfeng. "What the hell?" Duan Yunfeng exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 45. The monster Duan Yunfeng was utterly astonished, so much so that he uttered an expletive. His most powerful strike, aimed at the monk's head, had failed to penetrate the golden aura that surrounded him. Surely, even a genuine mid-level void-breaking realm expert could not rely solely on such a surface defense to withstand his blow. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the monk's eyes, and he swung his stone staff with great force. The attack was as unadorned as before, yet its might was evidently far superior to what it had been. Su Xian's gaze sharpened as he immediately unleashed his ultimate technique, the Thunderfire arcane secret art. Starfire burns the heavens, one sword annihilates the dragon. The terrifying sword shadow howled as it cleaved through the air. Boom! The very void trembled violently. The stone staff descended upon them like a colossal mountain weighing billions of pounds. Despite Su Xian's attempt to unleash his ultimate skill, he was still hurled away in an instant. As for Duan Yunfeng, he was so startled that he hastily retreated, with Su Xian being thrown aside. He lacked the courage to confront the towering monk head-on. With a deep breath, Su Xian regained his footing, though his sword-wielding hands still tingled with numbness. Truly, this was an extraordinary display of strength. Su Xian couldn't help but curse inwardly. In their direct confrontation, he had exerted 70% of his bloodline power, pushing the Thunderfire technique to its limits, and even with Duan Yunfeng's assistance, they had not gained the slightest advantage. If he were to engage alone, he would undoubtedly be overpowered by this formidable monk. The recent spectacle lingered in his mind. Duan Yunfeng's full-force strike had been effortlessly deflected by the monk's shining exterior. What a sheer force! The strength was astonishing, and the defense was utterly disheartening. The monk's seemingly simplistic and brutish wielding of the stone staff belied a profound essence of mastery. The technique displayed was capable of repelling even Su Xian's most advanced Thunderfire secrets. In every aspect, the monk was impeccable, devoid of any flaws. He was, in every sense, a living anomaly, a true monster. Indeed, the term monster was the only fitting descriptor that Su Xian could conjure in relation to the imposing figure before him. The strength of the two practitioners is remarkable. This humble monk cannot contend with you both. However, if you wish to seize the talisman from my grasp, it will be a formidable challenge. Perhaps it would be prudent to cease this endeavor, the monk remarked with a serene smile. Cease? Su Xian's expression shifted as he glanced at Duan Yunfeng. I have no objections. Duan Yunfeng nodded vigorously in agreement. Though their encounter was brief, both he and Su Xian had yet to unveil their hidden trump cards, while the towering monk before them had already revealed his. The monk's earlier display of staff techniques had appeared casual, yet that final strike seemed to signify a genuine exertion of skill. Nevertheless, it was evident that the monk had not truly given his all. Most significantly, that decisive blow had severely undermined Duan Yunfeng's confidence. Typically reckless in his dealings, he now felt a flicker of trepidation towards this formidable monk. Given the circumstances, it was prudent to withdraw. Su Xian sheathed his sword. The monk, still smiling, secured his stone staff at his waist and then inquired, Have you two gentlemen encountered to you during this hunt? No, Duan Yufeng replied, shaking his head. C2U? Su Xian's expression shifted, curious about the monk's interest in C2U. Naturally, there is a purpose, since you two have not crossed paths with him. I shall not intrude further. Sighing, the monk added, Alas, I must change locations again. What a burdensome task this is. With that, he strode away into the adjacent forest. Su Xian and Duan Yufeng dared not impede him, and soon the monk vanished from their sight. Once he had departed, Duan Yufeng could no longer maintain his composure. Brother, what manner of monster did we just encounter? Even with our combined strength, not only could we not eliminate him, but the prospect of victory seemed utterly bleak. Even that Xiaoming pales in comparison, does it not? Moreover, the layer of golden light enveloping him proved impenetrable to my utmost effort, despite standing there motionless. I found myself utterly powerless against him, as Duan Yufeng lamented. The number of prodigies participating in this royal city hunt was exceedingly vast, far beyond what had been documented in prior intelligence reports, with many others concealed, not yet revealing their true prowess. Even the formidable Xiaoming was merely acknowledged as a strong contender for the top 3, yet no one dared declare him the absolute best, which is quite reasonable. Presently, we have encountered one whose strength is at least equal to Xiaoming's, perhaps even surpassing it, as Su Xian remarked. Although Xiaoming is powerful, had the reports been accurate, he would undoubtedly suffer greatly upon facing the combined efforts of myself and Duan Yunfeng. However, that towering monk, who so effortlessly faced both of us and departed with composure, revealed that he was evidently stronger than Xiaoming. I sincerely hope that during the subsequent stages of the hunt, we can evade this formidable monk, lest we find ourselves in dire straits, Su Xian thought, his expression grave. Confronting such an opponent, whose strength, speed, defense, and martial prowess were all astonishingly superior, without a hint of weakness, would be a challenge for anyone. Is that monk still searching for Sitiyu? What could his purpose be? A sense of confusion lingered within Su Xian, from the monk's words. It was clear he had been seeking Sitiyu for quite some time, traversing various locations. He even referred to it as a burdensome task. But who had assigned him such a duty? Shaking his head, Su Xian chose not to dwell further on the matter. In the ensuing days, Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng continued to navigate the hunting grounds. However, following their encounter with the monk, Duan Yunfeng seemed to have been somewhat affected, lacking the fervor he previously exhibited. Time flowed swiftly, and soon the final day of the hunt arrived. As night fell, had it been a few days prior, the multitude of young talents would have undoubtedly rested in unison, replenishing their physical and spiritual energies. Yet, on this last night, those whose talismans were insufficient for advancement found themselves unable to sleep. Rather than resting, they engaged in frenzied skirmishes. Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng, having acquired ample talismans early on, had no need to partake in the chaos. They sought a relatively secluded spot. Without delay, Su Xian utilized this time to refine his swordsmanship, while Duan Yufeng casually perched himself atop a sturdy tree. Perhaps inspired by Su Xian's practice, Duan Yufeng leapt down, remarking, Su Xian, your defensive sword technique is evidently superior to what I witnessed during our previous encounter in Donyang City. Now that we have the time, shall we engage in a friendly spar? Of course, Su Xian replied, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. His progress in the Shanghai Scroll had reached an impasse, and he yearned to hone his skills against a formidable opponent. His prior duel with Tang Xin had left him wanting, as the latter's strength paled in comparison. However, Duan Yunfeng's prowess was a different matter entirely. Soon, the two began their sparring amidst the vastness of the hunting grounds, which spanned over 100 miles, encompassing towering mountains, dense forests, and tranquil lakes. At this moment, by the edge of a breathtakingly beautiful lake, a young man clad in luxurious robes sat gracefully, with 5 others standing behind him. Xiaomo, I have arrived. Pray tell, whom shall I assist you in confronting? Inquired a wild-looking man with disheveled hair and a beard, known as Bajio. Xiaomo was recognized in intelligence reports as a prodigious talent with the potential to break into the top 20 of the hunting ranks, and he held significant influence within the Tianyin dynasty. The man who had spoken, Bajio, was also a contender for the top 20 rankings. Among the other 4 individuals, aside from a delicate young girl, the names of the remaining 3 also graced that same intelligence report, each qualified to vie for a position within the top 100 talents. Do not rush. Let us wait until everyone has arrived, remarked the noble-robed Xiaomo as he sat on the ground. Are there more people coming? Bajio asked in surprise. Before long, as the 6 awaited by the lakeside, a stunning woman clad in a blue gown approached gracefully. Lady Luo? Upon seeing her, Bajio and the other talented individuals behind him were taken aback. Lady Luo, the foremost talent of the Ziyun sect, was also a contender for the top 20. Furthermore, due to her status as a bloodline awakener, she possessed significant advantages in strength, surpassing both Xiao Mo and Ba Jiao in capability. It was said that the evaluation of Lady Luo in the intelligence report was understated. Her prowess truly warranted a place among the top 10. Xiao Mo, you have orchestrated such a grand affair. To whom are you truly directing your efforts? Ba Jiao's expression turned grave. The ethereal Luo Xinzi, along with Xiao Mo and another, formed a trio of eminent prodigies qualified to vie for a position among the top 20, accompanied by 3 other formidable figures renowned in intelligence circles. With such a powerful assembly, it would surely suffice to contend with the formidable Xiaomeng. As everyone had gathered, I shall not conceal any longer. Xiao Mo finally rose, his voice low yet resolute, declaring, "The one I seek to confront is Duan Yufeng." "Is it him?" Luo Xinzi and Ba Jiao were taken aback. Although Duan Yunfeng's displayed prowess may not rival that of Xiaomeng, he is nonetheless among the most outstanding geniuses in this hunting expedition. No wonder Xiao Mo summoned so many powerful allies. "Xiao Mo, do you harbor a grudge against Duan Yunfeng?" Ba Jiao inquired. "A grudge? Certainly." Xiao Mo's gaze darkened with palpable resentment. He would never forget the humiliation inflicted by Duan Yunfeng on the day of his wedding. Before the bride had even departed her residence, Duan Yunfeng audaciously intruded and abducted her. When Xiao Mo pursued him, Duan Yunfeng retaliated with brutal force, subjecting him to a humiliating defeat. That day marked one of the most disgraceful moments of his life, a level of indignity he had never before endured. What stung even more was the subsequent attempt to exact revenge, only to be met with the refusal of his powerful allies, who expressed their reluctance to provoke Duan Yufeng. This implied that, in terms of backing, Duan Yufeng surpassed him. In terms of both background and personal strength, he had been utterly bested by Duan Yufeng. Until now, he had found no opportunity to retaliate. The upcoming Royal City hunt, particularly during this initial phase, presented him with the perfect chance for retribution. "Duan Yufeng, in ordinary times, I find it difficult to contend with you, and during this hunt, I cannot eliminate you outright. However, I can devise a means to eliminate you in advance." Extinguishing your hopes of entering the Tianyan Palace, Xiao Mo thought with malice. "Xiao Mo, even if you seek vengeance against Duan Yufeng, the hunting ground is vast. And this is the final night. How can you guarantee that you will locate him tonight?" asked Fairy Luo. "Rest assured, since I have invited you all, I am fully capable of pinpointing Duan Yunfeng's whereabouts," Xiao Mo replied, casting his gaze upon the most inconspicuous of the group, a delicate young girl. The fragile girl stepped forward and said, "Esteemed guests, I hail from the Yuling sect." The mention of the Yuling sect stirred a reaction among Fairy Luo, Ba Jiao, and the others. The Yuling sect is merely a minor faction within the Tianyan Empire, lacking the profound heritage of sects like the Xian sect. However, the beast-taming techniques of the Yuling sect are quite remarkable. Many of the Zifeng beasts they rode on their journey to the imperial city were tamed by the Yuling sect. During my previous escapades in the hunting grounds, I encountered Duan Yufeng. At that time, I instructed my tamed beast to leave a trace of its scent on him. A scent that cannot dissipate in just a few days. I can utilize my beast to track him by following that scent, the delicate girl explained. "Is that so?" The group immediately understood. "There is one more thing," the delicate girl continued. "When I encountered Duan Yufeng, he was accompanied by another individual." "Another person? This Duan Yufeng, so formidable in strength, requires an ally?" Ba Jiao and the others were filled with astonishment. Accompanying him was a prodigious swordsman, whose cultivation level was rather modest, merely at the pinnacle of the sea transformation stage. Yet, his prowess was far from insignificant. The delicate maiden remarked, recalling the earlier encounter when she and several others had sought to vanquish that same sea transformation expert. To their astonishment, he had managed to fend off their combined assaults with remarkable agility. Subsequently, when Duan Yunfeng arrived, her group suffered a devastating onslaught, leaving her as the sole survivor, fortunate enough to escape by mere chance. What is a mere sea transformation expert capable of? Among us, any one of us could effortlessly annihilate him." A nearby genius chuckled. Xiao Mo, Lady Luo, and Ba Jiao shared a similar indifference. After all, what merit was there in concerning themselves with a mere sea transformation cultivator? "If that is the case, let us set forth," Xiao Mo declared. In no time, a group of 7, under the guidance of the fragile maiden, hastened toward the location where Duan Yufeng and Su Xian were situated. Chapter 46, Sea Transformation? In a secluded forest, the air was filled with the resonating clangs of steel. Clang, 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 clang. Duan Yunfeng's swordsmanship approached its zenith, each stroke executed with breathtaking brilliance and astonishing velocity. Meanwhile, Su Xian wielded the mountain and sea scroll, transforming into the very essence of the mountains and seas, his sword sweeping forth to counter the relentless onslaught of Duan Yunfeng's blade light. Compared to before, Su Xian's swordplay now exuded a greater sense of composure and depth. He casually summoned only 50% of his bloodline power. Yet even with Duan Yufeng unleashing his full might, he found himself unable to breach Su Xian's formidable sword technique. Ceasing the duel, he remarked. There is no point in continuing. Unless I unleash my ultimate technique, my swordplay, even at its swiftest, merely reaching 30 or 40% of its potential, poses no threat to you. After the exchange, Duan Yunfeng appeared rather disheartened. Su Xian's defensive swordsmanship was exceedingly enigmatic, particularly his subtle techniques of dissipating force, which proved exceptionally vexing. Su Xian exhaled softly, reflecting that in terms of strength, Duan Yufeng surpassed Tang Xian by a considerable margin. And the pressure exerted by his swordsmanship weighed heavily upon him. This bout had deepened his grasp of the Shanhai scroll, yet he had not truly achieved a breakthrough. Suddenly, both Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng raised their heads in unison, directing their gaze towards a nearby direction. A group was approaching, and it was not a small one. Su Xian's expression sharpened. The duo they formed was nearly invincible within this hunting ground. Even if they encountered that formidable monk, neither would be able to best the other. On this final night, it would suffice if they did not seek trouble with others. Yet here were individuals audaciously coming to invite their own demise. A flicker of malevolence crossed Duan Yunfeng's eyes. He was no benevolent soul. Rather, he was a veritable harbinger of doom. Now, instead of provoking others, they had the audacity to come and provoke him? Soon, a group of 7 appeared before Su Xian and Duan Yufeng. Is it him? Su Xian's brow furrowed as he recognized the leader of the group and understood why they had chosen to approach. Xiao Mo, a prodigy qualified to contend for a place in the top 20 during this hunt. Previously, Su Xian was aware that Duan Yufeng had humiliated Xiao Mo on the very day of his wedding by stealing his bride. Haha, I thought it was someone significant. But it turns out to be you, a worthless individual who cannot even protect his own wife. Duan Yufeng immediately mocked and scoffed. He had always disdained Xiao Mo's character. The act of taking Xiao Mo's wife was driven by the fact that she was coerced by Xiao Mo, not out of her own volition. After seizing her, he simply let her go. Duan Yunfeng. Xiao Mo glared at Duan Yunfeng with a face full of resentment. Although he was unaware of the origins that made his family dare not take action against him, today, he intended to shatter any hopes Duan Yufeng had of entering the Tianyan Palace. Make your move. With Xiao Mo's command, one of the talented individuals behind him stepped forward and threw a talisman into the air. A powerful surge of energy immediately spread forth. A formation? Su Xian's expression changed. It was merely a low-level formation designed to temporarily restrain. As for high-level killing formations, or those that significantly enhanced one's abilities, unless created by oneself, their use was forbidden during the hunt. After all, this hunt relied on one's own strength. The preparation of a formation indicated a clear intention to come well-equipped. Su Xian smiled faintly. I apologize, Su Xian. It seems you might be implicated this time. Duan Yufeng cast a glance at Su Xian. Su Xian shrugged nonchalantly, smiling as if it were of no consequence. If he were to be implicated during the hunt, so be it. He was indifferent. Moreover, while the 7 individuals before him appeared formidable, if they intended to handle both him and Duan Yunfeng simultaneously, it seemed they might be underestimating the challenge. Let us strike together. There is no chance for Duan Yufeng to escape this time. We must be cautious of his counterattack in desperation. We cannot allow him to take down even one of us. Luo Xiao, the task of dealing with the sea transformation is entrusted to you. Do not engage him further. Eliminate him with utmost haste, and swiftly join us to vanquish Duan Yunfeng. Xiao Mo commanded. Understood. The young genius named Luo Xiao nodded, and immediately, 5 of the 7, excluding the frail girl who was guiding them, charged towards Duan Yunfeng. Luo Xiao, on the other hand, darted like lightning towards Su Xian. Is it truly one against me? And the weakest among the 6 at that? How utterly dismissive. Su Xian chuckled softly. Among the 7 who approached, aside from the delicate girl, the other 6 were all renowned prodigies documented in the intelligence reports. However, Xiao Mo, Luo Xinzi, and Bajio were noted for their superior reputation and strength, while the remaining 3 ranked significantly lower in that dossier. When Su Xian perused the information earlier, he had merely glanced over it, and it was evident that Luo Xiao was the weakest among them. Though underestimated, Su Xian paid it no mind and boldly advanced. Duan Yufeng, there is no escape for you. Today, you are destined for elimination. Xiao Mo's voice was icy, echoing through the forest as Luo Xinzi, Bajio, and the other 2 talented individuals unleashed their attacks. Humph, do you think I fear you? Duan Yufeng remained undaunted. A crimson glow enveloped his form, and even his gaze turned a shade of blood red. The tumultuous clash of blades erupted, the gleaming edges shimmering like a river of stars against the night sky, radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance. One individual, wielding their swordsmanship, effortlessly repelled the combined assaults of 5 adversaries. It was no surprise that this extraordinary genius was recognized as a definite contender for the top 10 in this hunting event. Lady Luo silently nodded, acutely aware of the disparity in strength between herself and Duan Yufeng. Had it not been for the united front of the 5, she would never have dared to provoke him. After a round of confrontation, the 5 planned to strike again, but suddenly, impossible! A gasp pierced the air. The 5, intent on encircling Duan Yufeng, instinctively turned to witness Luo Xiao, the genius who had charged towards Su Xian, now standing there with wide eyes, enveloped in a radiant white light, swiftly being transported out of the hunting grounds. This left Xiao Mo, Lady Luo, and Ba Jiao in stunned silence. Although Luo Xiao was the weakest among their 6, he was still noted in their intelligence reports as a contender for the elite ranks of this hunt. How much time had elapsed since they first engaged? The encounter with Duan Yufeng had merely been a fleeting exchange, and Luo Xiao had acted simultaneously with them. Yet in that brief moment, he had been annihilated. The 5 instinctively turned their gazes towards Su Xian, who held his sword with a single hand. They could indeed sense that his spiritual energy was at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Yet, to eliminate Luo Xiao in such an instant, was this truly the power of one at the pinnacle of transformation? Such prowess, even the mightiest among them, the illustrious Luo Xianzi, may not possess. To send the weakest among them to confront my brother, Xiao Mo, is indeed a foolish endeavor. Duan Yunfeng laughed heartily, calling out, "Brother, hurry over. Together, we shall vanquish all 5 of them." Of course, Su Xian replied with a smile as he stepped forward. Luo Xianzi, stay here and entangle with Duan Yufeng. Bargio, you 3 unite and eliminate that Huai Deshang first, instructed Xiao Mo. The original plan was for all 6 to join forces, ensuring Duan Yufeng would be thoroughly subdued. Little did they expect that the previously disregarded Huai Deshang possessed such formidable strength, compelling him to alter his strategy without delay. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, Ba Jiao and the other 2 prodigies surged towards Su Xian. They recognized the formidable power of Su Xian and dared not underestimate him any longer. All 3 unleashed their full might. Among them was Ba Jiao, a genius deemed capable of breaking into the top 20 according to intelligence reports. Su Xian raised an eyebrow. His Shanhai scroll provided exceptional defensive capabilities. In a one-on-one confrontation, even Duan Yufeng could not exert significant pressure on him without employing his ultimate techniques. However, facing 3 opponents united, Su Xian promptly executed his swordsmanship, bracing against their onslaught. Xiao Mo was targeting Duan Yunfeng, and he was merely caught in the crossfire. Having already dispatched 1 adversary and detained 3, including Ba Jiao, Su Xian felt justified in his actions. Certainly, it is also due to the recent encounters that he has come to realize the terrifying prowess of Duan Yunfeng, which far surpasses the simplistic portrayal in the intelligence reports. Merely the combined efforts of Luo Xianzi and Xiao Mo are insufficient to contend with Duan Yufeng. Su Xian even harbors the hope that the alliance between Luo Xianzi and Xiao Mo could compel Duan Yufeng to reveal his true trump cards, such as the ultimate technique he had previously alluded to. He eagerly anticipates witnessing it firsthand. Boom, bang. The forest reverberates with the violent clashes and the relentless sounds of weaponry colliding. The prowess of Xiao Mo and Luo Xianzi is indeed extraordinary. Particularly notable is Luo Xianzi. As a bloodline awakener, when she unleashes her bloodline power, each of her moves possesses an astonishing and formidable might. Together with Xiao Mo, they manage to entirely suppress Duan Yunfeng for a brief period. However, this suppression alone is insufficient. To truly vanquish Duan Yunfeng and eliminate him, they cannot rely solely on their combined strength. Xiao Mo can only hope that Ba Jiao and his companions will swiftly deal with Su Xian and come to their aid. Yet, the outcome is damn it. Where did such an extraordinarily formidable transformation into the sea practitioner emerge from? Even the combined might of Ba Jiao and his 2 allies proves utterly futile against him. Xiao Mo observes with clarity. Ba Jiao and his companions have exerted themselves to the utmost, especially Ba Jiao, whose overwhelming presence is ferocious beyond measure. Yet, in the face of this tempest and the attacks from the other 2 prodigies, the transformation into the sea practitioner appears to navigate effortlessly. His swordsmanship is exceedingly enigmatic, akin to the vast and magnificent ocean, encompassing all that exists within the heavens and the earth. The attacks from Ba Jiao and his 2 companions merely stirred ripples upon the vast ocean. It was evident that they were utterly powerless against the formidable transformation of the sea. Even their combined efforts with Luo Xianzi proved insufficient to vanquish Duan Yunfeng. Could it be that I am incapable of seizing even this singular opportunity for retribution? Xiao Mo ground his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, without any forewarning, Duan Yufeng, under the combined pressure of Luo Xianzi and Xiao Mo, erupted in a fierce display. A brilliant crimson light flared to life, casting an ethereal glow against the night. This bloodlight, hauntingly beautiful, surged forth with terrifying speed and overwhelming might. At that moment, Su Xian, who had been entangled in the Mountain Sea sword technique with Ba Jiao and his comrades, felt his gaze sharpen, instinctively drawn to the radiant bloodlight. Xiao Mo and Luo Xianzi, upon witnessing the luminous spectacle, were consumed by a mix of shock and fury. The bloodlight was too swift, rendering them utterly defenseless. Chapter 47. The first phase concludes with a chilling swiftness. The exquisite bloodlight swept through, enveloping Luo Xianzi, the stronger of the two, first in a blinding white glow, casting her out of the hunting ground. Luo Xianzi has been eliminated? Xiao Mo was momentarily stunned, but wasted no time in fleeing. Duan Yunfeng's eyes glinted with crimson fury as he relentlessly pursued her. Meanwhile, Ba Jiao and his companions, who were desperately besieging Su Xian, were struck with terror upon witnessing Luo Xianzi's expulsion and Xiao Mo's chase. Quickly, we must flee, Ba Jiao commanded urgently, and together with his companions, they attempted to escape. However, did they truly believe they could evade? Su Xian smiled lightly, and what was originally a purely defensive swordsmanship suddenly unfolded into a myriad of sword shadows, akin to towering waves rising in the heart of the ocean. These colossal waves surged forth, enveloping the three surrounding individuals entirely. The mountain and sea roll, while primarily a defensive technique, was equally adept at entangling opponents. The essence of this swordsmanship was exquisitely subtle and relentless, rendering the three unable to extricate themselves from its grasp. Biju and his companions exerted all their strength to flee. Yet they found themselves ensnared within the ceaseless torrent of sword intent, unable to shake off Su Xian. Should they attempt to forcibly liberate themselves, they risked being swept away by the sword's essence, resulting in severe injury. Furthermore, within this hunting ground, the restrictions imposed by their talismans had intricately delicate triggering conditions. It was not solely in moments of life and death that they would activate. Even a significant injury could provoke the talisman, leading to their elimination. This predicament was dire. How could this fully realized transformation into the ocean be so troublesome? The expressions of Biju and his companions shifted dramatically. Before long, Duan Yufeng reappeared before them. While it was evident that Xiao Mo had been eliminated, however, upon returning to the battlefield, Duan Yufeng did not immediately engage. Instead, he cast a peculiar glance at Su Xian and inquired, "Brother, what are you still toying with? Why not swiftly take action to eliminate the three of them?" Toying? Biju and his companions were taken aback. The individual they found exceedingly difficult to contend with had been merely playing with them? Indeed, after a light chuckle, Su Xian decisively took action, and the sword intent in his hand transformed instantaneously. Previously, there was an ethereal and incessant aura of swordsmanship, but in the next moment, it transformed into a ferocious and blazing force. The sword technique descended with a tumultuous fury, overwhelming and terrifying, simultaneously enveloping the three adversaries. Such formidable might. Ba Jiao's eyes widened in astonishment. The trio exerted their utmost effort to withstand the onslaught of the wild and fearsome sword shadows. However, they could only endure for a fleeting moment before two among them were swiftly vanquished. Ultimately, even the strongest, Ba Jiao, met the same fate. Among the seven who had come specifically to confront Duan Yufeng, only the frail girl who led them managed to escape unscathed, while the other six, including the talented trio of Luo Xianzi, Xiao Mo, and Ba Jiao, each of whom had the potential to rank within the top 20 of the hunt, were all slain by Su Xian and Duan Yufeng. Duan Yufeng, your sword technique just now was quite impressive, Su Xian remarked as he approached. That was my ultimate move, intended for the final stage of the hunt. Now, thanks to you, I have revealed it prematurely. If I encounter you in the last phase, it may indeed spell disaster for me, Duan Yunfeng replied. The effectiveness of a secret technique is often maximized when unleashed unexpectedly. However, having had his trump card witnessed by Su Xian, Duan Yufeng found himself at a disadvantage should they engage in a true confrontation. Do not deceive me, that strike was perhaps one of your ultimate techniques. Yet it cannot possibly encapsulate all your prowess, can it? Su Xian inquired. Duan Yufeng chuckled, brushing his nose, clearly conceding to the implication. Su Xian marveled at the fact that even a mere fragment of Duan Yunfeng's abilities had been sufficient to swiftly eliminate Luo Xianzi amidst their combined assault. The hidden depths of Duan Yunfeng's strength were indeed remarkable. Duan Yunfeng's recently executed ultimate technique bore a striking resemblance to the Phantom Scroll I have been practicing, both exhibiting remarkable swiftness. Yet, it remains uncertain who possesses the greater prowess. Su Xian pondered this notion. Ultimately, The answer would only reveal itself when they encountered one another in the final stages of the hunt, engaging in a true battle. The fierce confrontation left neither Su Xian nor Duan Yufeng significantly affected, and the two continued to rest, awaiting the arrival of the next day. Outside the hunting grounds, the recently eliminated Xiao Mo, along with Luo Xinzi and others, reconvened. Xiao Mo's expression was ominously dark. Damn it! I expended such great effort and resources to assemble these prodigious talents, yet I still failed to eliminate Duan Yufeng, allowing him instead to eliminate me. Cursed be this fate. Xiao Mo seethed with rage and resentment, feeling utterly powerless. This opportunity to exact revenge on Duan Yufeng was the only one he had been able to secure, and now it had slipped through his fingers. In contrast, Luo Xinzi, standing nearby, appeared remarkably composed. My master sent me to partake in this imperial city hunt, intending for me to exert my utmost and see if I might gain entry into the Tianyan Palace for training. However, this year's hunt is evidently more exceptional than previous ones, with an abundance of top-tier talents. Given my current capabilities, it seems nearly impossible to break into the top 10. Regardless, failing to enter the Tianyan Palace does not weigh heavily on me. Being eliminated early holds no consequence. Moreover, I have gained several advantages from my association with Xiao Mo, and most crucially, this connection allows me to forge ties with the current duke behind him. If this opportunity allows the Ziyun sect to establish a favorable relationship with the esteemed duke, it would indeed be a significant gain. The Ziyun sect, though possessing some heritage, is considered a prominent sect within the Tianyan dynasty. However, the imperial authority of the Tianyan dynasty completely overshadows these sections. The current duke holds a position of immense power and influence, undoubtedly one of the most distinguished figures within the dynasty. Cultivating a relationship with such a high-ranking individual is something that the Ziyun sect ardently desires. The night swiftly passed, and as dawn broke on the following day, the first phase of the hunt, which had lasted a full 5 days, finally drew to a close. The surviving prodigies were escorted out of the hunting grounds, and based on the tokens each individual possessed, the selection of 1,000 talented individuals for the second phase was promptly determined. Su Xian and Duan Yufeng were naturally among this 1,000. Subsequently, everyone returned to the camp. Following the conclusion of the first phase of the hunt, there would be a 3-day respite. Only after this interlude would the second phase of the hunt commence. In the camp, Su Xian addressed Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, and Ling Yu, who had come to bid farewell. Are you all preparing to return to Yongning County? What else can we do? Long Dao replied, his disappointment evident. Among the 10 prodigies selected from Yongning County, aside from you, Su Xian, all the others were eliminated during the first phase of the hunt, and their elimination was quite tragic. Qiu Zhe nodded emphatically, acknowledging that the prodigies of the Tianyan dynasty were indeed numerous. Among those of us who had only just passed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower, we were considered the elite in Yongning County. However, in the grander scheme of the entire Tianyan dynasty, we truly amounted to little. This hunting expedition had left us 3 profoundly disheartened. Now, as we prepare to depart, the sting of our disappointment is somewhat mitigated. If we were to remain and witness your exceptional talents pursue the subsequent stages of the hunt, our dismay would undoubtedly deepen. Ling Yu concurred. Among the 10 prodigies from Yongning County, you are the sole individual to have successfully navigated the first phase of the hunt and are capable of pushing further. As for us, we can only aspire to swiftly transcend into the void-breaking realm. The prospect of entering the Tianyan Palace has become a distant dream. Long Dao smiled. Su Xian, I sincerely hope you can realize your ambition of entering the Tianyan Palace. When you return to Yongning County, do come and share a drink with us. Very well. Su Xian replied, nodding in agreement. Soon, Long Dao and his companions departed atop their purple-winged beasts. They were not alone. Among the many prodigies eliminated in the first phase, most chose to leave as well. Upon arrival, these talented individuals were filled with fervor, each yearning to break into the top 10 and gain entry into the sacred training grounds of the Tianyan Palace. Yet, as they departed, the majority bore heavy hearts. Many had faced significant setbacks in this hunting endeavor. However, such setbacks bear both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit lies in the opportunity to awaken and gain a clearer understanding of oneself, which may lead to smoother cultivation in the future. Conversely, there exists the peril of succumbing to despair. Nearly 100,000 prodigies entered the competition, yet after merely the first phase of hunting, approximately 99% were eliminated, leaving only 1,000 talented individuals remaining. Su Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. However, among the 1,000 geniuses who remained, each possessed extraordinary prowess, with even the weakest likely capable of overcoming the second level of the dragon-seeking tower. The ensuing competition in the hunt would undoubtedly become more intense. Su Xian clenched his fists. Within that hunting ground, he had encountered numerous elite talents, such as the initial formidable figures like Song Yin and Tang Xian, as well as the later astonishingly powerful monk who left him in awe. Additionally, there were terrifying prodigies like Xia Meng and Tu San, who had long been recognized for their exceptional abilities. Yet, regardless of who they were, none could thwart his path forward. The Tianyin Palace was a prize he was determined to seize. As night fell, the camp was ablaze with light. Although many talents had departed, the atmosphere remained lively. In the center of the camp stood a towering black spire, the Red Dragon Tower. The Red Dragon Tower oversees the world. This time, the Imperial City Hunt was also under the watch of the Red Dragon Tower, and many elements of the hunt had been orchestrated by it. For instance, the widely circulated intelligence about the geniuses, which had been eagerly traded within the camp, was actually produced by the Red Dragon Tower. A delicate young girl entered the Red Dragon Tower. "Young lady, do you require assistance?" inquired the steward responsible for reception. "I come to sell information regarding a genius from this hunt," the frail girl replied. "Selling information about a genius?" The steward's expression shifted. "The intelligence regarding those prodigious hunters has been meticulously gathered by the Red Dragon Tower through various channels. This includes their performances during the previous trials in the Dragon Seeking Tower, as well as their subsequent public achievements. During the first phase of the hunt, with so many talented individuals engaged in fierce battles within the hunting grounds, it is implausible for the Red Dragon Tower to monitor each and every one of them or to possess comprehensive knowledge about the capabilities of numerous gifted individuals. In such circumstances, the Red Dragon Tower offers incentives for these prodigies to voluntarily provide information that remains unknown to them. The compensation varies according to the significance of the intelligence shared." The delicate young girl swiftly recounted the information she possessed concerning a particular genius. "Are you suggesting that among the 1,000 prodigies participating in the first phase of the hunt, there exists one who, despite having achieved only the Great Ocean stage, possesses the combat prowess to rank among the top 10 hunters?" The steward rose, gazing incredulously at the fragile girl before him. After a thorough inquiry, he stated, "Young lady, the information you have provided will be promptly verified by the Red Dragon Tower. Should your claims prove to be factual, we shall duly compensate you." The girl nodded in affirmation and then turned to depart. The Red Dragon Tower acted swiftly. Within less than an hour, they had confirmed the authenticity of the girl's assertions. In a tavern within the encampment, Su Xian and Duan Yufeng sat together. "Esteemed guests, here lies the latest intelligence on prodigies released by the Red Dragon Tower, which documents numerous newly emerged formidable talents from the first phase of the hunt. Should you not seize the opportunity to procure a copy and peruse its contents?" Surrounding them, merchants were fervently offering the most recent intelligence on exceptional talents. Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng quickly received a report. Upon opening the first few pages, they found records of renowned talents such as Xia Meng, Tu San, and Duan Yufeng himself. However, their attention was soon captured by a new name, Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao, whose origins remain shrouded in mystery, possesses peak cultivation in the sea transformation stage and wields a stone staff. During the initial phase of the hunt, he had struck multiple times, leaving no one capable of countering his blows. He undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 in hunting prowess. It was him, the formidable monk. Upon reading the introduction of Wu Zhao, Su Xian and Duan Yufeng realized that he was indeed the terrifying monk they had encountered in the hunting grounds. The report noted that even those previously deemed qualified to contend for the top 50 had been slain and eliminated by this monk with a single strike. Underscoring his formidable strength, Duan Yufeng couldn't help but shudder at the thought of that monk. In terms of power, even Xia Meng might not measure up to Wu Zhao. Su Xian silently mused that the report's classification of Wu Zhao as merely a top 10 contender was evidently an understatement. This was likely due to the limited understanding of Wu Zhao's strength in the outside world, while he and Duan Yufeng had first-hand experience in combat against him, even compelling Wu Zhao to reveal impressive techniques. The two continued to peruse the report. As Duan Yufeng turned to a new page, he froze upon seeing the name listed there. "Brother, you must take a look." Su Xian immediately leaned over, and upon seeing it, his expression mirrored that of astonishment. On the page of intelligence, it was inscribed, "Su Xian, hailing from Yangning County in Yunzhou, is 19 years of age this year, possessing the profound cultivation of the Great Sea Transformation, and is suspected to have combat prowess ranking within the top 10 of this hunting expedition." Chapter 48, Doubt. "My name?" Su Xian was somewhat taken aback. Throughout the first phase of the hunt, he had displayed considerable strength on multiple occasions, thus, it was only natural for him to be recorded in this intelligence by the Crimson Dragon Tower. However, he did not anticipate that his ranking would be so elevated. "Suspected to be among the top 10 in strength?" Su Xian murmured. The top 10. He indeed possessed strength that could place him in the top 10, yet, during the first phase of the hunt, he had seldom revealed his utmost capabilities. The Crimson Dragon Tower merely stated suspected, implying that they lacked absolute certainty. Su Xian. You see, this intelligence only mentions that you defeated Luo Xiao in a single encounter, and subsequently, you single-handedly contended against 3 other prodigies, including Ba Jiao, without faltering. Hence, they deduced that you should possess top 10 strength. As for anything else, there is not, remarked Duan Yunfeng. Su Xian smiled. Indeed, his achievements as recorded in this intelligence were rather meager. It merely highlighted the fierce battle on that final night, where he vanquished Luo Xiao and intercepted the trio of Ba Jiao on behalf of Duan Yunfeng. Yet the record only noted that he contended evenly with Ba Jiao and his companions. In truth, it was he alone who ultimately dispatched and eliminated the trio. In that battle, a total of 7 individuals advanced against me. My accomplishment in this contest should be derived from the accounts of the first to be eliminated. The enchanting Luo Xinzi, Xiao Mo, or perhaps that woman who, sensing the impending defeat, discreetly withdrew. Su Xian pondered these thoughts within, speculating the perspectives of Luo Xinzi, Xiao Mo, and the frail maiden who had fled early. They had only witnessed Su Xian slaying Luo Xiao and engaging in a fierce contest with Ba Jiao and the others, without knowing that Su Xian ultimately vanquished all 3 of them. Even if the Qilong Tower sought to investigate later, each of the trio from Ba Jiao were exceptional talents, proud and haughty, likely unwilling to concede that they had been eliminated by a single practitioner at the pinnacle of the sea transformation stage. Instead, they would assert that Su Xian had collaborated with Duan Yunfeng to achieve their defeat. Such a record alone would suffice to claim that Su Xian possessed the strength to contend for a position within the top 20. However, to assert a place within the top 10 seems rather implausible. Yet, Su Xian remained indifferent to such judgments and continued to peruse the information concerning the other prodigies. Within the campsite, as the latest intelligence from the Qilong Tower regarding prodigious talents was unveiled, the discourse among the talented individuals surged to a fervent pitch. Who is this Wu Zhao? There is no background information available, yet his prowess is undeniably formidable. Indeed, it is formidable, according to the intelligence. Few could withstand the force of his strike. The young lady from the Song family, for instance, was capable of contending for a position within the top 50 of the hunt, yet she was obliterated by his singular blow, truly terrifying. In terms of combat capability, Wu Zhao unquestionably deserves a place among the top 10 in the hunt. But who is this Su Xian, emerging from obscurity? How can a practitioner at the sea transformation stage claim a position among the top 10? To be capable of eliminating Luo Xiao with a single encounter while simultaneously holding his own against the 3 foremost geniuses, including Ba Jiao, is indeed impressive. Thus, asserting that he can penetrate the top 20 is entirely justifiable. However, to claim a position within the top 10 may be somewhat ambitious. Indeed, the top 20 is sufficient, as many contenders deemed worthy of vying for a top 10 spot boast significantly superior records. It is unclear how the Qilong Tower formulates its rankings. Yet perhaps Su Xian possesses some unique stratagem. What kind of stratagem could he possibly employ? As a fully realized sea transformation, I find it hard to believe he possesses the prowess to contend for a top 10 position. Within the encampment, discussions flourished, predominantly centering around Wu Zhao and Su Xian. Following the initial phase of the hunt, a plethora of new talents emerged in the latest intelligence report, with Wu Zhao and Su Xian occupying the highest ranks among them. Wu Zhao's combat prowess is formidable, and his achievements are decidedly credible, prompting admiration from those discussing him. However, regarding Su Xian, while the talents within the camp were indeed astonished by the capabilities of a fully realized sea transformation like him, many felt that Qilong Tower had perhaps overestimated Su Xian's rank based solely on his record. They believed he was unworthy of a top 10 position, even suggesting that he still fell short of the qualifications necessary to contend for such a rank. These fools. In a secluded corner of the camp, a robust, blond man stood listening to the surrounding discourse, particularly the derogatory remarks directed at Su Xian, and a hint of disdain curled at the corner of his mouth. They are utterly oblivious to the true prowess of Su Xian, yet they dare to deem him unworthy of a place among the top 10? How ludicrous! Song Yin scoffed, eagerly anticipating the upcoming hunt. Those who belittled Su Xian would soon realize his capabilities. Unlike others, he had encountered Su Xian within the hunting grounds and had genuinely clashed with him. The outcome forced him to relinquish 30 tokens, pleading for Su Xian to spare his departure. He understood all too well that Su Xian's strength surpassed that of even the most gifted among those vying for the top 20. He was undoubtedly a formidable contender for the top 10. Although he was aware of this truth, he chose to remain silent. And then there was Tang Xian, who, even if the Red Dragon Tower inquired about his elimination, would merely attribute it to the collaboration of Duan Yunfeng and Su Xian. perhaps offering a few mild compliments about Su Xian's strength, yet he would never concede that he fell short compared to a mere peak transformation practitioner. Within the imperial city, nestled in a beautiful estate, lay a serene lake. A man clad in gray, his face obscured by a bamboo hat, sat quietly fishing with a rod. The lake's surface was tranquil, devoid of any ripples, and the entire estate was enveloped in an eerie silence. The gray-clad man gazed intently, fishing in a state of stillness for a considerable time, the scene appearing almost frozen in time. Suddenly, from the distant void, a figure darted swiftly towards him, landing behind the gray-clad man. The wind stirred, causing the surrounding trees and branches to sway, while the lake's surface began to ripple gently under the breeze's influence. The gray-clad man's gaze shifted slightly, breaking free from his previous state of utter tranquility. "My lord." The suddenly arriving frail old man bowed respectfully to the man in gray. This emaciated elder bore the marks of time, his visage reflecting immense age, and he possessed remarkable cultivation, having reached the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm. Yet, before the man in gray, this formidable figure appeared exceedingly humble and reverent. "Is there something amiss?" the man in gray inquired, turning his head slightly. "Sir, this is the news just returned from the hunt." The frail old man reverently presented a slip of paper. "The hunt?" The man in gray furrowed his brow. "The imperial city's hunt is merely a competition among youngsters. When has it ever warranted my attention?" With a slight gesture, the paper floated gracefully into his hand. After a brief glance, a smile broke across the man in gray's face. "The young one I previously praised has actually qualified to compete for a place in the top 10 in this hunt. However, why is there a mention of suspected?" The man in gray fixed his gaze upon the elder. "In response, sir, it appears that based solely on the records verified by the Red Dragon Tower, he is still somewhat short of the top 10. However, during our verification process, we noticed something unusual in the demeanor of several prodigies, including Bargio, who had fought against him. They acknowledged that their combined efforts merely matched Su Xian's prowess, yet they were reluctant to elaborate on the final elimination process, suggesting that it seemed as if Su Xian single-handedly eliminated the three of them. Subsequently, we also received some information from Tang Xian, which led us to conclude that Su Xian possesses the strength of a top 10 contender. It is merely the absence of absolute public records that necessitates the term suspected," the frail old man explained. "Is that so?" The man in gray nodded. "The Red Dragon Tower has always conducted its affairs with utmost rigor. Their investigations have indicated that Su Xian possesses a combat prowess sufficient to rank within the top 10. However, due to the absence of unequivocal achievements, they have opted to use the term suspected to avoid inciting undue skepticism. Remarkable, is it not? It has only been a little over 2 months." The gray-clad man recalls that his awareness of Su Xian originated from this young individual's venture into the dragon-seeking tower over 2 months prior, where he served as the gatekeeper. At that time, he was quite astonished by Su Xian's displayed capabilities, as this mere novice at the sea transformation stage managed to traverse the first level of the dragon-seeking tower with such effortless grace. Consequently, he personally visited the Tianyan Palace, intending to recommend this young talent for an early special admission. Yet now, merely 2 months later, this young prodigy has come to participate in the Imperial City Hunt and is eligible to contend for a position among the top 10? Such remarkable progress in such a short span. That old fool Qingyang, who previously went to great lengths to prevent this young one from entering the Tianyan Palace, must be utterly dumbfounded upon witnessing his performance in the hunt. "Humph," the gray-clad man scoffed, "that obstinate old curmudgeon, who has occupied his position in the Tianyan Palace for countless years, still clinging to the vestiges of his former master. If this continues, it seems his tenure as palace master may soon reach its conclusion." The gray-clad man harbors considerable resentment over Su Xian's failure to secure the special admission to Tianyan Palace. After all, given his esteemed status as a formidable Nirvana realm expert and one of the highest echelons of the Red Dragon Tower, he personally extended a recommendation only to be met with a rebuff, which understandably irks him. He was acutely aware that most of the high-ranking experts within the Tianyan Palace had a profound appreciation for Su Xian's innate talent and had consented to his special recruitment. Only that old curmudgeon named Qingyang opposed it. Among the 3 lords of the Tianyan Palace, Qingyang held significant power and vehemently opposed Su Xian's admission, even referencing the incident from over 3 years ago when Su Xian was personally reprimanded by the Tianyan sovereign. This ultimately led to the suspension of Su Xian's special recruitment quota. However, the gray-clad man understood that Qingyang's staunch resistance was merely in accordance with the orders from his old master. If the Tianyan Palace did not issue a special recruitment quota, they would participate in the Imperial City Hunt themselves, striving for a disciple's spot through sheer strength. The young lad possesses ambition. I find that commendable. The gray-clad man chuckled, then rose to his feet, hoisting the bamboo pole onto his shoulder. When does the next hunt commence? He inquired. The second phase of the hunt will take place 3 days hence, within the imperial city, followed by the final phase 3 days after that, replied the frail elder. Very well, keep a close watch. If that young lad makes it to the final phase of the hunt, inform me. I shall also set out to witness it. The gray-clad man said with a smile. This statement startled the frail elder. Given this esteemed gentleman's stature, his personal attendance was no small matter, indicating that he held Su Xin in considerable regard. Indeed, the frail elder nodded respectfully before turning to depart. The estate, including the tranquil lake before them, once again fell into a serene silence. Chapter 49. The heart twisted in a tavern within the camp, in a private room. Regrettably, at the very outset, I have encountered a prodigy qualified to contend for a place among the top 100 hunters. Otherwise, this noble heir would have had a chance to succeed in the initial phase of the hunt. A young man clad in a resplendent golden robe sat poised, flanked by 2 individuals. One of them was Sidiyu, while the other was the renowned genius Tu San, recognized as a contender for the top 10 from the Qi royal residence. Yet, in the presence of this seated young man, both Tu San and Sidiyu displayed profound deference. Your Highness, the decree has been issued. Within 3 days, the entire family of that genius you wish to eliminate, including those closely associated with him, will face execution, Tu San stated respectfully. Do not be so ruthless. It suffices to eliminate just his family. The young man replied with a casual wave of his hand, his tone remarkably indifferent, as though extinguishing an entire family was as trivial as squashing a cluster of ants. Sidiyu, standing respectfully nearby, could not help but be taken aback by this display. The imperial hunt was ostensibly designed for the talented within the Tianyan Empire to compete on equal footing, relying solely on their own prowess. Even if one were to be eliminated during the hunt, it would be a reflection of one's inadequacy. Yet, this noble heir, merely because of such a setback, sought to exact vengeance upon the entire family of the one who had outperformed him. The rumors, it seems, were indeed true, Sidiyu mused silently, recalling the whispers he had heard previously. The heir of the Qi Wangfu, Xia Yuanji, was originally a bastard, raised in an extraordinarily unconventional environment, his mind twisted and deranged. Upon ascending to the position of heir, he displayed unrestrained cruelty, often resorting to execution or even the extermination of entire families over trivial matters. Within the imperial city, several families have already faced annihilation at his hands, their offense is trivial at best. Such a malevolent figure necessitates my utmost caution, should I inadvertently provoke his ire. My family would likely not be able to shield me from his wrath. Sidiyu mused quietly, truly reluctant to serve a prince whose psyche had long since spiraled into madness. However, this was a task entrusted by his family, urging him to cultivate a favorable relationship with the young prince. Sidiyu, have you perused the latest intelligence from the Qilong Tower regarding prodigies? Xia Yuanji suddenly inquired, turning his gaze towards him. I have, Sidiyu affirmed, nodding earnestly. According to information gathered by my subordinates, the 2 newly emerged prodigies with the potential to penetrate the top 10 seem to have some connection to you, Xia Yuanji remarked, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the armrest, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Sidiyu continued to nod. Among them, the one named Wu Zhao is a complete stranger to me. I have never interacted with him before, and I am at a loss as to why he seeks me out with such hostility. After the conclusion of the first phase of the hunt, Sidiyu learned from the eliminated Miss Song that there existed an extraordinarily formidable monk who had been relentlessly searching for his whereabouts during this initial phase. Furthermore, Miss Song mentioned that it was due to their amicable rapport that the monk had directly intervened to eliminate her. It is evident that the monk has come to seek trouble with him. According to the intelligence provided by the Red Dragon Tower, this individual named Wu Zhao possesses formidable strength. Even I might not secure victory against him, Tu San remarked. You too lack confidence in winning? Xia Yuanji said with a surprised smile. C2U, it seems you are indeed unfortunate to be targeted by such a person. C2U could only manage a wry smile, unaware of Wu Zhao's motives for pursuing him. Besides Wu Zhao, there is also Su Xin from the Su family. Suddenly, Xia Yuanji's gaze turned icy. Humph, the Su family, a clan long past its prime, has even lost its patriarch of the Nirvana realm. Yet, not long ago, according to your C2 family's request, a squad of Yinglong guards was dispatched, only to be completely annihilated there. That was an entire squad of Yinglong guards. Xia Yuanji's voice was laced with evident fury. C2 shuddered at the news. That squad of Yinglong guards had been appointed by King Qi, and their demise at the hands of the Su family incited the king's wrath, which in turn brought significant repercussions upon the C2 family. He had been sent before this young lord by his family to appease him, hoping to mitigate King Qi's anger as much as possible. And then there is Su Xin. merely a person at the pinnacle of the sea transformation stage, even inferior to this young lord's cultivation. Yet the Red Dragon Tower absurdly considers him worthy to rank among the top 10 in this hunt? What a farce. I myself cannot even pass the first phase of the hunt. What right does he have to contend for a place in the top 10? Xiaoyunji growled. His childhood experiences had left his heart deeply twisted. He regarded himself as a genius and harbored disdain for those whose talents surpassed his own. He had attained the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm, having previously received abundant resources for cultivation at the Qi King's residence. Yet, during this hunting expedition, he was eliminated in the first phase. This infuriated him to the core, to the extent that he contemplated annihilating the entire family of the genius who had bested him. Meanwhile, Su Xian, who had also reached the sea transformation realm but possessed even lesser cultivation than him, managed to survive the first phase of the hunt and was deemed qualified to challenge for a spot in the top 10. By what right? He must be eliminated. You two, from now on, should anyone encounter Su Xian, kill him without hesitation. Although this reasoning seemed absurd, Xia Yuanji issued the command with unwavering resolve. Understood. Tu Sin nodded, his expression remaining unchanged. However, Situ Yu displayed a face of horror. Your Highness, there are explicit regulations regarding the royal city's hunt, forbidding any lethal actions. Should one violate this? Before Situ could finish, Xia Yuanji's cold gaze swept over him. Explicit regulations? Whose regulations? The Tianyan sovereigns? Even if I were to defy them, what consequences would follow? Xia Yuanji's voice was frigid, his gaze akin to that of a beast. Situ was rendered speechless by fear. He had come to realize just how reckless and unrestrained this young lord could be. Yet he indeed possessed the audacity to act without restraint. The Qi King had once contended for the throne against the current sovereign, engaging in fierce battles for an extended period, maintaining a balance of power for a significant duration. Even though he ultimately lost, the might he commanded remained formidable. So much so that the Tianyan sovereign had refrained from taking any action against him throughout his reign. In this summer, Yuanji, who previously acted with unrestrained audacity and killed at will, was tolerated even by the Lord of Tianyan. However, should he casually slay a genius during a hunting expedition, it is likely that the Lord of Tianyan would not take any action against him. Understanding this, Situ couldn't help but revel in schadenfreude. To be targeted by the heir of the Qi royal family, Su Xian, how unfortunate you are. Far more unfortunate than I. He too faced misfortune, being pursued by an enigmatic entity from the Wu dynasty. Yet, at least the Wu dynasty adhered to the rules of the hunt. Now, however, Su Xian was being pursued by a genuine madman, one who disregarded all conventions, and the reason for this madness was exceedingly absurd. Soon, 3 days had elapsed. Early one morning, the 1,000 talented individuals who had successfully passed the first phase of the hunt were led into the Tianyan imperial city. The vast imperial city was far more bustling and grand than any location within the 36 states of the Tianyan dynasty. Countless exquisite buildings and pavilions densely populated the area. The streets were teeming with people, and many powerful figures could be seen. Within the Xuanwu Gate lay a spacious training ground, capable of accommodating tens of thousands simultaneously. As the multitude of geniuses arrived at the Xuanwu Gate, they found that many individuals were already assembled in this expansive training ground. Each person wore distinct garments. Some clustered in small groups while others stood alone, yet every one of them exuded an overwhelmingly potent aura, clearly having transcended into the void-breaking realm. The newly arrived 1,000 geniuses gazed at these individuals with curiosity. They were likely the formidable figures from the great powers and sects within the Tianyan dynasty. Duan Yufeng stood beside Su Xian and remarked, during each royal hunting event, the most exceptional 10 prodigies are undoubtedly absorbed into the Tianyan palace. However, apart from these 10, there exist numerous other talents with immense potential and innate ability. At this moment, it is the major powers and sects of the Tianyan dynasty that strive to secure them. Su Xian nodded slightly, understanding that the royal hunting was the grandest gathering of geniuses within the Tianyan dynasty. This event draws a multitude of prodigies due to its ability to capture the attention of all factions within the dynasty. Through the hunt, those who already belong to certain powers or sects can not only showcase their prowess and elevate their standing, but also vie for a position within the Tianyan palace. Likewise, those who have not yet affiliated with any faction can use this opportunity to prove their worth and potentially gain entry into these prominent powers and sections. The major powers and sects within the Tianyan dynasty possess substantial resources, and joining them can yield significant benefits. For instance, the Su family, to which Su Xian belongs, had, at its zenith, dispatched formidable individuals to these hunts in hopes of attracting genuine talents, even if they ultimately failed to recruit these prodigies. Establishing a rapport with them in advance was still a worthwhile endeavor. You have 1 hour to prepare. The second phase of the hunt will commence in 1 hour. A resounding voice echoed throughout the training grounds. 1 hour to prepare? Su Xian felt a stirring within, immediately realizing that this hour was intended for those factions to recruit prodigies. The initial phase of the hunt had not been publicly disclosed. Yet after nearly 100,000 geniuses were whittled down to just 1,000, most of the outstanding talents had already made their presence known. Even if there were a few who concealed their true abilities, they were not numerous. These factions could now rely on the intelligence provided by the Red Dragon Tower to entice these prodigies. Indeed, the numerous powerful figures from various factions, who had long gathered there, began to take action. In one corner of the training ground, Elder Mo, surprised to see that this year's Imperial City Hunt had drawn your personal attendance, remarked, "It seems that the talents in this year's hunt are evidently superior to those of previous years. Thus our sect is placing greater emphasis on it." Two acquaintances gathered and engaged in casual conversation. "So, have you spotted any talents worth noting?" One inquired. "The top-tier ones are bound to join the Tianyan Palace. That's a certainty, but among the other prodigies, there are indeed a few promising candidates," replied the elder known as Elder Mo with a smile, holding a detailed intelligence report on the geniuses from the Red Dragon Tower. At that moment, Elder Mo's gaze was fixated on a particular name within the report, Su Xian. His eyes gleamed with fervor. According to the information from the Red Dragon Tower, Su Xian was merely 19 years old this year. And although he had only attained the peak of the Transformation Sea realm, his combat prowess qualified him to vie for a position among the top 10 in the hunt. Such extraordinary talent. He must have awakened his bloodline. In comparison to the most formidable geniuses in this hunting expedition, Su Xian's innate abilities surpassed them all. Elder Mo pondered for a moment before striding towards Su Xian's location. Chapter 50. The second phase of the hunt on the training grounds. Su Xian stood alongside Duan Yunfeng, observing the powerful figures from various factions bustling around them. "Young friends," an elderly man clad in white approached them. "I am Elder Mo, a member of the Tianyi sect." He introduced himself. The Tianyi sect? Su Xian's heart stirred. The Tianyan Empire, vast in territory, is home to numerous sects and factions. Among them, 3 sects are renowned and widely acknowledged as the most powerful. The Tianyi sect is one of these esteemed establishments. It is said that the Tianyi sect has existed for hundreds of years, boasting profound heritage. Currently, within the Tianyi sect, there are no fewer than 4 practitioners at the Nirvana realm. It is important to note that in the Tianyan Empire, a family with even a single elder at the Nirvana realm is considered a top-tier power. Thus, possessing 4 such formidable individuals, along with their deep-rooted heritage, the Tianyi sect can rightfully be regarded as a colossal entity within the Tianyan Empire, as long as they do not rebel or provoke the imperial family. The Tianyi sect can traverse the empire with impunity. "Young friend Su Xian, I have come to inquire if you would be willing to join our Tianyi sect," Elder Mo said with a warm smile. "If you are willing, you may directly become a core disciple of our Tianyi sect. The resources and training you would receive would rank just beneath those afforded to the disciples of the Tianyan Palace and the royal family within the Tianyan dynasty. Furthermore, our Tianyi sect boasts 4 esteemed elders of the Nirvana realm in this generation. I can assure you that one of these venerable elders will take you as their disciple and provide you with personal guidance. Additionally, I have heard that your Su family has been facing certain crises in recent years. However, should you choose to join our Tianyi sect, I guarantee that no one shall lay a finger on your Su family." Elder Mo laid out these terms upon his arrival, and they were imbued with sincerity. The opportunity to receive training nearly equivalent to that of the Tianyan Palace and royal disciples, to be accepted as a disciple by a Nirvana realm powerhouse, and the promise of protection for the Su family. Even Su Xian found himself momentarily taken aback by these conditions. It was Duan Yunfeng who first regained his composure, expressing his displeasure. "Old man, what do you mean? I stand here alongside Su Xian, yet your Tianyi sect only extends an invitation to him and not to me? Do you look down upon me?" Su Xian was startled. Here was a venerable elder of the Tianyi sect, a peak void-breaking realm powerhouse. And Duan Yunfeng had the audacity to address him as old man, speaking so disrespectfully. He did not seem concerned that Elder Mo would take offense. Yet, upon hearing Duan Yunfeng's words, Elder Mo exhibited no anger. Instead, he chuckled. "If young friend Duan wishes to join our Tianyi sect, I would naturally welcome him. Though I fear our humble sect may be too small for your tastes." "Humph, you are correct. I find your Tianyi sect to be utterly beneath my regard." Duan Yunfeng retorted disdainfully, unreserved in his contempt. Su Xian understood the situation clearly. Duan Yunfeng possesses an illustrious background, and Elder Mo of the Tianyi sect is undoubtedly aware of his origins. Thus, despite Duan Yunfeng's remarkable talent, Elder Mo shows no inclination to extend an invitation. In fact, it is not only Duan Yunfeng. This hunting expedition is teeming with prodigies, such as Xia Meng and Tu San, both of whom are well-known figures. one a scion of the royal family, and the other hailing from the Qi prince's residence. Regardless of their potential prowess to enter the Tianyin Palace, it is unlikely that they would align themselves with any other force. Consequently, these sects would not waste their breath. They might only seek to foster a cordial relationship. Elder Imo, I appreciate your kindness, but I shall first endeavor to see if I can secure a place among the top 10 and gain entry into the Tianyin Palace for cultivation. If I am unable to do so, I will then consider the Tianyi sect, Su Xian stated. Naturally, Elder Imo replied with a smile. In that case, we shall await the conclusion of this hunt and your decision thereafter. With that, Elder Imo took his leave. Following Elder Imo's departure, several other powerful figures from various sects or factions approached Su Xian. Among them was a sect, one of the three strongest alongside the Tianyi sect, which presented exceptionally favorable terms. Of course, these factions understood that Su Xian would not readily agree but would first seek to gain entry into the Tianyin Palace. Thus, they merely extended their olive branches in advance. As for Su Xian's ultimate choice, that would be determined after the hunt's conclusion. The invitations from these sects and factions are indeed a fortuitous development for me. Even if fortune were to be unkind, preventing me from breaking into the top 10, I could still opt to align myself with these factions and sects, for at the very least, the security of my family would be somewhat assured, Su Xian mused quietly. An hour swiftly passed, and the 1,000 prodigies had reconvened. The individual presiding over this second phase of the hunt held a peculiar white orb in hand. With a casual toss into the void, the orb expanded, emanating a dazzling white light that enveloped all 1,000 talents in the training ground, who then simultaneously vanished from sight. The Tianxin realm? Is this the trial space designated for the royal offspring by the Tianyin royal family? The powerful figures from various factions recognized the origin of the white orb. The Tianxin realm serves as a testing ground exclusively for the royal heirs. This white orb is the guiding object that transports these 1,000 prodigies into the Tianxin realm. Once all the talents were ushered into this realm, the orb suspended in the air emitted beams of white light once more, conjuring a series of mirrored images in the void of the training ground. These images showcased scenes from the Tianxin realm, albeit only a fraction of them. To utilize the Tianxin realm as the setting for the second phase of the hunt is quite intriguing. Elder Imo, standing with his hands clasped behind him in a corner of the training ground, observed the unfolding scenes in the void with a smile. This is a vast trial space, with a ground composed of azure stone, nearly 100 yards in both length and width. At the end of the, enveloped by a curtain of white light, Su Xian stood at the very center of this trial space. A resounding voice echoed simultaneously in the ears of 1,000 prodigies situated across various trial realms. After 10 breaths, adversaries would emerge in succession from the surrounding white light, launching their attacks upon you. These opponents would be diverse in nature and quantity, and your task was to endure the onslaught of these successive challengers. The more adversaries you withstand, the greater your chances of succeeding in the second phase of the hunt. This was merely a simple narration, devoid of detailed rules. In contrast to the first phase of the hunt, which had explicit guidelines and revealed that only 1,000 would ultimately prevail, the second phase offered no indication of how many would remain, instead urging us to withstand the assaults of our foes as long as possible. Su Xian furrowed his brow slightly. As the 10 breaths swiftly elapsed, 2 shadowy figures surged forth from the surrounding white light. Whoosh, whoosh. These 2 shadows moved with astonishing speed, akin to twin tempests, racing towards Su Xian from opposite directions. As they drew near, Su Xian discerned their true forms, not human, but rather monstrous beasts. His pupils contracted in alarm. These shadows were unmistakably 2 towering black wolves, each over 2 meters in length. Their crimson eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty aura as they lunged forward. In an instant, Su Xian drew his sword. Swoosh, swoosh. The blade sang softly, yet its speed was nothing short of extraordinary. As the 2 colossal wolves charged towards him, their heads were severed in an instant. With a mournful howl, they transformed into ethereal white light, dissipating within the trial space. They were not genuine beasts but rather manifestations created through some extraordinary means. Su Xian marveled at this remarkable technique. It was evident that the architect of this trial space was extraordinary. Following the vanishing of the wolves, several figures swiftly emerged from the surrounding white luminescence. This time, for avian creatures with razor-sharp beaks, resembling swords in their lethal precision, appeared. In terms of speed, these bizarre birds surpassed the wolves. Su Xian continued to engage, swiftly dispatching the 4 creatures, causing them to vanish as well. Subsequently, waves of peculiar opponents emerged from the luminous veil, mythical beasts, strange birds, and flying insects among them. Although these adversaries possessed formidable strength, they posed little threat to Su Xian. Before long, he had successfully defeated 5 rounds of challengers and had now entered the 6th round. In this round, he faced 2 human assassins, both cloaked in black. Their speed was astonishing, but it was their elusive movements that truly bewildered him. The terrifying combination of swiftness and agility made it exceedingly difficult for Su Xian to track their forms. Their attacks, executed with silent precision, rendered defense nearly impossible. Su Xian realized that, had he focused and employed his swordsmanship, he could indeed eliminate these two. However, after 6 consecutive rounds of combat, he had begun to sense something amiss. After enduring 6 consecutive rounds of combat against formidable opponents, my spiritual energy has been relentlessly depleted, leaving me without the slightest opportunity for replenishment. Su Xian furrowed his brow. In the previous 5 rounds, he had relied solely on his own strength to vanquish each adversary, which had significantly drained his spiritual energy. The 5th round had been particularly taxing, as he had faced over 100 flying insects, each requiring considerable effort to defeat. The relentless succession of foes within this trial space offered no respite, leaving him no time to recover his energy. Moreover, the 2 assassins he encountered in the 6th round proved to be exceptionally troublesome. Should he resort to true measures, his energy consumption would escalate further. Yet, he remained uncertain about the number of adversaries still to come and the criteria for successfully passing this second phase of the hunt. The previously announced rules dictated that we must endure wave after wave of assaults. The more rounds we withstand, the greater our chances of advancement. Yet, it did not require us to eliminate adversaries at the swiftest pace. In other words, Su Xian's gaze sharpened, and he halted his pursuit of the 2 assassins, choosing instead to stand his ground as they charged towards him. Swoosh, swoosh. The 2 cold daggers silently lunged at him. Su Xian drew his sword, and with a flourish of sword intent, it transformed into a vast expanse, effortlessly deflecting their attacks. The assassins continued their onslaught. Clang, clang, clang. Each successive strike was met with ease by Su Xian. However, mere moments later, without him lifting a finger, the forms of the 2 assassins dissipated into nothingness. Indeed, upon witnessing the 2 assassins dissolve into radiant light within the trial space, Su Xian's lips curled into a faint smile. He had comprehended that the true essence of the second phase of the hunt was not to engage in brutal combat with these adversaries, but rather to survive amidst their relentless assaults. As long as he could endure their onslaught for a while, these opponents would eventually dissipate. The second phase of the hunt relied not only on personal strength, but also on endurance and perceptiveness. Should one fail to recognize the traps embedded within this phase and blindly rely on brute force to clash with wave after wave of foes, depleting vast reserves of spiritual energy, even those with the capability to surpass this stage might ultimately face elimination. Su Xian mused. With the genuine rules now unveiled, navigating the ensuing challenges would become significantly simpler for him. Chapter 51, The Final 4 in the Training Ground. After a brief period following the arrival of 1,000 prodigies into the Heavenly Heart Realm, many had begun to emerge one after another. Have I been eliminated? That cannot be. My strength should have allowed me to withstand that barrage. Yet, my spiritual energy has been entirely exhausted. How many rounds could you endure? 8 rounds. The prodigies who had been expelled gathered together, engaging in discussions, their expressions largely grim. Before long, those who had emerged from the Heavenly Heart Realm constituted more than half of the group. At that moment, a towering golden-haired man was also brought forth. His arrival immediately captured the attention of all present prodigies. It's Song Yan. Is it truly him? Was he really sent out so early? Numerous prodigies expressed their astonishment. Song Yan was indeed qualified to vie for a position among the top 20 in the hunting competition, based solely on his prowess. He should not have been expelled from the Tianxin realm at such an early stage. After all, there were still hundreds of geniuses remaining within the Tianxin realm. Damn it. At this moment, Song Yan gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, his expression exceedingly grim. I was too reckless. I should have exercised more caution and conserved my spiritual energy. Otherwise, I could have easily endured the 10th round of attacks. Just moments ago, within the Tianxin realm, when faced with the successive waves of opponents, he had unleashed his full strength from the very beginning, relying on his absolute power to forcefully eliminate those challengers. While this approach had allowed him to swiftly surpass the 8th round, his spiritual energy had already been depleted by more than half. It was only then that he realized something was amiss, but it was too late. Subsequently, he barely managed to advance through the 9th round, but upon reaching the 10th, the strength of his adversaries surged dramatically. With only a meager amount of spiritual energy remaining, he was ultimately eliminated by the opponents of the 10th round. In the Tianxin realm, the 9th round served as a threshold, while the difficulty of the 10th round escalated significantly. If one expended too much spiritual energy during the preceding 9 rounds, the increased difficulty and excessive energy depletion in the 10th round could very well result in elimination. Elder Mo of the Tianai sect stood there, arms crossed, observing as one genius after another was expelled from the Tianqin realm, shaking his head in silence. He understood that the Tianyin dynasty intended to use the Tianqin realm as the second stage of their hunting assessment. A genius, while endowed with innate talent and strength, may falter if placed in a peculiar environment where even the most fundamental judgment in the face of crises eludes them, or if their reactions are excessively sluggish. Such a genius, regardless of their extraordinary gifts, will find it difficult to progress far. Take Song Yin, for instance. His actions were excessively reckless. Without fully comprehending the rules of the second phase of the hunt, he relied solely on brute force to vanquish his opponents, recklessly depleting his spiritual energy. It is only fitting that he faced early elimination. As time gradually passed, more and more geniuses were expelled from the Tianqin realm. After a brief period, Duan Yufeng also emerged. Regrettably, despite knowing the necessity of conserving spiritual energy, he could not resist employing formidable sword techniques to eliminate his adversaries during their encounters. If only I had a bit more spiritual energy, I could have executed 1 or 2 ultimate techniques, and I would have easily endured the 13th wave of attacks. Perhaps even persevering a while longer into the 14th. Duan Yufeng sighed softly. Within the Tianqin realm, he had braved 12 waves of attacks, managing to withstand the majority of the 13th wave before ultimately being eliminated. This outcome placed him among the select few among the numerous geniuses who had already been expelled. Now, only 4 images remained suspended in the void above the training grounds. This indicated that merely 4 individuals were still navigating the challenges within the Tianqin realm. These 4 were none other than the universally acknowledged strongest, Xiao Meng, from the Qiwang mansion, Tu San, the enigmatic monk, Wu Zhao. Moreover, in the heart of the trial space within the Tianqin realm, the 13th round has commenced. The adversaries in this round are 10 formidable black-armored soldiers wielding long spears, each possessing an alarming level of power. The might of their strikes is truly terrifying. At the center of this trial space stands the barefooted monk, Wu Chao, adorned with prayer beads around his neck, wielding a stone staff with an air of nonchalance, repeatedly swinging it with effortless precision. Bang, 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 bang. With every strike of his staff, a black-armored soldier is sent flying. As the 10 soldiers charge simultaneously, the outcome remains the same. Each one is hurled away by the force of Wu Chao's blows. It is straightforward and brutal, devoid of any embellishment. Yet, to many observers, these 10 fearsome black-armored soldiers appear as mere punching bags, effortlessly tossed aside by Wu Chao. How astonishingly powerful he is! Just how formidable is the might of that monk's stone staff? After all, these are the opponents of the 13th round. Any one of these 10 soldiers could easily overpower an ordinary genius who has merely traversed the second level of the Xuanlong Tower. The talented individuals standing in the training ground, along with the powerful figures from various factions and sects, gaze in astonishment at the sight of Wu Chao effortlessly sending black-armored soldiers flying, their eyes filled with profound shock. That extraordinary monk! Duan Yufeng clenches his teeth in quiet dread, recalling the moment when he himself was struck senseless by that monk's staff. The 13th round is swiftly overcome. By the 14th round, the adversaries remained 10 armed soldiers, yet their armor had transformed from black to silver, signifying an enhancement in their combat prowess. It is nearly time. The monk Wu Zhao observed calmly as the 10 silver-armored soldiers charged forth. Having endured 13 rounds of assaults, he deemed himself capable of advancing beyond this second phase of the hunt. The monk had not embarked on this endeavor for fame. He was content with his performance. With a hearty smile, he merely gestured with his stone staff a few times amidst the onslaught of the silver-armored soldiers before being eliminated and sent away. As Wu Zhao appeared on the training ground, the talented individuals present wore expressions of utmost bewilderment. How could this be? He had breezed through the 13th round with apparent ease, yet in the 14th round, he was swiftly ousted. Could it be that his spiritual energy was depleted? How could that be? Just look at his previous demeanor, so relaxed and unburdened. He hardly seemed to expend any energy. In my view, he intentionally allowed himself to be defeated. Most of the talented individuals grasped this notion clearly. Wu Zhao evidently had no intention of progressing further, hence his deliberate elimination. As for his strength, it was previously acknowledged by the Red Dragon Tower that he possessed the combat capability to rank within the top 10 of the hunt. And now many believe that his true strength might very well rival that of Xiao Meng. See to you, I have heard that during the first phase of the hunt, Wu Zhao was persistently seeking your whereabouts. You ought to exercise caution, someone nearby warned. At this moment, C2U's expression was as dark as a stormy sea. He was aware of the monk's formidable nature, but had not anticipated it to be to such an extent. What kind of monster has emerged from nowhere? C2U exhibited a visage filled with resentment. Amidst the 13th round of assaults in the Heavenly Heart Realm, His Highness commanded me to enter the Tianyin Palace for cultivation. It is a decree I must fulfill, even if it requires the utmost sacrifice. The tall and austere figure of Tu San scanned the surroundings with a gaze as sharp as a blade, observing the 10 encroaching soldiers clad in black armor. He moved like a specter, weaving through the ranks of the black-armored soldiers, unleashing his full might as he struck down one after another with lethal precision. Originally a mere servant, his life and everything he possessed were bestowed upon him by the Chi King. The ingrained belief instilled in him since childhood dictated that the Chi King was paramount above all. Every action he took was in service of the Chi manor. This hunting expedition, too, was at the behest of the Chi King, who commanded him to participate and to enter the Tianyin Palace for training. As for himself, he perceived no sense of individuality. After unleashing his utmost strength, expending vast amounts of spiritual energy, Tu San finally breached the 13th round. Upon reaching the 14th round, he continued to exert himself fully, engaging in fierce combat with the 10 silver-armored soldiers until his spiritual energy was utterly depleted, ultimately resulting in his elimination. Following his expulsion from the Heavenly Heart Realm, Tu San stood solitary in a corner of the training ground, facing the occasional astonished glances from those around him. His expression remaining unchanged, akin to an emotionless automaton. In another trial space, Xia Meng had also advanced to the 14th round. At this moment, all eyes had converged upon him. I am of royal lineage. I embody the dignity of the imperial family. In the Hall of Heavenly Flames, I shall surely gain entry. And it must be achieved with the foremost rank in this year's hunt. Not merely securing first place overall, but I shall also dominate this second phase of the hunt. Standing resolutely at the center, the robust figure of Xia Meng exudes an air of cold arrogance, accompanied by an undeniable aura of authority. Born into royalty, he has not lived a life of luxury. Instead, he has thrived amidst the fiercest and most brutal competition. In such an environment, his relentless pursuit has always been to become the strongest. In the realm of Tianqin, I have ventured many times before, yet I have always faltered at the 14th round. But this time, I shall surely prevail. Xia Meng let out a low roar, his firearm resembling a soaring dragon, domineering, sharp, and imbued with terrifying power. The 10 silver-armored soldiers, each one formidable, charged at him in a frenzied assault. Yet, under the onslaught of Xia Meng's fierce and unyielding marksmanship, 3 of them were felled in quick succession. Following that, explosions resounded, boom, boom, boom. A flurry of intense confrontations ensued, and ultimately, all 10 silver-armored soldiers were dispatched by Xia Meng, each with a single shot. The 14th round is surpassed. So powerful, truly remarkable. The training grounds erupted in exclamations of astonishment. Thus far, even the most exceptional talents like Tu San and Wu Chao have only managed to navigate through the 13th round, failing to endure long enough in the 14th before being eliminated. Yet, Xia Meng has astonishingly advanced past the 14th round, not merely enduring the onslaught of 10 silver-armored soldiers, but rather annihilating them with sheer brute strength. This prowess is simply terrifying. It is excessively formidable. This is the individual previously acknowledged as the most powerful contender in this hunting expedition. The entire arena has erupted in a frenzy. No one anticipated that Xia Meng's strength would be so overwhelmingly potent. The 3rd level. Xia Meng undoubtedly possesses the capability to surpass the 3rd level of the dragon-seeking tower. The elite warriors from various factions and sects are equally shaken. They understand well that to conquer the 14th round of the Heavenly Heart Realm, and to do so by utterly overpowering one's opponents, one must possess the strength to surpass the 3rd level of the dragon-seeking tower. Surpassing the 3rd level of the dragon-seeking tower signifies the pinnacle of genius within the Tianyin dynasty. Such prodigies have historically been rare, even across multiple generations of imperial city hunts. Yet here we witness one emerging. After overcoming the 14th round, Xia Meng faced the opponents of the 15th round, 10 golden-armored soldiers wielding spears. It was evident that these golden-armored soldiers possessed significantly greater combat prowess than their silver-armored counterparts. Xia Meng managed to withstand their assault for a brief period, but ultimately succumbed to defeat. After the defeat of Xia Meng, in the entirety of the 2nd phase of the hunt, among the 1,000 prodigies, only one remained in the Tianqin realm, continuing to navigate its challenges. That individual is none other than Su Xian. Chapter 52. A stunning revelation on the training grounds. Numerous eliminated prodigies, including the foremost experts from various factions and sects, gathered with rapt attention, observing the final suspended image in the void. Within the scene, a young man clad in black was skillfully employing his swordsmanship, persistently fending off the assaults of surrounding adversaries. Remarkably, Su Xian was still persevering through the trials. Among the 1,000 prodigies participating in the 2nd phase of the hunt, the most formidable, Xia Meng, had already surpassed the 14th wave of attacks before succumbing in the 15th round. Yet, here was Su Xian, leisurely navigating through the 12th wave. Many prodigies wore expressions of intrigue. In the Tianqin realm, progress is not merely a matter of duration or the number of rounds completed. Indeed, during the trials, one could eliminate opponents ahead of time, thereby swiftly advancing through each wave. Conversely, one could also adopt a more cautious approach, seeking to delay until the time limit for the attacks expired, allowing the opponents to dissipate on their own. Clearly, Su Xin belonged to the latter category. From the sixth wave onwards, having grasped the true rules governing the second phase of the hunt, Su Xin ceased his proactive assaults to annihilate his adversaries. Instead, he focused on conserving his spiritual energy, solely employing defensive sword techniques to withstand the onslaughts. By utilizing the Shanhai scroll, he merely defended himself, resulting in minimal spiritual energy expenditure. He patiently awaited the expiration of his opponent's attack limits, allowing them to vanish of their own accord. As everyone else had already completed their trials and faced elimination, even Xiamang had succumbed in the 15th round. He himself had only just reached the end of the 12th round. Clang, clang, clang. After a series of collisions, the time for the 12th round's opponent to attack came to an end, and they dissipated into nothingness. Su Xin smoothly progressed into the 13th round. It was indeed quite effortless and pleasant. With a focus solely on defense, his spiritual energy was consumed minimally, thus allowing him to feel at ease. He was employing the Northern Song Sword technique, which is widely recognized as the foremost swordsmanship of the Tianyin dynasty. Many talented individuals in the training ground were engaged in discussions about it. Although Su Xin had remained on the defensive, no one deemed it inappropriate. After all, in the Heavenly Heart realm, the only requirement was to withstand the relentless attacks of one's opponents, regardless of the method employed. In the 13th round, Su Xin encountered 10 black-armored soldiers wielding spears. The united assault of these 10 soldiers was relentless, and Su Xin found himself unable to maintain the same level of ease as before. However, the pressure he felt was merely slight. Utilizing the Northern Song Sword technique, he channeled his understanding of the essence of the realm to unleash the mountain and sea scroll, generating waves of sword energy that successfully countered the attacks of the 10 black-armored soldiers. Before long, Su Xin had surpassed the 13th round and arrived at the 14th. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The long spears moved like dragons, their speed and power astonishing. The pressure on Su Xin intensified, although he faced the same number of soldiers. The silver-armored warriors in this 14th round were significantly stronger than their black-armored counterparts from the previous round. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Su Xion's eyes. In the next moment, a tremendous surge of bloodline power erupted forth. Since entering this trial space and facing his first opponent, up to the recent 13th adversary, he had only unleashed 50% of his bloodline strength. Yet now, astonishingly, this power surged to 70%. Such an elevation in bloodline prowess instantaneously amplified his strength. Come forth. Su Xian uttered a low command, and his swordsmanship erupted in its full glory. Endless waves surged, intertwining with profound sword intent, engulfing the 10 silver-armored soldiers as if they were adrift in a turbulent sea. Su Xian stood resolute at the heart of this tempest, like an unyielding stone. As the long spears relentlessly assaulted him, Su Xian wielded his sword with precision, executing sweeping arcs, fierce strikes, and deft thrusts with uncanny agility. The shimmering blade danced through the air, each movement perfectly countering or deflecting the surrounding spear shadows. Clang, clang, clang. The trial space resonated with the intense sounds of metal colliding. Remarkable. The swordplay astounded the numerous young geniuses observing from the sidelines. They recognized the exceptional defensive sword techniques Su Xian employed, showcasing an extraordinary comprehension of the sword's essence, clearly having reached the first level of understanding. Among this hunt of nearly 100,000 prodigies, only 3, Xiamang, 2 San, and Duan Yufeng, had genuinely crossed into the first level of insight and displayed it. As for Wu Zhao, his staff techniques were immensely powerful, and his understanding was also profound, perhaps achieving the first level, yet it had not yet been fully revealed. Thus, in terms of comprehension of the sword's essence, Su Xian undoubtedly ranked among the top 5 in this hunt. The first layer of artistic perception, complemented by the mountain and sea scrolls of the Northern Song Sword technique, reveals a swordsmanship that mirrors the vastness of mountains and seas. The crux lies in the intricate techniques of deflection. Even when faced with an adversary whose power far surpasses his own, he can withstand their onslaught head-on. His cultivation, however, remains somewhat lacking. Despite having practiced a unique technique and unleashing the power of his bloodline, he barely reaches the threshold of the void-breaking realm. During this hunt, there are indeed those whose explosive strength rivals or even exceeds his own. Yet, apart from Xiamang, none have succeeded in surpassing the 14th round of attacks. But Su Xian, without a doubt, possesses the potential to overcome the 14th round. Elder Imo of the Tianyi sect stated solemnly. The 14th round. Thus far in this hunt, only Xiamang has managed to surpass it. Yet, It is evident to any discerning observer that although the 10 silver-armored soldiers impose immense pressure upon Su Xin, he is still capable of countering their assaults with his swordsmanship. As long as he can endure and avoid immediate defeat, he stands a chance to advance past the 14th round once the time limit expires. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the 10 silver-armored soldiers dissipated on their own. Su Xin successfully stepped into the 15th round. In the 15th round, he faced 10 golden-armored soldiers. Previously, Xia Meng had also reached this stage, engaging with these 10 golden-armored soldiers, but could only manage to hold his ground for a brief moment before being soundly defeated. Now, as Su Xin confronted these 10 golden-armored soldiers, a resounding crash echoed. The long spear thrust forth with astonishing swiftness, accompanied by a peculiar spiraling force that seemed to ripple through the void, generating a piercing sound of air being sliced apart. Su Xin continued to exert the full force of the mountain and sea sword technique in defense. Clang! A sudden impact surged forth, transmitting an overwhelming force in an instant. Although Su Xin managed to block it with his spear, he felt a numbing sensation in his arm. What an appalling strength! This force was surely not weaker than the blow delivered by the great monk Wu Chao. A flicker of dread crossed Su Xin's eyes. Previously, in the hunting grounds, during his confrontation with the formidable Wu Chao, the latter's casual swing of the stone staff left an indelible mark on Su Xin's memory. One strike had rendered Duan Yufeng utterly dazed. Now, Su Xin could sense that the power contained within the spear thrust by the golden-armored soldiers was no less formidable than Wu Chao's strike. The crucial distinction was that while Wu Chao's strength emanated from a single individual, this 15th round of assault involved no less than 10 golden-armored soldiers. Boom, 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 boom. 10 golden-armored soldiers charged simultaneously, their spears either crashing down in fury or thrusting forward with precision, piercing the void and producing a deafening cacophony of sound. Su Xin, still only channeling 70% of his bloodline power, could but strain to wield the mountain sea sword technique in a desperate effort to fend off this onslaught of terrifying attacks. This was the limit. The spectators in the training grounds could only sigh inwardly. It was evident to them that under the relentless siege of the 10 golden-armored soldiers, Su Xin had already been pushed to his limits from the very beginning. Unless a miracle occurred, he could at most hold out a little longer before being utterly defeated. In the heavenly heart realm, the challenges intensified with each passing moment. For a practitioner in the sea transformation stage to have advanced through the 14th round was already a remarkable feat. As for the 15th round, it was simply beyond the capabilities of one in the sea transformation stage. Moreover, Su Xin was merely at the pinnacle of the sea transformation stage. Should his cultivation reach the consummate level or the zenith of the sea transformation stage, perhaps he might stand a chance. Elder Emo smiled faintly. The 15th round of the Tianqin realm is indeed formidable. The royal hunting of the Tianyan dynasty, held every 5 years, attracts a multitude of prodigies. Among the countless elite participants across so many sessions, those who have qualified to surpass the 14th round are exceedingly rare. And as for those who have advanced beyond the 15th round, it has not occurred even once in the past 2 decades, or rather, in this century. Defeat seems imminent. Elder Emo gazed at the image projected above, observing the numerous prodigies present, as well as the powerful figures from various factions and sects. All convinced that Su Xin was on the verge of failure. Yet suddenly, Elder Mo's expression shifted. Within the trial space, Su Xin, despite being besieged by 10 armored soldiers, had indeed reached his utmost limit. Strangely, this extreme pressure bestowed upon him a novel understanding of swordsmanship, and a flicker of comprehension began to illuminate his mind. The mountains and sea scroll, what is the foundation of a mountain? Amidst the relentless assault from the 10 armored soldiers, Su Xin pondered deeply. The overwhelming force struck time and again, each collision causing his form to tremble. In an effort to stabilize himself, he planted his feet firmly into the ground. It appeared merely a means to maintain his balance, yet at the moment his feet sank into the earth, a sudden clarity dawned upon him. The ground, the earth? He understood. The reason mountains stand resilient is that they are rooted in the earth beneath them, connecting them to their very foundation. Even in the boundless ocean, the reason a steadfast boulder can rise proudly is also due to its connection to the seabed. The earth serves as the foundation for mountains, rivers, trees, stubborn stones, and all things of the world. Su Xin continued to wield his swordsmanship. Yet he seamlessly merged with the very essence of the ground beneath him, akin to a nail firmly driven into the earth. The 10 golden-armored soldiers still wielded their spears with terrifying precision. Each strike bore an astonishing force. However, as Su Xin swung his sword to parry, his movements flowed with an elegance that surpassed his previous efforts, embodying a harmonious unity. Although the power behind each strike from the golden-armored soldiers was sufficient to cause his arms to tremble and ache, he now felt a newfound ease in his defenses. What was happening? This swordsmanship, the many prodigies observing from the training field, including the powerful figures from various sects and factions, displayed expressions of astonishment. They could all sense that Su Xian's swordsmanship had undergone a complete metamorphosis. He had transcended. Elder Mo of the Tianai sect gazed incredulously at Su Xian on the screen. To become one with the earth, to achieve such organic unity. This was the pinnacle of the Mountain Sea Scroll, as the recognized foremost swordsmanship of the Tianyan dynasty. Reaching the pinnacle with the Mountain Sea Scroll demands not only profound comprehension of its essence, but also an extraordinary understanding of sword techniques, accompanied by unparalleled talent. Even among the peak practitioners of the Broken Void realm who trained in the Northern Song sword technique, many had failed to master the Mountain Sea Scroll to such a degree. Yet, Su Xian had achieved it. A genius. A true, peerless prodigy in the realm of swordsmanship. Elder Mo's gaze burned with fervor as he looked at Su Xian, as if beholding an unparalleled treasure. Within the trial space, as the Mountain Sea Scroll sword technique reached its pinnacle, Su Xian found himself effortlessly contending with the 10 golden armored soldiers. He soon surpassed the duration of their onslaught, successfully navigating through the 15th round. In the 16th round, he faced another set of 10 soldiers, this time clad in blood-red armor and wielding crimson spears. Boom, boom, boom. The 10 soldiers launched a simultaneous assault. Their might noticeably amplified. Su Xian stood firm, like a nail driven into the ground, as the profound essence of the perfected Mountain Sea Scroll sword technique enveloped him, fervently resisting the barrage of attacks. With each collision, a wave of exhilaration surged through him. This was the pressure he yearned to endure. Su Xian's spirit sword. Though these blood-armored soldiers were extraordinarily formidable, he managed to hold them at bay, albeit with great difficulty, through the mastery of his sword technique. With only 70% of his bloodline activated, he fought to the very end, pushing himself to the limits. Ultimately, just before his spiritual energy was completely depleted and his sword technique on the verge of collapse, he narrowly withstood the onslaught of the 10 blood-armored soldiers. He triumphed in the 16th round. Su Xian, a mere youth with the cultivation of a grand master of the sea, who many deemed inexperienced and juvenile, had previously been questioned regarding his potential to rank among the top 10 in combat prowess by the Red Dragon Tower. Yet today, he astonished everyone. When he chose to remain silent, he did so only to unleash an astonishing performance. Chapter 53. Fearless again on the training grounds, a sea of people gathered. Numerous prodigies participating in the second phase of the hunt, along with the foremost experts from various factions and sects, fixated intently on the ethereal image hovering in the void. During the 15th round of attacks, they all believed that Su Xian had reached his limit, destined to falter at this juncture. To their astonishment, Su Xian suddenly erupted forth. His swordsmanship transcended boundaries, not only breaching the 15th round, but also surging through to conquer the 16th. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd. The sound of a falling pin audible in the stillness. The 16th round? How could this be? Even the formidable Xia Meng wore an expression of disbelief. Just moments ago, when Su Xian had surpassed the 14th round, standing even with him, Xia Meng had been at ease. Despite both having traversed the 14th round, Su Xian had merely clung to his defensive swordplay to endure, while Xia Meng had decisively annihilated all challengers of the 14th round. One had barely managed to survive through defense, while the other had launched a full frontal assault, obliterating his opponents. Even if both ultimately halted at the 15th level, any discerning observer would conclude that Xia Meng was the stronger of the two. Yet now, having breached the 16th round, the Tianyan royal family had witnessed countless talents striving within the Tianxin realm for many years, yet Su Xian stood as the first to have ever surpassed the 16th round. Although his achievement relied on defense, mastery in defense is still a remarkable skill. In this second phase of the hunt, he undoubtedly shone brighter than I. Xia Meng clenched his fist involuntarily. Throughout his life, he had always aspired to be the strongest, regardless of the time or the competitive stage. He had consistently been the most formidable. In this hunt, it is not merely the final ranking that matters, even in the second phase. He intends to shine as the most resplendent figure on the field. Yet now, his brilliance has evidently been overshadowed entirely by Su Xian. Su Xian, you say? Xia Meng murmured, the name already firmly etched in his mind. The command from His Highness is crystal clear. Should the opportunity arise during this hunt, he must eliminate him. Tu Sin stood there with an impassive demeanor, despite the astonishing performance of Su Xian displayed in the mirrored images. His heart remained untouched by any turbulence. Relying solely on defensive swordsmanship to withstand the 16th round of assaults in the celestial heart realm, he would be unable to contend with him using mere conventional methods. I must deploy my most formidable trump card, resorting to that one decisive move. Only by forsaking everything can I hope to vanquish him. San's resolve was as steadfast as iron. For him, the command from His Highness was paramount. Even if it cost him his life, he must fulfill it. In a corner of the training ground, the towering monk Wu Zhao, adorned with an enormous black prayer bead necklace, stood with a smile, gazing upward at the unfolding scene. Upon witnessing Su Xian's breakthrough in swordsmanship, successfully navigating through the 15th and 16th rounds of attacks, Wu Zhao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such formidable defensive techniques, one could hardly expect to shatter them even with all one's might. Indeed, the Tianyin dynasty boasts an abundance of talent. Just moments ago, a marksman of remarkable prowess, Xia Meng, emerged, and now another, Su Xian, whose defenses are nothing short of invincible. Truly, one cannot underestimate the profound heritage of the 9 sacred mountains. Wu Zhao continued to watch with an amused smile. Whether it be Xia Meng or Su Xian, both have imposed immense pressure on the other talented individuals present. Yet, Wu Zhao remains utterly indifferent at heart. The strength of others holds no significance for him. His sole aim is to confront only Sitiyu. The defensive swordsmanship of my brother is indeed rather extraordinary. Among the crowd, Duan Yufeng, witnessing Su Xian's explosive prowess, cannot help but gasp in astonishment. He was already aware of Su Xian's remarkable defensive swordsmanship, which had reached a plateau during the first phase of the hunt. In that hunting ground, when encountering formidable talents, Su Xian had sought to refine his skills through their techniques, yet he had not succeeded. Now, within the realm of Tianxin, facing an unrelenting series of increasingly powerful opponents, Su Xian has found the perfect opportunity for practice, allowing his swordsmanship to transcend its limits. Once this breakthrough is achieved, the subsequent display of his defensive capabilities instills within him a sense of despair. Should he encounter Su Xian in the upcoming hunts, no matter how fiercely he attacks, he fears he might not inflict even the slightest harm. Duan Yufeng can only smile wryly. He senses that should he cross paths with Su Xian alone in the forthcoming hunts, he would undoubtedly face considerable hardship. After surpassing the 16th round, the adversary for the 17th round emerged. Unlike the previous opponents, this time there stands but a single individual, grasping a long spear with one hand. This figure glided forth from the white luminescent curtain and swiftly advanced towards Su Xian, initiating an attack with a slash followed by a thrust. What appeared to be a seemingly simple attack was, in reality, intricate beyond comprehension, even for many talented individuals in the arena, including Su Xian. Though Su Xian's defensive swordsmanship seemed impeccable, it faltered before the relentless onslaught of the long shuttle. In a mere exchange, he was vanquished. Soon after, Su Xian was escorted out. As soon as Su Xian emerged onto the training grounds, a multitude of gazes converged upon him, predominantly filled with admiration. This Su Xian, regardless of other attributes, possessed a defensive swordsmanship that was truly formidable. Indeed, it was solely through this defensive technique that he had endured the 16th wave of attacks in the Heavenly Heart realm. Such a defense seemed insurmountable. Not only us, but even those few prodigies capable of competing for a position in the top 10 of the hunt would undoubtedly feel despair upon witnessing his defensive prowess. Previously, there were those who questioned his ability to rank among the top 10. What a farce that was. With this defensive swordsmanship, advancing into the top 10 of the hunt posed no challenge whatsoever. Whispers of discussion echoed throughout the training grounds. Having withstood the 16th wave of attacks in the Heavenly Heart realm, though merely through defensive means, his strength assuredly positioned him among the top 10 in this hunt, ultimately leading him to the Heavenly Flame Palace. It seemed increasingly unlikely that he would join our Heavenly Leaf sect. Elder Emo, standing nearby, shook his head subtly. Understanding that Su Xian's sudden emergence had severed any ties with the Heavenly Leaf sect, this sentiment extended beyond our sect, affecting other factions or sects that had previously extended invitations to Su Xian. Su Xian, your sudden display of power is both astonishing and intimidating. Duan Yufeng approached Su Xian, smiling as he inquired, what transpired? Why is everyone looking at me? Su Xian inquired, bewildered. He had remained in the trial space and was unaware of the performances of others in the arena. However, as Duan Yunfeng explained, Su Xian quickly understood. I am the only one who has surpassed the 16th round of attacks, while even Xia Meng has only managed to breach the 14th round. No wonder so many people are paying attention to me. A faint smile graced Su Xian's lips. In truth, he had only been able to overcome the 16th round due to his mastery of the mountain and sea sword technique. Had he not achieved this breakthrough, he would have only been capable of conquering the 14th round, and the 15th would have remained out of reach. At that moment, the purple-haired elder overseeing the hunt floated into the air and proclaimed, the second stage of the hunt has come to an end. Those who have just surpassed the 10th round of attacks in the trial space may advance to the third stage, the final stage of the hunt. I will now announce the names. Su Xian, Xia Meng, Tu San. Following the results of this phase, The elder recited one name after another. After announcing 36 names, he finally paused. Thus, it was revealed that only 36 geniuses had progressed through the second stage of the hunt into the final stage. Instantly, only 36 individuals remained. The powerful figures from various sects and factions around them sighed in response, yet they understood. Despite Su Xian's success in surpassing the 16th round, breaching the 9th round in the Tianqin realm is already a significant threshold. The difficulty escalates dramatically at the 10th round, and considering the consumption of spiritual energy, surpassing the 10th round is far from easy. Like the blazing flames, despite possessing the strength to rank among the top 20, in the end, he could not surpass the 10th round. Among the 1,000 talented individuals participating in the second phase of the hunt, having 36 emerge victorious is already commendable. Following the conclusion of this phase, 3 days remained for rest, and all the talents returned to the camp. In the tavern, Su Xian sat alongside Duan Yufeng. Haha. Su Xian, have you seen the latest talent information released by the Red Dragon Tower? Previously, it merely suggested that you had a potential ranking within the top 10. But this time, not only have they removed the word potential, but they have also placed your name prominently on the first few pages, even ahead of mine. Moreover, the report states that, in terms of defense, you are the undisputed number 1 among this cohort of talents. Duan Yunfeng laughed. Su Xian glanced at the information and smiled. During the first phase of the hunt, although many talents had already showcased their abilities, the Red Dragon Tower could only glean information from the results of battles or through accounts from other talents, resulting in many details being somewhat imprecise. However, in the second phase, all talents were observed within the realm of Tianqin, allowing their performances to be clearly seen by various factions and powerful sections. Thus, the evaluations made by the Red Dragon Tower were undoubtedly more accurate. Xiameng, having decisively defeated his opponent and advanced through the 14th round, undeniably remained on the forefront of the talent report. As for Su Xian, if Xiameng's marksmanship was overwhelmingly powerful, making him the foremost in offensive prowess during this hunt, then Su Xian was undoubtedly the champion of defense. His defensive swordsmanship has caught the attention of many, and this singular technique alone is sufficient to instill despair in the majority of prodigies. After all, with such formidable defensive swordplay at his disposal, even if he were to focus solely on defense, most talents would find themselves utterly powerless against him, thus securing his invincibility. In truth, when it comes to defense, I may not even be the foremost contender in this hunting competition, Su Xian suddenly remarked, recalling the formidable monk Wu Zhao we encountered in the hunting grounds. His defensive prowess is truly terrifying. Duan Yunfeng couldn't help but remember that monk. He had unleashed his full strength in a strike aimed at the monk's head. Yet the monk had withstood it without so much as a scratch on his scalp, relying solely on his protective golden light to deflect the blow. Indeed, the monk's defense is genuinely fearsome. Duan Yufeng nodded in agreement. Su Xian's defense primarily hinges on swordplay, where the most crucial aspect lies in the delicate technique of neutralizing force. Even if his opponent possesses several times the power, or nearly tenfold, of Su Xian, he remains well within the threshold of what Su Xian can endure, given his mastery of the mountain and sea scroll. Most adversaries within the Heavenly Heart realm primarily rely on brute strength and speed, which are consistently on the rise. However, their technical skills have not been particularly high prior to the 17th round. Yet, upon reaching the 17th round, he found himself facing a singular opponent. Although their strength had not significantly increased, he was swiftly defeated in a mere exchange, primarily due to the opponent's skills far exceeding his expectations. Among these prodigies in the hunting competition, while none may possess absolute superiority in skill over him, there are indeed a few who can rival his prowess. For instance, Xiameng, Tu San, and Duan Yufeng possess skills that are on par with Su Xian and could certainly devise ways to breach his defenses through their prowess. In contrast, the imposing monk Wu Zhao's protective golden light is indeed somewhat extraordinary. However, as of now, only Su Xian and Duan Yufeng are aware of Wu Zhao's such defensive technique. Other prodigies, including those from the Red Dragon Tower, remain oblivious. Regardless, with our combined strengths, as long as fortune does not particularly abandon us and we encounter a few of the top geniuses in advance, breaking into the top 10 should be quite feasible, Duan Yufeng remarked. Su Xian nodded in agreement. As night fell, shrouded in a hazy moonlight, Su Xian practiced his swordsmanship alone atop an unnamed hill surrounding the camp. Each night, he dedicated himself to sword training for 1 or 2 hours, a routine that had long since become ingrained in him. It is precisely due to this habit, this relentless effort, that his swordsmanship has progressed so swiftly, far surpassing mere innate talent. The sword glimmered fiercely, akin to a blazing inferno, mercilessly slicing through the air with each stroke. With every strike, Su Xian poured forth his utmost strength, each movement a vivid expression of his mastery. After more than half an hour, Su Xian lost count of the number of strikes he had executed. Yet, in that moment, as he unleashed a singular, swift, and relentless shadow of his sword, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth from within him like a rushing flood. His form trembled with the intensity of the moment. This is the completion of the sea transformation. Su Xian widened his eyes, feeling the sudden surge of powerful spiritual energy coursing through his body. A wave of ecstasy washing over him. Merely 2 months ago, he had just managed to break through to the minor success of the sea transformation stage. However, due to the remarkable speed of his bloodline inheritance cultivation technique, coupled with a substantial supply of first-grade sea transformation pills, his progress had been astonishingly rapid. During his solitary training in Yongning County, he swiftly advanced to the major success of the sea transformation stage. As his cultivation continued to accumulate, he found himself in a series of encounters with talented individuals during this hunting expedition, each confrontation refining his skills further. He had reached a state of saturation in his cultivation at the major success of the sea transformation stage. Initially, Su Xian believed that he had only recently attained this saturation and would need to wait until the conclusion of the hunt to have any hope of breaking through to the perfect sea transformation stage. Yet, unexpectedly, perhaps due to the immense pressure he had endured in the Heavenly Heart realm that day, not only did his swordsmanship achieve a breakthrough, but the barrier of his cultivation also began to loosen. By nightfall, after an exhilarating practice session with his sword, he unexpectedly broke through to the perfect sea transformation stage. Clenching his fists tightly, Su Xian felt the remarkable power within him multiply exponentially. Previously, at the major success of the sea transformation stage, he was confident he could secure a place among the top 10 in this hunting expedition, even daring to confront the likes of Xiaomeng and Wu Zhao, the most exceptional prodigies. But now, with his cultivation having reached the perfect sea transformation stage, even if he were to unleash merely 50% of his bloodline power, he would likely possess strength that could rival that of Xiaomeng, who practiced the Emperor's Yuan technique. The power and might are formidable. And in terms of swordsmanship and the profound understanding of its essence, I am by no means inferior to him. In fact, I may even surpass him. With such strength, Su Xian stood atop the mountain, gazing down at the vast encampment before him, a surge of audacity rising within him. This time, in this hunt, I fear nothing. Chapter 54. The duel. 3 years in the making. 3 days swiftly passed. In the Imperial City, at the martial arena, a grand venue capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of spectators awaited. The third phase of the Imperial City Hunt, the final stage, was to take place within this martial arena. Each session of the Tianyin Dynasty's Imperial City Hunt is typically divided into 3 phases. The rules governing the competitions among the talented participants in the first 2 stages vary greatly and often change. However, the rules for the final stage of the hunt have remained virtually unchanged. This concluding phase relies solely on strength, featuring one-on-one duels. Furthermore, the process of the first phase of the hunt is not made public, while the second phase is reserved for the powerful figures from major factions and sections. In stark contrast, the third and final phase is entirely open to the public. Within the Imperial City, countless nobles and civilians alike can enter the martial arena to witness the spectacle, provided they have purchased tickets. At this moment, the stands of the martial arena were densely packed with spectators. When the 36 talented individuals who advanced to the third phase appeared in the central arena, guided by an attendant, the audience erupted in excitement. Countless gazes converge upon these 36 prodigies, among whom a select few command particular attention. One such individual is Xiaomeng, who is rumored to be the strongest contender in this hunting expedition, being a member of the royal lineage. While a place among the top 3 is assured, true supremacy remains uncertain until the final moments. For who can predict whether these talented individuals harbor hidden strengths? I firmly believe Xiaomeng is the mightiest. Just observe his demeanor, clearly unperturbed by the presence of the other geniuses. A multitude of eyes fixate on the center of the arena where Xiaomeng stands, exuding an air of cold pride and a hint of dominance. Despite being the focus of many, his expression remains steadfast and unchanged. Look at that towering monk. He is Wu Chao, barefoot and smiling, radiating a sense of warmth. That must be Duan Yufeng. I have heard tales of his formidable swordsmanship. One by one, the prodigies are recognized. But where is Su Xian? Among those talented individuals below, which one is he? Ah, over there, the young man clad in black, wielding a sword. That must be him. Just look at his youthful countenance. It is said he is merely 19 years old. Yet, in terms of prowess, aside from Xiaomeng, few would dare claim they could best him in this hunting venture. Such remarkable strength at such a tender age. Many eyes are also drawn to Su Xian. As the second phase of the hunt draws to a close, the Qi Long Tower unveils the latest intelligence on these prodigies. Not only to the participants of the hunt but to all. Consequently, the audience gathered to witness the final stage of the hunt is also made aware of the most exceptional talents in this year's expedition. Individuals of remarkable prowess, such as Xia Meng, Su Xian, Tu San, Wu Zhao, and Duan Yufeng, are undoubtedly among the most eminent talents, each possessing the capability to rank within the top 10 in combat strength, thus garnering considerable attention. Among these prodigies, Su Xian stands out as the youngest and least experienced, yet his strength is equally formidable, rendering him a focal point of interest. The throngs of people surrounding Su Xian, coupled with the cacophony that filled the air, elicited a silent sigh from him. With tens of thousands converging in a single venue, the atmosphere was overwhelmingly lively. Though young, Su Xian hails from a prestigious family and possesses a certain level of exposure, enabling him to adapt to the environment. In contrast, some talents from distant provinces appeared noticeably apprehensive. As Su Xian surveyed the crowd, his gaze fell upon several noteworthy figures. Xia Meng, with a countenance marked by indifference and a hint of arrogance, seemed to regard no one as worthy of his attention until Su Xian's eyes met his, prompting a glimmer of combativeness within Xia Meng's gaze. Did he wish to challenge me? With a smile, Su Xian shifted his focus to the amiable figure of the monk Wu Zhao. The monk's gentle demeanor radiated warmth, and upon noticing Su Xian's attention, he brought his hands together in a gesture of reverence, offering a smile and a Buddhist greeting. Having achieved a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the transformation sea, Wu Zhao's strength had surged dramatically. Among the 36 elite contenders in this final phase, aside from Xia Meng, Wu Zhao was the only one who still posed a sense of threat to Su Xian. With a serious demeanor, Su Xian regarded Wu Zhao, an inexplicable sense of foreboding creeping over him. There was something about the monk that felt even more daunting than Xia Meng. During the previous phase of the hunt, it appeared that he and Xia Meng performed the best. However, he later discovered that the great monk had not exerted his full strength. He had deliberately lost after advancing to the 14th round. Aside from these two, among the remaining prodigies, although Tu San was formidable, Su Xian had absolute confidence in his victory. As for Duan Yufeng, until now, Duan Yufeng had concealed considerable strength, and Su Xian had only witnessed him unleash his ultimate move once. If his cultivation had not reached a breakthrough, Su Xian would not have felt assured of victory. But now, he was confident in his ability to defeat Duan Yufeng. At that moment, Su Xian's gaze abruptly locked onto a single individual. His eyes turned icy. This person was none other than Situ Yu. Su Xian. Situ Yu, with a grim expression, fixed his gaze upon Su Xian. Their eyes met, each harboring a startling killing intent. The Su family and the Situ family were sworn enemies, their feud having escalated to a point of no return. As the foremost talents of their respective families, it was fated that one would perish at the hands of the other. Now, encountering each other, their animosity was palpable. Were it not for the royal city's hunt, in any other place or occasion, they would have undoubtedly clashed immediately. I hope that in the final phase of the hunt, I shall have the opportunity for a one-on-one duel with you. Su Xian spoke, his voice low, yet Situ Yu heard him clearly. We shall see. Situ Yu merely scoffed, offering no further words. Suddenly, two figures appeared on the high platform at the forefront of the venue. Near the center, a man and a woman. The man is an elderly figure clad in a blue robe, his gaunt visage framed by a meticulously groomed beard, although a slight smile graces his lips. An air of chilling aloofness envelopes him. The woman, on the other hand, is a graceful matron, her figure still remarkably alluring despite the passage of time. Her vibrant crimson lips are irresistibly enticing, and every movement she makes is utterly captivating. The appearance of this pair immediately commands the attention of all present. They are the masters of Qingyang Palace and Duyue Palace from Tian'an Palace. As per tradition, during the final phase of each hunting event, Tian'an Palace customarily dispatches a palace master to witness the proceedings in person. Yet, this time, astonishingly, two have graced the occasion. It is said that the palace masters of Tian'an Palace are among the pinnacle of Nirvana realm powerhouses. The venue buzzes with murmurs of astonishment and discussion. Many distinguished nobles, including powerful figures from various factions and sects, rise to pay their respects upon the arrival of these two masters, including Elder Mo from Tian'ai sect. The 36 prodigies standing at the center of the venue, save for Wu Zhao, also lift their gazes, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they regard the two masters. Their participation in the Imperial City Hunt is driven by a singular ambition to gain admission into Tian'an Palace. The caliber of talent at this year's Qingyang Hunt surpasses that of previous years. They must indeed be exceptional, otherwise, there would be no need for both of us to be present. As the two palace masters settle into their seats, engaging in casual conversation, The demeanor of the beautiful matron, the master of Duyue Palace, suddenly shifts as she casts her gaze towards a corner of the venue. Remarkably, that individual has also arrived. The Lord of Qingyang followed his gaze and immediately spotted a rather inconspicuous figure in a corner of the audience, a man clad in gray. Resting his chin on his hand and leisurely tapping the armrest. He is actually seated there? The Lord of Duyue's expression turned peculiar, given the man's identity. He was entirely qualified to sit amongst them. Although puzzled, the Lord of Duyue managed to smile towards him, a gesture of greeting. The gray-clad man merely nodded in acknowledgement. As for the Lord of Qingyang, he intended to greet him with a smile, yet the gray-clad man did not spare him a glance, turning away instead. The Lord of Qingyang's countenance grew somewhat awkward. Ha ha, Qingyang, it seems you slighted him last time, and now he harbors considerable resentment towards you. The Lord of Duyue chuckled. I must say, considering his stature, he personally came to my Tianyin Palace to make an introduction. You ought to show him some courtesy. Moreover, the individual he recommended, Su Xian, indeed possesses exceptional talent, fully meeting our Tianyin Palace's criteria for special recruitment. Just look at the situation now. He holds such a grudge against you, and the one he endorsed, Su Xian, is set to participate in the Royal City Hunt, likely securing a place among the top 10 entrants into our Tianyin Palace. It is said that during the second phase of the hunt, Su Xian, relying on his defensive swordsmanship, managed to withstand the 16th round of attacks in the Tianqin realm. Truly extraordinary. Enough of this chatter. The master of Qingyang waved his hand and solemnly remarked, I must admit that I underestimated Su Xian's talent. I did not foresee such an astonishing progress within merely 2 months. At that time, he barely met the special admission criteria of my Tianyin Palace. And he had previously faced direct punishment from His Majesty. Thus, it was only justifiable that he was not granted a special admission quota. Oh. Is it truly as simple as that? The master of Duyue regarded the master of Qingyang with keen interest. Being fellow leaders of the Tianyin Palace, the master of Duyue possessed a clear understanding of certain matters, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air, resonating throughout the entire venue. His Majesty has arrived. Instantly, the vast martial arts arena, which had been filled with raucous noise, fell into a profound silence. Under the watchful gaze of all present, a middle-aged man clad in imperial robes, sporting a distinctive mustache, approached the majestic throne at the center of the gathering. Immediately, everyone in attendance, including the 2 masters of Tianyin Palace, rose to pay their respects. Long live His Majesty! The voice thundered across the arena. The Tianyin Emperor, Su Xian, also bowed respectfully, unable to resist casting a glance at the middle-aged man in royal attire. This was the very Tianyin Emperor who had ordered his imprisonment in the forbidden magic prison for 3 years. Nevertheless, Su Xian held no resentment towards the emperor. After all, his previous failure to participate had indeed disappointed many, including the Tianyin emperor, who had personally anticipated the battle and attended to witness it. The fact that the Tianyin emperor only confined him to the forbidden magic prison instead of executing him on the spot was, in truth, a considerable mercy. Moreover, during the direst crisis faced by the Su family following the demise of their ancestral patriarch, it was the esteemed Lord Tianyin who bestowed upon them a glimmer of hope, granting the opportunity for the marriage to the 9th princess, though he ultimately failed to seize it. The benevolence of Lord Tianyin towards the Su family, including Su Xian himself, has been nothing short of magnanimous, leaving no room for grievances. Stand at ease, proclaimed Lord Tianyin, raising his hand. The assembly rose in unison. An official approached, bearing a jade platter upon which rested 36 jade slips inscribed with the names of prodigies. These slips corresponded to the 36 gifted individuals advancing to the 3rd stage of the hunt. Typically, the order of combat in the final phase of the hunt is determined by the higher echelons of the Red Dragon Tower through a rigorous analysis of strength. However, it is the sovereign who personally selects the contenders for the inaugural match, a matter of great intrigue this time around. All present awaited with bated breath. Lord Tianyin casually perused the jade slips before selecting 2, which he handed to the official. The official then proceeded to the center of the arena, presenting the slips to the venerable elder with the violet hair who presided over the hunt. Upon reviewing the names, the elder's resounding voice echoed across the grounds. In the 3rd stage of the hunt, a one-on-one duel. The first match, Su Xian versus Situyu. At the center of the arena, both Su Xian and Situyu, upon hearing this announcement, instantly lifted their gazes, with Su Xian's eyes shimmering with excitement and surprise. Just moments ago, there was a fervent hope to encounter Situyu in this final one-on-one duel, and unexpectedly, the opportunity presented itself immediately. Moreover, it was the very first match, the inaugural battle. Su Xian could not help but clench his fists, his gaze sharpening and turning cold. Situyu. This long-awaited showdown, delayed for over 3 years. I, Su Xian, have arrived. Chapter 55. A Sword, the First Battle. Su Xian versus Situyu. As the elder with purple hair announced the details of the first duel, the venue erupted into a frenzy. Su Xian, facing Situyu? In terms of strength, Su Xian undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 in the hunt, with his defensive swordsmanship being exceptionally formidable. In contrast, Situyu merely qualifies to challenge the top 20, lacking the absolute prowess to secure a place among them. The outcome of their clash seems devoid of any suspense, does it not? What significance does this battle hold? Why did His Majesty specifically designate these two for the opening duel? Many were left pondering. If subsequent matches also featured notable encounters, it would be understandable for the two to face off. However, this is the inaugural contest, personally chosen by His Majesty. Historically, the first match selected by the sovereign has always possessed a certain intrigue. While it may not pit the strongest geniuses against each other right away, there is invariably some underlying significance. At that moment, those in the know began to share their insights. Ladies and gentlemen, Su Xian hails from the illustrious Su family, once a prominent lineage within the Tianyin dynasty, though it has since fallen into decline. Over 3 years ago, as the foremost genius of the Su family, Su Xian faced off against the esteemed genius of the Situ family, Situyu, in a duel presided over by His Majesty himself. It was rumored that the victor would earn the hand of the 9th princess. However, on the day of that fateful duel, for reasons unknown, Su Xian unexpectedly fled without a fight. This act incited the wrath of His Majesty, who subsequently ordered Su Xian to be imprisoned in the forbidden magic dungeon. Is this true? Did they truly share such a history? The crowd began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Su Xian, 3 years prior, had fled without engaging in battle? Given his current display of strength, it would seem he had no reason to fear Situyu even back then. Could there be some hidden secret? Curiosity rippled through the audience. As the tale of the enmity between Su Xian and Situyu spread, the hundreds of thousands of spectators grew increasingly eager. No wonder His Majesty had chosen their duel as the opening match. It was, after all, a confrontation long overdue by 3 years. Remarkably, the one with the evidently superior strength was none other than the individual who had once fled. This impending battle promised to be captivating. In the center of the arena, the other 34 geniuses had already stepped back, leaving only Su Xian and Situyu standing resolutely opposite each other, maintaining a significant distance. Their eyes locked, cold and filled with a hint of exhilaration. This battle was one he had awaited for far too long. More than 3 years ago, that fateful absence in battle commenced. While others presumed he had fled without a fight, only he understood the depth of his helplessness at that moment. Since then, he has borne the stigma of being cowardly, incompetent, and a deserter. The world has ridiculed him, and even his kin have failed to grasp his plight. He has buried all of this deep within his heart, struggling in that accursed prison for 3 long years. Although he eventually rose to reclaim respect and status within his family, the label of timid in battle has yet to be washed away. Until today. In this final stage of the hunt, he once again confronts Situyu, engaging in that overdue battle that has lingered for over 3 years. In this fight, I seek nothing more than to make the world aware that 3 years ago, I was certainly not afraid to fight. Situyu is not yet worthy of making Su Xian flee without a fight. A fierce light glimmered in Su Xian's eyes, while Situyu coldly fixed his gaze upon him. In the second stage of the hunt, Su Xian had actually advanced through the 16th round. Recognized as the foremost in defense during this hunt. Merely strong in defense, Situyu scoffed. Defensive tactics are a form of strength, yet they are by no means everything. The Red Dragon Tower has ranked me within the top 30, qualifying me to challenge the top 20. My performance in the previous 2 stages of the hunt was rather average, leading everyone to believe that I possessed only that level of ability, unaware that I have been concealing my true strength all along. Situyu silently mocked. As the hunt progresses, only 36 prodigies remain, yet among them, there are undoubtedly hidden talents. Situyu is one such individual. While the outside world commonly perceives him as merely capable of vying for a spot in the top 20, little do they know that his true prowess allows him to contend for a place in the top 10. Most observers deem this battle to be devoid of suspense, believing he stands no chance against Su Xian. However, Situyu believes he possesses a significant probability of emerging victorious. The venue has fallen into a hushed silence. The elder with purple hair, presiding over the confrontation, stepped forward and spoke in a grave tone. In this final stage of the hunt, there is but one rule. Engagements must be restrained, and intentional lethal strikes are strictly prohibited. Anyone daring to contravene this rule during the duel will not only be immediately disqualified from the hunt, but also face subsequent penalties. Do both of you comprehend this? Yes. Both Su Xin and Sityu nodded in acknowledgement. This one-on-one confrontation differs fundamentally from the previous hunting grounds, which were shrouded in special formations that safeguarded the prodigy's lives with the presence of identity tokens. In this battleground, a moment's carelessness could lead to the untimely demise of a genius. Those who have persevered through the 2 stages of the hunt to reach this point are all remarkable talents. The loss of even one would be a significant blow to the Tianyan Empire, which naturally seeks to prevent such occurrences. Very well, let the first battle commence, declared the elder with purple hair, his form flickering before he gracefully positioned himself at the edge of the arena. In the vast arena, only Su Xin and Sityu remained. Su Xin, your audacity has certainly grown significantly compared to 3 years ago. Knowing that you are to face me, you do not flee at once? Sityu spoke, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. This remark reignited the previously subdued atmosphere of the venue, stirring a renewed clamor. It was evident to all that Sityu's words were laced with mockery directed at Su Xin. Su Xion's expression remained impassive. He refrained from engaging in a verbal spar with Sityu and instead drew his longsword, pointing it towards Sityu from a distance. One sword? Su Xion uttered coldly. One sword? What do you mean by one sword? Sityu furrowed his brow. Su Xion offered no explanation, merely casting a frigid glance at Sityu. In the next moment, a tumultuous surge of spiritual power erupted forth. Su Xion's figure darted through the air like a fleeting ray of light. This is the completion of the transformation sea. Was it not stated that Su Xion possessed only the cultivation of the great completion of the transformation sea? Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. According to the information they had received from the Red Dragon Tower, Su Xion was only at the great completion of the transformation sea. Yet now, as his spiritual power surged, it was unmistakably at the level of the complete transformation sea. Had he surpassed his previous cultivation? Previously, even at the great completion of the transformation sea, the Red Dragon Tower had ranked him among the top 10 in the hunt. His defensive swordsmanship was universally acknowledged as the finest. Now that he had ascended to the complete transformation sea, how formidable had he become? The 34 other prodigies who had retreated from the battlefield were equally astonished by this spectacle. Now, this is truly intriguing. With a proud demeanor and a hint of dominance, Xiameng observed this scene, a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his mouth. As the currently acknowledged strongest contender in this hunt, he looked upon all with disdainful superiority. Among the assemblage of prodigies present, few could capture his attention. Wu Chao barely qualified. But after the conclusion of the second phase of the hunt, the name Su Xion had been firmly etched in his memory. However, Su Xion's cultivation level had been rather meager, merely at the pinnacle of the transformation sea. Yet now, with Su Xion's breakthrough in cultivation, he had undeniably reached a point where he was no longer inferior to him in many aspects, fully deserving of being considered a rival. As Su Xion unleashed his cultivation on the battlefield, Sityu was taken aback. Damn, his cultivation has actually advanced? Initially, Sityu believed that by concealing his strength, he stood a considerable chance of defeating Su Xion with a sudden outburst. But now, with Su Xion's formidable prowess unveiled, he found himself bereft of confidence. Nevertheless, he promptly brandished his weapon and charged forward. Boom! A resounding sound of air being shattered pierced the atmosphere. Su Xion swung his sword, instantly channeling 70% of his bloodline power, imbued with the might of thunder. It was ferocious and terrifying, descending with unyielding force. He dared to meet me head-on? Sityu observed this spectacle with a smirk. It is essential to note that although his weapon was also a sword, it was a broad and heavy blade, a heavy sword devoid of sharpness, yet possessing immense weight and power. His swordsmanship was inherently aggressive, excelling in direct confrontations and clashes of strength. Engaging him in a battle of brute force was precisely what he desired. You were courting death. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Sityu's eyes as he gripped the hefty sword with both hands. With a surge of spiritual energy, he unleashed his full strength without reservation. Breaking the army, Sityu directly executed his ultimate move. Before them loomed the colossal heavy sword, its immense weight casting a shadow that swept down with an overwhelming force. It became evident that Sityu had concealed his true strength. Among the gathering, many elite warriors discerned the extraordinary nature of Sityu's strike. With the single blow, it was clear that Sityu possessed qualifications far exceeding a mere attempt to break into the top 20 of the hunt. He was undoubtedly worthy of contending for a position within the top 10. Yet, Sityu had kept a hidden card up his sleeve. The heavy sword wielded by Sityu, already formidable in its might, would pose a considerable challenge for Su Xion should he meet it head-on. Whispers of concern rippled among the powerful spectators. In the blink of an eye, the two sword strikes collided with a resounding crash. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as their terrifying forces clashed, sending shockwaves that rippled through the void and unleashed a torrent of energy in all directions. The ground beneath their feet erupted violently. Initially, Situ exuded confidence, his face adorned with a cold, triumphant smile. However, the moment his heavy sword met Su Xian's blade, an overwhelming and suffocating force emanated from Su Xian's weapon. This power exceeded his wildest imagination and surpassed his capacity to endure. The smile on Situ's face instantly froze. How could this be possible? A glimmer of terror and disbelief flickered in his eyes. In the following moment, as the terrifying force bore down upon him, his arms, gripping the sword, twisted grotesquely, causing his sword's momentum to shatter. Meanwhile, Su Xian's ferocious and formidable sword shadow relentlessly pressed down upon the heavy sword, forcing it to crash against Situ's body, ultimately overwhelming him completely. A torrent of fresh blood erupted violently from Situ's mouth. His figure shot forth like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground not far behind, rolling over several times before finally coming to a halt. After coming to rest, Situ could not lift his head to cast even a fleeting glance at Su Xian. The excruciating pain radiating from his entire being, including his vital organs, caused his mind to spin, plunging him instantly into unconsciousness. This scene sent the vast arena into a frenzy. Chapter 56. Proving oneself defeated? Is this how one succumbs? With just a single encounter, wielding merely a solitary sword? The hundreds of thousands of spectators in the hall were rendered speechless, their astonishment beyond description. Although it was known beforehand that this battle held little suspense, Situ could not possibly match Su Xian. Even if he concealed some of his strength, no one anticipated that Situ would be vanquished so swiftly and absurdly. Just a single stroke. Furthermore, Su Xian had charged directly forward, delivering a frontal strike. Situ wielded a heavy sword, his forte being the clash of might, to confront him head-on, employing his greatest strength, and yet he suffered such a devastating defeat. The disparity was staggering. In terms of both power and the comprehension of sword intent, they were simply not on the same level. Situ possesses a concealed strength, and with a stroke of fortune, he has the opportunity to contend for a position among the top 10 in the hunt. However, Su Xian, despite not having broken through in cultivation, already boasts combat prowess sufficient for the top 10. With this breakthrough, he is undoubtedly destined to secure a place among the top 3 in this hunt. Apart from the formidable Xiameng, I do not believe anyone else can rival him. His might is simply astounding. Countless onlookers marvel at Su Xian's undeniable power, utterly captivated by his display of strength. Reflecting on the events from 3 years prior, when Su Xian was absent from battle. Was it a retreat? With such terrifying strength, it should have been Situ who fled. It is said that Su Xian was imprisoned in the Demon Ceiling prison for 3 years, which means he lost 3 precious years. Yet even so, he effortlessly defeated Situ. How could such a formidable warrior possibly retreat in fear? The absence from battle 3 years ago must surely have been due to other circumstances. Indeed, before witnessing Su Xian's true power, I might have believed he was timid. Yet now, I cannot fathom the notion that Su Xian would fear facing Situ. A multitude of spectators echoed these sentiments. Su Xian remained at the heart of the battlefield, acutely aware of the murmurs surrounding him, his hands instinctively tightening into fists. 3 years ago, he bore the weight of infamy while imprisoned in the Demon Ceiling prison. Due to the peculiarities of his bloodline, he was unable to defend himself or provide explanations. But today, there was no need for debate or justification. He required no explanation. With but a single sword strike, he has proven his worth. That one strike has irrevocably cleansed him of his tarnished reputation. From this day forth, no one shall ever mention his so-called retreat without a fight from 3 years ago. Should it be brought up, it will merely be suggested that he must have had some extraordinary reason for his absence from battle. His prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of Situ in every conceivable way. The climactic unveiling of this ultimate hunt was merely a fleeting encounter. With a single stroke of his sword, Su Xian concluded the confrontation. The elder with violet hair, overseeing the hunt, approached to assess Situ's injuries. Although severely wounded, Situ's life was not in jeopardy, and Su Xian had, of course, adhered to the rules of the hunt. Following the announcement of his victory, Su Xian withdrew to the periphery of the battlefield. The hunt continued unabated. At the elevated platform at the forefront of the assembly, the 2 sovereigns of Tianyan Palace sat side by side, having witnessed the recent clash. Qingyang, did you observe the swordsmanship displayed by Su Xian? Inquired the master of the Imperial Moon Palace. Indeed, replied Master Qingyang with a nod. Although the Thunderfire Scroll of the Northern Song sword technique did not employ its profound secret arts, it was evident from the sword's momentum that Su Xian had mastered it to an extraordinary degree. As she spoke, a shadow of concern clouded Master Qingyang's expression. The brevity of the exchange between Su Xian and Situ, a mere moment of confrontation, resulted in Situ being sent flying. leaving the majority of onlookers, including formidable figures from various sects and powers, unable to grasp the subtleties of the encounter. However, as esteemed leaders of Tianyin Palace, these two supreme beings of the Nirvana realm were quick to discern the underlying intricacies. The mastery of the Thunderfire Scroll is evident, and it is clear that he has reached this level after a considerable period, unlike the Mountain Sea Scroll, which was only recently mastered during the second stage of the hunting expedition. The Lord of the Imperial Moon Palace smiled and remarked, "Qingyang, you must understand what this signifies." She cast a glance towards the Lord of Qingyang Palace. This pertains to the Northern Song Sword Technique, the origins of which you are well aware. The Northern Song Sword Technique comprises 3 scrolls, and achieving mastery in any one of them is exceptionally arduous. Many formidable sword practitioners spend their entire lives striving to attain even a fraction of mastery in one scroll. Yet, Su Xian has simultaneously attained great mastery in both the Thunderfire and Mountain Sea scrolls, and he is still merely at the Sea Transformation realm undoubtedly. Su Xian is a true prodigy of swordsmanship, his innate talent in this discipline far surpassing our expectations. The Tianyin Palace has existed alongside the Tianyin dynasty for countless years, having nurtured innumerable talents. In terms of swordsmanship alone, he undoubtedly ranks among the top 3. The Lord of Qingyang Palace wore a solemn expression. The Tianyin Palace has been established since the inception of the Tianyin dynasty, enduring for over a millennium. During this time, how many prodigies has the Tianyin Palace embraced? With the imperial city hunts occurring every 5 years, it is certain that at least 10 exceptional talents are absorbed each time. Not to mention those particularly outstanding individuals who receive special invitations after a millennium, the number of remarkable talents is staggering. Naturally, among such a multitude, some extraordinarily gifted individuals will emerge. Yet, the Lord of the Imperial Moon Palace asserts that Su Xian's talent in swordsmanship can indeed be ranked among the top 3 amidst all the countless prodigies the Tianyin Palace has ever nurtured. What a lofty commendation this is. Moreover, this appraisal is one that the master of Qingyang cannot refute. To master both the Thunderfire and the Mountain Sea realms to such an extraordinary degree at the Sea Transformation stage is an unparalleled talent in the sword arts. What do you wish to convey? The master of Qingyang turned her gaze toward her. I merely wish to inform you that a prodigious talent like Su Xian in the realm of swordsmanship will undoubtedly be nurtured by my heavenly flame palace at any cost. His future accomplishments shall certainly be remarkable. Previously, you vehemently opposed Su Xian's entry into the heavenly flame palace, and while I shall not pry into your specific motives, I hope you will abide by your responsibilities henceforth, the master of Dus stated. Her words carried an undertone of warning. Until now, Su Xian had not truly joined the heavenly flame palace, and she could afford to be indifferent. However, upon witnessing Su Xian's prowess, particularly his terrifying aptitude for swordsmanship, she was convinced that he would undoubtedly become one of the most distinguished disciples of the heavenly flame palace, with an immeasurable future ahead. Naturally, she would no longer allow the master of Qingyang to act recklessly. How I conduct myself is not for you to admonish, retorted the master of Qingyang with a cold snort. The master of Duyue chose not to elaborate further. On the battlefield, talented individuals began their one-on-one duels. The victors would proceed to the next round, while the defeated would be eliminated. Soon, 36 talented individuals had engaged in most of their matches. Duan Yufeng, impressive indeed. Quite decisive, Su Xian remarked with a smile as he watched Duan Yufeng descend from the arena after his recent duel against another talented individual. The aforementioned genius had previously been deemed capable of breaking into the top 20, yet before Duan Yufeng, he merely lasted a fleeting moment before being decisively defeated. Duan Yufeng did not even resort to his ultimate techniques. My opponent was not particularly formidable to begin with, and lacking any hidden tactics. It was naturally easy to vanquish him. To speak of a clean victory, your earlier defeat of Sidiyu was truly decisive, Duan Yufeng remarked. Su Xian could not help but smile. By the way, the great monk Wu Zhao should be making his move soon, Duan Yufeng stated. Indeed, he is next. Su Xian nodded, his expression growing solemn. Wu Zhao is undoubtedly one of the few opponents he values most in this hunt. Thus far, including during the second phase of the hunt, Wu Zhao has not revealed his true strength, and Su Xian is eager to observe whether he will unveil any hidden tactics during his encounters with other geniuses. Both Su Xian and Duan Yufeng fixated intently on the scene. On the battlefield, the great monk Wu Zhao, adorned with prayer beads and barefoot, remained cheerfully standing there. His opponent, also a genius recognized by the Crimson Dragon Tower as a contender for the top 20, possessed considerable strength as well. However, if he did not possess exceptionally strong hidden abilities or tactics, this genius would likely struggle to withstand even a few exchanges against Wu Zhao. Yet, what unfolded next astonished everyone present. As soon as the elder with purple hair announced the commencement of the duel, the great monk Wu Zhao promptly declared, "I concede." Without any prior indication, Wu Zhao surrendered outright. This scene left not only his opponent bewildered, but also rendered all onlookers utterly astonished. They have yet to engage in battle, yet they concede defeat without contest? What is going on? Su Xian furrowed his brow, equally astonished as Duan Yufeng, who wore a face of disbelief. The formidable and terrifying figure he had long feared seemed to have surrendered outright. On the elevated platform above, the Tianyin emperor also raised an eyebrow in mild concern. "Investigate this matter," he commanded. Immediately, someone descended to inquire, and soon a court official hurriedly presented a report to the Tianyin emperor. After a cursory glance at its contents, the emperor remarked, "A genius from Donglin? This is absurd." With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the issue, choosing not to pursue it further. Outside the arena, numerous talented individuals gathered, gazing at Wu Zhao, who had just exited the battlefield, their expressions a mix of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Wu Zhao maintained a warm and amiable smile, seemingly unperturbed by the astonishment of those around him. In fact, he felt quite content. He had anticipated expending considerable time and effort, yet unexpectedly, Situ Yu had fallen to Su Xian with such devastating finality that his own intervention was rendered unnecessary. This troublesome task was finally concluded, he mused. Upon spotting Su Xian, he paused and offered a slight smile, saying, "Thank you, benefactor." "Thank you?" Su Xian was taken aback. "For what? For defeating Situ Yu? Regardless of the circumstances." The Wu dynasty's concession signifies a considerable reduction in adversaries for Su Xian in this hunting expedition. Soon, the 36 prodigies engaged in individual contests, with 18 victors advancing to the subsequent round, which similarly consisted of one-on-one duels. This time, triumph would secure a place among the top 10 hunters and grant the privilege of training within the Tianyin Palace. Upon the high platform, the internal officials presented a combat roster to the Tianyin Emperor, detailing the matchups of the 18 prodigies as determined by the Red Dragon Tower. In previous instances, the Tianyin Emperor would have merely glanced at the list before proceeding with the matches accordingly. However, this time, he pointed to 2 names on the list and commanded, "Switch these 2 names." "Understood," the internal official replied with a nod. Shortly thereafter, the revised battle schedule for the 18 prodigies was released. The first match featured Duan Yufeng against Luo Bingyun, the second match pitted Xia Meng against Chu Tao, and so forth. There were a total of 9 contests, with the first 8 proceeding as anticipated. Yet, the 9th match, Su Xian versus Tu San. Upon the announcement of this matchup, a wave of commotion erupted within the venue. The initial 8 matches drew little attention, but the final contest, Su Xian against Tu San? Were they truly pitted against one another so early? The arrangements of the Red Dragon Tower left many bewildered. In this final phase of the one-on-one duel, the initial rounds have seen 36 contenders narrowed down to 18, and then to 9. The reason behind the battle sequence set by the Qi Long Tower is to ensure that the most exceptional talents can avoid each other, preventing premature eliminations. Yet, in this second round, the confrontation between Su Xian and Tu San has occurred. Su Xian's prowess is well known, and among the remaining 17 geniuses, only Xia Meng seems worthy to challenge him. As for Tu San, although he may slightly lag behind Su Xian in strength, he is nonetheless one of the most elite talents in this hunt. Prior to the commencement of the first phase, Tu San was deemed certain to secure a position in the top 10, and his performance in the second phase has been only second to Su Xian and Xia Meng. Under normal circumstances, both should have advanced to the final round of 9 and inevitably entered the Tianyin Palace. However, fate has conspired to have them face each other prematurely. What could the emperor be scheming? Is he attempting to suppress the Qi Wang mansion? Upon the high platform, the expressions of the 2 palace masters from Tianyin Palace were rather peculiar. Seated beside the Tianyin sovereign, they had witnessed the recent development. They understood that it was not the Qi Long Tower that arranged for Su Xian and Tu San to meet at this juncture, but rather a deliberate decision made by the Tianyin sovereign himself. The second round of combat has commenced. One by one, the prodigy stepped forward. Xia Meng, relying on his overwhelming and fierce marksmanship, effortlessly defeated his opponent, hardly breaking a sweat to exhibit his full potential. Duan Yufeng encountered a rather formidable opponent, and for a brief moment, he only held a slight advantage. However, he soon unleashed his ultimate technique. A dazzling and melancholic crimson light burst forth. In merely 3 strikes, he vanquished his adversary. Before long, 9 matches had been contested, with only the final one remaining. This last bout was the main event. On the battlefield, Su Xian stood poised with his sword, facing the indifferent Tu San, whose expression was as tranquil as still water, devoid of any emotion. In Tu San's hands glimmered a pair of blood-red claws, his chosen weapon. Hailing from the Qi Wang Fu, Tuo San's presence evoked a hint of suspicion in Su Xian. He pondered whether this was the same faction that had dispatched the Yinglong guards to launch a nocturnal assault on the Su family. Yet, it was merely a suspicion, as he had no means to ascertain the truth. "Unleash your full strength," Su Xian declared calmly, his voice imbued with unwavering confidence. Indeed, he possessed such confidence. Had he not experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation, facing Tuo San would have required all his effort and a plethora of strategies to secure victory. However, following his advancement, his power surged, rendering Tuo San a mere shadow of a threat. Tuo San remained silent, yet his form surged forward with remarkable speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of light flickered in succession as Tuo San moved with astonishing swiftness and perplexing agility, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. What incredible speed! Such an enigmatic technique! Gasped many spectators from the stands. Suddenly, a crimson flash materialized beside Su Xian, striking out like lightning toward his throat. With a swift glance, Su Xian unleashed his long sword, dispersing the crimson streaks of light with a resounding clang. The formidable Tu San erupted, his claws slashing through the air. Swish, swish, swish. One could see numerous blood-red streaks darting forth, each swift, precise, and vicious, their angles exceedingly cunning. Tu San executed his movements with utmost finesse, employing his agility to launch relentless attacks. To the multitude of onlookers, all they could perceive were the rapid crimson flashes, utterly unable to catch sight of Tu San's form. Yet, amidst this tempest of claws, Su Xian remained unperturbed, his demeanor as steadfast as a boulder firmly anchored to the ground. With his long sword, imbued with the essence of mountain and sea, he met each blood-red streak head-on, not once shifting his feet. This exemplified Su Xian's defensive swordsmanship, the undisputed pinnacle of defense in this hunt. Such technique was utterly impeccable, despite Tu San's enigmatic agility and astonishing speed. He found himself utterly impotent against Su Xian's artistry. Countless spectators marveled at this display. They had previously gleaned from the intelligence of the Qi Long Tower that Su Xian's defensive swordsmanship was unparalleled in this hunt. Having only heard of it before, they now beheld it with their own eyes. Swish, swish. The relentless onslaught of crimson streaks accelerated, their power intensifying with each passing moment. Each one struck with the swiftness of lightning, imbued with tremendous force, akin to the claws of a fearsome beast. Yet, Su Xian remained as steady as a mountain. With a sudden shift in sword intent, a ferocious might erupted, sending Tu San staggering backward. "Is this truly the extent of your might, Tu San?" Su Xian gazed coldly at Tu San, whose countenance was as unyielding as iron, showing no sign of response. Choosing not to squander further time with Tu San, Su Xian's figure flickered and he charged forward with intent. His sword swung forth, imbued with an indescribable fervor, the very air around them igniting with an intense heat. The essence of his sword surged, conjuring waves of searing energy, and the entire battlefield seemed engulfed in a blazing inferno. An unending torrent of sword intent, accompanied by a thunderous swiftness, pressed relentlessly toward Tu San. Tu San, relying solely on his agility and speed, sought to entangle himself with Su Xian. Yet, under the guidance of that overwhelming sword aura, a terrifying force converged upon him from all directions. This was the manifestation of Su Xian's mastery over the thunderfire momentum, a further refinement of his control over it. Tu San found it impossible to fully unleash his agility, resorting instead to desperate defensive efforts. However, with each clash, the disparity in their powers was laid bare. Bang, bang, bang. With each successive collision, Tu San was sent reeling backward, and after several exchanges, he had sustained considerable injuries. Still unwilling to concede, Su Xian furrowed his brow. It was evident to any discerning observer that Tu San stood no chance in this confrontation. The gap in strength was glaringly apparent. Typically, one would concede under such circumstances to avoid further humiliation, yet Tu San remained silent, his expression unchanged, enduring Su Xian's relentless assault with sheer perseverance. Humph! Su Xian scoffed, channeling even greater power into his swordsmanship. Boom! Another brutal onslaught ensued as Tu San attempted to parry with his claws, only to be sent flying once more by the sheer force of the impact. As he was forcefully sent flying, a mouthful of warm blood involuntarily erupted from his lips. Su Xian had no intention of lingering further. After propelling him away, he took a swift step forward, and a strikingly cold beam of sword light unexpectedly ignited. The first move of the phantom shadow, dark light. This strike was executed with astonishing speed, leaving Tu San utterly incapable of defending himself during his retreat. In a genuine battle, Su Xian could have effortlessly dispatched him with this very blow. However, given that this was merely a hunting match, Su Xian could not afford to deliver a fatal strike. Just as the sword light was about to make contact with Tu San's body, he altered its trajectory. What could have been a decisive cleaving of Tu San's head now merely left a faint scar upon his shoulder. With a sudden stabilization of his stance, Tu Sin advanced aggressively, his right hand sweeping forward. He did not use his claws, yet from beneath his sleeve, a black light erupted in an instant. This black light manifested as a remarkably sharp needle, half a foot in length. Despicable! Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. It was too swift, too unexpected. No one had anticipated that Tu Sin had such a hidden weapon. The crucial factor was that Su Xin had clearly held back, and the distance was alarmingly close. The needle, with its chillingly sharp tip, was hurtling directly towards Su Xin's head, while Tu Sin's expression remained unchanged. An astonishing killing intent surged forth from his seemingly stagnant eyes. The command of the young master echoed in his mind. Su Xin must die. The abrupt surge of danger caused Su Xin's countenance to shift dramatically. However, there was once an assassination attempt that nearly cost him his life. That harrowing experience imparted a profound lesson upon him. At all times, and in relation to anyone, he maintained a subtle vigilance. Although Tu Sin's strike was sudden and the dark flash was indeed swift, Su Xin reacted immediately upon sensing the danger. He did not wield his sword. There was no time for such an action. Yet, around his body, wisps of sword intent coalesced into a tangible form. It was as though an additional layer of sword intent defense had materialized around the periphery of Su Xin's being. The mountain and sea domain. Only after mastering the mountain and sea scroll to its utmost could one manifest the tangible sword intent domain. On the high platform, the two lords of the Tianyin Palace were taken aback. The lord of the Emperor Moon Palace stood up in astonishment, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Was he not only in the second stage of hunting, just having mastered the mountain and sea scroll to its fullest? How could he condense the mountain and sea domain so swiftly? Upon mastering the mountain and sea scroll to its fullest, one could indeed employ the technique known as mountain and sea domain. However, to truly grasp this technique requires a significant amount of time for in-depth study and comprehension. Under typical circumstances, this would necessitate several months. Yet, what of Su Xin? It had only been a mere 3 days since the conclusion of the second stage of hunting. In this brief span, he had achieved mastery. His talent in the sword path was nothing short of astonishing. The lord of the Emperor Moon Palace found herself unable to regain her composure for an extended period. The mountain and sea domain serves as a protective field of sword intent. The cold and terrifying black needle struck fiercely against the mountain and sea domain. Yet it did not shatter this layer of defense. Instead, it was repelled by the sword intent and fell to the ground beside it. As the needle pierced the ground, it emitted a hissing sound, reminiscent of boiling water cascading over snow. The earth beneath it began to dissolve at a terrifying speed, and in an instant, a gaping chasm appeared. Poison. The needle bore a lethal toxin. The expressions of the hundreds of thousands of spectators, along with the numerous elite and dignitaries on the platform, shifted dramatically. In the blink of an eye, the entire ground melted away. Such a formidable poison, if it were to come into contact with a human body. Had Su Xin not relied on the mountain and sea domain to deflect the black needle, allowing it to pierce his flesh, even a mere scratch would have led to dire consequences. You seek death. Rage surged within Su Xin, an overwhelming intent to kill swelling within him. His icy gaze, akin to that of the Grim Reaper, fixated upon the figure of Tu Sin before him. Chapter 58. Intent to kill with a swift motion, Su Xin struck. A hazy beam of sword light flickered to life, dreamlike and ethereal, moving with incredible speed. The second form of the phantom shadow technique, shadow manipulation. This was dire. The purple-haired elder presiding over the battle immediately changed countenance, attempting to intervene. However, Su Xin's swordsmanship was too swift, and Tu Sin, already gravely injured, was caught off guard. Momentarily stunned that his trump card had failed to eliminate Su Xin. Swoosh. The chilling sword light swept through, severing Tu Sin's head from his body. Only when Tu Sin's head thudded to the ground did the purple-haired elder reach Su Xin's side. Upon witnessing Tu Sin's lifeless form, his expression darkened. Su Xin, you possess audacity indeed, daring to take a life during the hunt. A jest, he intends to bring about my demise, yet I am to refrain from retaliating? Su Xin retorted with a fierce tone, unperturbed by fear. At this moment, he was a cauldron of wrath. The elder with violet hair furrowed his brow. Although he had previously declared the rules forbidding lethal force before the final stage of the hunt commenced, the recent events were unmistakably clear. It was evident that Tu Sin had struck first with malicious intent, displaying a treachery that was truly ruthless. Su Xin had shown restraint initially. Yet Tu Sin seized the opportunity of Su Xin's mercy to launch a deadly assault. Most alarmingly, the black needle contained a horrifying poison, clearly intended to ensure Su Xin's immediate demise, leaving him no chance of survival. Such malevolence would infuriate anyone. The elder with violet hair turned his gaze towards the celestial flame monarch upon the high platform. The current situation was beyond his control. The celestial flame monarch waved his hand, stating, Tu San was the aggressor, seeking to eliminate Su Exine first. Su Exine's retaliation that led to his demise is justified and does not contravene the rules. Remove Tu San's body and let the hunt continue. Understood. The elder replied with a nod. Soon, individuals approached to collect Tu San's remains, while also dealing with the black needle and the lingering poison on the ground. As for Su Exine, his countenance was grim as he slowly descended from the battlefield. The audience was already in an uproar. Such a terrifying poison was indeed ruthless. Tu San had clearly aimed to kill Su Exine. Could it be that they harbored some irreconcilable enmity? Seizing the moment when Su Exine was momentarily distracted, the assailant struck with alarming swiftness and ferocity, the black needle laced with a terrifying toxin. Fortunately, Su Exine managed to fend it off in time. Otherwise, a single puncture from that needle could have proven fatal. It was utterly inconceivable that Tu San harbored such malice, remaining silent throughout their confrontation. The adage "the biting dog does not bark" aptly encapsulates his true ruthlessness. The onlookers were abuzz with discussion, astonished by the unexpected turn of events during the hunt. Su Exine had retreated to the periphery of the battlefield, where Duan Yunfeng promptly approached him. Su Exine, are you unharmed? He inquired. I am fine, Su Exine replied, shaking his head. What enmity exists between you and Tu San that drives him to such madness, to disregard everything in his pursuit to kill you? Duan Yunfeng asked, furrowing his brow. Enmity? Su Exine's gaze sharpened. What grievance could he possibly have with Tu San? If there were a grudge, it could only stem from Tu San's backers. The Qi Wangfu. Su Exine had suspected that the Qi Wangfu was closely allied with the Sidu family. Pondering whether the ambush on the Su family by the Yinglong Guard had been orchestrated by the Qi Wang himself, with the emergence of Tu San's actions, his suspicions were validated. Su Exine was certain that the Yinglong Guard had indeed been dispatched by the Qi Wang. This connection explained Tu San's relentless attempt to eliminate him during the hunt. The thought of the Qi Wang ignited a surge of murderous intent within Su Exine as he clenched his fists. Meanwhile, atop the platform, the heir of the Qi Wangfu, Xia Yuanji, sat observing from his seat. Upon witnessing Tu San's demise at the hands of Su Exine, the young prince seethed with fury, exclaiming, useless. In the eyes of Xia Yuanji, Si-Tu Yu was a mere wastrel, and Tu San, unable to eliminate Su Exine, was equally inept. Xia Yuanji bellowed, unperturbed by the possibility of others overhearing his words. Even if they did, what consequence would it bear? Who would dare confront him? Even if the Tianyan emperor were to hear, he would likely feign ignorance. As for Tu San's demise, Xia Yuanji felt no sorrow. He was but a servant, devoid of humanity, transformed into an emotionless automaton despite any latent talent. Even with the resources of Tianyan Palace to nurture him, the likelihood of Tu San achieving nirvana was exceedingly slim, rendering his death inconsequential to the Qi Wangfu. Xia Yuanji's ire stemmed solely from Su Exine's uncanny fortune in surviving. Behind Xia Yuanji stood a weathered, hunchbacked elder, a guest official of the Qi Wangfu, whose loyalty to the prince was unwavering. Yet at this moment, the elder's gaze was drawn contemplatively towards the direction of the Tianyan emperor. It was the emperor's deliberate orchestration that led Tu San to confront Su Exine prematurely, as he likely anticipated that, given the disposition of the young prince, Tu San would be dispatched to eliminate Su Exine. If such an act were to succeed, the Su family would undoubtedly descend into madness. Despite their current decline, the Su family had previously managed to retain an entire squad of the prince's dragon guards, suggesting that they possessed hidden resources. Should they unleash their fury, they could pose a significant threat to the prince himself. Even if they failed to eliminate Su Exine, the mere act of confrontation would inevitably expose their animosity to the public eye. In such a scenario, it is highly likely that Su Exine, consumed by rage, would retaliate by slaying Tu San, thereby preventing him from entering the Tianyan Palace. The hunchbacked elder pondered silently. The previous team of Yinglong guards was indeed dispatched by the Qi Wang, yet this matter remained shrouded in secrecy, undisclosed to the wider world. Although the Su family harbored suspicions and doubts, they dared not confront the Qi Wang's residence over mere conjectures. However, the situation had now been completely unveiled. The animosity was laid bare, placing the Su family, particularly the prodigious Su Exine, in direct opposition to the Qi Wang's residence. This was the first objective. The second was to eliminate Tu San through Su Exine's hand, thus depriving the Qi Wang's residence of a potential genius who might one day ascend to the Nirvana realm. The third aim was to allow Tu San to act in public, letting all witness the malevolence of the Qi Wang's residence. This was a masterstroke, achieving 3 objectives in one fell swoop, while the mastermind himself remained aloof from the fray. The Tianyan emperor was indeed a shrewd strategist. The hunchbacked elder lamented, During the initial power struggle for the throne, the Tianyan emperor had found himself at a disadvantage, yet he ultimately turned the tide, showcasing his extraordinary capability and cunning. While it may appear that the Tianyan emperor has taken no overt action against the Qi Huang's residents, behind the scenes, he has consistently sought to undermine them. Regrettably, even though the hunchbacked elder recognized the emperor's schemes, he could not persuade Xia Yuanji to abandon his intent to kill Su Excian. After all, Xia Yuanji's disposition was such, and the Qi Huang indulged him greatly. At times, King Qi would deliberately exploit the temperament of individuals like Xia Yuanji to eliminate certain adversaries. As for the Su family, it was inevitable that they would clash, a lineage long past its prime. Even with some hidden cards in hand, the Qi royal household remained utterly indifferent. The sole potential threat may lie in the genius known as Su Excian. The second round, which reduced 18 contenders to 9, has concluded, and the victors, including Su Excian, Xiao Meng, and Duan Yunfeng, have been assured of their admission into the Tianyan Palace. The final position will be filled from among the defeated talents of the previous 9 confrontations. Originally, with Tu San's prowess, even after his defeat by Su Excian, he could have secured the last spot, provided he did not act recklessly. Alas, he was slain by Su Excian, leaving the selection to be made from the remaining 8 vanquished contenders. Ultimately, a genius named Ling Yu was chosen to join the ranks of Su Excian and the other 9. Thus, the strongest 10 who would gain direct qualification to cultivate within the Tianyan Palace have been determined, yet this hunt is not entirely concluded. On the battlefield, the 10 geniuses stood side by side, aside from Xiao Meng, Su Excian, and Duan Yunfeng, who possessed absolute confidence in their abilities. The expressions of the others revealed a hint of excitement. Suddenly, a figure descended onto the battlefield. It was the esteemed master of the Tianyan Palace, Du. She smiled gently as she regarded the 10 prodigies before her. You 10 are now assured of your place within the Tianyan Palace, destined to become its disciples, where the most vital aspect is the fire spark. The Tianyan Palace will allocate each of you different initial fire points based on your rankings in this hunt. For those who place 6th to 10th, 1,000 fire points will be allotted. The 4th and 5th places will receive 2,000 fire points each. The 3rd place will earn 3,000 fire points, while the 2nd place will garner 5,000 fire points. The one who emerges victorious will directly obtain a staggering 10,000 fire points. As for how many fire points each of you ultimately secures, that rests solely in your hands. It is up to you to strive for it. Upon concluding this announcement, the Lord of the Emperor Moon Palace returned to his seat. Fire points, you say? The 10 prodigies exchanged glances, their hands clenched tightly. The Tianyan Palace has existed within the Tianyan dynasty for an extensive period, having absorbed numerous talents, and much information about it has long been known to the public. For instance, concerning these fire points, within the Tianyan dynasty, many are aware that the Tianyan Palace possesses special fire points, and most of the myriad cultivation resources available within the palace, including everything beneficial for cultivation, primarily require fire points for exchange. For these prodigies, the more fire points they possess, the better. The disparity between the first place's 10,000 fire points and the mere 1,000 allotted to those ranked 6th to 10th is indeed a tenfold difference. Thus, each of these 10 talents is eager to compete, yearning for additional fire points. The subsequent confrontations will allow you to draw your battle order. Gather before me, commanded the elder with violet hair, who presided over the hunt. In the final contest, it is certain that all 10 prodigies will enter the Tianyan Palace. The only difference lies in the quantity of fire points they will acquire. Thus, there was no need for the Red Dragon Tower to deliberately establish the order of battles or to avoid those exceptional talents. Soon, the 10 prodigies each drew their respective matchups. The 5 battles were swiftly determined. Su Excian's opponent was a talented young woman named Mo Bing. Meanwhile, Duan Yunfeng faced off against Xiao Meng. Brother, my luck is exceedingly poor. Just as it begins, I encounter Xiao Meng of all people. Duan Yunfeng lamented, his face contorted in despair. He had initially hoped to at least secure a position among the top 4 or 5th, or even strive for 3rd place. However, it now seemed he would be relegated to between 6th and 10th, with only a mere 1,000 points of fire energy. Despite the fact that even 3rd place only offered 3,000 points, the disparity was not insignificant. Su Excian, however, maintained a smile. Shortly thereafter, Su Excian and Mo Bing appeared on the battlefield. Chapter 59, Duan Yunfeng's swordsmanship. Although I am aware that I am not your match, I still wish to give it my all. Clad in a simple robe, the woman, whose looks were rather unremarkable and whose figure appeared somewhat bloated, gripped a long spear. Gritting her teeth as she gazed at Su Excian before her, Mo Bing could be regarded as a dark horse in this hunt. Like Su Excian, she had been relatively obscure before the hunt commenced. even after demonstrating some capability in the first phase of the hunt. She was merely deemed worthy of entering the top 100. It was not until the second phase that she gradually revealed her true strength, and by the third phase, she had decisively overcome numerous challenges to reach this point, earning her qualification to enter the Tian'an Palace. However, when it came to strength, the gap between her and Su Xian remained exceedingly pronounced. In this battle, Su Xian showed a degree of consideration, refraining from allowing Mo Bing to suffer a devastating defeat. Instead, they engaged in a fierce contest for a while, until Mo Bing, realizing that victory was utterly unattainable, conceded defeat. Su Xian successfully advanced into the top 5. He meticulously observed the other matches among the prodigies, noting that in terms of strength, he was comparable to Mo Bing, although he might be slightly superior. The difference was negligible and not particularly significant. The only contest that truly mattered to him was the final showdown, Xia Meng versus Duan Yunfeng. Xia Meng needs no introduction. He is Su Xian's primary rival in the quest for the title of champion in this hunt. To most spectators, Xia Meng appeared to possess a slight edge in strength over Su Xian. As for Duan Yufeng, although his displayed power was reminiscent of the previous contestant, Tu San, Su Xian was acutely aware that Duan Yufeng had yet to reveal his true capabilities. He was eager to discover the extent of his hidden prowess. On the battlefield, Xia Meng and Duan Yufeng faced each other from a distance. Unleash your utmost strength, otherwise you shall have no chance, Xia Meng declared with his characteristic arrogance and confidence. You call me fat, yet you are the one panting. Do you truly believe I fear you? Duan Yufeng was evidently incensed by Xia Meng's demeanor. Soon, the two engaged in combat. From the outset, Duan Yunfeng unleashed his full power. A crimson glow enveloped him, resembling a shroud of blood mist, covering his entire being, as if he were a specter of crimson, surging forth with a terrifying velocity. This speed surpassed that which Tu San had desperately achieved through his agility. Simultaneously, Duan Yunfeng unleashed his formidable blade technique. The brilliance of his blade was dazzling and resplendent, showcasing an unparalleled speed and power. Xia Meng, however, remained cold and composed, subtly advancing his spear, which retained its sharpness and dominance, effortlessly dispersing the radiant blade light and even forcing Duan Yufeng to stagger back. Truly, he was the first in nearly a century from the Tian'an royal family to cultivate the emperor's origin technique to its third level. Such explosive power was indeed formidable. Slightly inferior only to that of the great monk Wu Zhao, yet his spear technique was even more tyrannical. Duan Yunfeng's expression grew solemn as he realized that relying on conventional blade techniques would render him no match for Xia Meng. Thus, he immediately resorted to his ultimate skill. Suddenly, a dazzling crimson light burst forth, illuminating the surroundings with a breathtaking beauty that left the audience in awe. Was this truly a blade technique? Many spectators could not help but express their admiration. Following the first strike, a second, and then a third blade light surged forth in succession. Each as stunning as the last, creating the illusion of a blood-red river of blades in the void. Xia Meng's expression shifted. He sensed the terrifying power embedded within each of those exquisite blade lights. Such power could not be underestimated, even by him. With a sudden tremor, he released a torrent of formidable spiritual energy, transforming his spear into a roaring dragon. Thrust, smash, sweep. Each movement appeared deceptively simple, yet was intricately profound, with overwhelming might that shattered the incoming blade lights. In the blink of an eye, Duan Yufeng had unleashed a series of 9 exquisite blade lights, each more radiant and formidable than the last. Xia Meng unleashed his full strength. Yet after a series of 9 blade strikes, he found himself staggering backwards several steps under the overwhelming force. Had he been forced back? The swordsmanship of Duan Yunfeng had actually compelled Xia Meng to retreat. Xia Meng, who had always been relentless and domineering, had never been pushed back a single step in the fierce battles against prodigies during this third phase of the hunt. Yet, astonishingly, Duan Yufeng had accomplished this feat. A stir arose among the spectators. Although it was merely a slight retreat and not a victory, many considered it an impressive achievement for Duan Yunfeng to have reached this point. Your strength is commendable, Xia Meng remarked, fixing his gaze upon Duan Yunfeng. Humph, merely commendable? Then receive my next strike. Duan Yunfeng's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity, and the layer of crimson mist enveloping him surged dramatically in that instant. The rich blood light coalesced, with Duan Yunfeng standing at its core, his hands gripping the long blade with determination. His expression twisted into a grimace, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. Blood phantom, he bellowed as he melded completely with the long blade in his grasp. The blade sliced through the air, resembling a colossal blood moon, imbued with a tragic beauty as it sliced directly towards Xia Meng. Xia Meng's pupils constricted sharply. The descending blood moon evoked a twinge of trepidation within him. In a nondescript corner of the vast arena, amidst the throngs of spectators. A man clad in gray sat quietly, stealing occasional glances at the battlefield, seemingly preoccupied. Indeed, he typically found little interest in hunts reserved for geniuses at the sea transformation realm. The reason for this visit is solely due to the young lad I previously recommended, who happens to be participating in this hunt and has achieved commendable results. Even during the confrontation between Xiaomeng and Duan Yufeng, the man in gray was initially disinterested. However, when Duan Yunfeng unleashed a blade that resembled a blood moon, the man's gaze suddenly sharpened. This sword technique, Blood Phantom. It is indeed Blood Phantom, one of the signature moves of that monster. This lad has managed to execute the renowned technique of that creature. He is most likely a disciple. The expression of the man in gray turned grave. Once upon a time, he had witnessed someone wielding the same sword technique. A person so formidable that he had deemed him a monster. Has his disciple ventured to the Tianyin dynasty to partake in this hunt? The man's demeanor became rather peculiar. Meanwhile, in the heart of the battlefield, the colossal blood moon, exuding an aura of terror, had already descended. Xiaomeng's eyes radiated a frightening brilliance as he advanced, thrusting his spear forward with the force of a surging tide. A thunderous sound erupted, reverberating throughout the vast arena, as if shaking the very foundations. An overwhelming force surged forth uncontrollably. In the center of the battlefield, the crimson mist surrounding Duan Yunfeng dissipated, leaving his countenance pale, with his long blade lying abandoned on the ground. Conversely, Xiaomeng remained standing with an air of cold pride, and behind him, a majestic dragon's phantom subtly emerged. Under the shadow of this dragon's illusion, Xiaomeng's aura reached its zenith. The power of the dragon. The dragon point spear technique of Xiaomeng has astonishingly reached a level capable of harnessing the power of a dragon. Previously, during the second phase of the hunt, he had not demonstrated this ability. A true marvel. Those knowledgeable and formidable figures present, including the two palace masters from the Tianyin Palace, displayed expressions of astonishment. The dragon point spear technique is universally acknowledged as the foremost spear technique of the Tianyin dynasty. Akin to how Su Xin's northern Song sword art is regarded as the preeminent sword technique. The mastery of the dragon point spear technique allows one to conjure a colossal dragon's phantom and wield its formidable power, naturally at its zenith. This technique can summon 9 dragon phantoms, unleashing the might of 9 dragons. However, Xiaomeng's current achievement of summoning a single dragon's phantom and wielding its power, while seemingly a distant goal, is nonetheless extraordinary for someone at the sea transformation realm. It is precisely through this dragoness power that Xiaomeng was able to withstand and even shatter Duan Yunfeng's recent strike. As for his lack of demonstration during the second phase of the hunt, it was due to the immense consumption of spiritual energy required to wield the power of a dragon. By the time he faced the 14th wave of attacks in the Tianxin realm, his spiritual energy had been nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of executing this technique. You have forced me to reveal my hidden strength. Indeed, you are formidable. But this is where it ends. Xiaomeng regarded Duan Yufeng with a cold gaze. Duan Yufeng forced a smile. That last strike had been his ultimate move, yet it was effortlessly countered by Xiaomeng. The outcome of this battle had become all but inevitable. I concede. Duan Yufeng chose to surrender outright. As soon as he did, the arena erupted into a cacophony of discussion. Standing outside the battlefield, Su Xin remained intently focused on the unfolding duel. Is that the ultimate move of Duan Yunfeng? It certainly possesses formidable strength, Su Xin mused inwardly. He shared a close bond with Duan Yufeng, having previously traversed the hunting grounds together. Duan Yunfeng had mentioned his strongest technique on numerous occasions, boasting of its unparalleled might, which had piqued Su Xin's curiosity. Now, he had finally witnessed it and could attest to its immense power. Even he would have to exert himself fully to possibly counter such a technique. In comparison to Duan Yufeng, the ability of Xiaomeng to directly counter Duan Yunfeng's move was even more daunting. Xiaomeng's prowess surpassed Su Xin's prior expectations by a considerable margin. Su Xin's gaze grew serious as he focused on Xiaomeng, who coincidentally met his gaze. Their eyes clashed in the void, igniting a surge of combat spirit. What a formidable opponent. Su Xin smiled faintly, feeling a flicker of excitement within. Although Duan Yunfeng's strength was commendable, he could only push Su Xin to unleash the power of the dragon. It was only Xiaomeng who truly represented a worthy adversary. Xiaomeng's gaze was equally fervent. As the 5 rounds of duels concluded, the defeated were assigned rankings from 6th to 10th, and upon entering the Tianyin Palace, they could only receive 1,000 fire points. The victorious 5 would proceed to the next series of battles. Unlike the previous one-on-one elimination rounds, the upcoming matches would be a circular battle among the 5. Each participant would face off against the other 4, with the final standings determining the rankings from 1st to 5th. The arena buzzed with the commencement of yet another series of confrontations. Su Xian would engage in battle with 4 prodigies consecutively. Among the first 3, although each possessed formidable strength, one even concealed certain techniques. Their combat prowess was remarkably close to Duan Yunfeng's. Yet, in the end, they all succumbed to Su Xian's might. Soon, 3 of the 4 battles had concluded, each resulting in a victory for Su Xian, leaving only the final confrontation against his equally undefeated opponent, Xiameng. Their duel would undoubtedly be the ultimate clash between the 2 strongest talents of this hunt. Chapter 60, The Supreme Battle is Su Xian and Xiameng. The 2 most formidable prodigies simultaneously graced the battlefield. An unusual silence enveloped the previously lively venue. All eyes were transfixed on them as they brandished their respective weapons. Su Xian, gazing at Xiameng, acknowledged, among the nearly 100,000 prodigies participating in this hunt, you are the only one worthy of being my rival. Do not disappoint me in this battle. Xiameng's voice, cool and commanding, resonated throughout the assembly. Su Xian responded with a faint smile, since my arrival at this hunt. I have heard your name countless times. Everyone claims you are the strongest in this event, with some even heralding you as the most dazzling genius of the Tianyin dynasty in the past 50 years. I am quite curious to witness the true extent of your strength. There was no further exchange of words. What lingered between them was a shared yearning for the challenge ahead, coupled with a thrill of anticipation. The venue remained enveloped in silence. A gentle breeze stirring the stones upon the ground. Boom! The ground beneath Xiameng's feet suddenly erupted, and he surged forward with a ferocious intensity, bold and unyielding. In an instant, he traversed a distance of several dozen zhang, thrusting his spear forward, infused with a terrifying spiraling force, akin to a venomous dragon piercing through the void. As the spear sliced through the air, the earth beneath him crackled and splintered, succumbing to the overwhelming power of his strike. What swiftness! Gasped the audience in astonishment. Ha ha! Su Xian let out a hearty laugh, bending slightly forward, his right hand gripping the sword behind him. As the spear, imbued with dread energy, approached, the bloodline power within him erupted instantaneously. With a powerful sweep of his right hand, the sword arched upward in response. Clang! The sharp sound of impact reverberated as the spear's tip was deflected off course. Su Xian advanced, his sword curving menacingly towards Xiameng's waist, who, with a slight flick of his spear, easily parried the attack. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, the 2 appeared to move in perfect synchrony, their forms vanishing simultaneously. To the majority of the audience, whose abilities were relatively weak, the 2 combatants had seemingly disappeared. Only those with slightly greater strength could barely perceive the 2 figures darting at the center of the battlefield. Such speed. Unbelievably swift. Amidst the gasps of awe, the once vanished figures re-emerged, their weapons clashing with terrifying ferocity once more. Bang! Bang! Clang! Clang! The fierce exchanges continued, each collision more intense than the last. The figures of the 2 individuals repeatedly vanished and then re-emerged in a peculiar manner, their speed reaching an extraordinary peak. Each collision produced a tremendous sound, accompanied by visible shockwaves that either trembled the ground or swept through the void. Xiameng's marksmanship was fierce and domineering as his speed surged. The terrifying penetrating power of his weapon became astonishingly formidable. With a single clash, the tip of his gun was jolted close to the ground. And before it could truly make contact, the earth was already pierced, creating a spiral-shaped pit nearly half a meter deep. Su Xian's sword, on the other hand, was exceedingly sharp. A mere flick of his blade, after being evaded by Xiameng, struck the ground, instantly leaving behind a massive sword scar over 10 meters long. After merely dozens of exchanges, their forms had alternated from vanishing to reappearing several times. Yet, the battlefield was a harrowing sight, littered with terrifying pits created by the gun's tip and numerous meticulously carved sword marks stretching for meters. Clang! Another clash. As they reappeared, both were repelled. Yet the intensity of their combat spirit intensified. Once Xiameng regained his footing, he grasped his long spear with both hands, which began to shimmer with a faint golden light. Whoosh! The spear lunged forward, akin to a dragon unfurling its maw. With a fierce roar, Xiameng unleashed a terrifying might that resonated through the heavens and earth, as if a deafening dragon's cry had emerged. The secret technique of thunder and fire. Starfire ignites the heavens, the sword path obliterates the dragon. Su Xian likewise wielded his sword with both hands, swiftly slicing through the air, imbued with the power of thunder and fire. As the long sword descended, the surrounding void was engulfed by waves of scorching heat, resembling an ocean of flames. One unleashed a dragon's roar, while the other invoked the obliteration of a dragon. Both were formidable, unparalleled techniques that collided instantaneously. It was akin to 2 stars colliding head-on. Boom! The space trembled violently. In the wake of their clash, an invisible shockwave was generated, sweeping outward with devastating force in all directions. The arena of battle was immense, with the two combatants locked in fierce engagement at its center, distanced from the audience. Yet, as the shockwave surged forth, dust was propelled into the air, directly reaching the spectators. The audience, seated closest, found their hair and robes lifted by the force, and some instinctively squinted against the onslaught. As the dust settled, all eyes returned to the battlefield. Su Xian and Xia Meng had once again created distance between themselves, their imposing auras undiminished, clearly indicating that their earlier clash had resulted in a stalemate. How? The audience, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, could no longer contain their excitement. Some erupted into shouts and roars, unable to restrain their exhilaration. It was nothing short of spectacular. The duel between Su Xian and Xia Meng was truly extraordinary, marked by fierce intensity. From the very onset, they exhibited terrifying speed. The figures that flickered in and out of existence were mesmerizing, and the sheer might contained within their assaults was awe-inspiring. A single thrust of the spear, although the tip barely grazed the ground, unleashed a terrifying force that gouged a spiral pit half a meter deep into the earth. With a casual swing of the sword, a shadow was cast, leaving behind a colossal scar that stretched over several meters, perfectly aligned. What kind of power is this? Not to mention the audience, whose abilities are largely mediocre. Even the gathered geniuses at the edge of the battlefield, who had already concluded their duels, were left utterly astonished. Such strength. The prowess of these two individuals is simply overwhelming. Although they are both geniuses, they exist on an entirely different level compared to us. These brilliant minds shook their heads in disbelief. On the battlefield, the two most formidable geniuses locked eyes, their gazes ablaze with intensity. Su Xian, you have indeed not disappointed me. A faint smile graced Xia Meng's face, and behind him, an imposing phantom of a dragon began to rise. One dragon's might? Has Xia Meng summoned it so swiftly? The onlookers could not help but exclaim in awe. It is known that this one dragon's might is likely Xia Meng's trump card, previously unleashed only against Duan Yunfeng when he executed his most powerful technique. Yet now, in merely a brief clash with Su Xian, he has already activated this formidable force. Clearly, Su Xian's presence exerts far greater pressure on Xia Meng than Duan Yunfeng did. Su Xian, come and test my spear technique. Xia Meng leaped high into the air, exuding an aura of dominance. Bring it on. Su Xian replied with a hearty laugh, brandishing his sword across his chest. As a multitude of sword intent converged to form an intangible realm akin to mountains and seas. Fight! With a thunderous roar, Xia Meng's spear lunged forth once more, its might exponentially amplified by the one dragon's might. Su Xian had already unleashed 70% of his bloodline power. The mountain and sea scroll unfolded, seamlessly merging his being with the earth, his feet resembling two nails firmly driven into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The clashes reverberated through the distance, each encounter accompanied by a tremendous roar. Remarkable, harnessing the power of a dragon and bolstered by the Imperial Yuan technique, in terms of sheer strength. This Xia Meng surpassed the golden armored soldiers he had previously encountered in the 16th round of the Heavenly Heart Realm by at least 2 or 3 times. Su Xian couldn't help but marvel. During the previous second phase of the hunt, he had achieved a breakthrough in his swordsmanship and mastered the mountain and sea scroll. Yet when he faced those 10 golden armored soldiers in the 16th round, he had exerted every ounce of his strength, barely enduring the onslaught of their attacks. This demonstrated the overwhelming might of the golden armored soldiers. Yet, astonishingly, Xia Meng's power eclipsed that of the golden armored soldiers by 2 or 3 times. Fortunately, he had undergone a breakthrough. Otherwise, merely having reached the pinnacle of the sea transformation would have rendered him unable to withstand Xia Meng's assault. Su Xian mused quietly. With his newfound strength, he would surely find it easier to confront the golden armored soldiers in the 16th round upon his return to the Heavenly Heart Realm. Most importantly, while Xia Meng's power was indeed greater than that of the golden armored soldiers, his skills were also significantly superior. Yet the golden armored soldiers had the advantage of being a united force of 10, while Xia Meng stood alone, amidst the astonished gazes of countless spectators. Xia Meng unleashed the power of the dragon, executing his attacks with fervor. His domineering and fierce spear techniques reached their zenith, each thrust astonishingly powerful, imbued with an exquisite sense of intent. Each shot sent tremors through the geniuses who had just concluded their battles. Is this the true prowess of Xia Meng? During our previous encounter, he had not exhibited such formidable marksmanship. Duan Yunfeng stood there, eyes wide with astonishment. If he were to unleash his full strength and employ such extraordinary shooting skills, I fear I could at most manage to deflect a few shots before succumbing to defeat. Xia Meng's marksmanship is enough to leave anyone in awe. However, in contrast to Xia Meng, the multitude of spectators was even more astounded by the swordsmanship on display. In the arena, faced with Xia Meng's torrential and ferocious assault, Su Xian seemed to transform into an immovable boulder. Regardless of the bizarre angles or rapidity with which Xia Mang's spear struck, he adeptly parried each attack. Su Xian remained steadfastly anchored to the ground, not budging an inch, emanating the aura of an insurmountable mountain. This swordplay is this Su Xian's defensive swordsmanship? No wonder he is hailed as the foremost defender in this hunt. Countless spectators marveled at the scene. What was remarkable was that Su Xian not only relied on his swordsmanship to fend off Xia Mang's assaults, but he did so with an air of effortless ease. Indeed, it appeared as though he bore no significant strain whatsoever. Xia Mang, is your strength truly limited to this? Su Xian's gaze was icy, and his words carried a hint of dissatisfaction, as if Xia Mang's prowess had left him somewhat disillusioned. Very well. At that moment, Xia Mang had also ceased his actions. Standing not far from Su Xian, a grave expression etched upon his face. He never anticipated that despite unleashing the full force of his dragon power, he was unable to breach Su Xian's defenses. Not only did he fail to penetrate them, but he also did not exert significant pressure on Su Xian. Prepare to face my ultimate move, Xia Mang declared coldly. The mention of the ultimate move instantly piqued Su Xian's interest. Duan Yunfeng possessed an ultimate technique that was terrifyingly powerful. Indeed, Xia Mang, a prodigious genius, concealed his own formidable secret technique. Without uttering another word, Xia Mang gripped his spear tightly. Vast streams of spiritual energy surged within him. Behind him, where a towering dragon phantom already loomed, another identical dragon phantom ascended majestically. 2 dragon phantoms? The venue erupted in astonishment. Previously, Xia Mang had conjured a single dragon phantom, which had already left many, including the 2 leaders of the Tianyan Palace on the high platform, profoundly shaken. Yet now, Xia Mang was simultaneously manifesting 2 dragon phantoms. As the 2 phantoms took shape, Xia Mang's expression contorted slightly. Blood of the dragon. Crimson dragon strike. He bellowed. With the amplification of the dragon power, Xia Mang unleashed his most formidable technique. In Chapter 61, 1,000 miles in a single line, Xia Mang suddenly leaped high into the air. With one hand gripping the spear, all of his immense power converged at its tip. Whoosh! Like a comet trailing a long tail, it streaked across the sky. In that moment, the 2 towering dragon phantoms behind him let out a resounding roar, their majestic voices echoing throughout the heavens. The frigid tip of the spear sliced through the air with reckless abandon, producing a sonic boom that seemed to threaten to tear the very heavens asunder. The direction of the spear was aimed directly at Su Xian's position below. With a resolute gaze, Su Xian looked up, fixated on this seemingly comet-like strike, as if it were destined to breach the skies. With a cold snort, he gathered his sword intent, reaching the zenith of the mountain sea domain. Come forth. Su Xian's fighting spirit surged, his feet sinking deeply into the ground, as the mountain sea sword intent coalesced into an indomitable colossal mountain. Regardless of the tumultuous waves, he stood unyielding. With a resounding crash, the comet collided forcefully with Su Xian's sword. In that fleeting moment of impact, his entire being was instantly driven downward. An overwhelming force erupted violently, releasing a thunderous roar that echoed as if the heavens themselves were bellowing. The debris scattered across the battlefield was violently lifted from the ground, suspended in the air, only to be reduced to dust upon the onslaught of power. The entire venue was engulfed in a colossal dust storm, which swept outward, compelling countless spectators to shield their faces to avoid injury. After a brief interval, the tempest gradually subsided, allowing the audience to refocus on the battlefield. There, in the center, Xia Mang had retreated to the side. His 2 dragon phantoms dissipated behind him, his form bent over as he gasped for breath. In front of him, precisely at the heart of the battlefield, lay a massive pit, several meters deep and spanning dozens of meters, shrouded in a cloud of dust. At the bottom of the immense pit stood Su Xian, his lower half completely submerged in the earth, leaving only the upper portion of his body exposed. Yet he emitted not a single sound. However, in the next moment, Su Xian suddenly lifted his head, a cold, sharp smile gracing his lips. Xia Mang, your recent move was quite commendable. Su Xian emphasized the words quite commendable with great weight. He indeed acknowledged that Xia Mang's ultimate technique was truly formidable. Nevertheless, his words caused Xia Mang to tremble visibly. The audience erupted into a frenzy. He blocked it. Su Xian had managed to withstand Xia Mang's most powerful attack without a scratch. In this hunt, the collision between the first offense and the first defense seemingly favored Su Xian's unparalleled defense. Countless spectators expressed their excitement. From the elevated platform above, it was declared that Xia Mang had lost this battle. The master of the Imperial Moon Palace spoke softly. The master of the Qingyang Palace beside her furrowed his brow, but did not refute her. Although the battle was not yet concluded, It was evident that Xiaomeng could not breach Su Xian's swordsmanship defense. With such an impregnable defense, Su Xian was already in an invincible position. Moving forward, even if Su Xian merely focused on defense and refrained from directly confronting Xiaomeng, he could still exhaust Xiaomeng to the point of defeat. After all, pure defense consumes little spiritual energy, whereas Xiaomeng, having unleashed a flurry of attacks, including his ultimate move, had already expended a considerable amount of his own energy. In this confrontation, Xiaomeng had already lost. Su Xian. On the battlefield, Xiaomeng gritted his teeth, fixing his gaze on Su Xian. Unleash your utmost strength and defeat me head-on. Otherwise, to be defeated by you like this, I cannot accept it. Xiaomeng roared, his face contorted with rage. He was, after all, the most dazzling genius of this hunt. Born into royalty, he had always aspired to be the strongest from a young age. He possessed an immense sense of pride and dignity. To lose this battle was not terrifying. He could accept that. However, he could not bear the thought of failing merely because he could not breach Su Xian's defenses. Being vanquished in such a manner left him utterly dissatisfied. As you wish. Su Xian had already extricated himself partially from the ground, emerging from the massive pit, standing once again before Xiaomeng. He had never intended to engage in a war of attrition relying solely on defensive swordsmanship against Xiaomeng. In his view, a battle against such a top-tier genius should not be reduced to merely exhausting the opponent through defense. That would be an affront to the adversary. Let us fight. Su Xian exclaimed, his voice resonating with determination as he unleashed the Thunderfire Spiral Sword technique, infused with the might of thunder and fire. The surrounding air instantaneously heated up, transforming into a searing inferno, and the entire battlefield felt as though it had been submerged in a scorching ocean. Behind Xiaomeng, the ethereal silhouette of a colossal dragon materialized once more. There was only one dragon's might at his command. He could not summon the second dragon's power, as that had required immense spiritual energy, barely allowing him to utilize it for a fleeting moment to unleash his ultimate move. In his current state, he was utterly incapable of invoking the second dragon's strength again. Nonetheless, even with merely the power of one dragon, his combat prowess remained exceedingly formidable. Su Xian's Thunderfire Spiral erupted completely. The sword intent fell like a tempestuous thunderbolt, akin to a volcano that had lain dormant for eons, suddenly erupting with ferocity. The imposing presence of one after another surged relentlessly, while Xiaomeng showcased the pinnacle of his domineering and fierce marksmanship. Was this a direct confrontation? The audience was utterly exhilarated. This battle was exceedingly thrilling. From the outset, both sides continuously vanished and reappeared, engaging in a frenzied contest of speed. Then came a desperate assault from one and a valiant defense from the other, a fierce clash between the foremost aggressor and the premier defender of the hunt. At this moment, both combatants unleashed their full might, engaging in a wild and intense battle. The spectators were utterly captivated. The third level, without a doubt. Both Xiaomeng and Su Xian possessed the strength to conquer the third level of the dragon-seeking tower. Typically, it would take decades for the Tianyan dynasty to produce a single prodigy capable of breaching this level. Yet this time, two had emerged simultaneously. Elder Mo from the Tianai sect stood in a corner of the high platform, quietly lamenting. Unfortunately, whether it be Su Xian or Xiaomeng, both would undoubtedly enter the Tianyan palace for cultivation, making it impossible for him to recruit them into the Tianai sect at present. Perhaps when the two eventually break through to the void-breaking realm and attain a certain level of strength, there might be a possibility of them leaving the Tianyan palace. These two youngsters are truly astonishing. Although the Tianyan palace gathers the most exceptional talents of the entire Tianyan dynasty, over the decades, few could compare to them. The palace master of the Emperor Moon also expressed his admiration. Undoubtedly, in terms of innate talent, Su Xian surpassed the rest. When it comes to sheer strength, Su Xian and Xiaomeng appeared quite comparable. At the age of 34, Xiaomeng finds himself in a fierce confrontation with the merely 19-year-old Su Xian, who has already lost 3 years of potential due to his imprisonment in the magic suppression dungeon. In terms of cultivation, Xiaomeng has reached the pinnacle of the sea transformation stage, while Su Xian has only just achieved the completion of this realm, placing him one tier below Xiaomeng. However, Su Xian is an awakened bloodline, undeniably possessing greater innate talent and potential than Xiaomeng. On the battlefield, their clash has escalated to a fervent intensity. Secret technique of thunder and fire. Heavenly thunder descends, sword of the Qilin. With a mighty swing of his sword, Su Xian unleashes a torrent of blinding lightning, akin to the very thunder of the heavens. Upon mastering the second tier of his profound techniques after perfecting his thunder and fire, he invokes a blood-soaked assault, Crimson Dragon Slaughter. Meanwhile, Xiaomeng resorts to his most formidable move, yet he can only harness the power of a singular dragon. A thunderous explosion reverberates through the air as both Su Xian and Xiaomeng are forcefully repelled. Haha. Exhilarating. This is the confrontation I yearn for. Xiaomeng's eyes shimmer with unprecedented excitement. Should Su Xian merely rely on defense to wear him down, depleting his spiritual energy? He would endure a most frustrating and unsatisfactory defeat. Yet now, Su Xian confronts him with absolute strength, and even in the face of defeat. Xiaomeng would harbor no complaints. Xiaomeng, I still have one sword left. Su Xian's gaze suddenly locks onto Xiaomeng, declaring, if you can withstand this strike, then consider me vanquished. Shocked, Xiaomeng realizes that Su Xian, having fought so fiercely, still conceals a final trump card. Upon the high platform, the two masters of the Tianyin Palace gazed in astonishment, having already unleashed the second layer of the Thunderfire Scroll's arcane technique. They pondered what further marvels Su Xian could possibly possess. Could it be that he was capable of invoking a third layer of profound artistry? Master Qingyang furrowed his brow, deeming it improbable. Given Su Xian's comprehension of the realm, manifesting the second layer was already a remarkable feat. The third layer, however, necessitated an understanding of the essence of three sword intents, a threshold he had yet to approach. Master Diyue echoed this sentiment, expressing curiosity about what might unfold. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Su Xian held his sword with his right hand, the blade directed backward, under the scrutiny of the tens of thousands of spectators. He gradually closed his eyes. After a brief moment of tranquility, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, and his form surged forward. It was a simple advance, neither swift nor forceful, reminiscent of someone clumsily running towards you. Yet, in mere strides, whoosh, like a flash, Su Xian had inexplicably materialized before Xiaomeng. A chilling sword light sweeping silently towards him. How could this be? Xiaomeng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not even perceived Su Xian's strike. Yet the sword light now loomed before him. I must block it. Xiaomeng screamed in desperation within, striving to wield his spear to intercept the oncoming blade of light. Yet, it was too swift, far beyond the realm of his imagination. Whoosh! The sword light grazed closely against Xiaomeng's neck, imparting an immediate sensation of its icy essence. The biting cold sent shivers through Xiaomeng's entire being, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Su Xian had come to a halt before him. Less than 3 meters away. You have lost, Su Xian spoke softly, lifting his gaze. Xiaomeng's face still bore the marks of shock upon hearing Su Xian's words. He gazed at him with a hint of bewilderment, swiftly followed by a wry smile. Meanwhile, the audience had succumbed to utter madness. It all transpired too swiftly. The preceding moment was astonishingly rapid. They could scarcely comprehend what had transpired, yet Xiaomeng had indeed been defeated. Only the two masters of the Tianyin Palace, seated high above, rose to their feet at the instant Su Xian wielded his sword. 1,000 miles in a single stroke. He has managed to unleash the third form of the shadow volume. These two masters were left speechless, utterly astonished. Chapter 62. The First Hunt, the Northern Song. 3 volumes of swordsmanship. The Thunderfire volume focuses on offense, while the Mountain Sea volume emphasizes defense. Yet, among these 3 volumes, the most formidable and fearsome is undoubtedly the Shadow volume. Comprising 5 forms of swordplay, it encapsulates 5 deadly techniques. The first form, Dark Light, and the second form, Shadow Manipulation, are relatively easier to grasp. However, the third form presents a monumental threshold. It demands not only profound insight into sword intent, but also an exceptionally high innate talent in the way of the sword for one to comprehend its essence. The two palace masters of Tianyin Palace previously believed that given Su Xian's comprehension of sword intent, it would be improbable for him to master the third level of the Thunderfire secret technique. However, in reality, the third form of the Phantom Scroll proved to be even more challenging to grasp than the aforementioned technique, to the extent that they dared not entertain such thoughts. As a result, the 1,000-mile line, this third form of the Phantom Scroll, aptly named, unleashed a sword radiance that instantaneously traversed nearly 1,000 miles. Astonishingly swift. With Su Xian's prowess executing this move, it was nearly inconceivable for anyone in the Sea Transformation realm to withstand it. Thus, it was no injustice that Xiaomeng fell before this sword. Master Diyue sighed softly, a consummate expert in the Sea Transformation realm. Having mastered both the Thunderfire Scroll and the Mountain Sea Scroll to great perfection, and capable of executing the third form, 1,000-mile line, Su Xian's talent in swordsmanship. Master Qingyang, however, furrowed his brow, intently scrutinizing Su Xian. He had previously thought he had already regarded Su Xian highly enough. Yet he was taken aback to discover that Su Xian's talent in swordsmanship far exceeded his expectations. Master Diyue had previously stated that Su Xian's talent in swordsmanship could rank among the top 3 in the annals of Tianyin Palace's many prodigies. and now witnessing Su Xian's display of the thousand-mile line. Master Qingyang even considered that Su Xian's swordsmanship aptitude might justifiably be deemed the foremost in the history of Tianyan Palace. Such a prodigious talent, if allowed to flourish unchecked, posed a significant threat to His Highness, the Prince Qi. Master Qingyang's gaze grew frigid. Both palace masters of Tianyan Palace, being pinnacle experts of the Nirvana realm, possessed profound insight, enabling them to discern the true essence of Su Xian's recent sword strike. In the vast arena, the multitude of spectators, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, were largely oblivious to the intricacies of the moment. They witnessed Su Xian's swift strike, but in an instant, the details of his swordplay eluded their vision, and yet, Xiaomeng had already been defeated. The air erupted with a cacophony of cheers akin to the thunderous roar of a landslide or a tidal wave, reverberating throughout the grand venue. Su Xian! Su Xian! The collective voice of the audience resounded, each individual fervently chanting his name. At that moment, Su Xian undeniably emerged as the most radiant presence on the stage. He was the indisputable champion of this royal hunt organized by the Tianyan dynasty, the most dazzling and extraordinary prodigy of this generation. This lad has truly exceeded my expectations, mused the inconspicuous man in gray, who, from a shadowy corner, allowed a smile to grace his lips. With his perfected cultivation at the ocean transformation stage, he had effortlessly triumphed over all other talents, claiming the title of the undeniable victor of this hunt. Such innate ability and strength, who would dare question my discernment? The Tianyan Palace had previously even rejected the offer of a special recruitment slot. It was indeed a myopic decision. With a grin, the man in gray occasionally cast glances towards the direction of the palace masters of Diyu and Qingyang, his eyes gleaming with a hint of satisfaction. When the master of Qingyang turned to look his way, he raised his chin in a gesture of pride, even tinged with a hint of provocation. Clearly, Su Xian's performance in this hunt had significantly elevated his standing. Rather than securing a special recruitment slot, he had directly entered the Tianyan Palace as the foremost talent of this hunt. This lad truly aligns with my temperament. The man in gray glanced once more at Su Xian below, his eyes betraying unreserved admiration. Amidst the thunderous cheers, the elder with violet hair proclaimed the outcome of the final battle. Su Xian triumphed over Xiaomeng, achieving a flawless victory with 4 wins, earning the title of the foremost hunter in this event. Upon entering the Tianyan Palace, he would receive an initial bounty of a remarkable 10,000 fire points. In contrast, Xiaomeng secured second place, thus acquiring 5,000 fire points upon his arrival at the palace. With the results declared, this edition of the hunt drew to a close. The audience, filled with countless spectators, gradually dispersed, their discussions and admiration lingering in the air. Su Xian and Xiaomeng returned to the preparation area, where they were promptly greeted by Duan Yufeng, who had been eagerly awaiting their return. Brother, you were incredible. I thought my hidden prowess was considerable, but you surpassed my expectations. That final sword technique you executed must have been the third form of the Phantom Scroll, correct? I have heard that mastering the third form is exceptionally challenging, demanding a profound comprehension of sword intent. Duan Yufeng bombarded Su Xian with questions, his excitement palpable, as if he himself had claimed the victory. In truth, after witnessing his strongest move effortlessly countered by Xiaomeng, Duan Yufeng had believed that no one could thwart Xiaomeng's prowess in this hunt. Thus, he was elated to see his esteemed brother, Su Xian, defeat Xiaomeng head-on. Su Xian smiled as he addressed each inquiry, equally pleased. Xiaomeng, is there still some discontent lingering in your heart? Duan Yufeng regarded Xiaomeng with an air of superiority. Defeat is defeat. There is no room for discontent. Your strength undeniably surpasses mine, Xiaomeng replied. Xiaomeng fixed his gaze intently on Su Xian and said, after this hunt, we shall both enter the Tianyan Palace to cultivate. At the level of the sea transformation realm, I can no longer hope to catch up to you. When we both break through to the void-shattering realm in the future, if the opportunity arises, we may compete once more. Shall we truly wait until we reach the void-shattering realm to compete again? Su Xian responded with a smile. Xiaomeng, it seemed, possessed a commendable self-awareness. His cultivation had already ascended to the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm, and his skills and insights had reached their utmost limits. It could be said that he had exhausted all avenues for progress at this stage. Conversely, Su Xian had only just achieved perfection in the sea transformation realm and still held vast potential for advancement. Thus, he recognized that in this realm, he could not possibly match Xiaomeng, leading to their mutual agreement to postpone their rivalry until they both transcended into the void-shattering realm. Agreed. Su Xian replied with a smile, holding a deep respect for a prodigy like Xiaomeng. In their recent battle, he had indeed exerted nearly all his strength. The reason it was nearly was that he had yet to unleash his ultimate trump card, the divine annihilation forbidden technique. Moreover, he had only activated 70% of his bloodline power. As his cultivation level increased, the bloodline power he could harness grew ever more substantial, significantly enhancing his overall strength. Merely activating 70% of his bloodline power had already caused a remarkable surge in his capabilities. However, should he unleash the full extent of his bloodline power, it would undoubtedly propel him to an entirely new echelon of strength. Yet, he was reluctant to draw too much attention to himself. After all, if others discerned the elevated level of his bloodline power, it could invite an endless stream of complications. At that moment, Su Xian suddenly spotted someone in the crowd, Master Wu Zhao. Su Xian approached him, exclaiming, "Master Wu Zhao, congratulations on your triumph in this hunting expedition." Wu Zhao responded with his characteristic warm smile, exuding an aura of friendliness. "You flatter me, Su Xian. Had you not voluntarily conceded? Opting instead to engage in successive rounds like the others, I might not have been your match in the final showdown." Su Xian gazed at Wu Zhao, sensing that this was no mere act of humility. From the very first encounter in the hunting grounds, Su Xian had harbored an impression that Wu Zhao was exceedingly formidable, perhaps even stronger than Xiaomeng. However, since Wu Zhao chose to concede, Su Xian never had the opportunity to truly gauge his prowess, which left him perpetually curious about his capabilities. "Master Wu Zhao, may I inquire? If we were to truly engage in combat, what would my chances of victory be?" Su Xian asked. Wu Zhao regarded him thoughtfully for a moment before responding. "Your strength is remarkable, and within the realm of the sea transformation stage, there remains significant potential for advancement. Should you elevate your cultivation to the pinnacle of the sea transformation, I would concede that I am not your equal." This revelation startled Su Xian. It implied that after breaking through to the pinnacle of the sea transformation, Wu Zhao would no longer consider himself a contender. In other words, as he currently stood, merely at the perfected stage of sea transformation, Wu Zhao felt confident in overcoming him. Indeed, there are always greater heights to ascend. Su Xian smiled faintly, not allowing himself to feel any pride or complacency from having defeated Xiaomeng and claimed the top position in this hunt. He understood profoundly that the world was vast and full of challenges. Even the Tianyin dynasty is merely one of countless dynasties within the eastern wilderness. Achieving the title of top hunter within a dynasty holds little significance. There are indeed those in the sea transformation realm who surpass him. For instance, in the case of the Wu dynasty, he harbors no confidence in securing victory. Su Xian had no doubts regarding Wu dynasty's words, yet his companion, Duan Yufeng, was less than pleased. "Hey, great monk, I did not realize you possessed such arrogance. You claimed that you would not be his match until my brother's cultivation reaches the pinnacle of sea transformation. Are you asserting that you are now his equal?" Duan Yufeng remarked, reveling in Su Xian's triumph over Xiaomeng. His momentary elation was interrupted by Wu dynasty's statement. Wu dynasty chuckled softly, offering no further explanation, and replied, "Su Xian, you possess extraordinary talent. Your future achievements will undoubtedly be exceptional. Should fate allow, we shall meet again on the 9 sacred mountains." 9 sacred mountains? Upon hearing these words, Duan Yunfeng's expression shifted dramatically, as he had previously held a considerable disdain for Wu dynasty. "Great monk, you hail from the 9 sacred mountains?" Even Xiaomeng, who stood behind, exhibited astonishment at the mention of the 9 sacred mountains. "What 9 sacred mountains?" Su Xian inquired, his face etched with confusion. Although he was a young master from the Su family and belonged to a prestigious lineage, he had never heard of the 9 sacred mountains. At that moment, the Tianyin emperor and the 2 palace lords of Tianyin Palace descended from the high platform and approached. "Your Majesty." The remaining prodigies present all bowed in reverence. "Rise," commanded the Tianyin emperor, and the crowd stood in unison. The heavenly flame sovereign first cast his gaze upon the royal descendant, Xiaomeng, and remarked, "Your performance during this hunt has been commendable. Upon our arrival at the heavenly flame palace, strive to excel further." Indeed, Xiaomeng nodded in acknowledgement. Next, the heavenly flame sovereign turned his attention to Wu Zhao. "Impoverished monk, I pay my respects to your majesty." Wu Zhao once again performed a bow. Observing Wu Zhao before him, the heavenly flame sovereign furrowed his brow and stated, "I am already aware of your origins and the intent behind your journey. For this occasion, I shall refrain from holding you accountable, but should you dare to cause further mischief with that girl, my leniency will not extend a second time." "The impoverished monk shall remember," Wu Zhao replied, a smile gracing his lips, albeit tinged with awkwardness. Finally, the heavenly flame sovereign turned his gaze towards Su Xian, a smile already emerging on his face. Nearly 19 years of age, possessing a consummate mastery of the sea transformation realm, yet capable of surpassing Xiaomeng to claim victory in this hunt. Truly remarkable, the heavenly flame sovereign commended. Thank you for your praise, your majesty. Su Xian responded with neither arrogance nor timidity. Su Xian, 3 years prior, I ordered your confinement within the forbidden magic prison. Do you harbor any resentment towards me? The heavenly flame sovereign inquired, his expression warm as he regarded Su Xian. None whatsoever, Su Xian replied, shaking his head without a hint of hesitation. With his seasoned discernment, the heavenly flame sovereign could easily ascertain that Su Xian spoke truthfully. There was indeed little to resent. In fact, Su Xian had once considered the heavenly flame sovereign's treatment towards him to be exceedingly gracious. Haha, splendid. Su Baichen has truly sired a remarkable son. The heavenly flame sovereign exclaimed with hearty laughter. He, along with King Qi, Su Baichen, and the esteemed member of the Situ family, all hail from the same era and belong to the same generation, having been acquainted with one another for quite some time. I have heard whispers that your Su family recently faced an assassination attempt. The Emperor of Tianyin glanced over once more. Indeed, Su Xian nodded in affirmation. The expression of the Emperor of Tianyin shifted to one of gravitas. Concerning previous matters, it was inappropriate for me to intervene. But now that you have secured the first place in this hunt and are soon to enter the Tianyin Palace for cultivation as a disciple of the Tianyin Palace, I can assure you that as long as I am on the throne, no one will dare to lay a finger on your Su family. Thank you, your majesty. Su Xian's heart soared with joy. His reason for participating in the imperial hunt and his eagerness to join the Tianyin Palace stemmed not only from the immense benefits of its cultivation resources but also from a crucial factor. Becoming a disciple of the Tianyin Palace would safeguard his family. With the Tianyin Palace and the protection of the Tianyin royal family, no one would dare to act against the Su family. And now, with the Emperor of Tianyin personally making such a promise, Su Xian felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. With such a public vow from the Emperor, who would still dare to challenge the Su family? The Situ family would undoubtedly refrain, and even King Qi would think twice before openly opposing the Emperor of Tianyin. Haha. The Emperor of Tianyin chuckled, well-versed in the art of winning hearts. However, not everyone is worthy of his direct engagement in such matters. Yet he truly valued Su Xian's talents. Very well, let the 2 palace masters escort you to the Tianyin Palace. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, the Emperor turned to depart. We bid you farewell, your majesty. The assembly bowed respectfully. After the departure of the sovereign of Tianyin, the 2 masters of Tianyin Palace approached. The master of Qingyang cast a glance at the top 10 prodigies from this hunting expedition and proclaimed, You have 1 hour to settle your affairs. After 1 hour, follow me to Tianyin Palace. The 10 prodigies promptly attended to their matters. Su Xian had already made his arrangements, while Duan Yufeng, being a solitary figure, had little to address and simply awaited in silence. An hour later, the 10 prodigies gathered, and under the guidance of the 2 masters, mounted the purple wind beasts, heading towards Tianyin Palace. Outside the city, in the vast and boundless void, the 2 masters of Tianyin Palace soared ahead, with Su Xian and the other prodigies closely trailing behind on their mounts. Is Tianyin Palace truly situated outside the imperial city? The expressions of the prodigies were rather peculiar. Xiaomeng, as a member of the Tianyin royal family, you must possess greater knowledge about Tianyin Palace than we do, Duan Yunfeng inquired. I do know a bit. Xiaomeng nodded. I have heard that Tianyin Palace is not located within the confines of the dynasty but exists within a special secret realm. A special secret realm? The prodigies present turned their gazes towards Xiaomeng. A secret realm is a space forcibly opened up by formidable means, Xiaomeng explained. Upon hearing this, the prodigies displayed expressions of astonishment. To forcibly open a space? What kind of extraordinary power must that entail? Can even a Nirvana realm expert achieve such a feat? The plump woman, Mo Bing, exclaimed in shock. Ordinary Nirvana realm practitioners certainly cannot, but it is possible for some of the pinnacle experts within the Nirvana realm. Xiaomeng replied. Su Xian and others were filled with astonishment as they followed the 2 palace masters, soon arriving at a secluded forest hundreds of miles away from the imperial city. This forest had previously been overlooked, and even if someone happened to pass by, they would not notice anything unusual. However, as the group ventured deeper into the woods, they discovered that it was replete with an array of formations and restrictions. The 10 prodigies navigated through numerous barriers to reach the heart of the forest, where they found a spatial passage guarded by formidable protectors. Beyond this passage lay the Heavenly Flame Palace. Enter, commanded the Palace Master Qingyang. The Heavenly Flame Palace. The eyes of the 10 prodigies sparkled with anticipation as they swiftly stepped into the spatial passage. They emerged in an expansive sea, at the center of which was an island, the very site of the Heavenly Flame Palace. Upon traversing the spatial passage, Su Xian and the other 9 prodigies found themselves at the edge of the island, greeted by a sprawling array of buildings. In the distance loomed 2 towering mountains, while on the opposite side lay an extensive open space. The ground of the entire island was paved with sturdy blue stones. Qingyang, take these young ones for a tour while I procure their identification tokens, said the palace master of the Imperial Moon before departing. Qingyang then led the 10 prodigies into the palace, providing them with explanations as they walked. The Heavenly Flame Palace is a unique space, imbued with a special formation that enriches the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, far surpassing that of the outside world. Su Xian and the other 10 prodigies took note of this remarkable distinction. On this day, the spiritual energy within the Tianyin Palace is significantly more abundant than in the outside world. Cultivating within the confines of the Tianyin Palace, amidst such rich spiritual energy, will undoubtedly accelerate one's progress in cultivation. Furthermore, within the Tianyin Palace, there exist several locations that can greatly assist your training, the first of which is the Treasure Pavilion. Master Qingyang gestured towards the summit of a distant mountain. Atop the peak stands a magnificent pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion houses an endless array of treasures from the Tianyin Empire, containing over 70% of the Empire's resources and artifacts, including various manuals and techniques. However, to acquire these treasures or manuals, one must exchange them for corresponding fire points. This is quite understandable. Although the Treasure Pavilion is replete with countless treasures, it cannot allow disciples to use them freely. There lies the Trial Tower. Master Qingyang then pointed to a tower situated at the northernmost part of the island, where disciples of the Tianyin Palace test their own strength, which also significantly aids in the honing of their skills. The 10 prodigies trailing behind Master Qingyang furrowed their brows. The previous mention of the Treasure Pavilion was easily comprehended. Yet the Trial Tower was only described as a place for testing one's strength. How exactly does one undergo such trials? What specific benefits does it provide for skill refinement? Master Qingyang had not elucidated these points. Master Qingyang, may I inquire? Su Xian began to ask. Silence. Master Qingyang interjected sharply, indicating that while you may listen, you are not permitted to inquire. Su Xian's expression changed as he fell silent, inwardly reflecting that Master Qingyang's temperament seemed rather irritable. In a moment of instinctive inquiry, with a tone and demeanor that were entirely pleasant, he was met with an abrupt reprimand. Humph. The master of Qingyang cast a frosty glance at Su Xian. Had any other prodigy ventured to inquire, he would have refrained from such open admonishment, even if reluctant to provide an answer. Yet, with Su Xian, firstly, during the discussions regarding whether to grant Su Xian a special admission quota, he had staunchly opposed it, resulting in the postponement of that opportunity. However, in a mere 2 months, Su Xian not only participated in the royal city hunt, but also claimed first place, a resounding slap to his face. Secondly, due to the incident involving Tu San, Su Xian had irrevocably positioned himself in opposition to the Qi King, to whom he was inherently aligned. These 2 factors combined ensured that the master of Qingyang would harbor no goodwill towards Su Xian. He continued his exposition. Over yonder lies the training ground of Tianyin Palace, where, on ordinary days, disciples congregate to exchange insights, engage in duels, and practice their skills. Furthermore, within the training ground, there are 8 revered masters, each a peak powerhouse within the Nirvana realm. Their mastery in both technique and comprehension has reached extraordinary heights, and once a month, these 8 masters conduct lectures at the training ground, which you are all welcome to attend. The mention of master-led lectures startled the 10 prodigies. Though occurring only once a month, it was indeed a rare privilege for a peak powerhouse from the Nirvana realm to dedicate time to teaching. Su Xian murmured to himself, feeling a profound sense of anticipation. Lastly, he spoke of the Star Hall. The master of Qingyang directed his gaze towards the summit of another mountain in the distance, where an imposing edifice, the Starry Hall, stood majestically. It possessed unique attributes that would greatly benefit your cultivation, yet the threshold for entry was notably high. Once you amass sufficient fire points, you may explore it at your own pace. The master of Qingyang appeared reluctant to divulge further details, leaving Su Xian and his companions to listen attentively, refraining from inquiries. At that moment, the previously departed master of the Imperial Moon returned. Here are your respective identity tokens. Ensure you keep them safe. In your future endeavors or explorations, these tokens will signify your status as disciples of the Heavenly Flame Palace. Additionally, each token contains a record of your individual fire points. The master of the Imperial Moon distributed 10 tokens among Su Xian and his companions. The tokens were uniquely designed, resembling a blazing flame. Upon receiving his token, Su Xian sensed a figure of 10,000 within it, indicating the fire points he possessed. Moreover, there were 10 black rings, known as the Qian Kuan rings, with one allocated to each of you. Su Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of the Qian Kuan rings. These rings, which encapsulate the universe, are treasures of storage that can only be crafted by those at the Nirvana realm, making them exceedingly rare. Previously, only Su Baichun, the head of the Su family, possessed such a ring, but now, as disciples of the Heavenly Flame Palace, each of them was bestowed with one. Now, I shall escort you to your accommodations. The Master of the Imperial Moon promptly led the group towards their residential area, and soon they arrived at a section designated for housing. There are numerous accommodations on this island for your selection. However, there is a matter of significance I must convey to you first. The Master of the Imperial Moon cast her gaze upon each individual present. As disciples of the Tianyin Palace, you may cultivate within its confines for a maximum of 30 years. After this period, regardless of the level of your prowess, the Tianyin Palace will arrange a graduation assessment for you. Should you succeed in this evaluation, you will remain esteemed warriors emerging from the Tianyin Palace, and your families will continue to receive a degree of protection from our establishment. However, if you fail to pass the graduation assessment, the Tianyin Palace will revoke your identity tokens, and from that moment forth, you shall have no further ties with us. The 10 talented individuals present were taken aback. Could it be that the Tianyin Palace has such a graduation assessment? Nevertheless, these prodigies remained unperturbed, for they were each among the most exceptional of talents, brimming with immense potential. Given 30 years of cultivation at the Tianyin Palace, if they were unable to pass the graduation assessment, they might as well end their lives with a brick. Furthermore, for newcomers like you, a period of 6 months will be granted to devise ways to enhance your abilities. After this interval, the Tianyin Palace will assign you practical tasks, which will also be accompanied by rewards in the form of fire points. Only upon the successful completion of these tasks will you earn the privilege to undertake missions issued by the Tianyin Palace and accumulate fire points. The 10 prodigies listened intently, completing tasks and earning fire points. Very well, I have shared all that is essential with you. As for other matters, you shall have to explore them at your own pace. Having spoken, the Master of the Imperial Moon Palace turned and departed. Chapter 64. The lesson: what should we do? Within the Tianyin Palace, the 10 most formidable geniuses gathered, each bearing a solemn expression. Although the Master of the Qingyang Palace had introduced various locations within the Tianyin Palace, he had refrained from providing any detailed explanations regarding the Trial Tower and the Starry Hall. Their purposes remained a mystery to us. It seemed evident that the Master of Qingyang was deliberately withholding information. Deep down, most of these prodigies harbored a sense of dissatisfaction, yet they dared not voice their concerns. Did you not observe how Su Xian was immediately reprimanded by the Master of Qingyang when he attempted to inquire? Brother, what shall we do? Duan Yunfeng glanced at Su Xian. What can we do but explore on our own? Su Xian replied with a faint smile, suggesting they first visit the treasure pavilion. Indeed, let us proceed to the treasure pavilion. The other geniuses nodded in agreement. Among the various locations mentioned by the Master of Qingyang, the treasure pavilion was the most comprehensible. Furthermore, they were all intrigued by the legendary pavilion that supposedly housed over 70% of the resources and treasures of the entire Tianyin Empire. Before long, the 10 individuals arrived at the magnificent pavilion. However, upon entering the treasure pavilion, they found no treasures on display, only a substantial list of treasures. This list contained an array of treasures, each accompanied by a brief description. The categories were diverse, encompassing medicinal pills, weaponry, secret manuals, and auxiliary items, among others. As Su Xian perused the category of sword techniques within the secret manuals, he was astonished to discover a plethora of over 1,000 distinct sword techniques listed. The levels of swordsmanship here are exceedingly high. Each style is remarkable in its own right. For instance, the various sword techniques that Su Xian previously studied within the Su family were already considered top tier within their treasury. Yet they pale in comparison to the treasures housed in the treasure pavilion of Tianyin Palace. With over 1,000 sword techniques spanning diverse domains, the sheer variety left Su Xian momentarily dazzled. However, despite their formidable nature, the cost of acquiring these techniques is equally steep. A cursory glance at a few sword styles revealed that each complete manual requires thousands of fire points for exchange. Even those of slightly lesser caliber demand 500 or 600 fire points. Truly exorbitant. For us, who ranked from 6th to 10th in the hunt, we collectively received merely 1,000 fire points as initial resources. Yet, within the treasure pavilion, any single manual necessitates hundreds, if not thousands, of fire points for redemption. Although the prices for elixirs and auxiliary treasures are somewhat more reasonable, our available fire points scarcely suffice for even a few coveted items. As these prodigies gazed at the treasure list, where each item demanded hundreds or thousands of fire points, their expressions grew increasingly forlorn. Brother, I truly envy you right now. Duan Yunfeng lamented, Securing first place in the hunt grants you an initial resource of 10,000 fire points, making you far more affluent than us. Su Xian smiled. Indeed. Compared to Duan Yunfeng and his companions, who only received 1,000 fire points, he was relatively well off. Nonetheless, he had no intention of hastily exchanging his fire points for items within the treasure pavilion, even though he had already identified a few treasures that would be particularly beneficial to him. In comparison to other prodigies, the number of fire points I possess is indeed considerable. However, as I have just arrived at the Heavenly Flame Palace and am still in the exploratory phase, it would be prudent not to recklessly utilize my fire points. Once I have thoroughly familiarized myself with the various auspicious locations within the Heavenly Flame Palace, I can gradually devise a plan for their use, Su Xian mused to himself. He did not linger in the treasure pavilion but swiftly accompanied Duan Yufeng to the Dao Field. The Dao Field of the Heavenly Flame Palace is an immensely vast training ground. By the time Su Xian and his companions arrived at the Dao Field, numerous disciples of the Heavenly Flame Palace had already gathered in small clusters. Upon seeing Su Xian and his group, their eyes lit up with interest. "Ah, we have newcomers," they exclaimed. "They must be the 10 selected from this year's Imperial City Hunt, each likely possessing a considerable amount of fire points as initial resources. Who among them is the top hunter? Surely, he possesses around 10,000 fire points, does he not?" The veterans of the Heavenly Flame Palace gathered around with curiosity. The Heavenly Flame Palace not only selects 10 prodigies from the Imperial City Hunt held every 5 years, but also keeps a watchful eye on some truly exceptional talents within the Heavenly Flame dynasty, granting them special admission slots. These disciples are allowed to cultivate within the Heavenly Flame Palace for a period of 30 years. Consequently, the number of disciples in each era of the Heavenly Flame Palace is substantial. Including Su Xian and his companions, the current count approaches 100. Heh. This senior brother, Duan Yunfeng, with the thickest skin among them, grinned widely as he struck up a conversation with several of the veterans, inquiring about various matters. All disciples of the Tian'an Palace, the elderly figures displayed a remarkable humility, addressing many of Su Xian's inquiries. For instance, regarding the dojo. It was revealed by these venerable individuals that the 8 Dao Lords within were indeed the pinnacle of Nirvana realm warriors. In terms of strength, these 8 Dao Lords surpassed the 3 Palace Masters by a considerable margin, which left Su Xian and his companions utterly astonished. As the Palace Masters of Tian'an Palace, one would naturally assume they were the strongest. However, the true might resided in the 8 Dao Lords. These Dao Lords were not beholden to the commands of the 3 Palace Masters. Rather, they served merely as instructors within the palace, free from any constraints imposed by Tian'an Palace. The 8 Dao Lords were at liberty to pursue their own interests, often absent from the palace except for their monthly teachings. Each of the 8 Dao Lords excelled in a distinct weapon, with one, the Jiuqin Dao Lord, specializing in the sword. It was announced that this esteemed master would be delivering a lesson at the dojo in 2 days, igniting a spark of excitement in Su Xian's eyes. These 8 Dao Lords were proficient with 8 different types of weaponry, all of which were relatively common. The forthcoming lesson from the Jiuqin Dao Lord would undoubtedly delve into the intricacies of martial skills, and Su Xian brimmed with anticipation for this opportunity. After gaining a deeper understanding of the dojo and the unique aspects of Tian'an Palace from the elders, Su Xian decided to return to his quarters. As preparations to depart commenced, a man clad in purple, bearing an unusual countenance, approached Su Xian. This enigmatic figure was one of the 10 most formidable talents from the previous imperial hunt, having devoted a full 5 years to his cultivation within the Tian'an Palace, achieving a mastery at the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm. Upon hearing that Su Xian was the foremost contender in this hunt, and that he, alongside Xiao Meng, was regarded by many as the most dazzling pair of geniuses the Tian'an dynasty had seen in half a century, the purple-clad man inquired, "Might I engage in a spar with you?" His smile appeared genuine, yet Su Xian pondered the implications of such a challenge. "Only a spar?" he mused, scrutinizing the man before him. "If it is indeed a spar, it would be far more engaging with a wager involved. How about 2,000 fire points?" The purple-clad man continued to smile, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Su Xian did not hesitate to turn away. If it were merely a friendly spar, he would not have declined. However, the proposition of a wager transformed the encounter into a gamble. As a newcomer who had just joined the Tian'an Palace, without having yet harnessed its resources to enhance his strength, it would be absurd to challenge a seasoned genius who had spent 5 years honing his skills. Su Xian was no fool. Seeing Su Xian turn on his heel, the purple-clad man grew anxious. "Su Xian, please do not leave in haste. Perhaps we could reduce the wager? What about 1,000 fire points? Or even 500? Alternatively, feel free to propose a sum you deem appropriate." Despite the man's persistent entreaties, Su Xian chose to ignore him. Soon, 2 days elapsed. During this time, Su Xian and the other 9 newcomers maintained a low profile, quietly exploring their surroundings. Even within the dojo, it is not uncommon for elders to come forth seeking challenges or even provoking others. However, most choose to ignore them. No one is foolish enough to engage in a wager without first discerning the capabilities of these elders, especially considering the limited resources at their disposal. Only Xiaoming, perhaps emboldened by confidence in his own abilities, or perhaps driven by the arrogance of a prodigious talent, accepted a wager from one such elder. The stakes were modest. Nearly 200 fire points, which held little significance for Xiaoming. This confrontation drew the attention of newcomers, including Su Xian, who gathered to observe. Although the elder suppressed his cultivation for the duel, the outcome was unmistakable. Xiaoming suffered a resounding defeat. Though he was regarded as the unparalleled genius of this hunting season, second only to Su Xian, he was woefully outmatched by these elders, who had honed their skills over several years within the Tianyan Palace. Following this bitter lesson, the newcomers were increasingly hesitant to agree to challenges from the elders. The expansive dojo is adorned with numerous lecterns designated for instruction. Around one such lectern, a dozen or so disciples of the Tianyan Palace congregated. With Su Xian positioned at the rear, the gathering was considerable, he mused. Today marked the day of instruction from the illustrious Jiao Chun Dao master, whose teachings, as the master of swordsmanship, naturally pertained to the art of the sword. Among nearly 100 disciples of the Tianyan Palace, only a little over 10 skilled in swordplay had come to attend the lesson. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in loose robes and with long hair, cascading over his shoulders, ascended the lectern with measured steps. They had met the Dao master before. In recent days, the disciples of the Yin Palace have promptly bowed in reverence, with Su Xian among them. The Lord of the 9 Stars first took his seat upon the mat on the podium, subsequently gesturing for everyone to sit. The disciples settled down in unison. The comprehension of sword intent begins with grasping its very essence. The essence of sword intent is exceedingly intricate. To understand it piece by piece would be an arduous and time-consuming endeavor. The Lord of the 9 Stars wasted no time with superfluous dialogue and commenced the lesson directly. The disciples listened attentively, with Su Xian particularly focused, striving to absorb every word. However, as the discourse progressed, Su Xian's expression grew peculiar. The essence of sword intent. His brow furrowed. From the outset, the Lord of the 9 Stars had elaborated on the essence of sword intent in great detail, discussing ways to better comprehend it. The connections between various aspects of sword intent, and how to harness this essence to unleash greater power. The elders surrounding him from the Yin Palace were captivated by his words. Yet Su Xian found himself enveloped in confusion. The essence of sword intent? What is this so-called essence of sword intent? He could not grasp it at all. He was even unaware of what this purported essence truly entailed. Chapter 65. The Lord of the 9 Stars. Soon, half an hour had passed, and the Lord of the 9 Stars concluded his lecture. If any of you have questions, feel free to ask, he stated. The disciples immediately began to inquire, and the Lord of the 9 Stars addressed each question in turn. After a moment, noticing that no one else wished to inquire, he turned his gaze towards Su Xian. Newcomer, do you have any questions? The master of Jiao Chun inquired with a smile. Su Xian furrowed his brow, pausing for a moment before speaking. I did not comprehend what the master just articulated. In fact, I am entirely oblivious to the essence of the sword intent that was mentioned. Su Xian spoke truthfully, fully aware that deceiving the esteemed master of Jiao Chun by feigning understanding would be a foolish endeavor. His candor left the disciples of Tianyan Palace momentarily taken aback, before they erupted into laughter. Haha, indeed a newcomer. Another novice who knows nothing of the sword path. Do not mock him. When we first arrived at Tianyan Palace, most of us were in the same boat, entirely uninformed. Although the disciples laughed, there was no malice in their mirth. Many of them had endured similar experiences as Su Xian. What is your name? The master of Jiao Chun asked, fixing his gaze on Su Xian. I'm Su Xian. He replied. You are Su Xian? The master raised an eyebrow. Just yesterday, a friend of mine mentioned you. A friend of the master? Su Xian's expression shifted. Given the master of Jiao Chun's prowess, his acquaintance must also be a formidable figure in the Nirvana realm, he thought. All right, everyone disperse. The master commanded with a wave of his hand, prompting the disciples of Tianyan Palace to rise and depart. Su Xian, follow me. The master of Jiao Chun instructed as he stood up. Su Xian obediently trailed behind him, remaining silent throughout their journey. The master of the 9 Chins, accompanied by Su Xian, arrived before the sole tower of the Heavenly Flame Palace. This tower was the very trial tower mentioned by the Lord of Qingyang, utilized by the disciples of the Heavenly Flame Palace to test their own strength. Upon entering the tower, Su Xian and the master of the 9 Chins found themselves in an expansive trial space. Here, it is just the two of us. The Master of the Nine Chins remarked with a smile. I have heard from my friend that you are the most dazzling genius of this hunting season in the Heavenly Flame Dynasty, and your swordsmanship is quite remarkable. Why don't we engage in a friendly duel within this trial tower? A duel? With you, Master? Su Xian was taken aback. The Master of the Nine Chins was among the most formidable experts in the Nirvana realm and was renowned for his mastery of swordsmanship, being responsible for imparting sword techniques at the Heavenly Flame Palace. Just how powerful could his sword skills be? What, do you hesitate? The Master inquired. Of course. I am willing, Su Xian replied eagerly, nodding vigorously. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to compete in swordsmanship with a top-tier expert like the Master of the Nine Chins. How could he possibly decline? Very well, draw your sword and unleash your full potential, the Master said, smiling and casually placing his hands behind his back. Yet, Su Xian would not underestimate him due to this nonchalance. He grasped his sword with one hand and, in the next moment, surged forward with remarkable speed. Since it was merely a contest of swordsmanship, Su Xian refrained from unleashing overwhelming power, not even employing his bloodline strength. Nevertheless, his swordsmanship reached its zenith. With a resounding flourish, the fierce and rapid sword shadows surged forth, accompanied by an ascending aura of sword intent. Thunderfire storm? The Master of the Nine Chins maintained a tranquil smile. And only when the overwhelming shadows of the sword approached within half a foot did he make the slightest shift in his stance. With a casual step to the side, he deftly evaded the lethal blade. Su Xian continued to assault, each stroke imbued with an infinite tempest of thunder and fire. Yet, in the face of these relentless strikes, the Master of the Nine Chins remained unfazed, hands clasped behind his back, as if meandering through a serene garden, effortlessly sidestepping each attack. Each time, Su Xian was left with the disconcerting illusion that his sword might just graze the Master, yet each encounter was a hair's breadth away from connection. Essence of thunder and fire. Heavenly thunder descends, sword of the Qilin. Su Xian bellowed, unleashing his ultimate technique. As his sword sliced through the air, an aura of fierce thunder and flame surged forth, converging from all directions towards the Master of the Nine Chins. This oppressive force could significantly hinder the movements of weaker opponents, rendering them immobile under its weight. However, the Master of the Nine Chins possessed an understanding of sword intent that far surpassed Su Xian's. Thus, this pressure bore no impact upon him. With a mere, simple stride, he allowed Su Xian's sword to cleave nothing but empty air. Master, I have yet another strike. Su Xian said, his gaze aflame with intensity as he regarded the Master of the Nine Chins. Come forth. The Master beckoned with a casual flick of his finger. Su Xian immediately summoned his most formidable technique, 1,000 miles in a single line. The silent gleam of the sword shot forth, traversing the void in an instant, as if teleporting directly before the Master of the Nine Chins. 1,000 miles in a single line? The Master of Jochin chuckled lightly, then pointed forward. With a clang, the power exerted by the Master of Jochin was identical to that of Su Xian. He did not employ any other protective means. With just that one finger, imbued with a subtle hint of sword intent, he effortlessly countered Su Xian's most formidable technique head-on. This left Su Xian momentarily bewildered. Let this suffice, the Master of Jochin remarked as he withdrew his hand, smiling. Your comprehension of the realm is evidently not yet profound. Yet you managed to execute the third stance of the phantom role. Your talent in the sword arts is indeed extraordinary. No wonder my friend holds you in such high regard. Master, may I inquire who this friend of yours is? Su Xian asked. His name is Gaiming, replied the Master of Jochin. A look of confusion crossed Su Xian's face. You do not recognize him? The Master of Jochin glanced over. My friend is from the Red Dragon Tower. He mentioned that over 2 months ago, before the Royal City Hunt took place, he had already perceived your talent and promptly recommended you to the Tianyin Palace. However, for reasons unknown, Tianyin Palace did not grant you a special recruitment slot. Upon hearing this, Su Xian immediately realized who Gaiming was, the esteemed senior from the Red Dragon Tower who had shown him kindness. His heart swelled with excitement. During his initial venture into the dragon-seeking tower, that senior guardian had recognized his potential and personally went to Tianyin Palace to recommend him. Although ultimately, due to certain circumstances, he did not receive a special recruitment slot, Su Xian had always cherished that act of kindness. He had long been unaware of the true name of that esteemed predecessor, but now the truth had been unveiled to him. That venerable figure was known as Gaiming, and he shared a close friendship with the Lord of the Nine Celestials. It appears you are acquainted with him. The Lord of the Nine Celestials observed Su Xian's expression and remarked, the strength of my friend is not significantly inferior to mine. However, his disposition is rather proud, and few can capture his attention. Yet, he holds you in high regard and even sought me out to commend you. Although he did not articulate it explicitly, I understood his intention. to have me take special care of you within the Tianyin Palace. He even hinted at the possibility of my accepting you as a disciple. Senior Gaiman wishes for you to accept me as your disciple? Su Xian exclaimed in surprise. Regrettably, ever since the tragic demise of my beloved disciple 40 years ago, right before my eyes, I vowed never to take another disciple in this lifetime, the Lord of the Nine Celestials declared with a somber tone. Thus, the notion of accepting a disciple is out of the question. What I can offer you is merely some guidance, providing you with insights into the swordsmanship to the best of my ability. Su Xian was immediately filled with joy. He had never aspired to become a disciple of the Lord of the Nine Celestials. Nevertheless, even a modicum of guidance in swordsmanship was immensely significant for him at this juncture. After all, his understanding of swordsmanship and its essence had always been a solitary endeavor, with no one to assist him. Within the Su family, the only person capable of offering him guidance was his father, Su Baichen. Yet his father was not adept in sword techniques. Relying solely on self-exploration could never compare to having comprehensive guidance in swordsmanship. The Lord of the Nine Celestials then began to expound upon his teachings. The path of the sword begins with the infusion of one's essence into the art of swordsmanship, culminating in the formation of sword intent. The deeper one comprehends this sword intent, the more formidable their swordsmanship becomes. This understanding of sword intent, in turn, originates from the very essence of the intent itself. The essence of sword intent refers to the comprehensive nature of the intent, which, when meticulously dissected, transforms into concepts that are more readily grasped. It is akin to a person attempting to consume a bun in one single bite. It is simply impossible. However, if one divides the bun into smaller pieces and chews them thoroughly, it becomes much easier to swallow. Thus, the essence of sword intent can be likened to the chewed fragments of the intent. Su Xian listened intently. Initially, when martial artists sought to comprehend the realm of intent, the notion of its essence did not exist. It was only a millennium ago that a coalition of several formidable beings, standing at the pinnacle of the world, united to analyze the various realms of intent. They simplified the complexities, reducing one into two, two into three, until they reached the ultimate refinement of intent. This is the wisdom of those who came before us, allowing subsequent generations to more easily grasp the essence of intent. For instance, sword intent has been categorized into 3 levels, encompassing a total of 381 distinct essences. Su Xian's heart was filled with awe as he absorbed this knowledge. The ability to distill the intricate nature of intent into simpler forms is indeed a remarkable achievement. Su Xian, having secured the first place in this hunt, you must possess a substantial amount of fire points, correct? Inquired the Lord of Jiuquan, casting a glance in his direction. I have 10,000 fire points. Su Xian replied. 10,000 fire points is quite a considerable sum, remarked the Lord. The Master of the 9 Chancellors chuckled lightly, however. Based on the customary practices of the 3 palace masters, many matters within the Tianyin Palace will not be explicitly conveyed to you. Rather, you must explore them on your own. Indeed, Su Xian nodded, expressing a hint of exasperation. I have already been in the Tianyin Palace for 2 days. Yet I still have not managed to discern anything clearly and am hesitant to recklessly utilize the fire points. The fire points are indeed of great significance. Your caution is commendable. The Master of the 9 Chancellors nodded, then smiled and said, Su Xian, I can offer you some advice on how to effectively use the fire points you possess. Would you care to hear it? Of course, Su Xian exclaimed joyfully, relieved to receive guidance on how to wield these fire points. The Master of the 9 Chancellors, a peak powerhouse in the Nirvana realm and a master of the sword path, possessed an unparalleled perspective. To receive his counsel was a dream come true for Su Xian. Chapter 66. The Essence of Sword Intent Within the Trial Tower. Su Xian stood alongside the Master of the 9 Chancellors. Your talent in the sword path is extraordinary. Yet you have previously lacked any guidance, even to the extent of being unaware of the essence of sword intent. Thus, your first task is to visit the treasure pavilion and exchange for the detailed explanation of sword intent essence. Of course, it suffices to obtain only the first part. As for the middle and latter sections, you may acquire them once your fire points are sufficiently abundant. The detailed explanation of sword intent essence? Su Xian mentally noted this down. Once you comprehend the essence of sword intent and understand how to contemplate it, I recommend that you spend 5,000 fire points to visit the Star Hall, the Master of the 9 Chancellors advised. The Star Hall? Su Xian's heart stirred with intrigue. The Starry Hall is immensely beneficial for your comprehension of sword intent, particularly during your initial visit, which proves to be the most advantageous. Typically, disciples of the Tianyin Palace experience a significant enhancement in their understanding after their first exploration of the Starry Hall, and given your exceptional talent, it stands to reason that your improvement will be even more pronounced. However, The methods of enlightenment within the Starry Hall are quite distinctive, while they are of great assistance. It is crucial not to become overly reliant upon them. Should you lean too heavily on this resource, your rapid progress may become a hindrance in the future. Thus, I advise you to refrain from entering again for at least 3 months, even if you possess an abundance of fire points. Su Xian listened attentively. The words of the Nine Chants Master regarding the importance of not depending excessively on the Starry Hall resonated deeply with him. After gaining insight from the Starry Hall, "You may proceed to the Trial Tower," the Nine Chants Master continued. "Master, what is the significance of the Trial Tower for us?" Su Xian inquired. "The significance is substantial," the Nine Chants Master replied with a smile. "Upon paying with fire points and entering the Trial Tower, you will gain control over an independent trial space. Within this space, you can set the criteria for the opponents you wish to encounter." "Set my own criteria?" Su Xian was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed. For instance, if your comprehension of sword intent has just reached the first level and you are practicing the Baitsong sword technique, you can configure the trial space to present an opponent who matches you in cultivation, understanding, and even swordsmanship, perhaps even one who is slightly superior to you, allowing for a rigorous honing of your skills. If you find a rival lacking, you may simply set several more," spoke the Lord of the Nine Chants. Yet, upon hearing this, Su Xian felt an undeniable shock within. The notion of customizing one's adversaries according to personal preferences was utterly astonishing. It is well understood that for a martial artist to hone their skills, they must engage in relentless combat with a myriad of formidable opponents. But where could one possibly find such adversaries? During this hunting expedition, numerous prodigies from various states had gathered. Each had reached the pinnacle within their respective regions, and it was a formidable challenge to find an equal match in their everyday pursuits. Only in this hunt had they encountered many worthy rivals. However, within this trial tower, one could entirely dictate the opponents, engaging in continuous battle, even selecting their strengths and whether to face 1 or 2 adversaries. This trial tower was extraordinarily bizarre. A profound sense of delight surged within Su Xian's eyes. Bizarre? In truth, it is rather mild. The Lord of the Nine Chins replied with a gentle smile directed at Su Xian. The trial tower within the Heavenly Flame Palace was merely the most rudimentary type. Not only the Heavenly Flame dynasty, but also the majority of dynasties in the Eastern Wilderness, including many sects and powers, possess such levels of trial towers. However, this basic trial tower was not comprehensive. For instance, the opponents one could set would only reach a maximum of the 2nd level in comprehension, and their skills would be confined to relatively common martial techniques. Furthermore, the adversaries one created bore no consciousness, functioning merely as puppets. However, if it were a high-level trial tower, one could virtually set any caliber of opponent, and as long as the martial skills or secret techniques exist within the Eastern Wilderness, they could be employed. The opponent could even possess their own consciousness, engaging in combat just like a normal person, which would represent a true comprehensive challenge. After a brief pause, the Lord of the Nine Chins continued, "Of course, given your current strength, this level of trial tower will suffice. This trial tower requires merely 20 fire points for a day's usage. You may opt to pay for 1 or 2 months in advance, allowing you to remain within the trial tower for an extended period, even to reside there if you wish." Su Xian nodded solemnly. 20 fire points per day amounts to only 600 points for a month, so Su Xian could comfortably stay in the trial tower for an extended duration. In addition to what has just been mentioned, I also advise you to visit the treasure pavilion to select another sword technique, the Lord of the Nine Chins suddenly suggested. Select a sword technique? Su Xian was taken aback. "I noticed you employ the Northern Song sword technique, recognized as the foremost sword technique in the Tianyan dynasty. The Northern Song sword technique is indeed powerful and comprehensive, excelling in offense, defense, and lethal speed techniques. However, this sword technique enhances with your deepening comprehension of sword intent. In other words, it possesses immense potential for growth, but does not perfectly manifest your current strength to its fullest extent. You could certainly choose another sword technique to cultivate, allowing your swordsmanship to become even more comprehensive and to unleash greater combat prowess at this stage." Upon hearing this, Su Xian secretly nodded in agreement. Indeed, his Northern Song swordsmanship encompassed offensive techniques like the Thunderfire Scroll, defensive maneuvers such as the Mountain Sea Scroll, and the lethal strikes of the Phantom Scroll, rendering it quite comprehensive. However, these 3 scrolls demanded an exceptionally high level of comprehension of sword intent and the hidden ultimate techniques within, such as the 3rd profundity of the Thunderfire Scroll and the 4th to 5th forms of the Phantom Scroll, were beyond Su Xian's current capabilities. While this swordsmanship sufficed against ordinary opponents, it fell short when confronted with formidable adversaries like the Lord of Jiochin, whose understanding of the realm far surpassed his own. There exists a sword technique called Blood Flight within the treasures of the Sword Pavilion. You might want to explore it, The Lord of Geochen suggested with a smile. Blood flight? Su Xian nodded slightly. Well, that is all the advice I can offer for now. Focus on your training and do attend more classes. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to come and ask me, the Lord of Geochen concluded. Thank you, my lord. Su Xian expressed his gratitude earnestly, his heart brimming with appreciation. The Lord of Geochen waved his hand dismissively. His decision to summon Su Xian was undoubtedly influenced by his friend, Gaiming, but more importantly, it stemmed from recognizing Su Xian as a rare talent in the art of swordsmanship. The Lord of Geochen soon departed, and Su Xian immediately made his way to the sword pavilion, following the advice he had received to acquire the essence of swordsmanship and blood flight techniques. The cost for the first part of Essence of Swordsmanship was 1,000 fire points. Exactly 1,000? Su Xian raised an eyebrow. The talented individuals in Dan Yunfeng's hunting party, ranked 6th to 10th, initially received only a modest allocation of 1,000 fire points. They undoubtedly required these points to exchange for a similar elucidation of the essence of the sword. It is likely that their resources would just suffice for such an exchange. In contrast, the blood flight sword technique demanded a substantial sum of 2,400 fire points for acquisition. Among the myriad of sword techniques available in the treasure pavilion, the exchange price for blood flight is considered relatively high. Without hesitation, Su Xian proceeded to exchange the upper volume of the essence of sword Dao along with the blood flight sword technique. An hour later, within Su Xian's residence, he gazed at the substantial stack of books laid out before him, feeling somewhat astonished. The blood flight sword technique was contained within a talisman, allowing Su Xian to effortlessly access its complete information, including the visual representation of its practice. However, the essence of sword Dao provided an intricate analysis of the very essence of the sword, containing an overwhelming amount of information that could not be stored within a talisman, but rather had to be recorded across multiple volumes. Beginning with the introduction of the essence of sword Dao, Su Xian began to peruse the materials, swiftly gaining a foundational understanding of the essence of sword intent. There exist 381 distinct essences of sword intent, and comprehending any one of these would signify the attainment of the first level of sword intent. The second level necessitates the understanding of 9 essences of sword intent, while the third level requires the comprehension of 64. Mastering all 381 essences signifies the ultimate achievement of the third level of sword intent, often referred to as the perfection of sword intent. The first part of a detailed analysis of the essence of swordsmanship, which Su Xian exchanged for, delves into the exploration of the essence of sword intent, transitioning from the first to the second tier, elucidating the 9 fundamental sword intents. This concise analysis of the 9 sword intents is meticulously documented in 9 substantial volumes of bound literature. Su Xian dedicated over half a day to thoroughly peruse these tomes. The depth of detail is remarkable, commencing from the most rudimentary level and guiding us step by step in comprehending the essence of sword intent, as well as demonstrating how to harness this essence to amplify one's swordsmanship prowess. Previously, my exploration of sword intent was confined to a singular direction, characterized by relentless probing. Although I had grasped one essence of sword intent, I had scarcely ventured into the others. Had I not encountered this detailed analysis of the essence of swordsmanship, my pursuit of understanding the 9 essences through blind exploration would have been an arduous and protracted endeavor. Su Xian's eyes sparkled with a hint of astonishment. This work proved to be immensely beneficial for him. It meticulously charted his forthcoming path in the comprehension of sword intent, offering the most refined and comprehensive guidance. The mere cost of 1,000 fire points was exceedingly worthwhile. It is worth noting that this first part of a detailed analysis of the essence of swordsmanship only encompasses the 9 foundational sword intents. Thus, it would only enable him to attain the second tier of sword intent. To delve deeper into the essence of sword intent beyond this, he would need to exchange for the middle and latter parts of a detailed analysis of the essence of swordsmanship. In terms of pricing, Su Xian had previously observed that the middle part requires an exchange of 10,000 fire points, while the latter part demands a staggering 100,000 fire points. To him, the price is exceedingly high at present, and he can only contemplate ways to redeem it slowly in the future. Having gained a certain understanding of the essence of sword intent, as well as the comprehension routes of the first 9 types of sword essence, Su Xian, following the advice of the 9 celestial master, made his way to the Star Palace. The Star Palace is guarded by formidable beings. To enter the Star Palace, Su Xian must pay 5,000 fire points each time. How exorbitant, he mused. Having secured first place in the hunt, he had only earned 10,000 fire points, which would suffice for merely 2 entries. Aside from him, the second place, Xiamang, could afford only 1 entry, while Duan Yufeng and the others, having garnered just 1,000 fire points, were left with no hope. The Nine Celestial Master had mentioned that the comprehension methods within the Star Palace are exceptionally unique, and that his first visit would significantly enhance his grasp of sword intent. He pondered what wonders the Star Palace might hold. With a mix of anticipation and curiosity, Su Xian stepped into the Star Palace. Chapter 67. Terrifying enhancement. The Grand Hall, though not vast, lacked any decorative embellishments, surrounded entirely by stone walls. Rather than a hall, it resembled a secret chamber. Standing at the center, Su Xian gazed at the stone wall directly before him. Upon it were intricately engraved resplendent stars. The stars were arranged in order from top to bottom, totaling 9 in number. Stars. Su Xian furrowed his brow. Apart from these 9 stars, there was nothing remarkable or noteworthy within the hall. This indicated that the primary focus of the Star Palace lay solely upon these 9 stars. In the center of the hall, a meditation cushion was placed, upon which Su Xian seated himself, taking a deep breath before directing his full attention to the 9 resplendent stars. Each star radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Under Su Xian's gaze, these stars began to naturally evolve. As they evolved, the profound mysteries contained within them gradually became clearer. In that moment, Su Xian's pupils constricted. To him, the stone wall no longer harbored mere stars, but rather the very essence of the 9 sword intents he sought to comprehend. Each star represented a distinct essence of sword intent, and as the stars evolved, these essences unfurled step by step, akin to the analysis found in a detailed explanation of Sword Tao. The difference being that while a detailed explanation of Sword Tao was inscribed in a book, these 9 stars manifested before Su Xian in a vivid, evolving tableau. With his eyes closed, Su Xian's consciousness seamlessly merged with the 9 stars on the stone wall, experiencing their evolution. Gradually, unbeknownst to him, he slipped into a remarkably wondrous state. It was a delightful immersion, akin to slumber, yet his awareness remained tethered to the stars, continuously contemplating the essence of sword intent as they transformed. Time passed, though its measure eluded him, until Su Xian finally awakened from this extraordinary experience. Had that been an epiphany? A look of astonishment graced his face. In that moment of ethereal wonder, he found himself completely immersed, lost in a state of sheer ecstasy. This was indeed the legendary epiphany. Yet, his realization did not occur naturally. It unfolded under the guidance of a certain force. Is this the unique method of comprehension offered by the Hall of Stars? It led him into a state akin to enlightenment, allowing him to merge with the 9 celestial bodies and delve into the intrinsic essence of the sword intent they embodied. Su Xian was filled with profound astonishment. To be guided by such extraordinary power into a state nearly resembling enlightenment is an unfathomable technique. Now, having returned from his epiphany, Su Xian gazed once more at the 9 stars etched upon the stone wall. The last 4 stars remained enigmatic, yet the first 5 appeared significantly clearer to him. Especially the first 3, the essence of sword intent contained within was unmistakable and utterly transparent. These 3 stars stood before him stripped of all mystery, akin to 3 young maidens, laid bare and devoid of any secrets. Remarkably, he had grasped the essence of sword intent from these 3 stars. Su Xian found it hard to believe. Not only did he comprehend these 3 stars, but he also had a substantial understanding of the 4th and 5th stars. This implies that he had nearly mastered the essence of the 4th and 5th sword intents as well. It is noteworthy that prior to entering the Hall of Stars, he had merely begun to fathom a single essence of sword intent. Such immense progress from a single moment of comprehension? No wonder one must pay a staggering 5,000 fire points to partake in a single session within the Hall of Stars. Although the price was steep, the assistance provided was indeed astonishing. Su Xian clenched his hands, his eyes brimming with ecstasy. However, amidst his joy, he steadfastly recalled the words of the Lord of the 9 Chans. This star palace could be visited occasionally for enlightenment, yet one must not become overly reliant on it. Excessive dependence could impose significant constraints on future growth. Previously, Su Xian had not fully comprehended this, but now he grasped the essence. While external forces may temporarily propel an individual into a state of sudden enlightenment, relying on such means for strength augmentation would foster a sense of inertia, rendering one's own comprehension sluggish in the future, which would be exceedingly detrimental. Taking a deep breath to suppress his elation, Su Xian rose from the Star Palace and soon arrived at the trial tower. After paying the requisite fire points, he acquired a private trial space. He set his opponent, the first level of sword intent comprehension, having fully grasped the essence of a particular sword intent, wielding the Northern Song Sword technique. With the Thunderfire Scroll and the Mountain Sea Scroll fully mastered, capable of executing the third form, 1,000 miles in a straight line, the opponent he configured was, in essence, a reflection of his former self. Before long, a shadowy figure clad in black materialized before Su Xian, brandishing a long sword and launching an immediate assault. With a resounding crash, the sword light erupted, infused with the power of thunder and fire. Su Xian could distinctly sense the overwhelming force converging upon him from all directions. This was his first encounter with the Thunderfire Scroll Sword technique. Yet, under this tremendous pressure, he felt no impediment to his movements. As he observed the long sword descending upon him, he merely took a casual step aside, allowing the sword to sweep past effortlessly. The momentum of the Thunderfire Sword technique shattered instantaneously, along with the black silhouette, which dissipated into nothingness. Defeated, I merely unleashed a casual strike, exerting no substantial effort. And yet I vanquished him? Even Su Xian found it hard to believe. It is essential to note that he had entirely modeled his opponent on his pre-Star Palace self. The only difference being that the simulated adversary lacked independent thought and battle wisdom, though their strength was ostensibly similar. To his astonishment, he had defeated his former self with a single stroke. Remarkably, in less than a day, merely by visiting the Star Palace for comprehension, his prowess had undergone a transformative evolution. Previously, he had grasped the essence of but one sword intent. Now, he had comprehended three, an astonishing disparity indeed. Next, opponent configuration. Sword intent comprehension reaches the second tier, unleashing the North Song sword technique. Once again, a black silhouette manifested within the trial space, swiftly employing the same Thunderfire sword technique against Su Xian. However, this time, an overwhelming torrent of thunder and fire surged forth. The air trembled violently, and Su Xian felt as though his entire being was being scorched and roasted. Regardless of how hard he strained, he could not move an inch. With a resounding clash, a sword descended, and Su Xian was slain. The black figure evaporated, while Su Xian remained unscathed, standing resolutely in place. Is this the might of the Thunderfire technique unleashed after achieving the second tier of sword intent comprehension? Su Xian marveled at his current state. Realizing that he had only just grasped the essence of three sword intents, still far from the second tier of sword intent mastery. Such formidable adversaries were beyond his capacity to contend with. He began to redefine his opponents, this time setting his sights on those who had comprehended only the first tier of sword intent, having mastered merely four fundamental sword essences, yet wielding the flying bloodsword technique. Within the confines of the trial tower, Su Xian immersed himself in relentless training. He meticulously crafted a series of challengers to engage in fierce battles and skirmishes, through which his prowess continually ascended. It is noteworthy that prior to this, he had navigated his path without any guidance, relying solely on his own exploration to attain a fleeting understanding of the essence of sword intent, achieving the first tier and securing first place in the hunt. Now, within the celestial halls of Tianyin Palace, equipped with the detailed explanation of sword intent essence, he had a clear pathway to comprehend the essence of sword intent. Coupled with insights gained from his previous experiences in the Star Palace, he had developed a certain level of comprehension regarding the fourth and fifth sword essences. With the trial tower at his disposal, he could engage with opponents he would have previously deemed unreachable. In such a favorable environment, his growth was astonishingly rapid, so much so that one could only describe the pace of his advancement as terrifying. As time slowly flowed by, 2 months had swiftly elapsed. Very well, this concludes our lesson for today. You may all disperse, announced Master Jiuchun with a wave of his hand. The dozen or so disciples of Tianyin Palace, who had been attentively listening, promptly rose to pay their respects, with Su Xian standing among the crowd. The master of the 9 celestial paths cast a deliberate glance at Su Xian, a smile unfurling within his heart. Over the past 2 months, he had imparted knowledge in the dojo on 2 occasions. Unlike at the outset, Su Xian had now fully grasped his teachings, comprehending them profoundly. As was customary following each lecture, he encouraged the disciples of the Tianyin Palace to pose questions. Naturally, Su Xian had inquired several times, yet during these exchanges, the master discerned that Su Xian had made significant advancements in the essence of sword intent. This lad had ventured to the Starry Hall and devoted himself to contemplation for 2 months. He must have deeply understood at least 3, if not 4, dimensions of sword intent, the master mused with a smile. Much like his dear friend, Gaiming, he held high hopes for Su Xian's future growth. In the dojo, Su Xian strolled forward, his mind still savoring the insights shared by the master. Truly, the master of the 9 celestial paths possessed unparalleled expertise and vision in swordsmanship. After attending the lecture, Su Xian intended to return to the trial tower for further cultivation. Suddenly, a booming laughter resonated from the front of the dojo. Haha, Duan Yunfeng. In just a few days, your strength has remarkably improved. You can now withstand so many of my strikes head-on. Su Xian's expression shifted, prompting him to approach. In the dojo, 2 figures were locked in fierce combat, one of whom was indeed Duan Yunfeng. In the past 2 months, the 10 prodigies selected from the previous hunt have thoroughly familiarized themselves with the Tianyin Palace and, under its abundant resources, have begun to enhance their prowess. Over this short span, these talents have made significant progress. Initially, they were hesitant to compete with the elders, but as their strength has grown, they have gradually begun to challenge these seasoned individuals. Naturally, in a direct confrontation based solely on raw power, the newcomers are no match for the elders. Consequently, during gambling battles, the rules were altered. Victory no longer required outright defeat. Instead, merely enduring for a set duration against them would suffice. Currently, the battle between Duan Yufeng and an elder has reached a pivotal moment, with the wager revolving around whether Duan Yufeng can withstand the elder's onslaught for 30 breaths. As the contest progresses, they have now reached the 25th breath. 26th, 27th. Duan Yufeng, hold on. Surrounding the battlefield, several young talents, including Xiaomeng and Mo Bing, have gathered, timing the breaths while fervently cheering for Duan Yufeng. On the battlefield, Duan Yufeng executes his sword techniques, striving with all his might to fend off the attacks of the man in the crimson robe, who wields a similar blade. The dazzling flashes of his sword press Duan Yufeng into a retreat. However, as the battle approaches the 28th breath, an imperceptible, eerie smile creeps across the lips of the red-clad man. Suddenly, the speed of his blade doubles, catching Duan Yufeng off guard. In an instant, he is unable to defend himself as the blade slices perilously close, severing several strands of his hair. Duan Yufeng, you have been defeated once again. The man in the red robe cast his gaze over. Jiang Yin, do not revel in your triumph. Next time, I shall endure for over 30 breaths in your presence. Duan Yufeng clenched his teeth, begrudgingly conceding the fire points he had wagered. Haha, I await your challenge, Jiang Yin replied with a smug smile. Standing at the edge of the battlefield, Su Xian observed this scene, shaking his head in silence. The newcomers, Duan Yufeng, Xiaomeng, and Mo Bing, failed to discern the reality, believing that Duan Yufeng had held out for 28 breaths against Jiang Yin, thus nearing victory. Yet, Su Xian understood all too well that Jiang Yin had not exerted his full strength from the outset. While it appeared that Jiang Yin was relentlessly suppressing Duan Yufeng, it was merely a fade. Only at the 20th breath did he genuinely strike, defeating Duan Yufeng with a single blow. Jiang Yin had undoubtedly comprehended the essence of 4, nearing 5, realms of understanding, whereas Duan Yufeng still fell short of grasping even the second. Su Xian mused. Chapter 68, the betting battle regardless of the weapon employed, transcending from the first to the second level of comprehension requires an understanding of 9 fundamental realms. The second level is already the benchmark of most Nirvana realm powerhouses. Jiang Yin, despite being at the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm, had grasped the essence of 4 realms, marking him as an exceptional talent. Yet, among those disciples of the Tianyin Palace who had trained for several years or longer, he could only be considered at the bottom tier. Duan Yufeng, Su Xian said, approaching him. Su Xian. Upon seeing Su Xian, Duan Yunfeng's face immediately broke into a smile. Brother, I heard that you have been diligently training in the trial tower for the past couple of months, even foregoing sleep to remain there. How are you progressing? Not too bad, Su Xian replied with a slight nod. I just observed your battle against Jiang Yin. I advise you, unless your strength has significantly increased in a short time, it would be wise to refrain from wagering against him. You noticed that? Duan Yufeng glanced at Su Xian, then shrugged. In truth, I realized it as well. Jiang Yin has been intentionally concealing his true power, attempting to deceive me into continuing our wagers. You've discerned this. Yet you still engage in betting? Su Xian furrowed his brow. I couldn't help myself, Duan Yufeng replied with a wry smile. Brother, you know me too well. I have an inherent inclination for combat. The reason I traveled across the various states of the Tianyin dynasty was to challenge formidable opponents. Now that I am at Tianyin Palace, encountering these elders who provoke me and lower the stakes to entice me into battles, how could I possibly refuse? Su Xian could not help but shake his head. When he first met Duan Yufeng in Danyang City, he recognized him as an exceedingly combative individual. Would such a warrior endure the provocations of others within Tianyin Palace without retaliating? That seemed implausible. Fortunately, although I agreed to these wagers, the stakes are not substantial. Each time it is merely 100 fire points. Even after losing 13 consecutive matches, it amounts to just 1,300 fire points, Duan Yufeng remarked nonchalantly. 1,300 fire points? Su Xian was taken aback and inquired, did you not possess an initial resource of only 1,000 fire points? Where did the additional points come from? That initial 1,000 has long been exhausted, Duan Yufeng replied. The fire points I currently hold have been acquired by exchanging my own possessions. Exchange? Su Xian asked, puzzled. Indeed, Duan Yufeng elucidated. You can exchange items at the treasure pavilion, which will grant you fire points commensurate with the quality of the items you present. Is the treasure pavilion capable of such transactions? Su Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, he had only understood that fire points could be used to redeem treasures within the pavilion. He had not realized that one could also trade personal treasures for fire points. Ah, my friend, it is evident that you lack for fire points, Duan Yufeng chuckled. Having secured first place in the hunt, you began with an initial resource of 10,000 fire points, which is undoubtedly ample for your needs in a short span. We, however, are not so fortunate. Those of us ranked from 6th to 10th in the hunt only possess an initial resource of 1,000 fire points. What can that meager sum accomplish? Merely exchanging it for a detailed tome on the essence of intent would deplete it entirely. Without leveraging our own treasures to acquire additional fire points, we would be foolishly squandering a precious opportunity. Duan Yufeng continued. Both Xiameng and I have successfully exchanged many of our possessions for fire points. Other talented individuals who entered the Tianyan Palace with us have also managed to secure some. However, there are those who have not engaged in such exchanges. For instance, Mo Bing. She lacks connections and a background, having always relied solely on her own training, and possesses no noteworthy treasures to trade for fire points. Consequently, she ultimately sought my assistance and temporarily borrowed 2,000 fire points from me. Oh? Su Xian raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued as he inquired, 2,000 fire points. You say you borrowed them so casually. It seems you have quite a stash of fire points at your disposal. Pray tell, what treasure did you exchange for these fire points? It's nothing much, merely a martial arts manual on sword techniques that my rather frugal master tossed my way. Duan Yufeng replied with a chuckle. A manual on sword techniques? Su Xian was taken aback, gazing at Duan Yufeng in astonishment. Could it be the exquisite sword technique you employed during your duel with Xiameng? He vividly recalled the breathtaking swordplay that Duan Yufeng had executed on the battlefield. The elegance of that technique left an indelible impression upon him. It was undoubtedly a formidable art of swordsmanship. Duan Yufeng then winked at Su Xian. Indeed, it is. Su Xian was even more astonished. Duan Yufeng, that sword technique must have been an original creation of your master, right? He imparted it to you. And yet you offered this technique to the Tianyan Palace in exchange for fire points? Duan Yufeng scratched his nose. A hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face as he replied, in truth, it's not a big deal. When my frugal master handed me this sword manual, it was as if he was discarding refuse. He hardly regarded it with any significance. Moreover, I didn't pass the technique to anyone else. I merely provided it to the Tianyan Palace. My master wouldn't mind in the slightest. You truly are something else. Su Xian found himself at a loss for words, ultimately giving Duan Yufeng a thumbs up. Your master certainly has a remarkable disciple. As Su Xian and Duan Yufeng engaged in their light-hearted banter, Jiang Yin had already taken note of Su Xian's presence. Su Xian. Jiang Yin approached directly, inquiring, I have heard that you are the foremost hunter this time. Would you be interested in engaging in a duel with me? I have no interest, Su Xian replied curtly, preparing to turn away. Please, don't be in such a hurry to leave, Jiang Yin insisted with a hint of persistence. At worst, like Duan Yufeng, you only need to endure for 30 breaths under my hand to be considered the victor. What do you say? Endure for 30 breaths? Su Xian paused and turned back to regard Jiang Yin once more. Jiang Yin continued. Duan Yufeng did not even make it into the top 5 this time, yet dared to accept my wager. What about you, this prodigious hunter? Do you lack the courage to accept the challenge? You make a valid point, Su Xian nodded. How much do you wish to wager? How about 1,000 fire points? Jiang Yin proposed a rather conservative figure, aware that Su Xian and the other newcomers had only recently joined Tianyan Palace. He understood their self-awareness. Aside from the somewhat naive Duan Yufeng, the others seldom accepted such wagers, and Su Xian had previously declined all challenges. Now that he finally saw Su Xian relent, he feared that a larger sum might frighten him away. 1,000 fire points, you say? Very well, I accept, Su Xian agreed without hesitation. Duan Yufeng, observing this exchange, furrowed his brow and whispered, Brother, I only wagered a mere 100 fire points with him before as a gesture. You are directly betting 1,000. That is no trivial amount. Are you confident? Rest assured, Su Xian replied with a confident smile. He had just witnessed Jiang Yan's prowess firsthand, particularly his ultimate display of strength that vanquished Duan Yufeng. Su Xian discerned that Jiang Yan had comprehended merely 4 essences, still a considerable distance from grasping the 5th. In contrast, having recently emerged from the Starry Hall, he had already internalized 3 types of sword intent. And through relentless trials in the Trial Tower over the past 2 months, he had also mastered 4 essences, with the 5th nearly within his grasp. As for his swordsmanship, his innate talent allowed him to execute his techniques even when his comprehension of sword intent had yet to meet the required standards. He felt no trepidation facing Jiang Yan in a decisive confrontation. let alone merely enduring for 30 breaths in Jiang Yan's hands. Upon Su Xian's acceptance of the challenge, Jiang Yan's heart swelled with delight. Indeed, these newcomers to the Tianyin Palace brimmed with confidence. The greater their talent, the more assured they became. It would be all the easier for him to acquire the fire points from them. 1,000 fire points would soon be his. Jiang Yin smirked enigmatically. Jiang Yin intended to wager against the first prodigy, Su Xian. The stake was 1,000 fire points? Su Xian truly dared to accept such a bet. These newly arrived geniuses in the Tianyin Palace were undeniably obstinate. They would soon learn after a few more lessons. Numerous disciples of the Tianyin Palace had already gathered, some engaging in light-hearted banter, although they were aware of the rules of engagement, wherein, provided their strengths remained balanced, Su Xian would be deemed victorious if he could withstand Jiang Yin for 30 breaths. None of the seasoned members of the Tianyin Palace held any optimism for Su Xian's success. After all, those who gain entry to the Heavenly Flame Palace are all exceptional talents, each possessing extraordinary gifts. The Heavenly Flame Palace offers the finest cultivation environment and resources of the Heavenly Flame dynasty. Hence, a genius who has cultivated here for several years undoubtedly surpasses one who has only been in the palace for a mere 2 months. Why would Su Xian agree to a wager with Jiang Yan? Moreover, a gamble involving 1,000 fire points? Su Xian is rather reckless. Xiao Meng, Mo Bing, and the other talents who entered during this hunt have also arrived upon hearing the news, expressing concern for Su Xian. After spending 2 months together, they are well aware of the prowess of these veterans. For instance, Xiao Meng, in terms of strength, ranks just below Su Xian in the hunt. He has previously engaged in several wagers against these veterans in the Heavenly Flame Palace but has since refrained from further challenges. Only Duan Yufeng seems a bit headstrong. Su Xian, are you prepared? Jiang Yin inquired, a peculiar smile gracing his lips as he fixated on Su Xian. Go ahead, Su Xian responded with a calm demeanor, a long sword already in hand. Without further ado, Jiang Yin launched his attack. With a flash, the blade illuminated the air, akin to his earlier clash with Duan Yufeng. Jiang Yin did not unleash his full strength initially. He thought to himself, if I were to use my full power from the outset and defeat him, I would never have the opportunity to wager against these newcomers again and win fire points from them. As the blade of light approached, Su Xian felt a cold smirk form within. Is he still putting on an act? He immediately discerned that the blade technique Jiang Yin was employing appeared to be that of someone who had only comprehended the essence of 2 realms. Su Xian did not expose the situation. Instead, he wielded his longsword, summoning layers of the mountain and sea sword intent, directly executing the mountain and sea sword technique, his renowned defensive swordsmanship. This sword intent had significantly enhanced compared to before. Xiao Meng, Duan Yunfeng, Mo Bing, and the other talented hunters closely observed the scene. They all understood that Su Xian's defensive swordsmanship was extraordinarily formidable during previous hunts. It was universally acknowledged as the premier defense. Even when Xiao Meng exerted all his might, utilizing the power of 2 dragons to unleash his ultimate move, he could not breach that defensive sword technique. Now, as Su Xian manifested this defensive swordsmanship once more, it was evident that it had grown substantially stronger. Jiang Yin swung his battle knife, unleashing a series of blade lights, although he deliberately suppressed his cultivation. Employing only the power equivalent to the threshold of the void-breaking realm, the brilliance of his strikes still instilled a sense of awe. On the battlefield, it appeared as though Jiang Yin was attacking Su Xian with all his might, while Su Xian relied on his defensive swordsmanship to withstand the assault. It seemed that both were exerting their full capabilities. However, in reality, both were concealing their true prowess. This Su Xian truly deserved his position as the top contender in this hunt. In terms of strength, he surpassed Duan Yufeng by a considerable margin. Yet that was the extent of it. Jiang Yin smirked. Amidst his frenzied attacks, he was also meticulously calculating the time. As their confrontation reached the 29th breath, he felt it was nearly time. Jiang Yan's heart stirred, and in the next moment, his power erupted explosively. With a whoosh, the same blade light was cleaved forth. Guided by the same force, yet its speed and might surged exponentially in an instant. Had he finally made his move? Su Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. His gaze suddenly turned icy, and the intent of his sword erupted instantaneously. Get lost. A sudden, thunderous shout reverberated through the air. Jiang Yan, with a peculiar smile upon his face, swung his blade, seemingly poised to strike Su Xian's sword. He had been confident that Su Xian, being a newcomer, would surely be unable to withstand his blow. However, in response to that explosive shout, the already formidable swordsmanship of Su Xian surged dramatically. What? Jiang Yan's expression shifted as the clash of blade against sword did not yield the expected result. Instead of breaking through Su Xian's defensive technique, a powerful force emanated from it, sending both him and his blade flying backward. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Yin landed with a thump, attempting to regain his balance. But his feet slipped on the ground, forcing him to stagger back several steps, each footfall echoing with considerable weight. You were concealing your strength. After finally stabilizing himself, Jiang Yan's contorted face turned back towards Su Xian, his expression now one of extreme displeasure. In that fleeting moment, he had sensed that Su Xian's power was not significantly inferior to his own. Likewise, Su Xian sheathed his sword, a cold smirk directed at Jiang Yan. You scoundrel. You plotted against me. Jiang Yan's fury surged, ready to explode. What? You refuse to acknowledge your defeat? Su Xian's expression hardened. Hey, what's the matter with you? I lost to you numerous times before and accepted it. Now that you have lost just once, you refuse to admit it? Duan Yunfeng stepped forward to voice his thoughts. Beside him, the disciples of the Tianyin Palace also gazed at Jiang Yin, and some of them spoke up. Jiang Yin, a wager entails accepting defeat. Why not relinquish the fire points first? Indeed, you initiated the challenge and proposed the terms. Now that your opponent has triumphed, do you wish to renege? Jiang Yin, cease this disgraceful display. The disciples of Tianyin Palace recognized that Jiang Yin had fallen victim to Su Xian's cunning. Yet, what of it? This wager was Jiang Yin's own proposal, with the conditions set by him. Jiang Yin had deliberately concealed his strength to deceive these newcomers and seize fire points. And now Su Xian merely returned the favor in kind. Is it permissible for you to hide your prowess in the contest but not for others? Jiang Yan's expression darkened. He understood he was in the wrong. Even in his reluctance, he could only obediently transfer 1,000 fire points to Su Xian. With 1,000 fire points now secured, Su Xian bore a smile. Nearby, Duan Yufeng, along with newcomers like Xiameng and Mo Bing, rejoiced for Su Xian. Yet at that moment, Jiang Yin spoke again. Su Xian, dare you wager with me once more? Another bet? Su Xian scoffed, gazing at Jiang Yin. What shall we wager this time? Whether I can endure 30 breaths at your hands. Or perhaps we could relax the terms a bit, 40 breaths? Aha! Duan Yufeng erupted in laughter. Jiang Yin's lips twitched slightly. In that brief moment of eruption, he discerned that Su Xian's strength was not vastly inferior to his own, coupled with the defensive sword technique. It was certain that he could not defeat Su Xian in a direct confrontation, not even in 30 breaths, let alone 40 or 50. Su Xian's words were laced with mockery, a clear intention to deride him. This time, we shall engage in a direct confrontation and contest our strengths, Jiang Yin declared grimly. Directly contest our strengths? Before Su Xian could respond, Duan Yunfeng interjected, Jiang Yin, are you truly foolish, or do you consider us all to be fools? You expect us, mere newcomers who have only recently entered the Tianyin Palace, to face off against someone like you, who has cultivated here for several years. Why not simply unleash your mid-stage void-breaking prowess and match us mere sea transformation realm practitioners instead? The other disciples of Tianyin Palace regarded Jiang Yin with incredulity. To them, Jiang Yin's previous wager, requiring merely to withstand 30 breaths in his presence, was already an act of bullying against newcomers. Now, demanding a direct confrontation to determine the victor was a further affront to decency. Su Xian, do you dare? Jiang Yin coldly fixed his gaze upon Su Xian. Ignoring Duan Yufeng, what stakes do you wish to wager? Su Xian glanced at Jiang Yin. 6,000 fire points, Jiang Yin replied. At the mention of this figure, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. 6,000 fire points was no trifling sum, even for those seasoned practitioners. Having already completed their training tasks and able to undertake routine assignments within the palace to earn fire points, the tasks were often fraught with difficulty and the rewards meager. Generally, it took them several months of diligent effort to amass a sum of 6,000 fire points. Jiang Yin, among the elder members of the Tianyin Palace, possesses rather mediocre strength, arguably ranking at the bottom. The difficulty he faces in completing tasks is significantly greater, and the 6,000 fire points he has amassed are undoubtedly the utmost limit of his current capabilities. Su Xian, I am aware that your prowess is not significantly inferior to mine. Do you dare to wager 6,000 fire points? Jiang Yan's gaze was icy as he fixed his stare upon Su Xian, having just been subtly outmaneuvered by Su Xian and losing 1,000 fire points. He felt no particular distress over that loss. However, to be outsmarted by a newcomer and to suffer defeat at their hands was an affront to his pride. Jiang Yin, consumed by fury, yearned to reclaim his dignity. He held no concerns regarding Su Xian's abilities. After all, he was merely a novice. And he could scarcely believe he would be outmatched. Even if Su Xian declined the challenge, while the 1,000 fire points would be irretrievable, he could at least salvage some semblance of pride. 6,000 fire points. Su Xian furrowed his brow. At that moment, Duan Yufeng pulled Su Xian aside and whispered, Brother, what is going on? Are you truly considering taking on the challenge? Of course. Why would I pass up such an opportunity for fire points? Su Xian replied. But Jiang Yin has been cultivating in the Tianyin Palace for several years, and it's said that he has comprehended the essence of 4 different realms. Do you feel confident facing him? Duan Yunfeng inquired. I cannot claim absolute victory, but at the very least, I will not be defeated, Su Xian asserted with confidence. His mastery of the mountain and sea scroll, once unleashed, provided an impenetrable defense, making it exceedingly difficult for even a genius adept in the comprehension of 5 realms to contend with him. Jiang Yin, on the other hand, was still quite distant from grasping the essence of 5 realms. In a direct confrontation, Su Xian naturally stood invincible. Given this, what are you hesitating for? Quickly accept the challenge. Duan Yufeng exclaimed with delight. I intend to accept the challenge, but I find myself lacking sufficient fire points. If I were to win, it would be splendid. However, should I inadvertently lose and subsequently be unable to produce the fire points, that would be utterly embarrassing. Su Xian replied with a hint of helplessness. His reserves of fire points were indeed dwindling. Previously, he had visited the Star Palace and expended 5,000 fire points in one fell swoop. He had exchanged 3,400 fire points for the essence of swordsmanship and the flying bloodsword technique. Furthermore, he had spent a full 2 months within the trial tower, each day consuming 20 fire points, amounting to 1,200 points over the 2 months. When all was said and done, he was left with merely a few hundred points. The recent wager of 1,000 points was manageable, as he could endure for 30 breaths without the risk of defeat. Thus, despite his insufficient fire points, he dared to accept the wager. But now, the stakes had risen to a staggering 6,000 fire points. Although he was confident in his ability to prevail, one could never be too certain. What do you think it is? It's just fire points. Feel free to take action. In the unlikely event that you do lose and find yourself short on fire points, I shall lend you the amount you need, Duan Yufeng chuckled. Lend me? That amounts to 6,000 fire points. Su Xian gazed at Duan Yunfeng in astonishment and remarked, You previously lent Mo Bing 2,000 fire points. Lost another 1,300 in a wager, and considering your efforts to enhance your strength over these 2 months, you must have utilized a considerable amount of fire points yourself. How is it that you still possess such ample reserves? To be frank, how many fire points did you actually gain from utilizing your Master S sword technique manual? Su Xian inquired with curiosity. Not much, just 12,000 points, Duan Yunfeng chuckled. 12,000 points? Su Xian was taken aback. It should be noted that within the swordsmanship manuals at the Treasure Pavilion, the majority of sword techniques he had encountered, including the flying blood technique he had exchanged for, typically ranged from 1 to 2,000 points, at most 3 or 4,000. Yet Duan Yufeng managed to exchange his master's saber technique manual for an astonishing 12,000 points. What level of mastery did his master's saber technique possess? Shaking his head, Su Xian had already made his decision. Jiang Yin, 6,000 points. I accept this challenge. As Su Xian's calm voice resonated through the hall, an air of excitement stirred among the crowd. Had he truly accepted? A wager of 6,000 points. A direct confrontation to determine the victor. Did Su Xian truly dare to take this on? The current newcomers were indeed fearless. The disciples of the Tianyin Palace regarded Su Xian with a peculiar gaze. Some even silently regretted not having sought him out earlier to propose a duel. Perhaps if they had caught him in a moment of enthusiasm, he might have agreed to a wager. 6,000 points. A direct clash to establish supremacy. This was akin to a windfall. Jiang Yin, who had recently been seething with anger, now radiated an unprecedented brilliance in his eyes. Initially, he had proposed this wager with the intention of intimidating Su Xian and salvaging some face, yet he had never anticipated that Su Xian would genuinely accept the challenge. Haha, splendid, Jiang Yin exclaimed joyfully. Soon after, the two stepped back, and the surrounding crowd cleared a space for their impending battle. On the battlefield, Su Xian and Jiang Yin stood at a certain distance from each other, gazing intently. Suddenly, Jiang Yin broke into a grin and immediately launched his attack. Whoosh! Like a specter, Jiang Yin appeared before Su Xian in an instant, his battle blade slicing downwards with astonishing speed. The technique he wielded was infused with a profound artistic conception that left the likes of Duan Yunfeng and Xia Meng, the rising talents, in awe. How formidable! This was the true extent of his power. Duan Yufeng realized that during their previous wager, Jiang Yin had deliberately concealed his strength, feigning weakness. Yet now, in earnest combat, he feared he might not withstand even a single strike. With such prowess, how could Su Xian possibly defend against him? Xia Meng furrowed his brow. He and Su Xian were the two most illustrious figures in this hunt, both having fought valiantly until the end. In terms of strength, their differences were negligible. Despite his significant progress over the past 2 months at Tianyan Palace, he believed that against Jiang Yan, he could at most parry 1 or 2 blows. Su Xian's defensive swordsmanship was indeed remarkable, but could it truly withstand such an onslaught? Unbeknownst to Xiao Meng, Su Xian had no intention of employing his defensive sword techniques from the outset. Boom! The sword intent erupted with the ferocity of thunder and fire, causing the air on the battlefield to heat up instantly as an overwhelming wave of scorching energy surged forth. With a single stride, Su Xian unleashed his swordsmanship. Clang! A resounding crash echoed as Jiang Yan's blade light was not only dispersed, but also sent him staggering backward. Jiang Yan gazed at Su Xian in astonishment. This sword technique. The onlooking disciples of Tianyan Palace were equally struck with disbelief, recognizing the extraordinary nature of Su Xian's strike. For distinct realms. At the very least, I have comprehended the essence of 4. Perhaps I am on the verge of grasping a 5th. How could this be possible? Su Xian, a newcomer, has only been in the Tianyan Palace for a mere 2 months, and yet his understanding of these realms is astonishingly profound. Jiang Yan has encountered a formidable opponent. Chapter 70. The perilous bloodshed. At this moment, Jiang Yan's expression was exceedingly grim. He had initially believed that Su Xian's display of strength during the previous wager was his utmost limit, yet he now realized that Su Xian had concealed even greater power. The essence of the realms was nearing an understanding of 5, surpassing even his own grasp. How could a newcomer achieve such a feat? Jiang Yan felt a profound sense of confusion. As the foremost hunter of this season, he had received an initial reward of 10,000 fire points, which he had certainly intended to utilize at the Star Palace for enlightenment. However, even with that opportunity, such an outrageous improvement was inexplicable. He had visited the Star Palace before. During his first visit, in that unique state of sudden enlightenment, his comprehension of the realms had indeed surged significantly, yet it had only allowed him to grasp one additional essence. Even if Su Xian possessed slightly greater talent, it was inconceivable that he could leap from understanding one essence to approaching 5 in such a short span. His understanding of the realms may be marginally superior, but I refuse to believe that his swordsmanship surpasses my knife techniques. With a cold snort, Jiang Yan launched his attack once more. The sound of air being violently torn asunder echoed as Jiang Yan's battle blade descended, its radiance sweeping forth like a turbulent river. Waves of blade light surged towards Su Xian, overwhelming him entirely. Yet Su Xian continued to unleash the Thunderfire Scroll. The air was filled with an intense, searing aura, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of impact. Boom, boom, boom. Each shadow of the sword sliced through the atmosphere with ferocity, reminiscent of a volcano's furious roar. In this clash, the disparity between the two was immediately evident, both in the profundity of their understanding and in the execution of their swordsmanship. Clang, clang, clang. With each direct confrontation, a cacophony of metallic clashes erupted, while Jiang Yan found himself retreating step by step. Jiang Yan was utterly overwhelmed. The disciples of the Tianyan Palace gazed on in astonishment. They could perceive that Jiang Yan had unleashed his full potential, his comprehension and sword techniques reaching their utmost limits. Yet, in the face of Su Xian's rapid and ferocious sword shadows, he was completely subdued. Am I truly no match for him? Is Su Xian's swordsmanship this formidable? Jiang Yan felt a wave of confusion wash over him, but in the next moment, he swiftly withdrew. Su Xian, this is where it ends, Jiang Yan declared. This is where it ends? Su Xian furrowed his brow, gazing at Jiang Yan, while those around them turned their attention to him. I acknowledge your strength. It surpasses mine ever so slightly. However, in a direct confrontation, you can at best only barely suppress me, but you cannot defeat me. If that is the case, why should we continue this battle and waste our time? Jiang Yan retorted coldly. His words caused the many disciples of the Tianyan Palace watching to raise their eyebrows in surprise. Jiang Yan's statement was, in truth, a subtle admission of weakness, conceding that Su Xian's prowess was indeed marginally superior to his own. However, he was not entirely mistaken, judging solely by the prowess displayed by both individuals at present. The disparity between them is indeed minimal. Although Su Xian might be able to exert pressure on Jiang Yan, truly defeating him poses a considerable challenge. Unable to vanquish you? Su Xian chuckled. Jiang Yan, why not come and receive a few more of my strikes? Even if he were to endure a few more blows, the outcome would remain unchanged. Jiang Yan's expression darkened, his anger simmering beneath the surface. He had already shown deference and made concessions. Yet Su Xian persisted in his aggressive demeanor, insisting on a decisive battle. Just then, Su Xian's figure surged forward with remarkable swiftness. In the void, he flickered twice, his speed suddenly amplifying, and he appeared before Jiang Yan in an instant, his sword sweeping through the air. Stacked shadows. With a resounding whoosh, What appeared to be a single strike manifested into a multitude of ethereal sword shadows, layering upon one another, resembling a convergence of countless blades slicing through the emptiness. Jiang Yan's expression shifted as he hastily raised his blade to defend. However, upon doing so, he found himself being forced downward by the overwhelming might contained within the cascading sword shadows. Su Xian's figure flickered once more, unleashing another strike. Dream of the Remnant. Blood drip. Dawn break. One sword followed another, each imbued with an oppressive force. Jiang Yan's face reflected sheer astonishment. The sword techniques employed by Su Xian at that moment were not only extraordinarily powerful but also remarkably intricate. Whether delivered in a furious slash, a sweeping arc, or a piercing thrust, each strike was an exceedingly formidable technique, imposing immense pressure upon him. He found himself compelled to exert every ounce of his strength just to have a chance at parrying the onslaught. After enduring several strikes, although he managed to fend them off, he did so with remarkable difficulty. The fleeting beauty of the sword appeared once more. Another strike was unleashed, its brilliance exquisite, akin to a fleeting flower that blooms momentarily before vanishing without a trace. With a resounding clang, the battle knife in Jiang Yan's grasp trembled violently, his arms quaking with the force, nearly slipping from his grip. A vast expanse of white. Another sword strike came forth. The air grew still, as if the entire world had succumbed to an icy realm, enveloped in an absolute chill. The sword's radiance carried a piercing coldness, slicing past Jiang Yan as he stood in shock. Although he remained unscathed, his robe had torn apart. Bewildered, he stood there, his mind still reeling from the impact. The disciples of the Tianyan Palace who were watching were equally stunned. Jiang Yan had lost? He had been defeated by a newcomer? The disciples found it hard to believe. Was it possible? A newcomer who had entered the Tianyan Palace merely 2 months ago had managed to defeat a veteran who had cultivated there for several years? The swordsmanship displayed just moments ago was astonishing. Some disciples were particularly fixated on the technique employed by Su Xian. It was incredibly powerful. Each strike could be deemed an exquisite masterpiece, and yet Su Xian executed them with seamless fluidity. One strike followed another, and Jiang Yan found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. What he had just demonstrated was undoubtedly the blood-flying sword technique. A disciple, equally proficient in the art of swordsmanship, spoke with a solemn expression. The flying blood sword technique comprises 7 distinct forms, each possessing unique characteristics. He had just executed the first 6 forms, yet the 7th remained unutilized. The revelation of 7 forms astonished the onlookers. How could Su Xian defeat Jiang Yan with merely 6 forms? At that moment, Su Xian felt a surge of exhilaration within. Truly, the master of the 9 stars had provided him with remarkably astute advice. Su Xian sighed inwardly, in terms of depth. The flying blood sword technique pales in comparison to the northern song sword technique. However, the latter's formidable techniques require a continuous refinement of his sword intent before he could gradually master them. Perhaps in the future, the northern song sword technique would serve him better, but at this stage, the flying blood sword technique was undoubtedly the most effective means to showcase his strength. Su Xian chuckled lightly. The flying blood sword technique consists of 7 forms: shadow layering, dream fragment, blood drop, dawn break, ephemeral bloom, snowy veil, and the most potent of all, the road to the yellow springs. Each technique is a genuine killing move, replete with its own distinctive attributes. The combination of all 7 forms is terrifyingly powerful. Just now, he had merely executed the first 6 forms, while the most formidable and fearsome 7th form, the road to the yellow springs, remained unutilized. Jiang Yan, having wagered, must accept defeat, bring forth the fire point. Su Xian's expression was cold as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yan. At that moment, Jiang Yan's eyes appeared somewhat vacant, his demeanor somewhat dazed, as if he could scarcely comprehend that he had been bested by a mere newcomer, Su Xian. However, it was not long before he transferred nearly all of his fire points to Su Xian and departed in despondency. Su Xian felt no pity whatsoever for him. This wager had been instigated by Jiang Yan himself. From the very outset, Jiang Yan had been scheming on how to profit from these newcomers, even going so far as to deliberately conceal his true abilities in order to deceive them in this bidding battle. Such underhanded tactics warranted the lesson he received, and he deserved it. Su Xian, the newcomers, including Duan Yunfeng, Xiao Meng, and Mo Bing, hurried over. "Brother, you are simply astounding," Duan Yunfeng exclaimed, embracing Su Xian with fervor. "In just a short span of 2 months, you have managed to defeat an elder who has been cultivating at Tianyan Palace for several years. Such occurrences are indeed rare in the annals of Tianyan Palace, are they not?" Su Xian smiled. "Those who gain entry into Tianyan Palace are all exceptional talents. It is indeed uncommon to defeat a disciple who has trained for years in merely 2 months, but it has happened before. Jiang Yan, despite cultivating for several years at Tianyin Palace, could not match your 2 months of effort. He truly is a waste, having squandered his years in training. Duan Yufeng continued to chuckle derisively. Duan Yufeng, present your identity token, Su Xian instructed. What for? Duan Yufeng asked, puzzled, yet he complied and produced the token. With a sweeping gesture, Su Xian transferred 1,300 fire points to Duan Yufeng. Brother, what is the meaning of this? Duan Yufeng stared at Su Xian in astonishment. This time, had it not been for your support, I would never have been able to engage in a second wager against Jiang Yin, and consequently, I would not have been able to win such a substantial amount of fire points from him. Therefore, your contribution is indeed significant in this victory. Weren't you the one who fought against those elders consecutively for 13 rounds, losing a total of 1,300 fire points? I have now reclaimed that amount from Jiang Yin in one fell swoop. Su Xian chuckled. Haha, that is splendid. Duan Yunfeng's eyes sparkled, and he did not hesitate to express his gratitude, especially since Su Xian had remarkably won 7,000 fire points from Jiang Yin. Meanwhile, Xiaomeng, Mo Bing, and others present could only envy the scene unfolding before them. In the dojo, Su Xian and his companions gathered. Brother, to be frank, how have you progressed so rapidly in just these 2 short months? Is it due to the Star Palace? Duan Yunfeng suddenly inquired. To some extent. Su Xian nodded and replied, Duan Yufeng, if you have ample fire points at your disposal, you might consider visiting the Star Palace. However, do not rely on it too heavily, at least ensure a gap of 3 months before your next visit. Su Xian conveyed the advice he received from the Lord of the 9 Stars to Duan Yufeng as well. Understood. I had already contemplated a visit to the Star Palace. But it requires 5,000 fire points for entry, and I was uncertain about the mysteries within. Now that you mention it, I shall make a trip tomorrow. Duan Yunfeng responded with a smile. Yes, strive hard. Su Xian smiled back, waved farewell to Xiaomeng, Mo Bing, and the others before turning to depart. The group then dispersed. Only Xiaomeng remained, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the direction in which Su Xian had departed. 2 months, merely 2 months. Xiaomeng clenched his fists tightly. 2 months prior, during that hunt, the gap between him and Su Xian was minimal. Yet now, Su Xian had the capability to confront and defeat the elders of the Tianyin Palace head-on, while he lacked even the qualification to face those elders directly. In the span of 2 months, their disparity had expanded significantly. Naturally, he felt an immense pressure within. It appears that I must swiftly break through to the void-breaking realm. Furthermore, I must devise a way to enter the Starry Hall for my training. Xiaomeng's eyes sparkled with determination. He understood that at the current stage of the sea transformation realm, it was impossible to catch up with Su Xian. Only upon reaching the void-breaking realm might there remain a glimmer of hope. Chapter 71. Mission assigned after leaving the dojo, Su Xian felt elated. Having engaged in consecutive gambling battles at the dojo, he not only dealt a severe blow to Jiang Yin, avenging Duan Yufeng, but most importantly, he had amassed a staggering 7,000 fire points from the wagers. Although he later allocated 1,300 points to Duan Yunfeng, he still retained 5,700 points. His previous total of 10,000 fire points had already dwindled significantly, leaving him concerned about his ability to enter the trial tower in the coming days. However, thanks to these 2 gambling battles, he now found himself with a surplus of fire points, ample enough to allow him to enter the Starry Hall once more. Patience is a virtue. It has only been 2 months since my last enlightenment in the Starry Hall. According to the Master of the 9 Stars, a minimum interval of 3 months is required before I may enter for a second time. Thus, I must wait another month. Su Xian mused silently. A month later, he returned to the Starry Hall for the second time. Once again, he faced the 9 celestial bodies, and, under the influence of external forces, he entered a state of sudden enlightenment. The effects of this second contemplation were, of course, inferior to those of the first. Nevertheless, Su Xian managed to grasp the essence of the 5th sword intent, and he made considerable progress in understanding both the 6th and 7th as well. Subsequently, Su Xian continued his cultivation. Time flowed onward. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed since Su Xian entered the Hall of Heavenly Flame. Within the exquisite confines of the Hall of Heavenly Flame, the resplendent and dignified Lady Diyu, the master of the Moon Palace, sat gracefully before a table, quietly preparing tea. Diyu, a figure, entered the pavilion. Xingyang, what brings you here today? Lady Diyu continued with her tea preparation, not lifting her gaze. Just moments ago, at the dojo, she had witnessed the duel between Xiaomeng and Yuan Song. Yuan Song had already comprehended the essence of 5 realms, while Xiaomeng had only grasped 4. Yet, astonishingly, the 2 had fought to a standstill. Indeed, Master Xingyang remarked with a smile, Xiaomeng's talent is truly remarkable. Indeed, Lady Di replied with a slight nod. Among the talented individuals who had entered the Hall of Heavenly Flame during the previous hunt, Su Xian and Xia Meng had always stood out as the most brilliant, possessing the highest potential, with Duan Yunfeng following closely behind. After 6 months of cultivation, although Xia Meng was initially far behind Su Xian due to his insufficient fire points and lack of guidance from the Lord of Jiuchen, his progress accelerated significantly once he exchanged his treasures for a substantial amount of fire points and gained a comprehensive understanding of the Tian'an Palace. He also visited the Star Hall, where his comprehension of the essence of intent saw a marked enhancement. By the end of this half-year period, Xia Meng had nearly grasped the quintessence of 5 distinct forms of intent, coupled with his remarkable spear techniques and various methods. He was now fully capable of confronting the seasoned elders of Tian'an Palace directly. It is customary to assign them their respective training tasks now, considering that the batch of geniuses who entered Tian'an Palace during the last hunt has been cultivating for over 6 months, remarked the Lord of Qingyang, casting a glance. Indeed. Arrangements must be made. Du nodded in agreement. Every disciple of Tian'an Palace must undergo training tasks, and only upon the successful completion of these tasks can they accept the regular missions issued by the palace to earn fire points. Currently, aside from Su Xian and his newly arrived peers, most other disciples have accrued fire points through the completion of these regular tasks. As far as I know, among the 10 newly admitted disciples, 9 have already surpassed the void-breaking stage in their cultivation. Their training tasks should be straightforward, simply following the established criteria. However, Su Xian remains at the pinnacle of the sea transformation stage, making the arrangement of his training tasks somewhat complicated. The Lord of Qingyang elaborated. What do you propose? The Lord of the Moon raised her gaze to the Lord of the Azure Sun. I have just received some intelligence. You may wish to take a look. The Lord of the Azure Sun handed a piece of paper to the Lord of the Moon. Upon receiving it, she cast a quick glance. Oh, the Ice Heart Valley is opening once more. Do you intend for him to enter and eliminate those guards? The Lord of the Moon furrowed her brow slightly. Indeed. The competition within the Ice Heart Valley typically attracts only those at the early to mid stages of the void-breaking realm. Individuals at the late stage are exceedingly rare, and the guards there are merely puppets. With his strength, he could easily vanquish them, the Lord of the Azure Sun explained. Your suggestion holds merit. I shall contemplate it, the Lord of the Moon acknowledged with a nod. Take your time to consider. The Lord of the Azure Sun smiled and turned to leave. Once the Lord of the Azure Sun departed, the expression of the Lord of the Moon grew frigid. This Azure Sun is becoming increasingly audacious, even seeking to meddle in my affairs. The Lord of the Moon felt a surge of discontent within. The 3 lords of the Heavenly Flame Palace each maintained their respective duties, with each overseeing different matters. The Lord of the Azure Sun primarily managed the recruitment of disciples, including the annual hunts and the allocation of special invitations to prodigious talents, a prerogative that rested solely in his hands. It was precisely due to his prior obstruction that Su Xian was unable to secure a special invitation in advance, forcing him to participate in the Royal City Hunt and gain entry into the Heavenly Flame Palace. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Moon was responsible for the tasks assigned to the disciples, overseeing everything from training missions to the routine tasks within the palace that accrued fire points, all of which she decided and issued. The Ice Heart Valley? It's easy to say. With Su Xian's prowess, he could venture into that realm and slay those guards. However, the Ice Heart Valley is fraught with uncertainties. The formidable warriors who dare to enter are utterly unpredictable. Who can say whether a peak void-breaking realm expert might whimsically decide to explore within? The Master of the Moon Palace scoffed coldly. She even harbored suspicions that the Master of Qingyang had already laid traps within the Ice Heart Valley, merely waiting for Su Xian to stumble in. After all, he had never previously inquired about his disciples' missions, yet today he took the initiative to come here and offer suggestions. How could that be genuine goodwill? Qingyang, I have warned you before. However, if you persist in plotting against the disciples of my Tian'an Palace for your old master, do not blame me for being unkind. The Master of the Moon Palace's expression turned frostbitten. Soon, she crafted a letter with utmost subtlety and dispatched it. Within the Tian'an Palace, Xia Meng. This is your designated training task. Take a careful look. If there are no issues, set out promptly. Understood, Xia Meng nodded. Duan Yufeng, this is your training task. Mo Bing. The Master of the Moon Palace sought out the talented individuals who had previously entered the Tian'an Palace during the hunt, assigning each of them their respective training tasks on the same day. After arranging for 9 individuals, she finally approached Su Xian. The Master of the Moon Palace stood before Su Xian, and he bowed respectfully. Yet, as she gazed at him, the Master of the Moon Palace's delicate brows slightly furrowed. Su Xian, I inquired with the Master of the 9 Heavens, who remarked that you should have comprehended the essence of 6 realms in terms of your understanding of the profound. Such elevated comprehension ought to have enabled you to transcend into the void-breaking realm by now. Yet, you remain at the pinnacle of the sea transformation stage. The Master of the Moon asked. Historically, disciples who have recently entered the Heavenly Flame Palace find it relatively effortless to break through to the void-breaking realm within this superior cultivation environment. Among the 10 prodigies of your cohort, including Xia Meng and Duan Yunfeng, the other 9 have already managed to achieve this breakthrough not long ago. Yet, Su Xian remains at the pinnacle of the sea transformation stage. I am at a loss as well, Su Xian replied with a wry smile. The spiritual energy within the Heavenly Flame Palace is significantly more abundant than that of the outside world, and with his bloodline heritage and cultivation techniques, his progress is indeed rapid. Within less than a month of cultivating in the Heavenly Flame Palace, he successfully reached the pinnacle of the sea transformation stage. And throughout the past 6 months, he has already attained the utmost limit of this stage. However, he has yet to ascend to the void-breaking realm, despite his profound comprehension, which logically should have met the criteria for breakthrough. Su Xian speculated that perhaps due to the nature of his bloodline, the conditions for breaking through to the void-breaking realm are more stringent than those for ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, even though your cultivation has not yet broken through, according to the rules of the Heavenly Flame Palace, I must still assign you a training task. And the difficulty of this task will not be any less than that faced by Xia Meng or Duan Yufeng, the Master of the Moon declared. I understand. Su Xian nodded, unfazed. In terms of cultivation, Xia Meng and Duan Yunfeng certainly surpass him. However, in terms of actual combat prowess, it is fair to say that even combined, they may not stand a chance against him. With a wave of her hand, the Master of the Moon Palace summoned 3 scrolls, which were promptly tossed towards Su Xian. Your training tasks are divided into 3 distinct phases. I advise you to complete the first phase before unrolling the second scroll to examine the tasks therein. Furthermore, you must remember that the training tasks assigned by our Tianyin Palace to its disciples are limited to a single opportunity, and the rewards and fire points for these tasks are exceedingly generous. Thus, it is imperative that you strive to fulfill the tasks to the best of your ability, with a higher completion rate being preferable. Understood, Su Xian replied, nodding. He had long heard of the substantial fire point rewards associated with the training tasks from Tianyin Palace, which far exceeded those of ordinary assignments. This presented a rare opportunity for disciples to amass considerable fire points upon entering the palace. However, each disciple was granted only one chance. Should they let it slip away, it would be forever lost. Prepare yourself well, the Master of the Moon Palace concluded before departing. As Su Xian gazed at the 3 task scrolls in his hands, a gleam of anticipation shone in his eyes. The training tasks had finally arrived. He had been eagerly awaiting this moment. After 6 months of cultivation, he had nearly exhausted all the fire points he had previously accrued, including those won through gambling battles. This training task presented an excellent opportunity for him to earn back those points. Soon, Su Xian returned to the trial tower. He set his opponent parameters: comprehension of the first level of sword intent, mastery over the essence of 7 distinct sword intents. Number of opponents, 3. In mere moments, 3 shadowy figures, each proficient in swordsmanship and having fully grasped the essence of the 7 sword intents, materialized within the trial tower. The 3 shadowy figures simultaneously launched their assault on Su Xian. Armed with a sword, Su Xian countered with his mastery of swordsmanship. Dream of remnants. Dawn break. Ephemeral bloom. Su Xian executed the flying snow sword technique to its utmost pinnacle, unleashing a series of dazzling sword lights. Even when confronted by 3 adversaries who had comprehended the essence of 7 sword intents, he managed to hold his ground for a considerable duration. Over the span of 6 months and 2 profound insights gained from the Star Palace, his progress had been astounding. Yet, the true extent of his strength remained known only to him. The Lord of the 9 Stars, during his lectures, had speculated that Su Xian had likely grasped the essence of 6 sword intents based on his inquiries, unaware that just 3 days prior, Su Xian had already comprehended the 7th essence. He was merely 2 essences away from reaching the 2nd tier of sword intent. After an entire night of fervent combat, Su Xian returned to his abode at dawn, took a refreshing bath, and enjoyed a well-deserved slumber. By daybreak, he set forth towards the location of his training mission. Chapter 72. The Zhao couple. The Tianyin dynasty governs 36 states, encompassing vast territories, including some uniquely perilous regions. The Blood Sacrifice Mountains, stretching for thousands of miles, stand as one of the most renowned perilous locales within the Tianyin dynasty. It is a veritable paradise for ferocious beasts. It is said that within the Blood Sacrifice Mountains exist countless varieties of beasts, many rivaling those of the Broken Void realm. There are even rumors that in the deepest recesses of the Blood Sacrifice Mountains, one can find apex beasts comparable to those of the Nirvana realm. In the vicinity of the Blood Sacrifice Mountains, numerous human settlements and towns flourish, drawn by the constant influx of cultivators, resulting in a certain degree of chaos. Adjacent to the Blood Sacrifice Mountains lies a town known as Dongwei City, where the Zhao family resides. "My dear, do you believe our family can weather this crisis?" Chen inquired, her expression laden with concern. "Fear not, for with my father and elder brother by our side, we shall encounter no insurmountable difficulties," Zhao Tianrong reassured her. This affectionate couple sat within a pavilion on a serene lake, attended by two maidservants. Zhao Tianrong, the second son of the Zhao family, conversed with his wife, Chen Yi. However, their family had inadvertently offended the notorious Tianhua Mercenary Corps, a band of ruthless individuals who were infamous for their bloodshed. Chen Yin's worry was palpable. The region surrounding the Blood Sacrifice Mountains is teeming with mercenary groups, who are often contracted to venture into the mountains to hunt monstrous beasts, living perilously on the edge of life and death. When it comes to taking lives, they are utterly unhesitant. The Tianhua Mercenary Corps has a fearsome reputation. Yet the Zhao family is not to be trifled with either. "Though I speak with bravado, I too harbor doubts within," Zhao Tianrong admitted. The Zhao family, a modest clan situated on the periphery of the Blood Sacrifice Mountains, boasted only 2 or 3 members who had attained the initial stages of the void-breaking realm. In contrast, the Tianhua Mercenary Corps was home to several formidable warriors in the mid-stages of the void-breaking realm. Typically, the Zhao family would never dare provoke the Tianhua Mercenary Corps. However, several days prior, a conflict erupted in their marketplace with some ruffians, resulting in an unfortunate incident where one of the thugs was accidentally killed. In hindsight, it became apparent that those scoundrels hailed from the Tianhua Mercenary Corps, and tragically, they were the sole offspring of the Corps leader who had been slain by the Zhao family. This incident deepened the enmity between both parties. The leader of the Tianhua Mercenary Corps declared that within 7 days, he would annihilate the Zhao family. Now, we find ourselves on the 6th day. By the way, my lady, did your father not leave you a talisman before his demise? He mentioned that should you ever encounter peril, you could utilize this talisman to seek assistance from the Qilong Tower, inquired Zhao Tianrong. Indeed, that is the case. 3 days ago, I personally penned a letter and had it delivered along with the talisman to the Qilong Tower. The steward there accepted the talisman and assured me that my letter would be forwarded to the Tianyin Palace, replied Chen Yi. Tianyin Palace? What is that? Is it a sect? Zhao Tianrong asked, perplexed. The Zhao family is merely a modest clan with shallow roots, and they have never produced any noteworthy prodigies, seldom even engaging with the Qilong Tower. Zhao Tianrong was unaware that the Tianyin dynasty's renowned sanctuary for all talented disciples, the Tianyin Palace, was held in such high esteem. I am uncertain as well, but I have heard my father speak of a once mighty member of the Qin family. Under his leadership, our family enjoyed a period of grandeur. However, after his untimely fall, the Qin family began to decline, ultimately fading into obscurity. It is said that this illustrious figure originated from the Tianyin Palace, and the talisman was left behind by him, explained Chen Yi. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianrong felt a stir within. The Qin family had indeed once flourished and produced a renowned powerhouse, a tale he was familiar with. Madam, the esteemed ancestor who once guided the Qin family towards glory has long since departed this world, has he not? Zhao Tianrong cast a glance at Chen Yi, reflecting on the passage of time. It has indeed been many years. Even if he were truly from that so-called Tianyin Palace, it is unlikely that the palace would still concern itself with his descendants. Thus, it would be prudent not to harbor excessive hopes. Yes, I understand, Chen Yi nodded. Her letter to the Red Dragon Tower was merely an attempt, devoid of grand expectations. At that moment, Madam, a visitor has arrived, claiming to seek you. A servant approached respectfully to inform. Someone is looking for me. Chen Yi inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. What is his name? He did not disclose his name. He only mentioned that he hails from Tianyin Palace, the servant replied. Tianyin Palace? Both Chen Yi and her husband Zhao Tianrong rose abruptly. The palace has truly sent someone? Zhao Tianrong felt a surge of joy. Come, my lady, let us hasten to see. Indeed, Chen Yi agreed, and the pair swiftly made their way to the entrance, where they beheld the envoy from Tianyin Palace. Clad in form-fitting black attire, the newcomer appeared strikingly youthful, no older than 20. Disciple of Tianyin Palace, Jianyi, Su Xian stood before the couple, addressing them. May I inquire if you are Madame Chen Yi? That is I, Chen Yi affirmed with a nod. This token and this letter, were they indeed sent by you to the Red Dragon Tower? Su Xian inquired, producing a token given to him by the Red Dragon Tower upon his arrival at the Blood Sacrifice Mountains for a trial mission. Yes, Chen Yi nodded once more. Indeed. There is no mistake. I have been summoned here to assist the lady with the troubles mentioned in her letter, Su Xian stated. I appreciate your efforts, Mr. Jianyi. Please allow us to enter. Shanine smiled faintly, leading Su Xian into the Zhao residence. Though her demeanor remained courteous, deep within, the couple felt a twinge of disappointment. As anticipated, the esteemed ancestor of the Chun family had passed away several decades ago. How could the descendants possibly regard a request from a mere disciple of that so-called Tianyin palace with any seriousness? It was evident that this was merely a symbolic gesture. Sending a single disciple, and such a young one at that, how formidable could he truly be? Zhao Tianrong sighed softly, although somewhat disheartened. The couple had not harbored great expectations of Tianyin Palace from the outset. Within the Zhao household, the couple encountered Zhao Tianrong's elder brother, Zhao Tianda. Elder brother. Zhao Tianrong called out. Tianrong, who is this person behind you? Zhao Tianda inquired, glancing at Su Xian. Oh, this is the assistant that Xiaoyin summoned from Tianyin Palace. Zhao Tianrong replied. Tianyin Palace? Zhao Tianda's expression shifted. Although he was unfamiliar with Tianyin Palace, the name suggested it was a sect, prompting him to scrutinize Su Xian more closely. Transformation of the Sea Realm? Zhao Tianda frowned, immediately losing interest. Tianrong, since he is a guest, please show him to a room to rest. Zhao Tianrong and his spouse guided Su Xian towards the guest quarters, while Zhao Tianda proceeded to the main hall of the Zhao residence. There, the current head of the Zhao family, Zhao Qishan, the father of Zhao Tianda and Zhao Tianrong, sat in attendance. Father, splendid news. Mr. Jiu Yun has graciously accepted the invitation from the Zhao family and is already en route. He will arrive at our home tonight, exclaimed Zhao Tianda, his voice brimming with excitement. Truly? Zhao Qingshan's joy was palpable. This is wonderful. Mr. Jiu Yun is not only esteemed and reputable, but he also possesses formidable strength, ranking among the elite of the mid-stage void-breaking realm. With him at our side, the Tianhua mercenary corps will surely think twice before displaying their arrogance. The notion of annihilating the Zhao family is nothing short of a farce. Indeed, with Mr. Jiu Yun's presence, we, the Zhao family, shall be free from worry. Zhao Tianda beamed with relief. In recent days, the shadow of the Tianhua mercenary corps had cast a pall over their lives, leaving the father and son anxious and restless, like ants on a hot pan, as they sought ways to invite powerful allies to their aid. Despite managing to summon a few strong individuals to the Zhao residence, it was still not sufficient to contend with the mercenary group. Only upon learning of Mr. Jiu Yun's acceptance did they finally feel reassured. Tianda, we must express our gratitude to Yuan for this turn of events, said Zhao Qingshan. Yuan is Zhao Tianda's wife. Indeed, Zhao Tianda nodded earnestly. It is fortunate that Yuan's family has a good relationship with Mr. Jiu Yun. It was through her family's connections that Mr. Jiu Yun agreed to come. Otherwise, given the conditions we offered, he likely would not have given us a second glance. By the way, what news do we have from Chenin? Zhao Qingshan inquired. The Qin family, despite their decline, once enjoyed a period of splendor and possesses some heritage. Now that my Zhao family is in peril, shouldn't the Qin family lend a hand? Zhao Tianda replied, the Qin family has long since faded into obscurity. What assistance can they possibly provide? I recently observed that my sister-in-law has engaged a helper, yet he is merely a young man in his 20s at the harmonization realm. He scorned. The members of the Qin family are truly inept. A wave of dissatisfaction surged within Zhao Qingshan, who retorted, that Qin is nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. Ever since she married into the Zhao family, our fortunes have only waned. This time, we have even provoked the Heavenly Fire Mercenary Corps and are facing a life and death crisis. Yet she and her Qin family offer no aid whatsoever. Had I known this would transpire, I should have never allowed that woman to marry into the Zhao family. Zhao Qingshan lamented bitterly, confronting the harsh reality. Before the door of a guest room in the Zhao residence, Chen Yin remarked, Mr. Jian Yi. We have received numerous guests these past few days, and our accommodations are somewhat strained. I apologize for the inconvenience, but you will have to reside here for the time being. Zhao Tianrong stood beside her, displaying a semblance of regret. They maintained a cordial demeanor towards Su Xian, considering him a guest invited to assist their family in overcoming adversity. Regardless of his strength, he remained their guest. Upon entering the modest room, Su Xian glanced around. The space was small and unadorned, yet relatively clean. No problem, I shall stay here, he replied, having no particular demands regarding his living conditions. In that case, please rest well, and do not hesitate to instruct the servants should you require anything. Chunin smiled before she and her husband promptly departed. Su Xian then closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. This Madame Chen had explicitly written to solicit the aid of Tianyin Palace. Yet she appeared entirely oblivious to its origins. Moreover, the Zhao family, despite being a notable clan, seemed equally uninformed about Tianyin Palace. Su Xian's expression turned peculiar. As the foremost sanctum of cultivation within the Tianyin dynasty, Tianyin Palace was renowned. Logically, any talented individual or formidable warrior with a modicum of awareness should have heard of it. Yet, among the Zhao family, very few seem to possess such knowledge. At least Zhao Tianrong and his elder brother Zhao Tiando were unfamiliar with it. Perhaps this lack of knowledge was tied to the geographical location of the Zhao family. Su Xian mused. The Zhao family resided in Dongwei City, which lay in the vicinity of the Blood Sacrifice mountain range. Although this area belonged to the Tianyin dynasty, it was segregated from the 36 states. Here, not even the Chulong Tower could be found. One would have to travel several hundred miles to reach another county to encounter it. Shaking his head, Su Xian retrieved the scroll detailing the first phase of his trial and unfurled it. First phase task. Task background. Madame Chen of the Zhao family's second branch hails from the Chen family, whose ancestors were once disciples of Tianyin Palace and contributed significantly to its legacy. After the passing of this ancestor, although the Chen family lost the protection of Tianyin Palace, the palace bestowed upon them a token, symbolizing an opportunity for assistance. A few days prior, Chen Yin dispatched the token to implore Tianyin Palace for intervention. Task content. Fulfill the requests outlined in Chen Yin's letter, resolving the crisis posed by the Firestorm Mercenary Corps to safeguard the Zhao family. Task reward, 5,000 fire points. Chapter 73. A sword sweeps across the Tianyin Palace shows considerable care towards its disciples. Su Xian remarked that once one becomes a disciple of the Tianyin Palace, their family, including certain relatives, will receive protection from the palace, rendering them nearly untouchable, even in the unfortunate event of a disciple's demise. As long as they have contributed to the Tianyin Palace, the palace will still extend a degree of benevolence towards their family. For instance, the Chen family, to which Chen Yin belongs, was granted a token by the Tianyin Palace following the death of an esteemed ancestor. This token allows the family to request assistance from the palace once. Regrettably, that ancestor has been deceased for several decades, and the Chen family has long since fallen into decline. Chen Yin, being unaware of the palace's significance, could have potentially revitalized her family using the token. Instead, they now find themselves reliant on the Zhao family for survival. Due to the weakness of her maternal family, Chen Yin has always been looked down upon within the Zhao household. However, when misfortune befell the Zhao family, she chose to utilize the token and sought assistance from the Tianyin Palace. Su Xian chuckled softly upon his arrival. He had gathered extensive information regarding the Zhao family and Chen Yin from the Red Dragon Tower. He learned that she was not well regarded within the Zhao family, particularly by the patriarch, Zhao Qingshan, who had always held her in contempt and never considered her as a daughter-in-law. Of course, none of this concerned Su Xian. His sole purpose was to fulfill his mission by ensuring the Zhao family's survival during this crisis. As night swiftly passed, the time reached the 7th day. On that day, the Fire Mercenary Corps arrived as anticipated. Old Zhao, return my son's life. A fierce roar reverberated throughout the Zhao family estate, followed by figures exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, charging towards the Zhao family. Numerous shadows surged at the entrance of the estate. Anticipating the assault from the Tianhua Mercenary Corps, the Zhao family had made preparations and offered little resistance at the gates. The formidable members of the Zhao family gathered in a spacious area within the inner courtyard, and soon, the many powerful figures of the Tianhua Mercenary Corps arrived. Though the Tianhua Mercenary Corps was not numerous, comprising only 40 to 50 members, each was a seasoned warrior, having braved the treacherous Blood Sacrifice mountains, with the lowest cultivation level reaching the pinnacle of the sea transformation stage. Above them loomed 10 figures, all of whom were at the void-breaking stage. A chill coursed through the hearts of the Zhao family. Their clan possessed only 3 individuals at the void-breaking stage, and despite their efforts to summon additional allies in recent days, they had managed to gather only 8, most of whom were at the early stage of void-breaking, with merely 1 at the mid-stage. In contrast, the Tianhua Mercenary Corps boasted 3 individuals at the mid-stage of void-breaking among their 10. Thankfully, we invited Mr. Jiao Yun last night. Otherwise, the Zhao family would surely face calamity today. Zhao Qingshan glanced at the white-robed, long-haired elder beside him, feeling a slight sense of relief within. Captain Xiao, let us not be so hot-headed. Perhaps we should sit down and discuss matters calmly? Mr. Jiao Yun, the elder clad in white, gazed at the figures hovering above and spoke with a gentle smile, his voice resonating through the air. Jiao Yun? Standing in the void were 10 formidable figures of the void-breaking realm, with the imposing man Xiao Hang at the forefront, his expression shifting abruptly. Jiao Yun, well known and respected around the Blood Sacrifice mountain range, possessed strength that should not be underestimated. Jiao Yun, do you intend to intervene in this matter? Xiao Hang's gaze was icy. The Zhao family head and I share a history. Now that the Zhao family is in peril, I cannot stand idly by. Jiao Yun replied with a smile. Xiao Heng retorted, I too lament the death of your son, but death cannot be undone. In my opinion, It would be more prudent for you to propose certain conditions that I may convey to the Zhao family as compensation. What say you? Compensation? What a jest. Xiao Hang scoffed. Jiao Yun, if I were to slay your son and then offer you some form of recompense, would you accept? Xiao Hang. Jiao Yun attempted to interject. Silence. Xiao Hang bellowed in fury. Jiao Yun, if you possess any sense, you will promptly step aside. Otherwise, not only will the Zhao family face total annihilation today, but you shall meet the same fate. Xiao Hang. Jiao Yun seethed with anger, yet at that moment, he noticed the already formidable aura surrounding Xiao Hang intensifying dramatically. It was the late stage of void breaking. Jiao Yun's expression changed instantly. Astonished as he gazed at Xiao Hang. You have broken through? Or else what? Xiao Hang's gaze remained frigid. Given his usual temperament, he would have acted against the Zhao family the moment he learned of his son's murder, without waiting an entire week. Yet, the reason for his restraint this time became clear. Amidst his grief, he had actually transcended his previous limitations. In order to consolidate his own cultivation, he had waited for 7 days before taking action. At this moment, Jiao Yun no longer exuded the previous air of ease and confidence. His cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm. Although his strength was formidable enough to contend against 2 or 3 adversaries of the same level, if he were to encounter someone at the late stage of the void-breaking realm, he would be utterly outmatched. Master Zhao, I regret to inform you that I can no longer intervene in this matter, Jiao Yun remarked, his gaze cold and indifferent as it fell upon Zhao Qingshan. Mr. Jiao Yun. Zhao Qingshan's countenance shifted dramatically, and the Zhao family members surrounding him were engulfed in panic. Jiao Yun was their greatest asset in the struggle against the Heavenly Fire Mercenary Corps. Should he choose to withdraw? What would the Zhao family have left to counter the mercenary group? Aside from Jiao Yun, every single person in the Zhao residence must perish. All members of the Zhao family shall serve as sacrifices for my son. The chilling voice of Xiao Hang reverberated throughout the entire Zhao estate. Kill them. With Xiao Hang's command, the formidable members of the Heavenly Fire Mercenary Corps sprang into action. No, the Zhao family is doomed. The Zhao family members, including Zhao Qingshan, were filled with despair. Although they had summoned several other powerful allies, those individuals were not foolish, with Jiao Yun opting to stand aside. They too had no intention of risking their lives to combat Xiao Hang, who had already broken through to the late stage of the void-breaking realm. Flee. Quickly escape. Save whoever you can. Zhao Qingshan cried out in anguish. Husband, we must escape as well. Zhao Tianrong and Chenin, the married couple, prepared to flee. All members of the Zhao family on the battlefield had abandoned any intention of resistance, hastily preparing to flee. However, amidst the chaos, a remarkably youthful figure did not retreat. Instead, he charged directly toward the formidable members of the Tianhua Mercenary Corps. Oh, it seems that the Zhao family harbors a fearless soul. The mercenaries, upon witnessing this audacious act, could not help but chuckle. He is none other than Zhao Tianda, who instantly recognized the young warrior. Mr. Jinni, Zhao Tianrong, and Chenin, his wife, were equally astonished. While the Zhao family was ready to escape, their summoned ally, Jianni, chose to engage the enemy head-on. The Tianhua Mercenary Corps had infiltrated the Zhao residence with a total of 52 members, including 10 formidable practitioners at the void-breaking stage, 7 at the initial phase, 2 at the intermediate phase, and 1 at the advanced phase. Su Xian's gaze turned icy as he fixed his attention on the approaching members of the Tianhua Mercenary Corps. There was no need to waste time with them. They must all be eliminated. In the next moment, a command talisman appeared in his hand, which he crushed without hesitation. Buzz. An invisible wave of energy surged forth, and a spatial restriction instantly took shape. The 10 practitioners at the void-breaking stage, previously hovering majestically in the air, including the mightiest among them, Xiao Hong, were suddenly jolted and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Su Xian had already drawn his sword, ready to unleash a massacre. Swish! The exquisite sword light flashed forth, akin to a fleeting bloom, a moment of ephemeral beauty vanishing in an instant. The flying blood sword technique, a fleeting flower revealed. The 3 formidable experts at the forefront, having just landed, found themselves caught off guard as the brilliant sword light swept past them, claiming not only their lives, but also those of several Sea Transformation Realm warriors behind them. A resounding sound echoed, as more than 10 heads were simultaneously severed. Akin to the effortless slaughter of poultry, the members of the Heaven Fire Mercenary Corps, including Xiao Hong, were momentarily stunned, barely having time to react. In a swift motion, Su Xian advanced towards a disheveled man sporting a scraggly beard, one of the 2 mid-stage void-breaking realm warriors within the mercenary group. With a chilling thrust, he unleashed a sword imbued with boundless profundity. Be careful, someone warned from the side. Stop, Xiao Hang bellowed, rushing forward at an astonishing speed. The disheveled man's eyes flickered with a hint of terror as he frantically attempted to wield his weapon in defense. However, the icy sword light pierced through his body in an instant. I couldn't even withstand a single strike. The disbelief etched on his face as he met his demise was palpable. A mid-stage void-breaking realm warrior, he had been felled in the blink of an eye, with no chance for struggle or resistance. As the man's body was pierced, Xiao Hang arrived on the scene. "You dare," he seethed, fury radiating from him as he fixed his gaze on Su Xin. But before he could utter a word, Su Xin merely scoffed at the absurdity of it all. In a swift motion, he vanished and reappeared before Xiao Hang, his sword once again poised for action. Shadow Blade. With a flourish, a myriad of ethereal sword images converged, layering upon one another before erupting in a sudden explosion of power. Xiao Hang swiftly brandished his blade in an attempt to counter the impending attack. But as their weapons clashed, he was struck by an overwhelming force emanating from the cascading shadows of the swords. His eyes widened in disbelief. The sheer intensity of the power rendered his arms numb, causing the weapon to slip from his grasp. Blood erupted from his mouth, and he was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby pillar with a resounding thud that shattered it into fragments. Once he regained his footing, Xiao Hang disregarded his injuries entirely. Vengeance for the fallen members of the Tianhua mercenary group was the furthest thing from his mind. He couldn't even muster the courage to glance at Su Xin again. Instead, he turned and fled with utmost urgency toward the exit of the Zhao family estate. Attempting to escape, Su Xin remarked coldly, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he pursued Xiao Hang. The two figures swiftly vanished from sight, one chasing the other into the distance. Within the Zhao residence, both the family members who had contemplated fleeing and the formidable warriors of the Tianhua mercenary group, who had intended to unleash a massacre, stood frozen in shock, unable to process the unfolding events. Particularly, the Zhao family members were in a state of utter despair, desperate to escape, hoping to save at least one life. But suddenly, Su Xin struck. In an instant, including 3 formidable warriors at the broken void stage. Over a dozen heads were severed in unison. With another swing of his sword, he pierced the body of a mid-broken void expert cleanly through. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Hong, who had reached the late stage of broken void, attempted to halt the slaughter, but was met with yet another deadly strike that left him severely injured as he too began his frantic escape. In the briefest of moments, the situation on the battlefield underwent a complete reversal. Hurry, leave. The members of the Tianhua mercenary corps were gripped by profound terror. They could no longer afford to pursue the Zhao family with lethal intent. Even their captain was fleeing for his life, compelling them to follow suit without hesitation. The Zhao family dared not impede their escape. "Spare me." "No." A frantic scream suddenly echoed from the direction in which Xiao Hang was retreating. Mere moments later, Su Xin returned, holding Xiao Hang's severed head in his grasp. Chapter 74. Wuxin Fortress. With an expression of icy indifference, Su Xin approached. Under the astonished and incredulous gazes of the Zhao family members, he casually tossed the head onto the ground, where it rolled a few times, still oozing blood. "Xiao Hang has already been slain by my hand, and I have dispatched several formidable members of the Tianhua mercenary corps. It is certain that they will not dare to trouble the Zhao family again," Su Xin declared in his cold voice. The Zhao family members, witnessing the blood still seeping from the severed head, could not help but gasp in shock. "Madam Chen," Su Xin addressed Chenine, "I have fulfilled the request you made in your letter. I take my leave now." With that, he turned to depart. This gentleman, Zhao Qishan, seeing Su Xin's intention to leave, stepped forward to retain him. However, Su Xin did not spare him a glance. "Mr. Jinny, allow me to see you off." Chen Yin quickly responded, rushing to accompany him. The Zhao family members could only watch as Su Xin walked away. Even though Su Xin has departed, the shock within the hearts of the Zhao family members remains unassuaged. The individual they just witnessed was remarkably formidable, so powerful that even those at the void-breaking realm could not withstand a single strike from him. Even Xiao Hang, who had reached the late stage of void-breaking, was severely injured with just one sword strike. Judging by his cultivation, he appears to be merely at the pinnacle of the ocean transformation realm. To think that someone at the pinnacle of ocean transformation could slay those in the void-breaking realm as effortlessly as one would slaughter chickens or dogs. The Zhao family members, along with the invited powerful figures, felt as though they were ensnared in a dream. Under normal circumstances, the chasm between the ocean transformation and void-breaking realms is insurmountable. At this moment, Zhao Qishan turned to Zhao Tianrong and inquired, "Was that young brother just now invited by Xiaoyin?" "Indeed," Zhao Tianrong replied, her heart racing with excitement as she nodded. According to Xiaoyin, this Master Jian hails from a place called Tianyin Palace. "Tianyin Palace?" Zhao Qishan exclaimed, his eyes widening. The gentleman beside him, Mr. Zhu Yun, also stared at Zhao Tianrong in astonishment. While Zhao Tianrong and her husband were unfamiliar with Tianyin Palace, Zhao Qishan, as the head of the Zhao family and a void-breaking realm expert, along with the renowned Mr. Jiuyan, who held considerable influence and reputation around the blood sacrifice mountains, were well aware of it. Tianyin Palace is widely acknowledged as the foremost sacred ground for cultivation within the Tianyin dynasty. It is said that those who are fortunate enough to enter Tianyin Palace for training are all exceptional super geniuses, each one deserving of the title of prodigy or monster. Mr. Jiuyan exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder that Mr. Jian was able to effortlessly slay a formidable foe from the void-breaking realm with his peak cultivation at the sea transformation stage. Coming from the Heavenly Flame Palace, a paragon of genius, he undoubtedly possesses the capability to surpass his opponents. Zhao Qinshan is now able to comprehend why Su Xian could easily massacre the formidable members of the Heavenly Fire Mercenary Corps. Tianrong, why did you not inform me earlier that Mr. Jian hails from the Heavenly Flame Palace? Zhao Qinshan cast a dissatisfied glance at Zhao Tianrong. I had never heard of the Heavenly Flame Palace before. I thought it was merely an ordinary sect. Since Mr. Jian only claimed to be a disciple of the Heavenly Flame Palace and possesses merely peak cultivation at the sea transformation stage, I did not mention it to you. Father, Zhao Tianrong explained. Moreover, my elder brother is also aware of Mr. Jian Yi's background. This, Zhao Tianda chuckled bitterly. He had heard from Zhao Tianrong that Jian Yi came from the Heavenly Flame Palace, yet he too was oblivious to its origins. Zhao Qinshan shot a fierce glare at Zhao Tianda but refrained from laying excessive blame. Shortly thereafter, Chen Yin returned. Xiaoyin, has that Mr. Jian taken his leave? Zhao Qinshan inquired, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Chen Yin, how could she summon a disciple from the Heavenly Flame Palace? What connection does she have with them? If our Zhao family could leverage her to establish ties with the legendary Heavenly Flame Palace. Previously, within the Zhao family, he held little regard for his daughter-in-law Chen Yin, even considering her a harbinger of misfortune. Yet now, her standing in his heart had transformed entirely. After leaving the Zhao family, Su Xian wandered alone through the streets. The initial phase of the task was rather effortless, devoid of any significant challenges. Su Xian chuckled lightly. The mere Tianhua mercenary corps comprised only 10 individuals at the Broken Void realm, with the strongest among them, Xiao Hong, barely having stepped into the later stages of Broken Void. His comprehension of the profound essence was but a scant grasp, having not even reached the first tier. Although Su Xian was merely at the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea realm, his innate bloodline legacy and the power it bestowed enabled him to unleash a force comparable to that of the Mid-Broken Void. Coupled with his mastery of swordsmanship and a profound understanding of 7 distinct essences, dispatching a typical adversary in the later stages of Broken Void was indeed a trivial endeavor. Thus, this task posed no real difficulty for Su Xian, yet the reward for its completion amounted to a substantial 5,000 fire points. Next would be the second phase of the task. From within his Qinkuan ring, Su Xian retrieved the second scroll. As he unfurled it, he perused the contents of the task. Second phase task. Task background. The region surrounding Dongwei City, due to its proximity to the blood sacrifice mountain range, has attracted a multitude of wandering cultivators, resulting in utter chaos and rampant banditry. Among these marauding forces is the notorious Wuxing Fortress, which has long entrenched itself around the blood sacrifice mountain range, plundering passing warriors and frequently launching raids on nearby villages, mercilessly slaughtering innocents, an affront to humanity. Task content. Annihilate Wuxing Fortress, slaying a total of 28 bandits, including the fortress's leader. Task reward. 10,000 fire points. Beneath the scroll lay a densely packed list of 28 task targets' names, along with specific information regarding each of them. Among the 28 designated objectives, with the exception of 2 heinous beings of the Sea Transformation realm, the remainder are all formidable entities of the Void-Breaking realm. The Lord of Wuxing Fortress has long attained the advanced stage of Void-Breaking. 28 targets? Su Xian furrowed his brow. This task appears exceedingly daunting, comprising a total of 28 objectives, of which 26 are of the Void-Breaking realm. Furthermore, according to the intelligence provided in the task scroll, the Wuxing Fortress Lord achieved the advanced stage of Void-Breaking quite some time ago and possesses a profound comprehension of intent, having not only reached the first level but also fully grasped the essence of 2 or even 3 types. In terms of strength, this Wuxing Fortress Lord is undoubtedly far superior to the recently vanquished Xiao Hong. Even if she were to confront me directly, I would have to exert my utmost to have any hope of defeating her. The critical issue is, while she may not succumb, she certainly could flee. As for the remaining 27 targets, even if I possess the capability to overpower them all, should they choose to escape, it is implausible for me alone to eliminate them all. This predicament tormented Su Xian. No matter how powerful he is, he remains but one individual. incapable of simultaneously slaying 28 formidable adversaries, even with the void-sealing talisman in his possession. Fortunately, the primary objective of this task is to eradicate Wuxing Fortress and eliminate its lord. The other 27 targets merely contribute to the task's completion criteria. Su Xian nodded. If considered solely in terms of task completion, then among the remaining 27 targets, slaying 10 would yield a different completion rate than eliminating 20, and consequently, the fire point rewards would also vary. Su Xian suddenly glanced at a passage in the mission scroll regarding the information about the Lord of Wuxing Fortress. This Lord of Wuxing Fortress has a penchant for keeping male companions? Su Xian's expression grew peculiar. 3 days later, at the edge of the blood sacrifice mountain range, nestled between two towering peaks, there lay a pitch-black entrance leading into the heart of the mountain. This entrance was naturally formed, but later excavated and expanded by human hands, eventually transforming into an exceedingly concealed, yet vast underground stronghold. This stronghold was the notorious lair of Wuxing Fortress, infamous throughout the 1,000-mile expanse surrounding the blood sacrifice mountain range. Within the Wuxing Fortress, a broad passage was lit by numerous braziers, illuminating the corridor brilliantly. Hurry, move faster. Damn it. If you dawdle, I swear I'll slice you in two. A group of robbers, clad in various attires and wielding weapons, was escorting a contingent of over 100 individuals deeper into the passage. The robbers frequently hurled insults, their voices filled with ire. Mother, I'm scared. Woo-woo, daddy. The group was predominantly composed of young women, with a few girls no older than 11 or 12. Some clung to their mothers, while others were utterly alone. Most were weeping softly. They hailed from a small town near the blood sacrifice mountain range, which had once been tranquil and peaceful. However, just last night, the town had been suddenly ravaged. Although the townsfolk had hastily formed a guard to fend off typical bandit groups, they were utterly powerless against the assault led by a formidable practitioner from Wuxing Fortress. In a night of carnage, the men of the small town, particularly the martial artists, were nearly annihilated. The young women, however, were bound and escorted to the ominous Heartless Fortress. Awaiting them was a protracted period of unrelenting torment, shrouded in darkness. After some time, once their amusement waned, the bandits of Heartless Fortress would mercilessly slay them, casting their lifeless bodies into the blood sacrifice mountains to nourish the beasts that dwelled there. This was the notorious custom of Heartless Fortress. At the rear of the procession, several bandits, having reached the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm, brandished their weapons, vigilantly escorting a young man. How is there still a male among them? Inquired a corpulent middle-aged man tasked with receiving the women. Ah, he is someone we encountered on our return journey. He must be a martial artist wandering within the blood sacrifice mountains, a brash youth who, upon seeing us escorting so many women, attempted to intervene. One of the escorting bandits explained. He was indeed formidable, having taken down several of our brothers initially. But it was only after the sixth leader intervened personally that we managed to subdue him. The sixth leader mentioned that this young man, despite his youth, possesses the pinnacle of sea transformation cultivation and considerable strength. He is likely a scion of one of the prominent families from the Tianyin dynasty. Most importantly, he is quite handsome, which is why we decided to bring him back as a gift for the eldest sister. A gift for the eldest sister, you say? The corpulent man could not help but scrutinize the young man's face more closely. Indeed, he has fair skin. He is quite a catch. The eldest sister will surely take a liking to him. The overweight middle-aged man laughed alongside the bandits surrounding him. Their leader, the mistress of the Wuxing Fortress, was a woman with peculiar preferences. Her inclination was to keep a few young men as her lovers. Chapter 75. Annihilation in the innermost depths of the dark fortress, which also served as the heart of the mountain, lay a relatively spacious clearing. This area was adorned with tables and chairs, all occupied by individuals. Come, brothers. Let us drink together. The bandits indulged in food and drink, their voices a cacophony of noise. Brothers, the sixth leader should be returning soon. Once he brings back a woman, we can all enjoy a comfortable life for a while. A bandit proclaimed loudly, prompting a wave of cheers from the crowd. Unlike mercenaries who risked their lives for the sake of their employer's reward, these bandits acted solely out of self-indulgence. Among them were several formidable figures, each capable of achieving great esteem within the Tianyin Empire. In ordinary county towns, they could easily rise to prominence and live a more prosperous life. However, such a path would require adherence to imperial laws, restricting their actions. In contrast, here, they could do as they pleased, unhindered by rules. At the forefront of the clearing, upon a set of stairs, rested a violet stone lounge chair, where a voluptuous woman draped in a loose, thin black robe reclined. She possessed notable beauty. Her sensual dark lips and the alluring silhouette hinted at beneath her robe stirred the imagination. The woman lay there with her eyes gently closed, accompanied by two handsome, fair-skinned young men. They were adorned in splendid attire, One wielded a feathered fan, delicately creating a gentle breeze for her, while the other knelt beside her, cradling a bowl of fruit, carefully feeding her. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the subtle traces of makeup adorning the faces of these two fair youths. The mature woman reclining on the chair was referred to as the big sister by these brigands, and she held the esteemed position of the chieftain of Wuxing Fortress. The two young men attending to her were her devoted male companions. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. The sixth leader has returned. The bandits, who had been feasting and drinking in the open space, promptly rose to their feet. At the entrance of the passage, a man clad in a green robe, bearing an expression of fierce determination, strode in. "Sixth leader!" exclaimed several bandits in unison. "Old Six, why did this hunt take so long? The brothers have been anxiously awaiting your return," remarked a robust man seated at the front. "Fourth brother, do not be so hasty. This batch of prey is of superior quality compared to previous ones." The green-robed man replied with a light chuckle. Wuxing Fortress was not only home to the big sister but also to 8 other leaders, each possessing formidable skills at the mid-level of the void-breaking stage. This green-robed man was the 6th leader among them. "Come, present the prey." He beckoned with a wave of his hand. Soon, under the guidance of a portly middle-aged man, a multitude of women were herded into the space. "Mother, mother," they cried, their voices filled with despair. The bandits, upon sighting these women, were visibly enraptured, their eyes gleaming with excitement. These are the virtuous women dwelling in human villages, far more intriguing than the courtesans in the cities. The 6th leader stepped forward, approached the stairs, and softly remarked, "Sister, I have brought back a true gem for you." The lord of Wuxing Fortress, who had been reclining with closed eyes, slightly raised a hand, prompting the 2 male companions beside him to step aside. "A gem?" The lord of Wuxing Fortress opened his lackluster eyes and glanced at the 6th leader. "Bring him forth for me to see. Come, bring that young man here," the 6th leader called out. Immediately, a bandit escorted the young man as he slowly approached. Another one. The surrounding bandits displayed amused expressions upon seeing the young man. Anyone who had lingered in Wuxing Fortress for any length of time was well aware of their sister's peculiar tastes and had long since grown accustomed to it. "Sister, this fellow appears to be merely in his 20s, yet his cultivation has already reached the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm, and his strength is formidable. Earlier on the road, he managed to dispatch several of our brothers. It is likely that he is a prodigious disciple meticulously nurtured by a prominent family or faction. Here to brave the blood sacrifice mountains," the 6th leader reported. "Oh?" The lord of Wuxing Fortress gazed thoughtfully at the young man below, a smile gracing her lips. Such prowess at such a tender age is indeed impressive. I wonder, however, if he possesses equal skill in other pursuits. As she spoke, the lord's gaze playfully flicked toward the young man's lower half. "Come, little brother, step forward before your sister." The lord of Wuxing Fortress beckoned the young man with a flick of his finger. "Come here." The bandit standing behind promptly shoved the young man forward. Gritting his teeth, the young man appeared to be filled with resentment and fury. Yet he bore it and slowly ascended the steps, approaching the lord of Wuxing Fortress. TSK, he was quite handsome. A smile graced the lord's face as she playfully lifted the young man's chin, saying, "Make sure to take a good bath and clean yourself up. Then wear something more presentable. By evening, dear sister will take good care of you." With that, the lord teasingly blew a breath towards the young man's face, her mouth reeking of a foul odor. However, under her provocative demeanor, the young man, who had previously displayed shock, anger, and reluctance, suddenly revealed a chilling smile. "Evening? Old hag, do you even have a night left?" Without any warning, the young man erupted. A cold sword light flickered to life, surging forth with terrifying speed. Blood-dripping sword technique. Blood drip style. Boom. The sword light, imbued with formidable penetrating power, shot towards her. The lord of Wuxing furrowed her brow. Having previously kept a multitude of male pets, many of whom were of considerable cultivation, she had encountered such sudden ambushes before and had long been prepared. Immediately, a surge of dark energy enveloped her, shrouding her in a mass of black mist that also surged towards the young man. Yet, it was evident that she had underestimated the young man's strength. The icy sword light merely grazed the black mist. What? The lord of Wuxing Fortress's expression suddenly shifted in alarm. From that sword technique, she sensed a terrifying power that instilled a sense of dread within her. The black mist was directly dispersed by the sword light, which, unrelenting, continued its advance toward her. In the face of imminent peril, the lord of Wuxing could only muster all her strength to barely shift her form. Bang! The sword light, imbued with a horrifying penetrating force, struck her right shoulder, instantly shattering it. After piercing through her entire shoulder, the sword light continued its assault, obliterating the recliner behind her. Whoosh! The lord of Wuxing leveraged the recoil to retreat to the side, her right arm hanging limply, nearly severed. The excruciating pain contorted her features into a mask of madness. I was almost dead. A sense of trepidation welled up within her. Yet, as she steadied herself, another sword light flared. Like a fleeting night blooming Sirius, it lasted but a moment, vanishing in an instant. In terms of speed, it was astonishingly swift. How could it be so fast? The terror in the Lord of Wuxin's eyes was palpable, and a thin line of blood appeared on her neck as she succumbed to weakness, her body collapsing. A successful strike. A smile graced Su Xian's face. The Lord of Wuxin was immensely powerful, undoubtedly among the pinnacle of strength in the late stages of breaking the void. Were it not for this unexpected turn, had she been determined to flee, he would have lacked the confidence to ensure her demise. However, at this moment, he disguised himself as the captured male pet to engage in close proximity. Even if the Lord of Wuxin Fortress harbored some reservations deep within, he could not have anticipated the astonishing power that a mere peak of the transformation sea could unleash at such a close range. In an instant, he severely injured the Lord of Wuxin Fortress. With a swift follow-up strike utilizing the incredibly rapid technique known as ephemeral bloom, he directly ended the Lord's life. With the demise of the fortress leader, half of the second phase of the mission was accomplished. Su Xian chuckled softly. It was only at this moment that the bandits gathered in the clearing finally came to their senses. The elder sister is dead. He has slain the elder sister. The bandits were expressions of disbelief. No one could have imagined that this peak transformation sea individual, who had been captured on the road and was meant to be offered as a male pet to the elder sister, could unleash such power to kill her in an instant. Yet, what they felt more prominently was rage. Avenge the elder sister. Kill him. Tear him to pieces. The bandits sprang into action immediately, with the other 8 leaders of Wuxin Fortress taking the lead. Numerous figures charged towards Su Xian from all directions, seeking death. Su Xian's eyes turned cold as he swung his longsword. Dawn. A colossal sword shadow swept forth, heralding the imminent arrival of dawn, illuminating the darkness. The blood-flying sword technique 7 forms, overlapping shadows, adept at direct suppression, blood drip, embodying terrifying piercing force, ephemeral bloom, characterized by its astonishing speed, fleeting as time itself. And dawn, designed to confront mass assaults. Under the shadow of a colossal sword, the bandits rushing towards Su Xian, including several leaders possessing mid-stage void breaker cultivation, brandished their weapons in a desperate attempt to defend themselves. However, upon collision, more than half of the dozen bandits were immediately slain, while those who survived erupted in a fountain of blood, teetering on the brink of death. How formidable! The bandits present were utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Su Xian had already crushed a sealing talisman. With the constraints of the sealing prohibition in effect, the slaughter commenced instantaneously. Su Xian appeared like a specter before each bandit, unleashing a flurry of sword shadows, the profundities contained within utterly incomprehensible to all present. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. The sounds of sword shadows slicing through the air or piercing through flesh echoed continuously. The infamous reputation of the Blackheart Fortress around the Blood Sacrifice mountain range was not solely due to their brutally ruthless methods, their overall strength was also formidable, boasting numerous void breakers. Yet, before Su Xian, these void breakers were as insignificant as ants. Even the few mid-stage leaders could not withstand a single strike from Su Xian. It was a one-sided massacre. Initially, the bandits charged forward, fueled by anger and valor, seeking vengeance for their fallen sister. However, within mere moments of slaughter, many bandits, including several leaders, were decimated by Su Xian, heads severed and cold corpses collapsing to the ground. Finally, terror gripped the hearts of the remaining bandits. Flee! Run away! This man is nothing short of a demon. The bandits fled in a frenzied panic. Su Xian's gaze was sharp as lightning, disregarding the ordinary bandits, and fixated instead on the formidable figures lurking within the ruinous void, particularly those who appeared on his list of targets. No one could withstand his sword. He resembled a true demon, mercilessly executing justice upon these heinous criminals. Chapter 76. The hunt soon. The Blackheart Fortress fell silent. Su Xian ceased his slaughter. By fortunate chance, out of the 28 designated targets, he had eliminated 21, with only 7 managing to escape. He chuckled softly as he surveyed the ground strewn with the corpses of bandits. Initially, he had presumed that with 28 targets, even with his considerable prowess, he would not be able to slay many. However, he was taken aback to discover that the stronghold of the Blackheart Fortress was concealed within the depths of a mountain. This hidden fortress, nestled within a cavern, was surrounded by stone walls, with only narrow passageways available for escape, severely constraining the bandits' options for fleeing. Had this encounter occurred in the open, those bandits would have scattered in all directions, making it difficult for Su Xian to claim many lives. Yet, within the confines of the fortress, the bandits could only flee towards a single exit, allowing him to pursue and eliminate them with greater ease. Of the 28 targets, he had dispatched 21, including the master of the Blackheart Fortress and 8 other significant leaders. While he could not claim complete success in this second phase of his trial, the degree of task fulfillment was undoubtedly high, promising him a substantial reward of fire points. The bandits of Blackheart Fortress had long been notorious for pillaging surrounding villages, committing unspeakable atrocities against women, and slaughtering innocent civilians, thus meeting a deserved fate. To these heinous bandits, Su Xian harbored not a shred of compassion. However, at that moment, his attention was suddenly drawn to the ring adorning the ring finger of the deceased lord of the Blackheart Fortress. Could it be the Qinquan ring? A spark of intrigue ignited within Su Xian as he stepped forward to remove the Qinquan ring. With the lord's demise, the ring had become ownerless, allowing Su Xian to effortlessly refine it and glimpse the treasures it contained. First and foremost were substantial riches. The Blackheart Fortress had existed for over a decade in the vicinity of the Blood Sacrifice Mountains, pillaging an innumerable amount of martial artists who dared to traverse its treacherous paths, while frequently raiding surrounding villages and towns. Naturally, a considerable fortune had accumulated, predominantly in the hands of the fortress lord. Yet, Su Xian felt no interest in these riches. His curiosity lay with items that could aid in martial cultivation. Within the Qinquan ring, he discovered a plethora of medicinal pills and rare treasures, alongside numerous tomes of techniques and manuals, clearly amassed by the lord over the years. Regrettably, the quality of these items was rather mediocre, lacking any treasures of significant value that might truly captivate Su Xian. Upon returning to the Tianyan Palace, he mused. He could bring these items to the treasure pavilion, where they might yield some fire points in exchange. With that thought, he continued to explore the dark fortress, searching for any remaining bandits who had evaded his wrath and were still hiding within, yet he found nothing after a thorough sweep. After an hour, Su Xian finally exited the dark fortress. As for the bandits in Wuxin Fortress, regardless of whether they were on the list, only a few managed to escape in the end, while the majority were mercilessly slaughtered. The women who had been abducted were rescued and returned. That old hag was simply repulsive. After leaving the dark fortress, Su Xian's expression was exceedingly peculiar. Just moments ago, while searching for any bandits that might have slipped through the cracks within the fortress, he passed by the residence of the Wuxin Fortress Lord and was taken aback to see dozens of rather fair-skinned men, clad in revealing attire and adorned in an ostentatious manner, loitering inside. Some were even reclining on the beds. The shock of that scene was beyond words to describe. Su Xian was utterly horrified. After a considerable amount of time, he gradually regained his composure and subsequently opened the third mission scroll. Mission background: the Blood Sacrifice Mountains, stretching for thousands of miles, serve as a paradise for demonic beasts. Deep within the mountains, there are countless demonic beasts comparable to formidable beings of the void-breaking realm. Mission content: venture into the depths of the Blood Sacrifice Mountains and slay 10 fourth-tier high-level demonic beasts, bringing back their corpses as proof. Mission reward: 10,000 fire points. Su Xian furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the content of this third-phase mission. It was demanding him to hunt down fourth-tier high-level demonic beasts in the Blood Sacrifice Mountains, and to do so in one go by slaying 10 of them? Tianyan Palace was indeed ruthless. Su Xian cursed inwardly. Just like human warriors, demonic beasts are categorized by their strength. First-tier demonic beasts, comparable to human bone fusion realm. Second-tier demonic beasts, comparable to true martial realm. Third-tier demonic beasts, comparable to sea transformation realm. The fourth-tier demon beasts are comparable to the void-breaking realm. In the realm of humanity, the void-breaking realm is categorized into 4 stages: early, middle, late, and peak. Similarly, fourth-tier demon beasts are distinguished by low, medium, high, and peak levels. High-ranking fourth-tier demon beasts are comparable to late-stage human practitioners of the void-breaking realm. However, even within the same tier, the robust physique of demon beasts vastly surpasses that of their human counterparts, rendering them more formidable and challenging to slay. Moreover, the Blood Sacrifice Mountains serve as a paradise for these beasts. In the depths of these mountains, a careless stir may attract a multitude of demon beasts simultaneously. It is important to note that the deeper regions of the Blood Sacrifice Mountains are home to many peak 4th-tier demon beasts, and even legendary 5th-tier demon beasts, which are said to rival human practitioners in the Nirvana realm. Should one inadvertently encounter a peak 4th-tier demon beast, or, by a stroke of misfortune, a 5th-tier beast, the consequences could be dire. This third-stage task is considerably more arduous than the previous 2. Su Xian sighed softly, relieved that there was no time constraint for this task. He need not rush and could take his time to hunt down the demon beasts within the Blood Sacrifice Mountains. Taking a deep breath, Su Xian ventured alone into the heart of the Blood Sacrifice Mountains. Under the searing summer sun, the earth was baked. Su Xian walked alone through the dense forest. The expanse of the blood sacrifice mountains was indeed vast, fortunately. He had obtained a relatively detailed map from the bandits he had slain at Wu Xian Fortress. Following the guidance of the map, Su Xian proceeded slowly into the depths of the blood sacrifice mountains. Along the journey, he encountered numerous demonic beasts. Those he could evade, he did, while he directly struck down those he could not escape. During his travels, Su Xian also crossed paths with several human martial artists. This was a group consisting of 6 or 7 individuals, none of whom possessed particularly high cultivation levels, all merely at the sea transformation stage, with only one reaching the peak of that realm. Such a contingent dared only to venture on the periphery of the blood sacrifice mountain range, never daring to delve deeper. Upon seeing Su Xian, the members of this group displayed evident wariness, clearly aware that within the chaotic expanse of the blood sacrifice mountain range, even fellow humans could resort to violence for their own gain. Disregarding the human group, Su Xian pressed onward. 3 days later, he arrived at a vast thicket. According to the map, he was nearing the heart of the blood sacrifice mountain range. Examining the map in his hand, he noted that he had been following the most expedient route over the past 3 days, maintaining a swift pace throughout. Suddenly, a frown creased Su Xian's brow. A flash of purple light erupted from a nearby thicket with astonishing speed. Su Xian slightly shifted his body, narrowly avoiding the purple beam, and in that fleeting moment, 2 fingers emitted a sword-like radiance, swiftly dispatching the source of the purple light. Upon falling to the ground, the purple light revealed itself to be a rodent-like demonic beast. Standing half a meter tall, its fur gleaming in a vibrant shade of purple. The rodent-like demon beast possessed 2 extraordinarily large and razor-sharp teeth. It had just concealed itself within the underbrush, seizing the opportunity to lunge at Su Xian's head. Should it succeed in its attack, Su Xian's skull would likely be shattered. Indeed, the blood sacrifice mountains are rife with peril. A moment's inattention could lead to a sudden assault from a demon beast emerging from seemingly inconspicuous places. Gazing at the lifeless form of the rodent beast beneath his feet, Su Xian surmised that the creature had exhibited an explosive speed, indicative of a peak 3rd-tier demon beast, comparable to a human at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. As he ventured further, the strength of the encountered beast would only escalate. Presently, even the most casual encounter with a demon beast revealed a 3rd-tier peak level, and he feared that advancing a little further would lead him to confront 4th-tier beasts, formidable enough to rival human experts in the void-shattering realm. Muttering to himself, Su Xian proceeded cautiously ahead. Earlier, on the periphery of the blood sacrifice mountains, he had navigated with relative ease and rapidity, as the beasts in that region posed little threat due to their weaker capabilities. However, as he delved deeper, the beasts grew increasingly formidable, particularly in areas densely populated with 4th-tier creatures. Even Su Xian, seasoned as he was, had to tread carefully, not daring to be complacent in the slightest. With his sword drawn, Su Xian advanced with utmost caution, seeking his mission target. Nearly half a day later, he discovered a beast that met his requirements. It was a robust creature, a giant bear standing over 3 meters tall. Its body cloaked in a layer of black crystalline substance resembling iron armor, appearing as though it were a small mountain. Through the keen perception of his breath, Su Xian discerned that the colossal bear had attained the rank of a 4th-tier high-level beast. This formidable creature was undoubtedly the sovereign of this territory, for within a radius of several thousand meters, it reigned supreme without the presence of any other beasts. Su Xian's gaze turned frosty as he fixated on the bear, towering like a small mountain at the edge of his vision. In the next instant, he launched his attack. With a swift motion, a chilling sword light erupted. As Su Xian initially attempted a stealthy strike, aiming to sever the bear's head from behind. However, the bear's reflexes were remarkably swift upon sensing the anomaly behind it. It immediately pivoted and retaliated with a powerful swipe. The resounding clap echoed as the sword light was effortlessly dispersed, leaving Su Xian's arm tingling and forcing him to retreat hastily. Such immense strength, though merely a 4th-tier high-level beast. That single swipe possessed power that could rival a peak human warrior. Su Xian marveled at the disparity, fully aware that the physical advantages of beasts far surpassed those of human combatants. In terms of strength and defense, beasts of the same rank nearly obliterated their human counterparts. Yet, humans possess their own unique advantages: skill, shadow duplication, bloodletting, remnant dreams. In an instant, Su Xian's swordsmanship erupted forth. A flurry of sword shadows, infused with profound sword intent, surged towards the bear in a relentless assault. Despite the bear's formidable strength, its clumsy and singular attack methods rendered it little more than a living target. Utterly at the mercy of Su Xian's exquisite swordplay, which toyed with and ravaged the beast. Yet despite this, Su Xian still spent a considerable amount of time before finally vanquishing the colossal bear demon beast. Chapter 77. Sacrifice. This creature was exceedingly difficult to slay. Su Xian gazed upon the lifeless body of the giant bear demon beast beneath his feet, a bitter smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The beast possessed formidable physical defenses, especially its bones, which were exceedingly hard to bring it down. Su Xian not only unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks for an extended duration, exhausting a significant amount of spiritual energy, but he also rendered one of his swords utterly useless in the process. Once this mission was completed and he returned to the Tian'an Palace, he was determined to exchange for a superior weapon at the treasure pavilion. As he looked at the blade in his hand, which had also begun to show signs of wear, he couldn't help but ponder. The treasure pavilion housed an endless array of treasures, including various powerful and high-grade weapons, which could even enhance the wielder's strength to a certain degree. Previously, Su Xian had only wielded ordinary longswords, which offered little in terms of boosting his capabilities, merely serving as convenient tools. With a fine weapon in hand, he would have found it far less arduous to slay the giant bear demon beast. After dispatching the creature, Su Xian stowed its corpse within his Qiankuan ring and sought a place to rest for a while, recuperating his spiritual energy before continuing his quest to hunt the second demon beast. The blood sacrifice mountain range was vast and fraught with peril. Although numerous martial artists traversed its expanse, most remained in the outer regions, with very few daring to venture into its depths. In the depths of the blood sacrifice mountains, Su Xian traversed the rugged terrain, diligently seeking beasts that met his mission's requirements for hunting. Time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. Still, he remained within the heart of the blood sacrifice mountains. At the base of a towering mountain, there lay a concealed entrance, so well hidden that even the most observant passerby would struggle to perceive its existence. This secret door was further protected by a unique array. Without an understanding of the intricacies of the formation, even if someone were to discover its presence, they would remain incapable of opening it. Suddenly, 3 figures descended upon the foot of the mountain, arriving before the hidden entrance. Cloaked in black robes that obscured their faces, they approached with utmost caution, carefully surveying their surroundings. Once they ascertained the absence of any onlookers, the leader began to activate the array. As the formation came to life, the secret door swung open, allowing the trio to step inside. Upon entering, they found themselves in a pitch-black corridor, nearly devoid of any light. Fortunately, this was not their first visit. Equipped with a flickering candle, they navigated the passageway, taking half a stick of incense's worth of time before reaching the cavern's core. Here, a relatively spacious clearing welcomed them, dominated by a towering altar at its center. Atop this altar stood an imposing statue, a magnificent figure measuring 3 to 4 meters tall. The statue's design was strikingly unique. It boasted 3 heads and 9 eyes, each adorned with a vivid crimson crown. The upper body retained a human form, while the lower half transformed into a monstrous serpentine tail. The overall visage of the statue emanated an aura of profound terror. The 3 individuals who have arrived at the altar have now discarded their dark robes, revealing their true appearances. Standing in the back is an aged, one-eyed man alongside a somewhat puffy-faced middle-aged woman. The aura emanating from these 2 is palpably formidable, unmistakably reaching the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm. In front of them stands a captivating young man, seemingly not yet 30. Though his strength does not match that of the 2 behind him, it is evident that he holds a position of command among the trio. Ascending the steps, they approach the altar, standing before a grotesque and fearsome statue. The altar is devoid of any decorative items, save for a bottomless, desolate well. Upon sighting this well, the young man's eyes shimmer with excitement and fervor. Approaching the well, he adeptly pierces his fingertip, allowing drops of crimson blood to fall into its depths. As the blood descends, a surge of sanguine light radiates from the bottom of the well, and in an instant, an endless mist of blood erupts forth. As if a blood red eye has awakened at the well's base, casting a crimson glow across the entire altar. The air becomes thick with the pungent scent of blood, permeating the space. Witnessing this, the young man's excitement intensifies. "Let us begin," he exclaims, suppressing his inner thrill. He starts to retrieve various items from his cosmos ring, casting them into the blood-mist-laden well before him. The items he produces are numerous and diverse. Like a collection of unique elixirs radiating distinct fragrances, the young man, with an air of dark charm, carelessly cast aside hundreds of these precious pills. Alongside them were rare treasures of heaven and earth, a myriad of exotic fruits, spiritual herbs, and divine medicines, many of which are exceedingly rare and immensely valuable within the Tian'an Empire. Subsequently, the alluring youth produced numerous corpses of mystical beasts, along with their flesh, and even some skeletal remains of those long deceased, in considerable quantity. At last, he unveiled a collection of human hearts, preserved in a peculiar manner, still faintly pulsating. Indeed, they were human hearts, over a dozen in total, which he similarly cast into the desolate well, behind the charming youth. The one-eyed elder and the middle-aged woman maintained a relatively calm demeanor upon witnessing the elixirs and treasures he presented. However, their expressions shifted to one of unease upon seeing the final offering of human hearts. They were acutely aware that while the earlier items were relatively easy to gather, those last 10 hearts had demanded a significant investment of time and effort to procure. This sacrificial rite had been meticulously prepared by the young master over the span of 2 years, leaving them to ponder whether the outcome would meet his expectations. As the enchanting youth concluded the ritual by discarding all the prepared items into the barren well, a brief tranquility enveloped the scene. Soon after, ominous blood clouds surged forth once more, and from the depths of the well, 2 vividly crimson fruits, exuding an irresistibly alluring aura, began to ascend. They were the sacred fruits. The one-eyed elder and the middle-aged woman exchanged heated glances, both captivated by the sight of 2 sacred fruits. The alluring young man could not contain his elation. It was worth the immense effort and cost I expended over the past 2 years, he exclaimed joyfully, quickly grasping the 2 crimson fruits in his hands. Although the elder and the woman were equally envious, they dared not entertain any ulterior motives. This was due, firstly, to the young man's formidable background, and secondly, to the significant price one must pay for these sacred fruits, which left them both apprehensive. However, the young man was unconcerned with their trepidation. After acquiring the 2 crimson fruits, he immediately consumed one on the altar. As he did so, his aura surged with a visibly frenetic energy, escalating with remarkable rapidity. Despite being merely at the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm, he soon found himself forcefully elevated to the late stage. The one-eyed elder and the middle-aged woman, witnessing this transformation from behind, could not help but marvel at the phenomenon. It was astonishing. What had been merely a mid-stage adept had, through the consumption of a single fruit, achieved a breakthrough to the late stage of the void-breaking realm. The swiftness of such power was bewildering. As the young man reveled in his newfound strength, still clutching the other fruit in his hand, he thought to himself, "There is no need to rush. I have just leveraged the sacred fruit to break through. I must first return and consolidate my power. Perhaps after some time, once my foundation is solidified, I can consume the second fruit, and who knows, I might even ascend to the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm." With a firm grip, he envisioned the apex of his potential. Within the Tianyan dynasty, aside from the exalted Nirvana realm powerhouses, those at the pinnacle of the void-breaking stage represent the utmost echelon of existence. For an ordinary individual, even if meticulously nurtured by formidable factions and endowed with extraordinary talent, ascending to the void-breaking pinnacle typically demands a considerable span of time, often only achievable in their 30s or 40s. Yet, he, at merely 26 years of age, is already on the cusp of this esteemed realm. What is talent? Within the Tianyan dynasty, is there any genius who can even remotely compare to a fraction of my prowess? The enigmatic youth scoffed. Soon, the trio departed from the altar, traversing the blood sacrifice mountains. The laughter of the enigmatic youth reverberated through the heavens and the earth as he floated in the air, soaring forward, brandishing a long sword that relentlessly cleaved through the verdant forests below. Bang, bang, bang. Trees fell in succession, and the ground was ruthlessly torn apart, with various beasts dwelling within the woods meeting their demise beneath the blade of this charmingly sinister youth. He charged forth, wantonly indulging in a frenzied slaughter. The middle-aged woman trailing closely behind frowned upon witnessing this, thinking to herself, "Old Dew, we are indeed within the blood sacrifice mountains. Will the young master's actions lead to?" "Do not fret," the one-eyed elder interjected, waving his hand dismissively. "Though we are deep within the blood sacrifice mountains, we are not at its core. Beasts of the 4th tier, comparable to the pinnacle of the void-breaking stage, are exceedingly rare here, and 5th-tier beasts are non-existent. With you and I as guardians, there is little danger. Let the young master vent his frustrations." The one-eyed elder was acutely aware that the sacred fruit obtained through sacrifice could significantly enhance a person's cultivation. However, the price to pay was the gradual distortion of humanity, leading to an increasingly frenzied state. He had been by the side of this young master for over a decade, witnessing firsthand the transformation of this once gentlemanly youth into a twisted, deranged individual, akin to a wild beast. Each time after consuming the sacred fruit from the sacrifices, he had to undergo a prolonged period of catharsis to barely suppress his beastly nature, otherwise, he would succumb to complete madness. The charismatic young man unleashed his fury in the forest for a considerable time before gradually calming down. "Young master," the one-eyed elder approached, saying, "It is getting late. We should return." "Indeed," the charismatic youth nodded. The 3 of them then swiftly made their way towards the outskirts of the blood sacrifice mountain range. However, they had not ventured far when bang, A violent rumble erupted from the nearby woods, accompanied by the sound of numerous trees crashing down, instantly capturing the trio's attention. Is someone there? The charismatic youth's eyes brightened. Being deep within the blood-sacrifice mountain range, anyone daring to intrude here would likely possess formidable strength. Let us investigate. He promptly changed direction, heading towards the source of the sound. The one-eyed elder exchanged a glance with the middle-aged woman, and they immediately followed suit. Chapter 78. The insult of excessive oppression within the forest. Su Xian was engaged in a fierce battle with a monstrous beast. This creature was a colossal wolf, its fur a striking red hue. The demon wolf, with remarkable speed and formidable attacking techniques, unleashed its razor-sharp claws, glinting ominously as it lunged repeatedly. Su Xian was compelled to exert his utmost in swordsmanship to counter its assaults. However, Su Xian's mastery was unparalleled. Having comprehended the essence of seven-sword intents, he executed the flying blood sword technique, surpassing the wolf in swiftness. As the clashes ensued, the demon wolf was thoroughly subdued. Seizing a moment of opportunity, Su Xian unleashed a strike, employing the remnant dream technique from the flying blood swordsmanship. This strike was akin to a phantom, eerily elusive, and it left a terrifying gash upon the demon wolf's form. Realizing the peril, the wolf attempted to flee. Attempting to escape, Su Xian smiled. Having lingered in the depths of the blood-sacrifice mountains for over 10 days, engaging with numerous demon beasts, he understood that these creatures possessed considerable intelligence. Upon recognizing their disadvantage, they would flee. Thus he had long been prepared. With a swift motion, Su Xian pursued, shadows of his swords enveloping the wolf. The creature struggled desperately for a moment, yet ultimately succumbed to Su Xian's blade. This marked the 9th kill. A smile graced Su Xian's face. Throughout these 10 days, he had encountered and battled no less than 24th-tier high-level demon beasts in the depths of these mountains. Many of these beasts were exceedingly difficult to slay and would evade when realizing their inferiority, thus, including this demon wolf. He had only managed to defeat 9 4th-tier high-level beasts thus far, with but one final beast remaining to fulfill his task. He reflected on the strength of this demon wolf, which was indeed superior to the first beast he had encountered, the giant bear demon, yet slaying it had proven far less arduous. Su Xian mused. Though they are all 4th-tier high-level demonic beasts, their strengths vary significantly, and their unique abilities differ as well. For instance, the first 4th-tier high-level beast he encountered was a formidable giant bear, whose tough hide and robust physique caused him to expend considerable effort and nearly 2 swords worth of energy before he finally succeeded in slaying it. In contrast, the demonic wolf he has just vanquished excels in speed, with its defensive capabilities being relatively weak, making it considerably easier for Su Xian to eliminate. Su Xian intended to place the wolf's carcass into his spatial ring when suddenly, he looked up at the void beside him. Sensing the approach of someone who was traversing the air, any adept at the void-breaking realm can walk upon the air, which is not particularly surprising. However, it is essential to note that this is the depths of the blood-sacrifice mountain range, an area teeming with numerous demonic beasts, presenting peril at every turn. To dare tread openly in such a place reflects an absolute confidence in one's strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures descended before Su Xian. The subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from them immediately revealed their cultivation levels to him. One was at the late stage of the void-breaking realm, while the other 2 were at the peak stage. Su Xian's heart surged with alarm. Such formidable strength explained their audacity to roam the depths of the blood-sacrifice mountain range. What brings you 3 here? Su Xian inquired, his demeanor tinged with vigilance as he scrutinized the trio. Meanwhile, the 3 approaching figures, a captivating young man and his companions, appeared rather astonished. They happened to pass nearby and, hearing the commotion, rushed over. During their approach, they continually perceived the formidable sounds of battle between Su Xian and the beast. From the intensity of this commotion, they surmised that the individual engaged in combat with the beast possessed considerable strength. However, upon arriving at the battlefield, they were astonished to find merely a figure at the ocean transformation stage. Beside this person lay the lifeless body of a recently slain beast, unmistakably a high-tier 4th-grade monster based on its aura. A being at the ocean transformation stage had decisively killed a high-tier 4th-grade beast? The one-eyed elder exclaimed in disbelief. A high-tier 4th-grade beast is comparable to a late-stage void-breaking expert, and a peak ocean transformation cultivator is at least 3 tiers below. Even among the renowned factions and the meticulously nurtured prodigies of prominent families, it would be inconceivable for someone to so effortlessly bridge 3 tiers to slay an enemy. The only individuals capable of such a feat within the entire Tianyan dynasty would be the disciples of the Tianyan Palace, often referred to as the Genius Concentration Camp. Even among them, only the most exceptional and outstanding, the rare super geniuses who appear once in several decades or even a century, could achieve this. The one-eyed elder understood well the sheer improbability of a peak ocean transformation cultivator overcoming 3 tiers to slay a high-tier 4th-grade beast, which rivals a late-stage void-breaking expert. Young master. The one-eyed elder stepped forward and whispered something into the ear of the alluring youth. Upon hearing the elder's words, the youth's smile grew ever more pronounced. Disciples of the Tianyan Palace, is it? Moreover, possessing the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea realm and capable of slaying a 4th-tier advanced beast, such an extraordinary prodigy. Should he be eliminated and his heart offered as a sacrifice, it is conceivable that just the heart of such an individual would be worth a sacred fruit. The sinisterly charming youth fixated on Su Xian ahead, his gaze imbued with an unsettling fervor. The strength and innate talent of the heart's original owner directly correlate to the potency of the sacrifice. The mere thought of obtaining the heart of a genius like Su Xian, who could vanquish foes across 3 tiers, sent waves of excitement through the sinister youth. Under the intense scrutiny of the sinister youth, Su Xian felt a prickling unease. What is the matter with these 3? Why do they regard me as a famished beast views its prey? Furrowing his brow, a foreboding sensation settled within him. Your prowess, though merely at the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea, is commendable for being capable of slaying such a beast single-handedly, the sinister youth remarked with a sudden smile. It is rare to encounter a prodigy of your caliber. I wish to forge a friendship with you. Might you be amenable to this? With a hint of enthusiasm, the sinister youth approached Su Xian, appearing genuinely eager to establish a connection. However, Su Xian remained vigilant, instinctively stepping back as the trio advanced. Gentlemen, I must ask you to halt. Haha, we merely wish to befriend you. Why the trepidation? The sinister youth chuckled, continuing his approach. Flee. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xian stored the corpse of the demon wolf in his spatial ring and immediately unleashed his utmost speed, retreating with fervor. Can you escape? Upon witnessing Su Xian's flight, the 3 sinister youths shed any pretense and pursued him relentlessly. Their swiftness was remarkable, especially that of the 2 peak void-breaking experts, whose burst of spiritual energy propelled them forward with a speed that surpassed even Su Xian's, despite initially being at a distance. Their rapid acceleration closed the gap in an instant. Boom! The one-eyed elder swung his staff with fury from behind, unleashing a shadow of immense power that caused Su Xian's countenance to shift dramatically. He deftly maneuvered to evade the trajectory of the impending strike. Thud! The staff struck the trees in the forest ahead, resulting in a resounding crash as a multitude of trees splintered and collapsed. Although Su Xian narrowly avoided the blow, he was soon cornered by the one-eyed elder and the middle-aged woman. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures flanked him, trapping Su Xian in the center, while the leader, a charming yet sinister youth of late void-breaking cultivation, hovered above with an air of superiority. Su Xian's expression was exceedingly grim. The 3 of them should be strangers to him, with no enmity between them, if their motives were merely to claim the corpse of the recently slain beast. The beast's body lay before them, they were welcome to take it. Su Xian gestured, retrieving the corpse of the demon wolf he had previously stored in his spatial ring. He found himself in a precarious situation. If it were only the one-eyed elder, despite the elder's formidable peak void-breaking prowess, Su Xian felt no fear. In a one-on-one confrontation, unleashing the full strength of his bloodline, while he could not guarantee victory, the elder would find it difficult to contend with him. However, the adversaries number 3 in total. The strength of the middle-aged woman is not significantly inferior to that of the one-eyed elder. And the sinister youth hovering in the void cast a menacing gaze. United, these 3 pose a formidable threat that leaves Su Xian feeling uncertain about his ability to contend with them. As the sinister youth scoffs derisively from above, he declares, "Rather than this beast's corpse, I find myself far more intrigued by the prospect of your demise. What do you propose we do?" Su Xian's expression darkens, and he inwardly curses, perplexed by the motives of these 3 individuals. Despite their lack of prior acquaintance, he had willingly surrendered the recently acquired beast's corpse. Yet they remain relentless in their pursuit to end his life. Is there something amiss? In Su Xian's perspective, encounters within the blood sacrifice mountains typically revolve around the competition for beast corpses, driven by mutual interests. Having relinquished the beast body, he assumed there would be no further conflict, and that they would allow him to depart unscathed. Yet the reality is stark. Their intent to kill him is unmistakable, and he is left bewildered by their reasoning. Esteemed sirs, do not overstep your bounds. Su Xian's gaze hardens, and he flips his hand to reveal his identity token, declaring, "I am a disciple of the Tianyan Palace. Surely you are aware of the repercussions that follow any aggression towards a Tianyan Palace disciple within the Tianyan dynasty?" Su Xian's demeanor has shifted considerably. Yet, upon witnessing the token, the trio's smiles only widen revealing their delight at encountering a disciple of the Tianyan Palace. The one-eyed elder let out a chilling laugh. Were this to occur elsewhere, your identity token might indeed deter us from taking action. However, in the blood sacrifice mountains, this realm of beasts, who would suspect that a disciple of the heavenly flame palace perished here at our hands? Su Xian's expression darkened. He was acutely aware that within the blood sacrifice mountains, his status as a disciple of the heavenly flame palace bore little weight in intimidating his adversaries. He merely presented it as a test. Strike him down swiftly, cease your hesitating. The enchanting youth in the void spoke with palpable impatience. Eager to claim the heart of this extraordinary talent, Su Xian. Let us all attack, commanded the one-eyed elder, and in an instant, both he and the middle-aged woman launched their assault. Boom, boom. The one-eyed elder exuded an overwhelming aura as he wielded his staff, delivering blow after blow. Each strike generating a tempestuous shadow of his weapon, radiating immense power. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman brandished a pitch-black spear, thrusting fiercely from the opposite side. Aiming directly for Su Xian's head, both adversaries unleashed their utmost strength and lethal techniques, targeting Su Xian's vitals, clearly intent on his annihilation. Su Xian, employing his swordsmanship, exerted every ounce of his strength to fend off their relentless onslaught. Yet, within his heart, a tempest of fury brewed, to be mercilessly besieged without cause. What was most infuriating was the unwavering resolve of his assailants, who seemed intent on ending his life without justification. Enough! You three have crossed the line. A thunderous roar erupted, resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. In Su Xian's eyes, an infinite fury surged, and in the next moment, the profound power of his bloodline, hidden within the depths of his being, began to ignite at an astonishing rate. The forbidden technique. Divine annihilation. Instantly, the aura emanating from Su Xian surged drastically. Chapter 79. A cornered rabbit will bite. The divine annihilation technique had always been Su Xian's ultimate trump card. A move fraught with peril that he would never resort to unless absolutely necessary. Yet, the current situation left him no choice. As the bloodline power burned fervently, Su Xian's cultivation level ascended with terrifying speed. Previously at the minor completion of the C transformation stage, invoking the divine annihilation technique propelled him directly to the threshold of the void-breaking realm, a leap of nearly 4 levels. However, perhaps due to the vast disparities between each level of the void-breaking realm, now, at the pinnacle of C transformation, invoking the forbidden technique only elevated his cultivation to the peak of the mid-void-breaking stage, nearing the late stage. Although the leap in cultivation was not as significant as before, it was still extraordinarily remarkable. With a mid-void-breaking stage cultivation, close to the late stage, combined with the bloodline inheritance techniques and the enhancement of his bloodline power, the force Su Xian unleashed surpassed that of an ordinary peak void-breaking practitioner. Coupled with his mastery of swordsmanship and comprehension of sword intent. 3 rascals. Su Xian's eyes blazed with uncontainable wrath as he fixed his gaze upon the 3 individuals before him. I have no grudges against you. I even made concessions initially. Yet you still choose to be aggressive. Do you truly believe that my silence equates to weakness? Together, you shall meet your demise. Su Xian unleashed his full power. A cornered rabbit will bite back. The 3 individuals were evidently forced to provoke the true wrath of Su Xian. The previously frenzied assault on him by the one-eyed elder and the middle-aged woman had momentarily halted as they sensed a profound change in Su Xian's aura. His cultivation had surged from the peak of the C transformation to the mid-stage of void-breaking. What could possibly account for this? Both the one-eyed elder and the woman were engulfed in confusion. Yet, the sword in Su Xian's hand had already descended. Layers upon layers of sword shadows converged into a singular strike, embodying overwhelming power. Su Xian unleashed the formidable technique of the flying bloodsword art. Specifically the layered shadow strike that suppressed his opponent's might. As the sword shadows approached, the one-eyed elder and the middle-aged woman instinctively attempted to defend themselves. With the elder raising his long staff in a defensive maneuver, a thunderous clash ensued. The one-eyed elder's expression shifted dramatically as the terrifying force reverberated, rendering him incapable of maintaining his grip on the staff, which flew from his grasp. The middle-aged woman, in stark contrast, spewed blood from her mouth and collapsed to her knees, cleaved by the long sword. How could this be? The one-eyed elder was engulfed in disbelief. Yet before he could process the situation, a dazzling beam of sword light, akin to a fleeting blossom, swept past him and the middle-aged woman. Their eyes were wide with terror, yet their bodies succumbed to the ground, lifeless, in the span of a mere encounter. From the moment Su Xian enacted the divine annihilation technique, he had delivered only 2 strikes, but the 2 peak void breakers had already perished beneath his blade. After dispatching both adversaries, Su Xian's icy gaze fixated once more upon the alluring young man hovering above, who remained aloof and superior. A sense of foreboding washed over him. At this moment, The enigmatic youth's expression changed drastically. He was acutely aware of the prowess of his two guardians, under normal circumstances. Unless confronted by a Nirvana realm powerhouse or exceptionally formidable individuals at the pinnacle of the void-breaking stage, he felt invulnerable. However, he never anticipated that his two guardians could be slain so effortlessly by someone at the peak of the sea transformation stage. In a mere encounter, they were dispatched without even a hint of struggle or resistance. Flee. Despite the distortion of his mind and a touch of madness, the enigmatic youth was not foolish. Sensing impending doom, he immediately sought to escape. Yet, Su Xian, whose cultivation had ascended to the mid-stage of void breaking, swiftly took to the air in pursuit, his speed evidently surpassing that of the youth. As the distance between them rapidly diminished, the youth, gripped by terror, frantically swung his sword backward. Swish, swish, swish. Although Su Xian casually parried the onslaught of sword shadows, the essence of the sword intent contained within astonished him. It harbored the essence of 6 distinct sword intents. Su Xian was taken aback. This enigmatic youth was indeed a prodigy who had comprehended 6 types of sword essence. It is worth noting that even among the elder generation of talented disciples within the Tianyan Palace, most had only grasped 5 to 6 forms of intent, with the slightly more formidable individuals achieving mastery over 7 or more. Su Xian himself had only comprehended 7. Yet here stood this enigmatic youth, seemingly not much older than him, who had already grasped 6 types of sword essence, undeniably a true genius. One who might very well be deemed worthy of joining the Tianyan Palace. Not quite. Su Xian's gaze suddenly sharpened. He discerned that the enchanting youth's sword strikes indeed contained the essence of 6 sword intents. However, the power emanating from these 6 sword intents was rather mediocre, akin to the prowess of someone who had only comprehended 4. How could one grasp the essence of 6 sword intents, yet only manifest the strength of 4? Su Xian's expression grew peculiarly contemplative. He had already approached the enchanting youth, mere inches apart. Yet, at that moment, the youth's visage abruptly contorted, and a surge of dense blood energy erupted violently from him. His eyes, along with the entirety of his skin, turned a vivid crimson, resembling a blood-soaked azure. The aura of spiritual power surrounding him escalated from the late stage of void breaking to its pinnacle. Could he really employ a secret technique to temporarily elevate his cultivation? Su Xian was taken aback. After this surge of power, the enchanting youth unexpectedly turned and lunged directly at Su Xian, his long sword sweeping forth with a torrent of blood-red light. However, in Su Xian's eyes, the might of this swordsmanship still appeared rather ordinary. Despite having reached the pinnacle of void breaking, the explosiveness of his power seemed only marginally superior to that of the late stage. A pinnacle cultivator of void breaking, yet capable of unleashing only the strength of the late stage? Having comprehended 6 sword intents, he could at best exhibit the level of merely 4. Worthless. Su Xian dismissed him with disdain, executing a fierce strike with the shadow blade. Clang. The clash of 2 sword shadows resulted in a sudden diminishment of the sinister youth's aura, causing his form to plummet to the ground like a meteorite. With a resounding thud, the earth was immediately dented, creating a crater. Su Xian arrived at the edge of this pit, coldly gazing down at the beleaguered youth. Spare me. Please spare me. The sinister youth trembled, his countenance awash with unprecedented terror as he implored. My father is the lord of Chishui Island. If you kill me, he will surely find out. However, before the sinister youth could finish his plea, a frigid beam of sword light pierced through his throat. Spare your life? What a jest. Su Xian remarked with a frigid glare, unable to suppress a derisive chuckle. Despite previously refraining from revealing his trump cards and even offering the corpse of a demonic beast as a concession, he found himself betrayed by the sinister youth and his companions, who had sought to take his life. As for the youth's father, the so-called lord of Chishui Island, Su Xian himself was a disciple of the Tianyan Palace. Hadn't the sinister youth just sought to kill him? After vanquishing the trio, Su Xian obtained a Qiankuan ring from the fallen youth. Yet, before he could examine its contents, a wave of dizziness swept over him, accompanied by a profound sense of weakness and helplessness. Damn it, how unfortunate. Su Xian gritted his teeth. Indeed, it was rather unfortunate. He had been navigating the depths of the blood sacrifice mountains with great success, having already hunted 9 out of the 10 4th-tier high demonic beasts required for his third phase task. He was on the verge of completing his mission and leaving this place. Who could have anticipated that he would encounter this sinister youth and his companions, who inexplicably sought his life, without any animosity or reason? The intent was simply to take his life, ultimately forcing him to employ the divine annihilation forbidden technique, resulting in the demise of the 3 assailants. However, the activation of this technique comes with its own repercussions. Fortunately, the time taken to eliminate these 3 was brief, mitigating the adverse effects. This weakness should not endure for long. Nonetheless, One must remember that this is the depths of the Blood Sacrifice Mountains. Su Xian surveyed his surroundings. In the heart of the Blood Sacrifice Mountains, there is an abundance of demon beasts fraught with peril. Having just executed the divine annihilation, he was in a state of utmost vulnerability, devoid of combat strength. Should he encounter a demon beast along the way, even a mere middle or high-tier 4th-grade beast could very well spell his doom. Thankfully, fortune smiled upon Su Xian, as he discovered a secluded and relatively safe hiding spot nearby. By nightfall, his condition had improved significantly, and he had regained a measure of combat capability. As the night unfolded beneath the luminous moon, the Blood Sacrifice Mountains were relatively tranquil, disturbed only by the occasional roar of a demon beast, concealed within a quiet cave. Su Xian's thoughts lingered on the encounters of the day with the 3 enigmatic youths. Those 3 were indeed peculiar. Su Xian furrowed his brow in contemplation. It was undeniably strange. Typically, human martial artists would not resort to violence within the Blood Sacrifice Mountains unless there were pre-existing grudges or conflicts of interest, as such actions could easily attract formidable demon beasts, leading to significant trouble. Moreover, after revealing his identity as a disciple of the Heavenly Flame Palace, the unhesitating assault by the trio became even more baffling. Although killing oneself within the Blood Sacrifice Mountain range would render it exceedingly difficult for even the Tianyin Palace to ascertain the perpetrator, what if they were to discover the truth? The repercussions would be beyond what the 3 enigmatic youths could bear. Thus, the act of self-destruction inherently entails a degree of risk, with no entanglements of interest yet a palpable danger. One must ponder the motivations that compel these 3 to pursue such an end. Moreover, the extraordinary prowess exhibited by the charismatic youth left Su Xian perplexed. Despite having elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the void-breaking stage through arcane techniques, the force he unleashed was only marginally stronger than that of an average practitioner at the late stage of void-breaking. Furthermore, while he had comprehended the essence of 6-sword intents, he could only manifest the strength of 4. This was indeed perplexing. Shaking his head in contemplation, Su Xian suddenly remembered the Qianquan ring he had obtained from the charismatic youth. After acknowledging it as his own, he began to investigate its contents. Within the Qianquan ring, there was a sparse collection of items. Aside from a few garments, provisions, and a handful of manuals, not a single medicinal pill could be found. However, Su Xian soon stumbled upon a particularly unique treasure, a blood-red fruit. As he retrieved this strikingly vibrant fruit from the Qianquan ring, he placed it delicately in the palm of his hand. The blood-red fruit exuded an alluring fragrance, rich and intoxicating. It seemed to harbor a peculiar enchantment, captivating everything in its vicinity. Even Su Xian found himself irresistibly drawn to this fruit, a flicker of avarice igniting within his mind. The more he gazed upon it, the more he found this fruit enchanting and captivating, rendering him unable to restrain his desire to devour this crimson fruit in a single bite. In Chapter 80, titled A Substantial Reward, within the cave, Su Xian's expression abruptly shifted. He bit his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to lucidity. He promptly stowed the crimson fruit within his Qianquan ring, unwilling to cast another glance at it. What a terrifying temptation. At this moment, Su Xian felt a pang of trepidation deep within his heart. He had never anticipated that such a trivial fruit could harbor such immense allure, inciting within him a covetous yearning that he struggled to suppress. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if he were ensnared by a spell, perilously close to succumbing to the impulse to swallow the fruit whole. Fortunately, having endured 3 years of torment in the demon-sealing prison, his mind had been tempered far beyond that of his peers, allowing him to retain a flicker of rationality in that critical moment and withstand the temptation. What could this fruit be, and what is its origin that renders it so formidable? Su Xian was exceedingly curious. Yet his fascination did not embolden him to retrieve the fruit again, nor to truly consider consuming it. Such a peculiar fruit, with an allure so astonishing, left him pondering what purpose it might serve, and he could only speculate about the consequences of ingestion. He resolved to wait until he returned to the Tianyin Palace to have the fruit appraised at the treasure pavilion. Thus, for the next 3 days, Su Xian remained ensconced within the cave. Previously, he executed the divine annihilation forbidden technique to swiftly eliminate the 3 sinister youths in a remarkably brief span of time, still far from reaching his limits. Moreover, as his cultivation advanced, the burden that the forbidden technique imposed upon his body seemed to have diminished significantly compared to before. In just 3 days, he had fully regained his peak condition. Subsequently, he resumed his quest for prey within the Blood Sacrifice Mountains. It did not take long before he encountered a 4th-tier high-level demon beast. After expending some time, Su Xian succeeded in slaying the beast. Thus, he had completed the 3rd phase task of hunting down the required 10 4th-tier high-level demon beasts. Without lingering in the Blood Sacrifice Mountains any longer, he promptly returned. 5 days later, Su Xian arrived back at the Heavenly Flame Palace. He had returned. Upon re-entering the Heavenly Flame Palace, Su Xian was in high spirits. The challenges of this training mission, particularly the first and second phases, posed little difficulty for him. The third phase, however, was somewhat troublesome, especially since he encountered the 3 sinister youths along the way, which resulted in some unexpected complications. Nevertheless, overall, his mission went remarkably smoothly. Before the Moon Emperor, Su Xian approached respectfully and paid his respects. Upon seeing Su Xian, the Moon Emperor's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. Su Xian's training mission had been orchestrated by her, not only him, but also the 9 other prodigies who had entered the Heavenly Flame Palace alongside him had undertaken similar training tasks. However, aside from Su Xian, each of the 9 prodigies had already broken through to the void-shattering realm, and the difficulty of the missions assigned to all 10 of them was, in fact, quite comparable. The Lord of the Moon Palace had previously harbored concerns regarding Su Xian. Although he had been the foremost hunter and had made rapid progress within the Tianyin Palace, he had yet to transcend to the void-breaking realm. She pondered whether this trial would prove to be overly arduous for him. However, to her astonishment, Su Xian emerged as the first among the 10 prodigies accepting the trial to complete the task and return. In contrast, others like Xia Meng and Duan Yufeng, who had embarked on the same trial on the same day, had yet to make their appearance. Su Xian, please hand me your task scrolls. The Lord of the Moon Palace instructed. Su Xian complied, presenting the 3 task scrolls to her. She systematically unrolled each one. You performed exceptionally well in the first stage of the task, and you are entitled to the reward of 5,000 fire points, the Lord of the Moon Palace remarked. Su Xian could not help but smile, for the first stage had been the most effortless. The second stage required you to eradicate the Wuxing Fortress and eliminate a total of 28 targets, including the Fortress Lord. While you have indeed succeeded in destroying the Wuxing Fortress and slaying its lord, you ultimately only managed to eliminate 21 of the designated targets. The Lord of the Moon Palace regarded Su Xian intently. Though she had not witnessed the events firsthand, the Crimson Dragon Tower monitored the world, equipped with the most comprehensive intelligence system throughout the Tianyin dynasty. Following Su Xian's eradication of the Wuxing Fortress, the tower had meticulously gathered information on the number of formidable adversaries he had vanquished and relayed this intelligence to the Lord of the Moon Palace. In the second phase of the task, although it cannot be deemed fully completed, a significant portion has been accomplished. Most importantly, the Lord of Wuxing Fortress and the other 8 leaders have all been vanquished by you. Therefore, for this second phase, you shall be awarded 8,000 fire points, stated the master of the Du Palace. 8,000 fire points? Su Xian's eyes brightened. Given that the total reward for the second phase was merely 10,000 fire points, receiving 8,000 was already a source of great satisfaction for him. As for the third phase of the task, Su Xian, present the corpses of the beasts you have slain, the master of the Du Palace instructed. Without hesitation, Su Xian waved his hand, and immediately, the corpses of the beasts appeared beside him. These beastly remains had long since turned cold. Yet with the keen perception of the master of the Du Palace, it was evident from the lingering aura that these creatures had once been high-ranking 4th-tier beasts. Indeed, with 10 4th-tier beasts dispatched, the reward for this third phase task shall also be 10,000 fire points. Thus, the cumulative rewards for all 3 phases amount to a substantial 23,000 fire points. Now, present your identity token, the master of the Du Palace commanded. Su Xian promptly produced his identity token. With a swift motion of his hand, the master of the Du Palace infused Su Xian's token with a remarkable total of 23,000 fire points. 23,000 fire points. Su Xian could hardly contain his excitement. It is worth noting that previously, after laboriously securing first place in the hunt and entering the Tianyin Palace, he had only received an initial resource of 10,000 fire points. Yet now, from a single trial task, he had acquired an astonishing 23,000 points. Do not rejoice too prematurely. The esteemed Lord of the Imperial Moon glanced over, stating, the trial tasks have been specifically arranged by our Heavenly Flame Palace for you novice disciples, enabling you to acquire a substantial amount of fire points in a short duration. However, each disciple of the Heavenly Flame Palace is afforded this opportunity only once. Henceforth, it shall not be granted again. Therefore, you must conserve these fire points judiciously and apply them where they are most needed. Understood, Su Xian replied with a nod. Furthermore, the Lord of the Imperial Moon continued. Upon completion of the trial tasks, you will be able to visit the 100 Battles Hall to accept some routine tasks issued by our Heavenly Flame Palace. If time permits, do take a look. Indeed, Su Xian nodded once more. In the Heavenly Flame Palace, there are 3 avenues to obtain fire points. The first is through gambling battles. The second involves exchanging treasures at the treasure pavilion. The third, which is the most common method employed by the disciples of the Heavenly Flame Palace, is to undertake those routine tasks that yield fire point rewards. Very well, if there is nothing further, you may take your leave. With a casual wave of her hand, the Lord of the Imperial Moon dismissed him. Su Xian bowed respectfully before turning to depart. Following the completion of his task with the Lord of the Imperial Moon, Su Xian promptly made his way to the treasure pavilion. Inside the pavilion, a plethora of treasures awaited. Previously, he had found himself lacking sufficient fire points, rendering him unable to exchange for many coveted items. However, with 23,000 fire points now at his disposal, he could finally procure a multitude of treasures. The first item Su Xian chose to exchange for was the mid-length volume titled A Detailed Explanation of Sword and Tint, which required a full 10,000 fire points. The previous exchange contained a detailed analysis of the essence of the first to the 9th sword and tints. However, he has now comprehended 7 of these sword and tints. With the 8th currently under contemplation, it is likely that he will soon fully grasp all 9, at which point he will naturally require the detailed analysis of sword and tint in its middle volume. This particular volume encompasses an extensive exploration of 64 sword and tints, ranging from the 1st to the 3rd tier, and is of paramount importance to Su Xian. Subsequently, Su Xian exchanged for a scroll titled Sword Rain that significantly aids in the understanding of sword and tint. The Sword Rain scroll is an incredibly comprehensive piece of art, depicting a torrential downpour with 381 raindrops, each representing one of the 381 essences of sword and tint. Each raindrop encapsulates the evolution process of its respective sword and tint essence, much like the 9 stars depicted on the stone wall of the Star Palace. The raindrops in the scroll, while less intricate in their evolutionary depiction, are nevertheless exquisitely detailed, ensuring that future cultivation and comprehension remain unaffected. Su Xian had discovered the existence of the Sword Rain scroll early on in the treasure pavilion, during lectures by the Lord of the 9 Stars. He had also mentioned it, stating before all sword disciples of the Tianen Palace that any disciple seeking to understand swordsmanship, provided they had sufficient fire points, could exchange for a copy of the Sword Rain scroll, which would greatly aid in their exploration of sword and tint. Su Xian naturally took the Lord's words to heart. The scroll of Sword Rain holds immense value, as it encapsulates the essence of 381 sword and tints, allowing for profound contemplation up to the 3rd level and even the perfection of sword and tint. Su Xian expended a substantial 7,500 fire points for it. Subsequently, Su Xian sought to exchange for a sword that would suit his needs. Previously, during his battles against the formidable beasts in the Blood Sacrifice Mountains, he found that wielding ordinary weapons against their tough hides proved to be quite laborious. Within the treasure pavilion, there exists a plethora of weapons that significantly enhance one's strength and possess formidable power. Such weapons are referred to as secret treasures. Secret treasures are categorized into various tiers: low grade, high grade, top grade, and supreme treasures. The potency varies across these classifications. In the Tianyan dynasty, secret treasures are extraordinarily precious. Many void-breaking realm warriors, including those at the late stages and even the pinnacle of this realm, often lack such treasures. The 2 pinnacle void breakers slain by Su Xian in the Blood Sacrifice Mountains wielded rather ordinary weapons, rather than secret treasures. However, the treasure pavilion is replete with an abundance of secret treasures. Not only are there numerous low-grade and high-grade ones, but also some top-grade and supreme treasures, albeit at exorbitant prices. Having already expended a total of 17,500 fire points for the detailed analysis of sword and tint and the Sword Rain scroll, Su Xian found himself unable to afford a top-grade secret treasure, let alone a supreme one. Ultimately, he opted for a high-grade divine sword named Qingwu, which required 3,000 fire points for the exchange. Having just completed the task, Su Xian received 23,000 fire points, which he initially deemed considerable. However, after redeeming treasures, he found himself back at square one. With a wry smile, he realized that after exchanging all 3 treasures, he had less than 3,000 fire points remaining. This meager amount was insufficient even for a single comprehension session at the Star Palace. Fortunately, during his trials, he had garnered some additional gains. In the treasure pavilion, there existed a jade stone specifically for appraising treasures. Su Xian laid out all the valuables he had obtained from vanquished foes along his journey, placing them upon the jade stone for evaluation. Most of these items held little value, yielding a mere 10 to 20 fire points at most. However, before long, Su Xian's heart leapt with joy upon observing the appraisal results on the jade stone. This particular tome could be exchanged for 800 fire points. The scripture he had just extracted was obtained from the enigmatic youth's Qiankuan ring, indicating its considerable merit. After appraising and exchanging all the treasures he had acquired, Su Xian found himself with an additional 1,400 fire points. Now, only one final item remained unappraised. This treasure, a blood-red fruit imbued with unique magical properties, had also been procured from the captivating youth. Chapter 81. The turbulent Su Xian placed the fruit upon the jade stone, yet dared not cast more than a fleeting glance at it. In but a moment, the jade stone revealed its appraisal result. Blood Lotus Holy Fruit. Value: 5,000 fire points. With a sharp intake of breath, Su Xian realized the extraordinary nature of the fruit before him. Its value is undoubtedly immense, however. He was taken aback to discover that this single fruit could be exchanged for a staggering 5,000 fire points within the treasure pavilion. To put this into perspective, the high-grade secret treasure sword, Qingwu, which he had recently redeemed, could incite a fierce competition among numerous peak void-breaking experts, yet it had only cost him 3,000 fire points. This fruit was, astonishingly, even more precious than a high-grade treasure. Although he grasped its name and worth, its utility remained a mystery to him. Furrowing his brow, Su Xian hesitated, contemplating whether to exchange the Blood Lotus sacred fruit for fire points. After all, 5,000 fire points would suffice for a training session within the Star Palace. Given the fruit's remarkable value, its potential use must be significant. And since he was not particularly pressed for fire points at the moment, he decided against the exchange for now. After some contemplation, he stored the Blood Lotus sacred fruit back in his Qingquan ring and departed from the treasure pavilion, heading toward his residence. Unbeknownst to Su Xian, immediately after he had appraised the Blood Lotus sacred fruit, in the exquisite loft of the Tianyin Palace, the expression of the Moon Empress, leisurely sipping tea, suddenly shifted, prompting her to hastily make her way to the treasure pavilion. The Lord of Qingyang Palace had arrived even earlier. Moon, have you learned of this? The Lord of Qingyang inquired. Indeed, the Moon Empress nodded. I just inquired and discovered that Su Xian obtained a Blood Lotus sacred fruit from an unknown source and recently appraised it within the treasure pavilion. However, he ultimately chose not to exchange the Blood Lotus sacred fruit for fire points. The sacred Blood Lotus fruit, the Blood Lotus sect, the Lord of the Moon, with a frosty demeanor, revealed a glint of cold light in her eyes. What are your intentions regarding Su Xian? Inquired the Lord of Qingyang. There is no rush. We shall discuss it further when the esteemed one arrives, replied the Lord of the Moon. After a brief wait, a middle-aged man clad in simple robes hastily approached. I pay my respects to the Lord of the Dragon's Journey. Both the Lord of Qingyang and the Lord of the Moon offered a slight bow, tinged with respect. Within the Tianyin Palace, there are 3 lords, each fulfilling their respective duties, appearing to hold equal standing. However, in truth, the most formidable and highest-ranking among them is the Lord of the Dragon's Journey, who wields the greatest power within the Tianyin Palace. Although the Lords of the Moon and Qingyang are indeed leaders, they must conform to the directives of the Lord of the Dragon's Journey in their day-to-day affairs. I am already aware of the situation, said the Lord of the Dragon's Journey, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze indifferent as he regarded the two before him. The sacred Blood Lotus fruit involves immense stakes. Any misstep could lead to the downfall of our Tianyin Palace. The Lords of the Moon and Qingyang were startled but not surprised. The implications surrounding the sacred Blood Lotus fruit were indeed substantial. Should the matter not be handled with utmost care, not only Tianyin Palace but even the entire Tianyin dynasty could face catastrophic ruin. Imperial Moon. You must first seek out that young fellow and ascertain how he procured the sacred Blood Lotus fruit. If it was seized from another, that would be one matter. However, if he obtained it through personal sacrifice, the Lord of the Dragon's Journey's gaze suddenly turned icy. You should know what must be done. Understood, replied the Lord of the Moon with a nod, promptly darting off to the side. In the Tianyin Palace, which serves as Su Xian's residence, he had just returned from the treasure pavilion after a prolonged hunt for demonic beasts within the Blood Sacrifice mountain range. Now, he sought to indulge in a refreshing bath and enjoy some well-deserved rest. However, at that moment, the Master of the Emperor Moon Palace made her entrance. Su Xian. The Master of the Emperor Moon Palace floated gracefully in the air. Upon seeing her, Su Xian stepped out of his chamber and bowed respectfully. With a mere wave of her hand, an invisible force radiated outward, swiftly forming a barrier in the surrounding void to ensure that their conversation remained private. I have some inquiries for you, and it is imperative that you respond truthfully, the Master of the Emperor Moon Palace stated, her gaze fixed intently upon Su Xian. Yes. Su Xian nodded vigorously, sensing the gravity of her demeanor. Present the fruit you recently identified at the treasure pavilion for me to examine, she commanded. Is it regarding the Blood Lotus sacred fruit? Su Xian's heart stirred as he promptly retrieved the enticing crimson fruit. Indeed, it was the Blood Lotus sacred fruit, specifically pertaining to cultivation. A peculiar light flickered in the Master's eyes as she continued. Su Xian. Recount to me the entirety of your experience in obtaining this blood lotus sacred fruit, with complete honesty. Understood, Su Xian replied, beginning his narrative. He detailed his journey from the blood sacrifice mountain range without excessive concealment, the only aspect he withheld being the process of employing the divine annihilation forbidden technique. Once he finished recounting his tale, "Are you stating that those three individuals, upon encountering you, attacked without any provocation?" The master of the Emperor Moon Palace scrutinized Su Xian, carefully assessing the veracity of his words through his expressions. "Indeed. I remain perplexed as to why those three individuals are intent on taking my life, particularly the leader among them, who is quite peculiar," Su Xian remarked. "That person has evidently relied on secret techniques to temporarily elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm. However, the power he unleashed is scarcely superior to that of an average late-stage void-breaker. Furthermore, although he has comprehended 6 forms of insight, he can only manifest a maximum of 4. There can be no doubt about it," the Lord of the Moon Palace chuckled. "Their desire to eliminate you stems from witnessing your astonishing ability to slay a 4th-tier high-level demon beast despite being merely at the peak of the sea transformation stage. Such talent must be extinguished. As for that individual's strength, what can be expected from a cultivation attained purely through external means and insights that yield limited expression? Su Xian, you should recall the location where you encountered those 3 in the Blood Sacrifice Mountains. I possess a detailed map of the area. Please mark the approximate position." The Lord of the Moon Palace produced a map, unfurling it before Su Xian. "Right here." Su Xian swiftly marked the location on the map. The Lord of the Moon Palace nodded solemnly and said, "Su Xian, the matters I inquire about today must remain strictly confidential. Moreover, regarding the blood lotus sacred fruit in your possession, do not consume it lightly. You may choose to exchange it for fire points at the treasure pavilion or retain it for future trade when it can be utilized for something beneficial to you. Above all, exercise utmost caution in its use. Your disciple will heed your words." Su Xian nodded earnestly. During the initial unveiling of the blood lotus sacred fruit, its unique allure had already instilled a sense of trepidation within him, rendering him reluctant to utilize it. Now, with the words of the esteemed master of the Emperor Moon Palace, Su Xian felt even more disinclined to make use of it. "Very well, return and rest," the master of the Emperor Moon Palace declared, gesturing to lift the surrounding restrictions before turning away. Su Xian stood there, perplexed, pondering the origins of the blood lotus sacred fruit that commanded such reverence from the master of the Emperor Moon Palace. Though curiosity gnawed at him, he was not foolish enough to pursue the truth recklessly. Shaking his head, he retreated to his chamber. In the treasure pavilion, it was clarified that Su Xian had hunted beasts in the blood sacrifice mountain range while undertaking a trial mission when he was unexpectedly ambushed by 3 assailants. He had slain them and acquired the blood lotus sacred fruit from their possession. After recounting this, the master of the Emperor Moon Palace added, "I can discern that Su Xian is not lying. Whether he is truthful cannot be ascertained from a mere few words. Verification is necessary." The master of the Azure Sun Palace scoffed. "Given the gravity of the matter, I shall personally investigate," he declared. "Emperor Moon, provide me with the map." Upon receiving the marked map of the blood sacrifice mountain range from the master of the Emperor Moon Palace, the master of the Dragon Walk Palace departed from the Tianyin Palace. Soon thereafter, a direct order was issued by the sovereign of the Tianyin Empire. The mightiest guard under the empire's command, the Yinglong Guard, was mobilized forthwith. 300 elite members, each possessing a minimum cultivation level of late-stage void-breaking, hastened to the depths of the blood sacrifice mountain range, methodically searching within the area designated by Su Xian. Not long after, it was evident that a fierce battle had recently erupted here, and among the assailants, there certainly existed a formidable swordsman of exceptional skill. The battlefield bore remnants of several corpses, indicating that a few had perished in this very place. The Yinglong Guards, analyzing the traces left on the battlefield, compiled numerous pieces of information to present to the Lord of the Dragon Palace, who ultimately rendered a judgment. It appears that the young lad was indeed truthful. The Lord of the Dragon Palace pondered deeply. The Blood Lotus sect, with its twisted disposition and reckless actions, would never venture into the depths of the blood sacrifice mountains to hunt beasts unless absolutely necessary. Thus, it was likely that within these mountains, perhaps in close proximity, there lay a hidden altar of the Blood Lotus sect. "Continue the search," commanded the Lord of the Dragon Palace. The Yinglong Guards centered their efforts around the battleground, meticulously scouring the surroundings. Nearly half a day later, one of the Yinglong Guards discovered a concealed door at the base of a mountain. This door bore a unique formation, impenetrable to the ordinary eye. However, the Lord of the Dragon Palace, with deftness, easily dispelled the formation and entered the hidden passage, where he beheld the altar. complete with a grotesque and terrifying idol, as well as a desiccated well. Subsequently, the Lord of the Dragon Palace obliterated the altar entirely. Having successfully located the altar, the Lord of the Dragon Palace was nearly certain that Su Xin held no affiliation with the Blood Lotus sect, but had indeed been ambushed by its members along the way. Subsequently, the Lord of the Dragon Palace sought out the master of Chishui Island as instructed by Su Xin. In a desperate bid for survival, the sinister youth revealed the existence of his father, the master of Chishui Island, to Su Xin, who conveyed this information in its entirety to the Lord of the Emperor Moon Palace. The master of Chishui Island was a formidable being, a powerful Nirvana realm expert. Under his leadership, Chishui Island reigned supreme within its province. It was a significant force even within the vast Tianyan Empire, home to tens of thousands of martial artists, most of whom pledged their loyalty to Chishui Island. As long as they did not incite rebellion or provoke fearsome adversaries, Chishui Island could maintain its dominance with ease. However, today, with a thunderous roar, the 50,000 strong blood armor army of the Tianyan Empire besieged Chishui Island, leaving no room for escape. At the command given, they offered the master of Chishui Island no opportunity for defense as the army surged in. Alongside them were 5 teams of the Yinglong Guards, each comprising 100 elite warriors, totaling 500 experts at the peak of the void-breaking realm. In total, 3 Nirvana realm experts, including the Lord of the Dragon Palace, were dispatched, leaving Chishui Island with no chance of survival. The massacre lasted for an entire day and night, resulting in the complete annihilation of all martial artists on Chishui Island, with not a single soul escaping, including the master himself. Furthermore, any powerful individuals or factions closely associated with Chishui Island within the Tianyan Empire faced a brutal purge simultaneously. Within just a few days, all traces of Chishui Island were utterly erased from the Tianyan Empire, as if it had never existed at all. Chapter 82. Breaking the Void. Su Xin remained oblivious to the tumultuous events unleashed by a single Blood Lotus sacred fruit, resulting in the demise of countless individuals. For him, the essence lay in cultivating his skills and enhancing his strength. Within the confines of his chamber, Su Xin sat cross-legged, his gaze fixed upon the sword rain scroll adorning the wall. The scroll depicted a total of 381 raindrops, and Su Xin was intently contemplating the 8th raindrop at the very bottom. An hour later, Su Xin opened his eyes. This sword rain scroll proved to be even more beneficial than he had anticipated. A smile graced his lips. Prior to undertaking his training mission, he had already grasped the essence of 7 sword intents and had gleaned some understanding of the 8th. Now, back in the Tianyan Palace, having acquired this scroll, he had deepened his comprehension of the 8th sword intent significantly within just an hour of study. If he were to continue at this pace, it would not be long before he fully comprehended the essence of the 8th sword intent. Moreover, with the aid of the sword rain scroll, he anticipated that mastering the 9th sword intent would also not take an excessive amount of time. Such a rate of understanding was nothing short of astonishing. However, Su Xin was acutely aware that ever since the awakening of his bloodline, his innate understanding had undergone a remarkable enhancement, allowing him to swiftly comprehend both sword techniques and intents. Before participating in the hunt, he had merely explored on his own, without any guidance, yet had managed to grasp a fragment of insight even at the true martial realm. At merely 20 years of age, he has surpassed numerous prodigies to secure the title of the foremost hunter. Now, having entered the Tianyan Palace for cultivation, with comprehensive guidance and an abundance of training resources at his disposal, his comprehension of sword intent is naturally poised for remarkable advancements. Although Xia Meng and Duan Yunfeng are also the pinnacle geniuses of the Tianyan dynasty, in terms of perceptiveness and innate talent, they cannot possibly compare to Su Xin, who has awakened the supreme bloodline. I have a premonition that once I fully grasp the essence of the 9 sword intents, my understanding of sword intent will ascend to the 2nd tier, and my cultivation will concurrently break through. Su Xin quietly anticipates this. As time flows, 2 months have swiftly passed. Within the Tianyan Palace's training grounds, a terrifying shadow of a spear, imbued with an overwhelming force, pierces the air, erupting suddenly as if it were a sovereign commanding the world, exuding boundless dominance. With a resounding clash, the Tianyan Palace disciple engaged with this formidable spear shadow trembles and is immediately sent hurtling away in disarray. Defeated. Another one. This marks the 5th elder he has vanquished this month. Xia Meng is truly impressive. The surrounding disciples of Tianyan Palace, both newcomers and veterans alike, silently express their admiration. Xia Meng, the unparalleled genius of this hunting season, ranks just below Su Xin and is considered a prodigy who emerges only once in several decades within the Tianyan dynasty. Although his brilliance has been momentarily overshadowed by Su Xian, his innate talent is undeniably formidable. Upon initially entering the Tianyin Palace, perhaps due to the limitations of his cultivation, his strength had already reached its utmost peak, resulting in a rather sluggish progression. However, following his breakthrough to the void-breaking realm, he began to advance by leaps and bounds. Subsequently, after completing his training tasks, he acquired a substantial number of fire points, which, combined with his innate talent, allowed him to elevate his prowess to an astonishing level in a remarkably short period. As of now, he has comprehended the essence of 5 realms, and he is exceedingly close to grasping the 6th. Despite having only mastered 5 realms, his formidable spear techniques, when unleashed with full force, surpassed those of typical disciples who have comprehended 6 realms. Over the past month, Xia Meng has frequently engaged in gambling battles with the elders within the dojo, winning 5 out of 6 encounters. Consequently, many of the elder members of the Tianyin Palace have become reluctant to challenge him. Xia Meng's prodigious talent is evident. He has been training in the Tianyin Palace for less than a year, yet has already surpassed numerous elders in terms of understanding the realms. During the previous hunting expedition, was it not Su Xian who shone the brightest? Su Xian? Initially, Su Xian did indeed progress swiftly, having defeated Jiang Yin head-on in just over 2 months. However, he subsequently vanished from sight, failing to demonstrate his prowess or participate in any gambling battles. Moreover, it has been quite some time since then, and the batch of prodigies who entered the Tianyin Palace alongside him have long since broken through to the void-breaking realm. While he appears to still be at the Sea Transformation realm. Still at the Sea Transformation realm? Why has he not made a breakthrough? Who knows? Perhaps one has fallen into a bottleneck. Some individuals, despite their rapid and astonishing progress during a certain period, may find themselves stalled for several years or even decades. Once they hit that wall, within the Tianyin Palace, numerous disciples began to discuss the talent and prowess exhibited by Xia Meng. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner, Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng sat casually. Brother, did you hear? They are comparing you to Xia Meng again, claiming that you have been stuck at the Sea Transformation realm, and that your comprehension of intent is likely minimal. They assert that among our batch of newcomers, Xia Meng is the strongest, Duan Yunfeng expressed indignantly. Su Xian merely smiled faintly. The news of his current status as a practitioner of the Sea Transformation realm had long circulated within the Tianyin Palace. Comprehending intent at the Sea Transformation realm is considerably more arduous than at the void-breaking realm. It is akin to the Jinwu realm, where grasping even a hint of intent is deemed extraordinary. However, once one reaches the Sea Transformation realm, while understanding even a trace of intent is indeed impressive. Nearly every prodigy qualified to participate in the hunt at this stage has achieved such a feat. This is simply because comprehending intent at the Sea Transformation realm is somewhat easier than at the Jinwu realm. Likewise, grasping intent at the void-breaking realm is undoubtedly more accessible than at the Sea Transformation realm. Both Su Xian and Xia Meng are hailed as exceptional geniuses, the likes of which are encountered only once in several decades. Xia Meng has long since broken through to the void-breaking realm, while Su Xian remains at the Sea Transformation stage, leading most to believe that Xia Meng's advancement is certainly swifter than Su Xian's. Moreover, considering the prowess that Xia Meng has exhibited through several endeavors over the past month, it is only natural for the disciples of the Tianyin Palace to regard him as the foremost talent in this year's hunt. Brother, you truly have remarkable restraint. If I were in your position and heard such remarks, I would have already engaged in a duel with Xia Meng. At the very least, I would gather a few elders and wager on some battles to demonstrate my capabilities, Duan Yufeng remarked. He shared a close bond with Su Xian and, although he was not fully aware of Su Xian's precise strength, he was confident that Su Xian's comprehension of the essence of realms would not be inferior to that of Xia Meng. There is no need. Su Xian replied with a light chuckle. His singular focus was on enhancing his own strength, showing little concern for the opinions of others. As for engaging in wagers, to be frank, he had no desire to bully those elders. Indeed, it could be considered bullying. The Tianyin Palace, despite having nearly 100 disciples in their cohort, had very few who had truly cultivated within its confines for over a decade. Most had ventured out into the world, seeking challenges or honing their skills, returning only occasionally to the treasure pavilion to exchange for necessities. The ones who remained in Tianyin Palace, benefiting from its unique opportunities to bolster their strength, were predominantly the prodigies from the last 2 hunting sessions and those who had been specially recruited in advance. Their duration of training within the palace was not particularly lengthy. In terms of strength, most of these disciples had grasped the essence of 4 to 5 realms, with only a few excelling to the level of comprehending 6, or at most 7 realms. Before embarking on the arduous task of trials, Su Xian had already comprehended the essence of 7 sword intents. Over the past 2 months, through the profound insights gained from the Sword Rain Scroll, he had also grasped the essence of the 8th sword intent, and the 9th was tantalizingly close. Merely a thread away. This signifies that he now stands on the precipice of the 2nd tier of comprehension. Engaging in combat with those elder practitioners at this level would be nothing short of a display of superiority. Su Xian. A figure approached him. It was Xiaoming. Su Xian regarded the newcomer with a gentle smile. Do you remember our prior agreement? Xiaoming inquired, his gaze fixed upon Su Xian. Of course I do. Su Xian affirmed with a nod. Previously, at the conclusion of their hunt, Xiaoming had approached him with the promise that once both achieved the realm of void breaking, they would engage in a fair battle. However, Xiaoming had already surpassed that threshold, while Su Xian remained in the sea transformation stage. Do strive to break through soon. I await our duel, Xiaoming stated earnestly before turning to depart. Xiaoming is rather arrogant. Does he truly believe himself my equal now? Duan Yunfeng remarked, observing Xiaoming's retreating figure with a hint of dissatisfaction. Yet Su Xian remained unfazed, smiling lightly. You may linger here. I shall return to my cultivation. Before long, Su Xian arrived at his abode. The Sword Rain Scroll continued to hang upon the wall. With eyes gently closed, he allowed his consciousness to merge with the scroll, quietly immersing himself in the transformation of the sword intent within the 9th drop of rain. For the past 2 months, he had dedicated half of each day to contemplating the Sword Rain Scroll, while the remaining hours were spent honing his skills within the trial tower. After 2 months of contemplation, he was but a hair's breadth away from grasping the essence of the 9th sword intent. With today's insights, that final fragment of sword intent essence naturally fell into place. Su Xian opened his eyes and once again gazed at the 9 droplets of rain depicted on the scroll, feeling their clarity as if no doubt remained. He had finally comprehended all 9 sword intent essences, and as his thoughts stirred, a sword intent instantly coalesced. This sword intent shone far more brilliantly than before, imbued with a newfound strength. A peculiar light flickered in Su Xian's eyes. Understanding the essence of 9 sword intents, as opposed to merely 8, appeared to be a mere distinction of intent. However, it was only upon mastering all 9 that one could elevate their comprehension of sword intent to the 2nd tier. Moreover, these 9 essences could seamlessly intertwine, unleashing a power that was incomparable to that of merely 8 essences. The difference was monumental. Upon reaching this level, Su Xian's sword techniques would undergo a transformation, entirely distinct from what had come before. He had heard that most practitioners at the Nirvana realm merely attained a comprehension of the 2nd tier of intent. Su Xian chuckled softly. At this moment, his grasp of the realm indeed matched that of an average Nirvana practitioner. Just then, an unexpected surge stirred within him. The spiritual energy that had long been accumulating to its zenith began to surge wildly. Indeed, a breakthrough was imminent. Su Xian's heart soared with joy. He had sensed that upon fully understanding the 9 sword intent essences, his cultivation might very well ascend. Now, it seemed that breakthrough was on the horizon. Within the confines of the chamber, Su Xian remained seated upon the bed, his cultivation technique commencing its operation. In but a brief moment, he transcended a barrier, ascending to an entirely new realm. He had reached the void-breaking stage at last. Su Xian clenched his fists tightly. The Tianyin dynasty, vast in territory and abundant in formidable warriors, rendered the sea transformation stage virtually inconsequential. Only those who attained the void-breaking stage, capable of traversing the void, could truly be regarded as powerful beings. Su Xian had long yearned for the void-breaking stage, and today, he had finally achieved it. However, what he did not anticipate was that immediately upon breaking through to this stage, before he could even savor the surge of newfound power, a tremendous wave of information abruptly manifested in his mind without any forewarning, much like when he awakened his bloodline. The knowledge of the bloodline inheritance and the divine obliteration forbidden technique had appeared in his consciousness out of thin air. This information, too, emerged as a form of inherited memory. Su Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. This was a gifted divine ability. Chapter 83, Gifted Divine Ability. Awe-inspiring. A gifted divine ability is a unique skill bestowed only upon those who awaken their bloodlines, a privilege of exceptional nature. Furthermore, the gifted divine ability demands a high level of bloodline awakening and cultivation. It is rumored that only those with a bloodline of the 1st rank or above have a significant probability of being granted a gifted divine ability upon breaking through to the Nirvana stage. As for those with divine-grade bloodlines, attaining the Nirvana stage guarantees the bestowal of a gifted divine ability. Yet, Su Xian had awakened a bloodline that transcended even the divine grade, an unparalleled supreme bloodline that had never existed before. He had long been aware that he would eventually be endowed with extraordinary talents. Yet, logically, he must first transcend to the nirvana realm. However, at present, he had merely broken through to the void-breaking realm. Could it be that the supreme bloodline confers innate abilities upon reaching the void-breaking realm? Su Xian pondered. Indeed, the supreme bloodline, which existed solely in legends, had not manifested in the entire eastern wilderness before Su Xian's time. Naturally, no one knew the true nature of such an astonishing lineage. Typically, a first-grade bloodline, or even the pinnacle divine-grade bloodline in the eastern wilderness, would only be granted innate abilities upon achieving the nirvana realm, whereas the supreme bloodline could bestow such powers at the void-breaking realm. Su Xian chose not to dwell on these thoughts, but rather to absorb the information presented to him. Soon, he learned the name and specific function of the innate ability he had acquired, Dread. His eyes shimmered with brilliance. This ability allowed him to instantaneously unleash the power of his bloodline, imposing suppression and intimidation on his opponent's bloodline. Once employed, it could evoke a profound sense of fear and dread at the very essence of life within the adversary, momentarily plunging them into a state of cognitive suspension. At first glance, it might seem inconsequential. However, should this ability be executed amid a fierce confrontation, the sudden shock it would induce could render the opponent's awareness briefly paralyzed, granting Su Xian the perfect opportunity to strike and potentially eliminate them. If wielded adeptly, this could prove to be a formidable killing move. Nevertheless, this bloodline intimidation would not be effective against everyone. If the opponent's strength vastly exceeded his own, it would be exceedingly challenging for Su Xian to exert any influence with this ability. Alternatively, if the opponent possesses an exceptionally strong disposition, akin to an indomitable boulder, then this maneuver will similarly prove ineffective. Moreover, any innate ability cannot be employed repeatedly. Each activation necessitates a period of respite before a subsequent application can occur. This limitation is a significant drawback shared by all those who have awakened their bloodlines. Nevertheless, this innate ability holds immense value for Su Xian. From this day forth, aside from the God Destruction Forbidden technique, I have acquired yet another formidable weapon, one that bears no adverse effects. A glimmer of excitement danced in Su Xian's eyes. The God Destruction Forbidden technique is indeed fearsome and extraordinarily formidable. However, its overwhelming nature incites caution within Su Xian, for he fears it may attract unwanted attention. Furthermore, the side effects of this forbidden art are excessively burdensome. In contrast, the innate ability can be unleashed without reservations. Half an hour later, within a solitary trial space of the trial tower, the parameters were set. Opponent: mastery of the essence of 8 sword intents, employing the flying blood sword technique. Number of opponents: 3. Before long, 3 shadowy figures materialized before Su Xian. Engaging in combat, all employed the flying blood sword technique. Yet, despite the identical swordsmanship, Su Xian executed it with far greater finesse than the 3 shadowy figures. Although he faced 3 adversaries, it took merely a moment for Su Xian to decisively vanquish them. The disparity was staggering. Comprehending the essence of 9 sword intents, achieving the second level of sword intent perception is an entirely different realm compared to merely grasping 8. Su Xian chuckled lightly. Subsequently, Su Xian designated an opponent whose comprehension of sword intent had similarly reached the second tier. This battle proved to be quite intense. However, despite the shared level of sword intent comprehension and the application of the same sword techniques, the adversary set by the trial tower was merely of the most rudimentary standard corresponding to that level. In contrast, Su Xian, endowed with extraordinary talent in the sword arts, wielded techniques of superior strength despite possessing the same level of sword intent comprehension. Ultimately, this opponent was once again vanquished by Su Xian. Having tested his sword intent and techniques, Su Xian pondered his current standing. Furrowing his brow, he reflected upon the trial tower, which, as articulated by the master of the 9 Chens, was merely a basic level of trial, lacking in many aspects. Previously, Su Xian had not perceived this deficiency, but now it became evident. For instance, having recently transcended to the void-breaking realm with a significant enhancement in his strength, he was eager to ascertain the true measure of his abilities. He yearned for a worthy opponent to test his sword against. Yet, the trial tower primarily aimed to refine skills and comprehension of intent, with opponents at most reaching the early stages of the void-breaking realm, utterly failing to meet Su Xian's expectations. I require a tangible adversary, ideally at the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm, Su Xian mused. During his time at the peak of the sea transformation realm, he could effortlessly dispatch typical late-stage void-breaking practitioners while undertaking his trials. Deep within the blood sacrifice mountains, As he faced the two formidable opponents at the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm, he unleashed the full power of his bloodline, reaching the zenith of his capabilities. In that moment, he felt as though he was on the cusp of breaking through to the pinnacle himself. Had there been only one adversary, he might have had a chance for a direct confrontation. Now, having ascended to the void-breaking realm, his strength had surged dramatically. He believed he should no longer fear the average peak of the void-breaking realm, yet he was uncertain whether he could decisively slay an opponent of that caliber. After all, even among those at the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm, there existed substantial disparities in their comprehension of the profound essence. Naturally, he required a genuine master of the void-breaking pinnacle to hone his skills. Having completed his training tasks, he was eligible to approach the 100 Battles Hall to undertake the regular missions. He wondered if any of those tasks would present suitable targets for him to practice against. A spark of inspiration ignited within Su Xian, prompting him to make his way toward the 100 Battles Hall. On his journey, Su Xian passed by the dojo, where he encountered Mo Bing. After exchanging greetings, Mo Bing suddenly narrowed her eyes in astonishment, gazing intently at Su Xian. "You have broken through?" "Indeed. I just recently achieved it," Su Xian replied with a smile. Among the talented individuals who had entered the Tianyin Palace from the hunting grounds, he shared the closest bond with Duan Yufeng, regarding him as a brother. Although Mo Bing was a woman, her straightforward nature made her quite compatible with Duan Yufeng. And since Su Xian often spent time with Duan Yufeng, his rapport with Mo Bing was also quite amicable. Mo Bing had no background and had not received any guidance prior. She had solely relied on her own efforts to break into the top 10 of the hunting competition and enter the Tianyin Palace. Her talent was remarkable, second only to Xiaomeng and Duan Yufeng. By now, Mo Bing has comprehended nearly 4 distinct realms of essence. Haha, congratulations to you. Mo Bing smiled and added, "By the way, Xiaomeng has been unable to forget your previous victory over him in the hunt. He has been eagerly awaiting your breakthrough to the void-breaking realm for a direct confrontation. If he were to learn of your advancement, he would undoubtedly seek you out immediately." "Xiaomeng, you say?" Su Xian mused, touching his nose. He had certainly not forgotten the agreement with Xiaomeng. However, in comparison to Xiaomeng, he was currently more inclined to find a suitable opponent to hone his skills and gain a clearer understanding of his true strength. "You may continue your cultivation. I shall take my leave." Su Xian waved his hand and turned to depart. Before long, Su Xian arrived at the 100 Battles Hall of the Tianyin Palace, where routine tasks were posted. The 100 Battles Hall resembled a quaint tavern, furnished with numerous tables and chairs, with a counter at the far end where an elderly man clad in black stood. This black-clad elder was a steward of the Tianyin Palace, a position of relatively low status, responsible for various trifles. Upon seeing Su Xian approach, the elder did not utter a word but instead handed him a thick stack of task listings. Su Xian glanced over the documents. Each page contained only a single task, yet the entire compilation spanned several hundred pages, indicating that the Tianyin Palace was currently offering a multitude of routine tasks. Su Xian picked up the task list and began to peruse it. A task with a reward of 2,000 fire points. Su Xian's gaze fell upon one particular task. The task at hand involved serving as a guardian for a county magistrate who was being targeted by a nefarious organization. This shadowy group boasts over 10 formidable practitioners of the void-breaking realm, including 2 exceptionally powerful late-stage void breakers. For Su Xian, this assignment poses little challenge. In fact, it could be deemed almost trivial. Not to mention, a mere organization lacking even a peak void breaker could be effortlessly vanquished by him alone. However, the task stipulates a deadline. Regardless of whether the dark organization is eradicated, he must provide protection for the magistrate for a full month. A month is an excessively long duration, especially considering the meager reward of merely 2,000 fire points, which dissuades any disciple of the Tianyin Palace from accepting it. Soon, Su Xian's attention was drawn to another task offering a reward of 4,000 fire points. This mission entails the annihilation of a faction known as the 13 Axes, requiring the elimination of all 13 leaders, each a late-stage void breaker. Moreover, these leaders typically congregate together, rarely acting independently. To eliminate 13 late-stage void breakers in one fell swoop for a mere 4,000 fire points? Su Xian could not help but shake his head. Compared to the trials he had previously completed, the fire point rewards for the regular tasks within the 100 Battle Hall are indeed quite inadequate. For a similar extermination task, he had vanquished the Wuxin Fortress, which had only one late-stage void breaker, yet the reward was a staggering 10,000 fire points. Unfortunately, each disciple of the Tianyin Palace is afforded only one opportunity for trial tasks. Su Xian continued to peruse the listings. As he delved deeper, he noted that while the fire point rewards increased, so too did the difficulty of the tasks. Su Xian suddenly turned his gaze to the last few pages of the task list. The tasks recorded their promised rewards amounting to several tens of thousands of fire points. Notably, there was even a task that offered a staggering reward of 100,000 fire points. 100,000 fire points? Su Xian raised his eyebrows. That is indeed a considerable sum. The second part of the essence of sword intent that he desperately needed was valued at merely 100,000 fire points in the treasure pavilion. Among the tasks listed, 3 offered rewards of 100,000 fire points. Su Xian focused on the first one. Task content: travel to Tainyuanzhu and slay Xuelang. Niejuyo. Niejuyo? Su Xian's pupils constricted sharply. It was him. It was indeed him. Su Xian's heart roared with fury, an overwhelming surge of murderous intent erupting within him, twisting his expression into one of madness. Niejuyo, the sworn enemy of the Su family. Chapter 84. The Su family's archenemy. The Su family, during the lifetime of their esteemed ancestor, was once a top-tier clan, boasting numerous retainers, among whom were a considerable number of experts in the void-breaking realm. Even after their ancestors' demise and the subsequent suppression by the Sidhu family that led to their decline, a significant portion of the void-breaking experts chose to depart. However, the remaining experts of the Su family still numbered quite a few. The reason that only the family head, Su Baichen, and the grand elder, Su Boyong, remained among the void-breaking experts was due to a massacre perpetrated by a mysterious powerhouse. This enigmatic figure had intruded into the Su family under the cover of night, nearly obliterating the upper echelons of their strength and seizing away a substantial portion of their resources, even without the trepidation of certain exceptional factors. That enigmatic powerhouse could have single-handedly annihilated the Su family. It can be said that the mysterious figure who intruded upon the Su family, wreaking havoc and pillaging, harbors an irreconcilable enmity towards them. Following an extensive investigation by the Su family, they ultimately uncovered the identity of this formidable being, Blood Wolf. Niejuyo. Niejuyo, the sworn enemy of the Su family. A fierce killing intent surged within Su Xian's eyes. The Su family had no prior entanglements with this Niejuyo. Yet he seized the opportunity to strike during their time of peril, ruthlessly slaughtering the Su family's warriors and plundering their resources. In comparison to the already long-standing feud with the Sidhu family, Niejuyo is even more detestable, more deserving of condemnation. However, despite the loathing, Niejuyo's prowess is formidable. Invincible at the void-breaking realm. Su Xian gazed at the information regarding Niejuyo in the task description. Invincibility at the void-breaking realm is not merely a level. It is an ambiguous concept signifying that within the void-breaking realm, one has reached the utmost pinnacle with virtually no rivals. In the 36 states of the Tianyan dynasty, the number of void-breaking realm experts is incalculable, and even those at the peak of the void-breaking realm are numerous. Yet, to be deemed invincible at this level, there are likely fewer than 10 individuals. Su Xian's expression grew grave. Invincibility at the void-breaking realm is immensely powerful. Far surpassing the typical peak of the void-breaking realm, it is estimated that one such individual could effortlessly slaughter a multitude of peak void-breaking realm warriors. Su Xian had reached a breakthrough into the void-breaking realm. He pondered his strength and felt confident enough to face an average peak void-breaker. However, when it came to confronting an invincible powerhouse of the same realm, he harbored no assurance unless he resorted to the use of the divine annihilation forbidden technique at all costs. Furthermore, the mission description indicated that Niejuyo had taken advantage of chaos on more than one occasion, provoking numerous enemies within the Tianyan Empire, including several prominent families, powerful factions, and sects, thus earning a notorious reputation. Yet, to this day, Niejuyo still thrived. The mission also stated that Niejuyo was not only formidable in strength, but possessed remarkable means of self-preservation. There had been instances where more than one Nirvana realm expert had personally attempted to eliminate him, only to find themselves outmaneuvered and unable to succeed. It was precisely for this reason that the reward for his assassination was an impressive 100,000 fire points. With such strength, extreme caution, and exceptional survival skills, even Nirvana realm experts struggled to bring him down. Su Xian furrowed his brow. With his current power, should he employ the divine annihilation forbidden technique, he might barely reach the threshold of the Nirvana realm through the augmentation of his bloodline. However, if even true Nirvana realm experts could not slay Niejuyo, then it would be exceedingly difficult for him to succeed, even with the use of the forbidden technique. In the short term, he acknowledged that he could not kill him. Yet, deep down, he had silently vowed that as soon as his strength was sufficient, the first target he would eliminate would be Niejuyo. He would not hesitate to pay any price necessary to achieve this. Taking a deep breath, Su Xian temporarily set aside the mission to assassinate Niejuyo and continued to peruse other tasks. Soon, Su Xian discovered a task that was well suited for honing his skills. The mission entailed the assassination of a formidable figure named Han San, a peak expert in the Broken Void realm. According to the details of the task, Han San had committed an atrocious crime within a certain prefecture, brazenly invading the governor's mansion and slaying the governor himself. In terms of strength, Han San was of a standard caliber among peak Broken Void experts. To audaciously breach the governor's residence and murder the governor? Such audacity was remarkable, Su Xian mused. Despite the governor's rank being relatively modest, he was nonetheless the highest-ranking administrative official appointed by the imperial dynasty, representing the dignity of the Tianyin dynasty. Publicly storming the governor's mansion and executing the governor was tantamount to directly challenging the authority of the Tianyin dynasty, which would undoubtedly not tolerate such insolence. Even though Han San had deliberately concealed his identity during the act and swiftly fled afterwards, he was still tracked down by the Qi Dragon Tower, and the Tianyin Palace promptly issued an assassination order against him within the 100 Battle Hall. Even if no disciples of the Tianyin Palace took on the mission, the Tianyin dynasty would soon dispatch powerful individuals to eliminate him. His strength, being within the normal range of peak Broken Void experts, was perfectly suited for Su Xian to practice on, and the rewards for completing the task were quite appealing. Su Xian smiled to himself. The bounty for eliminating Han San amounted to a substantial 6,000 fire points, which was indeed considered generous among the routine missions targeting peak Broken Void experts. Without further hesitation, Su Xian accepted the task and set off immediately. Within the Tianyin dynasty's prefecture, there existed an opulent estate. The owner of this mansion was a man named Tan San, who had only recently arrived in the prefecture but had already become a renowned figure in the area. 3 months have passed. Ever since I took his life, I have been on the run, traversing 4 provinces to arrive here, where I have even become a guest of the lakeside manor. I have concealed myself so well that even the Red Dragon Tower should be unable to locate me, right? A portly middle-aged man ambles through the estate. He is the master of this manor, Tan San, but in truth, Tan San is merely a pseudonym. His real name is Han Sr. Born into humble circumstances, he was forced to flee his homeland after making enemies in his youth. Eventually, he ascended to the pinnacle of power, reaching the void-breaking stage, and returned to his hometown seeking vengeance, only to discover that his adversary had ascended to the position of a county magistrate. Despite knowing the formidable status of his foe, he did not hesitate to act, brazenly storming the magistrate's residence to confront him head-on. Driven by a desire for retribution, he sought to slay his enemy with sheer force, relishing the satisfaction it would bring him. However, after murdering the magistrate, he was acutely aware that the Tianyin Empire would not let the matter rest, prompting his immediate flight. Now, although 3 months have elapsed, a lingering worry resides within him. His apprehension, it seems, is well-founded. The intelligence network of the Red Dragon Tower is exceedingly potent. Even though he has hidden himself adeptly, it took them a full 3 months to track him down. Now, the very individuals tasked with eliminating him have arrived. Whoosh! A figure streaks through the distant void, landing directly within the confines of this estate. Who goes there? The estate is rife with numerous guards and servants, who swiftly converge to encircle the newcomer. Tan San. Su Xian gazed at the corpulent figure of Tan San approaching him. He was acutely aware that Tan San was the target of his mission. Who are you? Tan San furrowed his brow, completely unacquainted with Su Xian and lacking any semblance of recognition. You need not concern yourself with my identity. All you must know is that I am here to take your life, Su Xian replied with a smile, revealing a sword that had materialized in his hand. The blade, 3 feet long, was as dark as ink, glimmering with a chilling sheen under the sunlight, razor-sharp. It was the esteemed divine sword Qing Wu, which he had exchanged for at the treasure pavilion. Reveal your strongest abilities, or you shall have no chance, Su Xian remarked with a grin. Arrogant. Tan San's expression darkened. Although he was unaware of Su Xian's identity, he could discern the latter's cultivation level at a mere initial stage of void breaking, evidently fresh from a recent breakthrough. How audacious to claim he could kill him with such meager prowess. Kill him, Tan San commanded without making a move himself. Instantly, a multitude of guards surrounding them sprang into action. These were merely ordinary guards, the most formidable among them at the sea transformation stage, and not a single one reached the void-breaking realm. However, their numbers were considerable, and their diverse techniques varied widely. Some wielded arrows while others employed hidden weapons, all converging upon Su Xian simultaneously. Su Xian maintained a tranquil smile as he deftly maneuvered through the onslaught, swiftly reaching Tan San's front. With a casual flourish of the Qing Wu sword, he executed a seemingly effortless strike, devoid of any formal sword technique. Yet the essence of the sword was manifest in its utmost form. This single strike, Tan San's expression suddenly changed dramatically as he brandished his weapons, two blood-red flying wheels. Clang! The Azure Crow Divine Sword struck one of the flying wheels, cleaving it in two, forcing Tan San to stagger back. Su Xian stepped forward, launching another casual attack, unleashing a flurry of sword shadows. In stark contrast, Tan San, in a state of panic, resorted to his ultimate techniques to counter the assault. The air resonated with a series of intense metallic clashes, and Tan San was thrust back. At that moment, one of his flying wheels had splintered and fallen to the ground, while a slender scar from a sword wound marred his wrist, with a trickle of blood seeping forth. Tan San was utterly astonished. He, a formidable peak practitioner of the void-breaking realm, considered himself quite accomplished. Yet, the young man before him, seemingly no older than 20, clearly possessed only early-stage void-breaking cultivation. In their brief exchange, he hadn't even fought earnestly, executing his sword techniques with a mere flick of his wrist. Yet, within that fleeting moment of combat, he had been forced to draw his weapons and unleash his full power, even resorting to his signature move for defense. And yet, one of my flying wheels lies shattered. He even managed to wound me? Tan San's mind was awash with disbelief. The treasure, the sword in your hand, is a divine artifact. Tan San fixed his gaze intently on the pitch-black divine sword in Su Xian's grasp. Su Xian merely smiled, glancing at the Azure Crow divine sword. Truly, it is a high-grade treasure. Its power is indeed formidable. In that fleeting moment, the swordsmanship he displayed, bolstered by the Azure Crow divine sword, was enhanced to at least double its original might. Moreover, the Qingwu divine sword is remarkably hard and sharp, in mere moments of collision with Tan San's flying wheel. It shattered the wheel with just a few strikes. At that moment, whoosh, whoosh, two figures suddenly darted from the inner hall of the mansion, swiftly approaching Tan San's side. These two individuals emanated an equally formidable aura of spiritual power, clearly not inferior to Tan San. Evidently, they too were peak void-breaking experts. Could there be two more peak void-breaking warriors? Su Xian furrowed his brows, but soon relaxed them. It is well. Tan San alone poses no pressure upon me. 3 peak void-breaking fighters would suffice for a bit of practice. Chapter 85, A Bit of Practice. Tan San, my brother. What is happening? The newly arrived individuals appeared to be unaware of the situation. Mu, Lu, I mentioned upon joining the Hushan mansion that I have enemies in the world. I had thought that by evading and hiding here, matters would come to a resolution. But little did I expect my enemies would still be unwilling to relent and have come to confront me, Tan San explained. Enemies? The two glanced at Su Xian, noting that he was merely at the initial stage of void breaking. Despite his seemingly low cultivation, his strength was formidable. In our brief skirmish, I found myself entirely at a disadvantage, Tan San remarked. A mere initial stage of void breaking, and you cannot contend with him? The two were taken aback. Could he be a disciple of Tianyan Palace? In the eyes of these two individuals, within the entirety of the Tianyan dynasty, only the legendary disciples of the Tianyan Palace could possibly contend with those at the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm, even with their initial forays into the same. Gentlemen, this is a personal vendetta of mine and has no bearing on the Hushan prefecture. You need not concern yourselves with it, Tan San declared, gritting his teeth and feigning a demeanor of fearless resolve. What nonsense. Brother Tan, you are a guest of our Hushan prefecture. How could we stand idly by in your time of peril? One of them retorted. Indeed, Brother Tan, you may rest assured. This territory is under the influence of the Hushan prefecture. Not only is there no confirmation of the matter yet, but even if you were truly a disciple of the Tianyan Palace, we shall not cower, the bald elder remarked, his gaze icy as it fell upon Su Xian. The Hushan prefecture possesses profound roots within the Tianyan dynasty. Although there are currently no Nirvana realm experts stationed there, the Hushan prefecture has ties with numerous major powers and influential figures within the Tianyan dynasty. Whispers suggest that a noble lord stands behind the Hushan prefecture. With such backing, while the Hushan prefecture may hesitate to provoke the disciples of the Tianyan Palace, they would not flinch should one come knocking at their door. Gentlemen, I propose that the three of us join forces to subdue this individual and ascertain his identity, the bald elder suggested. Tan San and the other individual nodded in agreement. Why not all three of you come at me together? Su Xian replied with a light chuckle, his dissatisfaction evident at the notion of facing Tan San alone. The combined strength of three at the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm would be more advantageous. Arrogant, the bald elder hissed, and in an instant, the three of them launched their assault, while Su Xian unsheathed his sword with determination. Boom! With a single swing of the sword, an inexorable torrent of thunder and fire was unleashed. The air around pulsated with an intense heat, as if engulfed in an inferno. As the sword's intent surged forth, the cascading force of thunder and fire compressed the atmosphere in layers, instantly bearing down upon Tan San and his companions. Before the sword even descended, the sheer oppressive might of that boundless energy rendered their movements exceedingly arduous. What formidable sword intent! Could the potency derived merely from the swirling sword intent be this formidable? To what exalted level had his comprehension of the sword reached? The eyes of Tan San and his companions were filled with profound astonishment. Engaging in combat unveiled a reality they had not anticipated. The mere manifestation of sword intent alone imposed an immense pressure upon them. Meanwhile, the Qingwu divine sword in Su Xian's grasp surged forth, imbued with an overwhelming force akin to thunder itself, striking relentlessly. One sword stroke followed another, each one more ferocious than the last. Let us strike together. Tan San and his allies combined their strengths in a desperate attempt to withstand the terrifying onslaught of fierce sword shadows. Yet, even with their combined effort, they found themselves utterly suppressed beneath the relentless barrage. This was the manifestation of sword intent at its second tier, the Thunderfire roll. As Su Xian wielded the divine sword with fervor, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. The Thunderfire roll was an exceptionally potent and fearsome technique, characterized by its overwhelming offensive capabilities and its ability to impose its force upon others. Previously, Su Xian's understanding of sword intent had not reached remarkable heights, rendering it ineffective. However, now that his comprehension had ascended to the second tier, the full manifestation of the Thunderfire roll unleashed a sword technique of unparalleled might. The sheer oppressive force emanating from all directions was truly terrifying. Fortunately, Tan San and his companions joined forces. Had Tan San been alone, the sheer pressure of the imposing might would likely have rendered him immobile, leaving him vulnerable to a ruthless onslaught. Now, with their combined strength, they could barely muster a feeble resistance. Yet, it was merely a struggle for survival. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of violent sword shadows erupted, akin to the wrath of thunder, fiercely slicing through the air. The trio found themselves overwhelmed by the relentless barrage, forced to retreat repeatedly, suffering immeasurable agony. After a relentless series of strikes, Su Xian's gaze suddenly turned icy. The profound technique of Thunderfire, the descent of heavenly thunder, the sword path of the Qilin. With a roar, the long sword cleaved through the air, infused with boundless lightning, as though the very heavens had unleashed their fury. Tan San and his companions fought desperately to withstand the onslaught, but in the next instant, puff, 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 each of the three erupted with torrents of blood. Their bodies propelled backward with tremendous force. It is nearly over. Su Xian's expression shifted to one of cold detachment. In this brief encounter, he had nearly perfected the execution of his swordsmanship and sword intent, gaining a newfound confidence in his abilities. What lay ahead was the final trial of his prowess. Innate divine ability, bloodline, intimidation. A fierce glint surged in Su Xian's eyes as the power of his bloodline surged to its zenith. Buzz. An invisible and elusive force radiated outward, imperceptible to the naked eye. This power disregarded all defenses and encountered no obstacles, directly impacting Tan San and his companions. Though Tan San and his companions had been gravely injured in the recent fierce battle, their consciousness remained remarkably clear. Suddenly, however, an overwhelming and unique intimidation, emanating from the very essence of life, caused all three to widen their eyes in shock. An instinctive terror and shudder coursed through them, halting their thoughts and awareness in that fleeting moment. Their minds went blank, and everything around them seemed to freeze. In that instant, Su Xian drew his sword with breathtaking swiftness. A vague yet exquisite beam of sword light flickered like a fleeting blossom, vanishing in an instant. Caught in this cognitive pause, Tan San and his companions were utterly unresponsive as the radiant blades swept past their necks. Thud, thud, thud. Their bodies fell simultaneously. Expressions of astonishment etched upon their faces. They had no inkling of what had transpired. Even in death, their minds remained devoid of clarity. This innate divine ability proved to be more terrifying than I had ever imagined. Standing before the lifeless forms of Tan San and his companions, Su Xian felt a surge of exhilaration. This force, rooted in the essence of life and bloodline, transcended any superficial defenses, directly assaulting the consciousness and spirit of its targets. The average person would find it utterly impossible to withstand. Even when directed towards three peak void breakers, it still ensnared them in a brief cognitive pause, rendering them as helpless as fools, allowing their demise to unfold without resistance. Such a technique is astoundingly fearsome and eerily potent. When wielded effectively, it undoubtedly serves as a formidable trump card. After slaying three individuals, Su Xian took special care to sever Tan San's head and wrapped it in cloth, serving as proof of the completion of his task. These two individuals were undoubtedly formidable figures from the Lake Mountain Manor. As Su Xian approached, He cast a glance at the bald elder and his companion, scoffing at their audacity to impede him despite having deduced his affiliation with the Heavenly Flame Palace. The Lake Mountain Manor, emboldened by the backing of a noble, dared to disregard even the Heavenly Flame Palace. Such recklessness was tantamount to courting death. Originally, Su Xian's objective was solely Tan San, but with the bald elder and his companion insisting on intervening, he would not show them any leniency. What of the Lake Mountain Manor's strength? They would be dealt with in due course. Su Xian swiftly departed, and the guards within the manor, witnessing Tan San's demise, naturally refrained from further obstruction. On his journey back to the Heavenly Flame Palace, Su Xian continued to reflect on the recent battle. Tan San, at the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm, was of a typical caliber. However, in their confrontation, Su Xian had not exerted himself fully, scarcely employing his swordsmanship. Yet he had still managed to inflict injury upon him. Su Xian pondered deeply. The encounter with Tan San and his companions provided him with a clearer assessment of his current capabilities. Primarily, in terms of sheer power, he was still merely at the initial stage of the void-breaking realm. Even with the advantage of his bloodline inheritance techniques and the strength of his lineage, he could only rival an average practitioner at the later stage of the void-breaking realm. Even if the power of my bloodline were to be fully unleashed, the disparity between each level of the void-breaking realm is significantly greater than that of the sea transformation realm. Even at my current state, where I can exert the full potential of my bloodline, I can only reach the pinnacle of the late stage of void-breaking, still falling short of the absolute zenith. The Qingwu divine sword I wield is a high-tier secret treasure. Relying on its might, I find myself only comparable to an average peak voidbreaker in terms of sheer strength. However, my understanding of sword intent and my swordsmanship far surpass that of an ordinary peak voidbreaker. Su Xian mused to himself that when it comes to assessing the strength within the peak of voidbreaking, the level of comprehension of intent is paramount. The weakest among them typically grasp only a faint trace of intent, perhaps failing to fully comprehend even a single essence of sword intent. Such peak void breakers are merely marginally stronger than those in the late stage of void breaking in terms of raw power. As for Tan San, upon engaging him, Su Xian sensed that Tan San had likely comprehended the essence of 2 or 3 types of intent, which is considered a standard level among peak void breakers. Those who are particularly formidable within this realm often grasp 4 or even 5 types of intent essence. As for those who have comprehended 6, 7, or even 8 types of essence, they are undoubtedly regarded as the elite of the peak void breakers. My strength aligns closely with that of an average peak void breaker. Yet my profound understanding of intent has already reached the second tier of sword intent. Coupled with my swordsmanship, I ought to be able to rival those who have comprehended 7 or even 8 types of essence among the peak void breakers, Su Xian reflected. This is his assessment of his own capabilities, not accounting for his 2 significant trump cards. Such prowess can indeed dominate within the void-breaking realm. Yet when faced with an invincible opponent of the same realm, there remains a considerable disparity. Su Xian is acutely aware that an invincible presence in the void-breaking realm not only epitomizes the pinnacle of this domain in every aspect but also possesses an understanding of the profound essence that ascends to the second tier. The comprehension of this essence, coupled with technical mastery, is not significantly inferior to his own. Presently, he is not yet a match for Niejiyo. However, should he achieve a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm, his strength would rival that of the peak, thereby granting him the ability to contend with, or even vanquish, his opponent. Su Xian's gaze narrowed. Not long after, Su Xian returned to the Tianyan Palace. Brother, you have returned. Upon his arrival, Duan Yunfeng greeted him. Xiaomeng has been in search of you ever since hearing of your breakthrough to the void-breaking realm. Xiaomeng? Su Xian couldn't help but smile. Chapter 86. Return to the clan. Su Xian first visited the 100 Battle Hall to complete his tasks, earning 6,000 fire points. Upon returning to the dojo, he encountered Xiaomeng. Su Xian, I have awaited this battle for quite some time, Xiaomeng declared, his eyes ablaze as they fixed upon Su Xian. Born into royalty, he was raised amidst fierce competition, relentlessly striving for supremacy. His disposition is exceedingly proud, often looking down upon all. However, after his defeat to Su Xian during their previous hunt, he recognized Su Xian as his first true rival, someone he yearned to surpass. Until now, Su Xian had not yet advanced to the void-breaking realm, rendering any challenge impossible, but circumstances have now shifted. In the dojo, numerous disciples of the Tianyan Palace had gathered, well aware of Xiaomeng's long-standing desire to engage in combat with Su Xian. At this moment, speculation abounded among them. The majority believed that Xiaomeng held a slight advantage, for Su Xian had only recently ascended to the realm of void-breaking, whereas Xiaomeng had experienced his breakthrough some time ago. During this interval, he frequently sparred with the elders, boasting an impressive victory rate. Conversely, some contended that Su Xian might emerge victorious, citing his recent triumph over an elder shortly after joining the Tianyin Palace. At that time, he had already comprehended the essence of 4 distinct principles. Although his progression had since slowed, it was surmised that he was now nearly on par with Xiaomeng. The disciples of Tianyin Palace eagerly anticipated this clash. Su Xian, unleash your utmost strength and reveal to me the extent of your growth during your time in Tianyin Palace. Xiaomeng intoned gravely. Your wish is my command, Su Xian replied, his gaze sharpening. Without hesitation, Xiaomeng launched his attack. A resounding boom echoed as an exceptionally fierce and domineering spear thrust forth. As the spear pierced the void, it emitted a faint dragon's roar. Xiaomeng held nothing back, pouring all his might into the strike. Su Xian, however, remained calm, observing the incoming spear until it was less than half a yard away. Then, he stepped forward, executing a simple yet elegant flick with his Qing Wu divine sword. The chilling blade glided like a serpent along the shaft of Xiaomeng's spear, producing a subtle sound of metallic friction. With that, the sword halted. The surrounding disciples of Tianyin Palace were left in a state of astonishment, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Before Su Xian, the jet-black blade of his divine sword hovered mere inches from Xiaomeng's throat, poised to pierce his windpipe with the slightest advance. You have lost, Su Xian stated calmly, gazing intently at Xiaomeng. Xiaomeng's expression was one of disbelief. He was well aware of Su Xian's formidable prowess, which he believed to be at least on par with his own. However, he never anticipated that a mere confrontation would lead to his swift defeat. In their previous encounters during the hunt, they had been evenly matched, with Su Xian needing to unleash his ultimate techniques to claim victory. Yet now, Xiaomeng, you need not compare yourself to others. Focus on honing your own skills, Su Xian remarked, retracting his sword before turning away. Xiaomeng stood there for an extended period, contemplating his defeat. Indeed, Xiaomeng possessed an excessive degree of pride. As Su Xian walked through the training ground, he reflected on Xiaomeng's arrogance, a disdain for all but Su Xian himself, dismissing other talents, including Duan Yufeng, as inconsequential. Such an attitude was undeniably extreme. This encounter served as a valuable lesson. Su Xian hoped it would inspire some change within Xiaomeng. Despite being contemporaries in the hunt to enter the Tianyin Palace, Su Xian held a certain camaraderie towards Xiaomeng. His intervention was, in truth, a well-intended effort to encourage Xiaomeng to temper his disposition, thereby broadening his path ahead. As for strength, upon their first encounter, Su Xian immediately discerned that Xiaomeng had comprehended the essence of 6 distinct realms. This level of prowess is considered quite commendable among the elder disciples of the Tianyin Palace. Unfortunately, Xiaomeng was unaware that he had just accomplished a conventional task of slaying a pinnacle voidbreaker. Had he known, he likely would have refrained from issuing a challenge. After departing from the dojo, Su Xian did not return to his residence but sought out the master of the Emperor Moon Palace instead. Standing respectfully before the master of the Emperor Moon Palace, Su Xian listened as she inquired, I have heard that you single-handedly vanquished a pinnacle voidbreaker? The master, who oversaw the disciples' tasks at Tianyin Palace, had been informed of Su Xian's completion of the mission involving the slaying of Tan San. Merely fortunate, Su Xian humbly replied. Fortunate? The master of the Emperor Moon Palace regarded Su Xian with keen interest. To slay a pinnacle voidbreaker as a novice at the early stage of voidbreaking, spanning 3 entire levels of cultivation, is not merely a matter of chance. Even in Tianyin Palace, after millennia of nurturing countless prodigies, there have been but a handful capable of such a feat. This young lad has just recently broken through to the void-breaking realm. How did he manage it? The master of the Emperor Moon Palace pondered curiously, unaware of the specific cultivation levels of the 3 slain in the blood sacrifice mountains. She was aware, however, that Su Xian was an awakened bloodline bearer, and that his awakened bloodline appeared to be of a considerable caliber, at least of the 2nd rank or higher. Furthermore, the cultivation technique he practiced seemed remarkably extraordinary. The essence of sword intent and the art of swordsmanship hardly require elaboration. Nevertheless, even so, to slay a peak practitioner of the void-breaking realm head-on is no trivial feat, is it? Su Xian, what brings you to me today? Inquired the Lord of the Moon Palace. Master, I wish to return to my family. Su Xian articulated his intentions. When he departed from the Su family to attend the hunting event in the imperial city, his father, Su Baichun, had instructed him to return once he had achieved a breakthrough to the void-breaking realm. Su Xian had always kept this in mind, and now, his cultivation had indeed reached that level. Returning to your family? The Lord of the Moon Palace furrowed her brow as she regarded Su Xian. The Tianyin Palace places no restrictions on the freedom of its disciples. Whether Su Xian chooses to cultivate within the palace or takes some time to return to his family is of little consequence, and there is no need for him to report this to her specifically. Master, I must inform you that my journey back may not be entirely tranquil. Su Xian shared some of his concerns. Are you suggesting that your enemies might very well attempt to assassinate you upon your return? The Lord of the Moon Palace's expression grew grave. She was aware of Su Xian's background with the Su family, who had a long-standing feud with the Sidu family. Moreover, she had witnessed the madness of Tu San from the Qi Wangfu during the hunting event as he ruthlessly targeted Su Xian. It was evident that Su Xian's words were not unfounded. Rest assured and return home. You need not concern yourself with anything else. I shall make the necessary arrangements. The Lord of the Moon Palace declared. Understood. Su Xian nodded, then turned to depart. In his heart, he felt a sense of relief. Frankly speaking, he was uncertain whether the Sidu family, along with the more formidable and ominous Qi Wangfu, would seize the opportunity to act against him. After all, as a disciple of the Tianyin Palace, his identity held weight. Any attempt on his life would bear dire consequences. Yet, to guard against any eventuality, Su Xian sought out the master of the Emperor Moon Palace. Following Su Xian's departure, the master of the Emperor Moon Palace's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. The Situ family and the Qi Wangfu. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Although the Situ family was indeed one of the premier families of the Tianyin dynasty, she regarded them with indifference. However, the Qi Wangfu was a different matter altogether. The Qi Wang, after all, had once been bold enough to confront the sovereign of Tianyin directly. Previously, during the hunt, before the very eyes of the sovereign, the notorious Tu San of the Qi Wangfu had dared to employ underhanded tactics against Su Xian, showcasing a brazen audacity. Furthermore, should the Qi Wangfu choose to act, as long as they left no incriminating evidence, the Tianyin Palace would be powerless to retaliate. Indeed, the Tianyin Palace had endured for over a millennium within the Tianyin dynasty. Yet there had been numerous instances of its disciples being assassinated throughout history. In many cases, no traces of the assailants were ever discovered, and the identities of those who orchestrated the attacks remained shrouded in mystery, ultimately fading into obscurity. Reflecting upon the recent enthusiasm exhibited by the master of the Qingyang Palace regarding Su Xian's training task, the master of the Emperor Moon Palace harbored no further doubts and promptly set about making arrangements. Upon departing from the Tianyin Palace, Su Xian traversed the spatial passage within the palace, arriving directly in the territory of Yunzhou. He swiftly journeyed onward and soon reached Yongning County. Yongning County, the Su family. He had returned. Gazing upon the grand family estate below, Su Xian felt an overwhelming sense of joy within his heart. He then descended gracefully before the entrance of the manor. Numerous guards of the Su family stood vigil at the gate, and upon recognizing Su Xian, they immediately exclaimed, "It is the young master. The young master has returned." Their voices resonated, igniting a fervor throughout the entire Su household. Members of the Su family flocked to him, calling out, "Su Xian, brother Su Xian, young master." A multitude surrounded him, akin to stars encircling the moon. The admiration and reverence in their gazes were palpable. Over half a year had passed since the conclusion of the hunting expedition, and the results had long been relayed back to the Su family. Every member, including maids and servants, was aware that their young master had triumphed over countless prodigies in the imperial capital's hunt, securing first place, and had subsequently entered the legendary training grounds of Tianyin Palace, a sanctuary for the most gifted talents of the entire dynasty. The news of Su Xian's victory had sent shockwaves through the Su family. Naturally, his status within the clan had soared to unprecedented heights. Without a doubt, the younger generation of the Su family regarded Su Xian as an object of admiration. Observing the enthusiastic reception from those surrounding him, Su Xian felt immense joy. It is worth noting that he had only recently emerged from a prison of magical confinement, returning to the Su family amidst a chorus of reproach and blame. Yet, in the span of just over a year, everything had transformed dramatically. "Su Xian," a voice called out. "Sister Ning." Su Xian beamed at the sight of the poised and striking Su Yuning before him. Perhaps it was due to the impact of that night raid and the demise of Su Qinghong and others. Over the past 6 months, Su Yuning's strength has significantly improved, and she has even achieved a breakthrough to the Sea transformation realm. You, my dear fellow, have managed to claim the top position in the royal city's hunt. I never perceived such potential in you before, Su Yuning said as she leaned against Su Xian's shoulder. You have been diligently practicing in the Tianyin Palace. Haven't you? Are the talents there truly formidable? Su Yuning continued to pose several questions, to which Su Xian could only respond one by one. At that moment, the third elder of the Su family, Su Xian's second uncle, Su Baihu, approached, accompanied by 2 others. "Uncle," Su Xian greeted. though his gaze was drawn to the two individuals beside him. At a glance, he discerned that both were formidable experts of the void-breaking realm. One was in the mid-stage, while the other had already reached the late stage. Who are these two? Su Xian inquired. They are newly recruited guests of our Su family. Su Baihu replied with a smile. Guests? Su Xian's heart stirred. Young Master Su Xian. The two guests inclined their heads slightly in greeting, exuding an air of respect. You are too kind, Su Xian responded with a smile and a slight bow. As their conversation progressed, Su Xian came to comprehend the significant changes that had taken place within the Su family during his brief absence. Originally, following the death of their ancestor and the ensuing massacre by Nie Juyo, the Su family had descended into utter decline, with their guests dwindling. The only remaining guest who has attained the void-breaking realm was Zhao Tianlei, who had only chosen to stay to seize the resources of the Su family. At that time, the Su family was rife with crises. Aside from the openly threatening Pang family, the Sidu family was also lurking in the shadows, eyeing them hungrily. Under such circumstances, no one was willing to join the Su family. However, ever since Su Xian rose to prominence, particularly after achieving first place in the hunt and becoming a disciple of the Tianyin Palace, the Su family underwent a remarkable transformation. Disciples of the Tianyin Palace wield considerable influence within the Tianyin dynasty, with no one daring to provoke them. Families with disciples of the Tianyin Palace also receive protection from both the palace and the dynasty. Furthermore, any disciple of the Tianyin Palace possesses boundless potential. As long as they do not encounter unforeseen setbacks, they are destined to become top-tier powerhouses in the Tianyin dynasty. Additionally, the Su family had previously annihilated the Pang family and absorbed their assets, significantly increasing their resources. Naturally, this led to a growing number of formidable individuals willing to join the Su family and become their guests. Over the past 6 months, the Su family has recruited no fewer than 100 guests, among whom there are at least 4 who have reached the void-breaking realm. Currently, Su Xian only sees 2 of them, while the other 2 are accompanying the Grand Elder in other locations. Uncle, where is father? Su Xian inquired. Ever since you went to participate in the royal city hunt, your elder brother has often secluded himself. He rarely emerges, sometimes for a few days, and at most for 10 days to half a month. Just 2 days ago, he fell into seclusion once again. If you wish to see him, you may have to wait a few more days until he emerges, replied Su Baihu. Seclusion, is it? Su Xian nodded thoughtfully. Very well, there's no rush. I can wait a few more days. Su Xian was engaging in casual conversation with the members of the Su family. The news of his return to the clan had already spread throughout the entire Su household. The Su family was vast, comprising not only numerous relatives and guests, but also a multitude of guards, maids, and servants, among whom were some spies discreetly placed by external forces. These spies promptly disseminated the news of Su Xian's return in an exceedingly subtle manner. In a dimly lit room, candlelight flickered. An elderly man clad in gray stood respectfully, while before him, at a desk, a middle-aged man adorned in luxurious attire with a prominent mustache was intently penning a piece of calligraphy. The characters he inscribed were rather unrefined and peculiar, indicating his lack of proficiency in the art of calligraphy. Nevertheless, each character exuded a profound and restrained charm, imbued with a sense of mystery. After a while, the middle-aged man paused, placing his brush upon the inkstone. He then lifted the piece he had created, leaning in to gently blow on the still wet ink. What do you think of the characters I have written? He inquired. The gray-clad elder merely cast a brief glance at the calligraphy and replied, Your Highness's writing is truly unique. Unique, indeed, the middle-aged man affirmed with a smile. Evidently pleased with his work. It is simply splendid. The more I gaze upon it, the more I cherish it. Have the servants prepare to frame this piece and hang it in the parlor. From now on, whenever someone comes to pay their respects, let them first appreciate my writing. The gray-clad elder maintained a tranquil demeanor. He understood that the master before him, the king of Qi, though in the midst of middle age, possessed a rather peculiar temperament, exhibiting a certain air of cynicism, at least from the perspective of outsiders. After a considerable pause, the king of Qi finally set aside the calligraphy he had been holding. Su Xian, the Su family. Resting his chin on his hand, he gently tapped his fingers against his head, astonished that a family as fallen as the Su could still produce such a remarkable talent. Had he known, he would never have heeded that individual's counsel to confront the Su family. His second brother, too, though I had previously dispatched a small squad of Yinglong guards to carry out a nocturnal assault on the Su family, ultimately, it proved futile. Initially, there was room for reconciliation, to acknowledge a mistake and offer an apology to the Su family, yet my second brother insisted on bringing this enmity into the open, forcing me into a complete opposition with the Su family. The king of Qi expressed his grievances. The second brother he referred to was none other than the Emperor Tianyin. Given that there was no longer any possibility for reconciliation, and considering Su Xian's exceptional talent, it would be prudent to resolve this matter swiftly. The king of Qi waved his hand nonchalantly and commanded, "After all, he is a disciple of the Tianyin palace. Let us refrain from involving our own men. The Nine Sha have been loyal to me for so long, yet have not truly contributed to my cause. This time, let their people take action. Inform them to be discreet. If they can eliminate Su Xian, that would be ideal. If not, they must ensure no incriminating evidence is left behind." Yes. The elderly man in gray nodded before turning to depart. The Qi king remained deep in thought, reflecting that if he were to assign blame, it would rest solely on the stubbornness of the Su family's ancient ancestor. Had he been as loyal as the patriarch of the Situ family, he would have pledged fealty to the king long ago, thus avoiding countless troubles. Even after the demise of that obstinate ancestor, with the king's protection, who would dare to challenge the Su family? Shaking his head, the Qi king's gaze shifted to the calligraphy before him. Moments ago, he had admired it greatly, feeling increasingly pleased and planning to have it elegantly displayed in the hall. Yet, in an instant, it appeared entirely unappealing. With a swift motion, he tore the work to shreds and picked up his brush once more. This time, he resolved to infuse his writing with a more commanding presence. The Qi king resumed his study of his artistic endeavor. In Yongning County, the Su family. It was the third day since Su Xian had returned home, while his father, Su Baichun, remained in seclusion. During these 3 days, aside from his regular cultivation, he spent most of his time in the family's martial arts arena, engaging in sparring with numerous members of the Su clan. Though termed sparring, it was more accurately a form of guidance. With a swift crack, Su Xian, as before, wielded a simple branch and effortlessly disarmed his opponents, sending their weapons flying. No one could endure a single exchange with Su Xian. His comprehension of the essence of martial arts was astoundingly profound, rivaling that of an ordinary Nirvana realm expert. Even the 2 guests who had reached the void-breaking realm, who had previously challenged him in a pure contest of skill, were swiftly defeated with merely 1 strike. The disparity in their abilities was far too vast. This spectacle left the members of the Su family profoundly stirred and awestruck. "Brother He, do you believe that this young master of the Su family has the potential to transcend into the Nirvana realm in the future?" The 2 guests of the void-breaking realm stood side by side, observing Su Xian as he engaged in combat with various members of the Su clan in the training arena, while casually conversing. As disciples of the Tianyin palace, as long as they do not fall midway, they possess a substantial probability of breaking through to the Nirvana realm. And Su Xian, at such a tender age, exhibits an astonishingly high level of comprehension and insight. Thus, his chances of achieving the Nirvana realm in the future are undoubtedly greater. Haha, if he truly manages to break through to the Nirvana realm, we shall have found ourselves a formidable ally. The 2 shared a sense of anticipation regarding Su Xian's growth. At that moment, Su Xian and Su Baihu approached. "Second uncle." Su Xian paused his actions. "Elder brother has emerged from seclusion and wishes for you to meet him immediately," Su Baihu informed. "Very well," Su Xian replied with delight, promptly setting off. Once again, he found himself in the dimly lit study. "Father," Su Xian respectfully bowed, directing his gaze towards Su Baichun, who sat at the desk. Compared to 9 months prior, when Su Xian had just left the Su family to partake in the royal hunting expedition, Su Baichun's countenance appeared noticeably more aged. His hair had grown increasingly gray, and his eyes had taken on a rather murky quality, causing Su Xian to frown in concern. He was genuinely worried about his father's health, yet his father seemed reluctant to share anything with him. "Xianer, your father is very pleased," he said. Su Baichun wore a slight smile as he gazed at Su Xian. "It has only been a little over a year since you returned to the family. I recall when you first came back, the influence of the magic confinement left you barely at the threshold of the true martial 7th realm. Yet now, in just over a year, you have already transcended to the void-breaking realm, standing before me. At merely 20 years of age, to possess such cultivation, achieved in such a short span of time, your talent far surpasses mine. With you here, my Su family will face no worries in the future." As the patriarch of the Su family, Su Baichun was known for his strictness, both toward his son and the younger members of the clan. However, upon seeing Su Xian today, he could not conceal his admiration. "How has your training at the Tianyin palace been?" Su Baichun inquired. "Quite smooth," Su Xian replied. "By the way, father, there were some incidents during the previous hunt." Su Xian briefly recounted the encounter with the ruthless figure known as Tu San. "The Qiwang mansion?" Su Baichun's eyes narrowed slightly. "It is likely that the one who dispatched the Yinglong guards to invade our Su family was indeed this Qiwang." "Qiwang?" Su Baichen chuckled coldly. This Qi Wang is quite a character. When our ancestor was still alive, he sought to ally with him in his quest for the throne, treating our Su family with utmost courtesy. Yet, after our ancestor's demise, he immediately conspired with the Sidu family to strike against us. Listening to Su Baichen's words, Su Xian furrowed her brow slightly. It was not that there was anything particularly amiss with Su Baichen's statement. Rather, it was the tone he adopted when mentioning the Qi Wang and the Situ family that struck her as somewhat indifferent. It felt as though he regarded both the Qi Wang and the Situ family with a certain detachment, an air of arrogance, perhaps. Yet, the pride her father exhibited was entirely distinct from the haughty demeanor of Xiaomeng. Xiaomeng was inherently proud and dismissive of all. In contrast, her father's pride seemed ingrained in his very being. His words were gentle, yet he carried an effortless aloofness in the presence of anyone. What experiences had her father endured? A surge of curiosity welled up within Su Xian. Xian heir, come with me, Su Baichen said as he rose, and Su Xian followed him out of the study. Chapter 88. The hidden cards of the Su family. Su Xian accompanied Su Baichen to the ancestral hall of the Su family. Inside the hall, there were numerous spirit tablets of the Su family's ancestors, with the tablet of the illustrious family patriarch prominently displayed in the center. Xian heir, kneel and pay your respects to the patriarch, Su Baichen instructed. Immediately, Su Xian knelt and respectfully bowed 3 times. This venerable ancestor, who had guided the Su family to its zenith, had bestowed upon them boundless glory. It was due to his existence that the Su family had ascended to become a prominent clan. No one could rival his contributions to their lineage. Do you know the strength of our ancestor during his lifetime? Su Baichen inquired. I know that our ancestor was a top-tier powerhouse who reached the Nirvana realm. Su Xian replied. Indeed, it is the Nirvana realm, yet it is not an ordinary one. Su Bai smiled faintly, remarking that even within the void-breaking realm, individuals of the same cultivation level exhibit varying strengths. The Nirvana realm is no exception. During the time of the ancestor, his power was exceedingly formidable among those in the Nirvana realm, rendering common practitioners within it utterly incapable of rivaling him. It is precisely for this reason that the Qi King treated our Su family with such courtesy. He was remarkably humble in the presence of the ancestor. Furthermore, the Tianyin Emperor, who had once benefited from the ancestor's grace, was willing to extend a protective opportunity to our Su family even after the ancestor's demise. Upon hearing this, Su Xian felt a stir within his heart. The ancestor of the Su family was not only a figure of the Nirvana realm, but also an exceptionally powerful one within it. During his lifetime, he bestowed endless glory upon our Su family, and even in death, he left us the hope of resurgence. Your father wishes for you to return upon breaking into the void-breaking realm in order to pass on what the ancestor has bequeathed to you, Su Bai said solemnly. What has the ancestor left behind? Su Xian exclaimed in astonishment. The ancestor has left behind 3 treasures. The first is this. Su Bai flipped his hand and produced a dark iron plate. This plate appeared quite ordinary, yet exuded an air of antiquity. Within this iron plate lies a secret technique. Su Bai explained. Secret technique? Su Xian was taken aback. This is an extraordinarily potent and formidable secret technique, acquired by our venerable ancestor through a serendipitous encounter within a mystical realm. The techniques within that realm were originally complete in their entirety. However, due to the ancestor's limited aptitude, he expended an entire year merely to grasp the rudimentary first form. As he recounted, this was the most significant opportunity of his lifetime. Even though it was merely the first form of the technique, he could only unleash a fraction of its might, yet it remained his most formidable weapon. Before his demise, he endeavored to inscribe this first form of the technique in its entirety onto this iron plate. The realization that the ancestor took an entire year to barely comprehend a single form left Su Xian astounded. If such a partial manifestation of power was so formidable, how powerful would the complete technique be? The execution of this technique demands a substantial expenditure of spiritual energy, and under normal circumstances, only those of the Nirvana realm are qualified to comprehend and wield it. Su Baichen gazed at Su Xian and continued. Your innate talent far surpasses that of our ancestor. While you may not yet meet the conditions for its execution, once you break through to the late stages of void shattering, perhaps even to its pinnacle, you might be able to comprehend and employ this technique as your ultimate trump card. Su Xian nodded in agreement and promptly accepted the iron plate. The second treasure left by the ancestor was a spell, and as Su Baichen spoke, he produced an eerie blood-red orb from his hand. Su Xian merely cast a glance at the blood-red orb and immediately sensed an overwhelming force emanating from it, a formidable array of power. The Blood Cloud Killing Array. This was a fearsome formation renowned throughout the entire eastern wilderness, its value immense, enough to entice countless Nirvana realm experts, driving them to madness in their pursuit. Su Bai-chun spoke gravely. Our ancestor, in his quest to enhance his strength and better navigate various secret realms and perilous locales for opportunities, spared no expense and even exhausted a lifetime of accumulation to acquire this killing array. Unfortunately, shortly after he exchanged for this array, he met an untimely demise, leaving few in the outside world aware of its existence. Exiner, this killing array is entrusted to you. You have already attained the void-shattering realm. And although you may not be able to unleash its full might, even a fraction of its power will significantly augment your strength. Father, your prowess far surpasses mine. In your hands, the array would unleash even greater power. Su Exine furrowed his brow. This array holds little value for me, Su Bai-chun replied candidly, shaking his head. He spoke the truth. Had he not unraveled the seal within his body, this array could have greatly enhanced his strength. However, now that the seal was lifted, his combat prowess had reached an invincible level within the void-shattering realm. The only entities that could pose a threat to him were those of the Nirvana realm. And even with this killing array, he would still be unable to contend with them. Unless he unseals the second layer of his internal seal. Since he cannot contend with the realm of Nirvana, this killing formation is indeed of little consequence to him. Su Exine no longer hesitates, taking the blood-red orb into his possession. Shiner, you must remember, this blood cloud killing formation holds immense value. While you remain within the borders of the Tianyin dynasty, your identity as a disciple of the Tianyin palace affords you some protection, as few dare to act against you. However, once you venture beyond the Tianyin dynasty and roam other realms, you must wield it with utmost caution, Su Bai solemnly advised. Understood, Su Exine nodded. He was well aware that the blood cloud killing technique had garnered significant notoriety in the eastern wilderness, its worth exceedingly high, even coveted by formidable beings of the Nirvana realm. Should word spread of his possession of a complete blood cloud killing formation, it could very well attract the attention of some powerful Nirvana experts. Lastly, there lies the third treasure left behind by our ancestor. Similarly, this treasure represents the greatest trump card of the Su family. The greatest trump card? Su Exine exclaimed in surprise. The Su family had once been a top-tier clan in its own right. Their ancestor was an exceedingly powerful figure among the Nirvana realm. After the fall of their ancestor and the subsequent decline of the Su family, many, including various factions and clans, speculated whether the ancestor had left any hidden cards for the family, especially the now extinct Pang family and the Situ clan. Their repeated probing stemmed from uncertainty regarding whether the Su family possessed any hidden cards, which had kept them in a state of caution. Do not speak of outsiders. Even within the Su family, including several elders, there remains uncertainty about any hidden cards they may possess. Previously, Su Exine was equally oblivious, but now he is enlightened. The ancestral figure of the Su family has indeed left behind a secret weapon. Shiner, behold, Su Bai-chun declared as he unveiled his palm, revealing a white, sword-shaped talisman at its center. This, Su Exine observed the talisman closely. At first glance, it appeared utterly ordinary. However, as his consciousness delved deeper, he immediately sensed an overwhelming, terrifying power contained within, causing his entire being to tremble in fear. Fortunately, this formidable force was sealed within the talisman. Should it ever be unleashed, even a mere fraction could annihilate him countless times over. Such dreadful power, who could have left this behind? Su Exine exclaimed in astonishment. The sixth mountain master of Jiuxin Mountain, Su Bai-chun replied. Jiuxin Mountain? Su Exine was taken aback. He recalled the immensely powerful and enigmatic monk, Wu Zhao, whom he encountered during the hunt, who hailed from Jiuxin Mountain. That very Wu Zhao had mentioned a future meeting at Jiuxin Mountain should the opportunity arise. Father, what exactly is Jiuxin Mountain? Su Exine inquired. Jiuxin Mountain is a significant force within the Eastern Wasteland, Su Bai-chun elucidated. The Eastern Wasteland is vast, far beyond your imagination, and within this expansive domain, the most prevalent and commonplace entities are various dynasties, with the Tianyin dynasty, where we reside, being one among them. Beyond the imperial dynasties, the Eastern Wasteland harbors ancient and formidable sects, many of which have endured for millennia, even surpassing 10,000 years, boasting profound heritage and strength that surpasses numerous dynasties. The notion of a sect with a legacy spanning thousands, even tens of thousands of years, startled Su Exine. As far as he knew, the Tianyin dynasty had existed for merely a millennium. What could such an ancient sect imply? The Nine Holy Mountains, a major force within the Eastern Wasteland, has a lineage approaching 10,000 years, commanding countless powerful individuals and overseeing a vast territory, including the Tianyin dynasty, which lies within its dominion. Su Bai-chun remarked, the Tianyin dynasty is under the influence of the Nine Holy Mountains? Su Exine gasped in astonishment. Shiner, as a disciple of the Tianyin Palace, should you develop successfully and reach the Nirvana realm, you will naturally be introduced to the 9 holy mountains under the auspices of the Tianyin dynasty, becoming one of its outer members. This applies not only to you. In fact, the majority of Nirvana realm experts within the Tianyin dynasty are also outer members of the 9 holy mountains. Even our ancestor, while alive, was an outer member of the 9 holy mountains. The blood cloud killing array you received was acquired at great cost from the 9 holy mountains by our ancestor. Su Baichen explained. Is that so? Su Xin raised an eyebrow, realizing that the threshold for the 9 holy mountains was indeed the Nirvana realm. Only those who have reached Nirvana are qualified to join, albeit as outer members. Wasn't he that Wu Chao also from the 9 holy mountains? Yet he was merely at the sea transformation realm at that time, which left Su Xin somewhat perplexed. At the 9 sacred mountains, the number of formidable beings is overwhelming. Even the practitioners at the Nirvana realm merely constitute ordinary peripheral members. The core members of the 9 sacred mountains are often exceptionally strong entities within the Nirvana realm, with the most powerful and esteemed among them being the Mountain Lord. Su Baichun continued his discourse, stating that each Mountain Lord possesses unfathomable strength. Their disciples, even those who are merely nominal disciples, are typically the most elite superlative practitioners within the Nirvana realm, far surpassing the strength of the ancestors. The 6th Mountain Lord, who ascended to his position not long ago, had previously ventured into secret realms alongside the ancestor during his time in the Nirvana realm. He shared a close relationship with the ancestor and had once owed him a favor. Thus, upon becoming the Mountain Lord, he bestowed upon the ancestor this sword-shaped talisman. Within this talisman lies a fragment of the 6th Mountain Lord's sword intent. Once unleashed, it is said that no one within the Nirvana realm can withstand it. This, indeed, is the greatest trump card of the Su family. Chapter 89. Assassination. Upon hearing this, Su Xion's heart was already profoundly shaken. The 6th Mountain Lord of the 9 sacred mountains had once owed a favor to his ancestor. This sword-shaped talisman, containing a fragment of the 6th Mountain Lord's sword intent, could sweep through the Nirvana realm? Such a trump card is truly formidable. Su Xion marveled at its might. Indeed, it is powerful, Su Baichen remarked. With this talisman in hand, when the sword intent is unleashed, there is no one within the Tianyin dynasty capable of countering it. Unfortunately, a trump card remains just that. Once the sword intent within the talisman is utilized, there will be no second chance. Thus, unless we are truly on the brink of life and death for the Su family, we shall never resort to this trump card. Su Xion nodded, understanding that while this card is formidable and insurmountable, it is merely a fleeting sword intent, one that can only be wielded once before it dissipates, and therefore, it must not be employed lightly, even against Niejioyu. A hint of coldness flickered in Su Bai's gaze. Niejioyu possesses unparalleled combat prowess in the void-breaking realm. He once invaded our Su family, forcibly seizing resources and committing widespread slaughter. At that time, due to certain circumstances, I was unable to unravel the seal within me, rendering me incapable of resisting him. He had driven our Su family to the brink of annihilation, and I nearly had to utilize this talisman. Fortunately, Niejioyu is not foolish. Perhaps he suspected that our Su family might have a hidden ace, which is why he refrained from completely exterminating us. Otherwise, Su Xion silently concurred. Within the 100 Battles Hall of the Tianyin Palace, there exists a standard mission to eliminate Niejioyu, which notes that while he is greedy, he acts with great caution. Shiner, this talisman is also for you. Su Bai solemnly handed the talisman to Su Xion. Father, this. Su Xion furrowed his brow. The 3 treasures left by our ancestor. While the secret technique holds little concern, as I can take it for myself, the blood cloud killing formation is of significant utility to me, and given that my father does not wish to keep it, I shall accept it. However, this 3rd treasure, it is the Su family's greatest trump card. Take it, Su Bai insisted. Su Baichen, however, smiled and said, our Su family is now in a much better position than before. With you, a disciple of Tianyin Palace, no one dares to cast their eyes upon us. Thus we have no need for this talisman. On the contrary, it is you. Su Baichen looked at Su Xion with solemnity and remarked, as you venture into the world, you are bound to encounter various perils, and at times, you may even face life-threatening dangers. Losing the talisman is inconsequential. But should you meet with an untimely demise, that would be a true calamity for our Su family. Su Xion felt a stir within and quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. As long as he, a disciple of Tianyin Palace, remained, no one would dare to provoke the Su family. Yet if he were to vanish, even with the talisman as a safeguard, it would still lead to their downfall. With this talisman in hand, it should indeed preserve your life should you encounter dire circumstances in the future, Su Baichen added. Upon hearing Su Baichen's words, Su Xian ceased his reluctance and accepted the talisman. However, he suddenly raised his head and asked, "Father, how did our ancestor truly meet his end?" The death of the Su family's ancestor was shrouded in mystery. The elders of the Su family, including the young master himself, were oblivious to the cause of the ancestor's demise. They only knew that the ancestor had been well until one day he began making arrangements for his own funeral. "Do not inquire further," Su Baichen spoke in a somber tone. "I have said that when your power reaches a certain level, sufficient to annihilate the Situ family single-handedly, I shall reveal everything to you. But for now, it is still too early." Su Xian frowned, sensing that the death of the Su family's ancestor might be intricately linked to the secrets surrounding his father. Regrettably, this secret is one he is not yet qualified to know. "Go on." Su Bai waved his hand dismissively. Su Xian did not inquire further. After paying his respects with a deep bow to the ancestor of the Su family, he turned and departed, leaving the ancestral hall. Su Xian felt a heavy weight in his heart. The family patriarch had entrusted only 3 treasures to the clan, and now his father had bestowed all 3 upon him. This effectively meant that the entire Su family was entirely reliant on him. His life and death were inextricably linked to the very existence of the Su clan. Therefore, he must not perish. In the following days, Su Xian remained within the confines of the Su family estate. Aside from instructing the clan members at the training grounds, he devoted most of his time to studying the secret technique and the blood cloud killing formation left behind by the ancestor. The technique was of a remarkably high tier. Upon contemplation, he realized that even if he comprehended it thoroughly, his current cultivation would render him incapable of executing it. In contrast, the blood cloud killing formation merely required refinement and gradual mastery. The process of refinement was relatively effortless, and within just a few days, Su Xian had essentially grasped the method of employing this formation. On the 11th day of his return to the Su family, he bid farewell to his father and numerous clan members before returning to the Tianyin Palace. As Su Xian journeyed back to the Tianyin Palace, he traversed the vast expanse of emptiness, moving forward with deliberate grace. Having spent a full 10 days within the family, he pondered the intentions of those who sought his demise, the Situ clan and the Qi royal residents. If they truly wished to strike, they must surely have made ample preparations by now. I fear that scarcely had I departed when news of my exit from the family was disseminated, and along this route, it is likely that someone has been trailing me. Su Xian smiled faintly. It is beyond doubt that the Situ family and the Qi royal mansion desire his demise. The only question is whether they dare to act upon it. Previously, he had remained in the Tianyin Palace, and even when he occasionally ventured out to undertake missions, he would directly traverse through spatial passages to reach the designated areas and promptly return to the palace thereafter, rendering it impossible for the Qi royal mansion to anticipate his movements and prepare in secrecy. However, this time is different. This time, he has returned to his own family, which has long been under the watchful gaze of numerous spies. Having lingered here for a full 10 days, the Qi royal mansion now possesses ample time to plot against him. Su Xian surmised that he would not venture far before encountering an assassination attempt. Yet, despite this foreknowledge, Su Xian remained unperturbed. Firstly, his own strength is formidable. He ranks among the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm. Bolstered by the blood cloud killing array and the divine annihilation forbidden technique, alongside his innate divine abilities, rendering him unafraid of the average adversary. Secondly, he had already apprised the palace master of the moon of this matter. Just as Su Xian had anticipated, several dozen miles ahead, on a desolate mountain, for figures were gathered, clad in peculiar black robes adorned with blood patterns and donning blood-red, ghastly masks that revealed only their eyes and noses. They presented an ominous sight. Suddenly, a purple-hued eagle-like demon beast soared from the distant void and alighted upon one of their shoulders. This individual unfastened a note tied to the creature's leg and opened it for a glance. Immediately notify everyone to prepare. After half a stick of incense, the target will appear. A low, slightly hoarse voice emanated from beneath the menacing mask. These individuals waited in silence. Indeed, after half a stick of incense, a youthful figure emerged on the distant horizon. Whoosh! A piercing arrow shot forth, its shrill whistle resonating throughout the void. Su Xian halted, lifting his gaze ahead. Is it coming? At the edge of his vision, four shadowy figures materialized from thin air, clad in blood-patterned black robes, their faces obscured by fearsome black masks. Like phantoms, they swiftly traversed the void, charging directly towards him, not only from the front, but also from 2 other directions. Another 4 masked figures in black robes were advancing with lethal intent, 12 in total, and all were peak practitioners of the void-breaking realm. The Qi Wangfu certainly holds me in high regard. Su Xian raised an eyebrow. To dispatch 12 peak void-breaking experts in one breath is no small feat. Such a grand gesture would be difficult for the Sidu family to achieve. Only the Qi Wangfu, with its immense power and formidable influence throughout the Tianyin Empire, could accomplish this. Su Xian's expression grew serious, the Qing Wu divine sword materializing in his hand. However, just as the 12 masked figures surrounded him, before they could strike, a terrifying flash of blade light suddenly illuminated the scene. This blade light seemed capable of cleaving mountains, exuding an overwhelming dominance. Is there someone? The 12 masked individuals were taken aback, and instantly, 4 of them acted in unison. Bang! A resounding explosion reverberated through the air as the 4 figures cloaked in black, their faces concealed by masks, were violently propelled backward by the slicing radiance of a blade. The residual impact of the blade's glow rippled outward, compelling the remaining masked figures to halt in their tracks. Umph! How audacious you are to lay hands on a disciple of the heavenly flame palace. A furious roar erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth. A towering man, broad-shouldered and bearing a formidable greatsword, strode forward with deliberate steps. Although the aura of spiritual energy emanating from him was merely at the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm, his advancing presence exerted an invisible pressure that gripped the hearts of the masked figures, instilling a sense of dread. Invincible in the void-breaking realm, the masked figures instantly recognized the strength of their newcomer. He was from the heavenly flame palace. Su Xian felt a surge of elation, realizing that this imposing figure was likely the ally arranged for him by the lord of the Imperial Moon Palace. Judging by the sheer force of the previous strike, it was evident that this man possessed formidable combat power within the void-breaking realm. Team 2, Team 3, engage him. Team 1, follow me to eliminate the target. Though the appearance of the towering man caught the masked figures off guard, they remained remarkably composed, promptly issuing commands. They formed into teams of 4, with 2 teams comprising 8 individuals launching a simultaneous assault on the imposing figure, while the remaining quartet advanced towards Su Xian. In an instant, the 2 sides clashed in fierce combat. With a thunderous roar, the imposing figure wielded his blade with unparalleled might, as if cleaving through mountains and severing peaks. Despite possessing formidable power that rendered him invincible in the realm of broken void, he found himself facing no less than 8 peak strongmen simultaneously, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with them. Su Xian, my disciple, I can only hold these 8 at bay. As for the remaining 4, that shall depend on your own prowess, the burly man bellowed. Thank you, senior brother, Su Xian replied, already engaged in battle with the 4 masked figures clad in black. These enigmatic beings not only donned identical attire, but also wielded the same sinister crimson daggers. The blades gleamed with a menacing sharpness, emanating a faint black light, indicating they were coated with a lethal poison. A careless encounter with their blades could lead to dire consequences. As the skirmish commenced, Su Xian quickly discerned that these masked figures were not only peak cultivators in the broken void, but also exceptionally formidable in their own right. The weakest among them had likely comprehended the essence of 5 distinct realms, while the strongest had grasped the essence of 8. Even when exerting his utmost effort, Su Xian found himself thoroughly overpowered by their combined might. Clang! A resounding metallic clash echoed as Su Xian swiftly retreated. Excellent! Truly formidable. His gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes upon the 4 masked figures, yet a cruel smile crept upon his lips. I was just lamenting the absence of worthy adversaries, and here you 4 stand before me. Today, I shall utilize your presence to test the strength of my killing formation. With a swift motion of his left hand, Su Xian produced a blood-red orb. Blood Cloud Massacre Formation. Activate. Chapter 90. Blood Cloud Massacre Formation. A low hum resonated as an endless torrent of blood clouds surged forth from the orb, engulfing the surrounding space in an instant. The vast expanse appeared to transform into a colossal domain of blood clouds, enveloping Su Xian and the 4 masked figures in black robes before him. Within this sanguine realm, a palpable aura of lethal intent coalesced ominously. Su Xian, sword in hand, cast a cold glance at the masked figures. Kill, he uttered in a low voice. Charging forth without hesitation, the 4 figures immediately sought to confront him, but as they moved, the blood clouds descended upon them with an oppressive force. With a mere thought, Su Xian commanded the relentless blood clouds to surge towards the 4, compressing and battering them from all directions. The pressure they faced severely hindered their movements, and their inherent powers were notably diminished. In stark contrast, Su Xian thrived within this chaotic storm. With a resounding whoosh, his sword glimmered fiercely. The same strike, now amplified by the blood cloud formation, exhibited a remarkable increase in potency, particularly in terms of speed. Although he had previously been swift, he had still contended with the natural resistance of air. However, within the confines of the blood cloud, he felt as if he were weightless, moving through the void like a gentle breeze, imperceptibly free from any resistance. It was as if the fish were gliding through water, where the liquid was not a hindrance, but rather a source of support. This sensation was truly exquisite, and Su Xian could not help but marvel. His form traversed the blood cloud realm, moving like a specter propelled by the crimson mist, continuously appearing around the four cloaked figures. Sword shadows were unleashed in rapid succession. Though the four black-clad figures possessed formidable strength and had previously been able to suppress Su Xian in unison, they now found themselves in an utterly passive position, desperately attempting to fend off his assaults, unable to match his velocity. It was now Su Xian who dominated the encounter single-handedly. This was merely a display of my normal speed. Should I practice a more powerful movement technique, my pace would surely increase further, Su Xian mused. The blood cloud killing formation was indeed a fearsome array renowned throughout the entire eastern wilderness. He had only grasped its fundamentals and, being relatively weak, could not yet unleash the true prowess of this formation or its lethal techniques. Yet, even in its rudimentary state, the influence of the blood cloud realm had elevated his strength to a new echelon. Shadow duplication, dream of remnants, dawn break, thunder fire vortex, swift as a tempest. Su Xian's swordsmanship erupted in full force. Not only did he employ the flying blood sword technique, but he also invoked the thunder fire vortex, bolstered by the blood cloud realm. His already formidable swordplay became even more terrifying. It was exhilarating, simply exhilarating. Su Xian laughed joyfully. The four masked figures could only defend passively from beginning to end. And as they endured the oppressive weight of the blood cloud realm, their resistance became increasingly arduous. With a flash of murderous intent, Su Xian advanced, his sword light forcing one of the cloaked figures into retreat. In the midst of a snowy expanse, the brilliance of his blade illuminated the air, which suddenly became thick and still, as if ensnared in an icy realm of desolation. The swiftness of his sword was terrifying, piercing through the throat of the retreating figure. As the life ebbed from the masked assailant, his chilling gaze remained devoid of fear, even as the venomous dagger in his hand was poised to strike. Begone! Su Xian commanded fiercely, channeling the blade's aura to obliterate the upper half of the cloaked figure. The dagger halted midair, a testament to the futility of his last desperate act. Despite the certainty of death, the lack of trepidation in those cold eyes was unsettling. Su Xian furrowed his brow as he turned his attention to the other three cloaked figures beside him. The death of their comrade elicited no change in their demeanor as they continued their relentless assault. I shall not squander any more time with you, Su Xian declared, coldly fixating on the advancing trio. With a pointed sword, an aura of death began to emanate from him. The three figures instinctively raised their heads, feeling an overwhelming presence of dread within the blood-soaked battlefield. In that moment, it was as if they were being scrutinized by the very specter of death, a primal fear welling up within them. Onward to the path of the underworld. Su Xian unleashed his sword. The blade, though dim, carried an aura of inexorable death, swiftly traversing the void. The three masked figures in black instinctively brandished their dark daggers in defense, yet the outcome was swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The black daggers in their hands were severed in unison, and the sinister masks adorning their faces shattered. Beneath the masks, their expressions remained cold and devoid of emotion, yet their bodies collapsed lifelessly to the ground. This was the Yellow Springs Road, the flying blood sword technique, the most formidable and terrifying of the 7 sword techniques. It represented the pinnacle of Su Xian's current martial prowess. This strike, in both speed and power, epitomized the utmost limits he could achieve at this stage. Without the blood cloud killing formation, even this move would not have allowed him to vanquish the 4 masked figures before him. He would have been continuously suppressed by them. However, with the blood cloud killing formation in place, his strength had evidently ascended to a higher echelon. Whoosh! After eliminating the 4 masked figures, Su Xian immediately directed his assault towards another battlefield. There, a burly man wielded his blade with overwhelming ferocity, standing his ground against 8 adversaries without yielding an inch. Upon seeing Su Xian approach, the burly man bellowed with laughter. Ha ha! Junior brother Su Xian, come quickly. Let us join forces and eradicate these pretentious scoundrels. Very well. Su Xian replied with a smile. Retreat. The 8 masked figures, realizing the futility of defeating Su Xian with their dwindling numbers, promptly made their escape. But could they truly flee? Su Xian's icy gaze commanded the swirling blood clouds that cascaded across the sky. What had once merely enveloped a radius of 100 zhang now expanded to cover an astonishing expanse of over 1,000 zhang. As the blood clouds surged forward without restraint, With a mere gesture, Su Xian summoned the endless blood clouds, which coalesced into enormous crimson hands. These hands, resembling towering mountains, descended upon the masked figures in black robes, forcing them to divert their attention to defend themselves, despite the hands' lack of overwhelming power. Simultaneously, a torrent of blood clouds surged towards these figures, significantly hampering their speed. Su Xian and the robust man had already charged into the fray. In mere moments, every last one of the masked figures fell to the might of the two, none managing to escape. Once the masked figures were vanquished, the blood clouds receded back into the crimson orb. Su Xian, my junior brother, the robust man approached and introduced himself. I am Xian Yi, the master of the Imperial Moon Palace, who summoned you here. Thank you, senior brother Xian Yi. Su Xian expressed his gratitude. There is no need for such formality among disciples of the Celestial Flame Palace, Xian Yi replied with a hearty smile. Junior brother Su Xian, that formation you just executed was derived from this orb, correct? It was quite formidable. As a disciple of the Celestial Flame Palace and an unmatched expert of the void-breaking realm, Xian Yi, having traversed the world, possessed keen insights, easily recognizing the extraordinary nature of the blood cloud killing formation. Su Xian simply smiled in response. Indeed, I have only barely mastered the blood cloud killing array. I am still incapable of executing some of its principal techniques. Currently, I can only employ the most fundamental move, the blood cloud domain. Yet, even this singular technique possesses the power to suppress my adversaries while significantly enhancing my own strength, proving to be immensely effective. Moreover, the binding capacity of the blood cloud domain against foes is formidable. With this ability at my disposal, should I encounter formidable opponents in the future, I shall be free to engage or retreat at will, leaving them utterly powerless. Junior brother Su, whom have you provoked? To have dispatched 12 formidable peak void breakers all at once, Xian Yi exclaimed in admiration. Fortunately, your own strength is considerable, otherwise, relying solely on my abilities, I might not have been able to safeguard you against these individuals. Upon our return to Tian'an Palace, I must report to Lord Emperor Moon and insist that she thoroughly investigate who possesses such audacity. These individuals are all death warriors. Extracting any information from them is nearly impossible, Su Xian replied, shaking his head. He was aware that the Qi Wangfu was behind this, but without evidence, even Tian'an Palace would be powerless to act. Senior brother Xian Yi, it is unwise to linger here. We should return, Su Xian suggested. Agreed, Xian nodded. The two swiftly departed. However, unbeknownst to Su Xian and Xian Yi, the Qi Wang had dispatched not merely these 12 peak void breakers. Not far from the battlefield, amidst a void, stood a gaunt elder clad in a black robe adorned with blood patterns. In his hand, he held a black, grotesque mask, though it was not affixed to his face. The lean old man possessed a profound gaze and breathed softly, emanating an almost imperceptible aura that would instill dread in any formidable being of the void-breaking realm. Undoubtedly, he was a genuine powerhouse of the Nirvana realm. The leader among the 12 masked figures cloaked in black, and the true ace behind the assassination attempt on Su Xian. Yet, as he stood in the void, witnessing the demise of his 12 subordinates at the hands of Su Xian and Xian Yi, he refrained from intervening. It was not a matter of reluctance, but rather the presence of a purple divine sword hovering silently within 100 paces of him. The sword's master remained concealed, and though it emitted no overt power, its tranquil suspension imposed an unprecedented sense of terror upon the lean old man. He harbored no doubt that should he dare to act or even take 2 steps forward, that purple sword would instantly spring into action, piercing through his very being. With gritted teeth, he ultimately chose to depart, albeit reluctantly. Has he left? Consider it wise, remarked a middle-aged man with long hair cascading over his shoulders, standing not far from the battlefield, hands clasped behind his back. He cast a sidelong glance in the direction of the departing lean old man, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. That little fellow must have just employed the blood cloud killing array, a formidable formation that many Nirvana realm practitioners would covet. His comprehension of the realm has evidently reached the 2nd tier. I had not discerned this during my lectures. With a light chuckle, the middle-aged man turned and made his own exit. Had Su Xian been present, he would have instantly recognized the middle-aged man before him. This man was none other than the revered Lord of the 9 Celestials, who had once graciously guided him into Tian'an Palace. In the dimly lit chamber, the eccentric and somewhat jaded Qi Wang, sporting a distinct mustache, had ceased his contemplation of calligraphy. Instead, he was engrossed in a game of chess, skillfully maneuvering pieces on both sides of the board, each move executed with meticulous strategy. Yet, had he truly failed? The members of the 9 Fiends seemed rather inept. Without lifting his gaze, Qi Wang continued his game, muttering a complaint under his breath. Your Highness, according to the 9 fiends, the target had already taken precautions. They dispatched 4 teams comprising 12 peak void-breaking experts, even sending the Earth Fiend personally, yet the outcome was that all 12 perished. And the Earth Fiend refrained from intervening, the gray-clad elder reported respectfully. Oh? Ji Wang raised his head and smiled. The Earth Fiend possesses commendable strength even among the Nirvana realm. For him to hesitate suggests the involvement of a formidable figure. Even if it is not the most powerful Dragon King of the Tianyin Palace, it is likely one of the 8 esteemed lords. Nevertheless, if I cannot kill him, then so be it. A mere fledgling in the void-breaking realm poses no threat to me, even if he were to rise in power in the future. The true concern would not lie with me, but rather with that individual. The elderly man in gray respectfully nodded, then spoke again, Your Highness, during this period. The actions of His Highness the Crown Prince have become increasingly outrageous. Yuanji? The Ji Wang's movement paused slightly as he pondered for a moment before replying. Let him be. After all, he cannot cause too much of a disturbance for long. Moreover, this little fellow has sacrificed quite a bit for my sake. Indeed. The elderly man in gray nodded once more, then respectfully bowed before departing. Haha, as expected, my greatest talent lies in the game of chess. The Ji Wang gazed at the pieces on his chessboard, a smile of excitement and delight illuminating his face. Upon returning to the Tianyin Palace, Su Xian immediately approached the master of the Moon Palace, recounting in full the assassination attempt he had encountered along the way. I am already aware of the situation. The master of the Moon Palace regarded Su Xian before continuing. The assailants were clad in blood-patterned black robes, their faces obscured by menacing black masks. It is likely they belong to the 9 fiends. 9 fiends? Su Xian's heart stirred. He had not heard this name before. The 9 fiends was originally the foremost assassin organization within the realm of the Zai dynasty, boasting numerous formidable members, including a substantial number at the void-breaking stage. And even 4 leaders known as Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow, all at the pinnacle of the Nirvana stage, as the master of the Moon Palace explained. For Nirvana stage warriors? Su Xian gasped in astonishment. Warriors of the Nirvana stage are undoubtedly the most elite and transcendent beings within any dynasty. For a family to possess even one Nirvana stage warrior qualifies them as a top-tier family. For instance, among the 3 major sects of the Tianyin dynasty, the Tianyi sect seems to have only 4 revered elders at the Nirvana stage in the present generation. The 9 killers, in terms of sheer power, are evidently comparable to the esteemed Heavenly Leaf sect. Unlike ordinary assassin organizations, the killers of the 9 killers are predominantly cultivated from a young age, instilled with unwavering loyalty to their cause. Each one can be deemed a death warrior. Consequently, the 9 killers have garnered a fearsome reputation within the territory of the Purple Knight dynasty. Their methods are exceedingly extreme. There are virtually no individuals they would hesitate to assassinate. However, it is precisely due to their extreme and unrestrained actions that the ruler of the Purple Knight dynasty grew discontented, leading to a swift and decisive eradication of the entire 9 Killers organization overnight, obliterating their foundations. A majority of the formidable members within the 9 Killers were slain, leaving only the leaders, Heavenly Killer and Earthly Killer, who managed to escape with a fraction of their assassins. Not long ago, these remnants of the 9 Killers seemingly fled into the domain of my Tianyin dynasty. Hearing this, Su Xian could not help but marvel internally. The 9 Killers possess no fewer than 4 Nirvana realm powerhouses, marking them as a formidable force. Yet, when confronted with the entire dynasty, they evidently fall short. During this period, the Red Dragon Tower has been relentlessly pursuing the whereabouts of the 9 Killers' assassins. Unfortunately, they have concealed themselves too effectively, evading detection. The fact that the 9 Killers dispatched such a multitude of assassins to confront you, even including the Earthly Killer himself, is indeed alarming, remarked the Master of the Moon Palace. The Earthly Killer has been deployed? A powerhouse of the Nirvana realm? Su Xian exclaimed in astonishment. But why have I not encountered him? You certainly have not encountered him, the Master of the Moon Palace responded with a smile. The Earthly Killer did wish to take action, however, he was intercepted long ago by the Lord of the Nine Chants. The Lord of the Nine Chants? Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping the reality of the situation. It was not merely the 12 peak void-breaking experts who had attempted to ambush him during his journey. There was also a Nirvana realm powerhouse lurking in the shadows. However, this formidable figure had been intercepted by the Lord of the Nine Chants, who had been summoned by the esteemed Palace Master of the Moon of the Empire. Thank you. Palace Master, Su Xian expressed his gratitude. The Palace Master merely offered a faint smile in response. Su Xian, you are a disciple of the Heavenly Flame Palace, and indeed, you are heralded as the most extraordinary talent in swordsmanship in nearly a millennium of our history. As the Palace Master, it is my duty to ensure your protection, she declared. Upon learning that Su Xian might encounter an assassination attempt from the Qi Wang manor on his way home, she immediately took action. Understanding the methods employed by the Qi Wang, she dispatched Xian Yi for assistance and sought out the Lord of the Nine Chins, Su Xian. As a disciple of the Heavenly Flame Palace, if the Nine Fiends dare to target you, we shall undoubtedly devise ways to uncover their existence and eradicate this organization from the world, the Palace Master stated, locking her gaze on Su Xian. However, we cannot ascertain any connection between the Nine Fiends and the Qi Wang manor, thus it is impossible to hold the latter accountable for their actions. This is something you must comprehend. I understand, Master, Su Xian nodded. He had never harbored the expectation of finding incriminating evidence against the assassins to topple the Qi Wang manor. Go now, focus on your cultivation. Strengthening your own abilities is the true path to success. As for other matters, you need not concern yourself. The Heavenly Flame Palace will safeguard your safety. The Palace Master instructed. Understood, Su Xian replied before turning to depart. At a table, Su Xian sat together with Xian Yi and invited his close friend Duan Yufeng. The table was adorned with exquisite wine, a variety of rare fruits, and delicacies. Xian Yi, I raise this glass to you for your timely assistance, Su Xian said with a smile as he lifted his cup. Haha, if I am not mistaken, this must be Xuanqin wine? Xian Yi observed the drink in his cup. Also smiling, this Xuanqin wine can calm the mind and even nourish the soul. Within the treasure pavilion, it requires 500 fire points to exchange for a flask. Su Xian, you have certainly spent a considerable amount this time. Su Xian chuckled. Indeed, the value of Xuanqin wine was substantial, but since Xian Yi had aided him, it was only fitting to offer a proper treat. After downing a glass, Duan Yufeng suddenly inquired, Xian Yi, you must have just returned from the Tian Shui secret realm, right? Yes, Xian Yi nodded. I have been wandering in the Tian Shui secret realm for nearly a year. It has been exhausting, and I wish to return to rest for a while. Yet, upon my return, I was summoned by the Lord of the Emperor Moon Palace. The mention of the Tian Shui secret realm stirred something within Su Xian. After entering the Tian Yin Palace, he often engaged with its disciples and had greatly broadened his horizons. He had heard of the Tian Shui secret realm, a special domain accessible only to those at the void-breaking stage, located at the convergence of several empires, not within the Tian Yin Empire itself. The Tian Shui secret realm was said to harbor numerous opportunities and treasures, immensely beneficial to those at the void-breaking stage. Occasionally, even the treasures and opportunities that appeared within could tempt those at the rebirth stage, though sadly, they were entirely barred from entry. In such a secluded realm, it naturally attracts a multitude of those in the broken void realm. According to Su Xian's knowledge, it is not solely the Tianyin dynasty, but also the numerous surrounding territories, amounting to dozens of dynasties, each harboring a plethora of broken void cultivators who wander within, seeking opportunities. This results in a significant number of broken void practitioners within the Tianshui secret realm, including some remarkably formidable individuals, with many being unrivaled champions of the broken void realm. For instance, Xian Yi, a disciple of the Tianyin Palace, possesses invincible strength in the broken void realm and often traverses the Tianshui secret realm. Furthermore, among the current disciples of the Tianyin Palace, many have already reached the later stages or even the pinnacle of the broken void realm, most of whom also roam within the Tianshui secret realm. It serves as both a battlefield and a paradise for countless broken void cultivators. Junior brother Su Xian, with your capabilities, you are more than qualified to venture into the Tianshui secret realm. There is no need for you to remain in the Tianyin Palace, wasting your time. Xian Yi remarked, taking a sip of wine. Wasting time. Duan Yunfeng momentarily faltered. In his perspective, the Tianyin Palace, with all its merits, was a place where his cultivation progressed rapidly. However, to Xian Yi, it seemed a mere squandering of time. Upon further reflection, he realized the validity of Xian Yi's viewpoint. As a practitioner at the pinnacle of the broken void realm, with his comprehension of intent reaching the second tier, the opportunities within the Tianyin Palace had indeed become less beneficial for him. Instead, honing his skills through external adventures would yield swifter and greater advancements. This was also the reason why those disciples of the Tianyin Palace who had attained a certain level of strength often spent their years exploring the world outside. Brother Xian, I have only recently broken through to the void-breaking realm, and the cultivation opportunities within the Tianyin Palace are still immensely beneficial to me. Su Xian remarked with a smile. Indeed, Xian nodded in agreement. The initial years upon entering the Tianyin Palace are crucial for enhancing one's strength, while subsequent gains tend to diminish. You have yet to spend a year here, so there remains substantial room for improvement. Then, should you venture into the Tian Shui secret realm in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out, Xian added. Very well, Su Xian replied. grinning as the three of them raised their cups in a toast. Later that evening, Su Xian sat cross-legged on his bed, his consciousness merging with the sword rain scroll affixed to the wall, meticulously contemplating the droplets depicted within. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, a hint of astonishment illuminating his face. Indeed, after breaking through to the void-breaking realm, comprehending the essence of sword intent has become infinitely easier than before, almost several times so, he chuckled softly, having only recently achieved his breakthrough. Su Xian was aware that understanding the realm would be considerably less challenging post-breakthrough, yet he had not dedicated sufficient time to deep contemplation until now. During his time at the Su family, he had primarily focused on refining and mastering the blood cloud killing formation. It was not until today, after partaking in the Xuanxin wine, that he could finally settle his mind and engage in earnest reflection. This newfound clarity and comprehension astonished him with its remarkable pace. He was inherently gifted, and since awakening his supreme bloodline, his potential had been further unlocked, elevating his innate understanding to a level far beyond that of ordinary individuals. In comparison, while Xiameng was an exceptionally rare talent within the Tianyin dynasty, the disparity between him and Su Xian was indeed of an entirely different caliber. When Su Xian was merely at the ocean transformation realm, his rate of elevating his artistic comprehension far surpassed that of Xiameng. Now that he has advanced to the void-breaking realm, his understanding has accelerated even further, rendering any comparison irrelevant. Previously, during my time in the ocean transformation realm, it took me a full 8 months to grasp the essence of 9 sword intents and reach the second tier of sword intent. However, with my current pace of comprehension, I could likely master all 9 sword intents in merely 2 to 3 months. To ascend to the third tier of sword intent, one must comprehend a total of 64 sword essences, and the difficulty increases exponentially with each step. Nevertheless, given my current rate of understanding, coupled with the assistance of the sword rain scroll, I should not require an excessive amount of time to grasp all 64 sword essences. With a light chuckle, Su Xian closed his eyes and continued his meditation. Chapter 92. Hidden cultivation within the Tianyin Palace. Su Xian diligently practiced and contemplated, relying on his astonishing speed of comprehension. Augmented by the sword rain scroll, his insights into sword intent were advancing at a terrifying pace. Whenever he felt a twinge of boredom, he would visit the 100 Battles Hall to undertake some routine tasks. Given his prowess, these ordinary assignments posed little challenge. Even tasks requiring the slaying of peak void-breaking experts could be accomplished with relative ease. The fire points he earned from completing these tasks. Apart from his regular visits to the Starry Palace for comprehension every 3 months, Su Xian typically accumulated, intending to exchange them for treasures at the treasure pavilion later. In the blink of an eye, another 7 months slipped by. Since Su Xian claimed first place in the hunting competition and entered the Tianyin Palace, a total of 1 year and 4 months had elapsed. In this year, Su Xian, at the age of 21, stood in the courtyard of the Tianyin Palace. Haha. Come forth, if anyone dares to challenge me. I shall fight you to the end today. Dressed in black, Duan Yunfeng brandished a long blade, positioning himself defiantly at the center of the arena. Surrounding him were numerous disciples of the Tianyin Palace, their brows furrowed in concern, yet none dared to step forward. Duan Yunfeng's arrogance was indeed remarkable, but who could blame him for his formidable strength? Some disciples whispered among themselves. The talented newcomers who had entered the Tianyin Palace during the last hunt had now trained diligently for 1 year and 4 months, significantly enhancing their strength through the abundant resources available. They were no longer the naive recruits who could be easily bullied. Among the most illustrious trio from the hunt were Su Xian, Xiameng, and Duan Yufeng. Su Xian, having achieved a breakthrough to the void-breaking realm, had silenced all doubts regarding his talent by defeating Xiameng with a single strike. Recently, although Su Xian had chosen to practice quietly on his own without making further displays in the arena, the disciples of Tianyin Palace had heard rumors from the battle hall about his accomplishments. They learned that he had successfully completed several routine tasks that only those at the peak of the void-breaking realm could undertake. And he had even slain a peak void-breaking opponent in direct combat. Such prowess had rendered any thoughts of comparison obsolete. They regarded Su Xian as a monster. As for Xiameng, while his progress was not as extraordinary as Su Xian's, it was said that he had comprehended the essence of 8 different realms and was perilously close to grasping the 9th. Perhaps it was during his contemplation of the essence of the 9th realm that he found himself ensnared in a certain impasse. After his cultivation reached the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm, Xiameng ventured alone into the mysterious waters of Tianshui. The talents of these 2 individuals rendered the disciples of the Tianyin Palace in a state of awe. Even Duan Yunfeng, whose aptitude paled in comparison to both Su Xian and Xiameng, had remarkably grasped the essence of 7 realms within just over a year of rigorous training, surpassing the majority of the elder practitioners still entrenched in the Tianyan Palace. The last hunting selection had yielded an abundance of prodigies, with Su Xian and Xiameng being true anomalies, and even Duan Yufeng proved to be significantly stronger than many among us. Particularly noteworthy was Su Xian, who, upon his recent breakthrough to the void-breaking realm, was said to have the ability to slay those at the pinnacle of the same realm in direct combat, an utterly astonishing feat. Many disciples of the Tianyan Palace quietly marveled at this. The previous Royal City Hunt had indeed showcased the highest caliber of talent seen in decades of similar events. Duan Yunfeng had boasted for an extended period within the training grounds, yet no elder had approached him for a challenge, prompting his departure. As he traversed the path, a voice called out to him, "Duan Yunfeng." It was the master of Qingyang. Duan Yunfeng furrowed his brow. "Master of Qingyang, do you have something to discuss?" He inquired directly. "I observed your recent skirmishes with those disciples. Your strength has improved commendably," the master of Qingyang remarked with a smile, exuding an air befitting a palace leader. "I am aware that you share a close bond with Su Xian, being good friends. Thus, you must have a profound understanding of Su Xian's current capabilities, correct? Are you aware of how many sword intents he has comprehended now?" inquired the master of Qingyang Palace. His curiosity piqued regarding my brother's prowess. Duan Yunfeng cast a glance at the master of Qingyang Palace. Naturally, as one of the masters of Tianyan Palace, he should possess insights into the abilities of each disciple, particularly one as extraordinary as Su Xian, who warrants even greater attention. The master of Qingyang Palace expressed his thoughts. However, upon hearing his words, Duan Yunfeng merely smiled coldly. "I apologize, but although Su Xian is my brother, I never inquire into his cultivation matters. If you wish to ascertain my brother's current strength, it would be prudent for you to ask him directly." Having practiced in Tianyan Palace for over a year, Duan Yunfeng had come to understand many things. For instance, he was well aware that this master of Qingyang Palace was affiliated with the Qi Wang. Furthermore, Duan Yunfeng had long known of the grievances between Su Xian and the Qi Wang's estate. Thus, not only did he genuinely lack knowledge regarding Su Xian's current capabilities, but even if he did, he would certainly refrain from disclosing such information to the master of Qingyang Palace. "Duan Yunfeng, what is your attitude?" The master of Qingyang Palace felt a surge of irritation. The tone with which Duan Yunfeng had just spoken was unmistakably impatient, even tinged with mockery. "What attitude? Is there something wrong with my attitude?" Duan Yunfeng shot back, his eyes narrowing, showing no deference to the master of Qingyang Palace. It was absurd. He was inherently the type to act according to his whims, verging on unruly. Initially, upon entering Tianyan Palace, he had shown a degree of restraint towards the master of Qingyang Palace, concerned that the latter might cause him trouble. However, after such an extensive period of cultivation within the Tianyan Palace, he had acquired all the necessary resources and thus felt no reservations. Moreover, he held little regard for the master of Qingyang Palace. Given his background, he thought nothing of offending a mere palace master, let alone the influential Qi Wangfu behind him. What could they possibly do to him? In the entire Tianyan dynasty, and even the surrounding territories, there were few who could instill fear in him. The master of Qingyang Palace, his face trembling with rage, found himself powerless against Duan Yunfeng. Though he had a vague understanding of Duan Yunfeng's background, it was insufficient to fully grasp the depth of his influence. Yet, even this limited knowledge was enough to instill a sense of trepidation within him. Duan Yunfeng continued, "Listen closely, old man. Do not harbor any ill intentions towards my brother. Otherwise, you shall remain confined within Tianyan Palace for the rest of your life. Should you dare to venture outside, I will ensure your demise." The master of Qingyang Palace swallowed hard, fury boiling within him, yet he dared not utter another word. Disdainfully, Duan Yunfeng turned away, leaving the master of Qingyang Palace trembling in his wake. It took a considerable amount of time before the master finally departed. In truth, the master of Qingyang Palace found himself in a precarious situation. Ever since the 9 fiends had failed to eliminate Su Xian, the Qi Wang had refrained from further action against him for the time being, yet he remained vigilant, closely monitoring Su Xian's growth and reporting back to the Qi Wang at regular intervals. However, in the past 6 months, Su had been diligently cultivating in a low-key manner. Apart from occasionally undertaking some routine tasks that demonstrated his remarkable prowess at the peak of the void-breaking stage, he remained oblivious to his true progress regarding his comprehension of the profound realm. Naturally, he yearned to uncover this mystery. Previously, he had sought answers from the esteemed Emperor Moon Palace Master and the instructor Jiuchen Dao Master, but to no avail. This led him to seek insights from Duan Yunfeng, a close ally of Su Xian. Little did he expect to encounter significant setbacks. A middle-aged man, clad in a flowing robe with long hair cascading over his shoulders, ambled through the training grounds with his hands clasped behind his back. Dao Master. We pay our respects to the Jiuchen Dao Master, the disciples of the Tianyin Palace. Passing by, bowed respectfully, their hearts buzzing with speculation. Why was the Jiuchen Dao Master here? Today was not designated for his teachings, was it? Could there be another matter at hand? The 8 Dao Masters of Tianyin Palace held esteemed positions, seldom appearing outside their monthly lectures. Today was evidently not a teaching day. Yet the Jiuchen Dao Master had made an appearance. Qingyang, the palace master of Qingyang, was taken aback upon spotting the Jiuchen Dao Master, clearly not anticipating his presence at the training grounds. Nonetheless, he hastily bowed and acknowledged, "We pay our respects to the Jiuchen Dao Master." Qingyang, where does that young fellow Su Xian reside? I have a matter to discuss with him, inquired the Jiuchen Dao Master. You seek out Su Xian? The Lord of Qingyang found himself taken aback, yet he promptly took the lead, saying, Taoist Master, please follow me. Before long, he guided the Taoist Master Jiuchen to the residence of Su Xian. Taoist Master, Su Xian is inside. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? The Lord of Qingyang asked with an air of casualness. Merely a matter of personal concern, Jiuchen replied with a smile, and then called out directly, Su Xian. Within the room, Su Xian was immersed in deep contemplation before the Sword Rain Scroll. Each day of reflection brought him a heightened understanding of sword intent, and he relished the sensation of his power steadily and rapidly advancing. Suddenly, he heard a call, prompting him to open his eyes and step out of the room. Upon encountering Taoist Master Jiuchen, Su Xian immediately bowed respectfully, disregarding the presence of the Lord of Qingyang beside him. Even Duan Yunfeng was aware that the Lord of Qingyang was aligned with the Prince of Qi, and Su Xian had similarly deduced that his prior exclusion from an early summons to Tianyin Palace was entirely due to the obstruction of this Lord of Qingyang. Moreover, when their cohort of prodigies had first entered Tianyin Palace, they were utterly ignorant. As soon as he attempted to inquire about certain matters, he was swiftly reprimanded by this Lord of Qingyang. Previously, he had considered that perhaps the Lord of Qingyang was merely stringent with his disciples. But having now grasped the underlying reasons, Su Xian naturally felt no inclination to extend any courtesy towards the Lord of Qingyang. Qingyang, I appreciate your guidance. Su Xian and I have matters to discuss. You may attend to your own affairs, Jiuchen stated. Very well, came the reply. The Lord of Qingyang nodded. Although he was eager to understand the reason behind Lord Jiuchen's summoning of Su Xian, he had no choice but to depart obediently. Before leaving, the Lord of Qingyang cast a cold glance at Su Xian. Su Xian, it seems that the Lord of Qingyang is quite concerned about you, remarked Lord Jiuchen. He has inquired about your progress in sword intent on more than one occasion. And how did the Lord respond? Su Xian inquired. I naturally offered a casual reply. Lord Jiuchen chuckled lightly. To be honest, while he teaches at the dojo once a month and Su Xian attends each session, asking various questions, he is still somewhat uncertain about how deeply Su Xian has grasped the essence of sword intent. However, a conservative estimate would suggest he has comprehended at least 16 or 17 types. Su Xian, won't you invite me in for a chat? Lord Jiuchen asked. Of course, please. Su Xian quickly invited Lord Jiuchen into the reception room. Chapter 93. When to charge, one must charge sitting face to face at the table. Su Xian produced a flask of Xuanqin wine. This wine, he had previously exchanged for 2 flasks at the cost of 1,000 fire points. In order to treat Xianyi, regardless of the initial guidance provided by Lord Jiuchen or his timely intervention during the ambush by the 9 fiends on the way back to Tianyin Palace, which had quelled the threat posed by the Earth Fiend, Su Xian felt immense gratitude and was determined to offer the finest hospitality. Su Xian, having trained in Tianyin Palace for such an extended period, I can sense a significant enhancement in your strength every time I see you, Lord Jiuchen observed, smiling at Su Xian. For instance, merely 10 days after I completed my lecture, upon seeing you today, I noticed a significant enhancement in your prowess. Su Xian, upon hearing this, couldn't help but marvel in silence. To reach the level of the 9th Celestial Lord, one's perceptive abilities are astonishingly acute, even without exerting myself. The 9th Celestial Lord can vaguely sense some of my advancements in strength. Pray tell, how many essences of sword intent have you comprehended? The 9th Celestial Lord suddenly inquired. 21, Su Xian replied candidly, revealing no hesitation. In the presence of the 9th Celestial Lord, who had bestowed kindness upon him, there was little he felt compelled to conceal. The 9th Celestial Lord gasped in astonishment. Previously, he had estimated that Su Xian had grasped around 17 or 18. He had not anticipated that Su Xian had indeed comprehended a remarkable 21 essences of sword intent. It is important to note that to reach the third level of sword intent comprehension, one must grasp 64 essences. Su Xian. You have only been in the Heavenly Flame Palace for a little over a year, correct? I recall when you first entered the palace. You were entirely unaware of what sword intent essence was, relying solely on your own exploration to grasp a single essence. Yet now, in just over a year, you have comprehended a staggering 21 essences. Such talent is truly remarkable. The Ninth Celestial Lord could not help but express his admiration. Su Xian smiled broadly. With the awakening of his supreme bloodline, his understanding had been significantly developed. Indeed, his talent is incomparable to that of ordinary prodigies. Su Xian. I have come to seek you out today for a particular matter, the Ninth Celestial Lord said, gazing intently at Su Xian. Please, speak, my lord, Su Xian responded humbly. Attentive to the conversation. Are you familiar with the 9 sacred mountains? The Ninth Celestial Lord inquired. Su Xian nodded and stated. The 9 holy mountains are reputed to be a formidable power in the eastern wilderness, overseeing a vast territory that encompasses numerous dynasties. The Tianyin dynasty is also under the dominion of the 9 holy mountains. Furthermore, I have heard that the majority of Nirvana realm experts within the Tianyin dynasty are peripheral members of the 9 holy mountains. With the Nirvana realm being the minimum threshold for entry, he succinctly recounted what he knew. Indeed, what you have shared constitutes some fundamental knowledge about the 9 holy mountains. Though it is not entirely accurate, smiled the Taoist master of 9 Chens. The 9 holy mountains distinguish between peripheral and core members. Under normal circumstances, one must possess a cultivation level above the Nirvana realm to qualify as a peripheral member. As for you disciples of the Tianyin Palace, should you break through to the Nirvana realm in the future, you will undoubtedly be welcomed into the 9 holy mountains. Once you arrive at the 9 holy mountains and continue to enhance your strength, when the day comes that you stand at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm, you will be assimilated into the core tier and become a core member. Su Xian listened attentively. However, life is full of exceptions. Even those at the void-breaking realm or the sea transformation realm, if endowed with extraordinary talent, can also gain entry into the 9 holy mountains. Moreover, such prodigies often become core members upon their arrival, starting at a level far superior to that of those in the Nirvana realm, the Taoist master of 9 Chens explained. Su Xian's heart stirred as he recalled the great monk Wu Zhao, who claimed to hail from the 9 holy mountains. Despite clearly being at the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm at that time, ordinary individuals must attain the realm of nirvana to qualify for membership in the 9 sacred mountains. However, those endowed with extraordinary talents, the prodigious geniuses, may gain early entry and even ascend to the core ranks. Is this not akin to the special recruitment quotas of the Heavenly Flame Palace? Su Xian remarked quizzically. Not quite, replied the Lord of 9 Chens, shaking his head. The special recruitment quotas of the Heavenly Flame Palace are confined to the territories within the Heavenly Flame Empire. And while those eligible for such recruitment possess remarkable talents, the palace typically selects several individuals each year. Over a decade, that amounts to dozens. In contrast, the prodigious talents permitted early induction into the core ranks of the 9 sacred mountains are drawn from a vast expanse of dominions, encompassing dozens of empires. And such occurrences may only arise every few years, or even decades. Do you grasp the significance of this distinction? Upon hearing this, Su Xian was taken aback. A vast territory, comprising numerous empires, yielding merely one individual every few years or even decades. What unparalleled genius must one possess to meet such criteria? This is indeed a fundamentally different concept from the special quotas of the Heavenly Flame Palace. Take this current hunting expedition, for instance. That talent, Xiaoming, who ranks just below you, aside from your own merits, is undoubtedly the most dazzling genius of the Heavenly Flame Empire in the past 50 years. Yet, he still falls far short of the requirements set by the 9 sacred mountains. The Lord of 9 Chens elaborated. Master, are you implying? Su Xian looked at the Lord of 9 Chens, his intuition already hinting at the latter's intentions. Indeed, affirmed the Lord. The master of Jochen chuckled and remarked, last time, while you were on your way back to the Tianyin Palace, you encountered an ambush by the 9 fiends. I witnessed your prowess firsthand. Despite merely being at the initial stage of the void-breaking realm, you single-handedly vanquished 4 peak void-breaking assassins from the 9 fiends. Such remarkable capability leads me to believe that you are indeed worthy of an early induction into the 9 holy mountains as a core member. A stir of emotion coursed through Su Xian. Of course, this is merely my personal opinion and holds no weight. I lack the authority to recommend you to the 9 holy mountains. Not even the current sovereign of the Tianyin dynasty possesses such privilege. Within the vast dominion of the 9 holy mountains, only the 6 inspectors have the authority to recommend such extraordinary talents. Inspectors? Su Xian inquired with curiosity. The 9 holy mountains differ from the Tianyin Palace. They preside over numerous independent dynasties, each producing formidable warriors alongside a plethora of external powers. The sheer number is overwhelming, resulting in a multitude of factions within the 9 holy mountains, each fiercely competitive. In such a scenario, if too many individuals were granted the right to recommend prodigies, chaos would ensue. Each faction would invariably seek to promote their own talents, potentially overshadowing true geniuses. Take Xia Meng, for instance. He and you are the 2 most illustrious talents of this hunting season. Yet, if the Tianyin sovereign had the authority to recommend talents to the 9 holy mountains, whom do you think he would endorse, you or Xia Meng? The master of Jiuquan observed Su Xian with keen interest. Su Xian could only smile in silence. In terms of innate talent, he surpasses Xia Meng. However, Xia Meng is a scion of the royal family, and should the Emperor Tianyin harbor any personal inclinations, he would undoubtedly choose to recommend Xia Meng. Therefore, in the interest of fairness, the 9 sacred mountains establish 6 inspectors. These 6 inspectors are independent of any faction, and their duty is to oversee the territories under the dominion of the 9 sacred mountains and to traverse various dynasties, seeking out those extraordinary talents with truly remarkable gifts, and inviting them to join the 9 sacred mountains. As far as I know, one of these 6 inspectors has recently arrived within the borders of the Tianyin dynasty. Su Xian raised an eyebrow and turned to Dao Master Jiuquan, asking, "What should I do?" "Quite simply, you must showcase your abilities within the Tianyin dynasty," replied Dao Master Jiuquan. "Showcase my abilities?" Su Xian was taken aback. "Su Xian, you have been too modest," Dao Master Jiuquan chuckled. "You have been a member of the Tianyin Palace for just over a year, yet you have comprehended the essence of 21 sword intents. Such progress is astonishing. However, you have remained in seclusion, seldom revealing your true prowess to others. People know of your exceptional talent, but who truly understands the extent of your extraordinary gifts? Even I have only recently learned this from you." After a brief pause, Dao Master Jiuquan continued, maintaining a low profile and striving for self-improvement. "Enduring solitude, these are commendable traits. Yet, at times, it is necessary to reveal your capabilities appropriately. Only then can you attain the status you deserve. For instance, this time, it is indeed a rare opportunity for A to arrive within the realm of the Tianyin Empire. If you fail to present yourself adequately, that may not even take notice of you." "I understand," Su Xian nodded. With his keen insight, the words of the 9 Qin's Dao Master naturally resonated with him. "It is good that you comprehend. Remember, the Tianyin Palace, along with the myriad empires under the auspices of the 9 holy mountains, are merely cradles for nurturing prodigies. The disciples flourishing within these realms grow and cultivate in an exceedingly comfortable environment, rarely encountering peril. However, the 9 holy mountains represent the true sanctuary of the powerful. The core echelon draws countless Nirvana realm experts who strive desperately to penetrate its ranks, and now a direct route to this core lies before you. You must seize the moment, as the Dao Master urged. Su Xian felt a surge of exhilaration within. Indeed, while the Tianyin Palace has greatly aided his cultivation, it has also rendered him too complacent. As a disciple of the Tianyin Palace, within the territory of the Tianyin Empire, he could traverse almost unchallenged, with none daring to provoke him. How could such an environment possibly compare to the fierce competition of the 9 holy mountains, where powerful figures abound, numerous factions exist, and relentless battles with surrounding forces are commonplace? Well, I have said all that needs to be said. How you choose to demonstrate yourself is for you to ponder. However, you must act swiftly, for no one can foretell when that will depart." With that, the 9 Qin's Dao Master rose, preparing to take his leave. "Thank you, Dao Master." Su Xian bowed respectfully, his gratitude heartfelt. The Lord of the 9 Celestials, along with the esteemed senior Gaiman of the Red Dragon Tower, has indeed bestowed upon him immense kindness. With a mere wave of his hand, the Lord of the 9 Celestials departed. Once he was gone, Su Xian's gaze sharpened with fierce intensity. The Lord of the 9 Celestials was correct. While it is prudent to maintain a low profile during regular cultivation, when opportunities arise, one must seize them with vigor. The 9 Sacred Mountains. In the past, my ancestor was merely a peripheral member of the 9 Sacred Mountains and, even in death, never ascended to the core ranks. Yet here I am, at the nascent stage of the void-breaking realm, presented with the chance to enter the core of the 9 Sacred Mountains, an unparalleled opportunity for me. This chance must be grasped firmly. Clenching his fists, Su Xian's mind began to strategize. The Lord of the 9 Celestials desires me to demonstrate my capabilities in the near future. To showcase my prowess means to assert my strength, and the target for such an assertion. Immediately, a name flashed in Su Xian's mind. The sworn enemy of the Su family, Nie Juyo, possessing unmatched combat prowess at the void-breaking realm. poses a challenge even for those of the Nirvana realm. Originally, I intended to hold off on confronting you until my own cultivation reached a higher level, until I had absolute confidence after advancing to the late stage of void breaking. However, it seems even the heavens do not wish for you to continue your existence. With determination solidified, Su Xian resolved to take immediate action to eliminate Niejuyo. Chapter 94. Come out and face your death. With this decision made, Su Xian promptly made his way to the treasure pavilion. In the course of these 7 months of diligent cultivation, he occasionally undertook some trials and tasks, thereby accumulating a substantial number of fire points. Despite visiting the Starry Palace twice, he still retained a considerable amount of fire points. The 9 turns revitalizing pill, capable of restoring the spiritual energy of a peak void-breaking expert to its zenith in a remarkably brief period, required 2,000 fire points for a single pill. Su Xian, in one breath, exchanged for a total of 3 pills. He also expended 3,000 fire points to acquire a portion of the Bai Luo divine water. At the battle hall, Su Xian directly accepted the task of slaying Niejuyo. With all preparations in place, Su Xian set forth without delay. Tianyuan Prefecture, one of the 36 prefectures of the Tianyin dynasty, lies at the very edge of the territory, adjacent to the eastern grasslands. It is renowned for being the most expansive yet chaotic region within the Tianyin dynasty. Within Tianyuan Prefecture, countless factions and sects abound, with no fewer than 6 major forces, each led by a Nirvana realm expert. The Jiuyu Mansion stands as one of the most formidable powers in Tianyuan Prefecture. Although it lacks a Nirvana realm guardian, the presence of its master, Niejuyo, ensures that no one dares to provoke it. Before the grand and magnificent gates of the mansion lies a spacious plaza, where numerous individuals are gathered in anticipation. Young brother, my apprentice and I have been waiting here for over half a day. I wonder when the mansion master will grant us an audience? A white-clad elder, having clearly reached the peak of the void-breaking realm, inquired with a smile, producing several exquisite pills to hand to a steward of the Jiuyu Mansion, who was merely at the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm. Upon receiving the elixir, the steward merely cast a cold glance at the elder in white and remarked, "My lord is preoccupied with pressing matters. It is not your place to dictate when you may see him. Kindly continue to wait, and he shall meet with you when he is able." The elder furrowed his brow, wishing to respond, yet the steward had already turned away, clearly disinterested in further discourse. The elder could only retreat back to the square, feeling indignation rise within him. This man, so emboldened by his position, dared to treat my master with such disrespect. And yet you do not admonish him? A young lady clad in purple glared at the steward, her teeth clenched in frustration. Enough, the elder in white replied, shaking his head. Under these circumstances, one must bow their head. Although the steward is indeed but a mere mid-stage void practitioner, here before the gates of the 9 Nether Mansion, he represents its authority. Even if he is discourteous, we must endure. Master, last time, it was clearly the people of the 9 Nether Mansion who were at fault, and our losses at 100 Sword Sect far exceeded theirs. How is it that we are the ones who must extend our apologies afterward? What kind of logic is that? The young lady exclaimed. Foolish girl, in this world, there is little distinction between right and wrong. It is merely a matter of strength, the elder replied with a wry smile. Our 100 Sword Sect is weak. Even if we are in the right, it becomes irrelevant. The 9 Nether Mansion is powerful, and even when they were at fault, it is we who must take the initiative to seek forgiveness. Indeed, we must even plead with their lord. Absurd. The young girl in the purple attire clenched her fists, vowing that one day, when her strength had grown formidable, she would shatter the 9 Nether Mansion into oblivion and sever the head of its master. Lower your voice. Do not let anyone overhear you, cautioned the old man in white, his brow furrowed. That master of the 9 Nether Mansion is an invincible force of the Void Realm, immensely powerful, and even the top-tier experts of the Nirvana realm cannot contend with him. In Tianyuan Prefecture, and indeed throughout the entire Tianyin Empire, who can stand against him? As long as he exists, our 100 Sword Sect must endure. The words you just spoke must never be uttered again, should they reach the ears of that master. It could spell disaster for our sect. Understood, master, the girl replied, nodding, though defiance simmered within her. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the 9 Nether Mansion, the alluring figure of Niejuyo, clad in a blue robe, was engaged in discussions with another. If that is the case, it is settled then. Master Nye, upon my return, I shall inform the sect leader to prepare the rewards in advance. We shall see what means you possess, the man in the golden robe remarked, raising a cup in a toast with Niejuyo before taking his leave. As Niejuyo watched the golden-robed man depart, a glimmer of avarice flickered in his eyes. Indeed, yet another lucrative venture was at hand, and he smiled inwardly. Naturally greedy by nature, since establishing the 9 Nether Mansion, He had frequently targeted various factions and families in secret, plundering their resources, often collaborating with others in his endeavors. For instance, just moments ago, he had made an agreement with the sect behind the man in the golden robe to launch an attack on another sect. At that moment, Niejoyo picked up a letter from the table and opened it. The contents revealed information about an individual he was particularly concerned with. The young scion of the Su family had indeed demonstrated remarkable restraint. Since returning to the Tianyin Palace from the Su family, he had devoted himself to rigorous cultivation, refraining from any further confrontations. To this day, no one knew the extent of his power. Niejoyo furrowed his brow. Although he had garnered a notorious reputation within the Tianyin dynasty and had enmities with several formidable factions, he continued to thrive for three principal reasons. Firstly, his own strength was formidable, coupled with an exceptionally high capacity for self-preservation. There had been multiple instances where powerful beings from the Nirvana realm within the Tianyin dynasty attempted to take his life, yet he had managed to elude them all. Secondly, the major forces he had antagonized were typically only guarded by a single Nirvana-level adept. He would never dare to provoke the likes of the Qi royal residents or the Tianai sect, which could deploy several Nirvana-level experts to eliminate him. Consequently, even though the Tianyin dynasty was aware of his infamous reputation, they refrained from sending formidable warriors to hunt him down, relegating the task of his assassination to the Tianyin Palace, where disciples could undertake it as a means to earn merit points. Lastly, his prudence allowed him to effectively neutralize potential threats before they could escalate. For instance, there was Su Xian. Niejoyo had once infiltrated the Su family under the cover of night to seize their resources, resulting in the massacre of numerous powerful members of the Su family, thus incurring a deep-seated enmity with them. Previously, he remained indifferent, for the ancestral figure of the Su family had already passed away, leaving no one capable of posing a threat to him. However, as news spread regarding Su Xian's triumph in the royal city hunt, he could no longer remain at ease. Being the victor of the hunt and regarded by many as a once-in-a-generation prodigy of the Tianyin dynasty, Su Xian had also been accepted into the Tianyin Palace, harboring limitless potential. It was anticipated that he would likely break through to the Nirvana realm in the future, and possibly excel even further within that domain, which posed a considerable threat to Niejoyo. Thus, from the moment Su Xian entered the Tianyin Palace, he had been closely monitoring Su Xian's progress while biding his time, seeking an opportunity to eliminate this looming threat preemptively. Naturally, given that Su Xian was a disciple of the Tianyin Palace, he dared not take action within the borders of the Tianyin dynasty. Yet, once Su Xian's strength grew, he would inevitably venture out for training. Wuntihi, the Tianshui secret realm, for instance, was said to be a place where disciples of the Tianyin Palace, upon reaching a certain level, would embark on their adventures. This realm lay beyond the confines of the Tianyin dynasty, teeming with many formidable foes and frequent bloodshed. Should he meet his demise there, the Tianyin Palace would not seek retribution. Little brat, I shall allow you to live a while longer. But the moment you dare to explore the Tianshui secret realm, I will hasten to eliminate you, Niejoyo thought menacingly. Unbeknownst to him, the very Su Xian he yearned to extinguish had already arrived before his Nine-Yu mansion. In the void outside the Nine-Yu mansion, Su Xian's gaze was icy as he looked down upon the grand estate, a tempestuous surge of spiritual power gathering around him. This surge of spiritual power has astonishingly reached the mid-level of the void-breaking stage. After 7 months of diligent introspection, although Su Xian devoted most of his time to comprehending sword intent and techniques, he did not deliberately cultivate his spiritual power or enhance his cultivation. However, given the abundant spiritual energy in Tianyin Palace and the unique nature of Su Xian's bloodline inheritance cultivation method, even without intentional cultivation, he effortlessly broke through to the mid-level of the void-breaking stage within 7 months, nearing the pinnacle of this stage. With his mid-level cultivation, relying on the bloodline inheritance technique and the power of his lineage, the might he can unleash is undoubtedly at the peak of the void-breaking stage. Almost reaching its ultimate realm, he has comprehended a total of 21 sword intents and possesses 2 formidable sword techniques, Beitsong and Feishua. Furthermore, he wields the Blood Cloud killing formation along with numerous trump cards at his disposal. Despite Niejoyo's remarkable survival skills, Su Xian is confident that he possesses at least a 70% chance of defeating him. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Su Xian's eyes. If he were to wait a little longer, elevating his cultivation to the late stage of void breaking and further enhancing his understanding of sword intent, his chances of victory would rise to a full 100%. As it stands, he currently possesses a 70% certainty, yet that is sufficient. Niejoyo, you launched a surprise attack on the Su family, seizing our resources and slaughtering numerous powerful members, leading to the rapid decline of my family in just 3 short years. You shall pay for this. In the void above, Su Xian suddenly raised the Qinwu divine sword in his hand. Thunderfire arcane technique. Eternal Thunderfire, sword path. Heart slaughter. Boom. A terrifying beam of sword light, infused with the overwhelming might of Thunderfire, surged forth in an unstoppable torrent. In the realm of Jiyo Mansion, presided over by the formidable Lord Nie Jiyo, it stands as a dominant force within Tianyuan Prefecture. The mansion is fortified by a protective array, albeit one of moderate strength, capable of withstanding assaults from typical peak void breakers. However, at this moment, a resounding roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, as thunder and fire surged forth. Under the overwhelming might of the third-tier arcane technique, the protective array above Jiyo Mansion barely held for a fleeting moment before shattering, unleashing a torrent of energy into the atmosphere. What transpired? Within the confines of Jiyo Mansion, countless martial artists gazed upward in astonishment. The protective array had indeed collapsed. Who could possess the audacity to dismantle Jiyo Mansion's defenses? The duo from the 100 Swords sect, standing in the plaza, wore expressions of sheer disbelief. The elderly figure in white promptly pulled the young girl in purple aside, cautioning her that any assailant against Jiyo Mansion must be an extraordinarily formidable opponent. We must keep our distance to avoid being swept up in the chaos. Has someone dared to strike at Jiyo Mansion? The young girl in purple felt a surge of exhilaration. As the protective array crumbled, the awe-inspiring sword shadow that had breached it continued its relentless descent, its might unabated. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, revealing a horrifying sword scar within Jiyo Mansion, measuring nearly 100 feet in length and several meters deep. The sword scar cleaved the ground, simultaneously splitting the gates of the 9 Nether Mansion in two. Some of the guards and powerful attendants standing before the gates could not evade in time, and under the shadow of the sword, they were reduced to mere blood mist. Above, a young figure clad in white robes, holding a sword, slowly descended. Who dares? The air within the 9 Nether Mansion was pierced by furious shouts. Su family, Su Xian. Su Xian stood aloft, sword in hand, coldly surveying the estate beneath him. A palpable aura of murderous intent spread forth, shaking the heavens and the earth. Nie Jiyo, come forth and face your demise. As this thunderous roar reverberated through the air, the vast 9 Nether Mansion erupted into chaos. Such audacity, daring to cause trouble in the 9 Nether Mansion. Eliminate him. Though Su Xian had shattered the mansion's protective formation with overwhelming might, his emanating spiritual energy was evidently only at the mid-level of the void-breaking stage, and the powerful figures within the 9 Nether Mansion felt no need to cower in fear. Immediately, 6 figures soared into the sky, charging towards Su Xian. Among them, 4 were at the pinnacle of the void-breaking stage, while 2 were at the late stage. Armed with their respective weapons, they converged upon Su Xian almost simultaneously. Yet, in the next moment, sizzle, 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 the sound of 6 blades piercing flesh echoed in unison, and the eyes of these 6 individuals filled with terror as their bodies helplessly plummeted to the ground. After 7 months of profound cultivation, Su Xian's strength has significantly elevated. Particularly in the realm of sword intent, he has comprehended 21 distinct sword intentions, surpassing many formidable Nirvana realm experts. When he wields his sword, the sheer terror it invokes is indescribable. Ordinary peak void-breaking experts are utterly unqualified to withstand a single strike from him. Such overwhelming power. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd in the square was left in utter astonishment. How could a mid-stage void-breaking expert possess such strength? The violet-clad girl from the 100 Sword sect had her eyes alight with unprecedented brilliance. Su Xian, with a thunderous shout, Nie Jiyo, clad in a green robe and possessing an alluringly sinister appearance, ascended with an aura of unfathomable terror. His eyes, cold as a venomous serpent, fixated on Su Xian, and then he burst into laughter. Aha! You truly are a fool to wander into the gates of hell when the path to heaven was open to you. You sought this confrontation, and should I slay you, the heavenly flame palace shall bear no blame. Nie Jiyo's laughter echoed like thunder. He was genuinely elated. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating how to eliminate Su Xian, the potential threat, preemptively. He had even resolved that should Su Xian venture into the Tianshui secret realm, he would immediately set out to eliminate him. Yet, who could have anticipated that Su Xian would come seeking him out? Indeed, Su Xian is a disciple of the Heavenly Flame Palace. Within the confines of the Heavenly Flame dynasty, Nie Jiyo dared not strike first. However, if Su Xian were to come to him, he would be permitted to retaliate and slay him without fear of repercussions from the palace. The scion of the Su family, prepare to meet your demise. With a sinister smile, Nie Jiyo gripped a blood-red mace in each hand, his form slicing through the air with an eerie grace. Die. With a fierce shout, Su Xian charged forward, meeting his adversary in the void. The clash of their weapons resonated, clang. The ink-black Qiongwu divine sword collided head-on with the long mace wielded by Nie Jiuyu. Under the tremendous force of their confrontation, both figures trembled slightly. While their physical strength appeared comparable, the depth of their sword intent was notably profound. Nie Jiuyu narrowed his eyes. Death. Su Xian's murderous intent surged, and the Qiongwu divine sword transformed into a fleeting phantom. Simultaneously, Nie Jiuyu brandished his two blood-red maces. Clang, clang, clang. In mere moments, the two engaged in a frenetic exchange, clashing hundreds of times in the ether. Initially, Nie Jiuyu sought to exploit the opportunity to eliminate Su Xian, yet upon engaging, he was astonished to find that Su Xian was even slightly stronger than himself. Impressive, indeed, Nie Jiuyu remarked, a cold glint in his eyes as he regarded Su Xian. I have cultivated for over a century and have barely grasped the essence of 12 realms. Yet you, merely in your 20s, have comprehended at least 16 or 17 forms of sword intent. Your raw power may be average, but your profound understanding of sword intent grants you a combat prowess that slightly surpasses mine. Alas, you are only marginally stronger, unable to suppress me in a direct confrontation. And as for killing me, that is but a dream. While he spoke such dismissive words, deep within, Nie Jiuyu harbored an unprecedented wariness towards Su Xian. Terrifying. How young is this lad? His comprehension of the realms is astonishingly high. At present, he is merely at the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm. If he were to advance to the late stage, or even the pinnacle of void-breaking, would he not be able to easily trample upon me? If, by some chance, he were to achieve the nirvana realm, would my life-preserving method suffice to ensure my survival in his grasp? Nie Jiuyu is already gripped by a sense of foreboding regarding the future. However, at this moment, he remains unafraid of Su Xian. Suddenly, he observes Su Xian producing a blood-red orb, within which endless torrents of crimson clouds swirl, instantly enveloping the surrounding space entirely. An array? This lad actually carries a formation with him? Nie Jiuyu's expression shifts. Under Su Xian's command, the sky filled with blood clouds converges upon him from all directions, constraining his movements to a degree. Fortunately, the power of this formation does not seem excessively formidable. As Nie Jiuyu senses the array's might, he breathes a subtle sigh of relief. Empowered by the formation, Su Xian advances once more. The dark divine sword swings, its brilliance fast, significantly stronger than before. Clang, clang, clang. Under the pressure of the formation, Nie Jiuyu can only wield two blood-colored maces in defense, though he finds himself in a passive position. The act of defense does not prove overly taxing. Humph, he is merely managing to suppress me. A cold scoff resonates within Nie Jiuyu's heart, yet he remains undaunted. Meanwhile, Su Xian's gaze remains icy, glinting with murderous intent. While employing his swordsmanship to suppress Nie Jiuyu, he keenly observes the latter's reactions. This Nie Jiuyu appears completely unafraid of me, believing that I cannot possibly kill him. Su Xian silently scoffs to himself. Indeed, from the very outset until now, he has yet to exert his full potential. The power of his bloodline has merely been slightly awakened, and the force he has unleashed barely reaches the threshold of the peak of the void-breaking realm. In terms of sword intent comprehension, his explosion of power corresponds only to an understanding equivalent to the essence of 16 sword intents. Even the blood cloud killing formation has only seen a fraction of its might summoned. When all is considered, his combat prowess has at most reached a mere 20%. Yet even so, Nie Jiuyu has been thoroughly subdued by him. Although Nie Jiuyu's strength is not particularly formidable, his ability to preserve his life is exceptionally commendable. Had I revealed my full strength from the beginning, it is highly likely that he would have resorted to life-saving measures and fled in fear. I must proceed step by step, initially displaying only part of my prowess to numb him, then seizing the opportunity for a decisive strike. Su Xian had long since formulated a strategy in his heart. On the battlefield, the two engaged in an intense duel. Meanwhile, the spectators gathered in the plaza below were utterly astonished. A mid-stage void breaker managing to directly suppress the Lord of the Nine Ghosts? This is simply unbelievable. Many expressed their admiration. After a while, Su Xian's gaze turned icy. It was nearly time. Su Xian had already prepared himself. Clang. Another violent clash ensued, causing Nie Jiuyu to lose control and stagger backward repeatedly. It was at this moment, a fierce killing intent surged within Su Xian's eyes. As he unleashed the full extent of his bloodline power, along with the sword intent condensed from his understanding of a full 21 sword intents, reaching its zenith in an instant, the surrounding blood clouds roiled, and his momentum surged abruptly. The flying blood sword technique, shadow duplication. Boom. Countless layers of sword shadows converged, forming an exceedingly terrifying beam of sword light that sliced through the air in an instant, as if the very heavens and earth were ruthlessly cleaved apart. What? Nie Juyo's expression shifted dramatically. The sheer ferocity of the sword light evoked a primal fear within him. Simultaneously, the blood clouds pressing in from all directions surged with newfound might. In this critical moment, Nie Juyo could only hastily position two long clubs before him. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted. The overwhelming force, far exceeding Nie Juyo's capacity to withstand, transmitted through the clubs. Under this immense pressure, his hands instantly went numb, and one of the long clubs was violently sent flying. The other club, however, was forcefully pressed against Nie Juyo's chest by the crushing sword light, the power reverberating through his torso. Uft! Nie Juyo spewed a mouthful of blood, and his entire form was hurled downwards as if struck by a meteor, creating a massive pit in the ground upon impact, with countless fragments reduced to dust. You concealed your strength. Struggling to lift his head within the pit, Nie Juyo stared in horror at Su Xian. He never anticipated that the very Su Xian, who had just managed to barely suppress him with formations, could suddenly unleash a sword's might that had multiplied several times over. In an instant, it overwhelmed him. Fortunately, his life-preserving techniques were remarkably adept, and he had once cultivated a formidable technique that enhanced his physical constitution, enabling him to endure that devastating sword strike. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have perished. How is it possible that I am still alive? Su Xian gazed down at Nie Juyo, his expression darkening. In the next moment, an endless sea of blood clouds enveloped the surroundings once more, and he surged forth, his terrifying intent to kill now fully fixated on his opponent. Flee! Without hesitation, Nie Juyo erupted into a frenzied escape, his speed reaching its zenith. However, as he made his dash, a multitude of blood clouds surged towards him, drastically diminishing his velocity. To his horror, he noticed Su Xian behind him, who at that moment unleashed three afterimages simultaneously. Swish, swish, swish. The three afterimages flickered and danced, swiftly closing the distance between them. What kind of ghostly movement technique is this? How terrifying! Nie Juyo was taken aback. Little did he know, Su Xian's blood cloud killing formation was extraordinarily formidable. Within this formation, he was unimpeded by spatial constraints, moving with astonishing speed, akin to a fish gliding through water. Furthermore, upon his return to the Tianyin Palace, Su Xian had promptly exchanged for a higher-tier movement technique at the Treasure Pavilion. This technique, known as 9 Dreams of Flickering Light, was valued at a staggering 3,000 fire points, even surpassing the Flying Bloodsword technique. When perfected, this technique could unleash 9 afterimages simultaneously, presenting a bizarre spectacle. Presently, however, Su Xian had only cultivated it to the second level, capable of manifesting 3 afterimages. Yet, even so, bolstered by the blood cloud killing formation, his speed was still astonishingly rapid. There was no choice. He would have to resort to that move. A glint of madness flickered in Nie Juyo's eyes. He had never anticipated being cornered to this extent by a mere mid-stage void practitioner. Suddenly, Nie Juyo struck his chest, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, which instantly evaporated into a mist. At the same time, his eyes turned a sinister crimson, and a similar blood mist enveloped his body. In an instant, Nie Juyo, shrouded in blood mist, experienced a terrifying surge in speed, increasing manifold. Even under the oppressive weight of the surrounding blood clouds, he remained formidable, swiftly escaping the lethal range of the blood cloud formation. The blood escape secret technique. Su Xian's gaze was icy, yet he felt no surprise. He had long known that Nie Juyo had managed to evade the pursuit of several Nirvana realm powerhouses due to this very technique. However, being aware of it, Su Xian was also prepared. Even with the blood escape secret technique at his disposal, this time, he would still meet his demise. Su Xian's murderous intent surged as he immediately pursued him. Chapter 96, All Our Enemies to the Death Within the Nine-Yu Mansion. Countless individuals were fixated on the fierce battle unfolding above. It was already astonishing that Su Xian, a mere mid-stage void-breaking practitioner, could suppress Nie Juyo in direct confrontation. Yet, who could have anticipated that Su Xian would suddenly unleash his power, delivering a single strike that severely wounded Nie Juyo, sending him crashing to the ground. Before continuing the pursuit, this forced Nie Juyo to activate the blood escape secret technique and flee in a frenzy. This scene rendered the entire Nine-Yu Mansion silent, with everyone staring in disbelief at the unfolding events. Was it truly possible? A mid-stage void-breaking practitioner engaging in combat with the renowned Nie Juyo, acknowledged for his unmatched prowess in the void-breaking realm, and yet this mid-stage practitioner had driven Nie Juyo to flee in panic? How could such strength be conceivable? The elder in the white robe of the 100-sword sect could not help but gape in astonishment. Beside him, the young girl in purple tightly clasped her hands, her face alight with excitement and ecstasy. How formidable! This is the true essence of strength. Master, will Niejuyo be slain? The elder shook his head, replying. Su Xian is exceptionally astute. He initially feigned weakness to lower Niejuyo's guard, then struck with lethal precision, severely wounding him. Regrettably, he could not finish the deed. Now, if Niejuyo is solely focused on fleeing for his life, it will be exceedingly difficult for Su Xian to deliver a fatal blow. Nevertheless, even if he ultimately escapes, the days ahead for Niejuyo will surely be fraught with peril. The elder comprehended that Su Xian, with only mid-level void-breaking cultivation, had already forced Niejuyo into a desperate retreat. In the future, Su Xian's strength would only continue to ascend. With such a formidable genius pursuing him, Niejuyo's fate would undoubtedly be dire. I have faith that this esteemed Su Xian will surely bring about Niejuyo's demise, the girl in purple expressed eagerly. In the boundless expanse of the void, a streak of crimson light flitted past, belonging to the frantically fleeing Niejuyo. At this moment, his azure robe was soaked in blood, his complexion ashen and utterly disheveled. How utterly wretched he appeared. I have fled a full 600 miles. Surely that lad cannot be pursuing me any longer? As Niejuyo paused amidst the towering trees, he cast a glance back towards the void, his eyes still laden with terror and disbelief. A mid-level void breaker nearly brought me to my end. Until now, Niejuyo's heart still brimmed with disbelief. In truth, given his cautious nature, it is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to take his life. Yet this time, he had indeed underestimated Su Xian. He perceived Su Xian merely as a mid-stage void breaker, hardly a genuine threat. Furthermore, Su Xian had initially concealed his true strength, only to erupt unexpectedly in the end. It was astonishing. In that fleeting moment, the potency of his swordsmanship surged several-fold. The profound essence contained within it was inscrutable, even more so than the attacks he had previously encountered from a Nirvana realm expert. Niejuyo estimated that Su Xian had likely comprehended the essence of over 20 types of sword intent. In terms of sheer power, Su Xian was far more formidable than any void breaker he had ever encountered. Even when compared to Nirvana realm experts, the disparity was likely minimal. Niejuyo murmured to himself, but the next moment, he clutched his chest, furrowing his brow. He had been compelled to resort to blood escape. Blood escape was his ultimate life-preserving trump card. Having offended numerous individuals, he had faced attempts on his life from more than one Nirvana realm expert, and he had survived each time due to this safeguard. However, invoking this technique was no trivial matter. It required a substantial expenditure of his own vitality, and excessive depletion of this vitality would inevitably shorten his lifespan. He resolved to seek a place to hide until he could restore himself to his peak condition before devising further plans. With determination, Niejuyo prepared to search for a suitable location within the forest below. But suddenly, Niejuyo, can you truly escape? A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, causing Niejuyo to turn in terror. At the edge of his vision, he beheld a streak of light rapidly closing in on him, emanating an overwhelming intent to kill. It was Su Xian. How could this be? How could he possibly catch up to me? Niejuyo was filled with dread. Upon invoking his blood escape secret technique, his speed surged exponentially, allowing him to swiftly evade Su Xian's blood cloud killing formation. He then fled for a full 600 miles, constantly altering his direction and trajectory. Logically, he should have left Su Xian far behind, yet to his astonishment, Su Xian had indeed caught up. With a hum, Niejuyo activated his blood escape technique once more, continuing his flight. Still wish to escape? Su Xian sneered at this. I shall see just how many times you can employ this secret technique. Unhurried, Su Xian pursued the direction in which Niejuyo had fled. Thus, the chase continued for an entire hour. During this time, Niejuyo employed his blood escape technique 3 more times, each time putting a considerable distance between himself and Su Xian. Yet, as soon as his technique faltered, Su Xian would quickly close the gap. Damn it, this boy must have left some special means or mark on me. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to keep catching up. Niejuyo's expression grew increasingly frenzied. Within the Tianyan dynasty, there indeed existed unique tracking methods. For instance, the Yuling sect, which rears beastly creatures that can leave their scent on an opponent, thereby enabling them to track their presence. There are also certain exclusive techniques employed by various sects that can leave special marks within an adversary's body. Niejuyo was convinced that during their previous fierce battle, Su Xian had certainly employed some underhanded tactics against him. As he fled, he desperately searched his own body, but after a lengthy examination, he found no anomalies. This was a grave predicament. Nie Jioyo's countenance darkened considerably. Without discovering the means left by Su Xian, he would be relentlessly pursued. While Su Xian could chase him with little expenditure of spiritual energy, Nie Jiyo, utilizing the blood escape secret technique, consumed his vitality, his very lifespan. How much longer could he endure? He had no choice but to seek help from that old fellow, with a cold glint in his eyes. Nie Jiyo immediately altered his escape route. Several dozen miles away in the void, Su Xian was also relentlessly pursuing him. No matter which direction Nie Jiyo fled, Su Xian could sense his position instantaneously. Having been pursued by me several times, Nie Jiyo should have deduced that I meddled with him. Yet, knowing this is of no consequence. Su Xian's murderous intent was palpable. He understood that killing Nie Jiyo would be no easy feat. The blood escape secret technique had thwarted several Nirvana realm experts before. Therefore, this time, he was fully prepared to eliminate Nie Jiyo. Not only had he prepared 3 9-turn revival pills to restore his spiritual energy, but he had also procured a vial of Bailuo divine water. A rare treasure specifically designed for tracking individuals, valued at an astonishing 3,000 fire points. It is important to note that 3,000 fire points equate to the worth of a high-grade secret treasure. The exorbitant value of the Bailuo divine water stems from the fact that once refined and administered to the target, it would remain within them permanently until their demise, regardless of the distance or the concealment of his adversary. Su Xian was capable of precisely sensing the location of his target through the use of the Bailuo divine water. Unlike the tracking methods employed by the Yuling sect and other sects, which left behind marks or scents easily eradicated and were constrained by time and distance, Su Xian's utilization of the Bailuo divine water signified his unwavering resolve to pursue Nie Jiyo to the bitter end. He would not rest until Nie Jiyo was utterly vanquished. Half an hour later, Su Xian once again caught up with Nie Jiyo, who proved to be quite the elusive escape artist. A cold smile graced Su Xian's lips, but suddenly, a flicker of realization crossed his face. He could discern that at the terminus of Nie Jiyo's flight was the presence of a certain sect. This sect was grandiose, and the protective formation overhead radiated formidable power, clearly not a small faction. "Master Feng, save my life," cried Nie Jiyo as he soared above the sect, desperately calling for help. His plea incited a flurry of activity within the sect, as figures began to ascend into the air, led by an elderly man with the appearance of youth yet hair as white as snow. Nie Jiyo? The elderly man furrowed his brow at the sight of him. He shared a certain rapport with Nie Jiyo, having covertly collaborated with him in the past. "Master Feng, I am being pursued. 500 crystal coins will ensure my survival," Nie Jiyo declared forthrightly. 500 crystal coins? The elderly man's eyes sparkled with interest. "Very well. I shall grant your request." At that moment, Nie Jiyo felt a slight sense of relief. Meanwhile, Su Xian had already approached the vicinity of the sect, his gaze fixated on the youthful-looking, white-haired elder. The aged figure, youthful in visage yet silver-haired, stood there, exuding not a trace of aura, akin to a mere wisp of air. Yet it was precisely this quality that rendered Su Xian wary. Undoubtedly, this venerable elder was a bona fide powerhouse of the Nirvana realm. It was he who had relentlessly pursued Nie Jiyo to such a desperate state that Su Xian was compelled to seek refuge with an elder. At that moment, the elder regarded Su Xian with a hint of surprise. He had assumed that the one capable of driving Nie Jiyo to such lengths would be a formidable Nirvana realm expert, only to discover that it was merely a mid-tier Void realm practitioner. Although perplexed, he approached with a smile and introduced himself. "I am Feng Daoyang, the leader of the Heavenly Heart sect. May I inquire your esteemed name, young friend?" "Heavenly Heart sect?" Su Xian's heart stirred. Among the 6 major forces in Tianyuan Prefecture, each possessing their own Nirvana realm experts, the Heavenly Heart sect was one. Feng Daoyang, the sect leader, was indeed a formidable figure with considerable renown within the Tianyan dynasty. "I am Su Xian," he replied coldly. "Su Xian?" A look of puzzlement crossed Feng Daoyang's face. Nearby, a Void realm disciple of the Heavenly Heart sect stepped forward and whispered a few words into his ear. A disciple of the Tianyan palace? Feng Daoyang's mind raced, and he quickly grasped that Su Xian was not someone to be trifled with. However, he had already committed to protecting Nie Jiyo's life. "Dear young friend Su, may I inquire what irreconcilable enmity exists between you and the master of the Nie family? Perhaps we could sit down and discuss this matter?" Feng Daoyang proposed. "There is nothing to discuss. The Su family and Nie Jiyo are already sworn enemies. This time, he must die." Su Xian's voice was frigid. Feng Daoyang furrowed his brow, yet still said, "Young friend Su Xian, the master of the Nie residence has a past connection with my Heavenly Heart sect. And since we are on the grounds of my sect, could you do this old man a favor and spare his life for the time being?" "Spare you?" What a joke. Are we so familiar? Why should I do you this favor? Su Xian scoffed. Feng Daoyang felt a surge of anger rising within him, ready to retort, but was interrupted by Su Xian's cold gaze. Listen carefully, Feng Daoyang. I shall kill Niejiuyo. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall become my sworn enemy. Su Xian, vow that I will not rest until one of us is dead. Su Xian's voice, imbued with a fierce determination, reverberated through the heavens and earth. Countless disciples of the Heavenly Heart sect, including those formidable figures of the void-breaking realm, were struck with terror upon hearing his words. The expression of the sect leader, Feng Daoyang, shifted to one of grave concern. He had not anticipated Su Xian's resolute stance, especially the oath he had just declared. This was a stark warning, a threat. The crux of the matter was that Su Xian indeed possessed the capability to threaten him. As a disciple of the Heavenly Flame Palace, and with his mid-void breaking cultivation, he had relentlessly pursued Niejiuyo to this point. Such talent was truly unfathomable. If he were to continue growing, Feng Daoyang's gaze flickered as he quickly made up his mind. Master Nie, I regret to inform you that I am powerless to assist you in today's matters. Feng Daoyang stated. Feng Zongju, you. Niejiuyo's expression changed drastically. Are you not going to flee while you still can? Feng Daoyang urged again. Although Niejiuyo was seething with rage internally, he maintained his composure, gritted his teeth, and once more employed the blood escape secret technique to flee frantically. Su Xian. My young friend, I assure you that the affairs between you and Niejiuyo do not concern our Tianqin sect. Please proceed as you wish. Upon finishing his words, Feng Daoyang stepped aside. Su Xian cast a glance at Feng Daoyang and then continued his pursuit of Niejiuyo. After Su Xian and Niejiuyo departed. Sect Master, this Su Xian is exceedingly audacious, brazenly threatening in our Tianqin sect's domain, showing utter disregard for your authority. An elder of the void-breaking realm from Tianqin sect spoke with indignation. Indeed, he is rather presumptuous, but he possesses the merit to be so. Feng Daoyang shook his head. As a disciple of the Tianyin Palace, there was no need to worry about taking action against him. The most crucial factor is his extraordinary talent, given time. He is destined to become one of the most formidable beings under the Tianyin dynasty and even within the territories of the 9 sacred mountains. Feng Daoyang understood well that although Su Xian posed no immediate threat, in the future, as his power grew, he would likely become an existence far beyond the reach of the Tianqin sect. To offend a transcendent genius over a mere 500 essence crystals, one who could potentially become a peerless powerhouse, was simply not worth the risk. Feng Daoyang mused silently. Do not even mention 500 crystal coins. Even if offered 5,000, he would still be reluctant to genuinely offend Su Xian. The Tianqin sect, a formidable sect presided over by a strong practitioner of the Nirvana realm, boasts numerous disciples, among whom are many spies from various factions. The scene where Su Xian caught up with Niejiuyo above the sect's domain, confronting Feng Daoyang, was witnessed by many of these spies. Especially notable was Su Xian's declaration, "Anyone who stands in my way shall be my sworn enemy," which was meticulously recorded and swiftly relayed to the various powers and sects within the Tianyin dynasty. In an instant, the entire Tianyin dynasty was engulfed in turmoil. In a beautiful courtyard, the Dao Master of Juchen, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, sat contemplating a newly acquired piece of intelligence, bursting into hearty laughter. This young man is indeed audacious. I merely instructed him to showcase his abilities, to attract the attention of the inspector lingering in the Tianyin dynasty, and instead, he has boldly pursued a formidable opponent of the void-breaking realm. And it appears that the latter is suffering greatly under his pursuit. With his mid-stage void-breaking cultivation, to defeat a seemingly invincible foe head-on and relentlessly pursue them. Should he ultimately succeed in slaying Niejiuyo, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Even the Jiuxing Mountain, which commands such vast territories and numerous dynasties, has never heard of anyone possessing such prowess to slay an invincible opponent at the mid-stage of void-breaking. The Dao Master of Jiuchen continued to chuckle, while simultaneously beginning to look forward to the unfolding events. Tianyin Palace. What did you just say? Su Xian was pursuing Niejiuyo? The Lord of the Emperor Moon Palace listened in astonishment to the report from a steward of the Tianyin Palace. She had been away on business a few days prior and had only returned this morning. Upon her return, she received a notification from the 100 Battles Hall, stating that Su Xian had accepted the mission to eliminate Niejiuyo. The Emperor Moon Palace Lord was taken aback, believing Su Xian to be exceedingly reckless. How could a mere mid-stage void-breaker dare to hunt down Niejiuyo? She was just about to dispatch someone to summon Su Xian back when, astonishingly, she learned that this young man, who had only participated in the hunt last year and had been training in the Tianyin Palace for merely 1 year and 4 months, was now capable of pursuing an invincible powerhouse in the Void Breaker realm. How had he achieved such remarkable progress in such a brief period? As one of the leaders of the Tianyin Palace, she was genuinely perplexed by Su Xian's strength, which had surged beyond the confines of mere talent. Among the other prodigies of his cohort, the only one who could rival him, Xiao Meng, had only managed to reach mid-stage Voidbreaker and could barely contend with an average peak Voidbreaker. Yet, Su Xian was now capable of hunting down invincible entities in the Voidbreaker realm. After a fleeting moment of shock, the Lord of the Emperor Moon Palace regained her composure. She immediately instructed the Red Dragon Tower to keep a vigilant watch on Su Xian's movements. Furthermore, she commanded the powerful individuals affiliated with the Tianyin Palace or the Red Dragon Tower along the route to ensure Su Xian's safety as much as possible, ideally dispatching someone to accompany him, to guard against any other powerful beings or factions that might seize the opportunity to strike. The Lord of the Emperor Moon Palace continued to issue commands. In the dimly lit chamber, the King of Qi was thoroughly engrossed in the report delivered by the elderly man clad in gray. Ah, how intriguing, truly fascinating. The king's eyes sparkled with an unusual gleam as he chuckled. This Su Xian, since the assassination attempt, has remained secluded within the Tianyin Palace, maintaining an exceptionally low profile. Yet, to my astonishment, upon making his move, he displayed such audacity, directly confronting a formidable opponent of the mid-stage void-breaking realm. He even declared that anyone daring to obstruct him would become his mortal enemy. Such boldness. Moreover, his talent is indeed extraordinary. Regrettably, I find myself at odds with him now, otherwise. The king left his thoughts unspoken. My lord, currently, Su Xian is relentlessly pursuing Nie Jiuyu, and his movements remain well within our grasp. Shall we seize this opportunity to act? Inquired the gray-clad elder. No, the king waved his hand dismissively. This matter has escalated to such proportions that all factions within the Tianyin dynasty are watching closely, and the Tianyin Palace is undoubtedly keeping a vigilant eye. To act at this juncture would be sheer folly. Furthermore, I have grown fond of this young fellow. Such a remarkable talent, if extinguished too early, would be a tremendous loss. Let him develop at his own pace. I am curious to see how far he can ascend, and whether he might eventually reach the pinnacle of the 9 sacred mountains. The king wore an expression of eager anticipation, while the gray-clad elder furrowed his brow. To disregard Su Xian and allow him to grow? Even to harbor hopes for him to ascend to the summit of the 9 sacred mountains? When it comes to that point, will Su Xian truly spare him? Is it not overly ambitious for his master to harbor such grand aspirations? Su Xian's relentless pursuit of Nie Jiuyu has created an uproar of considerable magnitude. It can be said that the numerous factions and sects of the Tianyin dynasty have turned their gaze upon him. Particularly notable are the words he has proclaimed, which are not merely directed at a single sect, the Tianqin sect, but rather at all factions and sects within the entire Tianyin dynasty. Consequently, many have marveled at his audacity, yet they cannot help but commend his extraordinary talent. A mere mid-stage void breaker has managed to pursue Nie Jiuyu with such ferocity, truly terrifying. It is precisely due to this exceptional talent and potential that he possesses the confidence to make such declarations. However, the various factions and sects within the Tianyin dynasty, including those with past affiliations to Nie Jiuyu, have chosen to remain silent. In the past, when Nie Jiuyu was pursued by powerful beings of the Nirvana realm, he would seek refuge with those old sects or strong individuals, offering a price for his life. This had been his means of escape. Yet this time, those with whom he once had ties have, without exception, opted for silence. Even when Nie Jiuyu came to them for assistance, they feigned ignorance. The situation is dire. If it were merely a Nirvana realm being, those factions might have been less intimidated. But Su Xian, his potential is too immense. Who would be willing to completely offend such an astonishing genius, brimming with limitless possibilities, for the sake of Nie Jiuyu? Left with no options, Nie Jiuyu can only resort to the blood escape technique, fleeing in desperation, while Su Xian continues his relentless chase. This pursuit has astonishingly lasted for 3 days and nights, traversing across 8 states. 3 days and nights have passed. Nie Jiuyu, you truly possess remarkable abilities. A hint of madness surged in Su Xian's eyes. He had not anticipated that Nie Jiuyu could evade capture for such an extended period, relying solely on the blood escape secret technique. Fortunately, he had prepared adequately, possessing 3 9-turn revitalizing pills and a substantial supply of elixirs to restore his spiritual energy, allowing him to maintain his peak condition. As for Nie Jiuyu, although he had not been able to confront Su Xian directly, the latter could sense from a distance that Nie Jiuyu was nearing exhaustion. After all, a life-saving secret technique is not easily executed. The relentless pursuit over 3 days and nights had compelled Nie Jiuyu to employ the blood escape technique nearly 100 times. How could he not be worn out? He could not hold on much longer. Su Xian's gaze was icy. At that moment, he realized he had crossed into a different state. Was this Qizhou? Su Xian furrowed his brow. Qizhou, situated in the heart of the Tianjin Empire, is one of the most prosperous provinces among the 36 states. Most importantly, within Qizhou exists a powerful and influential family, the Situ clan. The Situ clan, Nie Zhuyo, actually sought refuge with the Situ clan. Su Xian's killing intent surged. He had previously issued warnings to the various sects and forces of the Tianjin Empire, cautioning them not to intervene in his affairs with Nie Zhuyo. Those forces had indeed been intimidated, not daring to offer assistance. However, the Situ clan was different. The Situ clan harbored deep-seated enmity towards the Su family, and the two factions had long been at odds. Thus, they would not hesitate to offend him further. Amidst the endless shroud of blood mist, the weary and battered Nie Zhuyo finally arrived above the grand gates of the Situ residence. Situ Bolai, save my life. The piercing and somewhat deranged voice of Nie Zhuyo echoed in the skies above the estate of the Situ family. Chapter 98. Unrelenting Slaughter. The Situ family, within the Tianjin Empire, stood as an extraordinarily powerful clan, steeped in profound heritage. Their influence spanned across several states within the empire, with branches even established in the imperial city. Not long ago, the head of the Situ family had achieved a remarkable breakthrough into the Nirvana realm. Coupled with the presence of their esteemed ancestor, the family boasted two formidable figures of Nirvana at their helm, significantly augmenting their power and prestige within the Tianjin Empire. Qinzhou served as the stronghold of the Situ family, the very cradle of their origins. Here, the newly ascended head of the family personally held dominion. The Situ household brimmed with vitality and vibrancy. Yet, suddenly, Situ Bolai, save my life. As that heart-wrenching call resonated, numerous family members gazed upwards in shock. Situ Bolai was the name of their family head, who dared to utter his name so boldly and implore for his assistance. With a swift motion, from the innermost depths of the Situ estate, a figure ascended. Clad in a flowing black robe, his countenance was stern, emanating an air of authority befitting one who had long occupied a position of power. The subtle aura he exuded was enough to instill trepidation in any peak void-breaking expert. He was none other than Situ Bolai, the current head of the Situ family, a prodigious talent who had once shared an era with Su Baichun and the Prince of Qi. Now he has been reborn. Are you Nie Zhuyo? Situ Bolai gazed in astonishment at the figure before him. The relentless pursuit of Nie Zhuyo by Su Xian had already become the talk of the entire Tianjin Empire, and it was only natural that the Situ family was aware of it. However, he never anticipated that Nie Zhuyo would traverse the vast expanse of 9 states, seeking refuge at the Situ family estate in Qizhou. Most importantly, the appearance of Nie Zhuyo at this moment. His once dark hair had turned white. His face was etched with the marks of time, laden with wrinkles, and speckled with age spots that only those in their twilight years would bear. He seemed to have one foot already in the grave. How have you come to look like this? Situ Bolai inquired. Nie Zhuyo struggled to lift his head. After 3 days and nights of frantic flight, employing the blood escape secret technique nearly 100 times, each invocation taking a toll on his lifespan, he was utterly exhausted. Even though he had consumed various precious herbs along the way to replenish his vitality, he was still running on empty. Without some extraordinary treasures to prolong his life, he certainly would not survive the year. Situ Bolai, please, I beg you to spare my life. I am willing to pay any price. Nie Zhuyo's words faltered, his weakness evident. Do not worry, brother Nie. Since you have managed to reach the Situ family, we will ensure your safety, Situ Bolai reassured him. Stand behind me, brother Nie. As Nie Zhuyo took his place behind Situ Bolai, he immediately began to take out some elixirs and medicinal herbs to restore his vitality. Boom. With an aura of unrelenting murderous intent, Su Xian had arrived above the gates of the Situ family estate. Situ Bolai. Su Xian's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on Situ Bolai, his expression darkening. As an adversary, he had always kept a watchful eye on the Situ family, aware that their venerable ancestor had been traversing the outside world. However, it was Situ Bolai who had recently achieved a breakthrough into the Nirvana realm. The younger generation of the Su family. Situ Bolai returned Su Xian's glare, his pupils betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. The enmity between the Su and Situ families had long been established, and Situ Bolai harbored a strong desire to eliminate this exceptionally gifted young man from the rising Su clan. Were it not for the consideration of Su Xian's identity as a disciple of the Heavenly Flame Palace, he would have struck down Su Xian with a single blow. Situ Bolai, do you intend to obstruct me? Su Xian spoke coldly. Humph, a ridiculous notion. Since Nie Zhuyo has arrived here, he is undoubtedly a guest of the Situ family. How could we allow anyone to harm him? Situ Bolai retorted with a frigid snort. His protection of Nie Zhuyo was primarily due to the fact that Nie Zhuyo was an enemy of Su Xian and the Su family. The enemy of my enemy is. After all, my friend. Situ Bolai fixed his gaze on Su Xian once more and coldly remarked, Su Xian, I am a dignified Nirvana realm expert. Of the same generation as your father, and yet you dare to address me by my name so casually? Such a lack of respect and decorum. This is how Su Baichen has raised you? Su Xian's expression darkened, not out of rage at Situ Bolai's words, but rather because the developments of the day had become rather troublesome. He had come well prepared to eliminate Nie Zhouyo, including the inability to eliminate Nie Zhouyo immediately, who could employ the blood escape secret technique to flee, and even the potential interference from powerful figures of various sects or factions. He had anticipated all these scenarios and devised countermeasures. However, he did not foresee that Nie Zhouyo could evade capture for a full 3 days and nights, traversing the 9 provinces and seeking refuge with the Situ family. Now, Situ Bolai had made it abundantly clear that he intended to protect Nie Zhouyo. After all, he was a genuine Nirvana realm powerhouse. Even if he had just broken through, attempting to assassinate Nie Zhouyo under Situ Bolai's watchful eye would prove exceedingly difficult. Surrounding the Situ family, numerous spies and informants from various factions had followed closely, including several formidable warriors, all of whom were now expressing their astonishment. It appeared that killing Nie Zhouyo was no longer feasible. If it were another faction or sect, they might still harbor reservations about Su Xian's potential and refrain from intervening. Yet, the Situ family and the Su family had long been at odds and would not hesitate to act. Situ Bolai, being a powerhouse of the Nirvana realm, would undoubtedly obstruct any attempt by Su Xian to slay Nie Zhouyo. How fortunate was this Nie Zhouyo to have survived such an ordeal. Those lurking in the shadows believed that with the Situ family's intervention, Su Xian's chances of success had dwindled. But in the next moment, what? Su Xian still intended to strike? This was utterly audacious. With a Nirvana realm expert personally intervening, he still sought to kill? Under the incredulous gaze of all, Su Xian boldly advanced towards the void, where Situ Bolai and Nie Zhouyo awaited, wielding the divine sword. A vast expanse of blood clouds surged forth, swiftly enveloping the surrounding void and forming a deadly blood cloud formation. An atmosphere of impending doom permeated the sky. Clearly, even with Situ Bolai poised to intervene, Su Xian was resolute in his intent to kill. Youngster, are you truly seeking your own demise? Situ Bolai narrowed his eyes, assessing Su Xian. Given his status as a disciple of the Tianyin Palace, he dared not strike Su Xian directly. However, should Su Xian persist in his relentless approach, it would not be beyond Situ Bolai to impose some form of punishment, perhaps even covertly inflicting wounds that would leave lasting scars on Su Xian's psyche. As Su Xian approached, the murderous intent surrounding him intensified. Despite this overwhelming aura of violence, Su Xian remained eerily composed, with a Nirvana realm expert obstructing his path. Even if he unleashed the divine annihilation forbidden technique to amplify his power, it would not guarantee his ability to contend with such a formidable opponent. To eliminate Nie Zhouyo, he would have to rely solely on that singular strike. In the void, the blood clouds loomed ominously. Suddenly, whoosh, Su Xian's figure erupted forward. An endless torrent of blood clouds swirling violently from all directions towards Situ Bolai. Had he truly made his move? The countless powerful observers surrounding the scene gasped in astonishment. Seeking death, Situ Bolai shouted sternly, ready to retaliate. But then, without warning, innate divine abilities, bloodline intimidation, a formless power, imperceptible to the naked eye, surged from Su Xian, enveloping the area with an eerie force. This formidable power disregarded all defenses, simultaneously impacting both Situ Bolai and Nie Zhouyo. Although it affected both individuals at once, in reality, nearly 90% of the force was directed towards Situ Bolai, leaving Nie Zhouyo to endure merely 10% of the bloodline's intimidating might. What kind of stratagem is this? Situ Bolai was suddenly taken aback, feeling an instinctive dread and shudder rise within him. Despite being a formidable Nirvana realm practitioner, at that moment, his consciousness momentarily faltered. This pause, however brief, was quickly overcome. Yet, just as he regained his awareness, Su Xian had already unleashed a terrifying speed and agility, closing the distance between them. The pitch-black Qiongwu divine sword struck forth with remarkable swiftness. Shadowblade, a single sword infused with countless sword shadows surged forth, embodying immense power as it cleaved towards his head. Just as Situ Bolai had barely returned to himself, the sword light was already upon him. Even he could not react in time, and could only feebly raise his hand, condensing vast spiritual energy in his palm, as if forming a protective shield. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as Situ Bolai's defensive energy shattered upon impact, causing him to stagger and descend slightly. Indeed, with my current cultivation level, my innate divine abilities have a rather limited effect on true Nirvana realm experts, Su Xian mused. Were it a peak void-breaking expert, or even an invincible one, unprepared to withstand my strike, their consciousness would surely lapse momentarily, providing me with the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. However, as a formidable figure in the Nirvana realm, he was momentarily affected by this strike, but swiftly regained his composure. It was evident that Su Xian's attempt to eliminate a Nirvana realm expert with this maneuver was rather unrealistic. Nonetheless, even a slight disruption was sufficient for Su Xian. In that fleeting moment when Su Xian's attack caused Situ Bolai to stagger, the Technique 9 dreaming fragments erupted to its zenith. With merely a few leaps, Su Xian arrived before Niejoyo, who had only just shaken off the shock from the bloodline's intimidation. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Su Xian's sword piercing through his very being. In his nearly extinguished state, he had no time to mount any resistance, and his breath ceased abruptly. The invincible expert of the void-breaking realm, Niejoyo, had perished. Above the Situ residence, numerous members of the Situ family, along with powerful figures from various factions concealed within the surrounding void, were left utterly astonished. No one had anticipated that Su Xian would audaciously slay Niejoyo right before the eyes of the Nirvana realm expert, Situ Bolai. He had first repelled Situ Bolai and subsequently ended Niejoyo's life. Unbelievable! Situ Bolai was infuriated. Just moments ago, he had assured everyone, with unwavering conviction, that he would protect Niejoyo. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Niejoyo was slain by Su Xian. This was nothing short of a resounding slap to his face. You shall perish, young one. Situ Bolai's terrifying aura surged forth, and from a considerable distance, he unleashed a palm strike. With a swift motion of his hand, a palpable tremor reverberated through the heavens and the earth as a colossal handprint, towering several meters high, surged forth with overwhelming spiritual energy, bearing an aura of suffocating terror. Although Situ Bolai did not exert his full strength nor intended to take Su Xian's life, he aimed to inflict severe injury upon him. Su Xian's expression shifted instantaneously, his own spiritual and bloodline powers ignited to their utmost limits. The mountain and sea scroll, unmoved as a mountain, the most formidable defensive swordplay erupted, enveloping him in the heavily condensed and immensely powerful domain of mountains and seas. Bang! Su Xian let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth as he was sent hurtling through the air, landing several hundred meters away before regaining his footing. The might of a Nirvana realm expert was indeed formidable. Su Xian gazed intently at Situ Bolai ahead, silently marveling at the vast chasm between the Nirvana realm and the void-breaking realm. He had attained the combat prowess necessary to slay an invincible foe of the void-breaking realm, standing at the pinnacle of that realm's limits. Yet, despite employing the strongest defensive technique, the mountain and sea scroll, he faced an opponent who had merely just broken through to the Nirvana realm. And it was evident that the adversary had not exerted his full capabilities, holding back significantly. Even with such a single strike, Su Xian found himself injured and sent flying. The disparity in strength was staggering. It was no wonder that within the Tianyin dynasty, any family or faction boasting a Nirvana realm expert could ascend to the status of a top-tier family or power. To think he had only sustained a minor injury. As Situ Bolai observed that Su Xian's aura had not diminished significantly, his fury surged, and a terrifying presence pressed forward, prompting him to move once more. However, unexpectedly, Situ Bolai halted in midair. Before Su Xian, a middle-aged man with purple hair had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Chapter 99. The renowned Tianyin Situ Bolai. You are indeed a formidable figure of the Nirvana realm. To strike at a mere junior in the mid-stage of void breaking is rather unbecoming of your status. The purple-haired man, hands clasped behind his back, boomed with a hearty laugh. He exuded no discernible aura, yet his mere presence seemed to command the very essence of the universe around him. The governor of Qishou, Yichangkong? Situ Bolai's expression shifted subtly. In the Tianyin dynasty's 36 provinces, there were 36 governors, most of whom were at the peak of the void-breaking stage. Though a few provinces boasted governors of the Nirvana realm, Qingzhou, being one of the most prosperous capitals of the Tianyin dynasty, was under the stewardship of the genuine Nirvana realm powerhouse, Yichangkong, who hailed from the Tianyin palace. Su Xian, my junior, are you unharmed? Yichangkong inquired, turning his gaze towards Su Xian. Junior? Su Xian was taken aback. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yichangkong, a fellow disciple of the Tianyin palace. Though I completed my graduation assessment over 20 years ago, currently, I serve as the governor of Qingzhou, Yichangkong stated. Greetings, senior brother Yi. Rest assured, I am merely nursing a minor injury and am otherwise well, Su Xian promptly replied, bowing respectfully, his heart filled with admiration. Tianyin Palace. As the sacred ground of cultivation for the Tianyin dynasty, has nurtured countless prodigies, many of whom ultimately transcend to the nirvana realm, becoming the pinnacle of the Tianyin dynasty. This brother Yi is evidently one of them. C2 Bolai, how dare you harm my junior brother? Yi Changkong cast a cold glance at C2 Bolai. Humph. Your junior brother killed a guest of the C2 family before my very eyes. I merely administered a slight punishment, which I consider quite lenient. Yi Changkong, should you wish to stand up for your junior brother, wait until my ancestor returns. I would be more than willing to receive your teachings. C2 Bolai retorted coldly. Oh, are you trying to intimidate me with that old fool C2 Feng? Yi Changkong's gaze turned icy, tinged with a hint of hostility. C2 Feng, the elder of the C2 family, had broken through to the nirvana realm over a century ago and was a formidable presence within that realm, slightly stronger than Yi Changkong. However, if it came to a confrontation, Yi Changkong held no fear. Brother Yi, let a day's matter rest. As for the C2 family, my junior brother will seek them out for retribution in due time, Su Xian interjected. Very well, since you have said so. We shall let the C2 family be for now. Yi Changkong nodded. Junior brother, let us depart. With that, the two of them soared into the void. C2 Bolai could only watch helplessly as Su Xian left. Su Xian, this young scion of the Su family, what manner of technique did he just employ? C2 Bolai furrowed his brow, recalling the unique and peculiar attack Su Xian had just unleashed. Even he, under such an assault, had experienced a momentary pause in consciousness. Although he quickly regained his composure, he was nonetheless given an opportunity by Su Xian, who struck him down with a sword, causing his form to sink, and then seized the chance to slay Niejoyo. Having only attained the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm, his prowess was already remarkable. The unique techniques he wielded could even influence me. If I allow him to continue his ascent unchecked, he will undoubtedly become a grave concern for the Situ family in the future, murmured Situ Bolai. Regrettably, despite his desire to eliminate Su Xian, he lacked the courage to strike against a disciple of the Tianyin Palace within the territory of the Tianyin Empire. He could only wait for the return of the ancestor and deliberate further. Situ Bolai pondered discreetly. But at that moment, Situ Bolai, clean your neck and await patiently. When I, the young master, once again set foot in the Situ Manor, it shall herald the day of your family's total annihilation. A hearty laughter suddenly resonated from the void ahead, the direction Su Xian had departed, echoing throughout the realm. Situ Bolai's expression instantly darkened, becoming exceedingly grim. The scene unfolding above the Situ Manor was witnessed by many hidden formidable figures, who promptly disseminated the news to various factions and sects within the Tianyin Empire. Upon learning the outcome, these sects, including numerous top-tier powerhouses within the Tianyin Empire, were left utterly astounded. In a beautiful estate within Tianyin Imperial City, they exclaimed, "Haha, this young man, merely at the mid-stage of void breaking, dares to hunt down invincible foes, pursuing them relentlessly for 3 days and nights, traversing the 9 provinces, and ultimately slaying Niejuyo before the newly ascended Nirvana realm Situ Bolai. A remarkable strategy, indeed. Such audacity. He is truly the unparalleled genius I have esteemed from the very beginning, and he has brought me great honor." There he stands, a middle-aged man clad in gray, fishing with a rod, wearing a self-satisfied smile. From the onset, even when Su Xian was merely at the minor success of the C transformation stage, he recognized Su Xian as innate talent and bestowed kindness upon him, continually observing his growth. As Su Xian grows stronger and shines ever more brilliantly, it only serves to validate the perspicacity of his initial judgment, bringing him immense joy. In the innermost recess of an ancient sect, atop a secluded pavilion, an indomitable elder sits with his eyes closed in meditation for years. Yet today, this proud elder opens his eyes. Niejuyo is dead? I had once attempted to hunt him down on 2 occasions, both of which ended in failure. I never anticipated that he would ultimately perish at the hands of a mere mid-stage void-breaking individual. Su Xian, you have slain Niejuyo, avenging my disciple. Thus I owe you a debt of gratitude. Muttering to himself, the haughty elder once again closes his eyes. Within the territory of the Tianyin dynasty, in an ordinary town, it is astonishing that a mid-stage void-breaking cultivator could vanquish an invincible powerhouse, especially in the face of a Nirvana realm expert's interference, striking him down directly. A breathtakingly beautiful woman with flowing azure hair sits quietly in a tavern, sipping her drink, yet her heart is enveloped in contemplative silence. According to intelligence reports, Su Xian is merely 21 years of age this year. Last year, he had just passed the hunting trials of the Tianyin dynasty and entered the Tianyin Palace for cultivation. In such a brief span, he has already attained such remarkable prowess. It seems prudent to place him on the observation list. Should he continue to progress at this rate, perhaps the 9 sacred mountains will gain another prodigy who can be integrated into the core ranks even at the void-breaking realm. Su Xian's pursuit of Nie Zhuyo has caused quite a stir, drawing the attention of all the top powers and formidable figures within the Tianyin dynasty. When the outcome was finally revealed, the shock was palpable. No one anticipated that Su Xian would indeed manage to slay Nie Zhuyo, and that he did so while facing the formidable C2 Boulay, a Nirvana realm powerhouse, forcing him back and ultimately killing Nie Zhuyo. Consequently, Su Xian's name resonated throughout the entire Tianyin dynasty once more. This time, however, it was different from the Imperial City Hunt. During that event, Su Xian secured first place, naturally gaining widespread renown. But at that time, many elite powers and strong figures regarded him merely as a small fry from the sea transformation realm, acknowledging only his exceptional talent. In contrast, with this latest achievement, many have begun to see him not just as a genius, but as a genuine powerhouse. He has already brushed against the threshold of the top-tier strongmen of the Tianyin dynasty. At the edges of the Qingzhou territory, junior brother Su Xian. I shall escort you no further, said Yi Changkong. Thank you, senior brother Yi, Su Xian replied gratefully. There is no need for formality. The matter at hand has escalated significantly. The lords of the Tianyin palace are eagerly awaiting your presence. I shall not detain you any longer. When time permits, do visit Qizhou, and we shall have a splendid reunion then. Yi Changkong smiled warmly, exuding genuine friendliness. His amicable demeanor stemmed not solely from the fact that Su Xian was a disciple of Tianyin Palace and his junior, but rather from the immense potential Su Xian possessed, a talent of boundless promise that Yi Changkong was more than willing to cultivate. Su Xian also smiled in return. However, upon leaving Qingzhou, he did not immediately return to Tianyin Palace. Instead, he sought out a secluded spot to recuperate from his injuries and restore his spiritual energy. His injuries were not severe. After consuming a few medicinal pills and taking some time to recuperate, he swiftly returned to his peak condition. Subsequently, Su Xian began to examine his spoils, specifically the Qianquan ring belonging to Nie Zhuyo. Nie Zhuyo, an invincible powerhouse of the Broken Void realm and the master of the Jiuyo mansion, was notorious for his insatiable greed, often surreptitiously plundering resources from various factions and sections. During the perilous times faced by the Su family, Nie Zhuyo had taken advantage of their plight, seizing a significant portion of their resources. Now that he had met his demise, the Qianquan ring he left behind was astonishing. Merely probing into its contents, Su Xian was taken aback. The Qianquan ring was filled with an abundance of resources and treasures, a veritable mountain of wealth. While much of it held little value, primarily common items beneficial to practitioners at the true martial and transformation sea realms, the sheer quantity was staggering. For the Su family to rise again, it would be imperative to initiate change from the grassroots level of its clansmen and disciples. These cultivation resources would prove immensely advantageous for the revival of the Su family. A peculiar radiance flickered in Su Xian's eyes. In addition to these ordinary resources, Nie Zhuyo's Qianquan ring also contained genuine treasures. For instance, several secret artifacts were left behind by Nie Zhuyo, including 2 high-grade secret treasures. Furthermore, there were numerous highly esteemed elixirs, manuals, and a plethora of rare materials, all of which held immense value. In a corner of the Qianquan ring, Su Xian discovered a dense cluster of over 1,000 special crystals emanating a milky white glow. Were these yuan crystals? Upon extracting one, Su Xian immediately felt an extraordinarily pure energy radiating from it. Yuan crystals, utilized by Nirvana realm experts to restore their spiritual energy, serve a wide range of purposes and are often employed as a form of currency by many in the Nirvana realm. Over 1,000 yuan crystals represented a considerable fortune for a Nirvana realm expert, coupled with several secret artifacts, numerous elixirs, manuals, rare materials, and a vast array of ordinary cultivation resources. The total value would likely rival that of a Nirvana realm expert's wealth. Su Xian felt a surge of joy. Truly, Nie Zhuyo, characterized by his innate greed and penchant for plunder, possessed a fortune that was not significantly inferior to that of a Nirvana realm expert. This was despite the considerable resources he had expended to replenish his vitality and lifespan, including the considerable costs incurred when he had to enlist the aid of powerful beings during his encounters with pursuing Nirvana realm experts. Otherwise, his wealth would be even more substantial. Su Xian meticulously searched, yet he could not locate the cultivation method for the blood escape secret technique. The blood escape secret technique is indeed peculiar. Should one acquire it, Su Xian's means of self-preservation would be significantly enhanced. Regrettably, it remains undiscovered. After meticulously cataloging all the treasures left by Nie Zhuyo, Su Xian finally set off to return to the Tianyin Palace. Upon his arrival at the Tianyin Palace, 2 days had elapsed. Chapter 100. An invitation at the Tianyin Palace. As Su Xian appeared on the training grounds, the gazes of numerous disciples instantly converged upon him. It was said that Su Xian had pursued Niejiao relentlessly for 3 days and nights, traversing the 9 provinces, ultimately slaying him in the air above the residence of the Situ family, all before the powerful Nirvana realm expert, Situ Bole. How could a mid-stage void breaker defeat an invincible adversary in the same realm, especially in the presence of a Nirvana realm expert? Su Xian is truly a phenomenon. It was rumored that the standard task of eliminating Niejiao in the 100 Battles Hall offered a staggering reward of 100,000 fire points. 100,000? Good heavens! The disciples of Tianyin Palace buzzed with astonishment and admiration, recognizing Su Xian's extraordinary talent, yet they had not anticipated such a remarkable feat. A mid-stage void breaker daring to vanquish an invincible opponent. Su Xian. A figure rushed over. It was Duan Yunfeng. Brother, you certainly stirred up quite the commotion this time. Duan Yunfeng's eyes gleamed with an unusual radiance as he gazed at Su Xian. He had heard that the routine task of slaying Niejiao came with a bountiful reward of a full 100,000 fire points. Moreover, Niejiao himself was a formidable adversary, a perennial plunderer of the void. Having vanquished him, the benefits must surely be substantial, wouldn't they? Not bad. Su Xian replied with a smile. Not bad. You must have struck it rich. You should buy me a drink later, Duan Yunfeng insisted. Certainly, Su Xian chuckled, but first, I must go complete the task. Soon, Su Xian arrived at the 100 Battles Hall to hand in his assignment. Upon completion, he found that the fire points in his identity token had increased by a staggering 100,000. 100,000 fire points. Su Xian felt a surge of excitement within him. This was a considerable sum. Previously, he had only received 23,000 fire points for completing his training tasks, which comprised 3 phases. Each disciple of the Tianyin Palace was permitted to undertake that training task but once. The later section of Essence of Sword Intent was priced precisely at 100,000 fire points in the Treasure Pavilion. Su Xian pondered silently. The Essence of Sword Intent was immensely beneficial to him. It was precisely due to his detailed comprehension and analysis of the Essence of Sword Intent that his progress had been so rapid. He was determined to exchange for the latter section of Essence of Sword Intent. However, there was no rush. For the time being, he already possessed the intermediate volume of Essence of Sword Intent, which allowed him to smoothly grasp the first 64 forms of Sword Intent. As for the latter section, he resolved to wait until he had thoroughly comprehended all 64 forms and attained the 3rd tier of Sword Intent before making the exchange. Su Xian contemplated in silence. After completing his task and just emerging from the 100 Battles Hall, Su Xian was summoned by the master of the Emperor Moon Palace. Naturally, this summons entailed a thorough inquiry. The master sought to understand the particulars of Su Xian's recent confrontation with Niejiao, including the nuances of his capabilities and how he managed to vanquish Niejiao. Su Xian recounted everything pertinent to the matter. When the master learned that Su Xian had comprehended the essence of no fewer than 21 sword intents, she was taken aback, finding the revelation utterly astonishing. Following a brief inquiry, the master expressed mild reproach towards Su Xian. This admonition was warranted, for in the eyes of the master, Su Xian's actions had escalated beyond reasonable bounds and were fraught with risk. For instance, he had pursued his quarry to the very doorstep of the Situ family, yet he showed no signs of restraint. Although Situ Bolai was deterred from taking lethal action due to his apprehension of the Heavenly Flame Palace, there was always the possibility that he might act impulsively and disregard the consequences. Su Xian listened attentively to the master's reprimand, acknowledging her concerns. In truth, however, Su Xian's actions had been meticulously calculated. Firstly, Niejiao bore a deep-seated grudge against the Su family, and now that he possessed the strength to act, it was only fitting to eliminate the threat. Secondly, as per the words of the Lord of the Nine Chins, the inspector from the 9 sacred mountains rarely visited the Heavenly Flame dynasty, and Su Xian wished to make a notable impression, showcasing his true talents. What could be more compelling than a mid-stage void practitioner daring to pursue an invincible foe? Moreover, he had intended to amplify the situation, for only through such escalation would the inspector be more inclined to take notice of his potential. As for the risks inherent in this battle, risks do exist. Yet Su Xian is acutely aware that as long as he initiates the pursuit, under the watchful eyes of the masses, the Tianyin Palace will be closely monitoring the situation. At this juncture, no one would dare to make a move against him. Not even the Qi Wangfu could dare to eliminate him under such scrutiny from the Tianyin Palace. Furthermore, he still possesses hidden trump cards. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise, preserving his own life would not pose a significant challenge. After expressing a few mild reproaches, The master of the Dueb Palace permitted Su Xian to depart. Shortly thereafter, the master of Jiuchen arrived at his residence. Su Xian, I bring good news, Jiuchen said. The inspector within the Tianyin dynasty has taken notice of your existence and has included you on the assessment list. Assessment list? Su Xian inquired with curiosity. There are a total of 6 inspectors at Jiuxing Mountain, who traverse various dynasties throughout the year. Only when they encounter a genuine super genius do they add that individual to their assessment list. For an extended period. This genius will remain within the observational scope of these 6 inspectors. Only if their subsequent performance and progress continue to be astonishing will they truly intervene and absorb the individual into the core echelon of Jiuxing Mountain, Jiuchen explained. Is that so? Su Xian nodded thoughtfully. He understood that although his recent performance had been remarkable, capable of astonishing the world, Jiuxing Mountain only admits a single individual from the Broken Void realm into its core echelon every several years, or even decades, across such a vast territory with numerous dynasties, setting an exceedingly high standard. In this battle, merely catching the attention of the inspecting envoy and being considered for evaluation is already a commendable achievement. Su Xian. There is no need for haste. Having cultivated in the Tianyin Palace for just over a year and already possessing such formidable strength, your astonishing rate of progress is truly remarkable. Being integrated into the core echelon of the 9 sacred mountains is merely a matter of time. The Tao Master of Jiuchen smiled, evidently optimistic about Su Xian's prospects. Naturally, you must continue to perform admirably. Blind cultivation alone will not suffice. The Tao Master of Jiuchen added. Indeed, Su Xian nodded in agreement. The core echelon of the 9 sacred mountains. Even I struggled for decades within the Nirvana realm before finally reaching a certain level to be inducted, thereby acquiring a measure of authority. Yet you, at the void-breaking realm, stand on the brink of being welcomed into the core ahead of schedule. The Tao Master of Jiuchen sighed. According to tradition, a genius like you, being inducted into the core at the void-breaking stage, is entitled to a complimentary opportunity for inheritance. Ah, how enviable indeed. Inheritance opportunity? Su Xian felt a stir within. While he was unaware of the specifics of the inheritance the Tao Master referred to, the envy etched upon the Tao Master's face hinted that it was something extraordinary. After conversing further with Su Xian and imparting considerable knowledge regarding the 9 sacred mountains, the Tao Master took his leave. A few days later, within the courtyard where Su Xian resided, he practiced the Shanghai sword technique alone. Each swing of the sword appeared casual, yet it seamlessly integrated with the very earth and the void itself. At that moment, Su Xian glanced towards the entrance of the courtyard, where 3 figures stepped inside. Duan Yunfeng, Mo Bing, and Ling Yu, what brings you 3 together? Su Xian smiled as he regarded the trio. Among the 10 talented individuals who had previously ventured into the Tianyin Palace for a hunt, his bond with Duan Yunfeng was the strongest, followed closely by Mo Bing and Ling Yu. Although he also had a good relationship with Xiaomeng, the latter's somewhat haughty demeanor created a slight distance. Su Xian, the 3 of us are planning to explore the Tian Shui secret realm and would like to know if you wish to join us, Mo Bing proposed. The mention of the Tian Shui secret realm stirred something within Su Xian. Surrounding the Tianyin dynasty were dozens of other dynasties, teeming with countless powerful practitioners of the void-breaking realm who engaged in ceaseless battles within the Tian Shui secret realm. It was said that thousands of these formidable practitioners roamed the realm, many of whom possessed immense strength. Even invincible practitioners of the void-breaking realm could be found there. Take, for instance, senior brother Xianyi from the Tianyin Palace, who had long made the Tian Shui secret realm his domain. Mo Bing continued. We have been cultivating in the Tianyin Palace for over a year now. Initially, our progress was swift, but gradually, our advancements have slowed. Moreover, the training grounds within the palace have ceased to be as beneficial to us as they once were. At this point, we find ourselves at a bottleneck in our development, which is why we are eager to venture into the Tian Shui secret realm. Su Xian listened and silently agreed. Indeed, the training locations in the Tianyin Palace had lost their previous efficacy for them. The Star Palace, in particular, needed no further elaboration. Reliance on it was ill-advised, and the effectiveness of comprehension diminished with each attempt. The Trial Tower, with its limited opponents and insights, proves to be of little challenge for Su Xian, who has already comprehended the essence of 21 sword intents. Within the confines of the tower, it is nearly impossible for him to derive any substantial testing outcomes. Thus, he often finds himself practicing his swordsmanship within the tranquility of his own courtyard. The teachings delivered by the masters at the dojo hold more significance for him. Yet these lessons occur only once a month. As Su Xian pondered, Duan Yufeng approached him and spoke softly. You are aware that although our combat prowess is commendable, Those who venture into the heavenly water secret realm are said to be formidable, with the weakest among them being late-stage void-breaking experts, while the majority are peak void-breaking cultivators. If it were just the three of us, we might barely qualify to explore, but as it is our first time, we are somewhat apprehensive, which is why we sought your esteemed presence to accompany us. Mo Bing and Ling Yu looked at Su Xian with eager anticipation, genuinely wishing to enlist the support of this great master for their expedition into the heavenly water secret realm. However, they were acutely aware that with Su Xian's strength, he could easily navigate the realm alone, rendering their alliance unnecessary. Very well, I accept, Su Xian replied without hesitation. He sensed that his prolonged seclusion at the Tianyan Palace had become somewhat monotonous. Moreover, Master Jiu Chun had urged him to showcase his capabilities. The Heavenly Water Secret Realm is a domain where the most formidable void-breaking experts congregate, and the competition is fierce. Thus, Su Xian had already contemplated embarking on an adventure there. As for joining Duan Yunfeng and the other two, they were all part of the same cohort that entered the Tianyan Palace, and their camaraderie was exceptional. Su Xian shared a brotherly bond with Duan Yunfeng, so when they extended their invitation, he naturally could not refuse. This was splendid. Duan Yunfeng, Mo Bing, and Ling Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, this was their inaugural venture into the Tian Shui secret realm, and they were somewhat apprehensive about relying solely on their combined strength. However, with Su Xian, a formidable expert, by their side, the situation was entirely different. Then we shall set off tomorrow, Duan Yunfeng declared. Agreed, Su Xian replied with a smile. Chapter 101, the Tian Shui secret realm. A few days later, Su Xian and his trio arrived at the entrance of the Tian Shui secret realm, which was closest to the territory of the Tianyan dynasty. Beside the entrance lay a sizable camp, bustling with activity. There were so many people. Furthermore, their prowess was quite formidable. Hovering above the camp, Su Xian and his companions observed that most of the individuals within possessed peak breaking void cultivation, with only a scant few at the late breaking void level. Many of these individuals had been traversing the secret realm for an extended period, returning to the camp temporarily to rest or to trade treasures acquired within the depths of the realm. The Tian Shui secret realm boasted 5 entrances, each accompanied by a similar camp teeming with numerous breaking void experts. Moreover, the number of breaking void cultivators venturing into the Tian Shui secret realm was even greater. Rather than rushing into the secret realm, Su Xian and his companions chose to remain at the camp, investing some resources to obtain a more detailed intelligence report regarding the Tian Shui secret realm. On the second floor of a tavern within the camp, 4 individuals gathered around a table, engrossed in the contents of a piece of intelligence. Good heavens, the Heavenly Water secret realm actually possesses 2 layers? Exclaimed Duan Yufeng in astonishment. Previously, during their time at the Tianyan Palace, they had only heard of the Heavenly Water secret realm. Yet there were many aspects of the secret realm that remained unknown to them. It was only now, through this intelligence, that they learned the Heavenly Water secret realm was divided into 2 layers. The first layer of the secret realm was immensely vast, teeming with a greater number of broken void cultivators, albeit of somewhat weaker prowess. Most of those with late-stage broken void cultivation, as well as some average pinnacle broken void practitioners, tended to congregate within this first layer. In contrast, while there were indeed a few top-tier pinnacle broken void cultivators and even more formidable invincible broken void experts traversing the first layer, their numbers were scarce. Most of these elite pinnacle practitioners, including the invincible broken void beings, were found in the second layer of the secret realm. The second layer, though smaller in scope, was rich in opportunities and treasures, leading to more intense competition. With our combined strength, we can only venture into the first layer. As for the second layer, only you, Su Xian, might have the capability to enter. The 3 of us should not entertain such thoughts for now, remarked Mo Bing. Duan Yufeng and Ling Yu nodded in agreement. All 3 of them were merely mid-stage broken void cultivators, although they were genuine prodigies with formidable combat abilities, surpassing many late-stage broken void practitioners, and even capable of contending with pinnacle broken void opponents. Their current strength was indeed more suited for the relatively weaker first layer of the Heavenly Water secret realm. Herein lies a list of formidable individuals who have long roamed the enigmatic realm of Tian Shui, accompanied by pertinent intelligence. It is advisable for all to peruse this information, ideally committing these powerful figures to memory, so that if we encounter them within the Tian Shui realm, we might wisely evade their presence. Duan Yunfeng produced a rather comprehensive dossier detailing the strength of these individuals. The document was substantial, chronicling no less than several hundred names, among which there were over 130 formidable entities of the Broken Void realm, 138 unmatched beings in the Broken Void realm. Good heavens! Mo Bing could not suppress her exclamation. So many? Su Xian reflected with quiet astonishment. It is worth noting that the entire contemporary broken void powerhouses of the Tianyan dynasty amount to perhaps just a handful. Yet, within the Tianshui realm, there are a staggering 138 who persistently traverse its depths. It is no wonder that Tianshui is heralded as a veritable paradise for those of the broken void realm. Furthermore, typically, an individual who has attained the pinnacle of the broken void and has comprehended the essence of 9 distinct realms can be regarded as unmatched in the broken void realm, provided their skills and techniques are also of considerable merit. However, among these unmatched figures, some possess insights that extend far beyond mere comprehension of 9 realms, naturally endowing them with greater prowess. Notably, within this intelligence, there are many whose strength is extraordinarily formidable. For instance, Su Xian observed that the name at the forefront of the dossier, widely acknowledged as the most dominant entity within the territories governed by the 9 sacred mountains, is the Silver Moon Marquis. His prowess alone is enough to instill a sense of trepidation. Silver Moon Marquis, hailing from the Dayu dynasty, is a prodigy meticulously nurtured within the sacred training grounds of the Dayu Palace. Due to his extraordinary combat prowess, he has been personally bestowed the title of Marquis by the reigning sovereign of the Dayu dynasty. 40 years ago, he ascended to the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm, possessing unparalleled strength even at that time. Over these 4 decades, he has decisively slain no fewer than 10 invincible powerhouses of the void-breaking realm within the Tianshui secret realm. He has even engaged in direct confrontation with beings of the Nirvana realm, managing to hold his ground for a considerable duration. Upon perusing the intelligence report detailing the exploits of the Silver Moon Marquis, Su Xian could not help but marvel. He himself had clashed with Situbule, a Nirvana realm practitioner who had only recently broken through. Despite utilizing his utmost defensive swordsmanship, he sustained injuries from a casual strike by Situbule. The disparity in power was stark. The difference between the Nirvana realm and the void-breaking realm is akin to that between heaven and earth. Yet, this Silver Moon Marquis can engage directly with Nirvana realm experts without faltering, indicating that his strength far surpasses Su Xian's own. The report further elucidates that the martial techniques cultivated by the Silver Moon Marquis are exceptionally formidable. Additionally, he is an awakened second-grade bloodline practitioner, and through the fusion of his techniques and bloodline abilities, his explosive power nearly reaches the threshold of the Nirvana realm. Furthermore, he has comprehended the essence of 20 distinct realms of insight, though slightly inferior to Su Xian in this regard. The sheer might of the Silver Moon Marquis is evidently far greater. Perhaps when I advance further in my cultivation, reaching the late stage of the void-breaking realm, and attain a level of power that approaches or even surpasses the threshold of Nirvana, then I shall be able to hold an advantage over him. Su Xian mused quietly. Apart from this Silver Moon Marquis, there are numerous formidable opponents in the void-breaking realm, all immensely powerful. In fact, there are at least a dozen whom Su Xian felt uncertain about defeating. This is what makes it intriguing. Su Xian chuckled softly. If the formidable beings within the Tianshui secret realm were too mediocre, he would find it utterly uninteresting. Only in a situation like this, amidst a plethora of top-tier experts, some of whom surpass him, would he find the pressure necessary for growth and experience. The 4 companions did not linger long within the camp. After gaining a certain understanding of the Tianshui secret realm, they proceeded through the entrance and entered the depths of the realm. In the first layer of the Tianshui secret realm, their eyes beheld an expansive plain stretching endlessly, with the blazing sun overhead and the air quite stifling. The 4 of them glided slowly across the plain, their gazes continually sweeping the surroundings. Did they not say that many strong warriors roamed this first layer of the secret realm? Yet, despite the time elapsed since our entry, we have yet to encounter a single soul, Duan Yufeng remarked. How long have you been here? Mo Bing shot Duan Yufeng a glance, retorting. While there may be many adventurers in this first layer, the area itself is vast, possibly spanning thousands of miles. With such an immense expanse, how could it be so easy to encounter others? Duan Yufeng shrugged and approached Su Xian with a smile, saying, Brother, let us agree on this. If we encounter anyone and engage in battle, the 3 of us shall take the lead. Should the adversaries prove overwhelmingly powerful, or if we find ourselves unable to withstand their might, only then shall you intervene. Upon hearing this, Su Xian cast a peculiar glance at Duan Yufeng, to suggest that the 3 of them should take the forefront, and should they falter, he would then step in. It was quite evident that they were relegating him to the role of a caretaker. Mo Bing and Ling Yu exchanged awkward looks with Su Xian, fully aware that their request was somewhat excessive. Very well, but as previously mentioned, I shall not linger by your side for long. Once you have acclimated to the environment of the first layer of the secret realm, I shall depart to venture into the second layer alone, Su Xian replied. Of course. Duan Yunfeng chuckled. Su Xian could only shake his head in resignation. There was no alternative. After all, Duan Yunfeng was his brother. So if he had to play the caretaker, so be it. At least it would only be for a short while. Across the vast plain, the four of them continued to soar forward. An hour later, Su Xian observed two streaks of light approaching from the void ahead. After such a long time, they had finally encountered someone. Duan Yufeng, Mo Bing, and Ling Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures halted in the void before them. A man and a woman, both exuding an incredibly formidable aura, were evidently at the pinnacle of the void-shattering stage. Two individuals at the pinnacle of the void-shattering stage? Indeed, it seemed that those traversing the Tianshui secret realm were predominantly of such formidable cultivation levels, and they appeared to be working in concert. Duan Yunfeng, Mo Bing, and Ling Yu exchanged glances, while Su Xian merely cast a fleeting glance at the two before turning his attention elsewhere. The man and woman were now scrutinizing the four of them. To their astonishment, all four appeared to be merely at the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm. Their expressions were rather peculiar. The almond-eyed woman couldn't help but scoff. How dare a mere mid-stage void-breaker venture into the Tianshui secret realm? Are they seeking death? Hey, you foul woman, what are you saying? Duan Yunfeng retorted, infuriated by her words. What does our cultivation level have to do with you? If you're dissatisfied, why not challenge us to a duel? Upon finishing his statement, he unsheathed his long knife from his Qiankuan ring and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Beside him, Mo Bing and Ling Yu also brandished their weapons, eager for a confrontation. In fact, they were quite keen for the almond-eyed woman and her companion to engage them in battle. Foul woman? The almond-eyed woman frowned, preparing to advance, but was halted by the long-haired man beside her. Junior sister, do not act impulsively. These four, bold enough to traverse the Tianshui secret realm at their cultivation level, must possess some hidden strength. There is no need to provoke an unnecessary conflict. With that, the long-haired man turned away, and the almond-eyed woman let out a cold snort before departing alongside him. Why are they leaving? I wanted to fight. Duan Yunfeng expressed his disappointment. Fight for what? They have come to the Tianshui secret realm to seek treasures and opportunities. Without a substantial benefit, who would be foolish enough to engage in battle with you? Mo Bing remarked. Duan Yufeng, your words are rather harsh. Just now, I found that woman quite attractive, especially with her almond-shaped eyes. Such a beauty. And yet you drove her away, Ling Yu teased from the side. Bah, what beauty. I have no interest in such a type. In comparison, I find our sister Mo Bing to be far more appealing. With her round face and adorable demeanor, Duan Yunfeng replied with a grin as he looked at Mo Bing. Go away. Mo Bing retorted with a look of disdain. With Su Xian accompanying them on their adventures, the trio felt at ease, having ample time for banter and playfulness. The four continued their exploration within the secret realm. After about half an hour, boom, a sudden, violent roar echoed from the nearby void. Are they engaged in battle over there? The four of them halted simultaneously, their gazes shifting towards the source of the sound. Let us go take a look. Without hesitation, they rushed towards the commotion, soon arriving at the edge of the battlefield, where they witnessed a fierce confrontation among four individuals. In the center of the battlefield, they noticed a massive hammer slowly rising from the ground. Is it a treasured artifact? The treasure has emerged? It's those two, Duan Yunfeng remarked, his gaze fixed on two of the combatants, who were none other than the brother and sister duo he had recently scolded as wretched women.